I poured all my resources, lifting my wife to the status of a business queen, only to be repaid with a betrayal video of her with her lover in the hospital stairwell and a cold divorce agreement. Her entire family sees me as a useless freeloader, subjecting me to endless humiliation. Fine, I'll divorce. But what you don't know, the business empire you're so proud of, is just a phone call I made on a whim when I got in touch with the head of the top wealthy family in the capital. When deciding to reclaim everything, the ex-wife and her so-called wealthy new lover, only to realize in horror that the high branches they've climbed are nothing before me, and this game of revenge has only just begun. Chapter 1: Cheated on? A buddy in Beijing, you're being cheated on. Hope this reaches you. Lin Dong absent-mindedly scrolled through Weibo on his phone when a sudden post immediately caught his attention. Another cheating scandal? Lin Dong had just wanted to browse some gossip before bed, but the more he read, the more unsettled he became. Last night at a private hospital in Yanjing, I ran into a couple sneaking around in the stairwell. Here are the details, pay close attention. Your wife is the president of a quasi-listed company in Yanjing, exquisitely beautiful with excellent family background. Oh, there's a red mole on her chest, don't ask me how I know. Witnessing such an eye-searing scene in public, it's a miracle I didn't get a sty. They're really disgusting together. In your wife's words, not only are you a freeloader, but you're also not much good in bed, completely incapable of satisfying her. She's even discussing post-divorce asset division with that guy, saying you don't deserve a penny and should leave with nothing. Yanjing? The president of a listed company? A red mole on the chest? Damn it! How did it all match up with his wife? Lin Dong's wife is named Shen Yiran, and she is indeed the president of a quasi-listed company in Yanjing. In the business circles of Yanjing, his wife Shen Yiran was nothing short of a legend. Not only did she rescue a nearly bankrupt company in less than 2 years at such a young age, but her striking beauty also made her the center of attention at every gathering she attended. But unknown to outsiders, all the achievements Shen Yiran possesses now are attributed to the efforts of Lin Dong behind the scenes. Although he has long since retired from service, he remains the youngest war god in Huaguo's history, with an illustrious record of military achievements. The connections and resources he accumulated in the past are beyond what outsiders could imagine. Whether it was issues with the company's capital chain, inability to retain talent, or gaps in management personnel, these were merely a phone call away from being resolved for Lin Dong. Yet all of this remains unknown to others. No, perhaps there's still one person who knows. That is Shen Yiran's younger sister, Shen Shuero. When he initially called the Bai family in the capital and Shen Yiran to collaborate, it just so happened that his sister-in-law overheard. Although she never showed any signs of it, Lin Dong wasn't particularly concerned about these things. After all, the truth about his identity would eventually come out, and he had no intention of keeping it hidden forever. Since she loves her career and enjoys commanding the business world, he would personally build another commercial empire for her as long as she likes it, as long as she's willing. But now, Lin Dong only felt all the firmness within him shaking violently. Without hesitation, Lin Dong immediately contacted the blogger. Soon, a video was sent from the other end of the phone. The hospital's dimly lit staircase was bathed in faint light, but even with that, it was enough to clearly see the bustling figures in the video. It featured a woman with impeccable makeup and a man with a robust physique. The woman, dressed in a formal figure-hugging skirt uniform, not only had her arms wrapped tightly around the man's neck with her head tilted back, but also had her legs firmly locked around his waist. In that instant, Lin Dong's mind went completely blank, as if struck by lightning. Yet that wasn't the end. His pure and gentle wife Shen Yiran suddenly let out a loud cry, then immediately began engaging in intimate play with the man. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she continuously pleaded for mercy with her words, but their movements grew louder instead of quieter. With a bang, Lin Dong violently threw his phone to the ground, but even so, the sounds from the phone still came clearly through the speakers. Shen Yiran, who had been working in the living room, suddenly heard a commotion. She got up and entered the room, snapping irritatedly, "Lin Dong, what are you doing? Don't you know how busy I am?" However, when she entered, she happened to see Lin Dong's phone fallen on the floor. Upon glimpsing what was displayed on the screen, Shen Yiran's eyes instantly flickered with a trace of panic and guilt. Instinctively, I turned my gaze to Lin Dong, only to feel an involuntary twinge of guilt when I met his piercing, wintry stare. But soon she suppressed the emotions within her, her gaze toward Lin Dong growing increasingly displeased. For no other reason than that, in her eyes, Lin Dong was just a useless man living off a woman's money. Shen Yiran coldly snapped, "How dare you have someone follow me?" Seeing that she had no reaction to the matter at all and was instead focused on accusing him of stalking, Lin Dong's tone was filled with disbelief. "So, you have no explanation for this?" His expression turned icy. "Explain to you? You're not even worthy. Look at yourself, what about you measures up to me now? No skills, no ability. I must have been blind to choose to marry you." Shen Yiran's voice was utterly cold at that moment. "Yes, I did have an affair. He's the young master of one of the 4 prestigious families in the capital, with an illustrious background and treats me exceptionally well. Most importantly, he can advance my career in the future. How could you possibly compare to him in any way? Her eyes were filled with mockery. Since that's the case, let's get a divorce. Lin Dong suddenly spoke up. A divorce? Shen Yiran was stunned. It was true she had been prepared for this, having even drafted the divorce papers long ago, just waiting for the day to throw them in Lin Dong's face and make him disappear from her life forever. But at this moment, seeing Lin Dong's indifferent demeanor, Shen Yiran inexplicably felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. At that moment, Lin Dong had already retrieved the divorce agreement from the nightstand, letting out a cold laugh before throwing the documents directly in front of Shen Yiran. And Lin Dong's tone was even colder than before. Shen Yiran, you planned this all along, didn't you? Since that's the case, why keep pretending? Aren't you tired of it? Shen Yiran then snapped out of her daze, and when her eyes met Lin Dong's deep, indifferent gaze, she inexplicably felt a trace of panic for some reason. But she quickly buried that panic deep in her heart, revealing no trace of it on her face. Soon, she continued speaking, So what if that's the case? Lin Dong, there's already a world of difference between us. This card has 2 million in it, enough for you to go back to the countryside and marry a pretty wife. The countryside? Lin Dong looked at Shen Yiran's resolute expression, a self-mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. So after all this time, you still think I'm just some poor kid from the countryside? Actually, he had mentioned his home was in the capital. Shen Yiran's face was filled with disgust, convinced Lin Dong was deliberately stalling for time. She coldly snapped, sign it quickly if you know what's good for you. Chapter 2, Divorce. Lin Dong glanced at Shen Yiran indifferently, then without hesitation picked up the pen and signed his name on the divorce agreement. And looking at the card Shen Yiran threw in front of him like charity, Lin Dong didn't even glance at it, silently picking up his own phone instead. Don't worry, I won't take a single thing from this house because I find it all filthy. With those words, Lin Dong stepped past her without so much as sparing her half a glance. Hearing this, Shen Yiran immediately felt nothing but fury burning inside her. How dare a worthless man like him, who can't even support himself, say such things to me? Lin Dong, don't be so ungrateful. Quickening her steps as she exited the room, Shen Yiran was seething with anger. At that very moment, Mother Shen entered the living room with Shen Yu and Shen Shuero, just in time to hear Shen Yiran's voice filled with anger. Mother Shen had always been dissatisfied with Lin Dong, and although she didn't know exactly what had happened at the moment, she immediately took Shen Shuero's side, pointing at his nose and starting to curse loudly. You're just a good-for-nothing living off the Shen family, and now you dare to make Yiran angry. You've really gone too far. I'm telling you, if you don't want to be thrown out by the Shen family, get on your knees and apologize to Yiran right now. Seeing Mother Shen like this, Shen Shuero beside her frowned and shielded Lin Dong, saying, Mom, how can you say that? Brother-in-law, my mom doesn't mean it that way, don't take it to heart. You ungrateful brat. Mom, Lin Dong and I are already divorced. Shen's mother's reprimand and Shen Yiran's voice almost sounded simultaneously. Hearing this, Shen Shuero widened her eyes in shock, while after a brief moment of surprise, Shen's mother didn't express the slightest opinion on the matter. She took the divorce agreement from Shen Yiran's hands and examined it carefully, then looked at Lin Dong with a face full of mockery. In my opinion, this marriage should have ended long ago, just a good-for-nothing anyway. Our Shen family has treated you with the utmost tolerance over these years. If you know what's good for you, get out now. Seeing Mrs. Shen's haughty demeanor, Lin Dong looked at Shen Yiran and sneered, Shen Yiran, you should know exactly why we're getting divorced. As the words fell, Shen Yiran stiffened abruptly before glaring at Lin Dong with fierce intensity. Shen Yu suddenly let out a cold laugh, still maintaining his usual superior air. Lin Dong, take a good look at yourself. You're not worthy of my sister at all. No matter why you got divorced, you have no right to say anything. As soon as Shen Yu finished speaking, Mother Shen's attitude became even worse. The Shen family has provided you with food and shelter for 2 years. Even if you've been useless, now you want to spout nonsense and ruin our family's reputation? Lin Dong didn't say a word, but he couldn't help letting out a sarcastic chuckle that rang jarringly loud at this very moment. Good, wonderfully good. I search my conscience and realize that in these past 2 years, not a single moment have I wronged you yet. Who would have thought it would come to this in the end? Lin Dong paused for a moment, then coldly tossed out a sentence, saying, I only hope you remember your despicable faces today, lest there comes a day when you have to beg me. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Shen's mother was the first to jump in with mocking laughter. Ha ha, what a joke. A good-for-nothing like you actually thinks there'll come a day when we plead with you? Keep dreaming. You're destined to crawl in the mud your whole life, only fit to look up to beings like us. At the same time, Shen Shuero listened to her family's words in disbelief. Because these words were actually spoken by her beloved mother and cherished brother with her own ears. Mom! Brother! What kind of talk is this? Unlike other family members, she had indeed overheard Lin Dong's phone call with someone by chance before, where the other party respectfully addressed him as Young Master Lin. She even faintly heard something about the Bai family from the capital. At first, she didn't think much of it. Back then, her father had just encountered trouble, and shortly after, her sister's company faced a financial crisis. Yet unexpectedly, it wasn't long before they suddenly became involved with the Bai family from the capital. A crisis came and went inexplicably, and no one seemed to take it seriously, attributing the credit entirely to Shen Yiran. But Shen Shuero felt everything was far too coincidental. Meanwhile, her sister remained immersed in the high society of admiration and praise, believing even good luck was part of her own merit. Mom, not only did you not try to mediate when sister and brother-in-law divorced, how could you even say such things? Shen Shuero looked at her mother anxiously, truly unable to understand how things had suddenly escalated to this point. Moreover, does Shen Yiran even realize what she's doing? Enough! Shuero, you're always siding with outsiders, aren't you? Instead of protecting your sister, you're defending this useless good-for-nothing. Apart from her disdain for Lin Dong, Mother Shen also expressed dissatisfaction with Shen Shuero. Shen Yu then chimed in, his words equally filled with contempt for Lin Dong. Exactly, so what if they divorced? With Lin Dong's current financial situation, he simply doesn't deserve my sister anymore. At least now he seems to have some self-awareness. Shen Shuero's expression turned frosty. Shen Yu! Shut your mouth. Brother-in-law saved your life. Back when we still lived in that old neighborhood during the snowstorm, you were burning up with fever. If he hadn't carried you step by step through the heavy snow to the hospital, you wouldn't be alive today. She grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. Shen Yu, one mustn't lack conscience. But I never imagined you'd turn out to be such an ungrateful wretch through and through. Shen Shuero gazed at the unfamiliar versions of herself, Shen Yiran, and the other two, as if she couldn't recognize them at all. A profound sense of helplessness welled up in her heart. Do they even realize what they're doing? Slap! The sharp sound of a palm striking skin rang out sharply in the living room. Shut your mouth. Shen's mother was furious, glaring at Shen Shuero with burning intensity, her hands trembling slightly. Lin Dong looked at the scene before him, his face so dark it seemed as if ink could drip from it. Enough! At that moment, Lin Dong exuded an intimidating aura, his deep pupils seemingly brimming with boundless coldness. This was a side of Lin Dong that the Shen family had never seen before, sending an involuntary chill down their spines. The Shen family, you're really something. Lin Dong finally turned his gaze to Mother Shen. Lin Dong, don't go looking for trouble, but I'm never afraid of it either. As for this marriage, my conscience is clear. Shen Yiran, if you want to climb to the top and turn into a phoenix, I won't stop you, but this unimaginable wealth isn't something just anyone can handle. After speaking, Lin Dong turned his gaze to Shen Shuero and ultimately sighed before saying, Shui, in the end, it was me who brought you trouble. I'm just an outsider, don't take out your anger with your family over me. I'm leaving. Having said that, Lin Dong left without turning back. Chapter 3, The Bai Family of the Capital. As soon as Lin Dong left, the three women Mrs. Shen and the others who had only just begun to catch their breath, instantly changed their tune. Mrs. Shen pointed directly at Lin Dong's retreating figure and launched into a tirade, as if determined to unleash every curse word she'd accumulated over her entire life. As Shen Shuero listened to the unbearable torrent of abuse, a taut string in her mind snapped. In that instant, her rationality returned. Without hesitation, she spun around and took off in pursuit of Lin Dong's departing figure, ignoring the shouts and curses echoing behind her. Where do you think you're going? A voice suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Shen Shuero failed to notice a step and stumbled. Just as she thought she was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a strong arm suddenly yanked her back, sending her crashing into a solid embrace. She looked up, tears blurring her vision. You're crying? Lin Dong's voice reached her ears. Shen Shuero quickly wiped her tears away, stubbornly insisting, what crying? I'm not crying. I just got sand in my eyes. Seeing her like this, Lin Dong didn't call her out. He simply reached out and patted her back. But when his gaze fell on her reddened cheeks, a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. Your face, snowy. It's because of you that I let this happen to you. Shen Shuero's eyes dimmed as the earlier incident resurfaced, stirring fresh resentment within her. Brother-in-law, I never imagined my mother and the others would say such things. They have no idea that without your response, the Shen family might never have reached this day. With that, she wiped away her tears decisively, as if resolving something within herself. But rest assured, brother-in-law, I'm not the kind of person who bites the hand that feeds me. She looked at Lin Dong earnestly, her eyes still red from crying. Shen Shuero bore a slight resemblance to Shen Yiran. Both were stunning beauties with exquisite features and curvaceous figures. But if one were to be truly honest, Shen Shuero's beauty surpassed hers by a few degrees. Hers was a kind of bold, radiant beauty that never descended into vulgarity. It was just that in Yanjing, people were more familiar with Shen Yiran's name. She was even revered as Yanjing's most beautiful woman, surrounded by adoration like a moon surrounded by stars. But if you had seen her younger sister, you would know that no matter how beautiful Shen Yiran was, her radiance would pale in comparison to Shen Shuero's. Alright, it's getting late. You should head back soon. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Dong patted her head gently, his tone warm. After seeing Shen Shuero off, he finally returned to his detached villa in Yunhai residential area. That night, Lin Dong didn't sleep soundly. The next day, he slept until noon before waking up, just as his phone by the pillow rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Bai Haisheng, chairman of Beijing's Bai Group. Hello? Young Master Lin. It's me. Bai Haisheng's voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of flattery. Lin Dong's face remained expressionless, his voice calm. Get to the point. I'll be in Yanjing soon for some business. I was wondering if you'd have time for a meal? The matter you entrusted me with last time, I've taken care of it. Bai Haisheng adopted an extremely humble posture. If anyone else saw him like this, they'd be utterly shocked. After all, the Bai family was among the most prominent aristocratic families in the capital. Lin Chen pondered for a few seconds before replying indifferently, all right. I actually have something to discuss with you too. You make the arrangements. Hearing this, Bai Haisheng was overjoyed. As far as he knew, countless people in the capital had sought private meetings with Lin Dong. Yet not a single one had succeeded. He himself had only connected with Lin Dong through a series of fortuitous accidents. To think he now had such an opportunity. Bai Haisheng dared not delay, responding eagerly, yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, young Master Lin. I'll handle this matter perfectly. 2 days later. The Shen residence. Shen Yu suddenly burst in from outside, his face aglow with excitement. Mom! Sis! I just got word that the chairman of the Bai family from the capital is arriving in Yanjing tonight. I hear the Zhao family went to great lengths to invite Chairman Bai to their dinner. Hearing this, Shen's mother immediately grew excited. She turned to Shen Yiran and said, Yiran, this is a golden opportunity. Our company has always collaborated with the Bai family, hasn't it? If we can strengthen our relationship with Chairman Bai this time, it would be a tremendous boon for us. Compared to them, however, Shen Yiran remained more level-headed. She calmly pulled an invitation from her pocket. Zhao Qiao personally delivered an invitation to me this morning, Mom. Rest assured. I'm aware of this matter. The Zhao Qiao she mentioned was none other than the eldest son of the Zhao family. Seeing the invitation in her hand, Shen's mother's smile deepened. My Yiran is simply charming. After a pause, as if remembering something, Mrs. Shen patted her daughter's hand and cautioned earnestly. But let's keep things separate. While the Zhao family holds some standing in Yanjing, they pale in comparison to that one in the capital. You mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture over minor matters. Shen Yiran nodded faintly. I know, Mom. Good to hear it. You were so stubborn before, insisting on marrying that good-for-nothing Lin Dong. Now look, can that useless fool help you with any of this? At this, Shen Yiran felt inexplicably unsettled. She had once longed to sever ties with Lin Dong immediately. Yet after the divorce, she found herself far from the relief she'd anticipated. In fact, a faint sense of dread would occasionally creep into her heart. Mom! Stop nagging. She cut her mother off and turned to head upstairs. Evening. Shen Yiran stepped outside to find Zhao Qiao already waiting with the car. He personally got out to open her door, and Shen Yiran relished the gesture, stepping into the car with graceful poise. Mr. Zhao, thank you for making a special trip just for me. Once seated, Shen Yiran finally turned to look at Zhao Qiao. Zhao Qiao flashed a deliberately dashing smile before replying, It's my honor to be of service to President Shen. Will Chairman Bai truly be making an appearance today? Shen Yiran asked again. Nodding solemnly, Zhao Qiao replied, Of course. My family has been preparing for this for days. When have I ever deceived you? Hearing this, Shen Yiran said nothing more, only taking a deep breath. Today, she must seize this opportunity. At the top floor of the Jingtian Hotel, Lin Dong was escorted into the room by a dedicated attendant. Bai Haisheng had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as Lin Dong entered, he rose to his feet, his posture exuding utmost respect. Young Master Lin. Chapter 4, I'll kill you myself. Sit down. Lin Dong responded indifferently before taking his seat. Only then did Bai Haisheng take a seat beside him. With a clap of his hands, waiters streamed in one after another, placed the dishes before them, and swiftly withdrew. The ingredients for these dishes on the table were worth a fortune. Young Master Lin, these are all specially ordered for you. Please try them and see if they suit your taste. Enough with the formalities. You handled that matter last time quite well. Seems I didn't misjudge you, Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced over the spread before speaking. Hearing this, Bai Haisheng reacted as if he'd received something extraordinary. His expression instantly lit up with excitement. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. I was merely doing my duty. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you had something else to discuss with me? Nodding faintly, Lin Dong's tone turned slightly cold. The Yi family has been acting up lately. Go give them a stern warning on my behalf. The Yi family was precisely the powerful new connection Shen Yiran had recently cultivated. The man she was having an affair with was none other than Yi Yuxuan, the eldest son of the Yi family. Lin Dong had no particular vices, and he couldn't tolerate such behavior. The Yi family would pay the price for this. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Bai Haisheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He wondered what the Yi family could have done to provoke such fury from Lin Dong. But regardless of the reason, the Yi family was unlikely to have any good days ahead. Rest assured, young Master Lin. This matter will be handled to your complete satisfaction, he pledged emphatically. After a pause, he seemed to recall something. Oh, right. The group has several projects underway in Yanjing recently. One of them would be particularly suitable for your wife. Shall I send someone to coordinate, as we did before? Lin Dong paused slightly at the suggestion before waving it off. No need. She's no longer my wife, she's my ex-wife. We're divorced. What? Divorced? Bai Haisheng nearly thought he'd misheard. Has the Shen family lost their minds? He never would have imagined that Shen Yiran would actually divorce Lin Dong. Bai Haisheng asked in utter disbelief, why would she do that? Lin Dong curled his lips in self-mockery. She just got tired of me being a freeloader at home, powerless and useless to her. So she went after a better catch. Climbed a higher branch. Bai Haisheng couldn't fathom who in present-day China could possibly be higher than Lin Dong. Moreover, if even Lin Dong was powerless and influenceless, then there were probably very few people left in the world who could truly be called powerful and influential. The Shen family truly had no eyes. Countless heiresses from China's top aristocratic families were lining up to marry Lin Dong, yet none had the chance. But the Shen family had pushed such a figure away with their own hands. And to humiliate him like this. Bai Haisheng immediately adopted an indignant expression and declared, I understand now, young Master Lin. You've truly suffered injustice these past years. From this day forward, the Bai group will sever all business ties with the Shen family. Lin Dong remained silent in response to Bai Haisheng's declaration. The ongoing projects should be halted as well. He simply wasn't that magnanimous. Since the Shen family had made their choice, they should bear all the consequences. Naturally, Bai Haisheng had no objections to Lin Dong's decision. Enough of this unpleasantness. I've said all I need to say. With little desire to linger further, Lin Dong rose to take his leave. Bai Haisheng hurriedly stood up as well. Young Master Lin, allow me to see you out. Lin Dong waved him off. No need. Mind your own business. Don't worry about me. As you wish, young Master Lin. I've committed to attending the Zhao family's dinner tonight, so I must take my leave. Bai Haisheng said respectfully. Waiting by the elevator entrance, Lin Dong looked down at his phone. Just then, the elevator arrived. But as he looked up, he collided head-on with Shen Yiran and Zhao Qiao. Seeing Lin Dong appear here, Shen Yiran's expression darkened instantly. Lin Dong. You followed me? You worthless piece of trash, you actually dared to come to the top floor of the Jingtian Hotel? Zhao Qiao, standing beside Shen Yiran, shot Lin Dong a look brimming with scorn. He was already aware of their divorce. Lin Dong, know your place. You and Yiran are worlds apart. You're nothing but the lowest dirt on the ground. Recognize your place. Listening to their words, Lin Dong remained expressionless, as if observing some clown. Seeing his reaction, Shen Yiran felt an even stranger sensation welling up inside her, though she suppressed it, refusing to let it show on her face. Could it be that what I told you before wasn't clear enough? You rejected that 2 million yourself. Are you now trying to use this as an excuse to back out? Yiran, you're just too kind-hearted. This worthless piece of trash is nothing but an ant to be trampled underfoot. You and I could crush him completely with a single step. How could we ever let him have the chance to bark like this again? Zhao Qiao's words grew increasingly outrageous. Lin Dong wasn't made of clay. Already seething inside, the venomous words now flashing across Zhao Qiao's lips made a flash of murderous intent cross his eyes. But Zhao Qiao remained oblivious, utterly dismissive of his opponent. He continued his relentless taunts. He's nothing but a freeloading pretty boy. A disgrace to all men. And he actually has the nerve to show his face again. Smack! His unfinished rant was abruptly cut off by a resounding slap. Lin Dong raised his hand and delivered a vicious blow to Zhao Qiao's face. 5 distinct fingerprints instantly appeared on his cheek, sending him sprawling awkwardly to the side. The metallic taste of blood instantly filled his mouth. How dare you hit me? Zhao Qiao clutched his face in pain. Lin Dong shook his slightly numb hand. I slapped you. Do I need to pick a day for it? Young Master Zhao. Shen Yiran, who had been startled by the scene, finally snapped out of it and rushed over to check on him. She turned to Lin Dong, her face filled with disappointment. Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to hit people like that? You mad? Before Zhao Qiao could finish his sentence, Lin Dong's figure flickered. In the next instant, he appeared directly before Zhao Qiao, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. If you utter another word of nonsense, I won't just beat you, I'll kill you with my own hands. Like a chicken with its throat clamped shut, Zhao Qiao's mouth opened wide, yet not a single sound escaped. At that moment, he realized something with crystal clarity. Lin Dong wasn't just bluffing to scare him. He truly would kill him. His face drained of color, his body trembling violently, Zhao Qiao's eyes were filled with sheer terror. After glancing at them, Lin Dong stepped into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, the suffocating killing intent finally dissipated. Zhao Qiao was drenched in cold sweat, soaked through as if he'd just been pulled from water. Not far away, at the corner, someone had witnessed every moment of this. Chapter 5. No more business dealings with your family. At the dinner venue. When Shen Yiran and Zhao Qiao appeared, their expressions had returned to normal, though the marks on Zhao Qiao's face were still somewhat noticeable. Yet no one noticed at that moment. All eyes were fixed on Bai Haisheng, each guest calculating how best to ingratiate themselves with him. Taking a deep breath to steel herself, Shen Yiran approached Bai Haisheng with a glass of champagne in hand, her posture elegant. Chairman Bai, I am Shen Yiran, CEO of Shen Group. We have several collaborative projects with your esteemed company. I came today specifically to express my gratitude to Chairman Bai. Her tone was neither servile nor arrogant, her demeanor poised and confident. However, Bai Haisheng merely glanced at her a few times before snorting coldly, "There's no need for thanks, because the Bai family will have no further business dealings with your Yanjing family in the future." The room erupted in shock at his words. Shen Yiran's expression froze instantly. Her lips twitched, and the previously composed smile twisted into an ugly grimace. "Chairman Bai, what exactly do you mean? Was there some issue with the previous project? Please clarify your position." With a cold sneer, Bai Haisheng's face was etched with utter contempt. The Shen family of Yanjing was nothing but a minor player. If not for Lin Dong, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to be associated with the Bai family. There's no need to continue the previous project. Your Shen family isn't qualified to question me. At an occasion like this, the attendees were all prominent figures in Yanjing, including many with business dealings with the Shen family. Hearing Bai Haisheng's words, their expressions turned peculiar. They murmured among themselves, occasionally glancing over at Shen Yiran. What on earth is going on? Who knows? What did the Shen family do to offend Chairman Bai so badly? Exactly. Not only will future business deals be off the table, but even current projects have been halted. Looks like the Shen family's glory days are numbered. The Shen family's meteoric rise in Yanjing over the past few years owed much to the Bai family's special favor, prompting many to seek connections with the Bai family through the Shen family. But now, it seems those plans are bound to go up in smoke. The murmurs of those around her reached Shen Yiran's ears. Her once pretty cheeks had turned pale, her slender frame trembling slightly. Her palms bore crescent-shaped marks from her own fingers digging into them. Looking at Bai Haisheng, Shen Yiran forced herself to speak. "Chairman Bai, I truly don't understand what has happened. I certainly wouldn't dare question you. It's just, our two families' cooperation has always been pleasant in the past." Seeing his beloved woman in such a state, Zhao Qiao could no longer hold back. He stepped forward. "Chairman Bai, I'm certain there must be some misunderstanding. Under Iran's stewardship, the Shen family has thrived." "No. You're from the Zhao family?" Before he could finish, Bai Haisheng cut him off. Zhao Qiao froze for a few seconds, seemingly caught off guard by Bai Haisheng's sudden question. He instinctively stood a little straighter. Beside him, Zhao Changming, Zhao Qiao's father, plastered on a fawning smile and replied, "Yes, Chairman Bai. This is my son, Zhao Qiao." Though he couldn't fathom why Bai Haisheng had abruptly changed the subject, if the Zhao family could gain his favor, it would undoubtedly propel them to new heights. With that thought, Zhao Changming couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. But in the next instant, Bai Haisheng shattered his fantasies. Beyond the Shen family, the Bai family will have no further business dealings with the Zhao family. What? Father and son froze simultaneously, their expressions turning comically absurd. Bai Haisheng looked down on them with a condescending gaze, his eyes filled with the contempt of a superior toward inferiors. As he turned to leave, Zhao Changming hurriedly blocked Bai Haisheng's path. He had poured immense effort and heart into orchestrating today's scheme. But what a mess this had become. No matter what, today's affair couldn't end so abruptly. Otherwise, all the plans and preparations made earlier would go down the drain. "Chairman Bai, we had just agreed on everything moments ago. Why this sudden change? If there's any dissatisfaction with today's arrangements, please speak plainly. I will personally apologize and make amends." But Bai Haisheng only gave him a cold stare before replying, "You can only blame the Zhao family for offending the wrong people." Offended someone they shouldn't have? In that split second of stunned hesitation, Bai Haisheng had already sidestepped him. He tried to step forward, but was blocked by the bodyguards behind Bai Haisheng. He could only watch helplessly as the man walked away. After a few seconds of silence, the murmurs in the banquet hall grew louder. Many were indeed watching him make a fool of himself. After all, the Zhao family had built up such an atmosphere of anticipation for this banquet that everyone knew about it. They were just waiting to gloat today. But now, they had lost both face and substance. Forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, Zhao Changming addressed the crowd, his face straining to maintain composure. "An unexpected incident has occurred today. I humbly ask for your understanding." After Zhao Changming spoke, no one reacted too obviously on the surface, but what they were thinking inside was known only to themselves. In less than 10 minutes, most of the guests had already left. The banquet hall, once bustling with clinking glasses and lively chatter, now carried a faint chill in the air. This was nothing short of a direct slap in Zhao Changming's face. Shen Yiran, who had never endured such humiliation and injustice in recent years, could no longer bear it and left. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stepped out of the Jingtian Hotel, intending to return to his room to rest. But barely 2 steps had he taken when a car abruptly pulled up beside him. The black Maybach radiated luxury and prestige atop of the line luxury vehicle. Its license plate bore 5 consecutive 8s. Furrowing his brow slightly, Lin Dong started to walk around it. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a pair of stunning legs clad in black stiletto heels stepping out. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, fair-skinned, exquisite features, and a figure that could only be described as breathtaking. She walked straight up to Lin Dong, her posture respectful, her tone tinged with caution as she asked, "You are Mr. Lin Dong, correct?" "And you are?" Lin Dong frowned deeply. He had never seen this woman before. How did she know him? Zhao Qiao's expression grew even more respectful. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhao Qiao. Chairman Bai is my uncle, but coming to see you today was entirely my own initiative." She glanced at Lin Dong cautiously, watching his expression closely. Seeing no obvious sign of impatience, she finally relaxed a little. Chapter 6. If your mouth is that dirty, then scrub it clean. "What brings you here?" Lin Dong inquired. Zhao Qiao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her face betraying hesitation and inner struggle. As if summoning immense resolve, she finally spoke, "This isn't the place to talk. Would you mind accompanying me somewhere, Mr. Lin? It won't take much of your time." As she spoke, a hint of pleading surfaced on her face. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong ultimately agreed, granting her request out of respect for Bai Haisheng. Seeing this, Zhao Qiao finally let out a sigh of relief. She promptly opened the car door for Lin Dong. Once he was inside, the vehicle sped away swiftly. About half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of a clubhouse with understated yet luxurious decor. "Mr. Lin, please." Zhao Qiao escorted Lin Dong out of the car. Just as the two were about to enter the club, a cold, mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Lin Dong? You worthless piece of trash already found a new sugar daddy? You really are addicted to living off others. Useless piece of garbage." Turning around, they saw Shen Yiran standing right behind them, his face brimming with contempt. His eyes lit up with a hint of astonishment upon seeing Zhao Qiao. He pretended to adjust his clothes, putting on a respectable facade, but his gaze betrayed a lecherous glint. "Miss, don't let this good-for-nothing fool you. He's been sponging off our Shen family for 3 years. He just divorced my sister a couple days ago. He's approaching you with ulterior motives." Hearing these words, Zhao Qiao frowned. The way Shen Yiran looked at her was truly repulsive. And he was spouting nothing but lies. But Shen Yiran didn't notice this at all, his expression growing even more smug. "Shen Yiran, if you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Dong glared at him, his eyes filled with warning, his tone icy cold. Shen Yiran looked at him with utter contempt, not giving Lin Dong a second thought. After all, the image of him as a worthless failure was deeply ingrained in his mind. After a pause, he finally spoke, "You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. And you dare threaten me? You're dreaming. To the Shen family, you're nothing more than an ant that can be crushed at any moment." The more Zhao Qiao heard him speak, the more peculiar her expression grew. A waste of space? He actually called Lin Dong a good-for-nothing? She knew there was a Shen family in Yanjing, though she had no idea how they'd earned Lin Dong's favor. Truly, when one person rises to power, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Though his words seemed utterly absurd, Zhao Qiao had already deduced his identity. She glanced sideways at Lin Dong, whose expression was so dark it seemed ink could drip from it. Zhao Qiao had already made up her mind. She glanced at the bodyguard standing nearby, who immediately strode over with fierce, intimidating expressions, glaring at Shen Yiran like raging demons. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Shen Yiran froze. Zhao Qiao glared at him, her disgust unmasked as she snapped, "Where did this mad dog come from, biting indiscriminately? If you dare utter another word of slander against Mr. Lin, don't blame me for being rude. Mr. Lin is my important guest." After speaking, she turned her respectful gaze toward Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, don't let such people ruin your mood. They aren't worthy of your attention. If you don't mind, I'll have him removed immediately." As she spoke, the bodyguards kept their eyes fixed on Shen Yiran, as if waiting for a clear signal to pounce on him at any moment. The Shen family had indeed been at the height of their power in Yanjing these past 2 years. Wherever Shen Yiran went, people were eager to fawn over him. Now, to be treated with such contempt by Zhao Qiao, he instantly flew into a rage. He glared at Zhao Qiao with venom, pointing his finger at her nose as he spat, "You filthy. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? No one in Yanjing dares talk to me like this." Watching Shen Yu's face contort with rage, Lin Dong's gaze grew as cold as ice in the dead of winter. He still remembered how the Shen family had behaved when he first interacted with them. Yet wealth and the seemingly effortless adulation had already made them giddy with arrogance. Lin Dong stepped forward and seized Shen Yu's fingers. He applied pressure, and the latter immediately let out a wail of pain. "Dare to point that claw at anyone again, and I'll chop it off. If I say it, I mean it. What does the Shen family think it is? Now you dare come before me and shout? Before, I tolerated it. Now. Ha! You'll reap what you sow." Lin Dong violently shoved Shen Yu aside, his tone thick with warning and menace. Clutching his aching hand, Shen Yu seethed with rage. But seeing Lin Dong's current demeanor, the bodyguards standing beside him, and the relentless pain radiating through his hand, he couldn't help but shiver violently. He swallowed hard, his throat tightening involuntarily, a strange sense of unease creeping into his heart. What the hell was going on? Could there really be something he didn't know? Though these thoughts churned within him, his face refused to betray any emotion. He stubbornly stuck out his neck and shouted, "You worthless piece of trash really have some nerve. Do you think a few words from you and that filthy will make me?" Ah! Before he could finish, his words were cut off by a piercing scream. Lin Dong grabbed his jaw, tightening his grip inch by inch. Shen Yu felt as if his bones were about to shatter. "Since you still can't keep your mouth shut, I'll clean it out for you." As he spoke, Lin Dong dragged Shen Yu several meters before forcing his head into a nearby fountain. Shen Yu's expression turned frantic. "What are you trying to?" The rest of his words were cut off as icy water flooded his nostrils. Shen Yu instinctively began to struggle, but the hand pressing down on his head was as solid as a rock, leaving him no chance to fight back. He tried to beg for mercy, but the moment his mouth opened, water rushed in. Just as suffocation threatened, he was yanked back up. Before he could take a breath, he was slammed back down. Only then did he truly understand the meaning of fear and dread. But it seemed too late. After several such cycles, Shen Yu collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog. Lin Dong tossed him aside casually, his expression impassive as he glanced at the stunned Xiaoqiao beside him. "Let's go." Xiaoqiao finally snapped back to her senses. She shot a complex glance at Shen Yu on the ground, then nodded without hesitation. She led Lin Dong into the guild hall. Chapter 7, Xiaoqiao's plea journey to the capital together. Along the way, Xiaoqiao kept stealing glances at Lin Dong's expression, her mind racing over the information she'd painstakingly coaxed from her uncle. Truthfully, Xiaoqiao had only known of Lin Dong's existence initially, not his true identity. This time, she had secretly followed her uncle to Yanjing under the cover of secrecy. It was only after seeing her uncle and Lin Dong together at the Jingtian Hotel that she could truly confirm his identity. In the capital, countless people were desperate to establish even the slightest connection with Lin Dong. "Is there something on my face?" Lin Dong's voice snapped Xiaoqiao out of her reverie. She realized she'd been staring at him absent-mindedly. Meeting his gaze, her face instantly flushed crimson. A blush spread from her cheeks to her delicate, rounded earlobes, making her appear exceptionally shy and delicate. Stumbling over her words, she tried to explain, "It's not. There's nothing on my face. It's my uncle." Before she could finish explaining, her peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Haisheng approaching with a stern expression. Her heart began to race. Within mere seconds, Bai Haisheng had already reached their side. His gaze swept over his visibly flustered and nervous niece before settling on Lin Dong. He bowed his head respectfully. "Young Master Lin." Lin Dong observed the two individuals before him, their expressions starkly contrasting, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Bai Haisheng lowered his posture even further. After sighing, he finally spoke, "My niece has acted foolishly. I apologize for troubling you to come all this way. Today's incident is entirely my failure. If you have any grievances, young Master Lin, I will take full responsibility for the consequences." Hearing this, Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Besides, you've done me countless favors over the years. I wouldn't hold such a trifling matter against you." Hearing Lin Dong's words, Bai Haisheng finally exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Xiaoqiao, standing nearby, had remained silent since earlier. She was certain she'd been cautious in her actions. It shouldn't have been discovered so quickly. "Alright, since you're here, let's discuss what exactly is going on." Bai Haisheng hesitated, then exhaled a long, heavy breath. "This isn't the place to talk. Young Master Lin, please come with us." Inside the private room. After inviting Lin Dong to take the seat of honor, Bai Haisheng and Xiaoqiao finally sat down. Seeing no sign of distress on his face, Bai Haisheng sighed. "The reason Qiao sought you out today is actually because of my father. The old man's health has always been poor, and recently his condition has deteriorated. We've consulted several renowned doctors, yet none can pinpoint the exact cause." Xiaoqiao, having grown up under the care of the Bai patriarch, couldn't bear to watch his health steadily decline. She had been diligently gathering information and had accidentally learned that Lin Dong possessed extraordinary medical skills. Though she hadn't heard of him treating patients in recent years, Xiaoqiao refused to give up hope, which led to this visit. What she didn't know, but Bai Haisheng did, was why Lin Dong had stopped practicing medicine these past years. As far as he understood, Lin Dong's last medical intervention had been 4 years prior. Since that time, he had ceased treating patients altogether. If possible, Bai Haisheng naturally hoped Lin Dong could treat his father. Yet he feared provoking Lin Dong's wrath, lest it be directed at the entire Bai family. He'd been mulling over this very matter these past few days, seeking a suitable moment to cautiously probe the situation. Little did he expect Xiaoqiao to beat him to it. Having dealt with Bai Haisheng for several years, Lin Dong understood his character well. Seeing his current demeanor, he grasped the situation immediately. To be fair, the Bai family was indeed quite respectable. Over the years, Bai Haisheng had never used Lin Dong as a front to boost his own reputation. He kept a low profile, so low that outsiders might not even know of his existence. Moreover, when given instructions, he never asked questions. Each task was executed flawlessly, leaving nothing to criticize. Unconsciously tapping the table, Lin Dong took a sip of tea. Only then did he turn to Xie Qiao and ask, "Is the old man currently in the capital?" Xie Qiao looked up, her mind racing to grasp the question. She nodded vigorously. "Yes. Grandfather's health is fragile, he can't endure the rigors of travel, so he remains in the capital." "Very well, I understand. In 2 days, I shall accompany you both back to the capital." Lin Dong's expression remained calm as he spoke, but both Xie Qiao and Bai Haisheng visibly stirred with emotion. Xie Qiao nearly burst into tears of joy. She gently bit her rosy lips, stood up, and bowed to Lin Dong, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Shen family residence." Shen Yiran stepped out of the car in a daze, her mind a tangled mess as she replayed the events of the banquet. Shen Yiran knew that Shen Group had reached its current position not only because of Lin Dong's behind-the-scenes support but also due to her own innate talent in this field. Therefore, she understood all too well what Bai Haisheng's words at the banquet truly meant for the Shen family. Lost in these thoughts, she entered the house. The moment she stepped inside, she heard her mother wailing in anguish. "Oh my dear son. Don't ever scare me like this. That damned good-for-nothing Lin Dong. How dare he do such a cruel thing to you? I'll make him pay." Shen Yiran's delicate brows furrowed sharply as she caught Lin Dong's name. She quickened her pace and finally took in the scene before her. On the living room sofa, Shen Yu lay half dead, soaked through. Beside him, Shen's mother wept until her eyes were swollen, her face twisted with hatred for Lin Dong. Spotting her return, Shen's mother immediately approached. "Yiran, look at what that good-for-nothing Lin Dong has done. How dare he treat our Shen family like this? Look what he's done to your brother." Shen Yiran still cherished her younger brother Shen Yu deeply. Seeing him like this, her expression darkened instantly. What the hell happened? Lying weakly on the sofa, Shen Yu coughed a few times, his voice filled with anger and resentment. "Sis, you don't know. Today I saw that good-for-nothing Lin Dong getting all tangled up with some other woman. I just went over to say a few words, but then he... Sis, you absolutely have to avenge me. Hanging around with another woman?" A flicker of subtle displeasure crossed Shen Yiran's mind, but she dismissed it. She believed she had been more than generous and fair to Lin Dong. Even if she had made some mistakes regarding the divorce, Lin Dong had absolutely no right to judge her. "Don't worry, I'll make sure justice is served." With that, Shen Yiran turned and left the room. Chapter 8. What does the Shen family think they are? She first called Lin Dong, but the phone kept ringing with the busy tone. She quickly realized she'd been blocked. Her once pretty face turned as cold as ice. Shen Yiran then dialed Shen Shuaro's number. After about 30 seconds of ringing, the call finally connected. "Shuaro, do you know where Lin Dong is staying now?" Shen Yiran cut straight to the chase. Shen Shuaro paused, her voice trembling with emotion. "Sis, are you going to apologize to my husband? I'm glad you've come to your senses. But..." Not wanting to hear her ramble on, but too lazy to explain, Shen Yiran cut her off. "Just tell me where he lives now. The rest is none of your business." Lin Dong had indeed left his address with Shen Shuaro earlier, so she simply relayed it over. When she arrived at the location based on the address, Shen Yiran could hardly believe her eyes. She double-checked several times, wondering if she had typed the address incorrectly. This residential complex was renowned even in Yanjing. Its residents were either wealthy or influential, and mere money wasn't enough to secure a place here. Although the Shen family had experienced rapid growth in recent years, they still fell short compared to the established aristocratic families and lacked the standing to reside here. So why on earth would Lin Dong's address be here? Taking a deep breath, Shen Yiran pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. Perhaps this address was just some random location he'd given her, merely to put on airs. She pressed the doorbell, and the door swung open almost immediately. When she saw the person standing before her was actually Lin Dong, Shen Yiran's pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Dong, too, hadn't expected Shen Yiran to find her way here. His expression visibly hardened, and the aura around him grew sharp and menacing. "What are you doing here? Lin Dong? You've utterly disappointed me. Even if Shen Yu's words were harsh, how could you possibly kill him? You're coming back with me right now to apologize to him." Shen Yiran gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with disillusionment. As if hearing the most ridiculous joke imaginable, Lin Dong scoffed coldly. "What does he think he is? Does he even deserve it?" Shen Yiran erupted in fury. He deserves an apology from Mr. Lin." Her voice rang out simultaneously with Xie Qiao's as the latter stepped beside Lin Dong. Shen Yiran froze momentarily. But when she saw Bai Haisheng emerge from behind Xie Qiao, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. Why on earth was Chairman Bai here with Lin Dong? Chairman Bai? Bai Haisheng and Xie Qiao had overheard their entire conversation. He had already harbored resentment toward Shen Yiran, and now his disgust deepened. The Shen family certainly knows how to make a grand entrance. Truly eye-opening. Shen Yiran was no stranger to high-stakes situations. Though bewildered by the sudden turn of events, she quickly composed herself. Forcing a smile, she spoke up, "Chairman Bai, I'm sure there must be some misunderstanding here. Lin Dong is nothing but a good-for-nothing layabout. You mustn't let him deceive you. How utterly blind. If even Mr. Lin is a good-for-nothing, then there wouldn't be a single capable person in all of China. What would your Shen family amount to then?" Xia Qiao sneered coldly, her gaze fixed unflinchingly on Shen Yiran. She now knew the woman before her was Lin Dong's ex-wife, yet found it utterly absurd. While she was undeniably attractive, she wasn't the most beautiful woman alive. She didn't seem particularly sharp either. What kind of dog luck had she stumbled into? Too bad she couldn't handle this overwhelming fortune. Bai Haisheng, standing behind Lin Dong, didn't spare Shen Yiran a single glance. He bowed respectfully and said, "Young Master Lin, it was my oversight to let this person enter. I'll have her removed immediately." At that moment, Shen Yiran felt her head buzzing, completely unable to think straight. The head of the prestigious Bai family of the capital was showing such deference to Lin Dong. Suddenly recalling his words at the banquet, darkness swirled before her eyes. Lin Dong regarded Shen Yiran with eyes devoid of warmth. "My ties with your Shen family are severed. If you dare come before me again seeking trouble, I will not let you off." The well-trained bodyguard swiftly emerged and, without a word, forcibly led away Shen Yiran before she could fully react. Shen Yiran struggled, but her efforts proved futile. She stared blankly at Lin Dong, who stood between Bai Haisheng and Xia Qiao, as an overwhelming sense of panic suddenly surged within her. 2 days later, Lin Dong, Bai Haisheng, and Xia Qiao boarded a private jet bound for the capital. Upon landing, people arranged by Bai Haisheng in advance came forward to greet them. "Mr. Lin, please." Bai Haisheng opened the door for Lin Dong. After Lin Dong got in, Bai Haisheng was about to enter from the other side when his assistant hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing the assistant's words, Bai Haisheng's expression darkened abruptly. The window rolled down. Lin Dong looked at him. "What's wrong?" Bai Haisheng motioned for his assistant to step back before turning to Lin Dong. "A minor unexpected issue arose at the company. My staff just reported it to me. It won't take long." "A minor issue?" Lin Dong glanced at the assistant standing nearby, his face etched with anxiety, and at Bai Haisheng. Though he concealed it well, a trace of irritation still slipped unconsciously from his eyes. "If the company needs your attention, then you should go. Isn't Miss Xia here?" Relieved by Lin Dong's words, Bai Haisheng sighed. "My sincere apologies, young Master Lin. I'll resolve the company matters as quickly as possible. Xiaoer, please escort young Master Lin to the ancestral home first." The car window rolled up once more, and the vehicle swiftly departed. Only after it vanished from sight did Bai Haisheng hurry away with his assistant. The Bai family ancestral home. The Bai family ranked among Beijing's most prominent aristocratic clans. Their ancestral home stood within the city's most exclusive villa district, a standalone compound. The grounds featured dedicated driveways, security personnel stationed at regular intervals, and interiors adorned with solemn yet opulent decor. Led by Xia Qiao, they stepped into the living room. Today, however, other guests had also arrived at the Bai family's ancestral home. "Second aunt, Uncle Bai, you're here today too?" Xia Qiao's expression betrayed a hint of surprise upon seeing the people in the living room. Bai Rou and Bai Chengtian turned at Xia Qiao's voice. Their gaze immediately swept over Lin Dong without restraint. Noticing his modest attire and recognizing him as a stranger to the capital, their expressions betrayed a hint of contempt. Bai Rou spoke first, adopting the haughty demeanor of an elder. "Xiaoer, you know perfectly well what condition your grandfather is in. How dare you bring such unsavory characters into the house?" Chapter 9, he's got half a year left at most. Beside her, Bai Chengtian snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Xia Qiao bringing Lin Dong to the ancestral home. "Second aunt. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest specially invited by our eldest uncle. He's here specifically to treat grandfather. Apologize to Mr. Lin immediately." Xia Qiao's tone was stern and serious, her eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. Yet upon hearing Xia Qiao's words, Bai Rou's expression only grew more contemptuous. She took 2 steps forward, gave Lin Dong a dismissive glance, and continued, "An honored guest invited by my eldest brother? Xiaoer, you're becoming quite the liar. How could my brother possibly invite someone like this to treat grandfather? Besides, I've already found a divine doctor for grandfather's illness. I think you've all been deceived by this pretty boy who appeared out of nowhere." As she spoke, Lin Dong stood nearby and caught a fleeting glimpse of jealousy and schadenfreude in Bai Rou's eyes. His brow furrowed slightly. Though the Lin family had maintained business ties with the Bai family over the years, dealings were primarily handled by Bai Haisheng. Lin Dong himself had rarely interacted with other members of the Bai household. Judging by this situation, however, the rest of the Bai family were no pushovers. Bai Rou paid no heed to Lin Dong beside her. She was genuinely feeling rather smug. They were all the old man's own flesh and blood, yet only the eldest son received his full trust and favor. She and the youngest brother were practically treated like decorative ornaments at home. Not to mention, even that brat Xiaoqiao probably held more weight in the old man's heart than they did. Bai Rou and Xiaoqiao's mother, Bai Wen, were twins. Unfortunately, Bai Wen had died during childbirth while giving birth to Xiaoqiao. Growing up, Bai Rou had always been overshadowed by her older sister. And now, she couldn't even hold her own against this little brat. But it doesn't matter. As long as the divine doctor she brought back could cure the old man, he would finally see who truly held value. Auntie. Xiaoqiao's tone grew increasingly stern before she quickly turned to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, my second aunt is talking nonsense. Please don't take her seriously. Seeing her show such deference to a pretty boy like Lin Dong, Bai Rou was about to speak when other sounds came from outside the room. A middle-aged man in his 50s entered, thin and gaunt, his nose turned up in disdain as he strode in, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Ah! Master Healer Li, you've finally arrived. Spotting the newcomer, Bai Rou immediately rushed forward. Her attitude clearly flattered Dr. Li immensely. He condescendingly nodded his head before speaking in a deep voice, "Take me to see the old master. Rest assured, madam, with me personally stepping in, the old master will be perfectly fine." Ah! With Dr. Li's assurance, I'm at ease. Dr. Li, please follow me. Ignoring Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao beside her, Bai Rou led Dr. Li upstairs. They had invited Lin Dong to the house for a medical consultation, yet this unexpected turn of events had left Xiaoqiao both furious and anxious. She shot Lin Dong a worried glance, fearing he might storm off in anger at Bai Rou's behavior. Mr. Lin, today's incident was an accident. Xiaoqiao's eyes reddened with anxiety. Lin Dong, however, showed no sign of blaming her. Watching Dr. Li's retreating figure, however, piqued his curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued to see just how divine this Dr. Li's methods truly were. It's fine. Let's follow and see for ourselves. Xiaoqiao hurriedly led Lin Dong after them. They exited the living room, passed through an antique wooden corridor, and ascended to the second floor where the old master's room was located. They arrived just as Master Li was examining the old man. His hand rested on the old man's wrist as he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After watching for just a few minutes at the doorway, Lin Dong began to lose interest. This Master Li wasn't a fraud, it was clear he possessed genuine skill. But that was the extent of it. Dr. Li released the old man's wrist, his frown easing. Madam, rest assured. Though the old gentleman's condition is tricky, it's far from hopeless. I'll prescribe a formula for you. Follow it diligently, and within half a year at most, the old gentleman will be cured of every ailment. Bai Rou's face lit up with joy, but old Master Bai showed little reaction upon hearing this, calmly withdrawing his hand. Just then, a derisive snort echoed from the doorway. All ailments gone within half a year? In my opinion, the old master has at most half a year to live. Lin Dong's voice drew everyone's gaze toward him. Xiaoqiao's face instantly drained of color, the flush from her lips fading completely. The others in the room, however, were seething with anger. Bai Rou was livid. She glared at Lin Dong, her voice thick with fury. What are you doing here? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoer. What kind of person did you bring home? The old master has always treated you well. Is this how you curse him? Beside her, Master Li the divine physician frowned deeply, displeased at being undermined by Lin Dong. You insolent brat. I declared the old master would be cured of all ailments within half a year, and so it shall be. How dare you say? This is utterly preposterous. Madam, where did this boy come from? Amidst their criticism, Lin Dong walked calmly to the old man's bedside. The old man lay half reclined, his expression weak, yet the sharp gleam in his eyes commanded respect. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times before speaking, cutting short the commotion in the room. Enough. All of you, shut up. He lifted his gaze to Lin Dong, his expression commanding respect without anger. You say this old man has only half a year left to live. Don't you realize the consequences of such words? Having spent most of his life in high positions, the old man's demeanor now radiated overwhelming authority. Anyone with even slightly weaker nerves would likely have been rendered speechless. Yet Lin Dong remained utterly unfazed. He remained calm and composed as he looked at the old man. His gaze swept over the old man several times, already forming a rough assessment of his condition. Old man, your right leg bears an old injury. Your heart began showing problems roughly 7 or 8 years ago, and within the last half year, the condition has rapidly deteriorated, bringing on multiple complications. That's why you're in this state now. If we followed other people's methods, the 6 months I mentioned earlier would still be the best case scenario. As Lin Dong spoke these words, the old man's expression shifted noticeably. But before he could speak, Bai Rou beside him sneered coldly, sensing something amiss in Lin Dong's words. That girl Qiao really told you everything, didn't she? Dad. Don't let this stranger with unknown origins deceive you. I worked incredibly hard to secure Dr. Li's services. Uncle Su was brought back from the brink of death by Dr. Li himself. As she spoke, Bai Rou's brows knitted tightly as she turned her head toward the doorway. Where are the bodyguards? What are they even doing? How could they let someone like this in? Get him out of here now. The bodyguards outside heard the commotion and were about to enter, but Xiaoqiao stopped them. I'll see who dares. Chapter 10, The Bai family doesn't recognize your kind. Xia Qiao could guarantee she had never discussed this with Lin Dong. Moreover, she had a strong intuition that Lin Dong could definitely cure her grandfather. Seeing her like this, Bai Rou was furious. Have you gone mad? But Xia Qiao had already regained her composure. I already said it, Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest invited by my uncle. He came specifically to treat Grandpa. Second aunt, if you want to drive Mr. Lin away, it's impossible. Hearing this, the renowned physician Li beside them grew displeased. He glared at Bai Rou, his tone accusatory as he declared, since your Bai family has already hired someone else, why did you bother inviting me at all? To equate me with this wet behind the ears greenhorn is nothing short of an insult. Don't ever expect me to lend a hand to your Bai family again. With that, Master Healer Li turned to leave. Bai Rou couldn't let him leave so easily after all, she'd gone to great lengths to bring him here. Of course, she didn't believe for a second that Lin Dong could cure illnesses. Dr. Li, wait. I had no prior knowledge of this matter. If you can cure the old master, I'll add 30% to our previously agreed upon compensation. Bai Rou whispered the last sentence in a hushed tone. A flicker of dark light passed through Li Shenyi's eyes, and his footsteps finally halted. He turned his gaze to Lin Dong, who remained standing beside the old man, his eyes brimming with contempt. Youngster! Since you claim to be here to treat the old master too, very well. Today, let me see just how much skill you possess. Healing lives is no trivial matter, human lives hang in the balance. It's not something a greenhorn like you can trifle with. His words rang out with force, but only he knew what truly stirred within his heart. Lin Dong glanced up at Xia Qiao standing by the doorway, then turned his gaze to the stern-faced Li Sheni. After a moment, he gave a faint, mocking nod. Very well. I'd like to see just how skilled you really are. His non-committal tone instantly left Dr. Li with no way out. His expression shifted several times before he finally let out a sharp, cold snort. He picked up his brush to write a prescription, then retrieved a set of silver needles from his bag. Settling beside the old man, he began. Old master, I shall first use these silver needles to unblock your meridians and invigorate your qi and blood flow, preparing you for the next step. His silver needles flew swiftly into place, held with steady precision. Even the force with which he inserted them was perfectly measured. After just a few needles, a faint flush of color actually began to return to the old man's previously weak and pallid face. A look of satisfaction spread across Bai Rou's face. But before the effect could last even a few seconds, the old man suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His complexion rapidly faded, and within mere seconds, he slipped into a semi-conscious state. Dad! Grandfather! Shouts erupted. Even Master Li, the renowned physician, hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he hesitated, silver needles clutched in his hand, unable to bring himself to proceed. At that moment, Lin Dong stepped forward. The silver needles embedded in the old man's body were swiftly removed. Lin Dong then reinserted them, securing several vital acupoints on the old man's body. The silver needles in his hands glinted with a faint, cold light. As Lin Dong worked, Lanjin's technique subtly formed a yin-yang bagua diagram. The renowned physician Li standing nearby was utterly transfixed. He possessed genuine skill himself, so he could naturally recognize the profound value of Lin Dong's needle technique. Acupuncture was one of the foundations of traditional Chinese medicine, easy to learn, but incredibly difficult to master. It had taken him decades to reach his current level of skill, yet even with another lifetime, he could never hope to match Lin Dong's mastery. Following this acupuncture sequence, the old man's previously fading vitality finally stabilized. This series of unexpected reversals unfolded within a mere 10 minutes. The blood the old man had coughed up earlier had already been cleaned away, yet the air still seemed to carry a faint, lingering scent of blood. Seeing the old man's condition stabilize, Xia Qiao let out a sudden sigh of relief. Her gaze toward Lin Dong brimmed with profound gratitude. Mr. Lin, thank you. The smugness on Bai Rou's face had vanished completely. Her cheeks were pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. She never imagined things would turn out this way. Meanwhile, Bai Haisheng had rushed back after handling company matters at top speed. The scene that greeted him upon entering was exactly this. What's going on? Young Master Lin, how exactly is my father's condition? Bai Haisheng approached Lin Dong and asked, his tone unusually subdued. Witnessing this, Bai Rou took 2 steps back in utter disbelief. As the current head of the Bai group, Bai Haisheng had never once groveled like this before anyone. And Young Master Lin. As a member of the Bai family, Bai Rou's position didn't grant her access to the company's core secrets, but she had always known that a mysterious figure stood behind the Bai family. The Bai family's rise to its current position was undoubtedly aided by this figure operating behind the scenes. Could the man before her be that very figure? Bai Rou nearly lost her footing, clutching the nearby coffee table to steady herself. The words she had just spoken filled her with wave after wave of regret. He wasn't the only one who realized this. The old patriarch grasped it almost instantly. He struggled to rise from the bed, desperate to speak, but his voice failed him due to sheer exhaustion. Lin Dong pressed him back down. Old master, please don't strain yourself. Whatever you wish to say, let's wait until you're stronger. Bai Haisheng took in the shifting expressions of everyone in the room. He knew something significant had happened. But in front of Lin Dong, he naturally couldn't show it. After a pause, he turned to Xie Qiao. Qiao, young Master Lin has been through a lot today. Please take him to rest. Xie Qiao seemed to want to say something, but upon meeting Bai Haisheng's gaze, she swallowed the words on her lips. Nodding slightly, she said, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Lin Dong had no desire to meddle in the Bai family's internal affairs, so he followed Xie Qiao out. Study. Bai Rou and Bai Cheng entered nervously. Big brother. Bang. A teacup shattered beside them. Bai Haisheng's voice, thick with fury, erupted simultaneously. What the hell happened? What have you two idiots done now? Already trembling with fear, Bai Rou's legs buckled under Bai Haisheng's words, and she collapsed to her knees. Beside him, Bai Chengtian was still processing the situation. Big brother, I haven't done anything lately. You did nothing. Young Master Lin is a distinguished guest I worked hard to invite back. Is this how you treat honored guests? Is this the Bai family's way of hosting guests? Bai Haisheng was furious. Bai Rou trembled in fear. Brother! I truly didn't know he was young Master Lin. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared say a word. You didn't know. Didn't Qiao tell you? Still trying to wriggle out of this. If you anger young Master Lin, forget about you two, the entire Bai family will suffer the consequences. Having just dealt with a mess at the company, Bai Haisheng now had to clean up another one at home. His head throbbed with pain. Get out of here. Go apologize to young Master Lin immediately. If it's not satisfactory, you'll be kicked out of the Bai family right now. From now on, the Bai family will act as if you never existed. Chapter 11. Young man, become my disciple. Second sister, you're the one who caused this trouble. I had nothing to do with it. Seeing his eldest brother truly enraged, Bai Chengtian, standing nearby, hastily distanced himself from the situation. He shifted his feet to the side, creating some distance from the person still kneeling on the ground. Brother, this idea wasn't mine, and I didn't invite those people. It has nothing to do with me. Why don't we just... Bai Chengtian plastered a fawning smile across his face, rubbing his hands nervously as he cautiously addressed his still furious elder brother. Seeing his younger brother like this only fueled Bai Haisheng's rage further. Every member of the Bai family, if not a towering hero, was at the very least a genuine man of substance. Why did it have to be his youngest brother who turned out like this? If the Bai family ancestors had spirits in heaven, they'd likely be so furious they'd crawl out of their graves. Get out of here! Bai Haisheng roared at him. Bai Chengtian, Bai Rou, I'll repeat this one last time. If you fail to earn young Master Lin's forgiveness tonight, tomorrow I will strip you of the Bai surname and erase your names from the family registry. At these words, Bai Rou and Bai Chengtian froze completely in place, their expressions blank as they instinctively stared straight ahead. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Rou barely stirred, her hand just touching the shattered teacup on the floor. The sharp pain jolted her back to reality. A chill ran down her spine, cold sweat beating on her forehead. She never imagined her eldest brother could be so ruthless, willing to erase them from the Bai family registry over some young Master Lin. Resentment, dissatisfaction, and jealousy surged through her all at once. Yet she knew clearly that if this matter truly went awry, it wouldn't just be expulsion, the entire Bai family might plunge into an abyss. Brother! Bai Rou, whose rationality remained intact despite the turmoil, managed to utter the words, though her voice was hoarse. Brother, I was wrong. I'll go with you right now to apologize to young Master Lin. Meanwhile, in the Bai family guest room. Hearing the persistent knocking, Lin Dong, who had barely sat down minutes ago, felt puzzled. Nevertheless, he rose and walked toward the door. Pushing it open, he found an unexpected figure standing outside. It was none other than the renowned Dr. Li, who had been invited to the Bai residence earlier. Lin Dong noticed an unusual warmth in the man's gaze as he looked at him. Before Lin Dong could speak, the man across from him spoke first. Young man, I see you have a delicate bone structure and your medical skills are truly extraordinary. Why not become my disciple and study under me? Master Li swayed his head back and forth, exuding an air of ethereal grace, a quality utterly ruined by his sharp, monkey-like features. Become your disciple? Lin Dong couldn't help but snort coldly, surprised that this was the man's true intention. Yes. The man across from him nodded with absolute certainty. Become your disciple? To learn your superficial medical skills? Or your tricks for swindling people? Lin Dong leaned against the doorframe, his tone laced with indifference. The man across from him stiffened, clearly not expecting such a blunt refusal. Young man, that's not how you talk. Though my medical skills may not match yours, I still deserve the title Divine Doctor. Besides, who in this capital city doesn't know me? Who doesn't call me Dr. Li the Divine? Your medical skills are indeed exceptional, but without connections or backing, you'll find it hard to make it in the capital. Divine Dr. Li, that is. Li Jin stroked his chin, feigning concern for the young man, though his eyes flashed with sharp calculation. You admitted your skills fall short of mine, yet you have the nerve to ask me to take you as a disciple? Your knowledge is mere superficial tricks. Do you truly believe it's worthy of respect? As the words fell, Lin Dong's tone shifted, his entire aura sharpening into a fierce edge. Young man, that's not how things work. Countless people in the capital have begged to be my disciples, but I've ignored them all. I sought you out, this is your opportunity. You should seize it. Besides, you don't want to find out what happens when you cross a divine physician, do you? Lin Dong's tone made Li Jian reconsider his ulterior motives. The other's ingratitude prompted him to issue a veiled threat, though outwardly he maintained the appearance of acting in the other's best interest. Li Jian stared at the young man, shaking his head slightly. Even his eyes held nothing but regret. Such a promising talent, if he couldn't be made useful, he had to be eliminated early. Otherwise, given his medical skills, growth was inevitable. Li Jian clearly forgot how the others had treated Lin Dong in the bedroom just moments ago. Offend? What could possibly happen to me for offending a fake doctor like you? Spit it out so I, Bai Haisheng, can hear it too. Just then, a booming voice echoed from afar. Bai Haisheng strode over from the side, two men trailing behind him. You? Seeing the man approaching him, Li Jian felt a surge of dread. He knew the name Bai Haisheng well, and he knew the Bai families standing in the capital. Fraud! Before he could speak, a figure burst from behind Bai Haisheng, rushing straight toward him and raising a hand to slap him across the face. Bai Rou shook her numb hand, her eyes filled with nothing but loathing. If it weren't for this man before her, how could she have suffered such utter humiliation? Worse still, she'd offended the mysterious benefactor of the Bai family, Young Master Lin. How dare you hit me? Stunned by the public slap, Li Jian's shock quickly gave way to fury. I am a renowned physician. How dare you lay a hand on me? You must be tired of living. Li Jian had practiced medicine for years. Everyone treated him with utmost respect and courtesy. No one had ever dared to lay a hand on him, let alone call him a fraud. A renowned divine physician? More like a quack. Bai Haisheng snorted coldly, then quickly turned his gaze to the man standing at the doorway. He scrutinized him from head to toe, and only after confirming the man had suffered no harm did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin, I'll have him thrown out immediately. A quack who dares to stick his neck out like this has no place practicing medicine. Back in the bedroom, Lin Dong had already diagnosed the cause of old Master Bai's illness, but no one believed him. Despite knowing the cause was right there, Li Jian, supposedly a divine healer, hadn't bothered to examine Bai Haisheng's body to verify it. Instead, he stubbornly proceeded with his own diagnosis and acupuncture, leading to Bai Haisheng vomiting blood and falling into a semi-comatose state. A physician must practice caution upon caution. Arrogance and combativeness will never make one a competent doctor. Besides, Master Li's skills were undeniable. Had he shown even a shred more progress, he wouldn't have come before me seeking to become my disciple. Chapter 12, Sorry, I won't forgive. From now on, his medical skills will only decline. Moreover, should he encounter another patient like old Master Bai, he would likely prescribe the wrong medicine again. Therefore, it is best to cut off such a person's path to practicing medicine. Yes, Young Master Lin. I understand what needs to be done. Bai Haisheng understood the implication and immediately had Lin Jian taken away. With that single sentence, Li Jian's future path was utterly severed. Before Li Jian could utter a word of protest, members of the Bai family had already surrounded him, covering his mouth as they forcibly carried him away. Only after Li Jian's figure vanished completely down the corridor did Lin Dong turn his gaze behind Bai Haisheng. There, standing beside Bai Rou, who had just stepped forward, was another figure. If he remembered correctly, that person should be the uncle Xiechouer had mentioned earlier. Anything else? Seeing the three people before him hadn't left, Lin Dong spoke up. Noticing this, Bai Haisheng shot glares at the two beside him while signaling them with his eyes. I'm sorry. Receiving her brother's signal, Bai Rou stepped forward without hesitation. She approached him, apologized, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to show her sincerity. Earlier in the bedroom, I was blind and failed to recognize Young Master Lin, causing you trouble. I truly apologize. Bai Rou's voice rang out again, slightly hoarse yet filled with profound respect. Young Master Lin, I apologize. Seeing this, Bai Chengtian, who had been pretending to be dead, also stood up. But this whole thing was my second sister's idea. She hired this person. I had nothing to do with it. I just came to watch the spectacle. Though Bai Chengtian also apologized, his attitude was far less sincere than Bai Rou's. Just as he had done earlier in the study, he shifted all responsibility onto Bai Rou. Seeing this, Bai Haisheng promptly kicked him. Young Master Lin, please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Bai Chengtian quickly interjected. Young Master Lin, he's right. This was entirely my idea. If you truly need someone to vent your anger on, take it out on me. I only ask that you spare the Bai family. I'll take full responsibility for my actions and won't drag others into this. Having clearly seen the attitudes of both her older and younger brothers, Bai Rou shed all traces of the arrogance and smugness she'd displayed in the bedroom moments before. Her tone was as submissive as it could possibly be. Sorry, I won't forgive you. Apologies were their business, forgiveness was his. The words left Bai Rou unable to stay seated. She rose, staring at the composed figure across from her, her body beginning to tremble. Bai Chengtian, standing nearby, hadn't anticipated this turn of events either. He had believed that securing forgiveness required nothing more than an apology, yet reality had delivered a harsh slap across his face, followed by a kick to the gut. I have no interest in the Bai family. Lin Dong directed these words at Bai Haisheng, speaking them to him. Lin Dong wasn't one to confuse right and wrong. Personal mistakes should be borne by the individual. Dragging the entire family into it was pointless. Besides, the Bai family had done him numerous favors over the years. He had no desire to blame the entire Bai family for this incident. Additionally, Miss Bai may have forgotten that back in the old master's bedroom, you didn't just sneer at me. You also repeatedly hurled insults at Miss Xia. If apologies are due, they shouldn't be directed solely at me. At these words, Bai Ro's expression shifted repeatedly. She opened her mouth but found no words, ultimately falling silent once more. Deep down, Bai Ro had no intention of apologizing to Xia Qiao. Setting aside the verbal attacks, simply considering their familial hierarchy, she was Xia Qiao's aunt. How could an aunt ever apologize to her niece? And Mr. Bai, earlier in the old master's bedroom, though you didn't speak much, watching the entire spectacle unfold was hardly polite. When Miss Bai confronted Miss Xia, you, her uncle, stood by as a spectator. You should apologize to Miss Xia. Back in Yanjing, Xia Qiao had always stood behind him, defending him. At the very least, he ought to do something for her now. Moreover, Lin Dong had clearly seen the jealousy in Bai Ro's eyes towards Xia Qiao earlier. Even without knowing their history, Bai Ro's failure to apologize to Xia Qiao had left her looking foolish. Seeing Bai Ro and Bai Chengtian remain silent, Bai Haisheng couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately roared at them, bullying your own niece in front of everyone? Where's your sense of family? Get over there and apologize right now. Seeing young Master Lin's intention to back Xia Qiao, Bai Haisheng didn't object but instead lent his support. Hearing his words, Bai Ro and Bai Chengtian flinched. Images of the study scene flashed through their minds, along with Bai Haisheng's threat to expel them from the family registry. At that thought, no matter how humiliating it was, they dared not stay another moment. They turned and fled swiftly. Mr. Bai, while company matters are demanding, you should also tend to your family. No amount of money can replace having loved ones by your side. Watching them depart, Lin Dong turned to the person beside him and offered a gentle reminder. Bai Haisheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. He understood perfectly the meaning behind Lin Dong's words. After all, if Xia Qiao hadn't promptly summoned Young Master Lin, and if Young Master Lin hadn't intervened in time, his father might have. Young Master Lin's immense kindness is something I, Bai Haisheng, will never forget. Should you ever need anything, I, Bai Haisheng, and the entire Bai family will walk through fire for you. For years, the Bai family had relied on Young Master Lin's behind-the-scenes support. Though Bai Haisheng had uttered these words countless times, each declaration was sincere, each filled with genuine conviction. Seeing this, Lin Dong said nothing more and turned back into the room. The door closed behind him. Bai Haisheng exhaled a deep breath of stale air. He didn't linger, instead turning toward the stairs, more precisely, toward Xia Qiao's bedroom. Though Xia Qiao was his niece, she was deeply cherished by old Master Bai and held considerable standing within the family. She too had her own bedroom and dressing room. At that moment, two figures stood in Xia Qiao's bedroom, none other than Bai Ro and Bai Chengtian, who had departed earlier. Second aunt, Uncle Bai, what are you doing here? Xia Qiao pushed open the door to find the two standing there, visibly uneasy. Before she could ask for an explanation, the pair across from her spoke in unison, apologizing to her. The words "we're sorry" were spoken softly, yet Xia Qiao heard every syllable. Qiao, your second aunt and uncle did something wrong, so they must take responsibility for their mistakes. Bai Haisheng, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and decided to speak up, summarizing the earlier incident in a few words. Chapter 13, Missing His Kindness. Uncle, are you saying auntie and uncle came to apologize to me because of Mr. Lin? Yes. Bai Haisheng nodded in agreement. Xia Qiao pondered it over and over, gradually understanding why young Master Lin had acted that way. Facing her second aunt and uncle, she chose not to make things difficult for them but forgave them instead. Just as Bai Ro and Bai Chengtian were about to breathe a sigh of relief at Xia Qiao's forgiveness, their eldest brother's voice cut through the air once more. You two, he declared, from this moment on, you are forbidden to set foot in the ancestral home without good reason. Get back to your own territory immediately. If you wish to see your father, you must notify me in advance. With that single sentence, he effectively banished them from the ancestral home. Though shielded by the Bai group, only they truly understood what being barred from the ancestral home truly meant. The next morning, Lin Dong emerged from the guest room and headed straight for Old Master Bai's hospital room. Perhaps due to Lin Dong's exceptional medical skills, Old Master Bai now sat propped up against the headboard, radiating vitality and energy, a stark contrast to his condition the previous day. Young Master Lin. Seeing Lin Dong enter, the elderly Mr. Bai hastily tried to rise, but Lin Dong, moving swiftly, pressed him back down. Mr. Bai, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You still need proper rest. With that, Lin Dong picked up the paper and pen beside the bed and swiftly wrote something down. Yesterday, he had only performed acupuncture on Old Master Bai, but treatment also required a complementary prescription. Moreover, since old Master Bai's illness had persisted for years, he absolutely needed to rest quietly and recuperate properly. Soon, Lin Dong stopped writing. By then, several more people had entered the room. Zhao Qiao and Bai Haisheng. Mr. Bai's body still requires ample rest and recovery. This prescription is specifically tailored to his condition. Seeing Bai Haisheng appear here, Lin Dong showed no surprise. He handed the prescription to him and offered several more instructions. Bai Haisheng listened attentively, committing each detail to memory before taking the prescription and departing. Lin Dong turned to face the figure on the bed. Mr. Bai, I have matters to attend to in Yanjing. I won't keep you any longer. Old Master Bai understood the implication in his words and immediately turned to Zhao Qiao beside him. Young Master Lin, I've heard Haisheng mention matters in Yanjing. Perhaps Qiao could accompany you to handle some miscellaneous affairs. Last night, Bai Haisheng had already informed the old master about Lin Dong. Learning that he was the mysterious figure behind the Bai family, the old man couldn't help but exclaim, the youth are formidable indeed. Combined with his willingness to stand up for Zhao Qiao, the elder Bai decided it would be best to place her under Lin Dong's care. Mr. Lin, may I? Lin Dong didn't respond immediately. He glanced at her, then at old Master Bai, before finally nodding. Beijing, Shen Group headquarters. Shen Yiran sat behind her desk, her mind elsewhere, replaying the events of that day over and over. Bai Haisheng, chairman of Bai Group and head of the Bai family in the capital, not only showed Lin Dong immense respect, what did he call him? Young Master Lin? And that woman standing beside Lin Dong, her beauty rivaled hers, perhaps even surpassed it. What did she call him? Mr. Lin? Shen Yiran knew only that Lin Dong came from a rural background and had been living off the Shen family for years. Yet she had never known anything about his connections, let alone the Bai family of the capital or that woman. As these thoughts surfaced, Lin Dong's image flashed through Shen Yiran's mind. Although Lin Dong had been freeloading off the Shen family, he had always been exceptionally kind to them. Just as her sister had said, that winter when heavy snow blocked the roads, if Lin Dong hadn't stepped forward and carried Shen Yu step by step to the hospital, her younger brother might have succumbed to his fever and died that winter. Moreover, Lin Dong worked tirelessly in their household without complaint. Though he knew nothing of business, he managed the household with impeccable order. And then, with a sharp snap, Shen Yiran rose to her feet, her hands braced on the desk, her face ashen. Lin Dong is nothing but a freeloader. He's just sponging off the Shen family, a complete waste of space. How could someone from the countryside possibly know anyone in the capital, let alone the Bai family of Beijing? Shen Group owes its success entirely to me, Shen Yiran. What does Lin Dong have to do with it? Bai Group partnered with us because of me, Shen Yiran, and because of Shen Group's limitless potential. What does Lin Dong have to do with it? Shen Yiran dared not delve into the nature of Lin Dong's relationship with the Bai Group, instinctively attributing every single achievement to herself. But Shen Yiran instantly went limp, slumping back into her chair as her right hand pressed against her temples. Ever since Bai Haisheng declared at the Zhao family banquet that Bai Group would sever all business ties with Shen Group, the news had spread like wildfire. Multiple versions of the story circulated throughout Beijing's business circles. Some claimed Shen Group had done something wrong to anger Bai Group, prompting their ultimatum. Others suggested internal problems within Shen Group had been uncovered by Bai Group, leading to the dramatic scenes at the banquet. She had initially dismissed these as mere rumors, believing she could silence them with money. But the reality far exceeded her expectations. To curry favor with Bai Haisheng, Yanjing's business community began withdrawing investments and severing ties with the Shen Group. Some even took advantage of their misfortune, and her company began its descent into decline. Chairwoman Shen, this is another contract termination notice. At that moment, the secretary pushed open the door and entered, holding a contract in hand, which she placed before her. Chairwoman, this is the third one this week. Noticing her chairwoman's grim expression, the secretary lowered her voice, speaking with equal caution. 3? Aren't they afraid of paying compensation? Didn't all these contracts specify penalty clauses for breach of contract? Shen Yiran stared at the contract before her, her anger mingled with confusion. Chairwoman, they said that even if they have to pay the penalty, they want to sever ties with Shen Corporation. What's more, they claim that even a penalty of 1 times the contract value is affordable. They insist that as long as they secure the partnership with Bai Group, it would be worth it even if the penalty were 10 times the contract value. The secretary repeated the previous individual's words verbatim, even mimicking their tone perfectly. Hearing this, Shen Yiran felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She waved her hand at the secretary, signaling her to leave. After the secretary left, Shen Yiran buried her face in her hands, her expression dazed. Chapter 14, Visitors from the Xia family. Just then, the phone on her desk vibrated. Rubbing her temples, Shen Yiran reached for it. The moment she pressed the answer button, a voice cut in before she could speak. Yiran, the Cheng family patriarch is hosting a birthday banquet in a few days. Our Zhao family received an invitation. Could you be my date and accompany me? My date? Hearing those 2 words, Shen Yiran instinctively wanted to refuse. But then she thought about the Cheng family's standing in Yanjing and the current situation of the Shen Corporation. The words I refuse just wouldn't come out. Noticing her silence, the person on the other end seemed to grow impatient and quickly spoke again. Oh dear, I got so excited I spoke too hastily. It's not a date, it's a partnership. The Cheng family has extended 2 invitations to our Zhao family. Hearing this, Shen Yiran instinctively exhaled in relief. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately agreed. At that moment, in the Bai family's ancestral home in the capital. After informing old Master Bai of his departure, Lin Dong made no further delay and headed downstairs, with Xie Qiao following close behind. Seeing him about to depart, Bai Haisheng hurriedly followed behind, intending to personally escort him back to Yanjing. Just then, a group of guests approached from outside the door. Grandfather? Seeing the people entering the ancestral home, Xie Qiao felt a surge of excitement and hurried toward them. You're old enough now, yet still so mischievous. Be careful you don't end up unmarriageable. Seeing his granddaughter running toward him, old Master Xie scolded playfully, though the smile on his face didn't waver. Instead, he reached out and gently tickled her nose. If I can't get married, Grandpa can just take care of me. You're the one who loves me the most anyway. Xie Qiao didn't seem to mind at all, tugging at his arm again. Fine, if Grandpa has to support you, so be it. Even if I have to scavenge for scraps, I'll take care of my precious granddaughter. Grandpa Xie was utterly doting. At that moment, Lin Dong and Bai Haisheng approached the pair. Observing the affectionate pair, Lin Dong studied the man before him. He saw old Master Xie dressed in a dark blue traditional Chinese robe, leaning on a cane. Though clearly an elderly man with graying hair, he radiated vitality, giving off an aura of a veteran still sharp and capable. Oh, Grandpa, what brings you here? In his excitement, he had unconsciously forgotten that they were at the Bai family's ancestral home, not the Xia residence. It's all because of your grandfather's affairs. I haven't been here in quite some time, and I hadn't planned on running into you here. Hearing this, Bai Haisheng glanced at the person beside him and silently cursed, old fox. He claimed to be checking on his father, but he was likely here for young Master Lin. Besides, he hadn't yet sent anyone to cover up the traces of yesterday's events at the Bai family ancestral home, especially concerning that Li divine doctor. My father is still resting. Old Master Xie, I'm afraid you've come at an inopportune time. Bai Haisheng's expression was serious. It's fine. Seeing Qiao makes the trip worthwhile. Mr. Xie seemed oblivious to the subtext in Bai Haisheng's words, shifting his gaze back to Xie Qiao. Grandpa, I still have some things to take care of in Yanjing. I'll be heading out now. Xie Qiao suddenly remembered something, slapped her forehead sharply, then grabbed Lin Dong's hand and tried to rush out. This child. Watching them leave, old Master Xie shook his head. His slightly lowered eyelids hid the expression in his eyes. Mr. Lin, that was unintentional. As soon as they stepped outside the Bai family's ancestral home, Xie Qiao immediately released his hand and hurriedly explained. Perhaps from running too fast, her breath came in short gasps, her cheeks flushed, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, a touch of ordinary humanity that set her apart from other high-born young ladies. It's nothing. Let's go. Lin Dong withdrew his gaze and walked forward. By evening, the two had landed in Yanjing. It was only during the flight that Lin Dong learned Bai Haisheng had purchased an apartment in the same neighborhood where he lived during his previous stay in Yanjing, specifically to better look after him. Thus, upon disembarking, they didn't part ways but headed straight for that neighborhood. Soon, they arrived at the residential complex. Before parting ways, Xie Qiao glanced at the person beside her, hesitating as if she had something to say. Taking a deep breath, she pulled 2 invitation cards from her bag. Young Master Lin, my great-uncle gave these to me before we left. My uncle's Bai group has other partners in Yanjing besides the Shen family, foremost among them being the Cheng family. But my uncle couldn't spare the time for the Beijing-based company, so... Xie Qiao stopped abruptly, her expression tense as she studied the man before her. She knew her request was unreasonable, but in Yanjing, aside from the person before her, she truly had no one else she knew. Lin Dong agreed, then turned and walked away. 3 days later, Xie Qiao and Lin Dong headed toward the Cheng family's ancestral home, still in that same black, luxurious Maybach. The Cheng family estate lay directly north of Yanjing. Though somewhat removed from the city center, its location offered the advantage of beautiful surroundings and pleasant scenery. Throughout the journey, Lin Dong took in the scenery outside the window until the car gradually slowed down. Before them now stood the imposing, majestic arched gates. Mr. Lin, this is the Cheng family's ancestral home. Xie Qiao personally opened the car door for him while introducing the surroundings. The Cheng family held considerable standing in Yanjing, so the elderly patriarch's birthday banquet drew many guests. However, given his advanced age, the family preferred to avoid excessive disturbances from outsiders. Hence the requirement for an invitation: only those bearing one could enter the Cheng family estate. Even with the invitation as a barrier, many had come seeking fame, and now they gathered before the mansion gates. The black Maybach with matching license plates abruptly burst into everyone's view. Xie Qiao, stepping out of the car, instantly captured all eyes. A stunning beauty paired with such a prestigious vehicle, some began to stir, lifting their feet to approach her. But before anyone could move, the beauty respectfully bent to open the rear door. Everyone held their breath as a man in black casual attire stepped out of the car. His appearance was no less striking than hers, yet his aura commanded such respect that others instinctively stepped back. Gazing at the imposing figure not far away, the gathered crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who is this man? Why have I never seen him in the financial papers? Is he some rising business star? His presence is overwhelming. Not only does he have a beauty by his side, but that license plate 5/8 in a row, he's definitely no ordinary guy. Chapter 15, You're the one I'm talking about. Wait, the more I look at him, the more familiar he seems. Just then, a jarringly out-of-place voice cut through the murmurs. The remark drew all eyes toward its source. Familiar? You actually know him? Quick, quick. Get me his business card, my company's desperately seeking investors. No, no. Though flustered by the attention, the man maintained his composure. He shook his head, then slapped his forehead. I remember now. I remember. Do you remember the Shen Group? Shen Yiran, the president of the Shen Group? He swayed his head dramatically, deliberately building suspense. What about Shen Group? They've been publicly called out by Bai Group, who declared they'll never do business with them again. I reckon Shen Group is finished. Most people had heard about the incident at the Zhao family banquet, so they were familiar with both the Shen Group and its president, Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran, the president of Shen Group, has a husband, or rather, an ex-husband now. The person teased again. Shen Yiran's ex-husband? That freeloader who married into the Shen family? Those around him were confused, but they still shared what they knew. The man who just got out of the car looks exactly like Shen Yiran's ex-husband. It's him, plain and simple. That's why I'm convinced that man is Shen Yiran's ex-husband, the freeloader. At that, everyone fell silent, staring at him like he was some kind of cute little thing. Hey, hey, hey! Don't doubt me. That guy's face is exactly like the freeloader from the Shen family. Seeing no one was convinced, the man grew anxious and emphasized his point again. You called him a freeloader. Where'd he get the money for that car? And where'd he find that beauty? Think before you make stuff up. Don't spout such unrealistic nonsense. At that, everyone shifted their attention back to the old mansion's entrance, continuing their search for suitable business partners. No, he really is that freeloader from the Shen family. Why won't you believe me? I remember seeing photos. Hold on, I'll find them for you. With that, the man pulled out his phone and began scrolling through it. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao had already entered the old mansion. Grandpa Cheng. They hadn't gone far inside the old mansion when a group of people approached them. Leading the way was an elderly gentleman, full of vigor, his stride carrying a sense of purpose. Ah, Qiao, you're here. Seeing Zhao Qiao, the elderly gentleman at the front wore a smile on his face. However, when he looked at the person standing beside her, a hint of confusion flashed across his expression. And who might this be? This is Mr. Lin. Due to Lin Dong's unique status, Zhao Qiao did not reveal his real name, instead addressing him respectfully as Mr. Lin. Those 3 words alone made old Master Cheng realize the young man before him was no ordinary person. He followed suit and addressed him as Mr. Lin as well. Grandfather Cheng, my eldest uncle couldn't make it today. He specifically asked me to come in his place. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded me to personally deliver this birthday gift to you. Noticing old Master Cheng's deliberate glances at Lin Dong, Zhao Qiao stepped forward decisively, positioning herself between them to block his view. Before the other party could speak, she presented the birthday gift with both hands, as if everything that had just transpired had been solely for the purpose of offering this gift. Mr. Bai, this is very thoughtful of you. Observing Zhao Qiao's actions, old Master Cheng said nothing further and withdrew his gaze. Qiao and Mr. Lin, please come in. This old man still has guests to receive. Old Master Cheng stroked his beard. Though his expression betrayed a hint of resignation, his tone brimmed with delight. Old Master Cheng. Just then, a loud call echoed from outside the old residence. Hearing the voice, old Master Cheng instinctively frowned. Hearing the voice before seeing the person, that wasn't exactly good manners. Lin Dong felt the voice sounded familiar, yet he couldn't place where he'd heard it before. Zhao Qiao said nothing further, simply stepping aside to allow old Master Cheng to exchange greetings with the next guest. Witnessing Zhao Qiao's gesture, old Master Cheng remained silent but silently approved in his mind. At that moment, 2 figures gradually came into view before the group, Zhao Qiao in a gray suit and Shen Yiran in a white dress. Mr. Cheng, I'm Zhao Qiao of the Zhao family. This is a birthday gift from my father Jinseng. He acquired it recently at an overseas auction. The price wasn't exorbitant, but the specimen is truly exceptional. Before old Master Cheng could speak, Zhao Qiao had already taken the initiative, opening the gift box in his hands to reveal a ginseng root inside. The palm-sized ginseng root bore a striking resemblance to a human figure, and it faintly emitted a pleasant fragrance. Old Master Cheng seemed satisfied with the gift, though the name Zhao family made him frown slightly. Mr. Cheng, I am Shen Yiran, CEO of Shen Group. This is the gift I brought for your birthday celebration. Immediately, Shen Yiran beside him began introducing herself while presenting the birthday gift she had prepared. But when she looked up at the person across from her, her hand paused mid-motion, and her expression turned impatient. Lin Dong, what are you doing here? Is this ever going to end? We're divorced, okay? Stalking me before was bad enough, but now you followed me to the Cheng family? You useless piece of trash. You've been freeloading off the Shen family for years, and now you have the nerve to show your face in front of me. Shen Yiran's tone was sharp, her gaze filled with disgust. Who do you call a useless piece of trash? Shen Yiran's words were harsh, and her voice was so loud that others heard the commotion and turned to look. When they noticed old Master Cheng was present, the more curious individuals immediately began approaching. I'm talking about you. Shen Yiran's eyes locked onto the woman beside Lin Dong. That woman, whose looks slightly surpassed her own, was actually here and worse, she was standing right next to Lin Dong. What was their relationship? After divorcing me, Lin Dong found someone else to keep sponging off? So he gained access to the Cheng family's ancestral home through this woman right in front of us? Shen Yiran had completely forgotten Xie Qiao's earlier respect for Lin Dong, or perhaps she subconsciously still saw him as a freeloader. So preoccupied with responding, Shen Yiran hadn't even processed what Xie Qiao had just said. Chapter 16, let's introduce ourselves. Oh, so you're the useless one? No wonder you've been talking about yourself this whole time. Xie Qiao smiled sweetly, but her words landed like a sharp slap, jolting Shen Yiran back to her senses. As her rationality returned, Shen Yiran instantly realized what she had just blurted out. Just a freeloader. It must be tough for you, lowering yourself to defend such a man. Supporting him can't be easy, since everyone in Yanjing knows Lin Dong's a deadbeat, a useless leech who can only survive off women. How admirable of you, a proper young lady, to settle for second-hand goods like mine. Having navigated the business world for so many years, Shen Yiran knew exactly how to strike back most effectively, especially since every word she spoke was true. Exactly. After years of freeloading off the Shen family, I thought you'd finally learn to support yourself after divorcing Yiran. But no, you still need a woman. Barely a week after your divorce, you've already found a new partner. Seamless transition? Not even infidelity during marriage could move that fast. Zhao Qiao, standing nearby, chimed in to defend Shen Yiran. His tone carried an air of certainty, especially with those final 4 words. Though phrased as a question directed at Lin Dong, it carried the weight of a statement, as if Zhao Qiao had witnessed the infidelity firsthand. Do you remember what I told you before? After all, this was someone else's birthday banquet. Lin Dong hadn't intended to confront Shen Yiran, nor did he want to embarrass the host or disrupt the event. But these two individuals, showing no remorse since the Zhao family banquet last time, left him no choice but to speak up. He didn't acknowledge Shen Yiran, not even sparing her a glance. I told you last time, if you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll kill you. Lin Dong slowly closed the distance between himself and Zhao Qiao, his voice low yet clear enough for the man before him to hear. At these words, Zhao Qiao's face drained of color. Memories of the banquet's events flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to throb and his body to tremble. Don't come any closer. This is the Cheng family's ancestral home. Old Master Cheng is still standing here. You have no right to run wild here. Zhao Qiao's expression was frantic, his words stumbling out as he watched the figure steadily advance toward him. His body instinctively began to retreat. Run wild? Lin Dong sneered. Before anyone could react, he kicked the man flying backward. The man slammed into the rockery beside the mansion before crashing to the ground. Put. Landing on his side, Zhao Qiao coughed up a mouthful of blood and curled into a ball. The pain was excruciating. It felt like his internal organs had shifted entirely. He tried to open his mouth but found himself utterly drained of strength, forced to lie still on his side, unable to move a muscle. Zhao Qiao. Shen Yiran, forgetting the birthday gift she still clutched in her hand, rushed over to him. What shocked her even more was that Lin Dong had dared to attack in front of so many people, including old Master Cheng. Judging by Zhao Qiao's injuries, they were likely severe. But Lin Dong was nothing but a useless. How could he possibly possess such immense strength? To kick someone flying several meters with a single blow. Whoa, if that rockery hadn't been there, he'd have flown right out. Exactly. But even without the rockery, he wouldn't have flown out. There's still a wall blocking him. Still, getting beaten like that in front of everyone like this, it's a loss of face, pure and simple. Zhao Qiao is the Zhao family's only son. This isn't just Zhao Qiao getting beaten, it's the Zhao family getting beaten, the Zhao family's honor getting trampled. The sudden scene had people whispering among themselves. The scene sent shockwaves through the entire crowd, especially since no one expected the man rumored in Yanjing to be a freeloader to be so bold and daring. This was the Cheng family's ancestral home. This was old Master Cheng's birthday banquet. Thinking of this, many stole glances at old Master Cheng, who stood frozen in place, trying to read something from his expression. His expression remained serene, seemingly untroubled by the unfolding chaos. Yet within, a storm raged. He had assumed this Mr. Lin was truly some important figure, perhaps a dignitary from the capital, which was why Xie Qiao had taken notice of him and honored him with the title Mr. Lin. Yet here he was, a freeloader. And the way this freeloader was behaving now was redefining his understanding of the world. Wild? If we're talking about being wild, I'd say you two are far wilder than Mr. Lin. Seeing Zhao Qiao's expression, Xie Qiao had no intention of letting them off the hook. By the way, Miss Shen, I believe I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Xie Qiao. At this remark, Shen Yiran was momentarily perplexed, yet she swiftly scanned her memory for any information about individuals surnamed Xia in Yanjing. After a thorough search, she found no prominent business figures with that surname.
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. I'm from the capital. Bai Haixing is my maternal uncle, the real deal. With that, Zhao Qiao flashed her a faint smile, one dripping with scorn.
Hearing this, Shen Yiran's body went limp and she slumped down beside Zhao Qiao. The words "the capital," Bai Haixing, and eldest maternal uncle kept flashing before her eyes.
Shen Yiran couldn't help but glance at Lin Dong.
So, he had hooked himself onto an even bigger fish than her, living off someone even more powerful than the Shen family.
No wonder he'd been acting so arrogant and smug. It was all because of Zhao Qiao.
Miss Shen, whether it's my Xia family or my great uncle's Bai family, we can certainly afford to support someone. And as for the second-hand goods you mentioned compared to Mr. Lin, perhaps you're the one who fits that description better. While others might not know about Shen Yiran's affair with the Yi family, Zhao Qiao had long been aware. Therefore, Zhao Qiao's accusation of marital infidelity fit her even better.
Shen Yiran only caught the first half of that statement.
To her ears, it confirmed that Lin Dong had indeed latched onto Zhao Qiao's coattails.
Old Master Cheng, with this happening on your turf, don't you owe us an explanation?
Shen Yiran couldn't bear to see Zhao Qiao's face or Lin Dong's smug expression any longer, so she decisively shifted the topic to Old Master Cheng. She instinctively avoided confronting Zhao Qiao, the woman from the capital, yet forgot the Cheng family's standing in Yanjing and more crucially, that her purpose in coming was to forge an alliance with them.
Chapter 17, Kick Them Out. An explanation? Miss Shen speaks with great boldness. In all of Yanjing, who are you to demand an explanation from me? I'd like to ask, on what grounds do you presume to do so? The conversation was forced onto Old Master Cheng. His expression remained serene, though his tone carried an undeniable strength. Qiao calls this old man grandfather, making her as good as my granddaughter. What connection could Miss Shen possibly have to me? I may be advanced in years, but I'm not so senile as to confuse my own kin. Old Master Cheng's stance was unwavering, his attitude speaking volumes. He hadn't taken a single word of Shen Yiran's to heart, and it seemed she herself held no place in his regard. Mr. Cheng, that's not quite how it works. Zhao Qiao calling you grandfather might have been nothing more than a courtesy. Today is your birthday banquet. I came as a guest bearing a gift, only to be humiliated. Mr. Zhao was even beaten to this state. As the host of this banquet, shouldn't you, the host, give me, your guest, an explanation? Shen Yiran refused to back down, demanding justice once more. She clutched the gift box tightly in her hands, its seemingly sturdy and luxurious packaging now showing a few creases. Is this what they call the guilty party crying foul? If you hadn't spoken insolently first, and if Zhao Qiao hadn't been so aggressive, how could Mr. Lin have possibly struck first? Seeing her defiance, Zhao Qiao refused to indulge her, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Mr. Cheng, I did not intend to disrupt your birthday banquet. However, since blood has been shed at this celebration, I, as your junior, wish you and the Cheng family boundless fortune. As the person involved, Lin Dong ignored Shen Yiran, but, since the incident had started because of him, he turned and apologized to Old Master Cheng first. It's nothing, nothing. Old Master Cheng waved his hand dismissively, clearly not holding him responsible. Furthermore, Shen Yiran, you claim you and Zhao Qiao are guests. How then could guests bring counterfeit gifts as birthday presents? Was this an unintentional mistake or deliberate action? Zhao Qiao, who had just been helped up from the floor by Shen Yiran, hadn't even regained his footing when he heard this retort. Bull. This is genuine ginseng my father acquired at an overseas auction. How could it possibly be fake? Even Old Master Cheng's expression darkened. He immediately ordered someone to retrieve the birthday gift and unwrap it again. Look at this root, it's almost human-shaped. If this isn't ginseng, what else could it be? Zhao Qiao scrambled to explain. Presenting a fake gift at Mr. Cheng's birthday banquet in front of so many people, wasn't this deliberately looking for trouble? Mr. Cheng, this is indeed not ginseng. In China, there exists a plant remarkably similar to ginseng. It's called phytolacca, or more precisely, the root of phytolacca. Lin Dong, known as the Divine Doctor, naturally possessed a deeper understanding of traditional Chinese medicine than anyone present. Others might not recognize what it was, but he could tell at a glance. Originally, he had planned to privately clarify the matter with Old Master Cheng later. After all, this incident disgraced not only Zhao Qiao but the entire Cheng family. But who could have predicted that someone would insist on courting disaster? Then he wouldn't be blamed for giving Zhao Qiao a final push. Visually, the roots of the Chinese spurge do bear a resemblance to ginseng. However, distinguishing between them is not particularly difficult. Before Zhao Qiao could speak up again, Lin Dong had already stepped forward, explaining the differences between phytolacca and ginseng in front of everyone. Lin Dong's words once again sparked enthusiastic murmurs of discussion among everyone present. Zhao Qiao's face turned ashen, his expression utterly defeated. It was over. Completely over. The Zhao family had actually presented a fake ginseng root and in front of so many people. This gift from the Zhao family is beyond my old bones' worthiness. Let it return whence it came. Old Master Cheng signaled to his servant. Then, the gift box containing the ginseng, or rather, the phlebites, was returned to Zhao Qiao by the servant. More accurately, it was forcefully shoved into his arms. Mr. Cheng, my father acquired this through an overseas auction. How could it possibly be fake? Zhao Qiao still refused to believe the ginseng in his hands could be fake, yet the object matched exactly what Lin Dong had just described as Fidelaka. Mr. Lin has already made himself perfectly clear. If Mr. Zhao remains skeptical, he can take it to a specialist for authentication. I trust the Zhao family can afford that. If not, he can follow Mr. Lin's earlier suggestion and seek out those who dug ginseng before. Seeing Zhao Qiao still wouldn't give up, old Master Cheng grew impatient. He then turned his gaze to the woman across from him. If my memory serves me correctly, our Cheng family never issued an invitation to the Shen family. So may I ask, Miss Shen, how did you gain entry? She came in with me. Our Zhao family received 2 invitations. Though not entirely sure what old Master Cheng meant, Zhao Qiao immediately stepped in front of Shen Yiran to answer his question. Oh, I see. Old Master Cheng pondered briefly before waving his hand at the servants. Throw these 2 out of the ancestral home. From now on, the Cheng family and the Zhao family are forbidden from any business dealings whatsoever. The Shen family too. The abrupt declaration left Zhao Qiao and Shen Yiran utterly frozen in place, while those nearby were equally stunned. By the time they regained their senses, the 2 figures before the rockery had already been forcibly dragged away by the servants. Their silhouettes vanished completely within the old residence, disappearing from everyone's sight. My apologies for wasting everyone's time. Let the birthday banquet continue. After uttering these words, old Master Cheng departed with Zhao Qiao and Lin Dong. Watching their retreating figures, the guests exchanged meaningful glances. After offending the Bai family of the capital, the Zhao and Shen families had now crossed the Cheng family of Yanjing too. They clearly didn't care about surviving in the business world anymore. No. I must warn my relatives and friends immediately. Tell them to steer clear of anyone from the Zhao or Shen families from now on. They absolutely cannot have any dealings with those 2 houses. I still have business with the Zhao family. I need to tell my secretary to cancel it right away. Pay whatever compensation it takes. I can't risk the Cheng family taking notice. I'll call my secretary now. The Zhao and Shen families are finished. Offending 2 major clans simultaneously, their future prospects are likely. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao followed old Master Cheng into the family study. Lin Dong halted at the sight of the room ahead, but old Master Cheng, oblivious to his pause, pushed the door open and gestured for them to enter. Chapter 18, Honored Guest of the Cheng Family. Zhao Qiao also halted, not following them inside. Seeing the 2 young people pause, old Master Cheng didn't think much of it and continued to invite them in. Mr. Cheng, the study has always been a sacred space in Chinese culture, housing many family secrets. As an outsider, I believe it would be best for me to wait outside. Lin Dong had heard of the Cheng family but knew little about them. He wasn't particularly curious about prying into others' secrets, nor did he have any interest in entering the study. Grandpa Cheng, whatever you need to discuss can be done right here. There's no need to go all the way to the study. The study was highly secure, but Zhao Qiao shared Lin Dong's stance and had no intention of entering either. You 2 young people are quite proper. Seeing their refusal, old Master Cheng didn't press them further. Sure, you see, Grandpa Cheng and I were close friends with that old man from the Zhao family. Unfortunately, he was short-lived. He passed away before he could enjoy his blessings for long. On his deathbed, he entrusted me to look after the Zhao family, and I agreed. Well, that taking care lasted over a decade. No matter how prosperous the Cheng family became, even when we rose to become the business world's leading force, we kept supporting the Zhao family, often sacrificing our own profits. But Grandpa Cheng has only now realized you can't satisfy a wolf's hunger. Even without the incident at the birthday banquet, old Master Cheng had long resolved to distance his son from the Zhao family. First, the Zhao family's appetite had grown insatiable. They were no longer satisfied with concessions, which had become mere trifles in their eyes. Second, the incident at the Zhao banquet prompted the Bai family to declare they would sever all business ties with the Zhaos. The Chengs had business dealings with the Whites, and the 2 families had always maintained a good relationship. Therefore, the Chengs naturally offered their unconditional support for the Whites' decision. However, the Chengs hadn't severed ties with the Zhaos entirely. As usual, they sent 2 invitations, expecting the father and son to attend together as before. Instead, Shen Yiran showed up. This led to everything that had just transpired. After explaining the situation, old Master Cheng looked at Lin Dong, unaware that his own expression had begun to tense. Grandpa Cheng, this has nothing to do with you. Who could have known that woman would show up? Besides, you're the guest of honor today. You're the most important person here, nothing else matters. Zhao Qiao, exceptionally astute, grasped the implication in his words. Moreover, she had invited Mr. Lin herself, so she bore some responsibility for this turn of events. The most blameless party was undoubtedly old Master Cheng, and Mr. Lin had also suffered an undeserved blow. Miss Xia is right. As the guest of honor today, you shouldn't be troubled by such matters. Lin Dong had already learned from Zhao Qiao last night about the relationship between the Bai and Cheng families.
The Cheng family was practically his own people, and he certainly wouldn't turn against his own. Hearing his words, the tension vanished from old Master Cheng's face, replaced by a renewed smile.
Mr. Lin, the Cheng and Bai families have always been on good terms. While we may not wield the same influence as the Bai family, the Cheng still hold sway in Yanjing. Should you ever need anything, come to me anytime. Our doors will always be open to you.
Even without knowing Lin Dong's true identity, observing Xie Qiao's attitude toward him, old Master Cheng had already resolved to treat him as an honored guest of the Cheng family.
Mr. Cheng, you honor me greatly. Lin Dong offered no further comment on the elder's decision. With his concerns addressed, old Master Cheng didn't linger with the two at the study door but instead led them to the birthday banquet. With Zhao Qiao and Shen Yiran, those two eyesores out of the picture, the banquet proceeded smoothly. Meanwhile, the two individuals forcibly removed from the Cheng family ancestral home faced far less favorable circumstances. Being expelled from the Cheng family estate was an unprecedented occurrence in the family's history, naturally drawing a crowd of onlookers. Seeing the expelled figures were the Zhao family's only son and the CEO of Shin Group, the onlookers, though unaware of the reason, couldn't resist gawking and hurling mockery. News of their expulsion quickly reached the Zhao household. Within 2 minutes, a black car pulled up at the gate. "Get in already, you disgraceful things." The window rolled down slowly, revealing the face of Zhao Qiao's father Zhao Changming. Zhao Qiao said nothing, silently opening the door and scrambling inside. Only then did he remember to urge Shen Yiran to get in. Shen Yiran hurriedly lifted her foot to step in, but the door began closing. Zhao Qiao quickly braced his arm against the front door and turned to the man seated up front. "Dad, if you won't let Yiran in, I'm getting out right now." As he spoke, half his body was already hanging out the window, as if he might jump out at any moment. Seeing this, Zhao Changming had no choice but to open the door, muttering under his breath, "Troublemaker." Only after Shen Yiran got in did the door close again. Zhao Changming, too embarrassed to stay, quickly drove off. Soon, the car arrived at Yanjing City Hospital. After examination, Zhao Qiao was diagnosed with 3 broken ribs and multiple abrasions, requiring hospitalization. By then, Zhao Qiao was already lying in bed. Besides his father and Shen Yiran, his mother, who had been at home, had also rushed over. Upon entering the room and seeing her son's upper body wrapped like a rice dumpling, Zhao's mother let out a wail and rushed to his bedside. "My son! How did you get hurt like this? Who did this to you?" Zhao's mother cautiously reached out, but just as her hand was about to touch his cheek, she quickly withdrew it, afraid she might hurt him. "It's all Lin Dong's fault. Lin Dong beat me up." Seeing his mother arrive, Zhao Qiao was overcome with emotion and immediately named the culprit. But the moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Qiao saw his mother's expression shift repeatedly. At first, hearing the name Lin Dong, Zhao's mother didn't immediately recognize it. But once she understood who he was, she hurriedly shifted her body away from the hospital bed. Scanning the room, she spotted the woman she had expected to see. The next second, Zhao's mother lunged toward Shen Yiran standing in the ward and raised her hand, delivering a hard slap across her face. The scene unfolded too quickly for Shen Yiran to react. By the time she regained her senses, her face was already throbbing with pain, her hair falling wildly around her. "Aunt Qiao, what are you doing?" Shen Yiran clutched her face, utterly bewildered as to why the woman before her had attacked her. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Yiran?" Zhao Qiao panicked, trying to get out of bed to check Yiran's face, but his body collapsed back onto the mattress the moment he moved. Chapter 19, You Fox Spirit. "What am I doing? I'm beating you, you vixen. If it weren't for you, how could our Zhao Qiao end up eaten like this? Do you think I don't know who Lin Dong is? He's nothing but a freeloader your Shen family keeps around. My son follows you around like a dog, obeying your every command. Whatever you say, he does. I can't fathom what's so great about you, a married woman. Before seducing someone else's son, couldn't you have remembered you're already married? A woman like you in ancient times would be drowned in a pig cage, you know that." Mrs. Zhao had never taken a liking to Shen Yiran. Her son had defied her countless times over this woman, and now he was beaten like this because of her. This woman was nothing but a harbinger of disaster, a flighty temptress. Zhao's father watched the scene unfold. Though he found his wife's behavior crude, he secretly agreed with her words. He glared at Shen Yiran standing nearby, her face a blur of anger. "Mom, how could you say that about Yiran? She's a good girl, no way she's a seductress. It's all my own unrequited feelings. She doesn't even find me annoying, which is already pretty good. How dare you treat her like this?" Zhao Qiao grew frantic, scrambling to speak from his bed. "Oomph. A good girl? She's clearly a seductress, a fickle, flighty seductress at that. What decent girl hooks up with another man before her divorce is even finalized? Son, you've got lard for brains. Eating too many delicacies day in and day out has made you think plain rice porridge tastes good. Mom, Yiran is divorced. She and Lin Dong split up ages ago. She's single now. Yiran, isn't that right?" Zhao Qiao didn't know how his mother would react to Shen Yiran, but he spoke up for her anyway, even revealing that she was divorced, all to clear her name. Zhao's mother's repeated accusations of flirting and calling her a temptress rang like nails on a chalkboard to Shen Yiran's ears.
Yet she couldn't find the words to refute them. Hearing Zhao Qiao speak up now, Shen Yiran couldn't afford to keep her divorce a secret any longer. She hurriedly responded. Both expected Mrs. Zhao's attitude to soften, or at least ease slightly. Instead, she snorted coldly at Shen Yiran. So what if you're divorced? Let me tell you this, the Zhao family doesn't want second-hand goods. Even if this second-hand goods offered herself up, the Zhao family still wouldn't want her. Son, think carefully, is this woman really worth it? She may possess the alluring beauty of a femme fatale, but she'll never step foot in the Zhao household. Zhao's mother had spoken with finality, forcing her son to make a choice. She was utterly confident he would choose her and his father. Yet his words utterly devastated her. Mom, this lifetime I only want Shen Yiran. Besides her, I want no one else. If she refuses to marry me, then I'll stay by her side forever as her guardian, watching over her for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao shot him a look of disappointment, then turned and walked away. Even Shen Yiran hadn't anticipated Zhao Qiao uttering such words. She'd assumed he was merely playing around, expecting his interest to fade naturally. Yet here he was. Yet Shen Yiran felt not a shred of emotion, only a growing sense of disgust. Had the Zhao family been like the Yi family, she might have fought tooth and nail to become Mrs. Zhao. But compared to the Yi family, the Zhao family was utterly insignificant. In her eyes, Zhao Qiao was nothing more than a pathetic sucker. I share your mother's stance. I also refuse to let such a woman enter the Zhao household. If not for her, it would have been just you and me attending the Cheng family's birthday banquet this year. Our Zhao family could have maintained our cooperative relationship with the Chengs instead of this mess. If I'd known you'd give her the invitation and bring her to the banquet, I should have taken your mother instead. What a double loss. Zhao Changming shot his disappointing son a look, shook his head, and left the hospital room. With both parents gone, Shen Yiran stood in the room feeling helpless. She lifted her gaze to the figure in the hospital bed. Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry. It's my fault you're distracted from your parents. If it weren't for me. To Zhao Qiao, Shen Yiran's face appeared swollen and tear-stained, her expression filled with grievance. Yet her pride compelled her to maintain a semblance of strength. Yiran, this has nothing to do with you. It's all that Lin Dong's fault. He beat me up like this and humiliated me in front of everyone. This time, I won't let him off no matter what. Seeing Shen Yiran about to speak, Zhao Qiao waved her off. Yiran, don't even try to talk me out of this. I know you're kind-hearted, and since he's your ex-husband, you can't bear to hurt him. But this time, I won't listen to you no matter what. My mom went a bit overboard. You should go get your face treated first. Don't let it get worse. Fearing Shen Yiran would try to stop him, Zhao Qiao simply made an excuse for her to leave first. Seeing this, Shen Yiran hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue, but she said nothing. Instead, she turned and left silently. Once outside the ward, Shen Yiran covered her face, her heart already filled with hatred for Lin Dong. Her Shen group had been blacklisted by two major families in quick succession. Beyond the Yi family's support, her only remaining backing was the Zhao family behind Zhao Qiao. Unless absolutely necessary, Shen Yiran didn't want to involve the Yi family. After all, in the eyes of the Yi family's young master, she was a modern, independent woman, a formidable businesswoman. She didn't want to ruin his impression of her. The stinging pain on her face snapped her back to reality. She hurried toward the nurse's station to treat her injury, her heart filled with resentment toward Mrs. Zhao. After Shen Yiran left, Zhao Qiao was alone in the hospital room. Zhao Qiao pulled his phone from his pocket and scrolled through his contacts until he paused on one number. Without hesitation, he dialed it. The moment the call connected, Zhao Qiao spoke up. Hey, do me a favor. Take care of someone. At that moment, the Cheng family's birthday banquet had concluded. After bidding farewell to old Master Cheng, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao departed the venue. Before stepping out of the car, Lin Dong paused, not rushing to leave. He turned to look at Xie Qiao, who had also stepped out of the car. After a moment's thought, two words slipped out, thank you. Thank me? Thank me for what? Xie Qiao didn't catch on immediately, instinctively asking him back, her eyes widening in confusion. Nothing. Watching Xie Qiao's slightly dazed and adorable expression, Lin Dong's lips curved upward, then he shook his head. Chapter 20, Follow me, little brother. He knew that in Yanjing, his status as a freeloader couldn't compare to the prestige of Xie Qiao from the Bai family of the capital. Yet, if their identities were exposed, Xie Qiao would face even greater danger. Lin Dong had intended to thank her for repeatedly protecting him, even going so far as to reveal her own identity. Yet she hadn't even registered the implication. Ah well. Xie Qiao would be staying in Yanjing for a while anyway. There'd be plenty of time to thank her later. Before Xie Qiao could ask any further questions, Lin Dong had already closed the car door and driven away. Staring at the empty spot across the street, Xie Qiao could only return home with her questions unanswered. Meanwhile, at Yanjing City Hospital, an uninvited guest arrived at a hospital room. Seeing the man who had kicked the door open, Zhao Qiao felt his temples throb. He knew this man was arrogant and domineering, but he hadn't expected him to kick a door open in broad daylight. Well, what's this? You're lying down now. Glancing at the figure lying there, the man pushed his sunglasses down his nose with a dismissive flick, his expression tinged with mockery and a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Who beat him up? How did he get beaten like this?
I never thought anyone in Yanjing would dare cross our Zhao family's young master, let alone lay a hand on him. The man flicked the cigarette from his mouth with his fingers, his tone brimming with curiosity yet tinged with mockery. He finished by blowing a puff of smoke at Zhao Qiao and casually flicked the ash away.
The next morning, Lin Dong rose early for his daily jog.
But as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a figure approaching from a distance.
Mr. Lin?
The figure stopped before him, none other than Xiaoqiao.
Mr. Lin, are you out for your morning exercise too? Glancing at Lin Dong's attire, Xiaoqiao looked down at her own outfit, a black and white ensemble that seemed oddly coordinated.
Yes. Lin Dong nodded.
You can just call me by my first name.
Xiaoqiao paused, but agreed nonetheless. The neighborhood is close to the park, and this is precisely when the air is freshest. After tossing out this remark, Lin Dong started running ahead. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xiaoqiao catch up. Lin Dong didn't speak, only slightly slowing his pace until Xiaoqiao matched his stride, running alongside him. Soon, the two exited the residential complex and arrived at the nearby park.
It was still early morning, so the park wasn't crowded.
Most of the people there were elderly men and women gathered together practicing Tai Chi. Spotting Lin Dong, several elderly gentlemen turned to him.
Little Lin, you're here so early again today.
You bet.
Look at me and then look at my son, all he does is sit at home glued to his phone.
Sigh. Lin Dong nodded in agreement but didn't engage in much conversation, continuing to jog deeper into the park. Seeing this, the elderly gentlemen seemed accustomed to it and resumed their Tai Chi movements. Xiaoqiao, who was following Lin Dong, hadn't expected him to be so popular with the elderly. Judging by what the grandpas said, Mr. Lin must be a regular here for his morning runs. As a scenic spot adjacent to the residential complex, the park covered a considerable area. By now, they had passed through the front section and reached a more secluded rear area. This area lacked man-made structures, offering a more natural setting dominated by vegetation, grassy patches, and footpaths worn smooth by countless footsteps. Just then, Lin Dong abruptly halted his steps and turned to look at the people following behind him.
What's wrong?
Seeing him standing there, Xiaoqiao felt puzzled, assuming he had stopped to wait for her because she was lagging behind. But even when she caught up, he remained motionless, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Xiaoqiao followed his gaze and looked straight ahead, but she saw nothing, not even a single figure.
Aren't you going to come out yet?
Just as Xiaoqiao was about to ask, Lin Dong suddenly spoke.
Immediately afterward, footsteps echoed from directly ahead.
A dozen figures materialized, simultaneously blocking the grassy path with their bodies.
TSK, how amusing. You actually spotted us.
The leader, wearing sunglasses and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, finished speaking and flicked his black trench coat.
Who are you?
Seeing the sudden appearance of this group, Xiaoqiao felt a surge of tension and instinctively moved closer to Lin Dong.
Oh, and a beauty too.
Look at those curves, those long legs, what a figure in presence.
Not bad at all.
Spotting Xiaoqiao, the leader removed his sunglasses and fixed his gaze on her, scrutinizing her from head to toe repeatedly. His gaze was sickening, especially to Xiaoqiao, who couldn't help but break out in goosebumps.
Lin Dong didn't speak.
Instead, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xiaoqiao to block the man's view. Hey, sweetheart. Why waste your time with this deadbeat? Come with me instead. I've got money and connections way better than this loser. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just make me happy. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhao Wei. I own a company, several bars, and shops. If you come with me, little beauty, I'll gladly gift you a few shops as a present. Zhao Wei grew excited, rubbing his hands together as he spoke. The cigarette dangling from his mouth had long been flicked onto the ground. Get lost. Feeling Xiaoqiao's fury radiating from behind him and her hand clutching his clothes, Lin Dong couldn't stand the sight of the man across from him. Oof. If you hadn't spoken up, I was planning to deal with you later. But since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Guys, take him down. Apparently unwilling to waste time, Zhao Wei gave the order, and the group behind him immediately moved to attack. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Watching the group charging toward them, Xiaoqiao, unaware of Lin Dong's combat skills, felt a surge of worry. Stay here. Don't move. After tossing out those words, Lin Dong flickered forward, actually stepping into the fray. First time I've seen someone so eager to throw themselves into the fray. Seeing his fierce courage, the crowd grew excited. The first to charge at Lin Dong was a burly, muscular man, his fists clenched and hurtling toward the young man's face. Unfortunately, his speed couldn't match Lin Dong's. With a single kick, the burly man flew through the air like a trapeze artist, crashing into the brother behind him. Both landed beside Zhao Wei. A thunderous crash sent thick dust billowing from the ground, choking Zhao Wei into a fit of coughing. When the dust settled, both men lay unconscious on the ground. Chapter 21, Treat me like a piece of useless trash. Zhao Wei cursed under his breath, kicking one of the men lying on the ground. But the figure on the ground didn't move at all, showing no sign of life whatsoever. Zhao Wei looked up and froze in shock at the scene before him. All the men he had brought with him now lay motionless on the ground in perfect formation. Some curled up in pain, moaning softly, while others lay unconscious like the burly man before. How is this possible? Zhao Wei could scarcely believe his eyes, his body involuntarily stumbling back several steps. He had brought 16 men with him, making 17 including himself. Now, everyone except him lay on the ground. He remained unharmed only because he hadn't personally attacked anyone. His cousin had warned him that Lin Dong was a strange fellow, possessing extraordinary strength and speed beyond the ordinary. Zhao Wei had dismissed it as nonsense, thinking his cousin had been beaten senseless. But for his own safety, his cousin had insisted he bring men along instead of going alone. To appease his cousin and protect himself, he'd brought 16 men. Who could have imagined this outcome? Who the hell would believe a freeloader could be this damn strong? If he was this capable, why couldn't he find any other job? Why did he have to choose this life of leeching off others? His cousin was Zhao Qiao, and he was Zhao Qiao's older cousin. He had come here to avenge his cousin and deal with that freeloader Lin Dong. What did you just say? Kill me? As Zhao Wei's thoughts churned, Lin Dong had already appeared before him. Shrouded in shadow, Zhao Wei swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. A fawning smile instantly spread across his face. You must have misunderstood. We were just joking with you earlier. Yes, a joke, just a little joke. Zhao Wei's tone was obsequious, yet his eyes darted around frantically, as if searching for an escape route. A joke? You brought 16 people all the way here to the park just to play a joke on me? You followed me from the residential complex all the way here just to play a joke? Lin Dong grabbed his chin, forcing him to look up. Sir, please be magnanimous and spare me this once. If nothing else, just let me off like a fart, okay? His jawbone felt like it might shatter under the pressure as Zhao Wei begged for mercy, yet a stubborn glint lingered in his eyes. Lin Dong had no desire for further nonsense. He released his grip, and the moment he did, the man spun around to flee. Too bad he was a split second too slow. Lin Dong delivered a kick to his calf. Zhao Wei let out a wail, one knee slamming into the ground as his entire body lost balance, sending him tumbling forward uncontrollably. If you don't want this leg anymore, just say so. I can give you a hand. Lin Dong planted his foot squarely on Zhao Wei's calf, drawing an instant, agonized scream. It hurts. It hurts. Zhao Wei's eyes filled with tears as he lay face down on the ground, his calf pinned under Lin Dong's foot, unable to move. Spoiled rotten by his family since childhood, Zhao Wei had never endured such humiliation. Beyond the pain spreading through his body, all that remained was seething hatred. Good. If it didn't hurt, you wouldn't learn your lesson. If you try to run again, you might end up lying here forever. Lin Dong paid no heed to his pitiful state. Instead, he slowly bent down and crouched beside him, his foot still firmly planted on Zhao Wei's calf. Spill it. Who sent you? Regarding the surname Zhao, Lin Dong already had an answer in mind, but he wanted to hear it confirmed from the man's own lips. Zhao Qiao. Zhao Wei, unable to think clearly, blurted out everything at once. He and Zhao Qiao were cousins. He was the elder, Zhao Qiao the younger. He'd been enjoying himself at his own bar when Zhao Qiao called him to the hospital. So Zhao Qiao sent you to deal with me? Lin Dong never imagined Zhao Qiao would dare provoke him, especially after hearing from Zhao Wei that Zhao Qiao was now wrapped up like a dumpling in the hospital. Even in this state, he still hadn't forgotten to send someone after him. Yes. Zhao Qiao said you're dangerous and told me to bring extra men. I even swindled some money out of him. Zhao Wei dared not hold back and blurted it out. Zhao Wei and Zhao Qiao weren't exactly close, merely distant relatives who rarely interacted. To secure his cooperation, Zhao Qiao had given him a card loaded with 500,000 yuan. That 500,000 bought Zhao Wei's actions, and it also bought Lin Dong's life. I really have to thank Zhao Qiao. Thanks for thinking so highly of me that he'd pay 500,000 to take my life. He wasn't keen at first, saying it was too expensive and only willing to offer 300,000. But I have a family to feed, so... Zhao Wei abruptly stopped mid-sentence, and Lin Dong understood exactly what he meant. Lin Dong slapped his cheek. Want to live? Yes. Zhao Wei didn't grasp why he'd say that, but he nodded frantically anyway, terrified that if he hesitated, he might end up lying here forever. Well, if you want to live, it's simple. Ever heard of paying to avoid trouble? At these words, Zhao Wei fell silent, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't press him. He slowly stood up and waved to Xie Qiao, who was still standing in place. Xie Qiao, who had been marveling at Lin Dong's extraordinary skills, snapped back to reality just as she saw him beckoning. She hurriedly took a step forward and ran over. As she approached, Lin Dong whispered something softly in her ear. Xie Qiao then pulled out her phone and began tapping its screen rapidly. How much do you want? Zhao Wei finally spoke up, forcing his head up to look at the man and woman beside him. How much do you think your life is worth? Lin Dong didn't answer his question but instead threw it back at him. The words were out before he could stop himself. Zhao Wei instinctively wanted to say he was priceless, but he knew that once those words left his mouth, the consequences would be far beyond what he could bear. He forced himself to swallow the words back.
1 million.
Zhao Wei gritted his teeth, uttering a figure that pained him but was still barely acceptable.
Earlier you mentioned you own a company, plus several bars and shops?
Yes. Zhao Wei didn't grasp the implication and instinctively replied, only to realize the full meaning the moment the words left his mouth.
This. Was he asking for his entire fortune?
I don't want much, just everything you have. That single sentence confirmed Zhao Wei's earlier suspicion.
Impossible.
Zhao Wei shook his head firmly.
Chapter 22, whatever you want, I'll give it.
If it were money, he could bite the bullet and part with it. But demanding his company, his stores, his entire fortune, that was like cutting off his own flesh.
Fine.
Surprisingly, Lin Dong didn't argue with him. Just as Zhao Wei thought 1 million yuan would settle the matter, Lin Dong's next words plunged him into despair.
Since it's impossible, you'll just lie here forever.
As the words fell, the foot pressing down on his calf tightened its grip, even grinding the toe of the shoe into his flesh.
Ugh!
Zhao Wei grimaced in pain, his body curling up on the ground.
Yet, his leg remained completely immobilized. No, I'll give it to you. Whatever you want, I'll give it.
Zhao Wei was terrified. He feared the other man might actually kill him.
Spill it.
What do you have?
Tell me everything, every last detail.
Lin Dong ordered him to list all his assets.
Without hesitation, Zhao Wei answered immediately.
He listed every asset under his name, but noticed Lin Dong wasn't looking at him. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the woman standing beside him.
No lies. Everything matches up. Xia Qiao chimed in immediately after he finished. Also, I've had the lawyer draft the contract and it's on its way. All that's needed is for both parties to sign it.
Lin Dong nodded and withdrew his foot. Zhao Wei dared not flee again, merely shifting his posture from lying prone to sitting up. Soon, the lawyer Xia Qiao mentioned arrived on the scene. Surveying the chaotic scene and the bodies strewn across the floor, the lawyer's eyes flashed with surprise, though he kept his composure and asked no questions. He walked straight to Xia Qiao's side, retrieved the contract from his briefcase, and handed it to her.
Miss Xia, here is what you requested.
Xia Qiao nodded and accepted the document before her. It was indeed the voluntary property donation contract. After opening it and verifying its contents, Xia Qiao handed the contract to Lin Dong.
Mr. Lin, this is the voluntary property donation agreement. Sign it.
Lin Dong tossed the contract toward Zhao Wei, who was sitting on the floor. The lawyer nearby promptly handed him a pen. In front of the other two, Zhao Wei was hit on the head by the contract, stars flashing before his eyes, but he didn't utter a single sound. Glancing over the contract, his heart ached, but he had no choice.
Ultimately, he signed his name on it. After signing, Zhao Wei handed the contract to the lawyer. After the lawyer verified it was correct, he turned back to Xia Qiao. She took the contract and pen from him and handed them to Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't even glance at it, pushing the contract back towards Xia Qiao.
You sign it.
I have no interest in this stuff. Consider it a token of appreciation for you.
Yesterday, Lin Dong had pondered whether he should offer Xia Qiao some token of appreciation for her repeated support. Merely saying thank you felt rather cheap. He had previously instructed by Sheng to halt cooperation with the Shen group, but projects initiated before that order were still ongoing. He had intended to have Bai Sheng transfer these projects to Xia Qiao or her family, the Xie clan, but before he could broach the subject, someone had already delivered this gift to their doorstep.
Though modest, it was still a gift. Xia Qiao hadn't expected him to say this.
She glanced at him, then at the contract in her hand, suddenly feeling it was like a hot potato.
Mr. Lin, this token of appreciation is far too valuable. I cannot accept it.
Lin Dong had summoned her earlier specifically to investigate the assets under Zhao Wei's name.
Perhaps Lin Dong himself didn't realize how much wealth these holdings could generate, but Xia Qiao knew. Just the single company under Zhao Wei's control generated 10 million yuan in annual profits. The shops, including bars and restaurants, also brought in over 5 million yuan each year.
While such profits might seem insignificant in the capital, they represented a substantial fortune in Yanjing.
Moreover, Zhao Wu owned a villa.
While its value couldn't match the upscale neighborhood where they lived, it was still located in a prestigious area of Yanjing. Property prices in that neighborhood were steadily rising, and based on current market rates, the villa was worth around 10 million yuan. Though Xia Qiao was deeply cherished by Old Master Xia, she managed no businesses of her own, not even a small shop. She had originally planned to carve out her own business empire through her own efforts. Yet now, faced with this sudden windfall of assets, she felt no excitement or thrill, only fear that she might be inadequate to handle it.
Accept it.
Lin Dong dropped this statement without further comment. Seeing this, Xia Qiao understood he was determined to gift her these assets. After a moment's hesitation, she signed her name on the contract.
May I leave now?
Zhao Wei cautiously asked upon seeing her signature. When the man before him nodded, he immediately scrambled to his feet and limped away. As for the unconscious bodies lying on the floor, Zhao Wei was barely managing to take care of himself at the moment. He certainly had no spare energy to concern himself with them.
Thank you, Miss Xie. Now that the contract is signed, I'll take my leave.
The lawyer, who had taken the contract, was equally adept at reading the room. He promptly grabbed his briefcase and turned to leave.
Mr. Lin, what should we do with them?
Suddenly, only Zhao Qiao and Lin Dong remained in the room.
Call the police. Tell them they were intentionally injured.
Although Bai Haisheng hadn't accompanied them to Yanjing, he had already made arrangements with various authorities there. Therefore, Zhao Qiao's words carried the weight of Bai Haisheng's authority. Soon, a group of uniformed officers arrived at the park and took away the unconscious individuals still lying on the ground. By then, Zhao Qiao and Lin Dong had already returned to the residential compound. Due to the incident with Zhao Wei, they had wasted considerable time in the park, and by the time they got home, it was already noon. The first thing Lin Dong did upon returning home was head to the bathroom. He scrubbed himself thoroughly from head to toe and changed into a fresh set of clothes. The bathroom door slid open from the inside, revealing Lin Dong emerging shrouded in steam. Wearing slippers and drying his hair with a towel, he noticed his phone vibrating on the bedside table. Lin Dong walked over at a leisurely pace. The automatically lit screen displayed a series of messages. He unlocked the phone and tapped the notification. The first thing that caught his eye was the glaring words Zhao family, more precisely, the Zhao family to which Zhao Wei belonged. The moment he returned home, Lin Dong had someone investigate the Zhao family. This was all the information that person had sent him about them.
Chapter 23, What a coincidence to meet again.
Old Master Cheng had once mentioned that he and the patriarch of the Zhao family were close friends. However, the Zhao patriarch had been short-lived and passed away early. After the elder Zhao passed, only two sons remained, the eldest, Zhao Changming, and the younger, Zhao Changsheng. Zhao Changming had an only son, Zhao Qiao, while Zhao Changsheng also had an only son, the very Zhao Wei who had appeared in the park today. However, due to their birth order, Zhao Wei was the elder. To put it plainly, Zhao Wei was Zhao Qiao's cousin. The Zhao family possessed vast wealth and property. After the elder Mr. Zhao passed away, the family estate was divided equally between the two sons. Perhaps because he was an only child, Zhao Wei was showered with affection. Bolstered by the Zhao family's influence, he grew arrogant and tyrannical, with a temper to match. He essentially ruled Yanjing with an iron fist. Consequently, Zhao Changming harbored deep dislike for this nephew. Compounded by the fact that their companies operated in nearly identical industries, the relationship between the two Zhao brothers gradually grew distant. It was likely that Zhao Qiao wouldn't have contacted his cousin at all if not for his desire for revenge. Lin Dong said nothing as he scanned the documents, his gaze drifting downward. Perhaps the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Zhao Changsheng of the Zhao family was no saint either. His company was rife with shady dealings, even implicated in several deaths. But thanks to his skill at covering his tracks and his deep pockets, he'd managed to stay out of trouble until now. TSK, someone like that actually gets to live so comfortably. After finishing the entire dossier, Lin Dong couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Lin Dong set the towel aside and stepped out of the bedroom, heading downstairs. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, he found Zhao Qiao standing there. Mr. Lin, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? Zhao Qiao felt the gifts she'd received as tokens of gratitude were far too extravagant. After much deliberation, she couldn't think of anything appropriate to reciprocate with, so she decided to express her thanks by inviting him to dinner instead. For this occasion, Zhao Qiao had made a special effort to dress up, though she preferred a simple, light makeup rather than heavy cosmetics. Beneath the light makeup, Zhao Qiao looked even more beautiful than usual. The simple application accentuated her natural beauty, and paired with a black dress that hugged her curves, she radiated an air of sensuality. Has Zhao Wei transferred the company and shop to your name yet, as per the voluntary property transfer agreement he drafted for you? Lin Dong wasn't worried Zhao Wei would try any tricks, but he believed it was best to complete the transfer as soon as possible. The lawyer has already taken care of it. Zhao Qiao replied truthfully. Seeing this, Lin Dong nodded. I need to make a call. Wait here for a moment. Lin Dong turned and walked away. Zhao Qiao remained standing where she was, quietly watching his retreating figure. Let's go. In less than a minute, Lin Dong reappeared before her, and the two walked away one after the other. Though this was only her second visit to Yanjing, Zhao Qiao had already memorized all the relevant information about the city. They were now heading to Yanjing's most famous and bustling restaurant Jiwei Feng. Even though it was past the midday lunch rush, the stream of vehicles outside Jiwei Feng showed no sign of slowing. Cars continued to pour in. After parking the car, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao walked toward the entrance of Jiwei Feng. Upon reaching the entrance and stepping into the lobby, they found a long queue already forming inside. Soon, a server approached Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao. Excuse me, sir and madam, do you have a reservation? Yes, we have a reservation for the luxury private room. Upon hearing this, the server didn't respond immediately but instead lowered their head to check something in their hand. I'm sorry, ma'am, but since your reservation time is quite late, the luxury private room is no longer available. Would you mind switching to a standard private room instead? The server looked at them apologetically.
Xia Qiao frowned. She had originally intended to book a VIP private room, but those were reserved exclusively for special guests at Jiwei restaurant. She had settled for the deluxe private room as a compromise, only to find it unavailable. Xia Qiao didn't respond immediately to the waiter's question. Instead, she turned to the person beside her. Sure. Lin Dong didn't have any particular preferences, it was just a meal after all. Then the standard private room it is. Seeing Mr. Lin agree, Xia Qiao finally spoke up. The waiter acknowledged her and resumed his tasks. Well, who might this be? Isn't this my deadbeat ex-brother-in-law living off someone else? Which rich woman in Beijing has he latched onto now? Just then, a jarringly out-of-place voice echoed from behind Lin Dong and Xia Qiao. Footsteps approached from behind them, and soon Shen Yu and Shen Yiran appeared beside the pair. Miss Shen, Mr. Shen. The waiter's tone was filled with respect upon seeing Shen Yu and Shen Yiran, even bowing slightly. Shen Yu was accustomed to such treatment. His gaze shifted to the person beside Lin Dong, his eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Since they had arrived after Lin Dong, they had only caught glimpses of their silhouettes earlier. It was only when Lin Dong spoke that Shen Yu recognized him, prompting him to immediately pull his sister Shen Yiran over. Shen Yu had assumed Lin Dong had hooked up with yet another wealthy woman or heiress from Yanjing. But upon seeing them, he realized they were actually acquaintances. Miss, what a coincidence we meet again. When he saw the person accompanying Lin Dong was none other than the young lady he'd met at the club last time, he was immediately taken aback, even pleasantly surprised. Miss, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last time. My name is Shen Yu, the younger brother of President Shen of the Shen Group. Perhaps overcome by the sight of such beauty, Shen Yu completely forgot how Lin Dong had shoved him into the fountain last time, and how he decalled the young lady a filthy repeatedly. You two again. Unlike Shen Yu's delight, Shen Yiran felt nothing but bad luck. Because of the previous incident, Shen Yu had repeatedly pestered her to find someone to avenge him. He'd also nagged her to bring him to Jiwei restaurant to make up for the hurt he'd suffered last time. Now, the moment they stepped through Jiwei restaurant's doors, they ran into these two. For Shen Yiran, it was truly bad luck. Lin Dong, will you ever stop? We're divorced now. Can you please stop following me? And that incident at the Cheng residence, the Zhao family won't let you off the hook for attacking Zhao Qiao. Shen Yiran looked at the couple before her, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. She couldn't explain why, but she felt they were perfectly suited for each other, as if they were truly meant to be together. Chapter 24, You are our honored guest. Whether the Zhao family will let Mr. Lin off the hook has nothing to do with you. Chapter 24. You are our honored guest. What does that have to do with you? It's normal for your Shen family to fear the Zhao family, but that doesn't mean our Bai Hai and Xia families will be afraid. Xia Qiao was also somewhat annoyed with this woman, Shen Yiran. She had gone to great lengths to find this place to treat Mr. Lin to a meal, only to have the private room downgraded to a standard one and run into these two. What rotten luck! Xia Qiao voiced her thoughts aloud. The two women called unlucky both turned pale with anger. You filthy! Think you're hot stuff now? Who the hell are you? What Bai family and Xia family in Yanjing? Learn your facts before you start spouting nonsense. Ignorant! Watching the man yapping like a mad dog, Lin Dong found him both laughable and pitiful. All these years, he had shielded the Shen family under his wing. Shen Yiran's career had flourished without a single setback, and the entire Shen clan had risen with her success. They had grown so accustomed to their privileged life in Yanjing that they forgot China had many cities beyond it, and above Yanjing lay the capital itself. Miss Shen, has the Shen group truly reached such a glorious pinnacle? Otherwise, how could your own brother, your flesh and blood brother, have never even heard of the Bai family? Xia Qiao sneered. The remark made Shen Yiran's face pale. She quickly tugged at Shen Yu beside her. Sis, what are you doing? Shaken by the tug, Shen Yu shrugged indifferently and walked straight toward the waiter. He picked up the item from the waiter's hand and looked down at it. Lin Dong, what kind of trash are you hanging with? Some Xia Qiao? Some Xia family? Some Bai family? You booked the most basic private room? Every powerful figure in Yanjing is in a VIP room, or at the very least a deluxe suite. TSK. Without our Shen family, you can't even break into Beijing circles anymore. How about this? Kneel down, call me brother, and apologize to me. Then I'll reluctantly take you into the VIP room to see what life is like for Beijing's high society. Let you broaden your horizons. Before Lin Dong could respond, Shen Yu finished speaking. Suddenly, a pot-bellied man in a suit emerged from the side of the hall, striding directly toward Lin Dong and his group. Shen Yu's smug expression deepened as he watched the man approach. See that? The owner of Jiwei Fong has personally come out to greet me. You still have time, get down on your knees now. Otherwise, don't blame me for having the owner throw you out of Jiwei Fong. Then your embarrassment will be known throughout all of Yanjing. His words caused the guests gathered in the lobby to exchange surprised glances and begin whispering among themselves. Didn't they say the Shen family had been blacklisted by the Bai family in the capital and the Cheng family in Yanjing? How can they still wield such influence? Could it be that the Shen group has truly risen to such prominence? No clue.
All I know is whenever those Shen siblings come, the owner personally greets them. They even have a special VIP room reserved just for them. Rumor has it that room isn't open to the public, only the Shens and the owner get access.
Hey, your intel is way out of date. Do you even know who owns Jiwei Restaurant? The owner's surname is Zhao.
And Shen Yiran, the president of Shen Group, standing over there, as a sycophant who also happens to be surnamed Zhao, the Zhao family's only son.
So now you get the connection, right?
Hearing this, the guests in the hall finally grasped the situation. Xia Qiao overheard every word, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If she'd known Jiwei Restaurant belonged to Zhao Qiao, she wouldn't have come even if they'd paid her.
Unfortunately, she found out too late.
Just then, the pot-bellied man approached the group.
Manager, throw these two out of Jiwei Restaurant. I never want to see them here again.
Earlier, someone had mentioned that the Shen siblings were personally received by the owner whenever they visited, confirming that the man before them was indeed Jiwei Restaurant's proprietor. Seeing the owner arrive, Shen Yu said nothing further and immediately ordered his men to act. But to his surprise, the owner ignored him completely, turning to face Lin Dong and Xia Qiao directly.
Mr. Lin, Miss Xie.
The owner wiped sweat from his forehead, his voice hoarse and breath coming in short gasps. Clearly he'd rushed over in a panic.
Xia Qiao was completely taken aback by the owner's actions and instinctively looked to the person beside her. He wants you to throw us out. What do you think about that, boss?
Feeling Xia Qiao's gaze, Lin Dong stepped forward and spoke up.
Mr. Lin, you must be joking. You are an honored guest of Jiwei Restaurant and Miss Xie is the owner herself. How could an employee ever throw the owner out?
Hearing Lin Dong's words, the owner shuddered. He quickly wiped the sweat from his face again and hurriedly declared his loyalty, terrified that a single second's delay might see him thrown out of Jiwei Fang alongside the Shen family.
Besides, asking him what he thought about it? His job was on the line, how could he possibly have an opinion?
Of course, whoever said it should be thrown out. Heaven knew he'd been sitting comfortably in his office when a waiter informed him the Shen siblings had arrived. Just as he rose to greet them personally, he received a call before even stepping out of his office.
The caller claimed Jiwei Restaurant had a new owner, a woman named Xie Qiao, who was currently arguing with someone in the lobby. The caller even sent him a series of restaurant transfer contracts. He initially dismissed it as a prank call or malicious competition. But barely a minute after hanging up, the office door burst open. The waiter rushed in, reporting that the Shen sisters were arguing with someone in the lobby, mentioning something about the Xia and Bai families. His first thought was that it was related to the earlier call. He immediately asked the waiter, "Is there someone here named Xie Qiao?" When the waiter confirmed it, he didn't hesitate and rushed over. By the time he arrived, panting and out of breath, he caught Shen Yu's brazen remark, sending a cold sweat down his back. Boss, are you seeing things? Jiwei Restaurant has always been owned by the Zhao family. When did it become the Xia families?
Besides, I've been here countless times and never once heard of a change in ownership. The owner's words left Shen Yu somewhat baffled, but he continued acting as if nothing had happened, even adding a casual sis at the end as he pulled Shen Yiran along with him.
At this moment, even Shen Yiran found the boss rather irritating. Boss, don't forget Zhao Qiao and my relationship. If you make me unhappy, you'd better watch out, you might be packing your bags and leaving soon. Chapter 25. Do you even care about me? Miss Shen, you might be mistaken.
The original owner behind Jiwei Restaurant wasn't Zhao Qiao, but Zhao Yiwei. Just moments ago, I received notice that the owner has changed to Miss Xia. Whether packing my bags and leaving will become reality remains to be seen, but I can assure you that you and your brother Shen Yu will definitely be leaving. Facing Shen Yiran and Shen Yu's questioning, the owner now carried a noticeable air of confidence. Hearing the owner's words, Xie Qiao finally understood why he had addressed her as boss. This shop had actually belonged to Zhao Yiwei. If it belonged to Zhao Yiwei, then it belonged to her.
What did Miss Shen and Mr. Shen say just now?
Oh, I remember they said they'd throw us out, right? Xia Qiao's voice was soft and melodious, her expression even softening slightly. Then she abruptly changed her tone, throw those two out. And never let them set foot in Jiwei Fang again.
Before Shen Yiran and Shen Yu could react, waitstaff rushed over and began dragging the two of them toward the exit.
The smug look hadn't faded from Shen Yu's face, yet now, in front of everyone, he was being dragged out by the arms. Glaring at Xie Qiao and Lin Dong standing frozen in place, Shen Yu's expression twisted in fury. He struggled violently and actually managed to break free from the waiter's grip. Unrestrained, Shen Yu charged straight towards Xie Qiao.
It was all because of that damn.
Last time, it was her fault he got blacklisted from the clubhouse. Now, it was her fault again. He was banned from Jiwei Restaurant, barred from ever setting foot inside again.
And yet, she had somehow transformed into the owner of Jiwei Restaurant. Why? Why? Resentment and rage filled Shen Yu's entire chest. Women all cherished their appearances, didn't they? Then he would destroy hers. Perhaps fueled by rage, not a single waiter could stop him.
Just as he was about to reach Xie Qiao, a figure suddenly blocked his path, sending Shen Yu flying through the air. You! Shen Yu's hands desperately clawed at the arm wrapped around his neck, but the grip remained unyielding, tightening steadily. The suffocating lack of oxygen forced Shen Yu to gradually release his grip. Everything before his eyes began to blur and his eyelids slowly closed.
Death had been this close all along. You want to die? I can grant you that wish.
I wouldn't mind killing you right here in public. The voice, like a grim reaper's call, rang in Shen Yu's ears. He forced his eyes open with all his strength and saw the other man's expression, calm and indifferent. Seeing that he still had the strength to look up, Lin Dong tightened his grip even further.
Stop. Just as Shen Yu thought he was truly suffocating to death, a voice suddenly rang out.
Don't stain yourself for scum like him.
Zhao Qiao knew Lin Dong's status.
Combined with Shen Yu's repeated provocations, even killing him would be just punishment. But to uninformed outsiders, it would look like Lin Dong had killed over such a trivial matter, which would only tarnish his reputation. That was why Zhao Qiao had spoken up to stop him.
There won't be a third time.
With that, Lin Dong released his grip. The owner nearby promptly handed him a tissue. Lin Dong hadn't expected the boss to be so practical. After glancing at him, he finally took the tissue and wiped his hands. Thud! Shen Yu's body crashed directly onto the floor, ignoring the pain and the embarrassment. He gasped for air with his mouth wide open, but the suffocating sensation from the oxygen deprivation had already cast a deep shadow over his mind.
Shen Yu, are you okay?
The suddenness of the incident left Shen Yiran stunned. By the time she regained her senses, Shen Yu was already slumped on the floor.
Lin Dong, you've gone too far. Shen Yu is my brother. You attacked him in front of all these people. Do you even respect me, Shen Yiran, anymore?
Shen Yiran stared down at the deep mark on her brother's neck, then lifted her head to glare furiously at the two men across from her.
No!
Lin Dong shook his head decisively. Miss Shen may have forgotten, but we divorced long ago.
To me, you are nothing more than a stranger.
I, Lin Dong, have no habit of respecting strangers, especially someone like you. I address you as Miss Shen because I was raised with the values of Huaguo's education, learning courtesy from a young age. It's also because I possess manners, unlike your brother who spews insults like filthy whore and deadbeat at every turn. If Yanjing's high society is filled with men like him, then it's no wonder it's in such a sorry state. This was likely the most Lin Dong had ever spoken to Shen Yiran since their divorce. Some people, unless you spell things out clearly, will always assume you have feelings for them. They'll perpetually maintain that haughty, self-righteous demeanor in your presence.
Shen Yiran was like that with Lin Dong.
Yet after uttering those words, Lin Dong never once spared her another glance. You? Shen Yiran stared at the man before her, utterly at a loss for words. If this were before, when he was her husband, she could say anything and he would listen. But now they were divorced. The thought stirred a sudden wave of irritation within Shen Yiran.
Get them out of here.
Just then, the owner, quick to read the situation, spoke up. To prevent a repeat of what had just happened, he even called for several more waiters. A group of people carried the two men out and dumped them at the entrance of Jiwei restaurant. Outside, the crowd of customers hadn't thinned. Seeing Shen Yiran and Shen Yu emerge in such a manner, many of them burst into mocking laughter. The surrounding laughter made Shen Yiran's face flush crimson with anger. She scrambled to her feet, neglecting to tidy her appearance, and hurriedly pulled her younger brother up from the ground. Under the stares of onlookers, the two fled the scene in disarray. Meanwhile, with Shen Yiran and Shen Yu gone from the main hall, the owner immediately instructed the waitstaff to resume service. Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, however, were personally escorted by the owner to the third floor of Jiwei restaurant, heading toward the VIP private room.
Did you know all along?
Watching the owner's retreating figure ahead, Zhao Qiao deliberately slowed her pace to walk alongside Lin Dong behind them. She lowered her voice to ask.
Yeah. Jiwei restaurant is quite famous in Yanjing.
I've been here a few times before, but I never knew who the owner was behind the scenes until I saw that contract yesterday.
That contract of voluntary property donation signed by Zhao Wei.
The document clearly listed all properties and shops under Zhao Wei's name, including the shop's name. He hadn't expected Zhao Qiao to choose Jiwei Fong for their meal, nor that he'd run into Shen Yiran and her brother. But that's just how coincidental it turned out to be.
Chapter 26. Get out of here.
Just seeing all those cars parked out front, you could imagine how booming this restaurant's business must be. I was originally planning to use this opportunity to sketch some reference material, but it turns out this is actually my own shop. This is truly a stroke of luck. Zhao Qiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice tinged with excitement. The look she gave Lin Dong held a tenderness she hadn't even noticed herself.
We'll be counting on your support, Miss Xie.
After spending these past few days together, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao had grown closer. Compared to before, they now felt more like friends.
Don't call me Miss Xie. Just call me Qiao. Miss Xie feels too formal. Alright, then you can stop calling me Mr. Lin too. Just call me Dong.
Lin Dong had mentioned this before, but clearly she hadn't taken it to heart. This time, however, she nodded in agreement instead of dismissing it like last time.
Soon, guided by the owner, the two arrived at the VIP room on the third floor. The owner didn't enter but remained standing at the doorway. Miss Xie, this is Jiwei Fong's special private room reserved exclusively for VIP clients.
Though it shares the VIP name, it's several tiers above the standard VIP rooms.
Zhao Qiao didn't enter immediately, instead furrowing her brow. This can't be the private room that person in the lobby mentioned earlier, can it? The owner understood the implication in her words and recognized that the man referred to was Shen Yu. He desperately wanted to shake his head and deny it, but the truth was undeniable. Yes. The previous owner of this room was Zhao Yiwei, Zhao Qiao's cousin. Zhao Qiao had been pursuing Shen Yiran, so he asked Zhao Yiwei to use this private room. Over time, it became a shared space for the Zhao brothers and the Shen siblings. But rest assured, before you arrived, I had the entire room thoroughly cleaned inside and out. We even sprayed it with disinfectant specifically to kill germs. Plus, all the furnishings inside have been completely replaced. If the floor hadn't been so difficult to tear up and the walls so hard to demolish, the owner would have replaced everything himself, otherwise, he might have been the one getting replaced. Xiaqiao was somewhat surprised by the owner's actions. She hadn't expected him to move so quickly, nor to be so considerate, even going so far as to think of using alcohol to disinfect. You've worked hard. Finally, Xiaqiao didn't forget to add, raise my salary. At those words, the man, whose eyes were already narrow, squinted them into slits, a clear sign of delight. Once Xiaqiao and Lin Dong entered the private room, the owner instructed the waitstaff to bring out every specialty dish the restaurant offered, determined to win over the new boss and his distinguished guest with culinary excellence. Meanwhile, gloom hung over the Shen household. In the living room, Shen Yiran and Shen Yu looked utterly disheveled. Shen's mother stared at them, her eyes wide. Didn't you go to Jiwei restaurant? How did you end up like this? Shen's mother's gaze swept over her son's neck, catching sight of the red marks. She let out a shriek, slapped her thighs, and rushed toward him. What happened to your neck? Who did this to you? Her eyes filled with anguish. She reached out to touch him, but fearing she might hurt him, she quickly withdrew her hand. Shen Yu seemed dazed and unresponsive to his mother's words, just sitting there blankly. Seeing her son's silence, Shen's mother turned her gaze to her eldest daughter. Yiran, tell me. What happened? Where did your brother get those wounds on his neck? Lin Dong did it. The moment she heard Lin Dong, Shen's mother wailed, Lin Dong, always Lin Dong. He ate and drank well in our Shen household. What did we ever do to deserve this? He went after your brother with deadly force. Mom, can you stop blaming everything on my husband? Why don't you ask if your brother did something first? We all know what kind of person he is. Your brother has been spoiled rotten by you. Just then, Shen Shuaro appeared in the living room. Seeing her mother wailing on the sofa, then glancing at her sister and brother sitting there, Shen Shuaro felt nothing but disappointment in her eyes and heart. She had only come to the kitchen to get a glass of water, but never expected to overhear this. Shen Shuaro, have you no conscience? Come see what state your sister and brother are in. How can you stand there spouting cold remarks? Your sister and brother are your family, just like me. You bear the Shen surname, not the Lin. Shen's mother grabbed Shen Shuaro's arm and pulled her forcefully beside the sofa, forcing her to see the two people sitting there clearly. Sis, tell me exactly what happened. If my brother-in-law really was in the wrong, I'll go find him right now and make him apologize to you. Shen Shuaro was startled by the sight of Shen Yiran and Shen Yu. She knew how elegant and refined her sister usually was. The first thing she did upon leaving the house was to tidy her appearance, and even when returning home, she always looked poised and composed. But now, her sister Shen Yiran's hair hung in disarray, her usually immaculate clothes were inexplicably dusty and stained, and her makeup had smudged at some point. Her younger brother Shen Yu sat silently, the marks on his neck clearly visible and slowly turning purple-blue. His clothes were similarly covered in dust and stains. Judging by appearances alone, the two looked utterly miserable. But ever since that last time, Shen Shuaro had seen her sister and brother's true colors. This time, unless she got to the bottom of what had happened, she would still choose to believe her brother-in-law, Lin Dong. What do you mean, the cause and circumstances? Your sister and brother are in this state, and you still want to know the cause and circumstances? Shen's mother couldn't understand Shen Shuaro, much less why she was being so cold. Mom, please stop being unreasonable. If my brother-in-law really did something wrong, then we'll go find him and make him apologize. If he didn't do anything wrong, then my sister and brother brought this upon themselves. Get out of here. Shen's mother snatched the cup from her hand and slammed it hard onto the floor. The sharp clang of the cup hitting the floor made a glint flicker in Shen Yu's eyes as he sat on the sofa. Seeing her mother's stubborn refusal to budge, Shen Shuaro shook her head in disappointment before storming out the door. At that moment, Shen Yiran and Shen Yu's phones buzzed simultaneously. Both looked at each other in confusion before pulling their phones from their pockets. The screens displayed a push notification from Weibo. Shen Yiran assumed it was another celebrity update. She glanced at it hurriedly and froze completely. There, in bold letters, were the words Zhao family. The headline read, Yanjing's philanthropic Zhao family under police investigation, framing or hypocrisy? Chapter 27, Official Arrest Warrant. Seeing this headline, Shen Yiran felt a wave of unease wash over her. The Zhao family? Which Zhao family? What other Zhao family could there be in Yanjing? Shen Yiran instinctively glanced at her younger brother beside her. She saw Shen Yu looking back at her, his expression flustered. Sis, that can't be right? Clearly, Shen Yu had seen the post too. I don't know, I really don't.
Shen Yiran shook her head blankly, yet her fingers involuntarily tapped to open the post.
The Zhao family of Yanjing is under police investigation.
According to current information, Zhao Changsheng and his only son, Zhao Yiwei, have been secretly taken away by the police. Seeing the names Zhao Changsheng and Zhao Yiwei, Shen Yiran breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Zhao Qiao, as long as it wasn't the Zhao family that Zhao Qiao belonged to. Her fingers continued scrolling down to read the comments beneath the post. But just then, another notification pushed to the top of her phone screen. This time, however, it wasn't gossip or financial news, but an official announcement from the Yanjing Police Department. Shen Yiran tapped on the notification and saw the Yanjing Police Department's official account had issued an arrest warrant. Zhao Changsheng of the Zhao family had been arrested and sentenced to death with immediate execution for crimes including tax evasion, intentional damage to property, and premeditated assault. Zhao Yiwei of the Zhao family had been arrested and sentenced to 10 years in prison for crimes including intentional assault and endangering public safety. Upon reading this, Shen Yiran suddenly felt the name Zhao Yiwei seemed familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Beside her, Shen Yu read the two names without a flicker of emotion, then tossed his phone aside. Sis, Lin Dong attacked me right in front of you today. He doesn't give a damn about you. After these two incidents, Shen Yu no longer dared to confront Lin Dong, or even appear before him. But swallowing his pride like this? He couldn't do it. Exactly, Yiran. You treat him like your husband, like family, but he never treated you like his wife. If he truly still cared about you, how could he lay a hand on your brother? Look at his neck, what a mess. He just attacked Lin Dong today. Next time, he'll come after you directly. Shen's mother, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Shen Yu's words. Yiran, haven't you been out of touch with that person in the capital for quite some time? You can't just leave him hanging. Shen's mother's words immediately sparked a reaction from Shen Yu beside her. Sis, you're dating that young Master Yi in the capital now. You can't just let your little brother suffer in silence like this. I understand. Shen Yiran understood her mother and brother's meaning perfectly. She promptly resolved to teach Lin Dong a lesson. She grabbed her phone and headed toward her room, locking the door behind her once inside. Immediately afterward, Shen Yiran dialed the number of someone far away in the capital. Miss me? The moment the call connected, a lazy voice came through. Hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Shen Yiran's face as she softly replied. Good girl. Once I wrap up this busy period, I'll come to Yanjing to see you. Could you help me teach someone a lesson? My ex-husband, Lin Dong. Shen Yiran briefly recounted recent events, especially Lin Dong's taunts toward her and his physical assault on her younger brother, but instinctively omitted any mention of Xiechou or daring to bully my woman? He must be out of his mind. Her words were met with a furious roar from the other end of the line, followed by a reassurance that he would handle the matter. Shen Yiran gave a soft reply to the response on the other end. After exchanging a few more sweet nothings, she finally hung up. Meanwhile, Shen Shuero, having left the Shen residence, headed straight for the residential complex where Lin Dong lived. Brother-in-law. Shen Shuero's eyes reddened slightly as she saw the person opening the door. Shuero? What brings you here? Lin Dong looked at the person at the door, puzzled, but still invited her inside. At that moment, in a VIP ward at Yanjing City Hospital. You ungrateful son. Look at the mess you've made. Zhao Changming's temples throbbed with rage as he flung the phone in his hand onto the hospital bed, landing squarely on the person lying there. Dad, I've been here at the hospital the whole time. I haven't gone anywhere. Unexpectedly berated, Zhao Qiao was utterly bewildered. He picked up the phone from the bed and held it before his eyes. One glance left him completely stunned. How is this possible? The screen displayed the arrest warrant issued by the Yanjing police, exactly as it appeared on Weibo. Panic gripped Zhao Qiao as his fingers frantically scrolled down, reading every word of the arrest warrant. No, impossible. Zhao Qiao shook his head, still unable to believe it, yet the hand gripping the phone slowly began to relax. Tell me, why did you have Zhao Yiwei go after Lin Dong? Zhao Changming stared at his son, wanting to yank him off the bed and throw him out. The arrest warrant had come too suddenly. Even if Zhao Changming wanted to pull strings to get him out, it was impossible. Zhao Changming knew his younger brother well. The charges listed on the arrest warrant were undoubtedly true, but his brother had always covered his tracks meticulously. He would never have ended up in this situation, let alone been arrested by the police. Therefore, Zhao Changming suspected the rival faction was behind it. He had secretly investigated and discovered that Zhao Yiwei, his younger brother's son, had sought out Lin Dong, only to be reported to the police afterward. Digging deeper, Zhao Changming traced the trail back to his own son. I only wanted my cousin to teach Lin Dong a lesson. I never imagined this would happen. Zhao Qiao was growing increasingly agitated, utterly bewildered by how the situation had spiraled out of control. He'd expected his cousin Zhao Yiwei to round up some guys and give Lin Dong a thorough beating, recording a video of him kneeling and apologizing. But who could have imagined it would land his uncle's entire family in jail? Is this because of Shen Yiran again? Hearing this, Zhao Qiao shook his head hastily. Trouble. Nothing but trouble. Dad, how could Yiran be a harbinger of disaster? Besides, Lin Dong is just a poor kid from the countryside.
How could he possibly have that kind of influence? If he really had any real power, why would he have humiliated himself by living off the Shen family for all these years? He would have made something of himself long ago. How could he have let Shen's mother and Shen Yu bully him all this time? If you ask me, this has nothing to do with Lin Dong or Shen Yiran. Maybe uncle offended someone, or perhaps higher-ups had their eye on him all along. Otherwise, how could it happen so suddenly? Even the charges were investigated so thoroughly. Who else but those at the top could move this fast? Zhao Qiao knew Lin Dong had Xiaoqiao by his side, but a mighty dragon struggles to subdue a local snake, especially in Yanjing, which was no ordinary capital city. Chapter 28, The Grey Van. Even if Xiaoqiao wanted to vent for Lin Dong, it would take time. Hearing this, Zhao Changming couldn't help but ponder. Deep down, he knew his son was right. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar lingered about the entire affair, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Zhao Changming had seemingly forgotten by Haisheng's earlier remarks at the Zhao family banquet. Like his son Zhao Qiao, he hadn't connected the incident to Lin Dong and gradually began to dismiss it all as mere coincidence. Dad, you knew about uncle's activities long ago and warned him repeatedly. His arrest was inevitable, it just happened sooner than expected. Your top priority now should be issuing a statement to prevent confusion between our two Zhao families. If competitors catch wind of this and stir up public opinion, our stock will only plummet. Zhao Qiao remained convinced that higher-ups had intervened in this matter. His first instinct was to shield his father from risk and sever ties as quickly as possible. But, after uttering those two words, Zhao Changming sighed heavily. Forget it. Do as you say. After uttering those words, Zhao Changming seemed to age several years in an instant. He didn't linger in the hospital room any longer. Instead, he picked up the phone from the bedside table and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Shen Shuero entered the living room and sat on the sofa, feeling uneasy. She glanced repeatedly at her brother-in-law across from her, opening her mouth several times but finding no words to speak, eventually closing it again. What happened? Lin Dong was puzzled by the hesitant person across from him, especially since the slight redness around her eyes made it look like she'd been bullied. But Shen Shuero was, after all, the heiress of the Shen group. With her sister Shen Yiran out there, who would willingly court trouble? Brother-in-law, my sister, and my brother. Seeing him ask, Shen Shuero didn't hold back. She immediately recounted the conversation between their mother, Shen Yiran, and Shen Yu. My brother has been spoiled rotten by our mother these past years. Not only does he have a spoiled brat attitude, but he's also become quite arrogant. And with what happened last time, I just can't shake the feeling they won't let you off the hook so easily. In the end, Shen Shuero couldn't resist warning him to be careful. Thanks for the warning, but isn't this considered tipping them off? How are you going to explain this to Mrs. Shen when you return? Lin Dong appreciated Shen Shuero's kindness, but as a member of the Shen family, shouldn't she be siding with her own kin? Why was she being so friendly to him, the gold digger? Lin Dong knew Shen Shuero had overheard his conversation with Bai Haisheng by accident and could roughly guess what had happened. But that alone shouldn't explain her unwavering support for him. Consider it a heads up. All these years, you've looked after our entire family. I've seen everything you've done for us. A person can't live without conscience, let alone be utterly heartless. Ever since her sister's career began soaring, her mother and brother had become like strangers, unrecognizable and somewhat ungrateful. Only Lin Dong remained unchanged, still the brother-in-law she remembered. When the Shen family was poor, her brother-in-law bustled about, easing her sister's burdens. When the Shen family prospered, he continued doing what he always did, remaining the house husband others talked about, yet he never uttered a single complaint. Brother-in-law, you and my sister. Shen Shuero clung to a sliver of hope, yet even she found the question laughable. Given how her sister treated him, what right did she have to expect anything from him? Yes. Lin Dong understood exactly what she was implying, but he and Shen Yiran would never reconcile or remarry. Ever since Shen Yiran cheated on him and made him a cuckold, ever since she berated him as unworthy and echoed others calling him a freeloader, he and Shen Yiran had ceased to have any connection whatsoever. They were now two parallel lines that would never intersect. So if I keep calling you brother-in-law, would that make you feel repulsed? Even a little sickened? It's just a title. Lin Dong shook his head, indicating it didn't bother him. But you and my sister aren't husband and wife anymore. If I keep calling you brother-in-law, won't people misunderstand? How about I just call you brother Lin Dong from now on? What do you think? Though Lin Dong didn't mind, Shen Shuero still wanted to change the title. She feared misunderstandings from others, and even more, she dreaded her sister thinking Lin Dong was trying to cling to her again. Whatever you want. It's fine with me. Then brother Lin Dong, I won't bother you anymore. I'm heading to the office now. Shen Shuero didn't mention her plan to crash at the office tonight and wait a few days for her mother's temper to cool before returning home. Let me drive you. It's already dark outside, it's not safe for you to go alone. Lin Dong glanced out the window and rose to his feet. Then I'll trouble you, brother Lin Dong. Shen Shuero worked at Shen Group. Even after dark, people were still trickling out of the company gates.
Lin Dong drove Shen Yiran to a street near the Shen Group headquarters. He watched her get out and walk toward the company entrance, waiting until her figure disappeared completely inside before driving away. Not long after leaving the Shen Group compound, Lin Dong noticed through his rearview mirror that a gray van was steadily tailing him. His instinctive alertness made him sense something was amiss, but the road was busy with traffic, and perhaps the van was merely coincidentally behind him. Still, playing it safe, Lin Dong didn't head straight home. Instead, he deliberately took a detour. As he approached a fork in the road ahead, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Just before reaching the junction, his hand swiftly twisted the steering wheel, and the car shot toward the other exit. In the next instant, the vehicle was already on the alternate road. Lin Dong watched the road ahead while glancing in the rearview mirror. He saw the gray van that had been following behind him immediately change direction and follow closely after he swiftly entered the road. Seeing this, Lin Dong was now 100% certain this vehicle was targeting him. The only question remained: who was behind it? Was it Shen Yiran and Shen Yu from the Shen family, or Zhao Qiao from the Zhao family? His gut leaned toward the Shen family not because of Shen Yiran's warning, but because he had sent Zhao Changsheng and Zhao Wei of the Zhao family to prison. The Zhao family had plenty on their plate now, starting with distancing themselves from the two Zhao relatives. Lin Dong guessed they wouldn't have the bandwidth to target him anytime soon. As for investigating him to avenge Zhao Changsheng and his son, that was utterly impossible. Chapter 29, Who are you, exactly? According to his investigation, Zhao Qiao was still hospitalized. Beyond Zhao Wei, he had no other contacts capable of aiding him. Even if Zhao Qiao wanted to seek revenge for himself, he'd have to find someone first. But the Shen family was different, especially after his confrontation with Shen Yiran and Shen Yu earlier that day. Given Shen Yiran and Shen Yu's temperaments, coupled with Shen's mother's habitual indulgence of her sons, the Shen family would inevitably come after him sooner or later. What he hadn't anticipated was that the Shen family's men would arrive so swiftly. Lin Dong glanced at the road sign ahead, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. He pressed harder on the accelerator, instantly sending the car speeding up again. Damn it! Did he spot something? Why'd he suddenly speed up? Watching the car ahead accelerate, the man in the driver's seat of the minivan behind him couldn't help but curse. He had assumed the target was exactly as described in the files: a mediocre deadbeat, a useless piece of trash. But he hadn't expected the man's vigilance to be this high. Ever since the sudden change of direction at the fork in the road, he had sensed something off about the car ahead. Now, seeing it accelerate, his unease only deepened. Fourth brother, stop overreacting. So it's speeding up, big deal. There's hardly any traffic on the road now. Picking up speed is normal. Stop freaking yourself out. The man in the passenger seat rolled his eyes before burying his head back in his phone. We've all seen his background check from the boss, nothing suspicious. Plus, we privately investigated him in Beijing, and everything matched the records. He's just an ordinary deadbeat. Besides, even if he did notice, what could he do? There's no way he could take on all of us. A rough voice echoed from the back seat of the van. Hearing this, Lao Si in the driver's seat suppressed his unease and remained silent, focusing intently on driving. However, the road grew increasingly narrow, seemingly taking them farther from Yanjing city center. Just then, instead of a wide avenue, a rugged dirt path appeared before them. As the cityscape faded behind the windows, obscured by trees, the passengers in the van finally sensed something was wrong. No! He's trying to escape. Fourth brother, step on it. Block him. The voice rang out again from the back seat. Hearing this, fourth brother didn't hesitate for a second and immediately pushed the vehicle to its maximum speed. At that moment, Lin Dong inside the van surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. His hands moved swiftly, slamming on the brakes. The vehicle abruptly changed direction, its front end now facing the road they had just come from. Lin Dong parked the vehicle, stepped out, leaned against the door, and fixed his gaze straight ahead. When the van pulled up, the first thing it saw was the man leaning against the door, arms crossed over his chest, looking downright cocky. Not bad, kid. Pretty alert for someone. After the van came to a stop, the rear door swung open swiftly. A man stepped out and walked directly toward the van. Lin Dong remained silent, instead watching the others who continued to emerge from the van behind him. Including him, 6 men emerged from the van. Who sent you? Lin Dong didn't intend to waste time with them and asked directly. Sorry, but it's the code of the underworld, we don't betray our employers. The first man to step out spoke again, sizing up the man ahead with a rough voice tinged with disdain. This is going to be a bit tricky. With that, Lin Dong straightened up, slammed the car door shut with his right hand, and lunged toward the man ahead. Boss, watch out. The words barely left his lips before Lin Dong's figure closed the distance. Without any fancy moves, he aimed straight for the man's temple. The old man reacted swiftly, jerking backward and tilting his head to the side. Though he narrowly dodged the blow, the fierce force of the punch sent a chill through him. Who the hell are you? The boss steadied himself, his breathing becoming slightly labored. He looked at the man standing before him, whose breathing remained perfectly steady, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. Didn't your employer tell you? Lin Dong countered. No, impossible. You're not Lin Dong. The employer's files clearly state Lin Dong is a deadbeat, a good-for-nothing loser.
We verified this information in Yanjing, it's accurate.
Who the hell are you? The boss shook his head. The scene from moments ago replayed relentlessly in his mind. A deep-seated fear told him the man before him was not someone to mess with.
I am Lin Dong.
With that, Lin Dong attacked again.
Everyone, attack him together.
I refuse to believe we can't take down one man with all of us. Seeing Lin Dong charge at him again, the leader steeled himself. Spitting on the ground, he stopped dodging and met the attack head-on. Hearing the leader's words, the remaining 5 joined the fray. Lin Dong remained focused solely on the man before him, his attention undistracted by the others. Thud! Their fists collided. Lin Dong remained expressionless while the leader's face contorted in pain. His first thought was that his hand felt like it was ruined. Just then, several figures appeared behind Lin Dong. Seeing this, he instantly withdrew his hand and shifted his body direction swiftly. Thud, thud, thud. Several figures glided through the air. Looking toward the source of the sound, he saw several men already lying on the ground, writhing and moaning in pain. Fourth brother, kill him. Lin Dong followed the command, catching a flash of gleaming steel before his eyes. He sidestepped, and the blade swung harmlessly through the air. The man called forth held a heavy machete in both hands. Perhaps having exerted too much force just now, he didn't immediately swing at Lin Dong again. Instead, he gripped the blade, his eyes fixed on Lin Dong with intense vigilance. Illegally possessing a restricted weapon is a criminal offense, especially when you bring it into a public place. Glancing at the machete in his hands, Lin Dong, being a law-abiding citizen, decided to give him a little legal education.
I'm out here slashing people, who gives a if it's illegal.
Lin Dong's words stunned old Four, who immediately cursed back.
Then you deserve to go to jail.
Lao Si froze, instinctively caught off guard.
Lin Dong's figure flashed instantly, vanishing from his spot.
With a single kick, the machete in his hand clattered to the ground.
The clatter of the blade hitting the floor snapped the stunned onlookers back to reality.
Chapter 30, The Yi Family of the Capital. Looking down at his empty hands, then at the cleaver lying on the ground, fourth brother finally snapped out of it and immediately bent down to pick it up. At the same time, the eldest brother hurried over. The machete could end up in his hands, or old Four could pick it up again, but it absolutely couldn't fall into Lin Dong's grasp. Lin Dong watched their movements intently. His right foot moved toward the cleaver on the ground, not to kick it away, but to send it flying into the air. He caught it steadily, right in front of them. Weighing the cleaver in his hand, Lin Dong found it substantial yet manageable. The blade gleamed with a cold, sharp edge, radiating an aura of effortless cutting through iron. Seeing him weigh the blade in his hand, both the boss and number 4 felt a flicker of fear in their eyes. They knew full well the blade's true weight, even the boss himself would need both hands to wield it. Yet the man before them toyed with it single-handedly, as if it were nothing more than a plaything. How is that possible? The boss took a few steps back, his eyes glazed over.
Boss, the intel must be wrong. We need to get out of here now.
Seizing a moment when no one was watching, fourth brother hurried over to the boss and whispered urgently. Let's go. The leader glanced at the bodies lying on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. He gritted his teeth but ultimately decided they should leave first. After exchanging a few words, the two turned to leave, heading straight for the van parked nearby. They thought their conversation had been hushed, but Lin Dong had heard every word. Now, seeing them prepare to flee, he continued to toy with the machete in his hand, following slowly behind them. Within seconds, the two figures reached the van. Excited, they reached out to open the door. Just then, a cold gleam shot through the space between them. The clang of metal echoed as both men turned to see a machete embedded in the van's body, half its blade sunk deep into the metal.
Spill it. Who sent you? At that moment, Lin Dong's voice echoed from behind them.
Though delivered in an ordinary tone, it felt to the two men like the Grim Reaper demanding their souls. The boss's face turned ashen. He stared at the machete embedded in the van, then glanced at the fourth man frozen in place beside him. Sighing, he turned to face the person before him. Would you let us go if we told you?
No.
The leader had intended to fight for himself and his brothers one last time, but upon hearing the expected reply, he felt less disappointment than he had anticipated. Still, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The Yi family of the capital. The 4 words slipped out, and the leader felt a wave of relief wash over him. He blurted out the rest without pause.
Lin Dong didn't respond, merely listening quietly.
According to his account, they were a gang of petty thugs in the capital. Though their numbers were small, they had gained some notoriety in the city for never betraying their employers. This time, the Yi family had approached them, ordering them to go to Yanjing and deal with a man named Lin Dong. The request was simple: kill Lin Dong if possible. If that failed, cripple and leave him confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. At first, the boss had no intention of taking the job. But the offer was too tempting. The client had repeatedly emphasized it was just a matter of dealing with a freeloader, something that would take less than 10 minutes.
Earning that much money in under 10 minutes?
Only a fool would refuse. The boss was persuaded. He gathered his crew and headed to Yanjing to deal with Lin Dong.
The result was exactly what just unfolded. After recounting this, the boss couldn't help but laugh. Back then, the other guy had claimed only a sweetheart would turn down such a deal. Yet in the end, he himself had become that sweetheart. Not only had they traveled all the way here, but they'd been wiped out completely. How did you know the employer was the Yi family from the capital? Judging by their earlier conversation, the other party hadn't mentioned their identity at all. So how had the boss figured it out? Well, we may be lowlifes, but we've got our connections. And the Yi family isn't like other aristocratic clans, they're quite high profile in the capital. That guy wore nothing but a mask, no other disguise. If I didn't recognize him, there'd be something wrong with my eyes. It was precisely because he recognized him as a member of the Yi family that the boss initially didn't want to take the job. After all, the Yi family was so powerful and influential, why would they need thugs like them to do their dirty work? But then, the boss heaved a heavy sigh. Greed had killed him. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Hearing the sound, the boss instinctively covered his head and crouched down. Fourth brother beside him quickly crouched as well, not daring to move a muscle. As for Lin Dong, the moment the sirens blared, he had already exited the van and was walking toward his own car, driving away from the scene. His car passed right by the police vehicles. Lin Dong glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the police had already arrested the boss and his crew. As for the large machete, it remained stuck in the vehicle's body. Pulling his gaze back, Lin Dong focused on the road ahead, heading toward the residential complex. After returning home, Lin Dong first cleaned himself up, changed into fresh clothes, and only then sat back down on the sofa. He had already called the police before the gray van arrived, which explained why the patrol car had arrived so promptly. He hadn't expected the Yi family to take action against him, considering they were based in the capital. Sending someone to deal with him would inevitably take time. However, the Yi family's move undoubtedly had the Shen family stirring things up behind the scenes. Lin Dong suddenly recalled the task he had previously assigned to Bai Haisheng. He had instructed Bai to put pressure on the Yi family. The fact that the Yi family now had the resources to target him suggested their business ventures were progressing far too smoothly. Just then, the phone on the coffee table rang. Picking it up, he glanced at the name displayed and answered without hesitation. Mr. Lin, I heard the Yi family sent people to Yanjing. Are you all right? He knew Lin Dong's background and was well aware of his formidable skills. But this was the Yi family we're talking about, and with their extensive connections, Bai Haisheng had called immediately upon hearing the news. The news spread that fast? Lin Dong hadn't expected Bai Haisheng's call to be about this matter. You asked me to give the Yi family a taste of their own medicine. Since returning to the capital, I've snatched 3 of their projects. While the Yi family suffered financial losses, their eldest son moved a large sum of company funds at this critical moment. My people embedded within the Yi company detected it. Chapter 31, Too Much Idle Time. Using company funds at such a critical juncture seemed highly suspicious. Bai Haisheng grew wary and secretly hired someone to investigate. The investigation revealed that the Yi family had hired local thugs. While he didn't know the details of their discussions, those thugs had left the capital for Yanjing. Earlier, Mr. Lin had instructed him to pressure the Yi family. Now the Yi family had sent someone to Yanjing. This whole situation felt deeply unsettling. Thus, Bai Haisheng immediately contacted Lin Dong, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. The Yi family's eldest son is broke? He needs to siphon company funds? Lin Dong leaned forward slightly, tapping the coffee table with one hand. His expression remained calm, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Their project got snatched away, causing cash flow problems at Yi Company. The young master dipped into his personal slush fund to plug the hole, so all the funds ended up flowing into the company accounts. In truth, following the typical approach of business people, when a company faces cash flow issues, the first step should be to seek investment to find new projects and reinvest fresh capital. But whether it was sheer bad luck, a stroke of misfortune, or the Yi family being too obviously targeted by the Bai family, no one extended a helping hand to the Yi family. Instead, they all stood by watching, ready to deliver a crushing blow when the moment arose. That was the true face of the aristocratic families. Too much idle time. Lin Dong withdrew his hand and leaned back, settling into the sofa with an air of languid ease. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I guarantee the Yi family will have no time to concern themselves with matters outside the capital. Bai Haisheng immediately pledged. Lin Dong acknowledged the promise before ending the call. At that moment, Beijing by Group Corporation. Chairman, this is the project we just snatched from the Yi family. However, its scope doesn't quite align with our company's focus. Should we consider assigning it to one of our subsidiaries? The assistant entered, holding a stack of documents. Assign it. No need to consult me on such matters in the future. If it doesn't suit our company, hand it directly to the Beijing subsidiary. Ultimately, it doesn't matter who gets these seized projects, just make sure they don't fall back into the Yi family's hands. By the way, what's the Yi family's current status? With this latest project delivered by the assistant, Bai Group had now snatched 4 projects from the Yi family. He had roughly estimated their financial loss to be in the 8-figure range and likely higher.
The Yi family is still seeking investors, but most people in Beijing are hesitant to step in.
They're all watching and waiting. But Chairman, the Yi family is a major force, one of the 4 great families of Beijing.
While we've snatched several projects from them, it hasn't crippled them.
And since the patriarch hasn't stepped in yet, should we continue?
The assistant was a native Beijing local who had worked alongside Bai Haixing for years, giving him considerable insight into the capital's 4 major families.
Continue. I'll see just when the old man of the Yi family intends to make his move.
With Mr. Lin backing him, Bai Haixing wouldn't bat an eyelid even if he were to clash with the entire Yi family, let alone the patriarch.
Receiving the chairman's order, the assistant said no more.
He simply relayed the directive to monitor the Yi family's movements and prepare to seize projects again.
At that moment, in the Yi Group headquarters office.
Young Master Yi, the project we just secured has been snatched away by the Bai family again. The secretary wiped sweat from his forehead, his body practically shrinking into the corner.
Snatched? Impossible.
The man seated behind the desk couldn't contain his rage, roaring loudly as he slammed his fist on the desk and leapt to his feet. Yesterday he personally negotiated with the other party, and the deal was almost sealed. But at this critical moment, the other party took a phone call and immediately said they needed to think it over.
They even claimed a major company emergency required their immediate return to handle it. He was especially understanding at the time and promptly let them leave to attend to it. And what was the result? This?
The so-called important matter was rushing back to sign with the Bai Group. I checked with the project lead at their company. They said the Bai family offered a higher price point than us, and their commitments were more substantial than ours. After uttering these words, the secretary couldn't help but shrink back, her gaze darting toward the door behind her. She resolved to slip out before young Master Yi started throwing things.
Has the Bai family lost their minds? Our Yi family's offer is already among the highest in the industry, and they're still pushing for more? After raking in so much money over the years, are they just throwing it away? The man's temper flared, his face contorting into a grimace. He swept his hands across the desk, sending everything flying. In an instant, a series of clattering sounds echoed through the office. The secretary had already backed up against the wall, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Outside, employees heard the commotion and collectively lifted their heads toward the office door. Unfazed, they exchanged glances before quickly returning to their tasks. I refuse to believe the Bai family has the funds to keep going head-to-head with us. Keep negotiating if they have the guts to take one, we'll take one. The man was visibly flustered. After venting his frustration, he dismissed the secretary. Meanwhile, the arrest of the petty thugs by the Yanjing police was widely publicized by the media, and news of it had even reached the capital. Staring at the content displayed on his phone, then at the familiar face on the screen, the assistant grew flustered and hurried toward the office, clutching the device. By the time he reached the door, the secretary was just emerging, looking like he'd narrowly escaped disaster. Wait, don't go in yet. He just blew his top. Going in now would be like walking into a gun barrel. I have urgent matters to report. Even if it means walking into a gun barrel, I must go in. Knowing the secretary meant well, the assistant reluctantly relented, then pushed open the door and swiftly closed it behind him. Get out. Don't bother me. Young Master Yi, it's me. The single phrase made the figure spinning in the office chair turn back around. Has the matter in Yanjing been resolved? Seeing it was his assistant, the man's tone softened slightly. There's been an incident. The assistant hurriedly thrust his phone toward the man, ensuring he could clearly see the screen. One glance was enough to extinguish the man's interest. So they got arrested. Big deal. Just some thugs. His indifferent tone only made the assistant more agitated. Young Master Yi, you asked me to find someone to deal with that Lin Dong in Yanjing. These are the people I found, the very thugs arrested by the Yanjing police. Chapter 32, You're fired. You hired a bunch of thugs to deal with Lin Dong, and then these thugs got arrested by the police? Summarizing his words, the man looked utterly incredulous. And what about Lin Dong? He's fine. The moment those 4 words left his mouth, the assistant felt the temperature in the office drop instantly. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. You spent the money, your own people got arrested, and the target walks away unscathed? The assistant murmured a response, then instinctively took a step back. Get out. Get out. The man's heart ached with rage, his expression turning grim. So, young Master Yi, should we still send people to deal with Lin Dong? The assistant fled the office as if escaping, but paused at the door, half his head peeking through the crack. Get out. The words barely left his mouth before a glass cup flew off the desk, hurtling straight toward the assistant's head. Clang! The glass cup smashed against the door, shattering into fragments that scattered across the floor. The assistant, who had just managed to close the door, clutched the handle tightly with his right hand, leaning against the doorframe and panting heavily. That was terrifying. If I'd been a second slower, my head would have been blown to bits. The assistant muttered. Inside the office, the man stared at the scattered shards, his rage boiling over. He roughly tore open his collar, his face twisted with fury. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Shen Yiran, he hesitated before finally answering.
Yuxuan, about that thing you promised me earlier. The other party cut off abruptly, but the implication was clear. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan, known as Young Master Yi, recalled his assistant's earlier words. The anger he'd suppressed surged back up instantly.
I've already sent someone to handle it. Yi Yuxuan didn't reveal the truth, instead offering this single sentence.
On the other end, Shen Yiran's voice trembled with urgency.
When can we expect results? I don't know. I haven't received any updates yet.
While his words were straightforward, his mind was already spinning with other thoughts. With the company now targeted by the buy group, he had poured most of his funds into the business, leaving only a small portion for daily living expenses. With buy group pressing relentlessly, Yi Yuxuan had no intention of getting involved in matters concerning Yanjing anymore. But Shen Yiran, that woman with her exquisite beauty and stunning figure, was someone Yi Yuxuan had no intention of giving up on. So, far away in Yanjing, Shen Yiran naturally knew nothing of Yi Yuxuan's plans. Hearing his words, she couldn't suppress the surge of excitement within her. After exchanging a few more sweet nothings, they finally hung up. Shen Yiran clutched her phone tightly, her expression twisted with maniacal excitement. Lin Dong, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. So what if you've hooked up with Xiao? You're still completely at my mercy. Shen Yiran muttered to herself. Yet when she mentioned Xiao, the image that flashed through her mind was of her standing beside Lin Dong. Her excitement gradually faded, replaced by a growing sense of irritation. This thought led her to recall her younger sister, Shen Yiran, and how she had repeatedly spoken up for Lin Dong. The next moment, she scrolled through her phone contacts for a long time before finally finding a name and dialing it directly. Fire Shen Yiran from the company. If she's going to speak up for Lin Dong, then she has no place staying in the Shen family. She ate off the Shen family, lived off the Shen family, and even her job came from the Shen family. She bore the Shen surname, yet instead of supporting her own kin, she sided with Lin Dong, an outsider. She'd see just who Shen Yiran could rely on after leaving the Shen family if she could even survive in Yanjing. Before the other party could speak, Shen Yiran hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at the Shen Group Corporation's HR department, the manager stared at the disconnected phone, a hint of confusion in his expression. Still, he rose and headed toward the design department as instructed by President Shen. Shen Yiran, you're fired. The HR manager pushed open the door, scanned the room to confirm her presence, and announced it directly in front of the entire design department. The statement sent shockwaves through the room as all eyes turned in unison toward the target. Why? Shen Yiran's face betrayed utter bewilderment as she instinctively stood up to face the person at the doorway. I'm sorry, this is a direct order from President Shen. I don't know the specific reasons either. Not only Shen Yiran, but even he, the HR manager, was thoroughly puzzled. Setting aside the relationship between Shen Yiran and President Shen Yiran's professional competence was outstanding, and she had brought considerable profits to the company. If it were just a resignation, that would be one thing, but this was outright dismissal. At this thought, the HR manager felt relieved. Thankfully, President Shen hadn't explicitly stated that dismissal would be added to Shen Yiran's resume. Otherwise, finding another job would be incredibly difficult for her. At the very least, she'd be considered finished in this industry. Since it's not quitting time yet, hurry up and pack your things to leave the company. This month's salary has already been deposited into your account. This was the last thing the HR manager could do for her, a half-hearted attempt to preserve some dignity. It was President Shen's direct order. Shen Yiran murmured to herself, her mind echoing those words. This was Shen Group Corporation, and President Shen was none other than her own sister, Shen Yiran. So it was her sister who wanted to fire her. Why? Why fire her? Was it because of her brother-in-law? Shen Yiran was utterly baffled, yet she began packing her belongings. Carrying a cardboard box full of her belongings, she walked past the other employees, leaving the design department in the company, until she stepped outside the corporate gates. Staring at the bustling traffic ahead, Shen Yiran felt lost, unsure where she should go now. Because she had spoken up for her brother-in-law before, Shen Yiran hadn't returned home since that day. She had been staying at the company ever since. Now, having been fired from the company again, the world seemed vast yet empty. Shen Yiran felt she had nowhere to go. Clutching the cardboard box in her arms, Shen Yiran walked over to a nearby utility pole and slowly crouched down, her vision gradually blurring. What's going on? Why are you suddenly crouching here? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Shen Yiran immediately looked up to see her brother-in-law standing before her, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Why are you crying? Lin Dong pulled her up from the ground and took the cardboard box from her hands. The person beside him reached into a bag, pulled out an unopened pack of tissues, and handed it to Shen Yiran. Thank you. Taking the tissues, Shen Yiran thanked him before wiping the tears from her face. Chapter 33 The Blueprint. Lin Dong didn't speak immediately, instead lowering his gaze to examine the contents of the cardboard box. Seeing the paper, pens, and various supplies inside the box, along with the people standing at the company entrance during working hours, Lin Dong suddenly understood what had happened. You got fired? Though it felt unlikely, Lin Dong asked anyway. The person standing before him nodded.
Not fired, I was dismissed. Brother-in-law, I guess I don't have a home anymore.
After uttering these words, Shen Shuero's tears once again streamed down her cheeks. The word brother-in-law caught Xiao's attention and a look of confusion crossed her face. She glanced at the person in front of her, then turned her gaze to the one beside her, curiosity evident in her eyes.
Mr. Lin, who is this? Xiao couldn't help but ask. Shen Yiran's younger sister, Shen Shuero.
With that, Lin Dong fell silent, allowing Shen Shuero to vent her emotions.
He and Xiao had originally come out to deal with matters concerning Zhao Yiwei's company.
Although the company now belonged to Xiao, the actions of the Zhao family had still affected it. Therefore, he accompanied Xiao to handle the situation.
Zhao Yiwei's company was located not far from the Shen Group headquarters.
On the way back, Lin Dong noticed someone crouched by the roadside who looked vaguely familiar. He got out of the car and walked over, only to discover that the person crouched there was Shen Shuero.
Upon hearing the name Shen Yiran, Xiao's expression shifted.
Her gaze darted from the person beside her to the one in front, her eyes darting back and forth.
By the way, isn't your company still hiring?
Lin Dong suddenly remembered something and shifted his gaze to Xiao beside him.
Xiao nodded.
While the Zhao family company was registered under her name, the real decision-making power still lay with Mr. Lin. She had practically forced it upon him. After all, having received so many gifts, she had to give something back.
Although the company was now registered under her name, the Zhao family was far more well known in Yanjing than she was. Consequently, the shareholders and former employees harbored resentment toward her, sabotaging her work in various ways. It wasn't until the Zhao family's scandals were exposed that they finally settled down.
But without the Zhao family's backing, the shareholders began openly and covertly vying for power, scheming to wrest control of the company from her. Today, Mr. Lin accompanied her to the company. Besides addressing the fallout from the Zhao family's scandal, she also had to deal with these shareholders' disturbances. Following Mr. Lin's advice, she decided to go all out and fired both the shareholders and the employees who had previously caused trouble. As for their shares? Let them sell if they wished. She now held the majority stake and had nothing to fear from them. Suddenly, the company had a surplus of positions to fill. On the way back, she pondered where to find qualified talent.
Brother-in-law, can I do it? Shen Shuero sniffed, feeling somewhat inadequate for the task.
At Shen Group, I'm only the deputy manager of the design department, primarily responsible for design work. Moreover, her sister Shen Yiran constantly criticized her designs as worthless. If it weren't for the fact that this was Shen Group and she was her own sister, she would have been fired long ago.
May I see your design blueprints? Or even rough sketches? Xiao didn't immediately agree, nor did she immediately refuse. Shen Shuero nodded and began rummaging through the cardboard box Lin Dong was holding. She eventually pulled out a stack of documents and handed them to Xiao.
Xiao took them and examined them carefully, her fingers flipping through each page. The more she looked, the more serious her expression became, tinged with a hint of excitement.
Did you design all of these? You personally designed all of them? Xiao's voice trembled slightly with emotion as her hands unconsciously clenched the papers tightly. Yes, I designed them all myself. Is there a problem?
Shen Shuero's voice grew faint, her expression shifting to one of apprehension, likely startled by Xiao's reaction. These designs are incredibly innovative, some I haven't even seen in the capital. And most of them are focused on clothing design.
If you're interested, you could absolutely pursue this field. Xiao's gaze grew increasingly intense as she looked at the person before her. Would you be willing to come to the company with me and create a design right in front of me?
Xiao had originally intended to have her create something on the spot. She was simply too curious about how these designs sprang from her mind. But glancing at the surrounding environment and the constant flow of traffic, she ultimately swallowed those words.
I can.
Faced with such enthusiasm, Shen Shuero couldn't help but feel flustered, her speech becoming stammering and halting.
Mr. Lin. Seeing Shen Shuero agree, Xiao suddenly remembered the other person beside them and quickly asked. Let's go. Lin Dong responded immediately, turning to leave first while carrying the cardboard box in his arms.
To help the two grow more familiar with each other, Lin Dong deliberately took the driver's seat, volunteering to be the driver. The backseat space was reserved for Xiao and Shen Shuero.
Throughout the ride, Xiao kept asking questions about the design blueprints.
Though Shen Shuero seemed a bit timid when facing her, she answered each question patiently. Being girls, sharing differing perspectives on the blueprints yet united by a common interest, their bond progressed faster than Lin Dong had anticipated. After parking, Lin Dong stepped out of the driver's seat to find the two women from the back seat already holding hands, looking like the best of friends.
Mr. Lin, shall we head to the top floor office? Xiao spoke up the moment she saw Lin Dong. After receiving his nod of agreement, she promptly took Shen Shuero by the hand and led her toward the company building ahead.
Lin Dong followed behind them. Compared to the Shen Group, this company was larger in scale, with the entire building in front of them belonging to the firm. However, due to the recent employee misconduct and turmoil, the company was currently quite empty, with very few staff present. Upon entering the company, Xia Qiao began explaining the current internal situation to Shen Shuero. Since they hadn't yet changed the company name, the exterior of the building still bore the Zhao Group sign, and the internal environment remained largely unchanged. The three of them boarded the executive elevator and ascended directly to the top floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Xia Qiao led the way toward the office, not forgetting to take Shen Shuero's hand.
Chapter 34, Exceptional Design Talent.
By the time Lin Dong arrived, Shen Shuero was already seated on the sofa, pen in hand, her head bowed over her work.
Seeing Lin Dong enter, Xia Qiao hurried over to him.
The two stood together by the doorway, making space for Shen Shuero to work freely. Lin Dong glanced at Xia Qiao, then set the cardboard box aside before returning to his previous spot. Mr. Lin, after entering the office, I retrieved paper and pencils and handed them to Shen Shuero. I imposed no restrictions, only asked her to freely sketch a design on the spot, with no limitations on the subject matter. Xia Qiao spoke softly, careful not to disturb the person seated on the sofa. Lin Dong acknowledged her with a nod, his gaze fixed on the figure ahead, though his thoughts had already drifted far away. During his years with the Shen family, Shen Yiran and Shen Shuero weren't particularly close sisters, but overall, Shen Yiran treated Shen Shuero well, at least better than she treated her own husband. But now, Shen Yiran had fired Shen Shuero from the company and even made her pack up her own belongings to leave. It seemed excessive no matter how one looked at it.
Moreover, Shen Shuero would never argue with her sister over anything unrelated to him.
She suspected Shen Shuero's dismissal from the Shen group was likely due to her own actions.
Mr. Lin, I just reviewed Shen Shuero's design drafts outside.
My suggestion is to either let her start her own company or offer her a position at yours.
This matter had been on Xia Qiao's mind ever since she entered the office. It wasn't that she disliked Shen Shuero joining the company, but rather that the company's core business didn't quite align with Shen Shuero's strengths.
While they did need designers,
Shen Shuero's work leaned more towards the feminine aesthetic, think jewelry design, women's apparel, footwear, and such.
At present, the company had no plans to venture into that area. Even if it did in the future, that was still a long way off.
Moreover, Shen Shuero possesses exceptional design talent.
Keeping her in the company temporarily just for future business ventures would be extremely unfair to her. But Mr. Lin was different. After her maternal uncle, Bai Haisheng, arrived in Yanjing earlier, he had given Mr. Lin several companies. These companies had diverse interests, including precisely the areas she had just mentioned. Xia Qiao spoke as she thought, her words carrying her own considerations for Shen Shuero's future. Hearing her words, Lin Dong withdrew his gaze and turned to look at her. He saw the person beside him wearing an expression of earnestness and seriousness, showing no special regard for Shen Shuero simply because she was Shen Yiran's younger sister, nor harboring any prejudice toward her.
Shen Shuero doesn't know my true identity.
Lin Dong had never revealed his identity to the Shen family. Therefore, if he told Shen Shuero he owned a company, she would undoubtedly believe him and not question it further. Yet, a lingering doubt would always remain in her heart. Therefore, this matter must still be handled by you. Changing the subject abruptly, Lin Dong handed this difficult task back to Xia Qiao.
Seeing this, Xia Qiao didn't speak again.
Instead, she lowered her head slightly, deep in thought, seemingly searching for a suitable reason or excuse. Just then, the person seated on the sofa abruptly stood up, lifting the sketch in their hand as they turned to face the two individuals by the doorway.
I'm done drawing. Shen Shuero's words interrupted Xia Qiao's thoughts.
She hurried over to the sofa in 3 quick steps and took the sketch from her hand. Just as she had mentioned earlier, Shen Shuero's sketch remained distinctly feminine in style, clearly depicting a necklace. Judging solely by the simple black and white sketch, it was hard to imagine the finished piece, yet the shape outlined by the lines was still eye-catching. Lowering her gaze to the sketch in her hands, Xia Qiao mentally filled in its colors. No matter what hues were chosen, this necklace would undoubtedly be eye-catching.
Xia Qiao didn't speak immediately.
Instead, she glanced at Lin Dong beside her. Seeing him nod, she finally withdrew her gaze.
Your design is both outstanding and remarkably innovative. Xia Qiao's praise remained high. Really? In contrast, Shen Shuero seemed visibly flustered.
But my sister saw my sketches earlier and called them garbage. She said if I weren't her own sister, she'd have fired me from the company long ago.
You're not just praising me because of my brother-in-law, are you?
Despite their lengthy conversation in the car earlier, Shen Shuero still lacked confidence, suspecting the praise stemmed from respect for her brother-in-law, Lin Dong. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Xia Qiao, and I'm from the capital.
Xia Qiao had just remembered to mention this, adding at the end that she was from the capital. It wasn't to appear superior to them, but because she wanted to convey that, coming from the capital, she was more worldly than Shen Yiran. She believed works should be judged on their merits, not through lies. Shen Shuero couldn't help but feel a bit surprised upon hearing this, yet she couldn't tell if it was true or false. She simply turned her gaze back to Lin Dong. When she looked at him, Lin Dong didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked about something else. Since Shen Yiran claims your drafts and designs are trash, has the Shen Group ever actually used any of those designs? Lin Dong also sensed something off about Shen Yiran's words, but he didn't spell it out explicitly. He had little desire to meddle in the Shen family's affairs, and even less wish to be accused of sowing discord between sisters. It was better to let Shen Shuero figure things out for herself.
Yes. Shen Shuero nodded firmly, then began speaking on her own.
Even though my sister dislikes my designs, she still allowed the department to keep them. Except for the very first few I drew when I was just starting out, the rest have all been used by the company. As she spoke, Shen Shuero grew increasingly composed, as if she had already come to terms with it. Yet she shook her head.
She's my sister. My own sister.
Shen Shuero, who thought she had figured it out, was puzzled.
Even more puzzling was why her own sister would act this way?
Perhaps she couldn't bear to see you leave the company. Xia Qiao, though unable to grasp the depth of their sisterly bond, instinctively offered this suggestion. But to Shen Shuero's ears, it sounded twisted. She treated her like a real sister, while the other might only see her as an employee. Shen Shuero dared not dwell on it further, unwilling to shatter the image her sister held in her heart.
Miss Xia, may I take a position at your company? Chapter 35, Xia Group Corporation. I'm afraid not.
Xia Qiao shook her head, then began explaining, repeating the very words she had just said to Lin Dong.
So you're saying my design talent is extraordinary, and you suggest I start my own company or join a subsidiary?
Yes.
The main company currently doesn't focus on female-oriented markets, so I don't want your talent wasted here. However, the subsidiary is just starting up, and its development projects haven't been finalized yet. If you join the subsidiary, you can fully explore female-oriented industries and let your creative design shine in that field. What Xia Qiao didn't explicitly mention was that this subsidiary was actually Mr. Lin's company when she just conceived herself, since Mr. Lin had told her to handle it as she saw fit. But wouldn't that be too risky?
Shen Shuero only knew design. She had no experience running a company, nor did she feel confident she could start one from scratch. Every venture carries risk. But if you're willing, I can provide funding and hire a professional CEO for you. You'd only need to focus on design.
Xia Qiao had essentially considered every possibility.
Whichever path she chose, the outcome would be favorable. The difference lay in ownership. An independently founded company would be under Shen Shuero's name, while a subsidiary would be under Lin Dong's. I'll go with the subsidiary then. I'm just too lazy for all that.
Shen Shuero felt a bit embarrassed.
Alright, the subsidiary is on the floor below. However, since the company is currently undergoing renovations, there aren't any employees there yet. Seeing her make her choice, Xia Qiao promptly began explaining the details about the subsidiary. Lin Dong stood nearby listening, his gaze fixed on Xia Qiao the entire time. Unlike Shen Yiran, Xia Qiao wasn't driven by ambition, nor would she fabricate lies for so-called benefits.
She treated everyone with the same attitude, never showing favoritism based on status or background.
As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Dong's gaze gradually softened.
The company has standard employee apartments in this building. I'll personally show you around later.
If you find it uncomfortable, I can arrange alternative accommodations for you in the same residential complex where I live.
Xia Qiao's neighborhood was the same as Lin Dong's. Though the prices were steep, Xia Qiao certainly wasn't short on money. The employee apartment will be fine, thank you. Xia Qiao's warmth still felt overwhelming to Shen Shuero, though she was genuinely grateful. Don't keep calling me you, it sounds awkward. Just use my name. If that feels too formal, you can call me Qiao.
Alright, Qiao. The two exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a shared smile. Mr. Lin, I'll take her around to familiarize her with the company.
Go ahead.
Lin Dong didn't follow them but sat down in his office instead. Over the next few days, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Shen Shuero worked together to renovate the company. The sign outside the company building had already been changed to Xia Group. With Shen Shuero's addition, many areas inside the company underwent redesigns, surpassing the previous standards in every way. The positions vacated by the previously laid-off employees were filled with numerous new hires over these days. Lin Dong privately arranged for the shares held by those shareholders to be repurchased and handed them all over to Xia Qiao. However, she declined to accept them, so the shares reverted back to Lin Dong. Apart from Xia Qiao, Lin Dong was now the largest shareholder of Xia Group. By then, the company's renovations were complete, the newly hired employees had officially taken their posts, and everything was proceeding smoothly. As president, Xia Qiao personally handled numerous company matters. Since the renovation concluded, she had remained at the office. Shen Shuero was also at the company, busy settling into her new role and preparing to make her mark within the subsidiary, aiming to shine in the design industry. In comparison, Lin Dong was the most unoccupied. He had already arrived at the lobby of Xia Group headquarters, intending to observe the company's current state.
Good morning, Mr. Lin.
As he opened the door and stepped into the lobby, the receptionist greeted him warmly before escorting him to the executive elevator. Stepping into the elevator, Lin Dong didn't head for the top floor but instead went to the floor where Shen Shuero was located. The elevator doors opened and Lin Dong stepped out, walking straight ahead. This entire floor belonged to the subsidiaries. Though only one level, it housed all the necessary departments, a case of small but fully equipped. Following the route he'd memorized during the renovation, Lin Dong arrived precisely at the design department and walked straight to the office of the design department general manager. Instead of barging in, he knocked on the door. Upon hearing "come in" from inside, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Not far away, a stack of documents piled high on the desk, with a stack of used blueprints pressed tightly against it. Shen Yiran's head was buried behind this stack of drawings, her gaze lowered as the pen in her hand never stopped moving. Shen Yiran once mentioned that she preferred the feel of holding a pen over creating designs on a computer. So Zhao Qiao had specially purchased a large quantity of drawing paper for her office, even going so far as to store it in a dedicated safe. Lin Dong didn't disturb her with a word. Instead, he walked over to the sofa opposite the desk and sat down. Noticing no one had spoken, Shen Yiran paused her drawing and looked up, her curiosity piqued. She saw a familiar figure seated on the sofa.
Lin Dong.
Shen Yiran quickly put down her pen, jumped to her feet, and hurried over to the sofa.
Finished drawing?
Lin Dong remained seated, motionless.
Just finishing up the details.
Shen Yiran had intended to pour him a cup of tea, but upon noticing the black ink residue on her palms, she reconsidered.
By the way, Lin Dong, what brings you here?
Shen Yiran had been staying at the company apartment these past few days. At first, the place felt unfamiliar, but over time she'd made many friends at work. With Zhao Qiao there too, she found herself happier during these days at the company than she had been during all those years at the Shen household.
I came to check on you.
Seeing Shen Yiran's work progressing smoothly, Lin Dong felt reassured.
Everything's fine here. Besides, Sister Qiao keeps me company. These days at the company feel more relaxed than my time at the Shen group. Spending time with Zhao Qiao had made Shen Yiran's personality much more cheerful. Chapter 36, Zhao Qiao's discharge. Now she addressed Zhao Qiao as sister at every turn. Well, keep working then.
I'll go see your sister Qiao. Lin Dong teased her, a rare moment of playfulness. In the past, Shen Yiran would have blushed at such a remark, but now she only smiled and urged him to hurry. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't linger in her office any longer and got up to leave.
Oh, and thank you, brother Lin Dong.
As Lin Dong pushed open the door to leave, he heard these words from behind him. Just work hard and live well, that's the best thanks you could give me. With those words spoken, the door clicked shut and Lin Dong's figure vanished. Gazing at the closed office door, Shen Yiran's heart remained filled with gratitude toward Lin Dong. She was grateful he had reached out to help her when she was helpless, grateful he had given her her current job. Without Lin Dong's appearance and assistance, she would never have met Zhao Qiao, nor would she have ended up at this subsidiary. Shen Yiran glanced around her office, feeling that as a member of the Shen family, she owed Lin Dong even more.
Moreover, Shen Yiran wasn't stupid. She was just a bit introverted.
She naturally understood what a subsidiary company meant. Back when she had accompanied Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao to this company for the renovation, she had discreetly asked around nearby. From them, she learned that this building housed only the Zhao Group. There was no such thing as a Zhao Group subsidiary. The so-called subsidiary was nothing more than a fabrication concocted by Zhao Qiao and Lin Dong specifically for her. As for their purpose, it was likely just as Zhao Qiao had said, they didn't want to waste her design talent. Moreover, although this subsidiary had many departments, she held the real authority and was the general manager of the design department. Therefore, she felt genuine gratitude toward Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao. With that thought, Shen Yiran settled back into her office chair, determined to sketch a few more designs to earn more money for brother Dong and sister Qiao. Meanwhile, Lin Dong made his way to the top floor of the company building. Compared to the bustling activity below, this level was noticeably quieter. Stepping out of the elevator, the corridor featured the president's office on one side and dedicated workspaces for assistants and secretaries on the other. Lin Dong turned toward the president's office. As he approached, he noticed the door was slightly ajar.
Mr. Lin?
Before he could push the door open, it swung inward from the inside.
How did you know I was coming?
Lin Dong looked at the person before him, a faint smile involuntarily spreading across his face.
A meeting of minds?
Zhao Qiao said this, then lowered her head to glance at the watch on her wrist.
It's already past 12. Let me treat you to dinner.
Invite Yiran too. She's been working herself to exhaustion these past few days, submitting 4 design drafts in a row.
If she stays at the company any longer, I fear she'll become a workaholic.
Zhao Qiao spoke as she walked toward the exit. Only then did Lin Dong notice she'd been fully dressed all along. What telepathy indeed, it was simply time for dinner. Lin Dong chuckled inwardly, shaking his head with a touch of resignation as he followed her out. And so, the three of them left the company, deciding to dine out. These past days, Zhao Qiao had been quietly recuperating at the hospital. Perhaps because he was so well behaved, his injuries healed quickly, and today was the day he was officially discharged. By then, Zhao Qiao had packed his things and was driving home. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, he found his father, who should have been at the office at this hour, already at home. Even his mother, who usually went shopping, was there.
Mom, Dad, did you know I was being discharged and come home to greet me?
Zhao Qiao assumed his parents had made time to be home specifically for his discharge.
No. Father Zhao Changming shook his head, and Mother Zhao followed suit.
Because of what your uncle did, even though I had the PR department issue a clarification promptly, the company still suffered some collateral damage. The stock price dropped, and the shareholders are getting restless. The company was in such turmoil that Zhao Changming felt overwhelmed. That's why he'd retreated home, hoping to devise a solution during this lull. It's all because of your uncle's business. Now it's spread throughout Yanjing's high society. My circle is buzzing about it. They're chasing me asking if the Zhao family was involved. I just thought I'd hide away for some peace and quiet. She claimed it was to avoid the commotion, but in truth, Mrs. Zhao feared the embarrassment. Being hounded daily with questions, she felt her reputation in this circle was about to be completely ruined. The Yanjing high society wasn't large, it was just the same few families circulating. When other families faced troubles, she'd happily kick them while they were down. But now that it was her own family's turn, how could she possibly bring herself to speak? Better to stay quietly at home. So Dad, how's the company holding up? Ignoring Mrs. Zhao's complaints, Zhao Qiao dropped his suitcase and rushed straight to Zhao Changming's side, urgently asking. The shareholders are restless, trying to seize control. They think replacing the CEO is the only way to shut the outside world up. Zhao Changming didn't hold back, laying out the company's internal situation in detail. After all, Zhao Qiao was his only son. When he grew old, the company would pass into his hands anyway. Dad, why aren't you rushing to buy out their shares? Zhao Qiao blurted out in a fluster, only to earn a dismissive glance from Zhao Changming. If it were as simple as you make it sound, why would I be so troubled by this? I'd love to buy their shares, but they have to be willing to sell. At times like this, forget selling shares, they'd rather snatch them away. These guys were shrewd operators, nothing like the naive picture his son painted. Dad, your thinking is too narrow. How do you know they won't sell? Some things matter more than money, like reputation, or the fact that you need to be alive to enjoy your wealth. Zhao Qiao's words made Zhao Changming's eyes light up, but he immediately shook his head. Don't forget how your uncle and cousin ended up in prison. Dad, Uncle acted too arrogantly. Besides, I never asked you to take their lives. We were only threatening them. And Yanjing has plenty of underground forces, they're all interconnected. Touch one, and the whole system shakes. No one wants that kind of trouble. Even if higher-ups wanted to act, they'd need foolproof plans. Otherwise, they'd just be inviting disaster. Zhao Changming was thoroughly swayed by Zhao Qiao's words, yet inner conflict still lingered, preventing him from speaking up. Dad, if you're unwilling, then I'll take care of it. I've been cooped up in the hospital these past few days and am itching to stretch my legs anyway. Chapter 37, The Street Side Shop. Seeing his son so confident, Zhao Changming was thoroughly swayed and nodded his approval. Zhao's mother, watching the father and son whispering to each other, didn't catch their conversation and wisely kept quiet. Her mind was preoccupied with whether to go shopping tomorrow or stay holed up at home. All right, Dad, I'll go make arrangements. This needs to happen sooner rather than later. If those shareholders band together, it'll be trouble. Zhao Qiao stood up straight, flashed his father a money sign, and headed out the door. Zhao Changming didn't waste words either, immediately transferring a large sum to his son's account. By then, Zhao Qiao had already stepped outside. He tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, squinting slightly. Instead of heading out immediately, he drove down to the family's underground garage. After selecting a vehicle, he sat directly in the driver's seat. He then lowered his head to scroll through his phone contacts, his finger hovering over two names. This process lasted a full minute before he finally settled on one and dialed the number. The call was answered almost immediately. Before Zhao Qiao could speak, a voice with a hint of nonchalance came through the phone. Young Master Zhao? What a rare call. I want someone who's seen blood. Zhao Qiao ignored the other's tone and replied with deadpan seriousness. Blood? Oomph, when did our young Master Zhao become so brutal? Planning to kill someone? The same flippant tone persisted, as if the other party couldn't be serious for a moment. Killing? Not quite. I'm worried about getting caught. I just want to take care of a group of people. Compared to ordinary ones, I think the ones who've seen blood are more intimidating. Since young Master Zhao has personally requested it, I'll certainly ensure your satisfaction. But you should know my rules, the price. His words abruptly trailed off. As long as it satisfies me, price is negotiable. Truly worthy of young Master Zhao, generous from the start. Zhao Qiao had no interest in listening to the flattery and hung up immediately. Moments later, Zhao Qiao drove out of the underground garage and headed toward the Shen residence. An hour later, the black Mercedes pulled up in front of the Shen residence. Zhao Qiao stepped out of the car, his expression tinged with emotion as he looked at the house before him. Although Shen Yiran had only visited him at the hospital on the first day, Zhao Qiao still believed she cared for him. As for the words spoken by Shen's mother at the hospital, he had long since pushed them to the back of his mind. Determined to deepen his relationship with Shen Yiran, Zhao Qiao had rushed here non-stop after being discharged and settling all his affairs. After briefly adjusting his attire, Zhao Qiao carried the prepared gifts toward the Shen residence. He stood before the door and pressed the doorbell. Coincidentally, everyone in the Shen household except Shen Shuero was home. Hearing the doorbell ring, the three people in the living room looked puzzled.
Ultimately, Shen's mother got up and walked toward the door.
Peering through the peephole at Zhao Qiao standing outside, Mrs. Shen's expression shifted. She didn't open the door immediately but instead turned toward Shen Yiran, who was seated on the sofa.
Yiran, Zhao Qiao is here. Mrs. Shen's tone was flat. Remember what I told you. Your target is the one in the capital. This Zhao fellow is just for fun. Don't get too close to him. If the one in the capital finds out, it'll be trouble. Mom, I know all that. Shen Yiran nodded and rose to open the door.
Shen's mother knew full well that Zhao Qiao would prefer to see Shen Yiran the moment he opened the door far more than he would want to see her.
That's why having Yiran answer the door was the most appropriate choice.
Just as Shen's mother had anticipated, upon seeing Shen Yiran, Zhao Qiao's initially polite smile instantly grew warm and enthusiastic. He hurried inside, gifts in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao, guided by Shen Shuero, arrived at a small alleyway some distance from the company. Brother Lin Dong, sister Qiao, don't let this shop's plain exterior fool you. The flavors here are surprisingly exceptional. It was already dinner time, yet the place was packed with customers.
Lin Dong noticed more patrons still streaming in.
The owner, who had been tending to customers, immediately walked over upon seeing Shen Shuero.
Xiao Shui, you're back again. Are these your friends? What would you like to eat today? The usual, or shall we try our new signature dish?
Sister Wang, I brought my friends specifically to let them taste your heavenly delicacies.
Just serve us 3 portions. The owner nodded in agreement before warmly inviting them to sit. However, the restaurant was packed.
So, just like the other customers outside, Lin Dong and his friends let the owner set up a small table near the entrance. The 3 of them sat there. The outdoor setting was rather simple, but the customers seated nearby all wore smiles on their faces, devouring meat and slurping soup with gusto. They looked exceptionally carefree. Lin Dong scanned the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the 5-star hotel next door. He wasn't familiar with this particular street, but he knew a bit about this area. It was close to the heart of Yanjing city, where every inch of land was precious, surrounded by towering skyscrapers. A small street-side shop like this seemed utterly out of place, as if it didn't belong in this city at all.
Yet the customers kept coming, and each seemed to shed their masks here, relaxing and rediscovering their authentic selves.
Gradually, Lin Dong found himself drawn into the warm, everyday atmosphere. He began to unwind, slowly blending into the surroundings. Meanwhile, Xie Qiao, seated beside him, scanned the surroundings with eyes brimming with curiosity. The capital was far more prosperous than Yanjing, with a significantly more advanced economy, yet it too had its share of these street-side shops.
Yet Xie Qiao had never once set foot in one.
The Xie family deemed them unclean, their appearance cheap and vulgar, unfit for their stature.
The Bai family considered them unsafe, the crowds a mix of all sorts, potentially hiding traps laid by rivals.
Thus, Xie Qiao had never come near such places throughout her entire life. Watching the crowd reveling in their meal and listening to the everyday chatter around her, Xie Qiao suddenly felt the unique charm of these street-side eateries. Your dishes are here. These are our signature specialties. Since both of you are friends of Xiao Shui, we specially prepared several of our house specialties. The proprietress carried the dishes over, placing them one by one on the table while introducing each dish's name.
Madam, we're ordering.
Before Lin Dong and the others could speak, another voice called out.
The owner responded and hurried off to attend to the new customers. Chapter 38, Like a Hamster. Try this.
I stumbled upon this hidden gem of a place. I don't bring just anyone here. Once all the dishes were served, Shen Shuero urged the 2 people beside her to start eating. Seeing this, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao didn't hesitate. They picked up their chopsticks and dug right in. The moment the dishes arrived, the aroma filled their nostrils. The first bite was pure delight. Even after swallowing, the lingering fragrance remained on their palates. Delicious. Xie Qiao couldn't hold back, stuffing her mouth full while still managing to offer her praise, even giving a thumbs up. Not bad. Even the picky Lin Dong found it delicious at that moment. But when Lin Dong looked up, he saw the person across from him with her mouth stuffed full, looking like a hamster. Her stunning beauty, once aloof, now held a touch of cuteness and an added warmth.
Slow down.
Hearing the muffled sounds from across the table, utterly unlike a spoiled heiress, Lin Dong picked up the water glass beside him and handed it to her, placing a napkin there as well.
Mum. Xie Qiao nodded, swallowed hard, and instantly cleared most of the food from her mouth.
Sis Qiao, you really look like a hamster doing that. Shen Shuero, seeing her like this for the first time, found it rather amusing. She couldn't resist reaching out to poke her cheek.
So soft. Sister Qiao, your skin is so good. Smooth and tender, even better than my sister's. Shen Shuero's hand itched again, craving another touch. Seeing her gesture, Lin Dong couldn't help but glance at Xie Qiao's face.
For some reason, he suddenly wanted to poke her cheek too. But as he watched Shen Shuero's little gesture, her hand about to reach out again, Lin Dong spoke up to stop her.
Focus on eating.
Shen Shuero replied, her expression tinged with disappointment, though her eyes remained fixed on Xie Qiao's cheeks.
Never mind, let's eat.
Shen Yiran tried to console herself inwardly, but when she turned her head, she discovered most of the food on the table had vanished.
Wow, Lin Dong, Xiaqiao, you guys are too much. At least leave me something. With that, Shen Yiran didn't hesitate.
She dove in, afraid that if she waited another second, she'd be left staring at empty plates. At that very moment, a black Mercedes pulled up from the distance, coming to a stop in front of the nearby five-star hotel. Stepping out of the driver's seat was Zhao Qiao. He hurried to the passenger door, opened it personally, and helped Shen Yiran out. Yiran, this is one of Yanjing's renowned five-star hotels. I reserved a table the moment I was discharged from the hospital. I specially invited you here to welcome me back and wash away the hospital's bad luck. Zhao Qiao gazed at the woman before him, his eyes filled with admiration. Compared to the Shen Yiran who usually wore business attire, she now shed not only her work clothes but also the aura of aloof elegance that usually surrounded her. A red-fitted dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, while a pair of black stiletto heels made her long legs appear even more flawlessly white. Young Master Zhao, you've outdone yourself. Shen Yiran gazed at the hotel before her, a look of satisfaction on her face. Yet when Zhao Qiao offered his arm, she instinctively ignored it, walking straight ahead past him. Zhao Qiao showed no sign of annoyance, following behind her with unwavering enthusiasm. Oh, Mr. Zhao. Just then, Shen Yiran suddenly stopped. When Zhao Qiao caught up and walked beside her, she feigned distress. What's wrong? Is something going on at the company? Beyond the company, Zhao Qiao couldn't think of anything else that could make her look like that. My sister, Shen Yiran, sided with that outsider Lin Dong. I was so furious I fired her. But now that she's gone, the company feels incomplete. Plus, no one is following up on the tasks she was handling. There's no one to take care of them. Shen Yiran deliberately feigned helplessness, her eyes seemingly brimming with tears. Oh, for such a minor issue, you came to me? It's just a matter of needing people, right? My company has plenty. Whatever kind of talent you need, I've got it. Zhao Qiao waved his hand generously and agreed immediately. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhao. Shen Yiran quickly thanked him, a smile returning to her face. She had been fretting over those designs for days, convinced that with her company's current influence and capital, designers would be lining up to pitch their ideas. But in reality, the news that Shen Group had been rejected for collaborations by both the Bai family in Beijing and the Cheng family in Yanjing had spread far and wide not just in business circles, but throughout the job market as well. Essentially, job seekers in Yanjing believed that having offended these two families, Shen Group had no future prospects left. Joining them would only be a waste of one's talents. It was better to seek opportunities elsewhere. Even starting from the bottom, even joining a fledgling startup, held more promise than Shen Group. Seeing Shen Yiran's smile lifted Zhao Qiao's spirits even further, reinforcing his belief that he had grown closer to her. Come on, don't forget today's main purpose: get rid of my bad luck. Having resolved her concern, Zhao Qiao didn't linger. He lifted his foot and continued walking forward. But after a few steps, he realized no one was following. Turning in confusion, he saw Shen Yiran still standing in place, her gaze fixed to the side. What's wrong? Zhao Qiao walked back to her side and followed her gaze. Not far away, several tables were set up, with a group of people sitting on small stools around them, eating. Seeing this, Zhao Qiao couldn't help but frown. He felt that such a scene appearing in this place really dragged down the value of this five-star hotel and lowered its class. I think I saw my sister? Shen Yiran spoke uncertainly, her gaze fixed intently ahead. What she didn't mention was that besides her sister, she also spotted Lin Dong and the woman sitting across from him. Who was that woman? Why was she with Lin Dong? Why were they dining together? And her sister, Shen Yiran, why was she with Lin Dong too? What was the relationship between these three people? Shen Yiran's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on the woman sitting across from Lin Dong. Due to the angle, from Shen Yiran's vantage point, she could only see Lin Dong and Shen Yiran's faces. The woman was sitting with her back to her. For some reason, Shen Yiran suddenly felt betrayed. Lin Dong had betrayed her feelings. Now he was openly dining with another woman and even brought her sister along. Your sister? Shen Yiran? Zhao Qiao didn't register it at first, asking instinctively. Chapter 39. Where did I go wrong? Yes. Shen Yiran didn't even blink, her eyes fixed intently on that spot. Then, without hesitation, she lifted her foot and walked straight toward it. Where are you going? Seeing her move to leave, Zhao Qiao immediately grabbed her arm. To find my sister. Find Lin Dong. The last three words remained unspoken. I'll go with you. Zhao Qiao had intended to stop her. After all, people of their standing wouldn't even glance at such places in ordinary times, let alone venture near. Moreover, while Zhao Qiao had indeed seen Shen Yiran, he had also spotted Lin Dong, whose supposedly healed injuries were now throbbing painfully. Yet for Shen Yiran's sake, Zhao Qiao resolved to accompany her. Indeed, nothing heals all wounds like good food. Running her hand over her clothes to feel her slightly rounded belly, Xiaqiao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was likely the first time she'd ever indulged herself so freely. Yet the two people seated opposite and beside her remained silent, their gazes fixed behind her as if observing something. What are you looking at? Xiaqiao couldn't help but ask. Just as she turned to look behind her, 2 sets of footsteps sounded from behind, followed by the sudden appearance of 2 more figures beside the small dining table.
What a coincidence! Shen Yiran walked over, her eyes immediately landing on Lin Dong.
After so many days apart, Lin Dong seemed unchanged. Still her husband, the man who washed her clothes and cooked her meals at home. Zhao Qiao, who had followed her, stood beside her. He didn't notice her gaze but instead instinctively looked toward the table in front of them. Seeing the empty bowls and plates, the plastic bags covering them, and the constant clamor around him, Zhao Qiao's disgust was plain to see. He even took a step back, as if afraid of being contaminated by the surroundings.
Sis? What are you doing here? Unlike Lin Dong's indifference, Shen Yiran beside him was visibly moved.
Though her sister's actions had hurt her deeply before, the fact that her sister had now set aside her pride to seek her out proved that her sister still cared for her younger sister.
Yiran.
Shen Yiran snapped out of her thoughts at her sister's voice, turning her gaze to the younger woman seated beside her.
After all this time away from home, do you know you were wrong? The familiar tone of accusation instantly froze the excitement on Shen Yiran's face.
Sis, what are you talking about? What did I do wrong? Seeing her sister's stubbornness, Shen Yiran couldn't help but turn her gaze to the man sitting across from them. Lin Dong, you have no connection to the Shen family anymore.
Why did you have to kidnap my sister and bring her to a place like this? Shen Yiran felt a surge of anger. What she really wanted to ask was, who was the woman sitting across from her?
Sis, I brought brother Lin Dong here willingly.
He didn't force me.
Shen Yiran stood up, gazing at the person beside her, her eyes and face filled with disappointment.
Do you even know your own surname? You're a Shen. Your family. Why do you always speak up for that outsider Lin Dong? Do you even see me as your sister anymore? Seeing Shen Yiran still defending Lin Dong, Shen Yiran erupted in fury.
Miss Shen, if you know full well that Yiran was a Shen, then why did you fire her from the Shen group?
Was it due to incompetence or personal grudges? Xia Qiao, sitting nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She stood up immediately and fired back.
On one hand, you drive people out of the Shen family, yet on the other, you constantly emphasize the virtues of the Shen family.
Isn't that a double standard, Miss Shen?
Besides, Shen Yiran is first and foremost a person, and only secondarily a member of the Shen family. Xia Qiao looked at the woman beside her, her eyes brimming with contempt.
It's you!
Shen Yiran hadn't expected this woman to be Xia Qiao. She had imagined Lin Dong hooking up with another woman from a Yanjing family, but never that it would be Xia Qiao.
Why would a woman from a prestigious Beijing family want the trash she discarded? Did Lin Dong possess some hidden virtue she had overlooked?
The thought made Shen Yiran glance at Lin Dong again, but the man across from her hadn't spared her a single glance the entire time. Shen Yiran clenched her fists, a surge of resentment welling up inside her. Yiran, if you apologize to me now, I'll let everything that happened before slide. From this day forward, you'll still be the second young lady of the Shen family, and you can return to your position at the company.
Shen Yiran, look at the life you've made for yourself.
You were once the proud second young miss of the Shen family, pampered since childhood. Now you've ended up in a place like this, eating candy and swallowing vegetables.
It's a disgrace to our high society. Zhao Qiao chimed in immediately. You want me to apologize? Fine.
But first, tell me exactly where I went wrong.
Was it brother Lin Dong who beat you and Shin you without cause, or was it you two who plotted against him? You're the ones who were wrong from start to finish. Why should I apologize to you? I am indeed a Shen.
I know the Shen family raised me for many years, and I am grateful for that. I have never denied the Shen family's kindness in giving me life and nurturing me. But as Sister Qiao said, I am a person first and a Shen family member second. As a person, I have my own judgment. I know right from wrong, and I know what it means to repay kindness. Shen Yiran, Mother Shen, and Shen Yu could choose to forget that time, to forget the shameful history of the Shen family. But Shen Yiran couldn't. She had never forgotten it. Though they had no money back then, she was happy. Her family was by her side, united as one force striving to make ends meet. Especially brother Lin Dong, who sacrificed even more for the Shen family. Shen Yu, her younger brother, had always been immature. With Shen Yiran, his sister, consumed by work and Shen's mother perpetually indulgent, Shen Yu grew into an arrogant and domineering young man. It was always brother Lin Dong who stepped in to clean up the messes. In other words, it was brother Lin Dong who held this family together, who supported this little household. Sister Shen Yiran had indeed developed the Shen Corporation quite well, but Lin Dong's contributions were integral to that success. If Lin Dong hadn't taken such good care of their little family, how could she have devoted herself wholeheartedly to developing the Shen Corporation? Not to mention, the Shen Group also benefited from Lin Dong's assistance. Brother Lin Dong may choose not to mention these things, but the Shen family must never forget them. Yet, everyone except her only remembered brother Lin Dong's shortcomings. Shen Yiran, what do you mean by that? Are you implying Yiran can't tell right from wrong? As soon as Shen Yiran spoke, Zhao Qiao immediately retorted. He wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of Yiran. Not even if that person was her own sister. Chapter 40, even giving it away for free, no one wants it. I never said that. Spending time with Lin Dong and Xie Qiao had emboldened Shen Yiran considerably. At the very least, she now dared to retort to Zhao Qiao. Lin Dong, you've turned my sister into this.
Don't you owe me an explanation?
Shen Yiran wasn't overly surprised by her sister Shen Yiran's reaction. It was exactly what she expected.
But Lin Dong's persistent disregard was impossible to ignore.
Seeing him persistently ignore her, Shen Yiran finally couldn't hold back and steered the conversation toward him.
An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Shen Yiran has been gone from your Shen family for so many days now. Why hasn't anyone from your family come looking for her? You knew full well that Shen Yiran had nowhere to go after being fired from the Shen group and no source of income, yet you still had the Shen group fire her? It's one thing for you Shen family members to be cruel to me. After all, to you, Lin Dong is just an outsider. But to treat your own daughter, your own sister, with such ruthless indifference? No wonder the Shen group has prospered. Lin Dong sat motionless, still refusing to meet her gaze, yet each word he spoke cut deeper than the last. Though he didn't spell it out explicitly, the few people present were all sharp-witted enough to grasp the implication. He was clearly implying that the Shen family would stop at nothing to advance their business interests. The moment these words left his mouth, the surrounding guests turned their heads toward them. Upon recognizing Shen Yiran herself, those who knew her identity immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures of her. Businesspeople valued integrity and transparency. Only those who did dirty deeds behind closed doors resorted to underhanded tactics. Regardless of whether the Shen group was truly clean, once targeted by those with ulterior motives, it would become a sitting duck for exploitation, especially now that the group was already on a downward trajectory. No photos. No photos at all. The intermittent flashes of cameras blinded Shen Yiran. Snapping out of it, she frantically shielded her eyes and ordered others to stop. Just a bunch of lowly, common rabble. Seeing this, Zhao Qiao hurriedly shielded Shen Yiran from view, muttering curses under his breath. Yes, you're so high and mighty. If you're so superior, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of suffocating from allergies to this place's air? Xie Qiao knew some upper-class people prided themselves on their arrogance, constantly targeting those they deemed inferior. Hearing Zhao Qiao speak so now, she showed him no courtesy. Miss Yi, this is Yanjing. You should understand what I mean, right? Zhao Qiao had been repeatedly provoked and humiliated by this woman. Even knowing her status, he couldn't help but issue a threat. Mr. Zhao can rest assured. Should anything happen to me in Yanjing, I guarantee the Zhao family will cease to exist within seconds. Not a soul will dare utter the words Zhao family again regardless of any connection to them. Threats? Xie Qiao feared nothing more than threats. So I advise you, young Master Zhao, to abandon any ill-conceived notions. Otherwise, when your rivals find out, you'll be in serious trouble. You! Zhao Qiao's anger flared at these words. He was the one who threatened others. Never had anyone dared threaten him in public like this. Especially the implication in her words. What did she mean by your opponents finding out? It was a clear attempt to pin the blame on the Zhao family. If the Zhao family's sworn enemies learned of Xie Qiao and took action against her, the authorities in the capital would undoubtedly assume the Zhao family was pulling the strings behind the scenes. They'd be dealt with as well. Young Master Zhao would be wise to eliminate all troublemakers. Otherwise, how unjustly the Zhao family would perish. As the words fell, Xie Qiao's expression turned exceptionally regretful, as if she had already witnessed the Zhao family's tragic demise. Zhao Qiao was so enraged he couldn't speak, left only to stand there panting heavily. But glancing at Lin Dong seated nearby, then at the two women by his side, resentment welled up in Zhao Qiao. He promptly redirected his fury toward him. Lin Dong, you've really made something of yourself now, haven't you? Not only do you have the protection of the Shen family's second young miss, but you also have the capital's Miss Yi wrapped around your finger. Living off others sure is sweet. Shen Yiran's beauty ranked among the top in Yanjing, yet she paled in comparison to Xie Qiao. And then there was Shen Yiran, always by his side. Zhao Qiao's pursuit of Shen Yiran had yielded nothing. Though she accepted his attentions, she never agreed to be with him. Comparing himself to Lin Dong, Zhao Qiao's sense of imbalance began to grow. Not bad at all. Unlike Mr. Zhao, who can't even get a free ride. To his mockery, Lin Dong responded with rare seriousness. But to Zhao Qiao's ears, the words tasted bitter no matter how he heard them. Just then, Shen Yiran tugged at his sleeve from behind. When he turned to look at her, she shook her head at him, clearly signaling him not to get angry. Immediately after, Shen Yiran stepped out from behind Zhao Qiao. Simultaneously, the flashbulbs ceased their barrage. The Shen group operates with integrity. We neither provoke trouble nor fear it, and we certainly don't fear scrutiny. If you believe our group is corrupt, I, Shen Yiran, as its president, welcome you to report us anytime. We also welcome official investigations at any moment. Having regained her composure, Shen Yiran immediately stated her position, declaring her company's integrity and transparency. Let's go. Shen Yiran took Zhao Qiao's arm and turned to leave, but before departing, she shot Lin Dong a lingering look. Just let them off like that? Zhao Qiao, being pulled away, felt a pang of reluctance. What else could we do? The counter-question silenced Zhao Qiao once more. In front of so many people, Shen Yiran and Zhao Qiao couldn't possibly lower themselves to argue or fight with them, especially since they couldn't beat Lin Dong anyway. Staying would only make things more embarrassing for both of them. Better to find an excuse to leave now and at least preserve their dignity. Shen Yiran made up her mind. Once they returned, she would have someone closely monitor online sentiment and nip any trouble in the bud. At this critical juncture, the Shen group could not withstand any further public pressure or turmoil. Young Master Zhao, you invited me out today. How could you let these people ruin your mood? Shen Yiran still needed Zhao Qiao's help, so she spoke up to soothe him while shifting the topic. Come on, dinner's on me. Zhao Qiao finally recalled their purpose for coming here today. Seeing her take his arm, his earlier irritation vanished instantly. He linked arms with her and headed toward the nearby 5-star hotel. But inwardly, he added another debt to his mental ledger against Lin Dong. Chapter 41 Truly Worthless. Meanwhile, after the two annoying figures Shen Yiran and Zhao Qiao left, Lin Dong and his group felt the air around them suddenly become much fresher. Brother Lin Dong, Sister Qiao is so sorry. Shen Shuero hadn't expected her sister to appear here, much less for the events that had just unfolded. Seeing the shop owner rush over, Shen Shuero's face was filled with apology. It's nothing to do with you. You and Shen Yiran are different from the Shen family. We won't take it out on you either. Xia Qiao shook her head at her. It's not your fault. Lin Dong stood up and spoke up, then turned his gaze toward the proprietress who had rushed over. Nothing serious happened, right? The concern on the landlady's face made Shen Shuero's nose sting. She quickly shook her head. Nothing. Just sorry for the trouble. No problem at all. What kind of trouble could my little shop possibly have? The landlady clearly didn't think much of it. Seeing that no one was hurt, she waved her hand dismissively and went back to her work. Brother Lin Dong, Sister Qiao, I'll go settle the bill first. With that, Shen Shuero followed the landlady out. Do you think Zhao Qiao might send someone to retaliate? Xia Qiao, being more perceptive, recalled Zhao Qiao's expression as he left. She couldn't shake the feeling he wouldn't let this go so easily. Not against us, but against the landlady and her staff. Lin Dong didn't finish his sentence, but Xia Qiao understood his meaning. I'll have someone keep an eye on things discreetly. Lin Dong nodded. After settling the bill, the three returned to Xie Group to resume their previous tasks. Meanwhile, after their meal, Zhao Qiao drove Shen Yiran back to the Shen residence before heading to another location. His car disappeared down a secluded alleyway. The sky gradually darkened as night fell as promised. At that moment, Zhao Qiao stood at the entrance of the alleyway, leaning against the wall with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Smoke swirled around him, his entire figure submerged in the darkness of the alley. Just then, footsteps approached from ahead. A figure emerged from the darkness. Under the light of a street lamp, Zhao Qiao could easily recognize who it was. Confirming it was the person he was waiting for, Zhao Qiao flicked his cigarette butt onto the ground and stepped out of the alleyway. Mr. Li, long time no see. Zhao Qiao intercepted the man, a sly grin on his face. Zhao Qiao? What do you want? The man addressed as Mr. Li immediately grew wary, clutching his briefcase tightly with both hands as he took a few steps back, his eyes darting nervously around the area. Mr. Li, I want those shares you're holding. Name your price. Or I can name the price for you. How about $1 million? 1 million? Zhao Qiao, are you out of your mind? These shares start at 7 figures on the open market. Thinking you can buy them for $1 million? You're dreaming. Put. The old man's no good, and the youngsters know better. With that, Chairman Li turned and took off running. But before he could get more than a few steps away, 10 men surrounded him, baseball bats in hand, forcing him back into the narrow alleyway. Mr. Li, compared to your life, those shares aren't worth anything, truly worthless. Zhao Qiao sneered coldly as he slowly approached. Soon after, wails of agony echoed from within the alley. For the next few days, Lin Dong shuttled back and forth between the office and home. Although Xie Qiao was handling matters at the company, she frequently sought his opinions and advice on many issues. Xia Qiao had also arranged for someone to discreetly monitor the boss's wife, yet no unusual activity had been detected for several consecutive days. Yet Xia Qiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Seeing Lin Dong push open the door, Xia Qiao immediately asked. Hearing her words, Lin Dong also sensed something amiss. Given Zhao Qiao's temperament, it was impossible for him to be this quiet unless he was hatching some scheme. Nothing important at the company today, right? No. Though puzzled by Lin Dong's question, Xia Qiao answered truthfully. I'll go take a look over there. With that, Lin Dong left the office and drove to the small shop from before. By the time he arrived, the meal rush had passed. The once bustling shop now felt deserted. No diners remained, only the mess left behind after their meals and the busy figures of the owner and his wife cleaning up. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't approach them. Instead, he parked nearby and stayed in his car. Seated inside his car, Lin Dong scanned the surroundings through the window. The neighborhood appeared calm, showing no unusual signs compared to usual. Yet at that moment, a familiar figure caught his eye, none other than Zhao Qiao. Zhao Qiao appeared on the opposite side of the road, across from the small shop, accompanied by 2 others. Due to the distance, Lin Dong couldn't make out their conversation. He only saw Zhao Qiao occasionally pointing toward the small shop across the street, while the two men beside him nodded frequently. Lin Dong initially thought Zhao Qiao was bringing people to target the shop and prepared to get out of the car. But across the street, Zhao Qiao simply led his men away. Seeing this, Lin Dong decided to follow them. If Zhao Qiao truly intended to have them strike, then he would act first and nip everything in the bud. By then, Zhao Qiao and his men had already gotten into their car, unaware that another vehicle was tailing them. Thus, Lin Dong maintained a steady, unhurried pace behind Zhao Qiao, following him until they both entered a narrow alleyway. After passing through the alley, the road suddenly widened. Numerous shops appeared on both sides, more accurately, various entertainment venues. Lin Dong's gaze fixed on the car ahead, while his peripheral vision scanned the navigation system inside his vehicle. He was still in Yanjing, no doubt, but now far from the city center. The navigation indicated they were heading toward the outskirts of Yanjing. At the same time, the car ahead began to slow down until it stopped in front of a bar. Only then did Lin Dong notice that, from the outside, this bar appeared more lavish than any other in Yanjing, even those located in the city center. Lin Dong promptly pulled over and glanced out the window. He hadn't noticed when the surrounding shops had vanished. The road was now empty on both sides, leaving only the massive bar ahead, standing like a king in this desolate landscape. Lin Dong was slightly surprised by his own thoughts, his mind racing to find any information about this place. Chapter 42, 7-Star Pavilion. He felt like he had seen this bar somewhere before. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted around the car. Figures appeared one after another at the windows, clearly surrounding the vehicle. Knocks echoed against the windows as a face suddenly materialized against the driver's side glass. The face pressed against the glass, straining to see inside, but found nothing. "Friend in the car, please step out for a moment. Everyone here is a guest. Since you're a guest, you ought to show your true face." An unfamiliar voice chimed in immediately. Hearing this, Lin Dong didn't hesitate. He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. Before opening the door, however, he slipped something into his pocket. As the door swung open, the crowd gathered around the car stepped back, making space for him. Lin Dong stepped out and scanned the area. There were about a dozen people gathered. Only then did he turn his gaze to the figure before him. "Lin Dong." Zhao Qiao couldn't help but exclaim, his expression tinged with surprise, yet his eyes brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. "Lin Dong? The famous freeloader from Yanjing?" The person standing beside Zhao Qiao spoke up clearly, the voice that had just called out from outside the car window. Lin Dong looked at him, meeting a face that was difficult to classify as male or female. The skin was pale to the point of looking sickly, appearing exceptionally effeminate compared to Zhao Qiao beside him. "Yes, that's him, the notorious good-for-nothing of Yanjing." Zhao Qiao's expression held no trace of malice. Just days prior, he had bought out all the shares held by the company's shareholders and expelled them from the company altogether. Now, the Zhao group was entirely under the Zhao family's control. Because of this move, Zhao Chengming, the patriarch, had directly handed over half of the company's authority to Zhao Qiao. Consequently, Zhao Qiao had been riding high these past days, even deciding to take action against Lin Dong. "I was planning to settle accounts with you after dealing with that shop, but look who shows up on his own. Today, I'll make sure you stay here forever." With that, Zhao Qiao ordered his men to attack. But the men beside him didn't move immediately. Instead, they looked toward the man standing beside Zhao Qiao. Only after seeing him nod did they finally make their move. "People from 7-Star Pavilion?" At that moment, Lin Dong finally recalled where he had seen this bar before. He had previously researched Yanjing's underground factions, among which one was called the 7-Star Pavilion. This organization was jointly controlled by 3 brothers. What made it memorable to Lin Dong was that 7-Star Pavilion was Yanjing's second largest power. They'd basically touched everything they should have touched, and everything they shouldn't have touched too. Practically everyone in the organization was practically a pre-incarcerated convict. "Hold on." The man's voice betrayed surprise as he immediately ordered his men to halt. "Mr. Lin actually knows about our 7-Star Pavilion?" A smile played on the man's face and in his eyes, yet it held no warmth. "Yang Yao." The moment the name was uttered, the man's expression vanished instantly, replaced by a face twisted with pure malice. "Who exactly are you?" "Who?" "Just the freeloader you mentioned earlier, the so-called good-for-nothing he spoke of." Lin Dong's nonchalant tone sent a chill through the man across from him, his expression turning grave. "A freeloader and a good-for-nothing? How could they know so much? Not only about the 7-Star Pavilion, but also the name Yang Yao?" As he spoke, the man slowly advanced until he stood mere inches from Lin Dong, the distance between them no wider than a fist. The tension in the air thickened around them. How could anyone with power and influence in Yanjing not know about the 7-Star Pavilion? "I spent some time with the Shen family, after all. Getting my hands on this kind of information was a piece of cake." What Lin Dong didn't mention was that the Shen family had never actually investigated Yanjing's underground forces. Perhaps Shen Yiran had heard a few words from others, but she couldn't have taken it seriously, let alone the rest of the Shen family. The man remained silent, scrutinizing the person before him.
Blood stained his hands, and though his aura fell far short of his elder and second brothers, no ordinary person had ever dared stand before him with such ease, not even Zhao Qiao of the Zhao family.
And this man named Lin Dong remained utterly composed, seemingly unaffected by his presence.
He even dared to continue speaking to him. For the powerful and influential in Yanjing, obtaining information about the 7-star pavilion was indeed a simple matter. Yet, learning the name Yang Yao was as difficult as climbing to the heavens, especially considering. At this thought, the man's eyes narrowed.
Yang Yao was precisely his name.
I want to know where you learned the name Yang Yao. The man now he should be called Yang Yao glared at the person across from him with a vicious expression. Apart from the 7-star pavilion's sworn enemies, his name along with those of his eldest and second brothers was known only to the innermost circle of the 7-star pavilion. Yet this man named Lin Dong had spoken his name with perfect accuracy.
Was he an enemy operative? Or had a traitor within 7-star pavilion leaked the information?
Lin Dong snorted derisively, clearly not taking his words seriously. Seeing this, Yang Yao wasted no time in attacking. At the sight of the confrontation, those around them immediately stepped back, clearing space for the two men.
Aren't you going to help?
Zhao Qiao was pulled back a considerable distance. Watching the two men already locked in combat, then glancing at the crowd surrounding him, he looked puzzled. Young Master Zhao, you may not know this, but the 3rd Pavilion Master prefers to handle matters personally. Unless he gives orders, we absolutely won't intervene.
Someone nearby explained.
Seeing this, Zhao Qiao still couldn't understand.
Why insist on a one-on-one fight when a group assault could easily resolve the situation?
Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Yang Yao had already exchanged several rounds of blows. The longer the fight went on, the more grim Yang Yao's expression became, and the strength in his entire body gradually drained away. Seeing his opponent lunging for his face, Yang Yao ducked low to evade. But before he could regain his footing, the attacker swept for his legs. Thud! Yang Yao crashed to the ground. Ugh! The searing pain in his back made his face contort in pain. Seeing the figure charging toward him again, Yang Yao, unable to rise in time, could only scramble to dodge, looking utterly pathetic. TSK. Is this all the 3rd Pavilion Master of the prestigious 7-star pavilion can do? Just dodge? Your skills are pretty weak. Seeing Yang Yao merely dodging relentlessly, Lin Dong lost his earlier enthusiasm and began taunting him instead. Yang Yao knew full well this was a provocation, yet his body froze instantly. Chapter 43, Joining the 7-star pavilion. Noticing his opponent's slowed pace, Yang Yao seized the moment, springing up from the ground with a sudden leap. Seeing him rise, the fighting spirit in Lin Dong's eyes intensified. A smirk curled his lips as his body darted toward his opponent once more. Too slow. Way too slow. Lin Dong's expression remained leisurely, yet his body accelerated steadily. From Yang Yao's perspective, he could no longer track Lin Dong's figure. All that remained were streaks of afterimages and the relentless pain radiating from every part of his body. To Zhao Qiao and the others, Lin Dong himself remained invisible. They could only witness the 3rd Pavilion Master of the prestigious 7-star pavilion screaming in agony, desperately dodging blows. Just then, a heavy thud echoed as something crashed to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, momentarily obscuring Zhao Qiao and the others' vision. When the dust finally settled, their 3rd Pavilion Master lay sprawled on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Put! A large mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth in front of everyone.
Tasting the metallic saltiness in his mouth, Yang Yao's expression shifted repeatedly.
With great effort, he pulled himself up from the ground. Staggering to his feet, he fixed his gaze on the figure not far away.
Impressive skills, Mr. Lin.
Being beaten so badly in front of so many people, Yang Yao couldn't help but feel furious. Yet he knew full well that his opponent hadn't even used his full strength. Judging by the strength of the men he'd just brought out, it would likely take only a few breaths before they too were lying on the ground.
Mr. Yang isn't half bad either. This was the first person in Yanjing to truly spark Lin Dong's fighting spirit.
Unfortunately, the opponent's skills were lacking, and he'd been finished in mere minutes. With skills like yours, Mr. Lin, few in all of Yanjing can match you.
Why would you willingly become a kept man for the Shen family? Our 7-star pavilion is a respectable establishment.
Why not grace us with your presence?
Join us, and we'll treat you well.
Yang Yao, calming his own emotions, felt a pang of regret at wasting such talent and spoke up to try and recruit the man across from him. He had indeed lost face, but the 7-star pavilion couldn't afford to let such talent slip away.
As for the other party refusing? Impossible. Countless individuals would break their necks to join, yet failed to catch their eye. Moreover, this was his first time personally extending an invitation to join the 7-star pavilion. My affairs seem unrelated to your 7-star pavilion. As for joining you? Ha! To become a probationary inmate?
Lin Dong deliberately took a few steps back, keeping his distance from the group ahead.
He had researched Yanjing's underground factions, so he naturally knew secrets unknown to many. Compared to the 7-star pavilion, Lin Dong was far more intrigued by another faction. What do you mean by pre-incarceration trainee?
Yang Yao didn't catch the meaning, and neither did Zhao Qiao and his crew behind him. Yet the more Zhao Qiao pondered the phrase, the more uneasy it made him feel.
Prison officer? Probationary prison officer?
Zhao Qiao muttered the words under his breath several times, his face turning ashen. Third sect leader, he's clearly implying that all of you from the 7-star sector headed for prison. Zhao Qiao blurted out the moment he grasped the implication. The phrase "end up in prison" held a clear meaning for those accustomed to the underworld. Coupled with Lin Dong's earlier words, it took only an instant for everyone present to grasp the implication.
Mr. Lin, our 7-star pavilion extended a sincere invitation for you to join us. If you decline, that's one thing, but why curse us with your words?
Yang Yao's tone was no longer as polite as before, and he even made a few discreet gestures to the people beside him.
I merely stated the truth. How could that be considered a curse?
The 7-star pavilion's hands weren't clean, so the authorities had long had them in their sights. It was only because they hadn't yet found more solid evidence that the 7-star pavilion hadn't been wiped out of Yanjing long ago. But the authorities couldn't just keep turning a blind eye and letting the 7-star pavilion run rampant like this. In Lin Dong's eyes, the 7-star pavilion was nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn. It wouldn't last much longer.
While others might be unaware of the authorities' scrutiny, Yang Yao certainly wasn't oblivious. Thus, Lin Dong's remark struck a nerve. Since Mr. Lin shows such ingratitude, don't blame 7-star pavilion for being impolite. Move.
Yang Yao gave a signal, and the men standing behind him immediately charged forward. Immediately afterward, Yang Yao and Zhao Qiao exchanged a glance before following suit. He refused to believe Lin Dong could handle all of them alone. Even if it came down to a relentless barrage, they'd wear him down. Seeing this, Lin Dong shed his casual demeanor, flexed his muscles, and swiftly launched his counterattack. Facing the numerical superiority of his opponents, Lin Dong immediately devised a countermeasure: speed. If he moved fast enough, their numerical advantage would be rendered meaningless. Thus, to Yang Yao, Zhao Qiao, and the rest, Lin Dong's speed seemed to multiply several times over. His figure became completely invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, cries of agony echoed repeatedly from the surrounding area. Seeing this, Zhao Qiao felt his injuries begin to throb again, and the earlier scene replayed in his mind.
He decisively grabbed Yang Yao's arm and dragged him backward. They couldn't defeat Lin Dong.
His sheer speed alone had already put them at a disadvantage. Better to seize this chance and make a quick escape. Though this was a society governed by law, Zhao Qiao knew full well that Lin Dong would show no mercy to their group, especially since the 7-star pavilion members had blood on their hands. Better safe than sorry. Seeing Yang Yao resisting, Zhao Qiao hurriedly tried to persuade him. At this, Yang Yao relented, following Zhao Qiao out. Yet he couldn't help glancing back at his fallen comrade, his eyes burning with resentment.
They just ran off like that?
After Lin Dong finished dealing with the others, he realized Zhao Qiao and Yang Yao were nowhere to be seen. Only then did it dawn on him that they had already fled. Lin Dong pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. After the call connected, he relayed the location. He then stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the bar not far away. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed from the distance, growing louder as they approached. Uniformed officers stepped out of the vehicle. After briefly questioning Lin Dong, they hauled away the bodies lying on the ground. By the time the police car drove away, the ground had been cleared clean. There was no trace of those people left. Lin Dong didn't speak immediately. Instead, he stretched his body a few times, then turned and looked up at the surveillance camera above him, flashing a smile. Only after completing this did Lin Dong walk toward his parked car, open the door, climb inside, and drive away.
Chapter 44, I'll pay to settle this.
Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao and Yang Yao had returned to the bar, where a crowd immediately gathered around them, asking what had happened.
Yang Yao didn't have time to talk to them.
Pushing through the crowd, he hurried toward the surveillance room. The moment he entered the room, he saw Lin Dong's smiling face. The vast display screen now showed only that smiling face. Zhao Qiao, who had just arrived, witnessed the same scene and paused slightly.
Damn it! Yang Yao, furious, kicked the chair in front of him across the room.
He immediately rushed to the monitor, manipulating the surveillance screen with both hands. Soon, the footage began to rewind, returning to the moment they had just left. Yang Yao and Zhao Qiao watched the entire sequence from start to finish. They saw Lin Dong calling the police, who then took away the person lying on the ground. Immediately after that came the smiling face they had seen upon entering. Yang Yao turned to face the person behind him. Young Master Zhao, this incident started because of you.
Don't you think you owe me and the 7-star pavilion an explanation?
It was clear Yang Yao was directing his anger at Zhao Qiao. If not for Zhao Qiao, Lin Dong wouldn't have come here, and his men certainly wouldn't have been taken away by the police. They were already walking on the edge of a knife, their hands stained with blood.
Equally unclean, they couldn't withstand scrutiny.
Now, with these brothers taken away by the police, even the slightest investigation would be the end of them.
Their lives would be over, never to see the outside again.
This was the real deal they were going in.
Yang Yao's accusatory tone left Zhao Qiao speechless.
He too was baffled as to how things had escalated to this point. According to his plan, tonight he would lead the 7-star pavilion men to smash up that shop first, then go settle accounts with Lin Dong. He didn't necessarily aim to kill the man outright, but crippling Lin Dong was the plan, leaving him bedridden for life, unable to move freely, stammering incoherently, unable to speak properly. Young Master Zhao, we all saw it from the start. Lin Dong followed your car to this place.
That means you brought him here.
Yang Yao pressed relentlessly, clearly not intending to let him off the hook so easily.
Yes, I failed to notice the tail following me, which gave him an opening.
But I still don't understand how he could be so sharp, even tracking me down with such precision.
As far as I can tell. Enough.
I don't care about the grudge between you and Lin Dong.
I just want to know how you plan to resolve this.
Yang Yao cut him off impatiently with a wave of his hand.
I'll pay to make it go away.
Seeing the other man remain silent, Zhao Qiao gritted his teeth and blurted out a figure that stung his wallet. But the other party remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with the amount. Seeing this, Zhao Qiao had no choice but to keep raising the price. Only after fleecing him thoroughly did Yang Yao finally relent. After settling this matter, Zhao Qiao's resentment toward Lin Dong only deepened. He no longer cared about the law, he was determined to destroy Lin Dong. He glanced at Yang Yao, who was still seething, and decided to pour more fuel on the fire. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had already returned home. His first action upon arriving was to inform Xiaoqiao that the shop was safe and sound, assuring her there was no need for worry. After handling that, Lin Dong sat on the sofa, his mind racing with thoughts. Today, he had finally settled his score with the 7-star pavilion. Based on what the police had just told him, those men would likely never walk free again. Losing so many men at once was a significant blow to 7-star pavilion, especially during such a critical period. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Dong glanced down at his phone and noticed several new files had appeared on the screen. Most of it pertained to the 7-star pavilion, some of it specifically provided by the Yanjing police. After all, they had been monitoring this underground organization for so long without any leads. Now that Lin Dong had made such a significant arrest, they naturally wanted to express their gratitude for his assistance. They also informed Lin Dong that if he ever needed it, the police could provide specialized assistance. Lin Dong opened one of the files and began studying it carefully. The content differed significantly from what he previously gathered about the 7-star pavilion.
More accurately, this was intelligence regarding the organization.
The reason Lin Dong had mentioned at this critical juncture was precisely because the 7-star pavilion was poised to make a major move soon. According to the intelligence displayed on his phone, the 7-star pavilion would be purchasing a special shipment the day after tomorrow. Both the pavilion master and the second pavilion master were occupied with this shipment, while the third pavilion master, Yang Yao, remained behind to guard the 7-star pavilion's territory. That bar. The bar Lin Dong had previously observed was actually the 7-star pavilion's headquarters, though he remained unaware of its internal layout. The materials he possessed only offered broad descriptions, more detailed information remained elusive.
However, as Lin Dong withdrew his gaze and slowly leaned back, sinking completely into the sofa,
he was intrigued by this peculiar shipment.
Judging by the 7-stars pavilion's level of concern, it was likely no ordinary cargo. The question remained, was it legal cargo or contraband?
These documents hadn't come from the police, meaning authorities hadn't uncovered much about 7-star pavilion's recent activities. The root cause lay in the sheer complexity of Yanjing's underground networks. Without uprooting them entirely, the consequences would be unimaginable. Official intervention required absolute proof evidence strong enough to crush 7-star pavilion outright, to uproot them completely. With this in mind, Lin Dong resolved to lend a hand and resolve this issue for the authorities. Just then, the doorbell rang abruptly. Lin Dong rose from the sofa and opened the door, finding a stranger standing there.
"Are you Lin Dong?"
The person at the door spoke first. Lin Dong acknowledged the question but remained silent. The visitor, too, said nothing, instead beginning to scrutinize him.
Not bad, not bad. Truly a young man to be reckoned with."
The man across from him nodded approvingly. The sudden remark left Lin Dong somewhat bewildered.
"Sir, what can I do for you?"
The man standing outside the door was clearly elderly, so Lin Dong's use of sir wasn't inappropriate. The man remained silent, deepening Lin Dong's confusion.
"Won't you invite me in for a seat? All visitors are welcome. Come in."
Lin Dong's words startled the man outside. Realizing what he'd said, a smile immediately spread across his face as he shook his head and stepped inside.
"You've got some nerve."
Lin Dong closed the door behind him and heard this remark as he stepped into the living room.
Chapter 45, Your identity isn't simple. Not knowing whether I'm friend or foe, yet daring to let me in?
You've got some nerve, kid.
Aren't you afraid I came here to kill you?
The moment Lin Dong sat down, the words echoed in his ears, instantly sensing the atmosphere in the living room shift. The elderly gentleman, who had seemed somewhat amiable moments before, still wore a faint smile on his face.
Yet, his entire aura suddenly became overwhelmingly powerful. "This is my home."
Those 5 words made the smile on the man's face grow sincere. He relaxed his aura, sitting back comfortably as he surveyed the entire living room.
"Sir, might you tell me what brings you here?" Lin Dong regarded the overly familiar man with an unreadable expression.
Though outwardly calm, he couldn't quite figure out what the man intended.
Seeking revenge? Unlikely. Chatting? Even less so. Young man, do you know who I am? The enigmatic question earned another shake of the head from Lin Dong.
Seeing this, the old man's smile stiffened.
You don't know who I am? He couldn't help but raise his voice again.
When the other man shook his head again, the old man's smile vanished completely. He couldn't help but shake his head himself, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his gaze returning to Lin Dong.
Tang Haokuan. You're the leader of the madmen.
The moment those 3 words left his lips, Lin Dong instantly recognized who stood before him.
Well, knowing that title proves you're no ordinary man.
No wonder that little mistress from the 7-star pavilion ended up beaten like that. She truly deserved it.
With that, Tang Haokuan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
His hearty, booming laughter echoed throughout the entire living room.
What brings the leader of the madmen to my humble abode?
Lin Dong knew the mad sect was real, but the information he had access to contained no photographs, more specifically, no photograph of the mad sect leader, Tang Haokuan. He'd always assumed the leader would be around the same age as the 7th pavilion's 3rd pavilion master, but it turned out to be a full 20 years younger.
I heard all about what happened this afternoon. I'm curious who could have made that mistress suffer such a loss. I couldn't resist and tracked down your address. Hearing this, Lin Dong remained silent.
From the time he'd sent those men inside to his return home, it had taken at least half an hour. He'd barely stepped through the door and rested for a minute before the man was knocking on his door.
The mad sect's intelligence network seemed far more efficient than he'd imagined.
No wonder they consistently held the top spot among Yanjing's underground factions.
Kid, do you know what they say in the underworld? Tang Haokuan's smile vanished, his expression turning stern. No.
Lin Dong shook his head. Since you know about Yanjing's underground world, you should also be aware of the relationship between the mad sect and the 7-star pavilion.
Their relationship can only be described in 4 words: sworn enemies.
I once made a promise, whoever can make the 7 stars pavilion vanish from Yanjing, I'll hand over the mad sect on a silver platter.
Uncle, you don't seriously think that person is me, do you?
The words tasted absurd even as they left his lips.
Regardless of whether it was true or not, just the task of eliminating the 7-star pavilion, he couldn't think of any viable plan in the short term.
You're the first person besides the state to make the 7-star pavilion suffer losses.
Given those 3's temperaments, this won't end here. They won't let it rest. They'll pursue you to the bitter end, so...
Tang Haokuan's words abruptly trailed off, but Lin Dong understood the implication. Either he, Lin Dong, would die at the hands of the 7-star pavilion, or he, Lin Dong, would destroy the 7-star pavilion. One of them had to vanish.
Then why are you so certain it will be the 7-star pavilion that disappears, and not me? Lin Dong couldn't help but feel suspicious about Tang Haokuan's unshakable confidence.
Recalling everything that had just transpired, aside from revealing his extraordinary skills, he seemed to have left no other openings.
So how could the other party be so blindly confident in him? The mad sect is different from the 7-star pavilion. We have our own exclusive intelligence network.
In all of Yanjing, there's nothing I, Tang Haokuan, want to know that the mad sect can't uncover.
But that intelligence network failed on you. Tang Haokuan had his men investigate Lin Dong's background.
The records were simple: an ordinary freeloader who had been living off the Shen family for years. Because of this, his wife, Shen Yiran, had even cheated on him with another man, cuckolding him. The two had since divorced. Yet it was precisely this sparse dossier that piqued Tang Haokuan's suspicion. Upon learning Lin Dong's address, he resolved to investigate personally. From the records, he learned that Lin Dong had walked away from his divorce with nothing. Yet somehow, this very man had managed to move into the same neighborhood as him and even had connections to the Bai family of Beijing. This was hardly the kind of achievement one would expect from a man living off his wife. The moment the door opened and Tang Haokuan laid eyes on Lin Dong, he knew immediately that the records were flawed. The man before him was no ordinary fish in a pond.
Kid, your background is definitely not simple. That file must be fake. Tang Haokuan didn't mince words. But that's just your speculation. Perhaps, as your Madman Agency's investigation suggests, I am just an ordinary freeloader, albeit one who's particularly adept at it.
Lin Dong hadn't expected his counterpart to be so perceptive, seeing through the document's flaws at a glance.
Tang Haokuan was likely the first person in Yanjing to question his true identity. Kid, based on the guts you just showed, I'm willing to take a gamble.
I'll stake the entire Madman organization on you. The words caught Lin Dong off guard, but the man didn't speak immediately. Instead, he adopted an air of profound mystery.
Are you aware that the 7-star pavilion recently imported a shipment from overseas, scheduled to arrive in Yanjing the day after tomorrow?
To demonstrate his sincerity and his belief in Lin Dong's capabilities, Tang Haokuan proactively shared a significant piece of information concerning the 7-star pavilion.
Young man, do you know what this shipment contains?
Before Lin Dong could respond, Tang Haokuan pressed on. Lin Dong shook his head, his mind already beginning to question the other man's intentions.
This shipment is highly unusual, so unusual that it's been explicitly banned by the Chinese government.
Hearing this, a vague answer began to form in Lin Dong's mind.
That special cargo is firearms.
Before Lin Dong could respond, Tang Haokuan continued speaking on his own. According to intelligence gathered by our mad sect, the quantity of these firearms far exceeds anything you or I could imagine. The number of handguns alone starts at 100.
Chapter 46, The Next Leader of the Madmen.
So? Lin Dong didn't grasp the other man's intent.
Though outwardly puzzled, his expression remained calm, seemingly unruffled by the revelation.
So this is a golden opportunity to crush the 7-star pavilion.
Tang Haokuan slammed his hand on his thigh, his whole body brimming with excitement.
Therefore, your mad sect can step in and destroy the 7-star pavilion yourselves.
Once the mad sect acted, there would be no need for Lin Dong. No. If the mad sect intervenes, this escalates into a conflict between two major factions.
They won't be able to handle that volume of weapons.
Remember, though the mad sect is the most powerful, they've completely cleaned up their act.
Even if they have stockpiles of certain things, they haven't touched them in ages.
These things referred to guns. Then why don't you go to the authorities?
Lin Dong still didn't quite understand.
If the intelligence was accurate, wouldn't it be better for the mad sect to leak it to the authorities?
It would be a favor to them, and it would also eliminate the 7-star pavilion.
Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? This matter is too significant to risk any missteps. The 7-star pavilion has its own intelligence network. If the authorities in our mad sect show any signs of collusion, do you think we'd still be able to catch them red-handed the day after tomorrow? If the authorities came up empty-handed, who would bear the blame?
Ultimately, it would fall squarely on the mad sect. The authorities might even suspect they deliberately fed false intelligence. After all, underground factions and the authorities are adversaries.
Who's to say they won't make an example of us, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys?
Moreover, even we at the Mad Gate can't guarantee the 7-star pavilion will mobilize their entire force that day.
If we can't uproot them completely, the 7-star pavilion will eventually rise again.
When that happens, the Mad Gate will be their first target for revenge. At this point, Tang Haokuan sighed.
The madmen had already gone straight.
Many members had gotten their lives back on track, enjoying a quality of life they once dared not dream of, surrounded by families and children. Tang Haokuan dared not risk endangering them, nor did he wish to shatter their current happiness, forcing them back into the life where their heads were tied to their belts. These words had weighed heavily on his heart for a long time. Now that he'd finally found someone to listen, Tang Haokuan decided to hold nothing back, telling Lin Dong everything in detail. I suffered an injury in my youth, leaving me childless. Having grown accustomed to solitude, I have no close kin.
Thus, the mad sect has no designated heir. Moreover, since I alone hold authority over the mad sect, there is simply no candidate for the next leader. As for why Tang Haokuan had chosen Lin Dong for this role, the initial reason was that Lin Dong's boldness had caught his attention. After meeting him in person, Tang Haokuan simply felt that he was perfectly suited to his tastes. Tang Haokuan was a man who acted on impulse.
When it came to selecting the next leader of the mad sect, his mood was the primary factor. Some individuals might capture his attention at first glance, becoming indispensable to him. Others, however, could linger before him for a lifetime without ever earning a second glance. Lin Dong remained silent, listening intently to his words. The story was compelling and moving, yet it did little to dispel the lingering doubts in Lin Dong's mind.
Sir, I'm not that capable.
In the end, Lin Dong spoke up to decline, though deep down, he had already taken note of the matter concerning that batch of special cargo.
Kid, stop calling me old man.
You should know that others address me as Master Tang this and Master Tang that.
Kid, I'm leaving.
Before I go, I advise you to think carefully. Everyone in Yanjing would kneel to beg me for the mad sect, yet here you are, pushing it away.
Tang Haokuan rose from the sofa, stretched lazily, and began walking toward the door.
His hand barely touched the doorknob when footsteps sounded behind him.
Tang Haokuan halted.
Lin Dong, I may not know your exact background, but I'm certain your connections to the authorities are far from simple. Yanjing's underground factions have been fragmented for too long, it's time to unite them.
I'm getting old and no longer harbor such ambitions. These matters must be left to the younger generation. Take care, old man.
Before Tang Haokuan could launch into another tirade, Lin Dong's single sentence instantly deflated the emotional build-up he'd been gathering.
You little brat.
Tang Haokuan cursed under his breath, his face still plastered with a smile as he pushed open the door and left. Only after the door closed did Lin Dong begin to process everything that had just transpired. Meanwhile, in the Shen family living room, Mrs. Shen and Shen Yu gathered around the living room, watching Shen Yiran make a phone call nearby.
Well, did you get through? As their daughter moved the phone away again, Mrs. Shen couldn't help but ask. No.
Shen Yiran shook her head, looking somewhat dejected.
Sis, how long has this been going on? Didn't young Master Yi promise to get revenge for you? Where's that revenge now? And didn't he say he'd help our Shen group through this crisis? Why isn't he even answering his phone now? Shen Yu grew angrier as she spoke.
They had believed young Master Yi would aid the Shen family, yet he remained utterly silent to this day.
How should I know?
He answered my calls before and made all sorts of promises and guarantees. Last time he even said he'd invest 100 million in our Shen family, claiming we could ask him for more if it wasn't enough. I had no idea the money wouldn't come through, let alone that he'd become unreachable now. Shen Yiran was also growing irritable, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Shen's mother remained silent beside her, her expression growing increasingly grave.
Yiran, do you think young Master Yi might have found another woman?
You're in Yanjing, he's in the capital, and you've been apart for so long.
Men are fickle, who's to say he hasn't found someone else in Beijing? Shen Yiran couldn't help but feel flustered, increasingly convinced her mother had a point. Mom, I'm going to Beijing. I need to find Yi Xiao.
Shen Yiran abruptly stood up, clutching her phone tightly, then rushed out the door, determined to catch the next flight to Beijing. At that very moment, at the Yi family company in Beijing.
Get to the point. Can't you see I'm busy? Yi Yuxuan pulled the frightened woman in his arms closer as he watched his assistant push open the door. He casually tossed a glass cup toward the assistant. Young Master Yi, someone from the Xia family just visited our company. They said they have a project they wish to collaborate on with us. The assistant's voice trembled with fright, and he instinctively shrank back. The Xia family? The one connected to the Bai family?
There weren't many Xia families in the capital, but the only one Yi Yuxuan remembered was that one.
Chapter 47, he was the most suitable candidate.
Yi Yuxuan's hands roamed freely over the woman in his arms, yet his expression remained unusually serious.
Yes. How interesting.
The Bai family relentlessly pursued us, practically trying to acquire the Yi family outright, scrambling for every project and contract.
Now the Xia family comes knocking, offering to cooperate. What? Have the Bai and Xia families fallen out too?
Yi Yuxuan chuckled coldly, his grip tightening involuntarily, eliciting gasps from the woman in his arms.
So, young Master Yi, should we still pursue this project with the Xia family? Cooperate. Why wouldn't we? Since the Xia family came to us, how could the Yi family possibly turn them away? Have the Xia family present all project documentation. Since they came knocking, if we don't see genuine commitment, we'll keep them waiting.
As soon as Yi Yuxuan spoke, his assistant responded with a series of affirmations, quickly exiting the office and closing the door behind him.
Young Master Yi, you hurt me just now.
The woman in his arms pouted playfully once he'd finished his business, seeking his attention.
What did you hear just now? Yi Yuxuan remained unfazed by her pout.
Instead, he pinched her chin, pulling her face up to his own. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he studied the expression on her face.
I just got distracted for a moment. One sentence brought a smile back to Yi Yuxuan's face.
He released his grip on her chin and gently stroked her cheek.
In all of the capital, I only have eyes for you.
When it's time to play dumb, you never hesitate for a second. I really appreciate that self-awareness of yours. Then young Master Yi must remember to give me plenty of support. The woman giggled coquettishly, curling her entire body into his embrace.
Yi Yuxuan showed little reaction to her initiative, his mind instead consumed by recent events, the Bai family, the Xia family, and Yanjing. As these thoughts surfaced, fragments of memory began to crystallize in Yi Yuxuan's mind.
He had once sent men to deal with Lin Dong, only for those thugs to end up in prison and nearly drag the entire Yi family down with them. Moreover, Shen Yiran had repeatedly called him, asking for financial support to help Shen Group navigate its crisis. He had agreed each time and provided assistance, yet inexplicably, the funds kept encountering problems. Either his own company faced cash flow problems, leaving no surplus funds, or issues arose on Shen Group's end. In short, his efforts to aid the Shen Group were fraught with obstacles. Coupled with the Bai family's relentless scrutiny of the Yi family, he had simply chosen to ignore Shen Yiran's pleas for help entirely.
Young Master Yi, lost in thought?
Her hands wrapped around his neck as she gazed at him with seductive eyes.
Thinking about you.
Yi Yuxuan chuckled softly.
Compared to the woman before him, Shen Yiran held no novelty for Yi Yuxuan anymore.
Thus, he resolved to discard her like a discarded toy. As for Lin Dong, he had no intention of letting him off so easily. When he had the time, he would personally go to Yanjing and deal with Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong remained unaware that he was once again on someone's mind. He sat on the sofa, deep in thought. He couldn't deny that Tang Haokuan's words had stirred something within him.
Tang Haokuan was absolutely right. Yanjing's underground forces were too fragmented.
Coupled with the existence of factions like the Seven-Star Pavilion, they remained a potential threat to the people of Yanjing.
Currently, the Seven-Star Pavilion was kept in check by the Mad Sect. But if that shipment truly contained firearms and ammunition as Tang Haokuan claimed, would the Seven-Star Pavilion remain content with being the second in command? The answer was no.
Therefore, unifying the underground forces was essential at the very least, to provide the people of Yanjing with a stable life. Lin Dong's gaze drifted to the coffee table, where a disorganized pile of documents lay scattered. These papers contained detailed intelligence on the Mad Sect. Tang Haokuan hadn't lied to him. The Mad Sect's current situation matched his description exactly. However, regarding that shipment, Lin Dong still hadn't obtained any useful information. The only lead was that the Seven-Star Pavilion would receive that special cargo the day after tomorrow. Beyond that, Lin Dong had nothing else to go on, only the information Tang Haoquan had just provided. With that in mind, Lin Dong decided to go investigate the day after tomorrow. As the old man had said, he was the most suitable candidate for the task. Moreover, if that shipment truly contained firearms and ammunition, Lin Dong had already planned everything out. For now, it was simply a matter of waiting. Shen Yiran stepped off the plane the following day at noon. After leaving the airport, she hailed a taxi and headed straight for Yi Group's headquarters. Though she had visited the capital many times before, this was her first trip to the Yi family's company, and Shen Yiran couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Soon, the car pulled up in front of Yi Group's headquarters. Stepping out, Shen Yiran was stunned by the sheer scale of the building before her. Judging solely by its outward scale, her Shen Group wouldn't even be worthy of polishing the Yi family's shoes. Stepping inside the company, Shen Yiran was stunned by everything she saw. The opulence within once again shattered her previous understanding of the Yi family. Thinking of her relationship with Yi Yuxuan, Shen Yiran lifted her head proudly and continued walking inside. "Excuse me, miss, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist, having learned the purpose of her visit, stopped her with a polite smile. "Do I need an appointment to see my own boyfriend?" Her voice rose slightly at being stopped, drawing the attention of nearby employees who all turned to look. "The president handles countless matters daily and has specifically instructed us that anyone wishing to see him must make an appointment in advance." The receptionist's words stunned Shen Yiran. She had come to the capital on a whim, and besides her mother and younger brother, no one else knew of her visit. So she hadn't made any appointment. Just as Shen Yiran was about to plead for leniency, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the elevator. Spotting him, she hurried over. "You're Young Master Ye's assistant, right?" Shen Yiran stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Miss Shen?" Having met Shen Yiran several times before, coupled with the recent events in Yanjing, the assistant recognized her identity at first glance. "Yes, I'm Shen Yiran. I need to see Young Master Yi." Hearing this, the assistant's expression changed. But seeing the resolute look in the woman's eyes, he said nothing further and led her to the president's office. However, once Shen Yiran stepped out of the elevator, the assistant did not follow her. Instead, he pointed her in the right direction and then excused himself, citing work commitments as his reason for leaving. Shen Yiran didn't notice the assistant's hesitation to speak, instead hurrying in the direction indicated. Yet, upon reaching the office door, Shen Yiran suddenly halted in her tracks. Chapter 48, Brainless Good for Nothing. She thought she'd heard a sound something like the sounds of lovemaking. But on this floor, there seemed to be only this one office. Shen Yiran's expression darkened. She didn't immediately push the door open, instead standing at the doorway desperately trying to convince herself it was just her imagination, that her ears were playing tricks on her. But just then, a woman's voice drifted out from behind the door once more, its tone unmistakably suggestive. Shen Yiran could no longer stand her ground. She flung open the door before her and immediately saw the two figures behind the desk. There sat the very man she'd been muttering about, Yi Xiao, now shirtless, his skin marked with pink bruises. Slumped in the office chair before him was a woman, her body partially covered by a man's jacket. Yi Yuxuan. The sight stung Shen Yiran's eyes, and she screamed, pacing over to Yi Yuxuan's side. She raised her right hand, ready to slap him across the face. A loud smack echoed through the office. Shen Yiran clutched her stinging cheek, staring at the man before her in utter disbelief. "You hit me? I slapped you. Do you expect me to give you an explanation?" Yi Yuxuan's face was filled with contempt. He shifted his body and sat down in his office chair, the woman who had been on the chair moments ago now seemingly in his embrace. "No one in the capital dares lay a hand on Young Master Yi. Old woman, you should be grateful that slap didn't land on Young Master Yi's face." "What did you call me? Old woman?" Shen Yiran froze at the words, staring at the woman in disbelief. Just one glance was enough for Shen Yiran to feel utterly humiliated. The reason was simple: the woman nestled in Yi Yuxuan's embrace was none other than the notorious escort. Shen Yiran couldn't recall her name, but she remembered this woman would accept any client as long as the price was right. Now, not only was Yi Yuxuan with such a woman, but he was also indulging her insolence toward Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran felt her heart shatter, a wave of desolation washing over her. Shen Yiran's face darkened. The woman deliberately tugged at Yi Yuxuan's arm again. "She's so fierce. Old and fierce. Her figure looks like a plank of wood. Young Master Yi, how could you possibly fancy someone like that?" It was just for the thrill back then. After all, she had a husband at the time. Now she's divorced, the novelty has worn off, and it's just that. In the past, Yi Yuxuan might have scolded the woman in his arms before humbling himself to appease Shen Yiran. But now that he was ready to discard this toy, he had lost all interest in Shen Yiran and all patience. "Yi Yuxuan, you're letting this escort humiliate me like this?" It was bad enough that the mistress was old and vicious, but Yi Yuxuan was actually playing along with her. From start to finish, Yi Yuxuan's gaze never lingered on her, as if he truly had lost all interest, just as he claimed. "Do you even have the right to address Yi Yuxuan? Without the Yi family's backing, could your Shen group survive? It'd probably go bankrupt in no time." Some news didn't require him to dig for it, it would naturally find its way to him.
Besides, what good could possibly come from Shen Yiran personally seeking him out in the capital? It was undoubtedly because her company was in trouble and needed the Yi family's assistance. As for anything else, Yi Yuxuan couldn't fathom it. Stunned by Yi Yuxuan's fierce glare, Shen Yiran stood frozen, unable to speak. Every man she'd encountered had fawned over her. Even Yi Yuxuan, when they first started dating, had obeyed her every word. But now, Shen Yiran watched the two people across from her still flirting and felt nothing but disgust. Yet, she had come here precisely because she needed something. Yi Yuxuan, get this escort out of here. We need to talk properly. Shen Yiran took a deep breath, desperately trying to steady her emotions. Kick her out? Ha! Shen Yiran, you're really overestimating yourself. Do you think you're that important to me? From the day you started seeing me, you knew I had a girlfriend, a wealthy young lady from the capital, no less. Yet you still chose to be with me, didn't you? To put it bluntly, in my eyes, you're no different from the call girls you talk about. The only real difference is that those call girls charge money, while you're free. All I have to do is make a few empty promises, and you'll rush over to me without pause. Yi Yuxuan stared at Shen Yiran standing there, taking him in from head to toe. The longer he looked, the more regret filled his heart. Beyond that somewhat attractive face, everything else about her was utterly ordinary. Her figure couldn't even compare to the escort girl in his arms. Yi Yuxuan, you. Shen Yiran pointed at him in fury, though deep down she knew he was telling the truth. Shen Yiran, I'm genuinely curious how your brain is wired. You had a win-win partnership with the Bai family, yet you managed to screw it up completely. Not only did you get blacklisted by them, but you also alienated the entire Cheng family in Yanjing. Without the Yi family backing you, your Shen group and you, Shen Yiran, are nothing but useless trash, brainless trash. And you, brainless trash that you are, dared to think you could walk through the Yi family's doors and become the young mistress? I say you'd be better off reincarnating sooner rather than later. Yi Yuxuan's words were so venomous they nearly knocked Shen Yiran off her feet. Shen Yiran never imagined he truly only desired her body, harboring not a shred of genuine affection. She had believed the eldest young master of the Yi family genuinely loved her, willing to travel repeatedly from the capital to Yanjing just to see her even though she knew he had a girlfriend. He had clearly stated she would be the next young Madame Yi, yet he had just slapped her hard across the face, revealing it was all just empty words, nothing more than a pipe dream. Now, she looked at that man. From the moment she entered until now, the escort girl had remained in his arms. Her dream of marrying into the wealthy Yi family shattered. Embarrassment and humiliation surged through her heart. For some reason, Lin Dong's face suddenly flashed through Shen Yiran's mind. When she had called him a good-for-nothing back then, had he felt the same way she did now? Watching Shen Yiran stand frozen in silence, Yi Yuxuan felt as though he were seeing someone else through her. Besides Shen Yiran, there was another woman in the Shen family, one whose taste he hadn't yet sampled. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity. At this thought, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Yuxuan's eyes. Chapter 49, 3 Days to Decide. But I know why you came here, it's for your Shen group, isn't it? I've heard about your company's current situation. If you want to get it back on track, you'll need a massive amount of capital. Besides me, who else do you know who could provide that? In other words, only the Yi family could revive her company from the brink of collapse. What are you implying? Those words had jolted Shen Yiran awake. She now saw the man before her for who he truly was, fully understanding he couldn't possibly be offering this out of kindness. The Shen family has more than one daughter, right? I recall you have a younger sister. What was her name again? Oh, right, Shen Shuaro. They say she's even more stunning than you. If Shen Yiran was a passionate, fiery rose, then Shen Shuaro was the rare, alpine flower blooming on a sheer cliff. But even the most elusive flower would eventually wither. Better to let him savor it before that happened. You're dreaming. Shen Yiran instantly grasped his intent. She spat out 3 words before scrambling backward. Mark my words, even if the Shen group goes bankrupt, I'll never let my sister stoop to being with you. Though Shen Shuaro had defied her many times, she remained her sister, her own flesh and blood. She could never ruin her sister's entire life for this beast before her. What kind of trash are you? You're only daring to act like this because the Yi family backs you. If you weren't a Yi, you wouldn't even have the right to try to win me over. The moment Shen Yiran spoke, the entire office fell silent. Yi Yuxuan's face turned ashen. He flung the woman in his arms aside, strode swiftly to her, and lashed out at her face with a powerful slap. The force was brutal. Shen Yiran collapsed backward, hair spilling over her shoulders. Clutching her stinging cheek, her eyes burned crimson, brimming with tears. What do you think you are? Nothing but a dog I summon and dismiss at will. Without my Yi family, would your Shen group even exist today? Yi Yuxuan yanked her hair, forcing her head up to meet his gaze. Let me make this clear, I'm going to have my way with your sister. You'd better hand her over to my bed. The 3 of us will have a good time. Who knows? If I'm in a good mood, I might even revive the Shen group. If you insist on refusing the wine and choosing the punishment, don't blame the Yi family for taking action against the Shen family. Your sister will still end up in my bed, but it'll be a pity for your Shen group and your Shen family.
Yi Yuxuan slapped her face lightly, not hard, but the act was deeply humiliating, especially with a call girl present in the office. Shen Yiran had never been treated this way, especially not in front of an escort. Her face hardened with defiance, showing no intention of complying. I'm giving you 3 days to think it over. After 3 days, I'll arrive in Yanjing. If I don't see what I want, then you should be able to imagine the consequences. Get out. Yi Yuxuan flung her hair aside, shot her a look of disgust, then strode toward his office chair. Fixing his gaze on the woman seated there, he leaned forward and pressed himself against her. Soon, a rather discordant sound filled the office. Shen Yiran sat on the floor, hair disheveled, her face already swollen and throbbing with burning pain. She heard every sound coming from between them, yet she didn't move, her gaze vacant. A full minute passed before Shen Yiran's eyes slowly focused. She rose from the floor, bent down to pick up her bag which had fallen at some point, and turned toward the door. Stepping out of the office, she stared down the empty corridor. A wave of utter collapse washed over her. The tears she had held back finally spilled freely as she stumbled forward, her feet feeling light and unsteady. She couldn't understand how things had come to this. She had a happy family, a husband who doted on and cherished her. Yet she had abandoned it all for the sake of so-called benefits, for the illusion of becoming a wealthy socialite. Yet in the end, it all amounted to nothing. Had she been too greedy? Shen Yiran suddenly found herself missing Lin Dong, missing his kindness. When she was with Lin Dong, she had never known hardship. Her family life was blissful, and her career flourished rapidly. From her humble beginnings as an unknown Shen Yiran, she had steadily risen to become the CEO of Shen Group. Her journey had been smooth sailing, seemingly untouched by any major storms. But after divorcing Lin Dong, the goddess of fate turned her back on her. In this short period, she endured more pain than she had in her entire life up to that point. If Lin Dong were still by her side, he would never have allowed her to suffer such humiliation today. If Lin Dong were still by her side, would her life still be as smooth sailing as before? This thought made Shen Yiran yearn to reconcile with Lin Dong, to become husband and wife once more. By then, Shen Yiran had already stepped out of the gates of Yi Group. Without pausing to compose herself, she hurriedly pulled out her phone to book a flight to Beijing. She was going back to Beijing. She was going to remarry Lin Dong. Inside Yi Group headquarters at that moment, Lin Dong stared at the approaching figure, disbelief etched across his face. Mr. Cheng? Emerging from the elevator was none other than the elderly Mr. Cheng himself, accompanied by the butler she had seen at the Cheng family's ancestral home. Grandfather Cheng, why are you here? Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Qiao beside him followed his gaze and saw an unexpected figure. Little Qiao, Grandpa Cheng came to see you. Seeing Qiao, the smile on old Master Cheng's face grew noticeably warmer. Grandpa Cheng, my company was just established not long ago. Even my uncle doesn't know about it yet. So tell me honestly, what exactly are you here for? After ushering him into the office, Qiao adopted a deliberately stern, questioning tone. You little girl, haven't you forgotten where we are? This is Yanjing, it's practically Cheng territory. A company suddenly appearing here? Of course the Cheng family got wind of it. And those 4 characters Yi grew plastered all over it? Grandpa Cheng isn't stupid. Before the two across from him could respond, old Master Cheng signaled to the butler beside him. Immediately, a folder was pulled from the butler's briefcase and presented to Qiao with both hands. Little Qiao, your company has just been established. Grandpa Cheng doesn't have much to offer as a gift, but consider this token as a present from your grandfather. Chapter 50, Grandpa Cheng's Probe. Qiao had intended to refuse, but upon seeing the expression on old Master Cheng's face, she reached out and accepted the folder. She opened it, glanced through it briefly, then hastily returned the contents to the butler's hands. Grandpa Cheng, this gift is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Sure, do you look down on Grandpa Cheng's gift? If you don't like it, just say so. Grandpa Cheng won't blame you. As he spoke, Grandpa Cheng's voice grew slightly choked. His right hand unconsciously wiped at the corners of his eyes, though no tears were there. Out of the corner of his eye, he cautiously stole glances at the person before him. Grandpa Cheng, how could you say such a thing? How could I possibly look down on a gift from you? It's just that this gift is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. Grandpa Cheng played the victim, but Qiao remained unmoved. What a bore. Seeing her refusal, old Master Cheng lowered his hand and pursed his lips. His gaze then shifted to the other person in the office. Mr. Lin, since the young lady refuses to accept this gift, I'll trouble you to accept it on her behalf. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Dong saw Qiao shake her head at him. Mr. Cheng, I. Before Lin Dong could finish, the butler beside him, ever observant, promptly shoved the documents into his arms. Faced with the folder in his hands, Lin Dong felt it was nothing but a headache. Yet both men before him had passed this hot potato onto him. Mr. Cheng, could you tell me what exactly is inside? Qiao refused to accept it, and the steward stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Dong could only ask what was inside the folder. The land north of Yanjing City. You mean the land the Yanjing city government has set its sights on for major development? Seeing old Master Cheng nod, Lin Dong finally understood why Xie Qiao had said this gift was too valuable. Regardless of the land's current condition, the mere fact that it had been singled out by the municipal government made it priceless. Not to mention that within the next few years, the Yanjing municipal government would be redeveloping and establishing an economic zone there, the Northern Yanjing Economic Zone. Mr. Lin, you may not be familiar with our Cheng family. While we have diverse business interests, real estate remains our primary market. This northern plot was acquired by the Cheng family years ago through an unexpected auction win. Back then, the northern district was still a rundown area, a piece of wasteland no one held any hope for. It wasn't until the recent announcement from the Yanjing municipal government that the value of this northern land began to surface, skyrocketing by dozens of times. This surge also elevated the family's standing in the business world, though they had long been considered leaders in their field. Mr. Cheng, this gift is truly too valuable. The worth of this northern land will only continue to rise. Lin Dong hadn't ventured into real estate, but he understood the industry well enough to grasp the land's immense worth. Therefore, he shared Xie Qiao's view this gift simply couldn't be accepted. With that, Lin Dong shoved the folder back into old Master Cheng's hands. Hey, you too. Outsiders would kill to get their hands on this. Why does it change the game when it comes to you too? Old Master Cheng's temper flared, his tone growing noticeably sharper. Xiaoer doesn't want it because she has the Bai family and the Xie family backing her. But you, Lin Dong, a young man, how can you refuse it too? I've heard about the Shen family affair. You divorced Shen Yiran and walked away with nothing. A man without money in his pocket just won't do. Old man, I think you're a decent fellow, which is why I told you the value of this land. How can you still refuse it? Old Master Cheng's words sounded harsh, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong as he sized him up. Watching the young man standing there, unmoved by his words, maintaining his composure without a trace of subservience, old Master Cheng's face softened with approval. Sure enough, there was something off about Lin Dong's background. If he were truly the good-for-nothing freeloader described in the file, he should have been overcome with excitement upon seeing the contents of the folder. At the very least, he would have urged Xie Qiao to accept this gift. But Lin Dong hadn't. Judging from his entire demeanor from the start until now, he didn't seem particularly driven by greed for money, nor did he covet the Shen family's wealth as the file claimed. Moreover, old Master Cheng shot Lin Dong a glance, his eyes clouded with an unreadable expression. According to the Cheng family's investigations, when Lin Dong married into the Shen family, the Shen household was far from prosperous. One might even exaggerate and describe it as destitute. Yet strangely, after Lin Dong joined the family, everything began to turn around. Shen Yiran Shen Group became one of Yanjing's top companies, and she herself rose to become one of the city's most prominent female CEOs. Even the Bai family from the capital sought out the Shen family for collaboration. Yet after Shen Yiran divorced Lin Dong, the family's former prosperity vanished like smoke. The Shen household began its decline, and even Zhao Qiao, the sole heir of the Zhao family who had supported them, grew increasingly dissatisfied. These events had long spread throughout Yanjing's high society circles, with everyone declaring Shen Yiran's luck had run out. Yet he knew the truth lay elsewhere. It all seemed connected to this young man named Lin Dong. He couldn't fathom Lin Dong's exact background, only knowing that Qiao, backed by the Bai and Xie families of the capital, treated Lin Dong with extreme caution. Today's visit was ostensibly to present a grand opening gift to Qiao, but in truth, he intended to personally probe Lin Dong's background. The outcome confirmed his suspicions. Lin Dong's background was anything but ordinary. Old Master Cheng, it's not that we don't want it. This gift is simply too precious. As juniors, we truly cannot accept it. Besides, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. In the eyes of many in Yanjing, I, Lin Dong, may not be considered a gentleman, but I don't consider myself a villain either. So it's best to return this item to its rightful owner. Well said. Lin Dong's words were eloquent, earning him Mr. Cheng's deeper respect. The elder promptly applauded his statement. Since neither of you will take it, I shall retrieve it. However, the Cheng family intends to develop real estate in the northern part of the city. When the time comes, we'll reserve several attractive buildings for you. Let me know in advance what style of decoration you prefer, and I promise to make them absolutely splendid. The gift had to be given. Since the grand one was deemed too valuable, he'd offer something smaller instead. Seeing Lin Dong about to speak again, old Master Cheng hastily waved him off. Chapter 51, Shall we remarry? Old man, I have some business to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Old Master Cheng rose, giving the butler beside him a meaningful glance. The butler immediately chimed in with agreement. The two then headed toward the exit, but before leaving, old Master Cheng deliberately glanced at Lin Dong. Mr. Cheng, allow me to see you out. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, old Master Cheng nodded. The three of them then exited the office together. Mr. Lin, I have a few words I'm not sure if I should say. As soon as they stepped outside the office, old Master Cheng spoke up, his gaze fixed straight ahead rather than on Lin Dong. Go ahead. Lin Dong didn't know what the old man was getting at, but he was willing to hear him out. Some things can't be resolved by silent protection alone. Affection and love must be voiced aloud. Matters of the heart especially demand frankness. Old Master Cheng continued speaking to himself while Lin Dong, walking beside him, was completely lost.
What feelings? What silent protection? He recognized every word individually, yet strung together, they made no sense. Seeing Lin Dong silent, Old Master Cheng assumed he was listening.
Encouraged, he continued. That girl Qiao, I practically watched her grow up. You can see for yourself what she looks like, beautiful, elegant, and graceful. She's been raised with the manners and refinement of a distinguished family. She's different from Shen Yiran. Though Qiao comes from a Beijing aristocratic family, she doesn't have the temperament of those typical aristocratic young ladies.
So, young man, I must admit your taste is excellent.
But winning Qiao's heart requires more than just proving yourself through actions. You must also bravely express your feelings.
And most importantly, you need the approval of us elders, understand?
Old Master Cheng imparted his wisdom, his words sounding like both advice and a gentle admonishment.
Hearing this, Lin Dong finally understood completely.
Old Master Cheng had mistakenly assumed he was fond of Xiaoqiao, which was why he spent all his time at Yi Group, scheming to be alone with her.
Mr. Cheng, you. Before the words misunderstanding could leave his lips, Old Master Cheng and the butler stepped into the elevator.
Just before the doors closed, Old Master Cheng gave him a thumbs-up gesture.
With that, the elevator doors closed and began its descent. Lin Dong's explanation remained entirely unsaid.
Lin Dong shook his head helplessly, feeling that the old man of the Cheng family was nothing like what he had heard. This wasn't the former CEO who had masterfully orchestrated business strategies. He was clearly a quirky old gentleman. After Old Master Cheng departed, Lin Dong returned to his office. Yet those words kept echoing in his mind, and his gaze drifted involuntarily towards Xiaoqiao, who was still working. Perhaps his gaze was a bit too intense, for Xiaoqiao noticed it. The woman, who had been buried in her work, suddenly looked up.
What's wrong? Did Grandpa Cheng say something to you? Lin Dong shook his head, instinctively averting his gaze. Grandpa Cheng can be quite mischievous sometimes, like a child. If he really said something unpleasant, don't take it to heart. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Xiaoqiao understood Grandpa Cheng's temperament.
Seeing the look in his eyes earlier, she knew he was up to his old tricks again, preparing to tease Lin Dong.
Got it.
Lin Dong replied, his gaze returning to her. He saw the person across from him give him a charming smile before lowering her head to continue working. Just then, the voice that had been suppressed resurfaced beside his ear. Meanwhile, Shen Yiran, who had returned to Yanjing from the capital, arrived the following morning despite flying. This time, unlike when she went to see Yi Yuxuan, she took the time to carefully groom herself. Her exquisite makeup and sexy yet elegant outfit drew a flurry of stares the moment she stepped off the plane.
This attention once again fed Shen Yiran's vanity.
She walked confidently out of the airport and headed toward the residential complex Shen Shuaro had mentioned earlier. Perhaps due to her designer attire, the newly appointed security guard mistakenly assumed she was a resident. Upon her request, he promptly granted her entry.
The smooth entry made Shen Yiran feel a bit smug, but she didn't linger.
She quickened her pace and walked forward.
Soon, a villa came into view.
Before she could confirm it, Lin Dong emerged from the entrance.
Lin Dong.
Without a second thought, Shen Yiran rushed over and stood in front of him, blocking his path.
How did you get in?
Lin Dong's undisguised disgust was plain to see as he took several steps back, creating distance between them. Seeing Lin Dong's distant demeanor and the expression on his face, the joy on Shen Yiran's face stiffened.
Lin Dong, let's skip the small talk, okay? I came here to get back together with you. Will you remarry me?
Shen Yiran always carried herself with an air of superiority around Lin Dong. Even now, as she initiated this reconciliation, she couldn't shed her so-called pride and dignity. The commanding tone slipped out effortlessly.
Shen Yiran, did you get water in your brain or did the door squeeze it?
Not long ago, you were desperate for me to divorce you, scheming every way to ditch this freeloader.
Now you come begging me to get back together? Is it that no one wants you, Shen Yiran? Or do I, Lin Dong, just look like a garbage collector? Ever since the day they divorced, Lin Dong had never once considered reconciliation or remarriage. You? Lin Dong, I admit I was wrong before. But I've swallowed my pride to come find you. As a woman, I'm the one initiating this reconciliation. If you don't want it, fine, but why must you mock me with your words?
Shen Yiran hadn't expected Lin Dong to speak so ruthlessly. Even after everything that had happened, she believed that as long as she turned back, Lin Dong would always be waiting for her. She believed that if she only spoke up about reconciliation, Lin Dong would come running eagerly to agree, never uttering a single word of refusal.
Since you know I don't want you, why did you come crawling back to humiliate yourself? You must be out of your mind. And besides, didn't you think you'd marry into the Yi family and become their young mistress after leaving me? Why suddenly show up here? Could it be that the Yi family's eldest son doesn't want you anymore?
Lin Dong had been studying Shen Yiran's facial expressions. The moment he spoke, her face twisted into a grimace, her teeth clenched so hard they seemed ready to grind. Seeing this, Lin Dong understood. He had probably hit the nail on the head. Chapter 52, Simply Not Wanting to Reconcile. Lin Dong, I'll ask you one thing, will you get back together with me? Will you remarry me? Seeing she couldn't out-argue Lin Dong and feeling humiliated by having her truth exposed, Shen Yiran cut straight to the point and asked again.
Shen Yiran, do you remember what you said when you divorced me?
Shen Yiran froze, instinctively shaking her head. You said we were worlds apart long before this, and you even offered me 2 million yuan to go marry a wife in the countryside.
Now you come running back wanting to get back together. Do you think you're the cloud or the mud in your own words? Or are you the country wife you once described?
Shen Yiran, a good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed on. You see yourself as high and mighty, the beautiful CEO of Yanjing. You expect a crowd of men to follow your every command.
Well, you should hold on to that delusion. Keep it in every moment, in every situation. So what if the Yi family in the capital doesn't want you anymore? Don't you still have the Zhao family in Yanjing? Or is it that the Zhao family can no longer cover the holes in the Shen group?
Others might not know Shen Yiran's true worth, but Lin Dong understood it all too well. After all, he had always been the one footing her bills behind the scenes, finding ways to shield her from risks. Coupled with the overt support of the Bai family in the capital, the Shen group had sailed smoothly.
But without those safeguards, Shen Yiran's weaknesses were laid bare. Even the renowned Zhao family of Yanjing couldn't plug the hole she dug for herself.
Lin Dong's words tore away the last shred of her facade, leaving her face drained of color.
So, Lin Dong, you still refuse to reconcile with me? Even if we don't remarry, I've already humbled myself before you.
Shen Yiran reached out to grasp his hand, her tone tinged with sorrow. Seeing this, Lin Dong sidestepped her grasp.
Wasn't my refusal clear enough? If you truly can't grasp it, then fine, I'll say this one last time. I, Lin Dong, refuse to remarry you, Shen Yiran. Refuse to reconcile. What makes you think that just because you've apologized, I'll forgive you? That I have to do exactly as you say? Was she shameless, or did she have skin thicker than a city wall, believing the entire world must bend to her will? But, just as Shen Yiran was about to say more, someone emerged from behind Lin Dong, none other than her younger sister, Shen Shuero. Brother Lin Dong.
Before Shen Shuero could finish her greeting, she spotted her older sister standing ahead and her words abruptly stopped.
Shuero, what are you doing here? Why are you coming out of Lin Dong's house?
Shen Yiran felt her emotions shatter. She never imagined her own sister would be with her ex-husband, and worse, that they were living together.
Shen Yiran, this is none of your business.
Seeing Shen Yiran's expression, Lin Dong instinctively stepped in front of Shen Shuero, fearing she might throw another tantrum or resort to violence.
Nothing to do with me? My own sister is with my ex-husband, and you say it's none of my business.
Her voice grew louder, loud enough for Zhao Qiao, who had just stepped out of the house, to hear every word.
Sis, you've got the wrong idea.
Brother Lin Dong and I are just friends.
He treats me like a little sister. We're not together. After Shen Shuero joined the subsidiary, she helped secure several major contracts, which in turn helped G Group establish a reputation in Yanjing.
Zhao Qiao rewarded her with a generous pay raise. With ample funds, Shen Shuero decided to buy her own apartment to avoid being homeless in the future. Upon learning of her plan, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao both expressed their approval. With Zhao Qiao's assistance, Shen Shuero selected an apartment in this very complex, positioned directly behind Lin Dong's residence. What Shen Yiran had just witnessed Shen Shuero emerging from behind Lin Dong was actually her stepping out from her own home. Shen Shuero's explanation sounded like excuses to Shen Yiran's ears. Watching Lin Dong defend her, Shen Yiran's emotions spiraled out of control once more. Lin Dong, is it because you're with Shen Shuero now that you don't want to get back together with me? As if suddenly struck by a thought, she blurted out urgently. No, I just simply don't want to get back together with you. Lin Dong's denial made Shen Yiran feel like a complete joke. But when her gaze drifted forward to the man and woman walking ahead, looking like the perfect couple, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Shen Shuero, you seductress. Have you no shame? You even seduced your own brother-in-law. Shen Yiran finally directed her fury at Shen Shuero, shouting angrily. Enough! Zhao Qiao, who had overheard the entire exchange, hurried over. President Shen, is Shen Group so idle these days? The esteemed President Shen not only shows up here acting like a stage actress, ranting and raving like a shrew, but also slanders her own flesh and blood sister. If the Shen family no longer needs this sister, Shen Shuero, just say so. Our Xia family happens to be in need of a young lady of means. Zhao Qiao. Before Shen Yiran could say more, a group of security guards rushed over from the side. Apologies, Miss Xia, for the inconvenience. We'll immediately remove all unauthorized personnel from the premises. Immediately, a group of security guards rushed toward Shen Yiran. The lead security captain initially spoke politely, but after Shen Yiran repeatedly refused to comply, his expression hardened. He and the others forcibly escorted Shen Yiran out, carrying her until she was completely removed from the compound. Sister Qiao. After Shen Yiran left, Shen Shuero could no longer hold back. She rushed over and threw herself into Zhao Qiao's arms, bursting into tears. She couldn't understand why her sister had berated her so harshly, why her own flesh and blood would slander her like this. Sister Qiao is here. Zhao Qiao sighed, patting her back with her right hand in silent consolation. After Shen Yiran's outburst, the three lost all interest in going to the company and decided to head back instead. That night, an inconspicuous black car drove out of the residential compound. Seated inside was Lin Dong, and his destination was Yanjing coast. Based on Tang Haokuan and the intelligence he'd gathered, the 7-star pavilion's designated receiving point for that shipment was Yanjing coast. Presumably to save time or evade official scrutiny, 7-star pavilion had specifically chosen the water route for this special shipment. However, the 7-star pavilion's secrecy was too tight. Neither Lin Dong nor the madman had obtained specific information about the shipment's landing point. Therefore, Lin Dong could only head to the coast first to gather intelligence, then wait. The car left the city and headed toward the coast. As it approached the shoreline, its speed gradually slowed until it came to a complete stop. Chapter 53, 1 a.m. Lin Dong peered out the car window. The moonlight illuminated the surrounding trees and the nearby piles of rocks sculpted by nature. This time, he hadn't taken the main road but had chosen a small path instead. The reason was simple: the vehicle he was driving. The vehicle was relatively large, and there was nowhere along the coast to conceal it. It was better to park it here. With that thought, Lin Dong stepped out of the vehicle. He scanned the area, satisfied that the surrounding trees provided sufficient cover for the rear of the car before nodding approvingly. Still, to avoid any unnecessary incidents, he got back in and drove the vehicle deeper into the woods. Only after completing these steps did Lin Dong continue on foot toward the coast until the boundless ocean stretched out before him. The moon hummed high in the sky, its light reflecting off the ocean's surface in scattered points of brilliance. A gentle sea breeze blew in, bringing a refreshing coolness to the air. Lin Dong scanned the horizon but detected no trace of ships. He withdrew his gaze and began surveying his surroundings. Just as the records indicated, this stretch of coastline was desolate. Aside from the occasional beam of light from the lighthouse, there was nothing else. There were also no signs of human habitation nearby. Remote and desolate, devoid of human presence for the 7-star pavilion, it was indeed an ideal location. After confirming the surroundings matched the records perfectly, Lin Dong found a spot to lie in wait. From his vantage point, he could take in the entire coastline. After an unknown amount of time, the tranquil coastline suddenly erupted with several booms. Faint lights flickered from across the shore. Seeing this, Lin Dong immediately pulled out his phone. The dim light revealed it was exactly midnight. He switched his phone to silent mode and stowed it away. The sounds from across the shore grew louder until several vans pulled up to the water's edge. Dozens of people emerged from the vehicles, led by none other than Yang Yao, the 3rd pavilion master of the 7-star pavilion whom Lin Dong had encountered before. Standing beside him was the 2nd pavilion master, Yang Weixing. Lin Dong scanned the crowd repeatedly but could not find the 1st hall master anywhere. It seemed Tang Haokuan's guess was correct: the 7-star pavilion hadn't mobilized its entire force. However, Lin Dong roughly estimated the numbers. Even this contingent alone likely represented nearly 2/3 of the 7-star pavilion's total forces. This suggested Tang Haokuan's intelligence might indeed be accurate, otherwise, the 7-star pavilion wouldn't have committed such a massive force. "Second brother, when will they return?" Just then, Yang Yao's voice called out from ahead. 1 o'clock. Yang Weixing gazed out at the horizon, his composure markedly sharper than Yang Yao's palpable excitement. 1 o'clock? They're not arriving until 1. Why did we come so early? It's only 12 now. Yang Yao's excitement was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. You know perfectly well how crucial this shipment is. If anything goes wrong, no one can take responsibility for it. That's why we came early, to eliminate any potential problems. But Yang Yao tried to say more, but seeing his second brother's expression, he closed his mouth again. And so, the group stood on the shore, waiting silently for the cargo's arrival. At 1 a.m., ripples began to spread across the tranquil sea surface. Several flashes of light pierced the otherwise pitch-black waters. The sudden change instantly alerted the group waiting by the shore. Yang Yao and Yang Weixing stood at the water's edge, while the others took a step back, maintaining a vigilant stance. Gradually, several vessels came into view before the group, until they finally came to a complete stop near the shore. Though dim, the vessel's lights illuminated the area where the 7-star pavilion members stood. Lin Dong shifted discreetly, peering through the crowd toward the front while his right hand slipped into his pocket to grasp something. 2nd Pavilion Master. 3rd Pavilion Master. Several figures disembarked from one of the vessels. Spotting the two leaders, they immediately ran toward them. "Old G, did you bring everything back?" Yang Yao asked first. "We got everything back, but the price far exceeded our initial estimates. Still, the models are the hottest ones currently on the international market." "How much over?" Yang Weixing frowned slightly. This budget had nearly depleted the 7-star pavilion's reserves. How could it still be over budget? Instead of answering, the man held up his fingers to form a number. 2nd Pavilion Master, we spent exactly what we brought." This statement caused both Yang Yao and Yang Weixing's expressions to change. After exchanging a glance, Yang Weixing didn't immediately order the cargo off the ship. Instead, he stepped forward himself, carefully inspecting the items on deck. Finally, he selected a wooden crate and only then had it unloaded.
The crate's weight exceeded Yang Weisheng's expectations.
It took 3 men straining every muscle to finally haul it down and place it before him.
Open it.
Yang Yao ordered the men, his gaze fixed on the lock securing the crate. Old Ji murmured his response and swiftly pried the box open.
As the box opened, Yang Weisheng and Yang Yao finally saw what lay inside.
Inside lay pistols, a crate filled to the brim with pistols.
Before Yang Weisheng could speak, Yang Yao swiftly grabbed one pistol, fondling it with obvious delight.
He began to play with it, even pointing the muzzle at someone nearby.
Xiao San.
Seeing his younger brother's slightly overstepping behavior, Yang Weisheng sternly reprimanded him. Yang Yao rolled his eyes, refusing to put the gun down but shifting the muzzle away.
Second sect leader, no need to panic.
These guns are unloaded. To prevent accidental discharges or other mishaps, none of the pistols in this crate have live rounds chambered.
Old Ji, you've done well on this point.
Tell us how many pistols are in this crate. As soon as Yang Weisheng finished speaking, the man standing before him immediately answered. There are 50 pistols in this wooden crate. Besides this one, there are several more crates on the ship, all of the same model. They were all manufactured by. While Old Ji was still speaking, Lin Dong, concealed in the shadows, had already observed the entire scene. By the ship's lights, a single glance was enough for Lin Dong to easily recognize the gun's appearance. Just as Old Ji had said, the handguns were the hottest model on the international market, originating from a certain country. High accuracy, simple operation, and low recoil were their 3 main features and the key reasons for their popularity. China had previously imported this batch of pistols and modified them, incorporating their features into other firearms.
Chapter 54. Hands up, everyone.
But without exception, these firearms were all in the hands of the military, including the police. With so many firearms now appearing here simultaneously, in the hands of 7-Star Pavilion, Tang Haokuan's prediction had come true.
The skies over Yanjing might indeed be about to change. Besides handguns, I also bought some rifles. Like the handguns, the firearms and ammunition are separated, but the quantity isn't as large as the handguns.
Lao Ji laid it all out, gesturing toward the wooden crates holding the rifles.
Old Ji, got any bullets? I want to try one out.
As soon as Old Ji finished speaking, Yang Yao couldn't wait to blurt out.
Didn't you hear what Old Ji just said?
The guns and ammo are stored separately, locked in boxes. Yang Weisheng regretted bringing him along, such a grown man, yet still so playful.
Third sect leader, I actually have one bullet, but just one.
Old Ji grinned as he pulled a bullet from his pocket. Before he could even offer it, Yang Yao snatched it out of his hand.
Go play somewhere else.
If you accidentally fire it, just wait till Big Brother gets back, you'll see what happens to you.
Yang Weisheng promptly shooed him aside. Despite the scolding, Yang Yao didn't get angry.
He obediently walked to the side, squatted down, and cocked the pistol.
Old Ji, this stuff's legit, right? No counterfeit junk slipping through? Yang Weisheng eyed the boxes on the ship with concern. He couldn't very well open each one to inspect the goods. Second Master, the goods are fine.
I personally supervised the loading.
Old Ji, stake my life on it. After all, they'd paid a hefty sum. If problems arose after they left, there'd be nowhere to turn for justice. Alright, unload them all. We're taking the entire shipment back.
With this cargo in hand, our 7 Stars Pavilion will leap to become the top dog in Yanjing. Forget about the mad sect, even the authorities might have to kowtow to us then. Yang Weisheng stared at the wooden crates on the ship, his eyes gradually burning with fervor as he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild.
Guys, let's move this stuff.
Old Ji's command set the crew on the ship and Yang Weisheng's men from 7-Star Pavilion into action. After an unknown amount of time, a small mountain had piled up on the coastal sand, a mountain constructed entirely of wooden crates. Lin Dong surveyed the mound, silently counting the stacks. There were at least 20 wooden crates, each nearly waist-high for an adult man. Old Ji had mentioned that each crate held 50 pistols. That meant the pistols alone numbered over 100, perhaps even 200. If 7-Star Pavilion managed to transport these crates back safely, even the authorities might hesitate to take action against them.
With this realization, Lin Dong resolved to intercept the shipment and deliver it to the police. As for the unseen Grand Master and the other members of the 7-Star Pavilion, Lin Dong had no time to spare for them at the moment. With that thought, Lin Dong's right hand twitched inside his pocket before swiftly drawing out his weapon. Old Ji, the number of crates is correct, right? Yang Weisheng glanced at the stacked wooden crates and asked again.
Old Ji didn't speak immediately. Instead, he counted them, confirming there were no errors or omissions before nodding in agreement.
Alright, let's pack them up and take them home.
Yang Weisheng tossed out the words, but before their men could respond, a sudden chorus of car horns echoed from the distance. Blue and white lights approached rapidly. Seeing these unusual lights, the 7-Star Pavilion crew grew flustered. Before Yang Weisheng could speak, police cars appeared one after another directly in front of them, dozens of them completely blocking their path.
Freeze! Hands up! Officers in uniform emerged from the vehicles, quickly forming a line that once again blocked their path. Second Pavilion Master, what should we do? The sudden turn of events left everyone from the 7-star pavilion dumbstruck.
Instinctively, they froze in place, daring not to make a move. Old Ji lowered his voice and whispered.
What else can we do? We fight them, of course. With so many of us and all these weapons, how could we possibly be afraid of them? Yang Yao, who had appeared beside them unnoticed, interjected.
His voice carried without any attempt at concealment, ensuring those ahead heard every word.
You! Raise your hands, put your hands on your head, and walk out. The lead uniformed officer pointed his arm toward Yang Yao's position, barking the order for him to step forward. Ha! Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you've got an extra layer of skin? If I don't peel that layer off you today, I'll take your last name. Brothers, let's go. With that, Yang Yao charged forward with his crew. Yang Weisheng watched the scene unfold, silently cursing them as fools before joining the fray. Armed with the new weapons, Yang Yao felt his blood boil. Only one word echoed in his mind: charge. He'd been wondering who to test these new weapons on back home, but now it was like someone had delivered a pillow right when he was sleepy. The target had arrived just in time. Watching the group charge forward like headless flies, Lin Dong could only think how utterly foolish they were. Did they seriously think this was the Yanjing police? This was the SWAT team. Their weapons were a cut above theirs. Not to mention, the SWAT team had all kinds of gear nothing like these guys, who were practically barehanded. Seeing them really charging this way, the lead SWAT officer didn't hold back, raising his weapon and unleashing several bursts of fire right in front of them. Yang Yao watched the scene unfold and grew even more excited. So what if they have guns? I have one too. Raising his gun, Yang Yao aimed directly at the heart of the man ahead. The bullet fired the next instant. The bullet struck the man squarely in the heart, yet he stood perfectly still, as if nothing had happened, not even flinching. How is that possible? Seeing the man before him unscathed, Yang Yao panicked. Even someone as slow to react as him could sense something was terribly wrong. In the light from the ship behind him, Yang Yao finally got a clear look at the group of people before him. But there was no turning back now. Even if he tried to flee, it was too late. Besides, he had been the one shouting the charge just moments ago. Yang Yao had no choice but to grit his teeth and press forward. Yet in that brief moment, nearly all who had followed him forward had been subdued by the SWAT team, leaving only a handful still struggling desperately. Go! Before Yang Yao could think further, Yang Weisheng had already caught up to him from behind. Grabbing his arm, he pulled him toward the side. Second brother, those weapons. Yang Yao glanced back at the wooden crates, his face filled with reluctance. What are you thinking about weapons for now? Escape is the priority. Yang Weisheng felt just as much pain over the weapons as Yang Yao did, but in this situation, there was no time to dwell on such things. Chapter 55. First, I'll skin you alive. Seeing the second and third sect masters flee, Old Ji didn't follow them. Instead, he stepped directly in front of the SWAT team preparing to pursue. Think you can just run? Not so fast. Just as the two men thought they'd made their escape, a figure emerged from ahead, standing straight and blocking their path. Who are you? Yang Weisheng eyed the sudden intruder with suspicion. His gaze flickered back to his fallen comrades, pinned to the ground one by one, and tension began to grip him. Get out of the way. Don't interfere with us. Second brother, it's Lin Dong. By the light of the moon and the ship's lamps, Yang Yao could easily make out the man's features. The very same Lin Dong who made you flee in disgrace back then? The one who cost us so many brothers from the 7-star pavilion? Yang Weisheng never imagined the man before him could be none other than Lin Dong, the famously useless from Yanjing. Seeing his younger brother nod, Yang Weisheng didn't give the man a second glance. In that case, kill him. No one can stand in the way of our 7-star pavilion. With that, Yang Weisheng released his brother's arm and sprinted forward. With SWAT officers still pursuing them, Yang Weisheng saw no point in wasting time on Lin Dong. He intended to finish this quickly. In a flash, he appeared before Lin Dong. His right hand swept across his waist, drawing a short dagger that shot straight toward Lin Dong's heart. TSK, the second master of the prestigious 7-star pavilion, resorting to dirty tricks. Lin Dong sidestepped the attack, his voice dripping with scorn. So what if I play dirty? As long as the outcome suits me, I couldn't care less about the process or the means. Yang Weisheng's words flowed, yet his hand never slowed. Seeing this, Yang Yao rushed in from the side. The two brothers joined forces, intent on finishing Lin Dong off. As Yang Yao closed in, Lin Dong cut short his struggle with Yang Weisheng. A swift elbow strike connected to Yang Yao's midsection. Lin Dong's right hand shot out, snatching the dagger from Yang Yao's grasp before he could react. He stepped back, using the momentum to create distance. By the time Yang Weisheng registered what had happened, the dagger was already clutched in his opponent's hand. I heard every word you just said. Lin Dong toyed with the dagger in his hand, his expression cold. Before the two could comprehend the meaning behind his words, Lin Dong charged straight toward Yang Yao. You wanted to strip the skin off their bodies? Well, I'll start by stripping yours. They are the most honorable and beloved people of China. From the moment they donned that uniform, they dedicated everything to China. They wore it for life, even unto death. They never took it off. Yet they never utter a single complaint.
They regard it as an honor, viewing the protection of China and its people as their duty and mission.
What the hell kind of person are you to speak to them like that?
Lin Dong roared, unable to contain himself.
His short knife sliced through the air, leaving trails of light behind it.
His movements were so swift that only afterimages remained. When Lin Dong finally stopped, Yang Yao's clothes had been shredded into rags, hanging from his body in a desolate heap. Just then, a gust of sea wind swept through. The rags couldn't withstand the force and fluttered to the ground, leaving Yang Yao clad only in a pair of shorts. It wasn't that Lin Dong had softened his heart, but rather he feared the SWAT team might find the sight unsightly. Otherwise, Lin Dong would have made him run naked. Ah! Yang Yao finally snapped out of it, staring down at his naked body and letting out a piercing scream.
Dozens of wounds now marred his body.
Though shallow, each one oozed fresh blood continuously. From a distance, Yang Yao looked like a blood-soaked figure. Had Yang Yao reacted faster earlier, he would have noticed the trail of cloth strips blown away by the sea breeze, precisely matching the location of every wound on his body. Brother! Seeing the horrific state of Yang Yao's body, Yang Weisheng's rage boiled over.
Lin Dong, I'll kill you.
Before he could lunge at Lin Dong again, a cold touch pressed against the back of his head.
Hands behind your head. One more move and I won't hesitate to pull the trigger.
Seeing this, Yang Weisheng had no choice but to obey the command from behind him. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong, filled with such hatred he could barely contain it. Lin Dong met his glare with a smirk before turning to glance at Yang Yao, who, like Yang Weisheng, was now also under control.
Lin Dong, my big brother will avenge us. You'd better prepare to die.
Held firmly in place, Yang Yao seethed with resentment but could do nothing about it.
Still, he refused to back down. Revenge might be out of the question, but I can certainly arrange for you to meet again.
Lin Dong's words caught Yang Yao off guard. Glancing at the SWAT officers surrounding them, he seemed to suddenly realize something.
It was you, wasn't it? You did all this.
Yes, I did all of this.
Reporting such matters to the police is my duty and obligation as a citizen of China.
Lin Dong didn't deny it, he openly admitted to everything. In truth, before arriving at this coastline, Lin Dong had already contacted the Yanjing police.
However, he hadn't immediately summoned them because he couldn't confirm what exactly was in that shipment from 7-Star Pavilion.
Thus, the police had been stationed on a beach some distance away from the coast. Only after Lin Dong confirmed the shipment contained firearms and ammunition did he notify the police to rush over, leading to the scene that had just unfolded.
Lin Dong's candor left Yang Yao momentarily dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he be denying and arguing? Why was he admitting to it? This wasn't like him at all. Who exactly are you?
In contrast to Yang Yao, Yang Weisheng remained calm and rational. Everything that had unfolded tonight felt too abrupt, especially the appearance of this man named Lin Dong. Earlier, third brother had mentioned this man was extremely strange, claiming he was nothing like the Lin Dong they had investigated. At the time, third brother hadn't fought him and didn't want to lose face, so he had made up that story. But the events that had just unfolded completely reshaped his understanding of this Lin Dong. Setting aside his extraordinary skills, just look at the SWAT team here. How could an ordinary person mobilize so many special forces? Even if he knew what the cargo was, it would require multiple layers of reporting and orders before deployment. The fastest possible timeline would be tomorrow. Moreover, based on the intelligence gathered tonight, even the madman renowned as Yanjing's foremost intelligence network had no concrete details about the cargo. So how had this Lin Dong managed to mobilize these SWAT teams? Chapter 56, The Helpful Citizen. Could it really be down to his silver tongue? His gift of gab? Don't be ridiculous. Me? Lin Dong pointed at himself. Me? I'm Lin Dong, no name changing or identity shifting here. And besides, I'm also a kind-hearted citizen of Yanjing. With that, Lin Dong waved goodbye and walked away. Before leaving, however, he handed the short knife in his hand over to the SWAT officers. As Lin Dong departed, the SWAT officers began cleaning up the aftermath, escorting all the individuals they had just subdued into the police vans. Lin Dong found where he'd parked earlier and drove toward the residential complex. His part was done, the rest was now in the hands of the police. Meanwhile, at the 7-Star Pavilion headquarters, in the basement level of the bar. Staring at the clock on the wall, the man who had been sitting on the sofa couldn't hide his growing impatience. He abruptly stood up and began pacing back and forth across the room. What time is it now? Why haven't second brother and third brother returned yet? Is it because there's too much cargo to transport back, or has something unexpected happened? This man was none other than Yang Weisheng and Yang Yao's biological older brother Yang Changsheng, who also served as the Grand Master of 7-Star Pavilion. Just then, the door swung open from the outside, and a frantic figure appeared in the room. Did the second and third masters bring the goods back? Seeing him, Yang Changsheng hurriedly asked. No, something's happened to the Grand Master. The man had been running so fast he could barely get his words out, but he managed to repeat the news as best he could. Just a minute ago, a large number of police cars appeared outside the alley. The person monitoring the surveillance screens initially thought they were just passing through, but soon realized something was wrong. The police cars had actually stopped there. Not only that, but from the surveillance feed, it looks like the police are heading straight for our 7 Stars Pavilion headquarters.
Has something happened to the Grand Master?
Though the man phrased it vaguely, Yang Changsheng understood the implication.
He quickly glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall. 3:46 a.m.
Before second brother and third brother left, they had agreed on a time they were supposed to be back before 2 a.m. Now, neither the men nor the goods had returned. Instead, a large contingent of police had arrived. Even if Yang Changsheng were a fool, he could tell something terrible had happened to his 2 brothers.
Gather all the brothers immediately.
Have them wait for me at the back door on the first floor.
Considering the distance of that narrow alley, Yang Changsheng issued the order swiftly. The man dashed out without a moment's delay upon hearing the order. Seeing this, Yang Changsheng didn't immediately leave the room.
Instead, he turned toward the sofa, lifted it up, and found a box taped to the underside. He retrieved the box and opened it, revealing a handgun inside along with 10 rounds of ammunition. He took the pistol, tucked it into the back of his waistband, and stuffed all 10 bullets into his pocket. After completing these actions, Yang Changsheng swiftly exited the room and headed straight for the back door. By the time he reached the back door, his brothers had already gathered there.
Listen up, everyone inside. You are now surrounded. Immediately drop your weapons, put your hands on your heads, and come out. At that moment, a loudspeaker outside the bar blared this message repeatedly. Grand Master, what should we do now?
These words were also heard clearly by the group standing at the back door.
Go! Yang Changsheng barked the order, flung open the back door, and urged his men to hurry out.
He himself stood to the side, keeping a watchful eye on the situation ahead while swiftly helping his brothers through. Only after everyone had passed did Yang Changsheng slip through the back door himself. At that very moment, a thunderous crash echoed from the front entrance of the bar, followed by the resounding clatter of heavy footsteps reverberating throughout the entire establishment. Once outside the back door, Yang Changsheng remained on high alert, immediately leading his men away from the scene.
The next morning,
Lin Dong sat on the living room sofa, turning on the TV to watch the morning news. The news broadcast was about 7 Star Pavilion, detailing every single thing they had done. Before he could finish watching, the doorbell rang urgently. Lin Dong got up to open the door and saw a familiar figure standing there, Tang Haokuan.
Before Lin Dong could speak, Tang Haokuan pushed his way inside.
The man beside him apologized awkwardly to Lin Dong before mimicking Tang Haokuan's earlier move and squeezing through the doorway as well. Hey, kid, so you saw it all. Seeing the content on the TV, Tang Haokuan shook his head in disappointment.
So you came to tell me this news?
Closing the door, Lin Dong found Tang Haokuan had already taken a seat as if he owned the place. The man who had followed him stood to one side, eyes scanning the surroundings. Yep. I thought I'd be the first to tell you, but turns out even I can't beat the official announcement. Though Tang Haokuan was slightly disappointed, the excitement on his face was impossible to hide.
But the official announcement came a bit too quickly this time. Did your madman faction contribute something?
Lin Dong sat across from him, asking with genuine curiosity. Whoa. Watch what you say. We at the Mad Sect have been completely above board from start to finish.
We've never been involved in this matter. Don't drag our name into it. Tang Haokuan shook his head hastily.
Only after confirming they were alone in the living room did he shift closer to Lin Dong and lower his voice.
Let me tell you in confidence.
The higher-ups in Yanjing have actually had their eye on the 7 Star Pavilion for a while now. After all, they've been involved in far too many shady dealings, many of which are outright illegal. Add to that the firearms and ammunition seized last night, rough estimates put the quantity in the hundreds. So the higher-ups are determined to use this as an opportunity to crack down on Yanjing's underground forces. The report surfaced so quickly precisely to serve as a deterrent, what they call killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. With that, Tang Haokuan straightened his back, taking the opportunity to give it another rub.
Ouch, this old back of mine.
Age really catches up with you eventually.
Tang Haokuan's voice regained its usual booming tone. But seriously, I knew you weren't just some ordinary kid. Look at what happened. The 7 Star Pavilion vanished the moment you stepped in.
Tang Haokuan looked at the young man across from him, feeling more convinced than ever that his last visit had been the right decision.
Hey, old man, don't go spreading rumors. I, Lin Dong, have been honest and upright from start to finish. I never got involved in this business, don't drag me into it. Chapter 57, Your Bodyguard.
Lin Dong repeated his words back to him word for word.
You little brat. Watching him mimic his tone, Tang Haokuan cursed under his breath but couldn't help but laugh. Still, you handled this well enough, but you were far too hasty. Changing his tone, Tang Haokuan regained his serious demeanor. It's true that this shipment fell into official hands, but someone from 7 Star Pavilion escaped. At this, Lin Dong's expression also turned grave. According to his plan with the police, after intercepting the shipment at the coast, another team would be dispatched to 7 Star Pavilion's headquarters to capture the remaining members, leading to a complete takedown. Seeing Lin Dong remain silent, Tang Haokuan didn't beat around the bush.
He immediately relayed all the intelligence their madman faction had uncovered. It turned out that in the early hours of the morning, the police had gone to arrest the remaining 7-star pavilion members as planned. However, the 7-star pavilion had been alerted. By the time the police forced their way into the bar, it was already deserted. But the police aren't pushovers. They quickly track down clues the fugitives carelessly left behind during their escape. Even with thorough preparations, some still managed to slip away. Just then, the television broadcast another announcement, more accurately, a wanted notice. At the top of the list was Yang Changsheng, the Grand Master of 7-Star Pavilion, with his photo and detailed personal information. Following him were the other members of 7-Star Pavilion, totaling 10 individuals. Don't underestimate these 10. Each one has blood on their hands, they're utterly ruthless criminals. Especially Yang Changsheng. He's cold-blooded and will stop at nothing to get what he wants. And let's not forget he's armed. At that moment, the television broadcasted the official seizure of 7-Star Pavilion's assets, including their headquarters bar, while Tang Haoquan's voice remained steady beside him. So, old man, you should be more concerned about your own mad sect. In Yang Changsheng's eyes, it might just be you guys pulling the strings behind the scenes. Lin Dong's remark earned him a roll of the eyes from Tang Haoquan. Thanks for your concern. But kid, while it's true 7-Star Pavilion got shut down, none of us know what other cards Yang Changsheng still holds. It's also true the mad sect would be his prime target for revenge. But right now, there are only 10 men, and only Yang Changsheng has a gun. For them to strike against the mad sect now would be like pitting eggs against stones, or a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Therefore, to retaliate against the mad sect, Yang Changsheng must first strengthen his forces. Yet that growth hinges on these 10 men evading official pursuit and the vigilant citizens of Yanjing. After all, the bounty amounts had just been announced on TV, starting at 6 figures minimum. Tang Haoquan analyzed the situation. Lin Dong remained silent, clearly understanding the gravity of what was being said. Moreover, with the situation escalating this dramatically, the mad sect would undoubtedly be working behind the scenes to assist the authorities in apprehending Yang Changsheng and his group. Thus, Yang Changsheng was now like a cornered dog, desperately searching for a place to hide. Lin Dong, you're in serious trouble now. You caused the 7-Star Pavilion to lose a bunch of men earlier. Yang Yao reported that to Yang Changsheng. Add all this recent chaos, and Yang Changsheng won't rush to seek revenge on the mad sect. His first target will be you. Even if his final fate is death, he'll drag you down with him. It's true that Yang Changsheng is ruthless when dealing with outsiders. But internally, especially toward his 2 younger brothers, he's incredibly kind, not to mention the youngest, Yang Yao, who's always been doted on by his 2 older brothers. While exacting revenge on the mad sect was now beyond his reach, dealing with Lin Dong, a man incapable of lifting a finger, was well within his grasp. I know. The moment Lin Dong notified the police of his plan, he had already considered all the potential downsides, especially when he saw Yang Changsheng missing from the coastline. But with so many firearms and ammunition falling into police hands, the downsides were far outweighed by the upside. These benefits alone were sufficient. So, for your safety and to protect the next heir of our mad sect, I've specially brought you a bodyguard this time. As Tang Haoquan finished speaking, he lifted his chin and gestured toward the man standing beside him. Greetings, Mr. Lin, the next heir of the mad sect. I am Wang Yongsheng, the bodyguard specially selected for you by Mr. Tang. You may call me Xiao Wang as Mr. Tang does, but please spare me the Xiao Wang. A deep voice echoed as the man standing there shook his head sheepishly. Lin Dong looked at him. The man before him had a simple, honest appearance, dressed in black casual wear. Yet beneath the clothes, his bulging muscles were impossible to hide. Just looking at him, he appeared robust and towering. Little Wang! Little Wang! Tang Haoquan snorted coldly, calling out twice in quick succession. Mr. Tang, how can you treat me like this? If you keep it up, I'll get angry. Being called a little bastard made Wang Yongsheng's bronze-toned face flush crimson. Sir, I appreciate your offer, but I don't need a bodyguard. Lin Dong shook his head. Master Lin, how could you possibly not need us? You've done Yanjing a tremendous favor by eliminating the 7-Star Pavilion. Many within our mad sect are clamoring to serve as your bodyguards. If not for my exceptional skills, this assignment would likely have gone to someone else. Don't worry about my safety. Protecting you is my lifelong mission. Before Tang Haoquan could speak, Wang Yongsheng hastily expressed his unwavering resolve. It's not about your safety. How can you protect me when you can't even beat me? It wasn't Lin Dong boasting across all of Yanjing, not a single person could last 10 moves against him. Even across the entire nation of Huaguo, that was true provided he wasn't holding back, of course. Master Lin, even if you don't want me as your protector, you didn't have to put it that way. That's really underestimating me. Wang Yongsheng was clearly displeased. In his eyes, while Lin Dong was the next heir to the mad sect handpicked by Tang Haoquan, compared to himself, that scrawny kid was nothing to be reckoned with. Master Lin, if you truly don't approve of me, just say so. Master Tang will personally select another bodyguard for you. Otherwise, please spar with me. Let me witness your skills firsthand, so I can know whether your earlier words were truth or deliberate humiliation. Wang Yongsheng's words drew a frown from Tang Haoquan. Just as he was about to rebuke him, Lin Dong rose from his seat beside him. Let's go to the backyard. With that, Lin Dong strode toward the rear courtyard. Wang Yongsheng, still confused, stood frozen in place. Chapter 58. If all else fails, run errands. Come on, you wanted to spar, right? How are you going to do that in this tiny living room? If you break something, who's going to pay for it? You don't seriously expect me, old Tang, to cover it, do you? This guy's got brains for nothing, all muscle, no sense. Does he really think he can take on someone with just his beefy frame? Tang Haokuan shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he couldn't believe he'd ever misjudged someone like this. Oh. Wang Yongsheng snapped out of it and quickly agreed, following Tang Haokuan toward the backyard. Soon, the three arrived at the rear courtyard, one in front and two behind. With Tang Haokuan acting as referee, the two men in the courtyard began their fight at his signal. However, reality surpassed everyone's expectations. The seemingly burly Wang Yongsheng couldn't even withstand two moves from Lin Dong. There he lay on the ground, dumbstruck and wide-eyed, utterly bewildered as to how he ended up there. Your strength does surpass most ordinary people, but your footing is unstable and your overall speed is too slow. Once your opponent detects these weaknesses, it will only hasten your demise. Just then, a magnetic, slightly deep voice echoed, jolting Wang Yongsheng awake as if struck by lightning. He sprang up from the ground with a sudden burst of energy. So, you're saying I still have room for improvement? Wang Yongsheng rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable. Being knocked down wasn't humiliating to him. What was humiliating was having no room for improvement, being stuck in one place. Lin Dong nodded. Hurry up and thank the kid Lin. Thank him for keeping you around. If you ever really piss him off, he might just toss you right out of this backyard. Seeing Wang Yongsheng about to press further, Tang Haokuan stepped in with a timely interruption, shooting him a sharp glare. Wang Yongsheng, who had been glared at for no apparent reason, felt a bit resentful but dared not speak further. Sir, I truly appreciate your kindness, but please take Wang Yongsheng back with you. I don't need anyone protecting me. I'm perfectly capable on my own. To spare the pride of certain individuals, Lin Dong didn't mention that Wang Yongsheng seemed downright dim-witted, let alone his combat skills being inferior to his own. Would he be protecting him or the other way around? This is non-negotiable. Once we return, I'll have him intensify his training to address his shortcomings. Besides, I did notice you're not short on bodyguards, but what about errand runners? Surely you need those. And as the next heir to the mad sect, how can you not have capable people by your side? Let Wang Yongsheng stay with you. If nothing else, he can run errands for you. Lin Dong watched Tang Haokuan across from him, pleading relentlessly. At his age, with wrinkles already etched into his face, it was truly a tough ask. I can keep the man, but the next heir to the mad sect? No thanks. Lin Dong finally relented and agreed to keep the man, but as for being the Quanmen heir? He had no interest in that role whatsoever. That won't do. Wang Yongsheng is the bodyguard I specifically trained for the next heir. You can't just take the man and shirk the responsibilities that come with it. You can't play games like this. Tang Haokuan threw caution to the wind and immediately resorted to stubbornness. Only then did Lin Dong realize why the other party had insisted on keeping Wang Yongsheng. It wasn't to serve as his bodyguard at all. This was a ploy disguised as hiring a bodyguard, digging a trap specifically for him. Hey, you're taking this way too far. Seeing the man across from him about to throw a tantrum, Lin Dong quickly stepped in to stop him. So do you want to go crazy? Tang Haokuan wiped away the tears he'd struggled to hold back and asked hopefully. Yes. Lin Dong suddenly began to doubt whether the Mad Gate was truly the largest underground power in Yanjing. Otherwise, why would Tang Haokuan be so eager to dump it on him, like trying to get rid of a hot potato? Alright then. Tang Haokuan wiped his tears, his entire body suddenly relaxing. Yet immediately after, he gave off an air of profound weariness. It seemed he had shed his burdens, yet his entire being had long been crushed by exhaustion, completely devoid of his former vitality. If I can, I too can become the next heir of the Mad Sect, but only if the Mad Sect completely unifies all underground forces in Yanjing. If he was going to take over the Mad Sect, he might as well bring all of Yanjing's underground forces under his control. With him in charge, the underground world couldn't run amok, and Yanjing would remain peaceful and prosperous. Kid, you're getting way too cocky. Think you can swallow up all of Yanjing's underground forces? It's not as simple as you make it sound. Tang Haokuan's tone was stern, yet his expression held no trace of reproach. Instead, it hinted at a subtle excitement. He'd always said he was getting old. Just look at the ambition of these young people today, talking about taking over all of Yanjing's underground forces as if it were nothing. Since the Mad Sect reigns supreme in Yanjing's underworld, it must possess extraordinary strengths beyond outsiders' comprehension and foundations surpassing other factions. With the 7-star pavilion our greatest obstacle now eliminated, if we don't seize this chance to take everything in one fell swoop, won't you regret it when others beat us to it? Won't you regret it? Lin Dong didn't beat around the bush, laying out the current state of the underground world plainly. You young whippersnappers have no shortage of ambition, you little brat. And you complain I talk too much? Since you've already made up your mind, go for it.
Your old man here will cover your back. Tang Haokuan waved his hand decisively, giving his immediate approval.
But the man across from him shook his head.
You have to do this yourself. Why?
This is your chance to establish your authority and make a name for yourself in Yanjing's underworld.
Tang Haokuan couldn't fathom what the young man across from him was thinking. Why would he turn down such a golden opportunity? I don't want to establish authority or become famous. I just want to be an ordinary citizen of Beijing.
The underworld was called the underworld for a reason. Many things couldn't be done openly.
Some walked on the edge of a cliff and it was notoriously chaotic and noisy.
Lin Dong had never been interested in such affairs, especially with Xie Qiao and Shen Yiran by his side. If they got dragged into this, it would be a completely undeserved calamity.
So you plan to stay behind the scenes? Tang Haokuan easily picked up on the implication. You could say that.
But rest assured, I'll shoulder any responsibility that falls to me. Besides, an old horse still dreams of galloping 1,000 miles.
Are you telling me that just because you're getting on in years, you've truly lost that ambition?
Recalling Tang Haokuan's sudden look of age just now, Lin Dong felt it was still necessary to get this old man moving.
Chapter 59, The Bankruptcy of the Shen Group.
After all, when people are busy taking action, they have little time to fret over this and that, and fewer worries weigh on their minds. Instead of sending someone like me, someone whose name has never even surfaced in the underground, it's better for you, Tang Haokuan, the leader of the madmen, to step forward.
At the very least, you and the madman will reignite a new legend in the underground.
Tang Haokuan was stirred by Lin Dong's words, his entire being ignited with excitement. He felt a surge of motivation coursing through him.
Right, you're absolutely right, kid.
If you want to stay behind the scenes, then stay behind the scenes. Anyway, this old man here can easily live another 20 or 30 years.
Tang Haokuan blurted out, then turned to tackle his grand scheme.
Spotting Wang Yongxing still standing there like a dazed fool, he kicked him squarely in the chest to snap him out of it.
Come on, you're coming back with me too. Experience comes from real action.
You're coming back with me to do something big. Thus, Tang Haokuan, brimming with enthusiasm, led Wang Yongxing, still lost in his own thoughts, away from the scene. Seeing the two depart, Lin Dong didn't linger in the backyard either. Recent events in Yanjing had been turbulent, with the Shen Group bearing the brunt of the storm.
News of its bankruptcy had spread throughout the city.
Blacklisted by both the Bai Group and the Cheng family, coupled with Shen Yiran's departure, the Shen Group ultimately collapsed into bankruptcy despite Zhao Qiao's assistance.
Shen Yiran sat in her office, watching company employees depart one after another.
She felt utterly defeated and increasingly frantic, unable to comprehend how she had fallen into this predicament.
Why? Why did the Shen Group I built with my own hands go bankrupt? Why did I go from prosperity and wealth to having nothing at all now?
Shen Yiran desperately questioned herself, even though deep down she knew she had brought this upon herself.
Yet she refused to accept responsibility for these mistakes. It's all Lin Dong's fault. Yes, it's all his fault. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up like this?
If Lin Dong had reconciled with me, at least my life would have been smooth sailing instead of this utter ruin. Shen Yiran continued to blame everything on Lin Dong, convinced that his refusal to reconcile with her had caused the Shen Group's bankruptcy and led to her current predicament. Shen Yiran hated Lin Dong and craved revenge, but in her current predicament, she had no idea whom to turn to or how to proceed.
Just then, Yi Yuxuan's image suddenly flashed through Shen Yiran's mind, and his words from back then echoed in her ears.
Gradually, her resolve began to waver.
Just then, Zhao Qiao entered the room.
Seeing the desolate state of the Shen Group and Shen Yiran sitting there looking utterly forlorn, he felt a pang of unease himself.
Yiran, it's okay. A company can be rebuilt. The most important thing is for you to stay strong.
With the Zhao family's support, Shen Group will surely make a name for itself again in Yanjing.
The sudden voice snapped Shen Yiran back to reality.
Seeing Zhao Qiao enter, she couldn't help but offer him a faint, bitter smile. Deep down, she knew these words were merely meant to console her.
Reviving the Shen family's former glory was impossible, relying solely on the Zhao family unless the Yi family was willing to step in. It's all Lin Dong's fault. If not for him, how could Shen Group have fallen into this state? He latched onto Xie Qiao's coattails, cutting off two vital avenues for the group.
And Shen Yiran, she ran off with Lin Dong too. Shen Yiran had already begun directing her resentment toward Shen Yiran. All her previous steadfast protection of her daughter had been for not even risking Yi Yuxuan's displeasure. Had she only seen reason back then, the Shen Group would never have gone bankrupt. At the mention of Shen Yiran, Zhao Qiao remained silent, his eyes darting back and forth. Yiran, since Shen Yiran has left the Shen Group, her design talents shouldn't benefit outsiders. Especially now that she's with Lin Dong and Xie Qiao, working at Xie Qiao's company. These developments were news to Zhao Qiao, who only recently learned of them. After all, the sudden emergence of a new conglomerate bearing the Xie surname was already jarring enough, let alone the strikingly similar design philosophies.
Yiran, you must think this through.
Shen Yiran is your sister, true, but she's now aligned with Xie Qiao.
Business is war.
To put it bluntly, if Xie Group solidifies its position, even a revived Shen Group might struggle to gain an advantage over them. Zhao Qiao wasn't deliberately sowing discord.
It was simply that the market was finite. Once the Xie group dominated it entirely, what purpose would the re-established Shen group serve? Besides, Lin Dong seems unusually attached to Shen Shuero. Perhaps we can use her as leverage against him. With all that had transpired, plus the exorbitant sum extorted by the 7-star pavilion, Zhao Qiao had long pinned all these grievances on Lin Dong. Now that Shen Yiran also harbored hatred toward him, Zhao Qiao resolved to seize this opportunity to go all in and eliminate Lin Dong once and for all. Shen Yiran remained silent upon hearing this. She didn't know if Zhao Qiao meant it deliberately, but she understood the logic behind it. The scales in her heart had now tipped completely. Zhao Qiao, thank you for putting yourself in my shoes at a time like this. But could I trouble you with one more favor? Shen Yiran took a deep breath, rising from her office chair. A faint, almost ingratiating smile touched her pale face. Whatever you ask, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire, I, Zhao Qiao, won't bat an eyelid. The once stubborn career woman now bowed her proud head, leaving Zhao Qiao, who had always admired her, overwhelmed with gratitude, wishing he could give her his very life. That afternoon, Lin Dong arrived punctually at Xie Group to escort Xie Qiao and Shen Shuero home. It wasn't that Lin Dong had nothing better to do, but rather for their safety. After all, Cheng and his gang hadn't been apprehended yet. Upon entering the company, he found Xie Qiao sitting alone on a sofa in the lobby. You're right on time. I just stepped out of the elevator myself. I haven't even been seated a minute. Xie Qiao flashed him a smile as she watched him walk in from outside. After all, I'm here to pick up two beauties. How could I possibly keep the ladies waiting? After spending more time together, they'd grown comfortable enough to tease each other. Where's Shuero? Lin Dong assumed Shen Shuero was still busy and sat down. She's already left. She went an hour ago. Didn't she tell you? Xie Qiao assumed Lin Dong knew, but he was completely unaware. No. Lin Dong shook his head. Xie Qiao suddenly sensed something was wrong and hurried toward the front desk, urgently asking the receptionist to pull up the lobby surveillance footage. The footage showed Shen Shuero leaving with Shen Yiran. Chapter 60. You're such a good sister. And the two of them were chatting and laughing as they walked away. Is my sister okay? Due to recent events, Xie Qiao had begun addressing Shen Shuero as little sister, and Shen Shuero reciprocated by calling her big sister at every turn. Xie Qiao knew Shen Shuero hadn't truly given up on the Shen family and still held a place in her heart for her biological sister, Shen Yiran. Yet, for some reason, watching the two walk away made Xie Qiao feel uneasy, as if something bad were about to happen. Zoom in on that corner. Lin Dong reassured Xie Qiao, yet he too sensed something amiss in the footage. The receptionist swiftly moved the mouse, zooming in on the area as instructed. The magnified image revealed Shen Shuero and Shen Yiran entering a vehicle together, but there was a third person inside, Zhao Qiao. Spotting Zhao Qiao's figure, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao exchanged worried glances. Let's go find them. The matter was urgent, and Xie Qiao immediately took his hand and pulled him toward the exit. Feeling her grip, Lin Dong clasped her hand in return and hurried to keep pace. Meanwhile, Shen Shuero gazed at the table laden with dishes before her, then turned to look at her sister seated beside her. Shen Yiran stood up, picked up a wine glass, and placed it in her hand before taking another glass for herself. Sis, I was wrong before. I know everything you did was for our Shen family. So I'm here to apologize to you. I'm sorry. With that, Shen Yiran tilted her head back and drained the wine from her glass in one gulp. If you accept my apology, drink this glass too. From now on, let's live well as sisters and strive to rebuild the Shen group. But... Shen Shuero stared at the wine before her, hesitating. Sis, I accept your apology, but let's skip this glass. You know I've never touched alcohol. Shen Shuero set down her glass and waved her hands repeatedly. Fearing she might upset her sister, she hurriedly poured herself a cup of tea and gulped it down. Sis, I can't drink alcohol, so I'll substitute tea for wine. Seeing this, Shen Yiran felt a twinge of displeasure, though she didn't show it. Instead, she shot a glance across the table at Zhao Qiao. Catching her look, Zhao Qiao immediately stood up, holding a glass of wine as he approached. Shuero, I've known your sister for so long, yet I've never once heard her say I'm sorry. Today, she specially hosted this banquet for you, hoping to mend the relationship between you sisters. You can't possibly refuse her face and disappoint her heartfelt intentions, can you? Zhao Qiao's words tugged at Shen Shuero's heartstrings, yet she hesitated as she stared at the cup. After much deliberation, she finally lifted the cup. Sis, I'll drink this. But if I make a fool of myself later, you can't laugh at me. With that, Shen Shuero mimicked Shen Yiran's earlier gesture, tilting her head back and draining the cup in one gulp. What she didn't notice was Zhao Qiao's secret excitement and the cruel smile that flashed across Shen Yiran's face. Shen Shuero felt a sharp sting in her mouth and a wave of nausea, but seeing her sister nearby, she forced a smile and flipped the glass upside down to show she truly drained it. Eat your food. Eat your food. Seeing the drink consumed, Zhao Qiao promptly urged. Sis, why do I feel so dizzy? Am I drunk? Shen Shuero felt the world before her swing, and the two figures in front of her began to blur into double images. Before Shen Yiran could respond, a thud echoed as Shen Shuero collapsed unconscious in her chair. Let's go.
Shen Yiran glanced at Shen Shuero, grabbed the bag hanging on the chair, and walked straight out. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao bent down, picked up Shen Shuero, and followed her out. Soon, the two ascended the stairs until they entered one of the rooms. Shen Yiran pushed open the door. Zhao Qiao followed her inside and laid Shen Shuero down on the spacious bed. "Thank you. You should go now. I can handle the rest." Before Zhao Qiao could respond, Shen Yiran immediately spoke up. "Alright, be careful. Call me anytime if you need anything." Zhao Qiao replied, turning to leave the room. He closed the door behind him and departed. However, as the elevator doors opened, he caught sight of a familiar face. Recognizing the face, Zhao Qiao watched the figure for a few extra seconds until they stepped out of the elevator and walked off to one side. Stepping into the elevator, Zhao Qiao recalled the man's appearance and finally recognized him. It was someone from the Yi family of the capital, seemingly the eldest son, Yi Yuxuan. Though puzzled by his presence here, Zhao Qiao didn't dwell on it and promptly left the hotel. Shortly after his departure, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao appeared in the hotel lobby, heading straight for the elevator. Ever since leaving the Shen group, the two had been using their connections to track down Shen Shuero's whereabouts. They had finally learned that Shen Yiran and Zhao Qiao had brought Shen Shuero to a hotel in Yanjing. What their intentions were, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao had no way of knowing. All they could do was speed up their car and rush toward the hotel. However, Lin Dong had also received another piece of information. Yi Yuxuan, who was originally in the capital, had now appeared in Yanjing, and his figure had also been spotted at that hotel. Lin Dong didn't think Yi Yuxuan's coincidental presence here was a good sign. Upon reaching the 6th floor via elevator, Lin Dong pulled Xie Qiao toward a side corridor. Room 608. Xie Qiao murmured. Soon, the two arrived at the door of room 608. Lin Dong twisted the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. "I'll go find someone." Seeing the door wouldn't open, Xie Qiao immediately started to run downstairs, but Lin Dong stopped her. "That's a waste of time." Lin Dong kicked the door handle with his foot. With one kick, the handle began to loosen. Seeing this, he started twisting the handle again. After applying some skillful force, the door swung open with a click. Lin Dong immediately rushed inside, with Xie Qiao close behind. After taking in the scene inside the room, Xie Qiao, who had been following behind, froze in place. Lin Dong, enraged beyond control, punched the man still bent over and knocked him to the ground. "Shen Yiran, you're quite the sister, delivering your own sister to a man's bed with your own hands." Gazing at the half-naked Shen Yiran on the bed, Lin Dong sneered coldly. His eyes shifted to the other side, where Shen Shuero lay sprawled. Shen Shuero's coat was gone, but thankfully her clothes remained intact. Chapter 61, Openly Cheating. Seeing Shen Shuero lying there seemingly unconscious, Xie Qiao rushed over, quickly removing her own coat to cover Shen Shuero before helping her up from the bed. "Ugh! What happened?" Just then, Shen Shuero slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion at the people beside her. "Nothing." Xie Qiao shook her head at her, yet her arms tightened around Shen Shuero, pulling her closer. She dared not imagine what might have happened if she and Lin Dong had arrived later. Thankfully, they had arrived in time. Thankfully, there were no what-ifs. Xie Qiao's body trembled slightly. Shen Shuero sensed something was off, her gaze shifting away from her and darting elsewhere. Glancing at her sister on the bed, then at the naked man sprawled on the floor, Shen Shuero seemed to realize something. She quickly looked down, lifted her coat to check her clothes intact and her body unharmed. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, but it was immediately replaced by a chill in her heart. "You worthless piece of trash, cast off by the Shen family, dared to lay a hand on me? Have you had enough of living?" Yi Yuxuan wiped the blood trickling from his mouth as he rose from the floor. He picked up a pair of trousers nearby, pulled them on, and covered his lower body. "What kind of person are you?" Lin Dong shot him a dismissive glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. "No wonder you're a freeloader, so ignorant you've never even heard of me. No wonder Shen Yiran divorced you." The pain in his mouth made Yi Yuxuan grit his teeth in agony. "So what exactly are you?" The question momentarily stunned him. Snapping back to his senses, he grabbed the ashtray from the nearby table and hurled it straight at Lin Dong. "Watch out!" Xie Qiao witnessed the sudden turn of events and urgently shouted the warning. Yi Yuxuan had expected his sneak attack to succeed, but the person beside him swiftly snatched the ashtray from his grasp. Immediately after, a loud thud echoed through the room. Yi Yuxuan crouched on the floor, clutching his head with both hands. A pool of blood quickly formed above his head, dripping onto the carpet below. "You should be grateful this is a hotel. Otherwise, I'd have killed you on the spot." With that, Lin Dong hurled the ashtray, smashing it right in front of Yi Yuxuan. The glass ashtray shattered instantly into pieces. At that moment, Shen Shuero pulled away from Xie Qiao's embrace, stepped down from the bed, and walked barefoot across the floor to the side of the large bed. Gazing at Shen Yiran, who sat slumped in a daze, Shen Shuero picked up her coat from the floor and tossed it over her, covering her bare upper body. "Shuero!" The sudden warmth snapped Shen Yiran back to her senses. Seeing her sister standing before her, Shen Yiran reached out to grab her, only to be sidestepped. "I thought you genuinely wanted to apologize and mend our sisterly bond, but it turns out you just wanted to use me to win over the Yi family."
Shen Yiran, is your heart truly that dark?
I'm your own flesh and blood sister. Shen Shuero was on the verge of breaking down, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She had believed they were true sisters, yet the other had stabbed her in the back without hesitation. She dared not imagine what might have happened if brother Lin Dong and sister Qiao had arrived later. She dared not imagine that her own blood sister could treat her this way.
Sis, I.
The events unfolding before her eyes had completely caught Shen Yiran off guard. Seeing the tears on her sister's face, her resolve began to waver and a hint of regret crept into her heart.
What? Just then, Xie Qiao walked over from the side and draped the coat she was holding over Shen Shuero's shoulders. Shen Yiran, I used to think you were just dim-witted. Now I realize I was wrong. Not only are you dim-witted, but you're also quite vicious. You wouldn't even spare your own sister, going so far as to personally deliver her into your man's bed.
Her words fell as Xie Qiao glanced at Yi Yuxuan, still crouched on the ground wailing pitifully, her eyes brimming with contempt. The Yi family's eldest son truly has leisurely pursuits.
Abandoning the Yi group in the capital, he travels thousands of miles to Yanjing. It seems he's truly been bewitched by Shen Yiran.
I wonder what his legitimate girlfriend back in the capital will think when she hears about this. Neither of these two is any good, they truly are a pair of scoundrels.
Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Yuxuan thought his ears were playing tricks on him.
Still, he forced himself to stand despite the throbbing headache. When he finally focused on the person before him, he froze completely.
Xie Qiao? What are you doing here? Aren't you in the capital? As the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Yuxuan naturally recognized Xie Qiao. However, they had little interaction, their paths rarely crossing.
Yi Yuxuan, it seems the gossip in our circles was right after all. You truly despise your legitimate girlfriend. Not only did you cuckold her, but you're openly cheating on her too.
The last three words instantly turned Shen Yiran's face a shade of liver-like red. She tried to retort, but the others in the room didn't even glance her way.
Seeing this, she remained silent, quietly picking up her clothes from the floor and dressing.
Xie Qiao, you needn't concern yourself with the Yi family's affairs.
If you have the time, worry about your own Xie family instead. After all, it was your Xie family who recently approached ours seeking cooperation.
Could it be your family is facing bankruptcy? If you kneel before me now, kowtow, and say, Brother Yi, I'm sorry, even if your Xie family truly goes under, the Yi family will never kick you while you're down. Yi Yuxuan felt a tingle of excitement upon seeing the person before him. Compared to the twin blossoms Shen Yiran and Shen Shuero, Xie Qiao's beauty held a slight edge.
But in the capital, with the Bai and Xie families holding sway, he had to suppress those thoughts.
Yet hearing Yanjing, Yi Yuxuan's mind began to stir once more. Disgusting. Xie Qiao slapped him hard across the face.
Rest assured, even if your Yi family goes bankrupt, ours won't. But when that happens, we won't just kick you while you're down, we'll wipe you out completely.
You! How dare you strike me? This isn't the capital. Do you think the Bai and Xie families still protect you here?
Stung by the slap, Yi Yuxuan flew into a rage, ignoring the wound on his head as he charged straight at her. Lin Dong materialized directly in front of him, effectively blocking his path.
Lin Dong, I advise you to face reality.
To our Yi family, crushing the Xie family is as easy as squashing an ant.
Xie Qiao can't protect you. You're just a freeloader anyway, why risk your own life? Don't you agree? Chapter 62, I don't want you anymore. Facing Lin Dong, Yi Yuxuan felt a flicker of fear.
Especially after witnessing his ruthlessness moments ago, an instinctive urge made him reluctant to confront this man head-on.
What business do I have with your affairs in the capital?
I know only one thing, this is Yanjing.
Lin Dong had turned Yi Yuxuan's earlier threat against Xie Qiao right back on him. You! Yi Yuxuan hadn't expected such a retort.
Stunned, he instinctively pointed a finger at him.
Lin Dong wasted no words. His right hand seized Yi Yuxuan's wrist, applying gentle pressure. Instantly, Yi Yuxuan's hand began to twist at an unnatural angle.
The searing pain radiating from his wrist made Yi Yuxuan's expression twist and contort repeatedly, a thin sheen of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. With a sharp crack, Lin Dong released his grip.
Yi Yuxuan's hand fell limply to his side.
Young Master Yi, keep your eyes and your claws to yourself.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do.
Imagine the shame if word got out that the heir apparent of the Yi family fell to a useless freeloader like me.
Your entire family would be disgraced. Would you still hold that position firmly then?
Lin Dong felt an intense discomfort deep within him at the way Yi Yuxuan had just eyed Xie Qiao, as if someone had set their sights on something precious to him. He wondered where this feeling had come from, but his body reacted instinctively, stepping in front of Xie Qiao. As for his earlier words, they weren't entirely threats. He understood the internal situation of the Yi family in the capital. Though the Yi family was one of the four great families of the capital, its internal affairs were chaotic.
Yi Yuxuan's father had illegitimate children outside the marriage, more than one, in fact, and upon reaching adulthood, they had all been brought back into the Yi household. Yi Yuxuan appeared to be the eldest son of the Yi family, widely recognized as the next heir apparent.
Yet, many eyes were fixed on his position of succession, foremost among them those very illegitimate children.
Should any scandal, no matter how minor, surround Yi Yuxuan, those bastards would seize upon it relentlessly.
Even if they couldn't dethrone him, they'd make him pay dearly. Yi Yuxuan was stunned into silence by Lin Dong's words, his gaze shifting away from him to the person standing behind him, Xiaoqiao. Lin Dong knew so many intimate details about the Yi family because Xiaoqiao had told him. Otherwise, how could a useless man like Lin Dong know things even Shen Yiran was unaware of? Yi Yuxuan lowered his head slightly, his eyes narrowing with pure venom. Xiaoqiao, we never interfered with each other and had no conflicts whatsoever. But since you've treated me this way, don't blame me for being unkind. Seeing Yi Yuxuan's silence, Lin Dong lost interest. He turned his gaze to Shen Shuero beside Xiaoqiao. Satisfied that she appeared unharmed, he felt somewhat relieved. Shen Shuero, however, stood there with her head bowed, her mood noticeably low. She seemed lost in thought, and even Xiaoqiao's presence beside her offered no comfort. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, Shen Shuero lifted her head. Brother Lin Dong, Sister Qiao, could you two please bear witness for me? Xiaoqiao didn't know what she wanted, but she nodded anyway. You're my sister. Whatever you need to do, just do it. I'll always be by your side. Those words shattered the emotional barrier Shen Shuero had been holding back. She bit her lip hard to stifle her sobs, blinking rapidly to force her tears back. Lin Dong guessed her intention and stepped beside Xiaoqiao, nodding his agreement. Shen Yiran, I refuse to be your sister anymore. I cannot accept having a sister like you. I am grateful for the care you showed me all those years ago, but ever since the Shen group rose to prominence, you, Mom, and my brother have had eyes only for money. Nothing but money and climbing higher. If your actions were above board, I, Shen Shuero, would only admire you and cheer you on from behind. But your methods are too despicable, you'd even sacrifice the very family members you live with day in and day out. From this moment on, I, Shen Shuero, sever all ties with you, Shen Yiran, and that Shen Yu. I renounce the Shen family and disown you both. As for my mother's alimony, rest assured I will deposit the standard amount into her account every month. Beyond that, I will have no further dealings with any member of the Shen family. I also request that you refrain from any contact with me from now on. After delivering this statement, Shen Shuero took Xiaoqiao and Lin Dong by the hands, and the three of them turned and walked away. If Shen Shuero had harbored any lingering hopes for Shen Yiran or the Shen family before, they were now utterly shattered. From this moment on, she was no longer Shen Shuero, the second young miss of the Shen family. She had no ties to the Shen family whatsoever. She was simply herself an independent and distinct Shen Shuero. Sis, those people aren't worth your sorrow. You still have me, you still have your sister. Xiaoqiao offered comfort from the side, her hand tightly clasping Shen Shuero's. It's unlikely you'll ever have a brother again, but you still have me as your brother. Me and your sister Qiao will always be by your side. Lin Dong chimed in immediately after. I know. Shen Shuero nodded. Every cloud has a silver lining. Compared to the Shen family, Shen Shuero cherished her current family more even though they bore different surnames. After leaving the hotel, unnoticed by Shen Shuero, Xiaoqiao and Lin Dong exchanged a glance before resuming their previous demeanor. Though Shen Shuero had appeared decisive and resolute at the hotel, she retreated straight to her room upon returning home. Hearing faint sobs drifting from the room, Xiaoqiao shook her head at Lin Dong. Let her vent. Have you discovered something new? Throughout the journey, Xiaoqiao had been distracted, clearly hiding something. Lin Dong, I don't know if you've received any news, but I've got quite a bit coming in. Xiaoqiao pulled Lin Dong into the living room and handed him her phone. Yi Yuxuan's appearance was a bit coincidental, so I had our Beijing team look into it. Turns out, 3 days ago, Shen Yiran visited the Yi group headquarters. But when she came out, she looked utterly disheveled, like she'd had a huge falling out with Yi Yuxuan. Xiaoqiao spoke slowly. If they'd fallen out so badly that Shen Yiran lost all sense of decorum, then what was Yi Yuxuan's purpose in appearing in Yanjing now? Could it be he wanted to reconcile with Shen Yiran? Chapter 63, It's Your Plan. Don't be ridiculous. Yi Yuxuan was the notorious playboy of the capital, changing women faster than he changed clothes. Before a falling out, Yi Yuxuan could charm any woman effortlessly, even a humble apology felt like a mere formality to him. But after such a bitter falling out with Shen Yiran, deliberately coming all the way to Yanjing to reconcile? That wasn't his style. And if he really was here to reconcile, Xiaoqiao could only conclude Yi Yuxuan was utterly shameless, not just for himself, but dragging the Yi family's reputation through the mud too. Therefore, Yi Yuxuan's arrival in Yanjing must have a purpose, and Xiaoqiao suspected it involved Shen Shuero. She suspected that Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan had struck some deal concerning the Shen group, a deal involving Shen Shuero. Their previous conflict might have stemmed from this very agreement. Furthermore, after disembarking the plane, Yi Yuxuan parted ways with his assistant and headed straight for this hotel, straight to this very room. Xiaoqiao continued. Lin Dong scanned the phone's contents at a glance. It largely matched Xiaoqiao's account. So, Shen Yiran gave Shen Shuero to Yi Yuxuan for the sake of the Shen group. Lin Dong phrased it delicately, but Xiaoqiao grasped the implication. Coupled with what they'd witnessed upon entering the room, calling it a gift was a euphemism for a group encounter. You might not know much about Yi Yuxuan, but he stops at nothing to achieve his goals. If he truly set his sights on Shuero, he probably wouldn't let her go so easily. That was precisely what worried Xie Qiao. Moreover, the Zhao family is involved in this more precisely, that Zhao Qiao fellow. Xie Qiao had gathered a lot of information. While it seemed scattered at first glance, it all fit together perfectly. Has Shuero been assigned any work at the company lately? Lin Dong handed her phone back and countered with another question. No, she sent me quite a few design drafts lately. I haven't had time to look at them yet. Shin Shuero possessed remarkable talent, frequently bursting with inspiration and working at an astonishing pace. While others might struggle to produce a single design draft in a week, Shin Shuero required none of that time. Her work seemed effortless and spontaneous. In that case, let her stay home and rest properly for a while. All right. Xie Qiao nodded in agreement. You should also be wary of Yi Yuxuan. Even though we're in Yanjing, the Yi family's wealth is substantial. There's no telling who might be willing to sell their souls for money to serve him. As the president of Xie Group, Xie Qiao had to oversee every major and minor decision within the company. Asking her to rest at home was practically impossible. It's fine. He wouldn't dare touch me. I have the Bai family and the Xie family backing me. He'd have to think twice before making a move, especially considering the Yi family has quite a few illegitimate children. Xie Qiao waved her hand dismissively, her expression unconcerned. I'll still pick you up and drop you off for work like usual. Recalling Yi Yuxuan's gaze in the room earlier, Lin Dong couldn't help but frown. He decided to continue picking her up and dropping her off himself. It was something they'd grown accustomed to anyway. Alright, that's kind of you. Xie Qiao didn't refuse. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't linger. He stood up and left, deciding to deal with Zhao Qiao and the Zhao family first. Zhao Qiao was far too idle, so idle he meddled in everything and was always hanging around Shen Yiran. Upon returning home, Lin Dong found an unopened document envelope resting neatly on the living room coffee table. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, after Lin Dong and the other two left, Shen Yiran, now fully dressed, hurriedly got up and rushed toward Yi Yuxuan. Staring at his limp wrist, she felt utterly helpless. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. Yi Yuxuan felt as if his wrist had snapped. Not only was the pain excruciating, but the limb was utterly unresponsive. No matter how he tried to move it, the arm remained limp and motionless. Oh. Shen Yiran frantically pulled out her phone and dialed the ambulance number. After a flurry of chaos, the two of them sat together in the ambulance heading to the hospital. What Shen Yiran didn't notice was that as she helped Yi Yuxuan out of the hotel entrance, Zhao Qiao's figure suddenly appeared there. At the hospital, Yi Yuxuan was wheeled into the operating room by the doctors. Shen Yiran waited outside the door. Soon, a figure rushed out. Shen Yiran recognized the person. It was Yi Yuxuan's assistant. Miss Shen, how is our young master Yi? The assistant was panting heavily, his forehead glistening with sweat. I don't know. He's still in the operating room. Shen Yiran shook her head. Then could you please tell me what exactly happened? He had only been separated from young Master Yi for less than 2 hours. How could he suddenly end up in the hospital? Shen Yiran opened her mouth, unsure how to respond, and ultimately fell silent once more. Seeing this, the assistant was about to press further, but before he could speak again, the operating room door swung open. Yi Yuxuan was wheeled out, his head tightly bandaged, one wrist similarly wrapped. The two entered the hospital room together. The assistant looked at the figure lying on the bed and felt his heart skip a beat. Shen Yiran, your ex-husband sure knows how to make an entrance. The hospital bed was raised by the assistant, and Yi Yuxuan, lying on it, glared at her. I never would have guessed your useless ex-husband had such strength. He nearly split my skull open. Although Yi Yuxuan was undergoing surgery under partial anesthesia, he could still hear the doctor's words. He'd traveled all the way from the capital expecting to enjoy the company of the two sisters, only to end up covered in injuries. The doctor said that if the blow had been just a fraction stronger, his skull would have split open right then and there. Shen Yiran, tell me. Did you do this on purpose? Was this all part of your plan? Knowing I had designs on your sister, you teamed up with your ex-husband to stage this whole charade for me and to get your hands on me, to teach me a lesson. Yi Yuxuan grew angrier with every word, increasingly convinced he was speaking the truth. Shen Yiran was never any good to begin with. If he hadn't had a personal grudge against Lin Dong back then, why would he have lowered himself to seek her out and get involved with her? He thought sleeping with his wife would drive Lin Dong half mad with rage, but the man had divorced her with remarkable grace even if it meant walking away with nothing in the end. Chapter 64, You Liar. Yet he still felt no satisfaction. Seeing Lin Dong hook up with Shin Shuero again, and having never tasted her himself, he decided to go for a sister double date. Not only did Shen Yiran slap him across the face, but she also mocked him in front of the woman he brought in as backup. Just when Yi Yuxuan thought he'd have to take matters into his own hands to sleep with Shin Shuero, Shen Yiran suddenly called him. She claimed she realized her mistake and was willing to remain his mistress even though he had an official girlfriend. She accept being the other woman without regret. She even promised that if he came to Yanjing, she would personally deliver her sister to his bed. Then he could do whatever he wanted, indulge in any whim, and act however he pleased. So he rushed from the capital to Yanjing, even bringing his assistant along so he could handle matters at the Yi group at any moment, allowing him to stay in Yanjing a few extra days. And yet, he actually believed that woman Shen Yiran. Not only did he come to Yanjing on his own accord, but he ended up eaten like this. I didn't. Young Master Yi, you have to believe me. I divorced that Lin Dong ages ago and have nothing to do with him anymore. Besides, you heard and saw it yourself today, he clearly came here for Shen Shuero. Shen Yiran hurriedly explained that she and Lin Dong had long since severed ties. At this point, clinging to Yi Yuxuan's coattails was her only remaining option. For your previous plan, I approached Shen Shuero myself. Under the pretense of apologizing, I lured her out, even drugging her to bring her to the hotel. And you saw it all, Shen Shuero severed ties with me and the Shen family because of this. How could you still doubt me? Clearly, Lin Dong couldn't find Shen Shuero, which led to everything that just happened. Shen Yiran resented Lin Dong, resented him for ruining her plan, resented him for witnessing her in such a humiliating state. But she resented Yi Yuxuan just as much. If he hadn't insisted on making a move on her first, claiming they needed to set the mood, and if he'd gotten Shen Shuero into bed first, the plan would have succeeded. Even if Lin Dong and Xia Qiao had arrived, it wouldn't have mattered. It was all because Yi Yuxuan himself was insatiable. Yet Shen Yiran dared not voice these thoughts aloud. At this moment, she dared not provoke Yi Yuxuan. Hearing her words, Yi Yuxuan knew she spoke the truth, yet the resentment in his heart refused to dissipate. You may leave now. I'll contact you if anything arises. Still fuming, Yi Yuxuan didn't want to see her anymore and dismissed her outright. Shen Yiran didn't move, lifting her head to look at him. Young Master Yi, my Shen group. We'll discuss it after I'm discharged. Yi Yuxuan grew impatient, shooting his assistant a look. Before Shen Yiran could say another word, the assistant escorted her out. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao stood at the hotel entrance, watching Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan climb into the ambulance. He felt something slip away from his heart. He returned home in a daze, ignoring his concerned parents as he strode straight into his room. He collapsed onto the floor, leaning his back against the bed frame. Chaos swirled in his mind. Why did Shen Yiran know Yi Yuxuan? Wasn't Yi Yuxuan from the capital? Why had he suddenly appeared here? And why did her relationship with Yi Yuxuan seem so intimate, even tinged with a hint of subservience? Zhao Qiao's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The more he thought about it, the more off it all felt. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Shen Yiran and demand answers to ask what exactly was going on between her and Yi Yuxuan, but he couldn't bring himself to make the call. After much deliberation, he decided to hire someone to investigate Shen Yiran. The results nearly shattered Zhao Qiao. Staring at the intimate photos on his phone, Zhao Qiao's eyes turned red. Liar! Liar! Shen Yiran, you liar! You've hurt me so badly. The photos clearly showed Shen Yiran as the female subject, while Yi Yuxuan was the male counterpart. Their poses and actions were intimate, including kissing photos. Moreover, attached beneath the photos was a detailed document laying everything bare. Shen Yiran had been with Yi Yuxuan all along, even during her marriage to Lin Dong. It was precisely because she had cuckolded Lin Dong that he insisted on divorcing her. As the party at fault, Shen Yiran had even received all the assets simply because Lin Dong considered her possessions tainted. Yet Zhao Qiao remained completely unaware of this. He had always believed Lin Dong had wronged Shen Yiran, driving her to insist on divorce. At worst, he thought she'd simply had enough of Lin Dong, that good-for-nothing freeloader. But it turned out he was completely wrong. After Shen Yiran divorced Lin Dong, Zhao Qiao not only followed her around day and night, lavishing her with time, effort, and money, but even hired the 7-star pavilion to deal with Lin Dong. The result? The pure and virtuous Shen Yiran he had idolized had long been used and discarded. And this trash kept stringing him along day after day, promising that once the Shen group recovered, she'd accept his confession, even marrying him would be her own choice. Reflecting on the past, Zhao Qiao felt utterly humiliated, realizing he truly was the lapdog others had mocked him as. Just then, a system notification pinged from Zhao Qiao's phone. A notification banner appeared at the top of his screen. Zhao Qiao intended to ignore it, but his hand instinctively tapped the notification. A zoomed-in photo appeared before his eyes. The photo was somewhat low resolution and taken from the side, making the entire image a bit blurry. Yet, he instantly recognized the person in the picture as Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran was perched on a man's lap, her face radiating coquettishness as she actively offered her lips. The man she sat with was none other than Yi Yuxuan, whom Zhao Qiao had briefly encountered earlier that day. Below the photo was a caption, "Spotted a man and woman at Yanjing Private Hospital." While they seem quite well matched, this posture in public is a bit too forward. Photo taken covertly. If there's any infringement, DM me and I'll cooperate with removal. Thanks. This post became the final straw that broke Zhao Qiao. Completely shattered, Zhao Qiao hurled his phone across the room. It smashed against the floor, shattering into pieces in an instant. Even after smashing his phone, Zhao Qiao still felt no relief. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Lin Dong had been so ruthless toward Shen Yiran. She clearly deserved it. Consumed by rage, Zhao Qiao resolved to seek justice for himself. But before that, he felt a pang of reluctance. Chapter 65, I Know Everything. He had loved Shen Yiran for so many years. All those years of humbling himself and playing second fiddle made Zhao Qiao struggle to bring himself to do it. Yet the photos and information stored in that phone lingered relentlessly in his mind. Zhao Qiao resolved to confront Shen Yiran first to see how she would react. He wouldn't forgive her, nor would he simply swallow his pride and accept everything. He sought her out only to gauge her attitude, which would determine the severity of his retaliation. If she sincerely apologized and admitted her mistakes, Zhao Qiao might spare her some face. But that was all. If she showed no shame but instead took pride in her actions, Zhao Qiao would make the Shen family infamous throughout Yanjing. He would ensure everyone in Yanjing knew exactly what kind of person Shen Yiran truly was, ensuring the Shen family never regained its standing in Yanjing. Having made up his mind, Zhao Qiao rose and walked toward the exit. The Shen group was gone, so Zhao Qiao headed to the Shen residence, determined to wait there for Shen Yiran's return. At that moment, Lin Dong sat on the living room sofa. The document folder on the coffee table had long been opened by him, and he now held the very last sheet inside. Placing the paper back on the coffee table, Lin Dong leaned back slightly, his entire demeanor exuding a lazy air, yet his eyes remained exceptionally clear. Xia Qiu'er was correct, but the information he possessed was far more detailed than hers, specifically concerning Zhao Qiao of the Zhao family. After the Shen group began its decline and failed to secure assistance from the Yi family, Zhao Qiao used Zhao family funds to cover the Shen group's financial shortfalls for Shen Yiran. Yet even with Zhao Qiao and the Zhao family's support, they couldn't halt the group's inevitable bankruptcy. Just as Xia group was thriving, Shen group declared bankruptcy, its internal landscape utterly transformed. As before, Shen Yiran blamed herself and believed that reconciling with her would restore the Shen group to its former glory. Shen Yiran resented him for not heeding her advice to reconcile and remarry. With Zhao Qiao stirring trouble from the sidelines and Yi Yuxuan taking a liking to Shen Shuero, Shen Yiran ultimately resorted to the actions she took today. Lin Dong hadn't dealt with the Zhao family earlier simply because he hadn't found the time. Now that Zhao Qiao had walked right into his hands, letting him off the hook again would make him look like a pushover. Lin Dong rose and walked away. Escorted out of the hospital, Shen Yiran felt a deep sense of melancholy, her future path shrouded in uncertainty. Without the Shen group, she had no idea where to go. Standing at the hospital entrance, she watched the bustling traffic before her and wandered aimlessly. By the time she reached the Shen residence, dusk had long fallen, with only the streetlights lining the road illuminating her path home. But just as she was about to enter the Shen residence, she spotted an unexpected figure. Zhao Qiao was crouched in front of her house, surrounded by a ring of cigarette butts scattered on the ground. Zhao Qiao? Shen Yiran called out uncertainly, even more confused as to why he was here. You're back? Zhao Qiao flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it under his shoe. But instead of rushing toward her excitedly as he usually did, he just stood there. Seeing him unmoving, Shen Yiran continued walking forward until she reached his side. Only then did she pause, using the streetlight to study him closely. For some reason, Shen Yiran felt he seemed different from before. Yet he was still the same person, she just couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Is there something you want to tell me? Zhao Qiao's question left Shen Yiran utterly bewildered. I don't have anything to say to you. But our plan was discovered by Lin Dong and forced into failure. We'll just have to find another way to deal with him. Shen Yiran didn't understand his meaning, but she brought up the matter anyway. Zhao Qiao had no clue what her plan actually entailed. All she instructed him to do was buy medicine and take the unconscious Shen Shuero to a hotel room. That was the entirety of what Shen Yiran had asked him to do. But when he saw Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan together outside the hotel entrance, combined with his earlier sighting of Yi Yuxuan on the same floor inside the hotel, he suddenly understood her plan. Is there anything else you want to tell me? What Zhao Qiao wanted to hear wasn't this. He wanted Shen Yiran to confess to him, to tell him everything about her and Yi Yuxuan. Nothing. Shen Yiran answered with absolute certainty, without even pausing to think. Seeing her so decisive, Zhao Qiao's previously calm emotions completely shattered. Shen Yiran, how can you say that to my face without batting an eyelid? Do you know I went to the hotel to find you this afternoon? I saw you and Yi Yuxuan coming out of the hotel together and getting into an ambulance. I know everything. I know it all. You and Yi Yuxuan have been sleeping together for ages, and you've been cuckolding Lin Dong. Zhao Qiao yelled at her. Shen Yiran froze at his words. She'd been about to explain, but seeing the hysterical man before her, she swallowed her words. If you know, then you know. It's all true anyway. Yi Yuxuan and I have been together for a long time. Shen Yiran's indifferent tone and careless attitude stabbed Zhao Qiao's heart once more. And? Shen Yiran took her time, scrutinizing the person before her from head to toe. In terms of family background, your Zhao family from Zhao Qiao can't hold a candle to the Yi family in the capital. You keep saying you'll help me rebuild and revive the Shen group, but how long would it take your Zhao family? Wouldn't it be ages? The Yi family, however, wouldn't need nearly that long. With just a wave of Yi Yuxuan's hand, my Shen group would instantly reappear before everyone in Yanjing. Moreover, with the Yi family as our backing, the Shen group will only rise higher and higher, achieving new heights of glory. In looks, you, Zhao Qiao, can't hold a candle to Yi Yuxuan either. You fall short in every way. What makes you think I'd ever notice you, let alone agree to your advances? Not to mention, Zhao Qiao had never even registered in her eyes. If he weren't such a perfectly qualified and obedient sycophant, Shen Yiran wouldn't have given him a second glance. Shen Yiran, if you have the guts to say that, then search your conscience. Yes, what you say is true, I am indeed inferior to Yi Yuxuan in every way. But I offered you my wholehearted sincerity, my true feelings. For that, I even spent money to hire the 7-star pavilion to eliminate Lin Dong. Even if the outcome didn't go as he'd hoped, he'd gambled away half of the Zhao family's fortune on it, something not even his own parents knew about. Sincerity? Genuine feelings? What are those worth? Chapter 66, Unrequited Love? Shen Yiran flashed him a smile, her expression dripping with unmasked sarcasm. Zhao Qiao, how old are you now? Over 30, right? Why are you still as naive as a child? In the adult world, we measure everything by money. If it doesn't bring us benefits or advantages, why would we waste our time? Shen Yiran's words were blunt, and Zhao Qiao understood exactly what she meant. If he couldn't offer her any advantage, he probably didn't even deserve to stand beside her. Shen Yiran, you're so calculating, calling you a snake or a scorpion would be flattering. Zhao Qiao's teeth clenched so hard they rattled. He glared up at the woman before him, her face a mask of hypocrisy, and raised his arm to slap her across the face. The sharp crack stunned Shen Yiran, and equally stunned Shen's mother and Shen Yu, who had just emerged from the Shen residence. Seeing her daughter struck, Shen's mother rushed over in a panic, standing before Shen Yiran and scrutinizing her face. She saw the once flawless, fair complexion rapidly swelling and reddening, the entire face looking pitifully wretched. You bastard! How dare you hit my daughter? Zhao Qiao, you always seemed so refined and cultured, yet you actually raised your hand. With your behavior, you think you can marry my daughter? You can dream on. Mrs. Shen yelled fiercely at him, standing firmly in front of Shen Yiran to shield her completely. Zhao Qiao, couldn't you have talked this out? Why resort to violence? Your years of affection for my sister, my mother, and I have witnessed it all. But you can't take it out on her just because your advances were rejected. Shen Yu, who had rushed over, also looked grim. Unrequited love? Shen Yu, that's a disgusting thing to say. Do you know your sister has been hooking up with another man for ages? They've even been sleeping together. She's been toying with me like a monkey, making me pay and work like some little darling. Faced with accusations from both Shen Yu and his mother, Zhao Qiao erupted in fury, spilling everything he knew. What? Does my daughter Shen Yiran being with Yi Yuxuan, the eldest son of the Yi family, bother your eyes? Don't use such vulgar terms like hooking up. My daughter and that young master are a perfect match, a heavenly union. You're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Shen's mother, unable to contain her anger, fired back immediately. Shen Yu tried to stop her, but his tongue couldn't match his mother's speed, and he blurted out everything. Seeing this, Shen Yu felt the words were somewhat inappropriate, but since they were already out, there was nothing he could do to change them. He had initially assumed Zhao Qiao had lashed out at his sister Shen Yiran because his romantic advances were rejected. But now it seemed clear, Zhao Qiao had learned of her relationship with Yi Yuxuan and had come demanding an explanation. Zhao Qiao, my sister is free to be with whomever she chooses. It's her right. Though we're her family, we can't stand in the way of her happiness. Besides, the Yi family is a renowned aristocratic clan in the capital. Being with him will only bring my sister joy and endless wealth and honor. It's true you've pursued her, but you can't stop her from finding someone better, can you? Shen Yu chimed in alongside his mother, his words brimming with persuasion. At first glance, it seemed like heartfelt advice, but upon closer inspection, something felt off. The entire conversation had shifted to placing blame squarely on Zhao Qiao. The moment these words left their mouths, Zhao Qiao sensed something was amiss and instantly understood. He had been played by the entire Shen family. He had assumed that only Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan knew about their relationship, and that Shen Yu, Shen's mother, and even he himself were completely unaware. But those two exchanges just now made it crystal clear, not only did the Shen family know, they were delighted by it, wholeheartedly supporting Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan. Turns out he'd been the dupe all along. The Shen family had played him like a fiddle. Not only had he wasted his money and his reputation, but he'd also defied his parents for Shen Yiran's sake, constantly arguing with them and supporting her every move. Turns out his parents were right all along. Shen Yiran was nothing but trouble, a veritable femme fatale. Fine. The Shen family really outdoes itself. The whole family deceived me, made Zhao Qiao your lackey, running errands for the Shen household, and this is the thanks I get. Zhao Qiao stared coldly at the seemingly loving family before him. Zhao Qiao, don't speak so harshly. When did we ever treat you like a dog? Who my sister dates is her business, but that doesn't affect our brotherly bond, right? Shen Yu didn't want to completely sever ties with Zhao Qiao, so he stepped forward again to reason with him, wanting to clear the air properly. Yes, who your sister dates is her business. But your entire family knew I liked her and tried everything to pursue her. Knowing she was already with someone else, why didn't you tell me? Why did you pretend none of this happened? This was what hurt Zhao Qiao the most, the part he couldn't forgive. He had pursued Shen Yiran, but he had never pressured her. If Shen Yiran had chosen to be honest after being with Yi Yuxuan, Zhao Qiao wouldn't have been so angry. Perhaps he would have even offered his sincere blessings to them. But Shen Yiran was just too greedy. She wanted Yi Yuxuan, yet couldn't bear to let go of him. She stayed with Yi Yuxuan while stringing him along. Put simply, it was all for the Zhao family behind her. She wanted the Zhao family to keep pouring money and effort into the Shen family, continuing to play the sucker they always had.
Isn't it because I was afraid you'd get angry?
Shen Yiran whispered from the side, thinking her voice was barely audible, yet everyone nearby heard her perfectly. Oomph. If you hadn't spoken up, I'd have thought you were playing dumb behind your mother's back. But now I see, Shen Yiran, you're truly a hypocrite. Zhao Qiao, I told you not to speak so harshly. Why must you insult my sister like this? Shen Yiran being insulted made Shen Yu a bit displeased. Oomph. My words are harsh only because your sister Shen Yiran's actions are despicable.
What? You, Shen Yu, think I'm out of line? Let me tell you, Shen Yu, you're no different from Lin Dong. The only difference is you were born lucky with a good sister. Otherwise, living off your parents day in and day out, what right do you have to associate with me, Zhao Qiao? Zhao Qiao now saw Shen Yu and his mother standing by for what they truly were, and he couldn't stand the sight of them. Hearing this, Shen Yu, who had been trying to keep the peace, flared up in anger. He strode forward and swung his right fist straight at Zhao Qiao's face. Chapter 67, Kill you right now.
You! Zhao Qiao stumbled backward several steps, unable to control his body. He turned his head and spat onto the ground. The spit was tinged with red. Clearly, that punch had made him bleed. Seeing this, Zhao Qiao lost all restraint and immediately struck back.
Watching her son get hit, Shen's mother didn't speak.
Instead, she turned and ran toward the Shen residence.
Shen Yiran watched her mother leave,
confused about her purpose. Staring at the two men before her, she could only speak up, hoping to make them stop. No one noticed the figure lurking beside the road, concealed in the shadow of a streetlight, observing the entire scene. That figure was Lin Dong, who had just left his home. Originally, Lin Dong had intended to deal with Zhao Qiao. However, on his way to the Zhao residence, he received word that Zhao Qiao had arrived at the Shen residence and was now crouched in front of their gate, smoking. So Lin Dong changed his route and also arrived at the Shen residence. When Lin Dong arrived, it happened to be the moment Zhao Qiao was asking Shen Yiran if she had anything to say to him. He had assumed Zhao Qiao knew about all the things Shen Yiran had done, but the scene that had just unfolded made Lin Dong realize that, just like himself, Zhao Qiao was also a sucker. The difference was that Lin Dong had been fortunate enough to learn about Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan's affair by chance and had proactively distanced himself. Zhao Qiao, however, had been caught in the act right before his eyes. Therefore, Lin Dong didn't rush to confront Zhao Qiao. Instead, he stood by and watched the entire process unfold, watching the Shen family turn on each other like dogs fighting, watching Zhao Qiao and Shen Yu come to blows. Who do you think you are? Just a worthless piece of trash, and you dare lay a hand on me? Zhao Qiao delivered a vicious kick to Shen Yu, sending him reeling in pain. I was blind not to see what your sister Shen Yiran was really like, but your entire Shen family is rotten to the core. The elders show no respect for their seniors, scheming to exploit others at every turn. The young ones loaf around all day, leeching off their parents. As the eldest sister, Shen Yiran is utterly hypocritical and two-faced. The only decent person in the Shen family is Shen Shuero. No wonder she cut ties with you all, severing all relations. You deserve every bit of this. You three brought this upon yourselves. Zhao Qiao wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But as he spoke, his anger grew until he finally roared at them. I may not be a match for Yi Yuxuan, but wiping out your Shen family? That's child's play for me, Zhao Qiao. Especially you, Shen Yu, I'll kill you right now. With that, Zhao Qiao lunged at Shen Yu once more. Didn't Shen Yiran dote on this brother so much? Didn't Shen Yu just speak up for her? He'd be damned if he didn't see how these siblings would play out their deep affection after Shen Yu was dead. Zhao Qiao's palm slammed into Shen Yu's face, sending a wave of dizziness through him, his head spinning. Zhao Qiao didn't stop there. He kicked Shen Yu's calf, sending him crashing to the ground. Then he pinned Shen Yu down and unleashed a barrage of punches to his face. Just then, Shen's mother appeared at the doorway, holding something in her hand as she ran straight toward them. When she reached the two men, everyone finally saw what she held. It was a kitchen knife, its sharp blade glinting in the light. The sight of it made Zhao Qiao's movements freeze. Zhao Qiao, let go of my son this instant, or I'll cut you down. Shen Yu was the Shen family's only son, naturally showered with his mother's endless pampering and affection. The moment she saw Zhao Qiao attack, she had immediately run home to grab the kitchen knife. Ha! Old hag, if you've got the guts, come and kill me. Don't just stand there waving a kitchen knife around trying to scare me. I, Zhao Qiao, am not easily intimidated. Though Zhao Qiao had halted his movements, he remained pinned atop Shen Yu without rising. After uttering those words, he even delivered another slap across Shen Yu's face. Hey, snap out of it. Zhao Qiao's tone was exceptionally arrogant, even with a bloody wound on his face. Shen's mother had been hesitant, afraid to actually strike him. But seeing Zhao Qiao slap her son's face again, she flew into a rage. Without a second thought, she lunged forward, swinging the kitchen knife in her hand.
You're seriously out of your mind.
Seeing Mrs. Shen charging toward him, Zhao Qiao scrambled to his feet to dodge, but was still slashed by her wild, erratic blade. A gash appeared on Zhao Qiao's arm, stretching from his elbow to his wrist. Bright red blood instantly stained the ground beneath him.
Mom!
Seeing her mother had actually injured someone, Shen Yiran cried out loudly and rushed over as well. Hearing the cry, Shen's mother finally calmed down, halting the knife in her hand. Her gaze fell upon the blood streaming down that arm. Shen's mother felt fear, yet she still didn't let go of the cleaver. Summoning her courage, she spoke again, Zhao Qiao, if you dare lay a finger on my son again, I'll kill you even if it costs me my life. Seeing Shen's mother was serious, Zhao Qiao faltered.
Fine. Your Shen family has guts. But I won't let this slide.
You Shen people better watch your backs when you step outside.
And Shen Yiran, mark my words, this is Yanjing, the Zhao family's stronghold. Even if Yi Yuxuan is the Yi family's heir, I don't believe he can shield you forever. You'd better never go out alone again, or I'll make you wish you were dead.
Zhao Qiao studied the faces of the three of them again and again, committing them to memory until they were etched into his mind forever. Even if they were reduced to ashes, he would remember them and drag them down with him. With that, Zhao Qiao turned and walked away. Only when she saw him truly gone did Shen's mother breathe a sigh of relief. The kitchen knife slipped from her hand and fell to the floor as her entire body went limp.
It's okay now, it's okay now.
Mrs. Shen murmured to herself. Her gaze drifted and she noticed her son still lying motionless on the floor. Panic seized her again. She rushed over to Xingyu, crouching down to check on him. The more she looked, the more horrified she became. Her precious son, whom she cherished above all else, had never endured such suffering. Even when Shen Yiran was with Lin Dong had always been polite to Xingyu, let alone lay a hand on him. Shen Yiran held her finger to Xingyu's nose. Feeling the warmth against her fingertip, she finally relaxed.
Mom, it's okay. My brother isn't dead.
Hearing this, Shen's mother turned her gaze toward her daughter. But her eyes held none of their usual doting warmth, only an unusual calmness.
Mom, what's wrong?
Under that gaze, Shen Yiran felt a chill run down her spine, utterly baffled by her mother's change. Chapter 68, The Capital Project Falls Through.
What do you mean he's not dead?
Shen Yiran, how dare you speak like that?
Do you wish your brother Xingyu had been beaten to death?
So Zhao Qiao could vent his anger and stop bothering you in the future. Seeing her son beaten so badly, Shen's mother took her anger out on her daughter.
Mom, how could you think that of me? How could I possibly wish for my brother to be beaten to death? Xingyu is my only brother.
Shen Yiran's voice grew sharp. She hadn't expected her mother to suspect her like this. Besides, if you hadn't insisted on stringing Zhao Qiao along, none of this would have happened. Mom, if you insist on blaming me, you share half the responsibility.
Xingyu got beaten up partly because of you too.
In truth, Shen Yiran's relentless pursuit of Zhao Qiao wasn't solely her own idea. Her mother and Xingyu had also schemed behind the scenes, egging her on. Except for Shen Shuero, who had once tried to dissuade her, everyone else had encouraged her to keep going. It proved exactly what Zhao Qiao had just said, except for Shen Shuero, not a single soul in the Shen family was trustworthy.
Cough, Mom, sis, cough cough, stop arguing for now.
Just then, Xingyu, lying on the floor, suddenly spoke up. He barely got a few words out before coughing uncontrollably.
Take me to the hospital first, cough cough.
Xingyu curled up, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted out of place, yet he couldn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Shen Yiran and Shen's mother dared not argue further and hurriedly rushed him to the hospital. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. That night, the Shen family rushed Xingyu to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao, after leaving the Shen residence, also headed to the hospital to treat the wound on his arm.
The next morning, as dawn broke, Yi Yuxuan was still fast asleep in his hospital bed when his assistant shook him awake. Before his morning grogginess could fully kick in. Through sleepy eyes, he noticed his assistant's pale face and slightly anxious expression. Seeing this expression, Yi Yuxuan sensed something was wrong and quickly sat up in bed. What's going on? Young Master Yi, trouble has erupted in the capital. The assistant blurted out frantically, his voice thick with urgency. Something happened? Did something happen to the Yi family? Did the old man die?
That's good news. With the old man gone, he could finally inherit the Yi family and become its ruler.
Not old Master Yi, it's the company. Yi Group has been compromised.
The assistant hurriedly explained the situation. Yesterday afternoon, a project within the company encountered problems. Since Yi Yuxuan and his assistant were away, they weren't immediately notified. Instead, the acting president was tasked with handling all issues related to the project. But this morning, the acting president called the assistant to report that they hadn't managed to salvage the project. It was completely dead in the water.
Failed? So what? Isn't that just how it goes?
In business, gains and losses were inevitable, and Yi Yuxuan took it all in stride.
Yi Yuxuan waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. He even thought his assistant was making a mountain out of a molehill.
But young Master Yi, the project that's gone is the one you partnered on with the Xie family. It's also the one where our Yi group invested nearly 60% of our assets. If it were any other project, the assistant would have reacted just like Yi Yuxuan did. But this one was different. It involved the Xie family. This was a joint venture between the two families. Our company suffered losses, but what about the Xie family? Yi Yuxuan finally sensed something was amiss and pressed urgently. The Xie family made a killing. The assistant's lips turned pale as the words left his mouth. Yi Yuxuan instantly understood. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he flung everything off the bedside cabinet. The Xie family did this on purpose. They deliberately set us up. Yi Yuxuan had wondered why the Xie family had bypassed the Bai family for a partnership, specifically choosing to collaborate with Yi Group on this project and even offering such generous concessions in the contract. He had assumed the Xie family couldn't handle the project, and since the Bai family couldn't mobilize their funds, the Xie family had offered this opportunity to the Yi family, allowing both families to share in the benefits. But it turned out everything was a trap. The Xie family never intended for this project to succeed. How much did we lose? Yi Yuxuan pressed urgently. 60% of the project investment assets plus another 10% injected yesterday by the acting president, and the debt issues from the project's collapse. Total losses amount to 70%. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan felt as if his world had collapsed. What did 70% signify? It meant the Yi family would be expelled from the ranks of the four great families of the capital. It meant they would be cast out of that elite circle. How could we possibly lose that much? Yi Yuxuan found it hard to believe and dared not imagine the consequences if word of this leaked out. If the old man found out, forget about being the next heir. Yi Yuxuan feared he'd be kicked out of the Yi family altogether. Young Master Yi, there's a problem with that project's contract. This revelation wasn't just news to young Master Yi. Even his assistant had only just learned of it. When the contract was signed earlier, the Xie family had repeatedly offered concessions, handing over all the major benefits to the Yi family. However, the corresponding responsibilities had also fallen squarely on the Yi family. In other words, the extent of their liability directly corresponded to their initial investment, not to mention the minor loopholes within the contract itself. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan's body instinctively went limp. It's over. Completely over. But young Master Yi, you can rest assured. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Given the Yi family's accumulated wealth over the years, bankruptcy is not an option. The assistant offered encouragement, yet these words only pushed Yi Yuxuan further into the abyss. The Yi family might not go bankrupt, but they would be permanently excluded from that circle. Even if they still had money, they would never regain entry. The Xia family. Xia Qiao, Yi Yuxuan murmured. Yesterday's events flooded back into his mind, compounded by today's project incident. Yi Yuxuan resolved to strike first. That old man from the Xie family doted on Xia Qiao, and the Bai family members were no different. Old man Xia, you've seized my family's assets. Don't blame me for taking it out on your most cherished granddaughter. Come closer. Having made up his mind, Yi Yuxuan beckoned to his assistant. When the man leaned in close, Yi whispered something into his ear. Young Master Yi, I dare not. I've never done such a thing. After hearing his plea, the assistant shook his head frantically, his body trembling. Do as you're told. If you handle this properly, I'll give you a fortune. Then you can go wherever you want, do whatever you please. No one will ever connect this to you. Seeing his assistant's cowardly demeanor, Yi Yuxuan lost his temper and kicked him hard. Chapter 69, Give me some men. But. Despite the kick, the assistant remained frozen in place. No buts about it. If you don't do as I say, don't blame me for using that plan on you. Dealing with Xie Qiao might be a bit tricky, but taking care of a nobody like you? That's a piece of cake. I'll handle it immediately. Right away. Threatened by Yi Yuxuan, the assistant immediately dashed out, terrified that even a second's delay would spell trouble for him. Watching the assistant leave, Yi Yuxuan nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Zhao Qiao lay in his hospital bed, suddenly regaining consciousness only to be immediately overwhelmed by pain. Gazing through the window at the sun slowly rising, Zhao Qiao turned his eyes back to the ceiling. After arriving at the hospital yesterday, he had been taken into the operating room by a nurse for wound suturing. Mrs. Shen had struck with tremendous force. Had he not dodged in time, the blow might have shattered bone. But such a long wound would take an unknown amount of time to heal on its own without stitches. Therefore, after his arm was stitched up last night, he stayed in the hospital. Zhao Qiao now dared not move that arm at all. Half of it was tightly bandaged. If his parents saw it, who knew how heartbroken they would be? But letting it go and sparing the Shen family? That was even less likely. With that thought, Zhao Qiao slowly sat up, staring down at his arm wrapped like a rice dumpling. He tentatively shifted it a few inches. It hurt, but thankfully, he could endure it. Zhao Qiao picked up the phone beside him, found a number, and dialed it. Uncle Zhao, send me a few men to pick me up at Yanjing City Hospital. Don't tell my parents. After hearing the response on the other end, Zhao Qiao hung up. The next moment, he stepped down from the bed, struggled to put on the coat beside him, covered the injury on his arm with it, and left the ward, heading toward the hospital entrance.
Outside the hospital entrance, several people stood waiting beside a parked car. Young Master. Before Zhao Qiao could move, someone spotted him and hurried over. Young Master, we're here on Uncle Zhao's orders. The man approached him. Zhao Qiao remained silent, his eyes scanning the burly figures before him. Only after taking in their imposing stature did he give a slight nod. Follow me. With that, Zhao Qiao led the way out. Soon, a car drove out of the hospital and disappeared into the sea of traffic. Meanwhile, Shen Yu's injuries were significantly less severe than Zhao Qiao's. While he had indeed been admitted to the hospital last night, he was discharged within half an hour. At that moment, the Shen family remained confined within their residence. None had ventured outside, likely lacking the courage to do so. After all, they had heard Zhao Qiao's threats yesterday. They dared not risk their lives to test whether his words were true or false. Yet Shen Yiran could no longer sit still. Where are you going? Shen's mother spoke up immediately upon seeing her daughter rise. Mom, I'm going to the hospital. Neither Shen's mother nor Shen Yu knew that Yi Yuxuan had arrived in Yanjing and been injured. Seeing her head for the hospital, their first thought was that she intended to visit Zhao Qiao. You're not going. That Zhao Qiao beat your brother like that and spoke so viciously yesterday. Why on earth would you rush to the hospital now? Do you want him to humiliate you again? Though Shen Yu remained silent, his stance mirrored his mother's. Mom, going to the hospital has nothing to do with Zhao Qiao. Besides, we've already severed ties with him. Why would I visit him? I'm not stupid. Shen Yiran intended to seek out Yi Yuxuan once more, pleading for his help in rebuilding the Shen group. Then why are you going to the hospital? Could it be that you? Shen's mother's brows furrowed tightly as other thoughts suddenly crossed her mind. Mom, stop imagining things. I'm going to the hospital to visit Yi Yuxuan, the eldest son of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. Seeing her mother about to say more, Shen Yiran decided to just come out with it. The eldest son of the Yi family? How did he come? When did he arrive in Yanjing? Does he know about the situation between you and Zhao Qiao? Shen Yu blurted out anxiously from the side. The beating he took last night was all because of his sister Shen Yiran and Yi Yuxuan. Zhao Qiao was no longer reliable. Without the Zhao family, their only option now was to cling tightly to the Yi family's coattails. There couldn't be a single misstep with the Yi family. He arrived in Yanjing yesterday. He doesn't know about the situation between Zhao Qiao and me. Shen Yiran answered. Seeing Shen's mother and Shen Yu about to press further, she decided to spill everything that had happened, including drugging Shen Shuero and sending her to Yi Yuxuan's bed. The moment her words fell, Shen's mother froze, her eyes instinctively locking onto Shen Yiran. She felt strangely unfamiliar with this daughter. Back at the Shen residence, Shen Yiran and Shen Shuero had been the closest of sisters, sometimes even their mother felt a touch of envy. But Shen Yiran had schemed without a second thought, showing no regard for their sisterly bond. So you're saying Shen Shuero is no longer part of our Shen family? Shen Yu's focus wasn't on Shen Yiran's scheming, but on Shen Shuero severing ties with the Shen family. Without Shen Shuero, it meant the Shen family had lost another tool for strategic marriages and another avenue for wealth. Sis, your plan just didn't cut it. Had it succeeded back then, who knows, maybe our Shen group would be back in business today. Next time you have a scheme, give me a heads up. I'll spot any flaws so every one of our plans is flawless and guaranteed to succeed. That's easily arranged. I'll be going now. I'm worried something might go wrong with Yi Yuxuan's side. Shen Yiran replied, grabbing her bag and heading toward the exit, only to be stopped again by her mother. Yiran, how can you just leave like this? Don't forget what Zhao Qiao said yesterday. Given his temperament, he might actually follow through on his threats. With only this one daughter left by her side, Shen's mother couldn't think of anything else but hoping her daughter would be safe. It's fine, Mom. There are surveillance cameras everywhere now. Even if Zhao Qiao wanted to harm me, he'd have to find a secluded spot. Besides, before he acts, he'd have to weigh whether he can stand up to the law. Shen Yiran clearly didn't take Zhao Qiao's words to heart. After all these years of being her devoted admirer, how could he possibly bring himself to harm her? Once he cooled off in a few days, she'd just have to soften her stance. If that didn't work, she'd apologize. He'd surely come crawling back, tail wagging, ready to fawn over her again. Chapter 70, Driven Mad for You Moved? Before Shen's mother could speak, Shen Yiran turned and walked out. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Shen's mother sighed. She wasn't sure whether to admire her daughter's boldness or pity Zhao Qiao for his deep infatuation. Leaving the Shen residence, Shen Yiran walked toward the community gate. It wasn't that she didn't want to drive, it was because, in an effort to delay the bankruptcy of the Shen group, she had sold off all her means of transportation. Now, apart from the one Shen Yu still had, the Shen family possessed no other means of transportation. Shen Yiran walked straight toward the community gate, completely unaware that an inconspicuous black car was following close behind her. Young Master, should we make our move now? As the woman ahead was about to exit the compound, the man in the driver's seat couldn't help but ask. Zhao Qiao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the figure ahead. He had observed the entire route from the residential complex to the hospital.
There were numerous surveillance cameras along the way, and attempting the operation on the road would inevitably result in them being caught on camera. Therefore, Zhao Qiao had set his sights on the interior of the compound. As he had anticipated, while there were cameras inside, their numbers were significantly fewer. Zhao Qiao glanced around, confirming no cameras were in sight, then signaled to the people in the back seat. Shen Yiran, walking ahead, was still pondering how she should broach the subject once they reached the hospital, what she could say to persuade Yi Yuxuan to help her. But just then, several shadows appeared behind her. Before Shen Yiran could react, a large hand clamped over her mouth. Instantly, figures emerged from behind, hoisting her up and sprinting backward. Shen Yiran struggled desperately, but it was futile. Worse still, her head felt heavy and drowsy. Zhao Qiao. Shen Yiran suddenly recalled how Shen Shuero had also fallen into a deep sleep right before her eyes. But before she could cry out for help, she too lost consciousness completely. She had no idea how long she'd been unconscious before finally waking up, her eyes unfocused as she took in her surroundings. Not far from her sat Zhao Qiao, with several people standing beside him. The sight of Zhao Qiao jolted Shen Yiran back to full consciousness. Her eyes widened instantly, and she began struggling desperately, though her efforts proved futile. Only then did Shen Yiran sense something was terribly wrong. She quickly looked down and saw her body strapped to a chair, her hands bound behind the chair, and a cloth stuffed into her mouth. Shen Yiran tried to cry out for help, but only muffled whimpers escaped her. Oh, awake, are we? Just then, someone noticed her movements and began approaching her. Only then did Shen Yiran notice the man held a basin in his hands, its contents unknown. Young master, she's awake now. Is there still a need to? The man turned to ask. Splash. Zhao Qiao stood up and walked over this way. Got it. The man nodded in response, then aimed the basin directly at Shen Yiran. With a splash, Shen Yiran was drenched head to toe, her seated body completely soaked. Her hair clung wetly to her temples, and droplets hung from her face. The sudden drenching made Shen Yiran cough repeatedly. She tried to wipe the water from her face, but her hands were completely immobilized. Zhao Qiao. At that moment, Zhao Qiao stepped resolutely before her. He bent down slightly, reaching out to gently smooth the wet strands clinging to her face. His movements were tender, his gaze filled with warmth. The next second, Zhao Qiao grabbed her hair firmly and yanked it downward with force. Shen Yiran felt as if her scalp was being torn off by the man before her. She wanted to scream for him to let go, but her voice remained muffled, producing only a muffled whimper. I thought all that sedative would keep you out for a while. I even had someone prepare a basin of cold water to splash on you to wake you up. But I never expected you'd wake up early. Still, that basin of water is ready now. It'd be a waste not to use it, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Qiao's face was twisted into a grin, but his hands paused. He released his grip, but when he didn't hear the expected pleas for mercy, he suddenly remembered the cloth stuffed in Shen Yiran's mouth. He pulled the cloth from her mouth and tossed it aside. Zhao Qiao, you're insane. How dare you kidnap me? Without the cloth, Shen Yiran immediately shouted at him. Yes, mad for you. How about it? Touched. Zhao Qiao sneered coldly, slapping her across the face. Shen Yiran, didn't I tell you yesterday to be careful when you go out? How dare you venture out alone today? Did you ignore my warning, or did you think I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you? Zhao Qiao traced her cheek with his palm, slowly sliding his hand downward until he clamped his fingers around her throat. In an instant, suffocating agony overwhelmed Shen Yiran, blurring everything before her eyes. Unable to speak or break free, she thought she was about to suffocate to death. But just then, Zhao Qiao released his grip. Cough. Shen Yiran seized the chance to gasp for air, fear slowly creeping into her eyes. Madman. Zhao Qiao was nothing but a madman now. She dared not speak again, terrified she might inadvertently provoke him once more. Shen Yiran, the most blind thing I've ever done in my life was falling for you. The most unlucky thing was ever meeting you. Zhao Qiao wanted nothing more than to grind Shen Yiran to dust right then and there, yet he refused to let her off so easily. With a wave to the men behind him, Zhao Qiao signaled for them to move in. They quickly surrounded Shen Yiran. Seeing the sudden appearance of these figures, Shen Yiran's body trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Qiao, what are you doing? Forgot to introduce them, these are Uncle Zhao's men. Zhao Qiao snapped his fingers at his head, then put on a show of pointing at the men surrounding her. You might not know who Uncle Zhao is, but don't worry, I'll clear up your confusion. Uncle Zhao is the steward of our Zhao family. But he doesn't just handle our household affairs, he also manages our business affairs. Uncle Zhao has several lives on his hands. The matters he handles are equally shadowy. These men were personally trained by Uncle Zhao. Each one is a top-tier fighter, and they've all seen blood alongside him. His words abruptly halted. Zhao Qiao saw the persons sitting there had completely lost their composure. Shen Yiran, what I said last night wasn't a joke directed at your Shen family. I truly intend to wipe out your entire Shen family. Chapter 71, I'm here to finish you off. See this place? I picked it out just for you, your final resting place. Zhao Qiao straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping the surroundings.
Shen Yiran followed his gaze and saw what looked like a warehouse. Haphazard junk was piled up nearby, and a thicket of weeds had sprouted from somewhere on one side. The entire environment was filthy and squalid, faintly permeated by a foul stench. I spent all night picking this perfect spot for you, a dilapidated warehouse that's been abandoned for decades. Not to mention, it's miles from downtown Beijing. Driving here takes at least half an hour, and that's not counting the surrounding conditions. You can scream for help all you want. Seriously, I'm not afraid you'll call for help, I'm just afraid it'll be a waste of your effort. That was precisely why Zhao Qiao dared to remove the cloth from her mouth, because he had already arranged everything. Rest assured, once you're dead, your mother and your younger brother Shen Yu will join you. You won't be alone on the road to the underworld. After all, I've loved you for so many years, how could I bear to let you go alone? Zhao Qiao's words sent a chill through Shen Yiran's bones, leaving her unable even to scream. But she didn't want to die, especially not in this godforsaken place. Zhao Qiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I accept your confession. I agree to be with you. Even if you want me to marry you right now, I'll do it. With no one else to turn to for help, Shen Yiran could only pin her last hope for survival on Zhao Qiao, begging him to spare her. Really? You're willing to get married to me? Just as Shen Yiran had anticipated, Zhao Qiao's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement, as if genuinely persuaded by her words. Yes, I do. Shen Yiran, will be with Zhao Qiao. To demonstrate her sincerity, Shen Yiran hurriedly spoke up. But the moment the words left her mouth, Shen Yiran saw the man before her let out a cold sneer. His raised hand followed immediately, landing another slap across her face. You've been ed to pieces by others, and you still have the nerve to say this? Do you really think I'm some trash can that takes any garbage thrown at me? Or are you just that confident that I, Zhao Qiao, can't live without you for the rest of my life? Had Shen Yiran not spoken those words, Zhao Qiao might have ended her suffering more cleanly. But he only barely threatened her, and the woman before him immediately bowed her head in submission, even going so far as to suggest marriage. The Shen Yiran who once stood before him, cold and noble, was now utterly degraded. It truly lived up to the saying, a pair of jade arms for 10,000 men to rest upon. After being slapped, Shen Yiran dared not speak again, terrified of provoking him further. She could only endure everything silently. Seeing her silence, Zhao Qiao did not let her off. Go fetch the items. Hearing this, someone nearby immediately produced a dagger, its blade appearing razor-sharp at a glance. After taking the dagger, Zhao Qiao began gesturing at Shen Yiran's body. Tell me where this first cut should land? Should I pierce your heart outright, ending you in one blow? Or should I first scar your face, ensuring you never attract any more attention? Shen Yiran flinched as the blade flashed before her eyes and shook her head frantically. No, I'm sorry. I really am. I truly understand my mistake. Fine, I'll slash your face first. After all, if it weren't for that face of yours, none of this mess would have happened. With that, Zhao Qiao's dagger shot toward her face. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted behind them, piercing the gloom of the warehouse with a sudden flash of light. Zhao Qiao flinched at the noise, dropping the dagger straight to the floor. Damn it! Who the hell is ruining my fun? Zhao Qiao turned toward the sound and saw the warehouse door being pushed open from the outside. The intruder was no stranger to him, it was Lin Dong. Zhao Qiao assumed Lin Dong had brought backup, scanning behind him repeatedly, but saw no one else. What are you looking at? In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong had closed the distance and stood before them. You didn't bring backup? You came to rescue Shen Yiran without backup? Zhao Qiao frowned, staring at the lone figure. Rescue? Lin Dong shook his head. I'm not here to rescue anyone. I'm here to take you down. Lin Dong wasn't lying about that. Last night had been quite the spectacle, but it wouldn't interfere with what he intended to do next. Therefore, today he would settle the score with Zhao Qiao once and for all, and with the Zhao family behind him. Ha! Lin Dong, don't make me laugh. Let's be honest, you're still after Shen Yiran, aren't you? Unbelievable. She cuckolded you so badly, yet you're willing to overlook everything and come save her? Talk about devotion. He was even more pathetic than this bootlicker. Zhao Qiao's gaze toward him held a hint of pity. You're reading too much into this. From the moment we divorced, Shen Yiran and I have had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Whether she lives or dies is none of my business. Lin Dong spoke up to explain, something he rarely did. Shen Yiran, bound and helpless, heard his words and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. He was telling the truth. Moreover, Shen Yiran had seen that from the moment he entered, his gaze had never once landed on her. Enough. You're just being stubborn, aren't you? I get it, I used to be the same. But think carefully. That woman isn't worth your trouble. She's been used up by others long ago. Even if you rescue her, she won't remember your kindness. Zhao Qiao still refused to believe him. The world of dogs and humans is different. A licking dog really can't understand human speech. Lin Dong shook his head, looking rather exasperated. The next instant, his body flickered in place. Instantly, he appeared beside Zhao Qiao and delivered a palm strike to the back of his head. I told you, I'm here to deal with you. Why won't you believe me? Kill him. Kill him for me.
Zhao Qiao reeled from the slap, his head spinning, yet his body instinctively darted to the side. Even as he fled, he barked orders for the others to attack Lin Dong. Damn it, both of them are going down today. If he thinks he's some hero saving the damsel in distress, let him bury himself with Shen Yiran. Zhao Qiao clutched the back of his head with one hand, his face twisted with vicious intent. The crowd that had been surrounding Shen Yiran now surged toward Lin Dong. Overestimating your abilities, Lin Dong remarked casually. Though he stood alone, Lin Dong handled the crowd with ease, even finding time to mock them. Shen Yiran watched the scene unfold before her, biting her lip in stunned silence. She suddenly realized Lin Dong was even more handsome than she had remembered. Chapter 72, Young Master, you must leave. This side of Lin Dong was one she had never seen before. Her eyes held an unnoticed fascination. But soon, her rationality returned. She saw the group fighting fiercely and Zhao Qiao standing by watching. Right now, no one was paying attention to her. This was her chance. With that thought, Shen Yiran began to move. Her eyes scanned the area, searching desperately for a way to escape. Finally, her gaze settled on the dagger that had just landed at her feet. Shen Yiran rocked her chair, using the momentum to topple herself to the floor. She quickly adjusted her position, her hands bound behind her back reaching for the dagger on the ground. She began slicing at the ropes restraining her. No one noticed her subtle movements, which emboldened Shen Yiran to work faster and with greater audacity. Did you bring a bunch of useless people with you? Just then, Lin Dong's voice boomed out. The men who had been standing moments before were now sprawled on the ground, writhing and moaning in pain. How is this possible? This scene left Zhao Qiao dumbfounded. He knew Lin Dong was skilled in combat, but he couldn't have imagined him capable of such devastation. Not to mention, these men were the toughest guys he'd specifically requested from Uncle Zhou. Young Master, get out of here! Just then, a man suddenly scrambled to his feet and threw himself in front of Lin Dong once more, blocking his path with his body. Tisk, seems I went too easy on you. Who knew you'd still have the strength to crawl back up? With that, Lin Dong lunged again, grabbing the man's shoulder and driving his right fist straight into his midsection. The man instinctively bent over, yet he didn't move out of the way. Instead, he prepared to strike back at Lin Dong. But after taking so many blows, he had no strength left in his body, and his movements had slowed to a crawl. Lin Dong didn't even bother dodging the punch. It landed as lightly as falling cotton, neither painful nor irritating. Meanwhile, alerted by his warning, Zhao Qiao spun around and sprinted toward the warehouse's open doors. But just then, a loud thud echoed. Zhao Qiao saw a figure fall before him, the very man who had warned him to run. The man lay motionless on the ground, eyes wide open, a trickle of bright red blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing him like this, Zhao Qiao couldn't tell if he was dead or alive, but the fear in his heart reached its peak. Zhao Qiao didn't move, nor did he dare to move. He stood there frozen, dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Shen Yiran, lying on the ground, regained her freedom. She scrambled to her feet, stunned by the scene before her, the dagger in her hand slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. The sharp clink of the metal dagger hitting the floor echoed distinctly in the otherwise silent warehouse, yet no one turned toward the source of the sound. Seeing this, Shen Yiran dared not linger. She immediately started running toward the exit. As she passed Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, she didn't even dare to slow down. She feared that if she slowed down, those two would attack her the very next second. Even after escaping the warehouse, Shen Yiran didn't relax. She kept running outward. Only when she turned back and could no longer see the warehouse did she finally slow down, exhaustion washing over her body. At that moment, inside the dilapidated warehouse, Shen Yiran's escape snapped Zhao Qiao back to his senses. He turned around to find Lin Dong already standing before him, barely a step away. Shen Yiran's already escaped. Why aren't you chasing after her? Zhao Qiao wanted to say that Shen Yiran had left and asked if he could leave too, but he dared not voice it. I told you, I'm here to deal with you. Why won't you believe me? Lin Dong was exasperated. He'd repeated it at least 3 times, yet the man before him still couldn't grasp the meaning. I don't believe it. I, Zhao Qiao, have never wronged you. I merely mocked you a few times. I refuse to believe you came here solely for that. Because Lin Dong had left such a deep impression as a useless loser and moocher, Zhao Qiao subconsciously believed he was still here for Shen Yiran. Truth is, most people don't know this about me. I'm incredibly petty. So petty that I'll hold on to every single word, let alone the things you did before. I found out. Shen Yiran sent Shen Shuero to Yi Yuxuan's bed, and you had a hand in it too. You were the one scheming behind the scenes. You set your sights on me, fine. We're both men. If you have an issue, take it up with me. But how could a grown man like you be so shameless as to lay a hand on Shen Shuero? One thing Lin Dong didn't mention was that Zhao Qiao and the entire Zhao family were simply unbearable, disgusting and utterly tiresome. He hadn't eliminated the Zhao family earlier because his focus had been entirely on the Shen and Yi families, leaving no time to deal with them. But now Zhao Qiao had pulled this stunt, scheming against Shen Shuero. So don't blame Lin Dong for settling both old and new scores at once. Moreover, the Zhao family stood in the way, blocking Xie Group's path and obstructing Xie Qiuer's road to wealth. Therefore, Lin Dong had already decided, once the Zhao family was finished, he would have Qiao take over their businesses.
So you really weren't doing this for Shen Yiran?
It was for Shen Yiran? But those schemes were all Shen Yiran's own ideas. I only mentioned it once and provided her with some sedatives.
Zhao Qiao felt foolish recalling this incident. Shen Yiran hadn't shared any details of her plan with him.
She'd only instructed him to procure some drugs and deliver Shen Yiran to the hotel room after she'd taken them. Beyond that, Zhao Qiao knew nothing else. It wasn't until he witnessed the scene at the hotel entrance that he understood Shen Yiran's plan. With that thought, Zhao Qiao voiced his own realization.
So, I should thank you.
Lin Dong snorted derisively, then immediately sprang into action. Seeing Lin Dong wouldn't let him off and escape seemed impossible, Zhao Qiao decided to confront him head-on. But within 2 exchanges, Zhao Qiao was kneeling on the ground, clutching his bandaged arm, his expression contorted. Through the white coat, faint red seeped through, and blood dripped steadily from the arm.
Mrs. Shen is truly ruthless. But if it were me, I probably would have sent you to the underworld last night.
Lin Dong's words made Zhao Qiao jerk his head up. Before him stood a man with a faint smile on his lips, his expression calm and composed.
You saw everything.
Zhao Qiao didn't question him back, already certain the man had been near the Shen residence last night.
Yes. Lin Dong offered no denial.
Without giving the other man time to react, Lin Dong moved toward him once more.
Chapter 73, Business Genius.
The next instant, Zhao Qiao's mouth opened slightly as his kneeling body fell backward stiffly. Thud! His body hit the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Having dealt with Zhao Qiao and his men, Lin Dong lingered no longer in the warehouse.
He turned and left.
Meanwhile, a series of scandalous revelations about the Zhao family surfaced online, causing an uproar across the entire city of Yanjing. These scandals also caught the attention of the authorities, who initiated an investigation into the Zhao family. What they discovered was shocking, every piece of dirt was true. Authorities immediately launched arrests targeting Zhao Changming, the patriarch, his wife, and other family members, while also seizing all enterprises under the Zhao name.
The Zhao family, once fairly well regarded in Yanjing, became notorious overnight. Their downfall was swift and complete, and the family vanished from Yanjing.
With the Zhao family gone, their markets were divided among other Yanjing clans, with Xie Group reaping the greatest benefits.
At the same time, the Xie Group, which had seized the Zhao family's markets, stepped into the spotlight in Yanjing, replacing the Zhao family in the public eye. For a time, Xie Group enjoyed immense prominence. President Xie, are you off work yet?
Lin Dong arrived at Xie Group to find Qiao already buried beneath a mountain of documents.
Not yet. Qiao's somewhat weary voice came from behind the papers.
I've only just realized how much market share the Zhao family holds. No wonder they've remained so resilient in Yanjing all these years. It was true that Xie Group had seized market share from the Zhao family, but they had only captured 70%. The remaining 30% had been divided among other companies. Even just that 70% had multiplied Xie Group's profits exponentially, but it also meant Qiao had to shoulder an even heavier workload. Thus, Qiao spent her days holed up in her office, only remembering to eat lunch when someone reminded her. Seeing her workaholic ways, Lin Dong and Shen Yiran grew concerned. After discussing it, they decided to take charge of her lunches as well. Shen Yiran stayed home to prepare lunch, which Lin Dong then delivered. Beyond his daily commute duties, Lin Dong now added lunch delivery to his routine. So the market share your Xie family holds might even be larger than the Zhao family's. Lin Dong sat casually nearby.
I don't know about that.
Grandfather never mentioned it to me, and he never allowed me to get involved in any matters concerning the Xie family company. Qiao set down her pen, rose from her chair, stretched lazily, and then walked over. She leaned against the desk, her expression weary yet her posture languid.
Why? Aren't you the most cherished granddaughter of the Xie family?
Lin Dong hadn't delved deeply into the Xie family's affairs, but everyone in the capital knew Qiao was the most cherished young member of the clan.
Yes, it's true I'm the most favored granddaughter.
But grandfather never lets me get involved in the business matters, nor does he allow me to interfere. Though Qiao found this incomprehensible, she never pressed the matter not even the slightest bit. I assumed your business acumen was cultivated by the Xie family, but it turns out you're self-taught a true natural talent.
It seems Yanjing is about to produce a business prodigy.
Lin Dong's expression remained calm, yet his tone brimmed with sincere admiration.
Ever since Qiao founded Xie Group, Lin Dong had noticed her unique insights and innovative ideas in business. If Shen Yiran possessed extraordinary talent in design, then Qiao was a prodigy in business. To receive praise from Mr. Lin is an immense honor for me, Qiao.
Qiao looked at Lin Dong and saw him looking back at her. Their eyes met, and they both smiled simultaneously. The temperature in the office seemed to rise instantly, and the atmosphere around them took on an unusual quality. Perhaps it was Lin Dong's intense gaze, or maybe the fact that they were alone in the office, but Qiao's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly averted her eyes and changed the subject. However, though I followed grandfather's advice and never interfered in the Xie family business, I've secretly analyzed it. The market share the Xie family holds in the capital is likely still smaller than what the Zhao family commands in Yanjing. Mentioning this topic, the faint blush faded from Xie Qiao's face as she resumed her businesswoman persona, launching into a detailed explanation for Lin Dong.
The capital differed from Yanjing, most notably in its four great families.
The Bai family to which her maternal uncle, Bai Haisheng, belonged was actually more powerful than the Xie family. Compounded by the Bai-Xie family alliance, the Xie family had essentially leveraged the Bai family's influence to establish itself in the capital.
But the market was finite.
The lion's share had already been seized and divided among the established families, leaving only scraps for others. Thus, compared to the Zhao family, although the Xie family was based in the capital, their market presence was smaller than the Zhao's. Yet, the money flowing into the Xie family's coffers was undoubtedly greater than that of the Zhao's. After all, this was the capital, a city countless young people desperately sought to settle in. Xie Qiao's analysis was spot on, and Lin Dong listened with intense focus. That's why coming to Yanjing with you back then was actually the best decision I ever made. This is where I truly began to make my mark. When Xie Qiao first came to Yanjing, it was ostensibly to leverage the Bai family's influence for his support. Yet as time passed, their roles reversed. It became Lin Dong who aided her in establishing the Xie group, forging her own unique path in Yanjing's business world.
Come to think of it, I should thank you.
As she spoke, Xie Qiao felt an urge to apologize again. But upon careful reflection, she owed him far too much. Mere words of thanks would never suffice.
Saying thank you feels too formal.
If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then unleash your business talents to the fullest. Strive to build your own business empire as soon as possible.
You can thank me then.
Lin Dong had grown weary of hearing expressions of gratitude. Instead, he chose to use this moment to inspire her, urging her to forge ahead on her business journey with ever greater brilliance and success.
All right.
To live up to your trust in me, I'll strive to build it for you within the next few years.
Lin Dong's trust ignited the long-dormant ambition within Xie Qiao.
She began envisioning her future, her business future.
But before that, you should at least eat your meal. Otherwise, I fear the empire won't even materialize before you starve to death.
Lin Dong couldn't resist teasing her, gesturing toward the lunchbox on the coffee table.
Chapter 74, The Hidden Figure Emerges.
Reminded by Lin Dong, Xie Qiao suddenly felt as if a long-overdue lunch bell had rung, and a familiar hunger surged through her. Without another word, she sat down beside him and began eating. Lin Dong remained silent, watching the person before him. Perhaps because she came from a distinguished family, even her eating mannerisms were pleasing to the eye. Though he'd seen it countless times, each viewing stirred different emotions and sensations within him. Completely absorbed in her meal, Xie Qiao remained oblivious to the man beside her. His gaze was focused and warm, tinged with a hint of affection.
After lunch, Lin Dong didn't linger. He picked up the empty lunchbox and headed for the exit.
I have a project meeting this afternoon at our partner's office to discuss details.
I'm not sure what time I'll be back, so I'll just head home on my own this afternoon. Xie Qiao quickly interjected. It's fine. I'll pick you up.
Lin Dong replied without turning his head, then stepped out of the office. Hearing this, Xie Qiao said nothing more and returned to her work. At 3 in the afternoon, Xie Qiao and her assistant left the company together, heading to the partner company.
It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that the two emerged from the partner company.
President, you're truly amazing. In just one afternoon, you managed to get them to concede another 2 percentage points.
The assistant couldn't help but exclaim as soon as they stepped outside the company gates.
She felt that joining Xie Group and working under President Xie Qiao was the best decision she had ever made in her life.
I think I'm pretty amazing too. Xie Qiao praised herself unabashedly, flashing a generous smile at her assistant.
Give the entire company a day off tomorrow, paid leave. After working so hard for days to finally secure this project, how could she not reward them? President, you're truly amazing. At the words paid leave, the assistant's eyes lit up, and she promptly flattered her boss again. Xie Qiao paid no further attention to her words, instead driving her to the company headquarters.
Parking at the company entrance, Xie Qiao remained seated. I won't be coming into the office today.
Please handle the remaining matters, of course, your pay will be doubled. The assistant, who had gotten out of the car, quickly agreed and then ran into the company building, clutching her briefcase.
Watching her assistant's cheerful stride, Xie Qiao smiled softly before driving home to surprise Lin Dong and Shen Yiran. After all, they had truly worked hard these past days, one preparing her lunch daily, the other driving her to and from work every day. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the company's quitting time, Lin Dong's figure appeared punctually in the lobby of Xie Group. Before he could take the elevator upstairs, Xie Qiao's personal assistant emerged from the elevator. Mr. Lin? What brings you here?
Lin Dong's status as a shareholder was no secret, so Xie Group employees were well aware of it and addressed him as Mr. Lin on a daily basis. Combined with his recent habit of arriving punctually at the office, his face had also become familiar to the Xie Group staff.
I'm here to pick up President Xie after work.
Lin Dong didn't hide his purpose and stated it directly.
But President Xie left a long time ago. The assistant was puzzled, unsure who he was here to pick up.
Left?
When did he leave? Lin Dong sounded puzzled as he asked back. Seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, the assistant suddenly sensed something was off and quickly explained everything. After signing the project contract with the partner this afternoon, President Xie didn't return to the company. She drove home instead. Based on the time she left, she should have arrived home by now. President Cheng usually drives home around 5:30. As if remembering something, the assistant quickly added. Hearing this, Lin Dong turned and hurried away. Leaving at 5:30, she should have arrived home by 5:50 at the latest. Yet neither he nor Shen Yiran had seen Xie Qiao return. So where had Xie Qiao gone? Lin Dong exited the company, intending to drive along Xie Qiao's usual route home. Just then, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. Without pausing his stride, Lin Dong pulled the phone out with his right hand. The screen displayed the name Tang Haokuan. After pressing to answer, Tang Haokuan's resonant voice boomed through the speaker. "Hey, Lin, you got a girl named Xie Qiao hanging around you?" At this, Lin Dong responded with a single syllable, his hand pausing momentarily before he nonchalantly continued opening the car door. "Hey, kid, we've got intel on Yang Changqing's whereabouts. This afternoon, he and his crew hijacked Xie Qiao's car. Our team's on 9th Avenue now. You should head over and check it out." Hearing this, Lin Dong tossed his phone aside and slammed his right foot down on the accelerator. In an instant, the car beneath him shot forward, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. What should have been a 10-minute drive took Lin Dong only 2 minutes. In that time, he had already arrived at 9th Avenue, the very location Tang Haokuan had just mentioned. There, several black cars were parked along 9th Avenue, surrounding an area tightly. Lin Dong walked toward the scene, outwardly calm but inwardly already filled with worry. "Hey, Lin, you're here." Just then, Tang Haokuan's voice rang out again. He stood there in the middle, surrounded by a crowd of people. What exactly happened? Even Lin Dong himself didn't notice the faint tremor in his voice. The madmen have been consolidating underground forces lately, so we've been secretly tracking Yang Changqing and his crew. We discovered their trail leading here, and when our men arrived, this is what they found. Moreover, the mad sect had investigated and found that this vehicle was registered under a girl named Xie Qiao. He had heard about the incident at the Cheng family patriarch's birthday banquet earlier. The mad sect's investigation into Xie Qiao then led them to Lin Dong. That led to the phone call just now. "Mr. Tang, we've just inspected the vehicle. The tires are severely damaged, there are extensive collision marks on both sides, and no valuables were missing. Preliminary findings indicate Yang Changqing's group targeted Xie Qiao specifically." Before Lin Dong could respond, another person rushed over from the side. "Mr. Tang, we found a lead on their whereabouts. Yang Changqing's group is currently holed up in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of Beijing." Before he could show the route map to Tang Haokuan, Lin Dong snatched it away. Seconds later, Lin Dong shoved the map back into Tang Haokuan's hands before turning and walking away. Chapter 75, 10 million to let you go. Watching the car speed away, Tang Haokuan shook his head. "Mr. Tang, is young Master Lin really going alone like this?" The man beside him watched Lin Dong's retreating figure with concern. "We're going too." As soon as Tang Haokuan finished speaking, he turned and headed toward the car park nearby. Soon, several vehicles followed suit, heading in Lin Dong's direction. At that moment, inside a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of Yanjing. "Boss, that woman is really beautiful." A man with a sharp, monkey-like face rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with excitement. "Mum." Xie Qiao struggled frantically, her eyes locked on the man's repulsive gaze. But her body was tightly bound with ropes, forcing her to sit on the ground, with something even stuffed into her mouth. Seeing her struggle fiercely, the man who had just been called boss walked toward her and kindly removed the object from her mouth. "Who are you?" With her mouth unobstructed, Xie Qiao immediately spoke up, her eyes scrutinizing them while her mind raced to devise an escape plan. "My name is Yang Changqing. I was the former Grand Master of the 7-Star Pavilion, and I'm also a criminal currently wanted by the police. You might not have seen me before, but that's fine after all, I'm just doing a job for someone who paid me." Yang Changqing crouched down, reaching out to touch her face, but Xie Qiao instinctively dodged his hand. "Who sent you? How much did they pay? I can offer double." Xie Qiao remained remarkably composed, showing no sign of panic whatsoever, a reaction that caught Yang Changqing and his men completely off guard. "Sorry, I don't have many redeeming qualities, but my one virtue is never betraying my employer, especially not when they paid me $1 million. Yang Changqing wore a smile, but it held no warmth whatsoever. To Xie Qiao, it looked downright ugly. "Just let me go, and I'll pay $2 million. I don't even need to know who your employer is. What do you say? Deal." Yang Changqing stood up and nodded in agreement. At this, the expressions of the others standing nearby shifted. They opened their mouths to protest, but a single glance from him silenced them. "But it's not 2 million, it's 10 million. And I'll throw in a bonus, information. Don't you want to know what our employer plans to do to you? Just let me go, and everything can be discussed. Straightforward. I like women with genuine character like you." Xie Qiao's decisiveness made the smile on Yang Changqing's face grow more genuine.
The employer gave us $1 million not to buy your life, but to have 7 or 8 men sleep with you. They also want photos and videos of it sent to him.
Yang Changsheng didn't deceive Xiaqiao, laying out the mastermind's intentions plainly.
Hearing this, Xiaqiao remained outwardly composed, though her inner world was already churning with turmoil. She had assumed the mastermind was after her life, but it turned out they were after her virtue.
For some reason, Yi Yuxuan was the first name that flashed through Xiaqiao's mind.
After all, she hadn't been kidnapped before he arrived in Yanjing. But the moment he arrived in Yanjing, trouble struck her.
It couldn't possibly be such a coincidence.
Before Xiaqiao could speak, Yang Changsheng strode toward her, pulling her to her feet. He drew a small knife from his pocket and slashed directly behind her. With a sharp rip, the ropes binding Xiaqiao instantly fell to the ground. Now free, Xiaqiao hurriedly moved aside, putting some distance between herself and the others.
Here's your phone.
I'll send the account details to it shortly.
Remember to transfer 10 million yuan to me. Otherwise, I'll do things even I can't imagine.
Yang Changsheng tossed the phone at her. After catching it, Xiaqiao didn't utter a word. She turned and hurried away, lowering her head to dial Lin Dong's number. But she didn't notice that the instant she turned away, Yang Changsheng shot a glance to the person beside him.
Xiaqiao suddenly sensed something was wrong as she looked down. Her phone was already broken. How could a damaged phone possibly receive any account information? The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. She'd been played. Without hesitation, she broke into a run. But before she could exit, several figures abruptly blocked her path, completely obstructing her escape. Staring at the figures before her, Xiaqiao felt a surge of panic. She only managed to halt her movement before turning to look behind her. There, Yang Changsheng was walking straight toward her. What do you think you're doing?
Xiaqiao looked genuinely puzzled, as if she truly didn't understand his intentions. But secretly, she was already clutching her phone tightly.
Nothing much.
I did agree to let you go, but my brothers here didn't.
After days of running around like rats, we finally find a beauty like you. How could we possibly let her go? Besides, I'm a greedy bastard. I want the $1 million from the employer, I want your 10 million, and I want you too. Whether she would give it or not was never part of his calculations. As long as he had her photos and videos, she wouldn't dare refuse. Yang Changsheng's grin grew even more lecherous, and his so-called brothers slowly advanced toward Xiaqiao. Seeing herself about to be surrounded by this group, Xiaqiao suddenly flung the phone she was clutching forward with all her strength. With the beauty in front of him, Yang Changsheng didn't notice her movement in time and was actually hit squarely in the forehead. The phone smacked him square on the forehead. Clutching his head with one hand, Yang Changsheng bellowed at his men, "Hold her down. Watch how I tame her today." However, the moment she threw the phone, Xiaqiao had already spun around and dashed toward the entrance of the dilapidated temple. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outrun Yang Changsheng's men. Within mere seconds, Xiaqiao was completely surrounded by the men. "Run if you dare. I'll see where you can run to. I don't have many hobbies, but my one true passion is watching women beg for mercy on their knees, especially for something like that." Seeing Xiaqiao trapped, the pain in Yang Changsheng's forehead vanished.
He strode straight toward her.
Hearing his lewd words, Xiaqiao didn't respond, nor did she even glance at him. "No wonder the client said you're incredibly arrogant. Seeing you now, it's clear that's exactly the case. Never mind that you wrecked 2 of my cars before I finally stopped you. Just that fearless look on your face back then was truly impressive. But no matter how proud a woman is, I can still break her down to a dog." Chapter 76, Intentionally Provoking the Other Party. Yang Changsheng's words grew more rapid as his expression hardened into a grim resolve. "Is that so?"
At that moment, a voice familiar to everyone present rang out.
"It's embarrassing to admit, but I don't have many hobbies. My only hobby is beating people into cripples." As the voice echoed, Lin Dong's figure emerged from the entrance of the dilapidated temple.
Surveying the crowd before him and the besieged Xiaqiao, Lin Dong remained impassive, yet the aura radiating from his entire being sent shivers down spines.
"It's you!" Yang Changsheng looked at Lin Dong, not angered but amused. "I never imagined you'd be so bold as to show up alone before me." His second and third brothers had been arrested, his businesses seized by the authorities, and the 7 Stars Pavilion wiped out. He hadn't even had time to seek justice for these events, yet here Lin Dong dared to show his face. Should he praise the man's audacity, or call him a fool who didn't know when to quit? "If you, a stray dog, dare show your face openly, what have I to fear?" With that, Lin Dong flashed him a mocking smile, though his peripheral vision was entirely fixed on Xiaqiao. "Yang Changsheng, I never imagined you'd be so adept at hiding, managing to evade both the police and the madmen. But I imagine these past days haven't been kind to you. Perhaps this dilapidated temple is your hiding place. Who would have thought the once mighty leader of the 7-Star Pavilion would sink to this? TSK. Look at this environment, it suits you perfectly." Lin Dong's words grew increasingly harsh, each sentence dripping with unmasked scorn. "Lin Dong, what kind of person do you think you are? If it weren't for that shipment leading the police to a lead, do you really believe a nobody like you would ever be worthy of meeting me? You'd be lucky to even get the chance to grovel at my feet in this lifetime.
Yang Changsheng had heard about Lin Dong from his third brother, and with the men he'd lost to him before, revenge was only natural. But at this moment, Yang Changsheng glanced at Xiaoqiao. She was his top priority now. Do you know why the police uncovered clues even the madmen couldn't find? Do you know why all 7-star pavilion's assets were seized so swiftly, vanishing overnight? Lin Dong continued to taunt his opponent, watching Yang Changsheng's expression grow increasingly astonished. He was thoroughly satisfied. I did it all. Feeling like a rat on the run, huh? These words made everyone present see red, especially Yang Changsheng, who wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb right then and there, devouring his flesh and drinking his blood. I'll kill you. Yang Changsheng's eyes blazed crimson, his rage now boiling over. He had assumed the 7-star pavilion had acted too brazenly, drawing official scrutiny and ultimately meeting this fate. But he never imagined that behind it all, a hidden hand had been pulling the strings. Even a plan that seemed flawless had been forcibly torn apart. Yang Changsheng charged straight at Lin Dong, each strike aimed at his most vulnerable points. His sole thought now was to kill the man before him. Seeing their leader engage in combat, the few people who had been surrounding Xiaoqiao rushed over to join the fray. In an instant, Xiaoqiao stood completely alone. Xiaoqiao stood frozen in place. She understood perfectly well that everything Lin Dong had just done was a calculated provocation to draw the enemy's full attention toward him, creating an opening for her escape. But now that his plan was unfolding exactly as intended, Xiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of worry. She refused to abandon him and leave alone. Seeing Xiaoqiao standing motionless, Lin Dong assumed she was terrified by the unfolding chaos. He quickly shot her several urgent glances, his eyes pleading for her to leave. Watching him surrounded yet still distracted by her, Xiaoqiao's worry only deepened. A strange emotion also stirred within her. After much deliberation, Xiaoqiao did not linger any longer. She turned and ran once more toward the exit of the dilapidated temple. Staying would not only distract Lin Dong but also draw the attention of Yang Changsheng's men. If she were captured again and used as leverage, it would only endanger Lin Dong. Better to leave first. Without her as a liability, Lin Dong could focus entirely on dealing with them, and she could seek help herself. With this thought, Xiaoqiao quickened her pace, not daring to pause for a moment. Just then, several vehicles approached from the distance. Xiaoqiao instinctively halted and hid behind a large tree. The vehicles sped past her, but the last one in the convoy came to a halt. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire emerged, rolling 2 walnuts between his fingers. After scanning the area, he headed straight for Xiaoqiao's hiding spot. Come out, girl. I saw you. The old man stopped in front of the tree where Xiaoqiao was hiding. Hearing this, Xiaoqiao didn't move. Xiaoqiao, if you don't want to see Lin Dong die, then kindly step out and do as I say. The old man's tone was sharp and menacing. Take it out on me instead. I'm the granddaughter of the Xie family in the capital and the niece of the Bai family. Why torment Lin Dong? He's just a useless freeloader. What value could he possibly have over me? Hearing the man's words, Xiaoqiao stepped out without hesitation. She introduced herself in kind, emphasizing her own worth. Seeing her decisive response, the old man remained silent, giving a subtle nod before signaling to the men beside him. Xiaoqiao was thus forced into the vehicle. With the old man aboard, the vehicle resumed its journey toward the dilapidated temple. In less than a minute, the dilapidated temple reappeared before Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao stepped out of the vehicle, her expression unflinching as she surveyed her surroundings. Several cars were already parked outside, and numerous figures stood nearby, all of whom were also present inside the dilapidated temple. The old man who had gotten out of the car didn't speak, simply walking straight into the dilapidated temple. Xiaoqiao was forced to follow behind him. Inside the dilapidated temple, Lin Dong stood covered in dust, his clothes stained with bright red blood. Yang Changsheng and his group lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Why are you back? Lin Dong looked up at the figure approaching him, his expression puzzled. Because she couldn't bear to watch you die. Before Xiaoqiao could speak, the old man standing before her interjected. Hearing this, Lin Dong was now the one who looked puzzled. His gaze shifted between Xiaoqiao and the old man, finally settling on the latter. Old man, explain yourself. Are you trying to scare people, or what kind of trick is this? Chapter 77, Lucky Star. Lin Dong walked over to Xiaoqiao, pulled her close, and clasped her hand tightly, refusing to let go. Xiaoqiao hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so direct. She immediately looked down at the hand he was holding, her face flushing slightly. Run! But Xiaoqiao still managed to whisper a warning to Lin Dong. Hearing the soft words in his ear, Lin Dong's gaze shifted back to the figure ahead. Let me tell you, this girl's something special. The moment she heard you were in danger, she came running straight to me. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire spoke obsequiously, pausing the walnut he'd been rolling in his hands. Don't be scared, kid. I was just pulling your leg. My name's Tang Haokuan, and you can call me Old Man Tang. Tang Haokuan introduced himself, simultaneously shooting Lin Dong a meaningful glance. Uncle Tang, that kind of joke isn't funny. Seeing that Lin Dong hadn't moved and the surrounding crowd hadn't acted, coupled with Tang Haokuen's current attitude and expression, Xia Qiao instantly understood.
Well, that's just how I am.
But Lin, you really didn't misjudge her. This girl's something special, unflappable, in danger, and smart enough to use her own value to distract others. Every word she spoke was to get you out of this mess. No wonder you rushed over the moment you heard she was in trouble. Time was tight, so Tang Haokuen hadn't yet had the chance to have the madman investigate more detailed information about Xia Qiao. Passing that tree, Tang Haokuen sensed something amiss. When he got out of the car, a familiar face caught his eye. Having just seen her photo, he instantly recognized her as Xia Qiao.
That moment was also his first time seeing Xia Qiao in person.
A mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to utter those words. He'd assumed such a beautiful girl would be gentle-natured, but to his surprise, she was not only clever but also knew how to deflect blame. Xia Qiao naturally caught the implication in his words. With so many people around, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Lin Dong hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Glancing sideways at the person beside him, he saw her slightly flushed cheeks and instinctively tightened his grip on her hand.
My taste has always been impeccable.
This statement seemed to confirm Tang Haokuen's conjecture, while also indirectly acknowledging Lin Dong's feelings. Yet after those words, neither of the two involved spoke again. The temperature around them, however, continued to rise, leaving no room for a third person to intrude.
Mr. Tang, we've verified it.
The numbers match the police's wanted list. All the fugitives from 7-Star Pavilion are here, and all are dead. Just then, someone approached and relayed the situation around them.
Then find some deep mountain wilderness and feed their corpses to the wild beasts.
Tang Haokuen had never shown the 7-Star Pavilion crew any kindness, his tone as icy as ever.
Collecting their bodies was absolutely out of the question.
Not reducing them to ashes was already an act of mercy from Tang Haokuen.
Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Tang Haokuen waved his hands repeatedly. Go pack up their bodies. Find someone clean to deliver them to the police.
At these words, Lin Dong couldn't help but look up at him, only to see a sly, fox-like grin spread across Tang Haokuen's face. Why? The man hadn't processed it yet and blurted out the question instinctively, only to get a sharp slap from Tang Haokuen.
You idiot! There's a warrant out for them. That's money. After 7-Star Pavilion screwed us over so many times, trading their bodies for cash this time isn't too much, is it?
As he spoke, Tang Haokuen's grin grew broader, and he turned his gaze toward Lin Dong.
He knew this kid Lin was no ordinary guy.
Not only did he take down the 7-Star Pavilion in one fell swoop, but he also cleaned up young Cheng and his crew. And to top it off, he made sure Tang Haokuen got his cut.
A lucky star. A lucky star indeed.
Tang Haokuen couldn't help but voice his thoughts aloud, his gaze toward Lin Dong growing increasingly fervent. He was increasingly convinced that handing the mad sect over to him was the right choice. Xia Qiao caught Tang Haokuen's intense gaze. Seeing this, she clasped Lin Dong's hand and whispered, "Is he okay in the head? He is getting on in years. It's only natural for older people to have their quirks."
Lin Dong didn't lower his voice. Not only did Xia Qiao hear it, but Tang Haokuen and everyone nearby caught every word. At those words, the smile vanished instantly from Tang Haokuen's face. His expression turned composed, though his eyes held a lingering trace of bewilderment. Ha ha ha. At that moment, someone present couldn't hold back their laughter, and instantly, everyone in the dilapidated temple joined in. Oomph. How disrespectful. Tang Haokuen snorted coldly, then turned and strode toward the exit, though his retreating figure looked undeniably like a hasty escape. He's just like that old rascal. Xia Qiao murmured under her breath, and Lin Dong, standing beside her, overheard perfectly. I'll have them take you home first. After hearing her reply, Lin Dong took Xia Qiao's hand and led her toward the exit. There stood Tang Haokuen beside a car, holding something in his hand. His expression had shifted from earlier, now it was serious. Young Master Lin, what are your instructions? Spotting Lin Dong emerge, the man standing outside the dilapidated temple immediately stepped forward. Take Miss Xia home. Wait, I'll take her. I have something here that should interest you. Just as the man was about to speak, Tang Haokuen walked over from the side and casually handed the object in his hand to Lin Dong. Someone wanted to find some thugs to abuse this girl. By chance, they stumbled upon Yang Changsheng and his crew. Since the guy was throwing money around, Yang Changsheng took the risk of forcing her car to stop and kidnapped her to this dilapidated temple. Just as Lin Dong had mentioned earlier, Yang Changsheng and his crew had been hiding out in this dilapidated temple all along, which was why they'd managed to stay concealed for so many days. Given my standing here, it's more appropriate for me to deliver this girl. It'll also send a warning to those in Yanjing. This girl is under my protection, Tang Haokuen's protection, and the protection of the madman. It'll deter those who don't know their place. At this point, the mad sect was on the verge of taking over the entire underground world. What harm could it do for Tang Haokuen to make a high-profile move early? Not to mention, that kid Lin still had feelings for this girl. She already called him uncle, so as her uncle, he had to do something. Is this person named Yi Yuxuan? Xia Qiao blurted out the moment Tang Haokuen finished speaking. Chapter 78, prepared especially for him. Hearing the name, Tang Haokuan looked at Xie Qiao with surprise. Kid, how do you know that name? Truthfully, the person they'd initially traced wasn't named Yi Yuxuan.
But by following that lead further up the chain, they uncovered this man named Yi Yuxuan.
Because I have a grudge.
Xie Qiao said, her lips pressed together, her voice tinged with gritted teeth.
It's okay. I'm here.
Lin Dong gestured for her to relax, releasing her hand as he took back the item he just handed her. Her hand was abruptly released, leaving Xie Qiao feeling a pang of loss, though she said nothing. Then I'll take this girl back first. She's yours now, do with her as you see fit. Lin Dong nodded. Immediately after, Tang Haokuan led Xie Qiao away. However, as they departed, someone stepped out of his car and walked straight toward Lin Dong.
Young Master Lin.
It was none other than Wang Yongsheng, whom he hadn't seen in several days. Compared to before, he was clearly much more composed, his demeanor elevated by several levels. Most notably, Lin Dong observed the most significant change, he no longer wore his emotions on his sleeve.
Looks like you've grown considerably.
Looking at the rather transformed Wang Yongsheng, Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded to himself.
Ah, it's all thanks to Master Tang.
He's been putting me through extra training every day, making me tag along to deal with those insignificant little factions.
He even says it's a special training program just for me.
Lin Dong's exaggerated remark instantly brought Wang Yongsheng back to his old self, prompting him to complain aloud, though his tone carried a hint of gratitude. Clearly, this period had not only matured him considerably but also proved immensely beneficial.
Lin Dong didn't respond.
Instead, he lowered his head to examine the item Tang Haokuan had just handed him.
It clearly outlined Yi Yuxuan's plan. Upon its successful execution, Yang Changsheng and his group were instructed to take the video and photos to a villa on the outskirts of Beijing to await Lin Dong.
As for Xie Qiao, they were to handle her as they saw fit.
After reviewing the contents, a plan crystallized in Lin Dong's mind, a plan specifically devised for Yi Yuxuan. The only question was whether Yi Yuxuan could withstand it. Time to test the results of your recent training.
Lin Dong turned to Wang Yongsheng beside him and motioned for him to lean closer.
Wait, young Master Lin, why involve them? That's way too dirty. Wang Yongsheng shuddered at the suggestion. Fight fire with fire. Only then did Wang Yongsheng grasp Lin Dong's intent. He nodded repeatedly before turning to carry out the order. At that moment, inside the hospital, Yi Yuxuan's injuries had mostly healed, but he didn't want to see Shen Yiran.
So he stayed put in the hospital, continuing to pretend his injuries hadn't fully recovered. Plus, his VIP hospital room allowed him to enjoy a few days of quiet, leisurely life. Just then, the phone beside him rang. Yi Yuxuan picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number, the location displayed as Yanjing. He hesitated to answer, but then remembered their previous plan and quickly pressed to accept the call. The video and photos are ready. We're currently at the villa. When can you get here? A low, unfamiliar voice came from the other end. Yi Yuxuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he cautiously asked who was calling. 1 million. The 3 words instantly dissolved Yi Yuxuan's wariness. I'm on my way. As the call ended abruptly, Yi Yuxuan sprang up, grabbed his car keys, and rushed outside. Earlier, he had instructed his assistant to find someone from the Yanjing underworld to harm Xie Qiao, even providing them with his contact information. After finding the right person, the assistant had taken the promised payment and left, subsequently resigning from Yi Group. Thus, Yi Yuxuan was now alone in Yanjing. He had expected to wait several more days for his plan to succeed, but never imagined the other party would move so swiftly. That million was money well spent. Yi Yuxuan thought to himself with satisfaction as he sped toward the suburban villa where he had arranged to meet the other party. An hour later, Yi Yuxuan arrived at the villa as scheduled. Stepping out of his car, he immediately ran towards the villa entrance. As soon as he pushed open the door, Yi Yuxuan caught a faint, elusive fragrance. It wasn't overpowering, instead, it felt pleasantly soothing and comforting. He inhaled deeply a few more times, then casually closed the door behind him and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the scent became, and he still saw no one. Just as Yi Yuxuan thought he'd been tricked, several burly men emerged from the hallway off the living room, striding straight toward him. You? Yi Yuxuan felt a strange heaviness in his head, accompanied by an unfamiliar sensation coursing through his body. His gaze toward the men before him grew almost mesmerized. The men closed in around him, surrounding him as they stared intently back. Under the weight of so many gazes, Yi Yuxuan felt a wave of heat wash over his entire body. At that very moment, the men began to move. At that moment, Wang Yongsheng stood outside the villa entrance. Hearing the heart-wrenching screams echoing from within, he couldn't help but shudder all over. He hurriedly left the place. He now felt his ears were unclean. Why provoke anyone but young Master Lin? And to come up with such a scheme against a girl? He's really screwed this time, his ass is definitely toast. Wang Yongsheng shook his head, thinking this Yi Yuxuan was utterly clueless about his own limitations. What's more, young Master Lin had specifically instructed him to find some burly thugs to give this Yi Yuxuan a lesson he'd never forget. Wang Yongsheng didn't wander far. Instead, he returned to the car parked near the villa and sat inside, observing the villa's situation so he could notify young Master Lin immediately. He'd expected the battle to last a few hours, but to his surprise, the war inside the villa dragged on for 2 full days and nights. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that the villa doors finally opened from within. Emerging were those burly, bear-like men. Seeing them emerge, Wang Yongsheng hurriedly got out of the car and approached them. "Here's your payment, but I won't cover the extra time. We had an agreement from the start." They were supposed to work for 1 day, yet these men had overrun the time. Because of them, he had been forced to stay nearby, unable to leave. "We don't want the money. This is the first time we've had this much fun together. Next time there's another opportunity like this, come find us again. We'd pay to do it." The burly men were hooked, practically itching to return to the villa for another round. "Alright, if something this good comes up again, I'll definitely call you guys." Wang Yongsheng shook his head repeatedly, staring at the marks on the burly men's bodies. Chapter 79, Satisfied? After watching them leave, Wang Yongsheng finally called young Master Lin. Upon receiving the call, Lin Dong left his home and headed toward the location. Soon, another car pulled up nearby. Young Master Lin. As Lin Dong stepped out of the car, Wang Yongsheng had already approached him. "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Wang Yongsheng immediately led the way into the villa. As soon as he pushed open the door, the smell inside the villa hit them both. Wang Yongsheng couldn't help but cover his nose with his hand and fan the air. Once the stench became less overpowering, he continued deeper inside, while Lin Dong followed behind him, his expression unchanged. Upon reaching the living room, Wang Yongsheng was stunned by the scene before him. The once relatively clean and tidy living room was now in utter disarray. The coffee table was littered with numerous instant noodle containers and various pieces of trash he couldn't identify. Men's clothing was strewn across the sofa. From the style and color alone, Wang Yongsheng could easily identify the owner Yi Yuxuan, of course. After all, he had personally seen him wearing that very outfit walk into the villa that day, and since then, he had never emerged again. Lin Dong took in the scene of the living room as well. Seeing the extreme disarray, he could already guess what had happened. But where was Yi Yuxuan, one of the main protagonists? Pondering this, Lin Dong voiced his question aloud. Could he be in the bedroom? Wang Yongsheng chimed in, then headed toward the bedroom. Before he could take more than a few steps, however, they spotted someone lying by the staircase on one side of the living room. The man was bare-chested, his lower half covered by a thin blanket that barely concealed his crotch. Before Wang Yongsheng could speak, Lin Dong had already walked over. Yi Yuxuan's exposed body bore numerous suggestive marks, while the legs uncovered by the thin blanket were streaked with purple bruises. Judging by the state he was in, Yi Yuxuan must have endured brutal treatment over the past day and night. Wang Yongsheng shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with sympathy. Perhaps due to extreme discomfort, the figure stirred slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. The sight of 2 strangers startled Yi Yuxuan. His mind, still hazy, suddenly snapped into sharp focus. Yi Yuxuan sat bolt upright, immediately sensing something was terribly wrong with his body. Every muscle ached intensely, and a dull throbbing persisted in a certain spot behind him. Realizing something was amiss, Yi Yuxuan quickly looked down. His naked body was covered in marks of various colors, leaving him confused and bewildered. Then, a series of utterly absurd images flooded his mind. Combined with his current physical discomfort, he had to admit those images were real. Damn it! Yi Yuxuan cursed under his breath, determined to track down those people and grind their bones to dust. He lifted his head to look at the 2 figures before him. Their appearances bore no resemblance whatsoever to the people in the images. Just as Yi Yuxuan was about to speak, something suddenly struck him. His gaze locked onto one of them. Lin Dong. It's you! Did you orchestrate all this? His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Lin Dong, consumed by the urge to kill him with his own hands. But Yi Yuxuan lacked even the strength to stand, leaning against the staircase behind him as he sat there, barely holding himself up. Are you satisfied now? A smirk curled the corners of Lin Dong's mouth, a look of pure mockery spreading across his face. You don't look satisfied. Did I send too few men? I never imagined the young master of Beijing's Yi family had such stamina battling 8 men single-handedly for 2 full days and nights. Truly worthy of the famed Yi family's eldest son, Yi Yuxuan. Before the seated man could respond, Lin Dong continued speaking to himself. Lin Dong, we have no grudge between us. What gives you the right to treat me like this? I'm a Beijing insider, after all. Don't you fear the Yi family's retaliation? Yi Yuxuan wanted to curse him out, even kill him, but upon reflection, he considered his current physical state, not to mention the man standing beside him. He could only swallow his pride for now, resisting the urge to let his tongue run wild. But once he left this place, he would repay every single one of these insults 10-fold, 100-fold. With that thought, Yi Yuxuan's agitated heart finally calmed. No grudge? Young Master Lin has a poor memory. We just took on that resentful son not long ago. I thought the hotel's lesson to you was sufficient. I never imagined you'd dare lay a hand on someone close to me. Do you truly believe the Yi family can cover the sky with one hand?
Or do you think I, Lin Dong, am a lamb to be slaughtered at will? As the words fell, Lin Dong's aura erupted, his gaze sweeping down upon the seated figure. Though the man before him still wore a faint smile, his expression unchanged, Yi Yuxuan felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he'd fallen into a frozen cave. Yi Yuxuan lifted his head only to meet a pair of eyes brimming with mockery and contempt. His resolve to hold his tongue crumbled as anger surged once more. What are you, some notorious good-for-nothing freeloader? Do you really think you could touch the Yi family, or me, Yi Yuxuan? This matter isn't over between us. I advise you to run far away while you still can. Otherwise, death awaits you. Yi Yuxuan couldn't stand Lin Dong's audacity, daring to confront him with such brazen arrogance. What gave him the right to speak to him like that? Was it because he was a good-for-nothing? Or because he was so ungrateful? Is that so? I'm merely returning the favor in kind. Why are you so flustered? The moment those words left his mouth, Yi Yuxuan snapped back. So you're taking this out on Xiaoqiao? Ha 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 ha. Since when did the Xie family's eldest daughter sink so low that she needs a good-for-nothing like you to vent on? Let me tell you this, if you hadn't smashed my skull that day and sent me to the hospital, I'd never have treated Xiaoqiao like this. I would have taken matters into my own hands, tasted her myself. After all, Xiaoqiao is considered one of the top beauties in the capital. Yi Yuxuan had long harbored wicked intentions towards Xiaoqiao. Unfortunately, circumstances in the capital had always been unfavorable. He'd been too afraid of the Xianbai families to ever make a move against her. After arriving in Yanjing, he'd made up his mind, once he'd had his fill of the Shen sisters, he'd move on to Xiaoqiao. But now, absolutely everything had been ruined by this Lin Dong. Why are you so eager to avenge Xiaoqiao? Have you fallen for her? Or did you come here to prove to me that she's already been thoroughly defiled? Or is she now desperately trying to end her life? Chapter 80, Severing Ties. A worthless piece of trash like you could never be worthy of Xiaoqiao. But now? You're more than worthy a useless freeloader paired with a washed-up whore. Your little match will become the laughingstock of all Yanjing, no, the entire capital. Yi Yuxuan grew increasingly excited as he spoke, his physical discomfort fading entirely. Shut up. With that, Lin Dong strode toward him. Watching the figure closing in, Yi Yuxuan trembled uncontrollably, wanting to retreat. But with the staircase behind him, there was nowhere to go. At that moment, Lin Dong stood resolutely before him, lifting his right foot and stomping down directly onto a certain part of Yi Yuxuan's body. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire villa. Wang Yongsheng, who had witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines, instinctively clamped his legs together and silently took a few steps back, creating some distance between himself and the man before him. How terrifying! How brutal! Wang Yongsheng thought to himself, vowing to pledge his life to young Master Lin from now on. Otherwise, that single kick could truly mean the end of one's lineage. Lin Dong lifted his foot, revealing that the area covered by the thin blanket was now faintly stained with blood. Meanwhile, the spot where Yi Yuxuan had been sitting was already pooling with blood. Yi Yuxuan was too pained to speak, her body slowly collapsing before curling up on the floor. Forgot to tell you some good news, Xiaoqiao is safe and sound. As for the people you were looking for, they've already been reincarnated. Lin Dong looked down at him, his tone flat. Right now, I'm more curious about something else. As he spoke, Lin Dong crouched down, his gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. If the heir to the Lin family, one of the four great families of the capital, becomes a cripple, will the position of next heir still remain in his hands? As Lin Dong's words fell, Yi Yuxuan struggled to suppress his pain and open his mouth to protest, but the words simply wouldn't come out. How could the Lin family possibly entrust its next heir to a cripple? Yi Yuxuan desperately glanced down at his crotch, feeling an empty void there, as if two burdens had vanished. Between a crippled heir and the family's legacy, which would the Yi family choose? Lin Dong's voice rang out once more, delivering another crushing blow to Yi Yuxuan. Unable to withstand the shock, he collapsed unconscious. Tisk, passed out already? How boring. Lin Dong had assumed Yi Yuxuan, as the eldest son of the Yi family, would possess considerable mental resilience. Yet, after merely 2 sentences, the man had collapsed. Seeing him unconscious, Lin Dong lost interest and simply stood up again. Call an ambulance for him. With that, Lin Dong left the villa. It wasn't out of kindness, but because he knew Yi Yuxuan was alone in Yanjing. Combined with that kick he'd just delivered, if no one called emergency services promptly, Yi Yuxuan might bleed out and die. For Yi Yuxuan, death would be a release. The 2 sentences Lin Dong had just uttered weren't merely meant to provoke him, he wanted Yi Yuxuan to experience it firsthand. Wang Yongsheng responded, dialing the ambulance number as he watched young Master Lin depart. He didn't linger in the villa either. After making the call, he stepped outside and headed to the car park nearby. Before leaving, however, Wang Yongsheng couldn't resist glancing back at Yi Yuxuan, silently lighting a candle for him in his heart. That single kick had surely severed his lineage. If Yi Yuxuan survived, it would be pure luck. Soon, the ambulance arrived at the villa. Wang Yongsheng watched as Yi Yuxuan was carried away on a stretcher by the medical staff. After the ambulance departed, he drove straight out. When Yi Yuxuan finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed.
His hand instinctively reached down to check. His hand closed around two limp, useless appendages.
Panic seized him. I'm sorry.
Although you arrived at the hospital in time, the injury there is severe and beyond our ability to treat.
Given your current physical condition, we strongly recommend you undergo surgery to remove it as soon as possible. As he regained consciousness, several doctors and nurses quickly flooded into the hospital room.
Before Yi Yuxuan could ask about his condition, he heard those words. At that moment, only 3 words echoed in his mind: removed.
Doctor, I'm still so young. I don't even have children yet. If you remove it now, what will become of me?
If he had a son to rely on, he might still cling to the position of heir to the Yi family. But now, without any descendants, removal meant not only losing the inheritance but also his own bloodline. I'm sorry, but in your case, removal is the only option. Our hospital is among the top in Yanjing, and our medical standards are excellent. You must trust our judgment.
Seeing his reluctance, the doctor understood his unspoken dilemma.
Yet at this point, removal was the only option.
Hearing this, the light in Yi Yuxuan's eyes dimmed completely.
Yet, as if struck by a thought, he abruptly sat up. The sudden movement aggravated his injury below, causing him to grimace in pain.
If I go to the capital, might there be other options? Could they be saved? Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yi Yuxuan blurted out.
It might be possible, but it's not certain. I still hope you'll. Before the doctor could finish, Yi Yuxuan snatched his phone and dialed a number in the capital, simultaneously ushering all doctors and nurses out of the room. Soon, a private jet landed on the hospital's rooftop helipad, and Yi Yuxuan was whisked away to the capital. Lin Dong was fully aware of Yi Yuxuan's actions. As a divine healer, Lin Dong knew precisely how much force he had applied. To completely cure them, only he himself possessed the ability no one else could. A cure was impossible. Moreover, to prevent secondary infection, the doctor's first recommendation and solution was to remove them regardless of the hospital or physician, even in the capital. Meanwhile, Yi Yuxuan's return to the capital was also known to both the Bai and Xie families. Bai Haisheng had received word long ago. Hearing that his niece had nearly been violated, he was in the capital and hadn't yet found someone to take action when Yi Yuxuan, the very culprit, voluntarily walked into the trap by returning to the capital. The Xie family likewise learned of Yi Yuxuan's assault on Xie Qiao and were equally furious. Coupled with the previous project that had dealt the Yi family a heavy blow, the Xie family decided to seize this opportunity to further torment the Yi family. Thus, the Xie family proactively paid a visit to the Bai family. After the two families conferred, they jointly launched an offensive against the Yi family. Chapter 81, Signing the Consent Form. The Yi family remained completely unaware of the Bai and Xie family's maneuvers. At that moment, the Yi household was plunged into utter chaos. Gazing at her son lying in the hospital bed, Ye's mother's eyes were already red. She hurriedly rushed toward the bed. My son, what happened to you? How did you get hurt so badly? What on earth happened? Following closely behind, Ye's father froze in shock, furrowing his brow as he demanded. Dad, Yi Yuxuan didn't know how to respond. Just then, the doctors, who had been waiting, rushed over and pulled back the covers in front of Ye's parents. Seeing the flat area beneath his pants and the pool of blood above it, Yi Yuxian's parents were utterly dumbfounded. Before they could speak, the doctors hurriedly wheeled the bed outside, until the entire group re-entered the operating room. The image of what they'd just witnessed filled Ye's mother's mind, leaving her tongue-tied. Standing nearby, Ye's father remained silent, his expression anxious and restless. Just then, several people approached from the opposite end of the hospital corridor. What happened to Yuxuan? A deep voice rang out. Ye's parents turned to see their father, Old Master Yi, appearing before them. We don't know. Ye's father shook his head. The operating room door opened and a doctor emerged, closely followed by a nurse holding something in her hands. The patient's condition is critical. We recommend removing all of them to prevent secondary infection. At these words, Ye's mother panicked and Ye's father's face turned grim. Still, he hurriedly asked what exactly needed to be removed. Upon hearing the doctor's answer, Ye's mother burst into tears. My son, what will become of you if they cut these out? Doctor, is there any other way? Can we try to save them first? Yi Yuxuan wasn't Ye's father's only son, but he was the most promising one. Moreover, he and Ye's mother had only this one son. They couldn't bear the thought of their child having no descendants. I'm sorry, but based on current medical technology, it's impossible to save them. The patient is still hemorrhaging heavily. You need to make a decision quickly. The doctor shook his head, unable to resist urging them further. Neither Yi father nor Yi mother spoke. They couldn't accept this reality and clung to a sliver of hope. But Old Master Yi, standing nearby, had heard the doctor clearly. Learning his grandson's life was in grave danger, he wasted no time. He immediately instructed the doctor to proceed with surgery and signed his name on the consent form. Taking the signed consent form, the two doctors re-entered the operating room one after the other. The light above the operating room door illuminated once more. Dad, how could you sign that? Yuxian doesn't even have children yet.
If they remove it, he'll never have any descendants.
Ye's mother tried to plead one last time, but who could have imagined her father-in-law would move so swiftly, signing the consent form without hesitation?
Didn't you hear the doctors say Yu Xian's condition is critical? We can't risk his life just for the sake of offspring, especially when he hasn't even seen a glimpse of them yet. Mr. Yi didn't want to sign, but given the circumstances, consent was the only option left. Son, come with me. I need to speak with you.
Just as Mrs. Yi was about to say something, old Master Yi turned away from her and looked at the person standing nearby.
With that, he turned and walked away.
Mr. Yi Sr. dared not linger and hurried after him.
Dad, what did you want to talk to me about?
Once they reached the other side of the corridor, Yi father couldn't help but ask.
Bring all your illegitimate children from outside to the house tomorrow. Leave out the ones too young, only those over 20.
The things Yi father had done outside the marriage might have been hidden from Yi mother, but old Master Yi knew every detail.
Father, what do you mean by that? Yes, father's gaze drifted slightly, feigning deafness and ignorance. Yi Yuxuan is finished. How could a useless man become the next heir of the Yi family? Even if he possesses outstanding abilities and exceptional business acumen, our family cannot accept such an heir. If word got out, where would our family's reputation stand? Mr. Ye's expression was stern.
He might have signed the papers, but that didn't mean he was willing to hand the Yi family over to Yi Yuxuan.
But isn't Yuxuan your most cherished grandson?
If he learns of this, he likely won't accept it.
Though Yi Yu's father understood his father's reasoning, this was all too cruel for Yi Yuxuan. No matter what, he was still his son. If your wife hadn't damaged her health giving birth to Yi Yuxuan, how could our family have only one child in this generation? Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't know about all the outrageous things you've done outside?
I've merely turned a blind eye, cleaned up your messes, and even covered for you. Old Master Yi shot Yi's father a withering glance.
Frankly speaking, Yi Yuxuan's playboy nature was nothing but a direct inheritance from his own father.
As for the illegitimate children Yi father had fathered outside the family, the old master treated them merely as scattered bloodlines of the Yi clan. He appeared indifferent on the surface, but secretly extended his support.
By this generation, only Yi Yuxuan had been entered into the Yi family genealogy.
Fortunately, the boy proved worthy and earned his deep affection, so the elder Yi had no intention of forcing Yi's father to bring those illegitimate children into the family.
Who could have foreseen such an incident occurring?
Left with no choice, he must now seek a suitable heir among those illegitimate children. Even if it meant starting from scratch, it would be far more dignified than relying on the useless Yi Yuxuan.
I knew it.
That's why the kids I'm raising outside the family are all so easy to handle. Turns out you've been pulling strings behind the scenes, Dad.
I'll handle this matter you mentioned immediately.
Yi Yuxian's father scratched his head awkwardly. This matter heaven knows, earth knows, I know.
Not a third soul must learn of it, especially Yi Yuxuan. Conduct everything in secret. Do not bring it into the open. Ensure the safety of those children of suitable age.
Yi father might not fully understand his son Yi Yuxuan, but old Master Yi knew this grandson inside out. The boy was clever and ruthless, not to mention he knew about Yi father's illegitimate child outside the family. If he discovered the Yi family intended to choose another heir, Yi Yuxuan would undoubtedly strike against them directly. Then, the Yi family would truly have no one to carry on the legacy.
Chapter 82, Joining Forces Against. Father Yi did not question his father's words.
Instead, he nodded solemnly and promptly left the room. After watching his son depart, old Master Yi turned back toward the operating room. However, by the time he arrived, the surgery had just concluded. The patient, lying on a hospital bed, was wheeled out by doctors and nurses and taken to the hospital room the Yi family had arranged long ago.
Yi's mother and the elder Yi followed them inside.
Once the anesthesia wears off, the patient may experience significant discomfort. As family members, please do your best to calm him and prevent the sutured wound from reopening. Before leaving the room, the doctor repeatedly emphasized these instructions to the two people who had just entered. Mrs. Yi, consumed by grief over her son's ordeal, wept silently, oblivious to the doctor's words. It was the elderly Mr. Yi beside her who nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied with the response, the doctor finally left with peace of mind. Half an hour later, the figure lying on the hospital bed slowly regained consciousness. His gaze drifted blankly toward the ceiling. Only the pungent smell of disinfectant wafting toward his nose brought Yi Yuxuan back to his senses, making him fully aware of where he was.
Yi Yuxuan's hand instinctively reached between his legs.
Aside from the limp one, the other two burdens were gone.
Gone. 2 silent tears rolled down Yi Yuxuan's cheeks. He was still so young, why did fate have to treat him this way? Son, it's okay. Mom's here. Don't cry. Yi Yuxuan's actions were witnessed by the 2 people in the hospital room.
His mother hurried over to comfort him, while the elderly Mr. Yi sighed and shook his head. Drawn back to his senses by his mother's voice, Yi Yuxuan turned his head to look at her.
Mom, isn't this Beijing? Why do they have to be removed? Why can't they be saved?
His voice grew hoarse with each word, tinged with despair.
Son, your injuries were too severe. There was absolutely no way to save them. Removal was the only option.
We had no choice but to follow the doctor's advice and remove them. Yi Yuxian's mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Like her son, she too refused to accept this reality. But what else could they do? The surgery was done. The removal was complete. But what a torment for her son. Mom, avenge me. I want Lin Dong to taste my pain. I want him to be unable to have children. Yi Yuxuan's face contorted with rage as he struggled to sit up. His hands clamped down on his mother's shoulders, his bloodshot eyes blazing with hatred, consumed by the desire to grind Lin Dong into dust right then and there. Lin Dong? Who is Lin Dong? Could he possibly be responsible for your injuries? Hearing Yi Yuxuan's words, old Master Yi immediately approached and asked. Grandfather, it was all that Lin Dong. He's the one who did this to me. Seeing his grandfather, Yi Yuxuan could no longer hold back, pouring out all his grievances. He carefully omitted mentioning that he had hired people to kidnap Xiechouer. He certainly didn't mention sleeping with Lin Dong's wife, Shen Yiran, and cuckolding him. Nor did he mention that he had once hired thugs to deal with Lin Dong, though those thugs ended up getting beaten up themselves. Rest assured, grandfather will avenge you. A worthless nobody from Yanjing dares to lay a hand on our Yi family? That old fool must be tired of living. Enraged by his grandson's fate, old Master Yi stormed out, determined to send men to Yanjing to teach that Lin Dong a lesson. Before he could step out of the hospital room, someone burst in from outside, none other than the Yi family's butler. Mr. Yi, it's terrible. The Bai family has snatched our Yi family's project. Not only that, but numerous loopholes have been exposed in the project contracts we signed earlier. Now, those partners are exploiting those loopholes to abscond with the money. What's more, the Xie family and the Bai family seem to have formed a united front against our Yi family's businesses. They've deliberately lowered their prices to lure customers into shopping at their stores instead. The butler stood there, panting as he spoke. Impossible. Our Yi family has never had any grudges with the Bai family. How dare they target us? Is it just because the Xie family is their in-laws? Having weathered countless storms in the business world over the years, the elderly Mr. Yi showed no sign of panic. Instead, he analyzed the situation with remarkable composure. Moreover, since Yi Yuxuan had found an excuse to go to Yanjing, the Yi group had returned to his control, with him personally overseeing operations at the company. Additionally, Yi Yuxuan had drained his personal savings to cover the company's previous losses. Consequently, the elder Yi remained unaware that the Bai family had previously stolen one of the company's projects, believing the two families still maintained a peaceful coexistence. All he knew was that the company had recently been swindled by the Xie family. They had deliberately sabotaged a project, causing the Yi family to suffer massive losses while the Xie family had made a fortune. Upon hearing the butler's words, Yi Yuxuan's expression shifted uneasily. His gaze drifted restlessly, and he too avoided meeting his grandfather's eyes. Grandfather might not know the reason, but he knew it must be because of Xiechouer that the Bai and Xie families had joined forces. I don't know. For now, it seems our Yi family is being targeted by both the Bai and Xie families simultaneously. The steward shook his head, speaking truthfully. Yi Laoxian failed to notice Yi Yuxuan's peculiarity. Having received no concrete answer, he simply followed the steward out of the room. In an instant, the hospital room was left with only Yi Yuxuan and his mother. When Ye's mother turned back, she saw her son's unusual expression. Without giving it much thought, assuming he was still reeling from the pain of the surgery, she hurriedly offered comforting words. Yi Yuxuan shook his head and lay back down on the hospital bed, his mind consumed by the butler's report. If it truly was because of his kidnapping of Xiechouer, would grandfather still protect him once he found out? Would he risk antagonizing the Bai and Xie families for a useless son like him? Or could it be? Yi Yuxuan forced himself to stop thinking about it, yet the question kept resurfacing in his mind. And Lin Dong's voice echoed in his mind the words he'd heard before losing consciousness. Between a useless heir and the family's assets, which would the Yi family choose? Which would they choose? Yi Yuxuan dared not arrogantly claim they would choose him, for he knew in his grandfather's heart, he could never compare to the Yi family's century-old legacy. So, was he destined to be the one sacrificed? Yi Yuxuan stared blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, the elderly Mr. Yi, having left the hospital room, headed straight for the Yi group headquarters. By the time he and his butler arrived, the company was already in utter chaos. Project after project was encountering problems, compounded by declining foot traffic at the group's retail outlets. Employees were spinning like tops. Chapter 83, External Assistance from the Bai and Xie Families. Upon seeing the elderly Mr. Yi arrive, the employees offered a perfunctory greeting before returning to their tasks. Mr. Yi didn't reprimand them. He hurried toward the office and pushed open the door, immediately seeing a stack of contracts piled high on the desk. Mr. Yi, the company's cash flow has hit a major snag. Without immediate capital injection, the funds could dry up completely. Then the company would. Before he could examine the contracts, the head of the finance department entered, looking flustered. In all his years at Yi Group, he had never witnessed such a critical cash flow crisis. Even during President Yi Yuxuan's tenure, the cash flow had only been strained, nothing nearly as severe as this. How could this be? Yi Group has been around for so many years. We've accumulated considerable financial resources over the years.
How could this situation arise? The finance director's words sent old Master Yi into a complete panic. Even if targeted by the Bai and Xie families, the Yi family couldn't possibly collapse so swiftly. They should at least be able to hold out longer unless the Bai and Xie families had external support. With that thought, old Master Yi hesitated not a moment before asking. The steward shook his head. Sir, I haven't heard of any prominent families in the capital aiding the Bai or Xie families. They're all watching our three families fight it out, probably hoping to reap the benefits. However, the finance director beside him didn't speak immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before suddenly seeming to recall something, his expression tightening with tension. I remember now. Besides the Bai and Xie families, there is indeed another force targeting Yi Group. But I sent people to investigate, and that force doesn't match any of the aristocratic families in the capital. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. At these words, old Master Yi instantly realized his earlier words had come true. No wonder the Bai and Xie families dared to move against us. This was planned long ago. Old Master Yi suddenly looked utterly defeated. Whether other Beijing clans sought to reap the benefits of others' conflicts or the Bai and Xie families had external support, the Yi family would bear the brunt of the damage. Could it be that the century-old foundation of the Yi family would be destroyed by his own hands? The old gentleman lost all his vigor, slumping heavily into the sofa. The man who had always orchestrated business affairs with masterful precision now felt utterly lost. Sir, should we approach the Bai family? After all, they hold no moral high ground in this matter. If things escalate, the Bai family would likely back down for the sake of appearances. Then it would be only the Xie family left. Our Yi family would be no match for them. The butler ventured cautiously from the side. Though he served as the Yi family steward, he had once accompanied the elderly Mr. Yi through the business world in his youth and was well aware of many matters. But even without the Bai family, the Xie family plus that mysterious outside support, our Yi family might not be able to handle it. Old Master Yi still felt uneasy. He knew this plan was feasible, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't go smoothly. Regardless, one less enemy is one less to contend with. Besides, the Yi family's foundations are solid. We can certainly stand our ground against the Xie family. The steward maintained a clear perspective, carefully weighing the situation. In his view, the Yi family stood no chance against two aristocratic clans simultaneously, but if it was only one, their odds of victory would be significantly higher. Moreover, beyond the Yi Group Corporation, the Yi family privately held numerous other enterprises. Even if the Yi Group were truly lost, the family's future livelihood would remain secure. But if they seized this opportunity to swallow the Xie family, the Yi family would truly reap enormous gains. They might even leapfrog to become the foremost of the capital's four great families, making it effortless to wield immense influence in the capital. The steward's analysis was compelling, and the finance director couldn't help but agree, joining in to persuade Yi Lao. Yet old Master Yi remained silent, still harboring significant reservations. What you say is indeed correct. But all of this hinges on the Bai family backing down on us, the Yi family swallowing the Xie family. Otherwise, the Yi family's century-old legacy will be utterly destroyed by my hands. This is nothing short of gambling. The odds of success were less than 50-50, and he simply dared not take such a risk. Old Master Yi was advanced in years and no longer possessed the ambition of his youth. His sole wish now was to safeguard the Yi family's legacy. Only then could he face his ancestors with a clear conscience when he passed. The steward understood his concerns and refrained from further persuasion. Instead, he first suggested that young Master Yi visit the Bai family to gauge their intentions. Once that was confirmed, it wouldn't be too late to make a decision. Hearing this, old Master Yi finally stirred. Clearly, he too sought answers from the Bai family. Accompanied by the steward, the elderly Mr. Yi proceeded to the Bai Group headquarters. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, Lin Dong stared at the computer screen before him, its contents plummeting, a sea of red filling the display. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. The Yi family's stocks are all plummeting, and the decline continues. How much longer can the Yi family hold out like this? Lin Dong muttered to himself as he sat there, his fingers tapping the keyboard once more, directing his Beijing operatives to keep the pressure on the Yi family. The third-party forces mentioned earlier by the finance director naturally originated from Lin Dong. Lin Dong was well aware of the moves being made by the Bai and Xie families in the capital, but he saw no point in wasting time. He simply ordered his people to keep pressing forward. Yet the Yi family, far away in the capital, remained completely unaware of all this. At that moment, Mr. Yi and the butler had already arrived at the Bai Group headquarters. As soon as the two entered the company gates, they saw the head of the Xie family and Bai Haisheng, chairman of Bai Group, walking toward them. What wind has blown you here today, Mr. Yi? Bai Haisheng spoke first, his expression calm but his tone betraying a lack of the composure he projected. It must be the wind of the capital chain blowing you here. The patriarch of the Xie family cut straight to the chase, his face wearing an unmistakable sneer of sarcasm. Young Bai, I came here for you today. Mr. Yi didn't even glance at the Xie family members, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man before him. Our Bai family and the Yi family have never had dealings. What brings the esteemed Mr. Yi here today? Mr. Yi cut through Bai Haisheng's polite niceties, laying bare his purpose without preamble. Since you know full well our Yi and Bai families have no dealings, why then have you broken this rule for the Xie family? Could it be because the Xie family is your in-laws? Mr. Yi's tone turned harsh and accusatory, his years of authority radiating through his demeanor. Chapter 84, My Bai family won't let this go. Facing the accusation, Bai Haisheng showed no sign of panic. Instead, he stepped forward. Old Master Yi, you know this rule too. Then why did you allow your grandson to lay a hand on my niece? Could it be you don't understand what Xie Qiao means to us? She isn't merely the Xie family's cherished granddaughter, she's our Bai family's beloved niece, raised with affection since childhood. Bai Haisheng abandoned even the pretense of politeness, his voice rising to a shout. The moment he learned of Xie Qiao's situation in the capital, he'd been itching to fly to Yanjing and kill Yi Yuxuan. But then Yi Yuxuan was brought back from Yanjing by his family. How convenient, he practically walked right into his trap. Thus, Bai Haisheng vented his fury on the entire Yi family. After all, Yi Yuxuan only dared act this way because he had the Yi family backing him. What did you say? My grandson? Old Master Yi froze at the accusation, clearly unaware that such developments had unfolded behind his back. You old fool, stop playing dumb. Yi family laid a hand on my granddaughter. Did you really think the Xie family just sits around doing nothing? Even if we can't match your family's strength, I'll fight for my granddaughter's honor. The Xie family patriarch chimed in from the side. Old Master Yi remained silent, his bewilderment seeming genuine. Before he could ask another question, Bai Haisheng stepped in, unexpectedly playing the good guy for once. See for yourself. Look at all the good deeds your family's Yi Yuxuan has done. Bai Haisheng took a document folder from his assistant and tossed it directly at the butler beside him. It wasn't that he dared not throw it at the Yi family patriarch, but rather he feared losing control of his strength and accidentally killing the man. That would be courting trouble. The butler took the full brunt of the impact, scrambling to catch the folder as it slid down his body. He opened it and handed the contents to the elderly Mr. Yi. Taking them in hand, the old gentleman immediately bent his head to examine them. Yet the more he looked, the darker his expression grew, and the faster his hands moved through the papers until he had reviewed every single one. I address you as Old Master Yi out of respect for elders and the young. It's my upbringing. But that doesn't mean the Bai family fears yours. Did Yi Yuxuan dare lay a hand on Qiao because he thinks your Yi family can cover the sky with one hand in the capital? Or is this all orchestrated by you, old Yi? You come barging into my company to confront me? Let me ask you this, aside from snatching a few projects from you, when has the Bai family ever laid a finger on anyone from your Yi clan? Business deals shift in the blink of an eye. No one can guarantee a partner will stay loyal forever. Do you really think your Yi family can run rampant in the capital, meddling even in our business partners' affairs? Mark my words, the Bai family won't let this rest. Either your Yi family is expelled from the capital or the Bai family vanishes from it. Either way, for what happened to my niece Qiao, I will make your Yi family pay 100-fold. With that, Bai Haisheng snorted coldly at the two men before him. Regarding Qiao's case, my Xie family will also seek justice for her. Your Yi family has no other child besides Yi Yuxuan. You've lived this long without even a granddaughter, so it must be jealousy driving you to scheme behind the scenes, making your grandson Yi Yuxuan have someone defile my granddaughter. With 1 foot already in the grave, you still scheme like this? You truly know no shame. At your age, I'm embarrassed for you. The contemptuous gaze of the Xie family patriarch fell upon Old Master Yi. Already flushed crimson with shame and fury, Old Master Yi turned and stormed out after enduring their relentless accusations and lectures. He had come expecting to confront the Bai family, only to find himself the one who'd walked into this mess. Sir! Watching him leave, the butler hurried after him. After watching the two depart, Bai Haisheng and the Xie family patriarch still felt unsatisfied. They exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Thus, the Xie family patriarch bid farewell to Bai Haisheng. Upon returning home, he instructed the Xie family to continue their actions against the Yi family. Bai Haisheng did likewise. Meanwhile, the departing Old Master Yi and his butler did not head to Yi Group Corporation. Instead, they went straight to the hospital. Bang! The ward door kicked open from the outside. Mr. Yi, his face ashen, strode straight in, followed by the panting butler. Dad, what happened? Mrs. Yi was about to ask who had been so rude when she turned and saw her father's furious expression. She immediately asked, You've certainly given birth to a fine son. Yi Yuxuan's actions had caused Mr. Yi to view even his wife with extreme displeasure. Father, what do you mean by that? Ye's mother was utterly confused. Meanwhile, Yi Yuxuan, lying in bed, felt his heart skip a beat. He'd been leaning against the headboard but scrambled to burrow under the covers too late. Yi Yuxuan, you truly are my fine grandson. You didn't even bother to inform me before making a move on Xie Qiao. With that, the stack of documents he'd been clutching all along came crashing down onto Yi Yuxuan. Didn't I tell you? Don't touch Xie Qiao. Don't touch Xie Qiao. Do you have any brains? Why would you do something without absolute certainty? Old Master Yi wasn't furious that Yi Yuxuan had touched Xie Qiao. He was furious that his grandson had acted behind his back, furious that his grandson was so reckless. Not only had the plan failed, but he'd also left evidence for the other side. Grandfather, you know my plans are always meticulous. Someone must have snitched. Yes, it was my assistant. Yi Yuxuan dared not even glance at the scattered items on his person. He hastily began to make excuses, shifting all blame onto his now resigned assistant. Butler, drag him off that bed and take him to apologize to both the Bai and Xie families. Old Master Yi knew how cherished Xie Qiao was by both families. With this grandson now useless, he had already instructed his son to seek a new heir. Yi Yuxuan now served only one purpose, to vent the anger of the Bai and Xie families. Grandfather, I won't go. You've always loved me most. How can you bear to make me apologize to them? I represent the next heir of the Yi family. Have you no regard for the Yi family's reputation? Yi Yuxuan's wounds between his legs hadn't healed yet. This was precisely the time for recuperation. Moreover, if he were forced to apologize to the Bai and Xie families, how could he ever hold his head high in the capital again? Yi Yuxuan clung to the hospital bed, refusing to budge. Though his mother, standing nearby, hadn't grasped the full situation, her first instinct was to side with her son. Chapter 85, too proud to bear such humiliation. She too spoke up in his defense. Old Master Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the figure in the bed. Unnerved by his gaze, Yi Yuxuan tried to speak, only to see his grandfather stride directly toward him. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on his cheek. Except for the butler, the blow caught both people in the hospital room off guard. Yi Yuxuan stared at him in utter disbelief. Yi Yuxuan, you've always been intelligent and decisive since childhood. I don't care what exactly happened between you and Xie Qiao, but you've caused this immense trouble. You must fix it. I don't care how you do it, even if you have to kneel and kowtow to them, you must secure the Bai family's forgiveness. As for the Xie family, Old Master Yi didn't give them a second thought. Grandfather, you've always loved me the most. You've never once raised a hand against me, and I'm the next heir of the Yi family. Why? Why must I apologize to the Bai and Xie families? Our Yi family has absolutely no need to do this. We could crush them both as easily as squashing ants. Yi Yuxuan was on the verge of hysterics, completely forgetting the projects snatched away by the Bai family when he was CEO of Yi Group, and even more so the projects that drained away the bulk of Yi Group's capital, taken by the Xie family. Where was the Yi family's former confidence now? I've always said you're a clever child. You should understand that no heir apparent from any of the capital's prominent families would ever allow a useless person to be chosen. No family could afford such a loss of face, including ours. After all, this was his beloved grandson of many years. Though the old patriarch didn't state it outright, every person present understood the implication perfectly. Mr. Yi was clearly declaring that the Yi family was abandoning Yi Yuxuan as heir and abandoning him as a person. Grandfather, what do you mean by this? You have only me as a grandson in this generation of the Yi family. If the Yi family isn't entrusted to me, then to whom else could it possibly go? Could it be that you wish for the Yi family to have no successor? The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Yuxuan suddenly seemed to grasp something. Before he could speak again, the butler caught the old master's glance and began to act. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Yi Yuxuan was yanked halfway off the hospital bed. What are you doing? Let go. Let go of my son. Ye's mother, witnessing the scene, rushed forward to intervene, even scratching at the butler. With his hands covered in scratches, the butler reluctantly released Yi Yuxuan. I'm giving you 1 day. I'll return at this time tomorrow. If you cooperate fully and secure the Bai family's forgiveness, the Yi family will support you for the rest of your life. Seeing his extreme resistance, Old Master Ye's words were far less pleasant than before. He then turned and walked away with the butler. The slam of the door jolted Yi Yuxuan back to reality. He grabbed his mother's arm urgently. Mom, what did grandfather mean? Is he not only stripping me of my heir status but also kicking me out of the Yi family? No, my son, don't worry. You are the only child of the Yi family. If the family isn't entrusted to you, then to whom else could it possibly go? Unaware of Yi Ye's father having an illegitimate child outside the marriage, Ye's mother dismissed the old patriarch's veiled threats as insignificant. Mom, you don't understand, you just don't understand. Yi Yuxuan murmured, his entire being growing restless. He suddenly recalled how, upon learning his father had illegitimate children outside the marriage, his first impulse had been to secretly hire someone to eliminate them. But grandfather had stopped him. Grandfather had said they were his brothers and sisters, his kin outside the family, and above all, the scattered bloodline of the Yi clan. He could choose not to acknowledge them, but he couldn't deny them even the chance to live. Convinced by his grandfather, he had truly acted as if nothing had happened, not even mentioning a word to his mother. Yet today, his grandfather had uttered those words. Could it be that long ago, his grandfather had already anticipated this very accident? Those illegitimate children were indeed scattered far and wide, but if anything happened to him, they would be the perfect replacements. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Yi Yuxuan released his tight grip on his mother's arm and slumped back onto the hospital bed.
Grandfather always praised him for being clever, but the truly clever one was his grandfather alone. The next day, old Master Yi visited the hospital room again. Compared to the overly emotional person from yesterday, Yi Yuxuan was much calmer now. Dressed in a blue and white hospital gown, his face pale, and 4 drip hanging from the back of his hand, he stood there, completely devoid of his former spirited vigor.
Grandfather, I've come to understand. I was wrong. I'm willing to go with you to the Bai family to apologize and seek their forgiveness.
As soon as his grandfather entered the room, Yi Yuxuan spoke up, his voice weak and strained, his entire body seeming to stand there by sheer willpower. Seeing this, old Master Yi said nothing further and turned to leave. The butler stepped forward to support him, and the two left the room together. At that moment, in Yanjing, Zhao Qiao was fully aware of the actions taken by both the Bai and Xie families, just as Lin Dong was. After all, Lin Dong hadn't concealed from her the fact that he had ordered someone to take action against the Yi family. Watching the information displayed on the screen before her, Zhao Qiao couldn't help but shake her head. The Yi family's stock price continued its relentless decline. The Yi family must be going mad. The Yi family is, after all, one of the 4 great families of the capital, alongside the Bai family. Why are their stocks crashing like this? There's no sign of the Yi family intervening at all. After leaving the capital with Lin Dong, Zhao Qiao hadn't paid much attention to Beijing affairs and naturally didn't know that the Yi family had been cheated out of numerous projects by the Bai and Xie families. Could it be they tried to intervene, but it was useless? Lin Dong paused his movements, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his expression softening. But the Yi family's resources are substantial. How could it be? Before she could finish, Zhao Qiao seemed to remember something and couldn't help but slap her forehead. I forgot you are Mr. Lin, after all. Lin Dong's status far surpassed that of any Beijing aristocratic family. His standing was undeniable. Even with the Yi family's deep-rooted influence, what could they do? They were powerless, left with no choice but to wait helplessly. Zhao Qiao shook her head slightly, a mix of frustration and unexpected delight evident. She should have realized Lin Dong's capabilities long ago. After all, her maternal uncle and the entire Bai family had leveraged Lin Dong's influence to catapult themselves into one of the 4 great families of the capital. But why are you taking revenge on the Yi family? Is it for your ex-wife, Shen Yiran, or for me? Chapter 86, The Yi Family's Apology Visit. The last syllable stuck in Zhao Qiao's throat, her cheeks slowly flushing crimson. The scene from that day kept replaying in her mind, Lin Dong appearing in the dilapidated temple like her very own knight in shining armor. He had even provoked and enraged that group of people for her sake, solely to allow her to escape their encirclement. He had urged her to leave quickly while he willingly stayed behind to deal with them. When Shen Shuero faced danger that time, Shen Yiran drugged her and sent her to the hotel. Lin Dong had been angry, but nowhere near as emotionally overwhelmed as he was now. The more Zhao Qiao thought about it, the hotter her cheeks burned. She felt something had been planted in her heart without her noticing, something that was now taking root and sprouting. A man's fury for a woman's sake. Zhao Qiao didn't say it outright, nor did Lin Dong, yet his words conveyed far more than her own could ever express. Shen Yiran and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Whatever happens between her and Yi Yuxuan is their business, not mine. At the end, Lin Dong added one more sentence. His words were crystal clear, and Zhao Qiao understood his meaning perfectly. Yet she stammered, unable to speak, utterly lost for what to say next. Seeing Zhao Qiao's face flush crimson, Lin Dong didn't press her for words. Instead, he silently watched her. Neither spoke again, and the room fell suddenly silent. Yet the temperature around them seemed to rise steadily. Back in the capital, old Master Yi had arrived at the Bai family's ancestral home with Yi Yuxuan and the steward. Bai Haisheng had just been about to step out when a servant reported, "Old Master Yi has arrived with Yi Yuxuan to pay a visit." His steps halted. After a moment's thought, he walked toward the mansion's entrance. Opening the door, he found old Master Yi, Yi Yuxuan, and the Yi family steward standing there. "What brings you here?" Bai Haisheng's tone held no courtesy whatsoever, as if he'd rather grab a broom and sweep them out on the spot. "Haisheng, we Yi family deeply regret what happened with Qiao. I've brought Yuxuan here to offer our sincere apologies to your Bai family." Old Master Yi's tone was calm, yet his attitude was profoundly sincere. Given his seniority, he couldn't very well stoop to groveling before his juniors. As soon as he finished speaking, the steward beside him promptly stepped forward with Yi Yuxuan. "Mr. Bai, I was in the wrong regarding Zhao Qiao. I've learned my lesson. I beg you to show mercy and spare me this time." Yi Yuxuan bowed his head in apology, revealing the bruises and welts covering his body. Those marks weren't just from the past 2 days and nights of recklessness, but also from the beating she had received from Lin Dong earlier. Especially the wound on his head, such a large scar that it was impossible to miss at a glance. "Lesson? What lesson are you talking about? That Qiao struck you? You deserved it. You brought it upon yourself. You should be grateful my niece acted first. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a scar on your head, I would have made your skull split open." Bai Haisheng saw right through his deliberate play acting, but expecting that to make him back down? That was nothing short of the Yi family dreaming in broad daylight. "Haisheng, this is a matter between 2 children.
As elders, it's inappropriate for us to interfere further. Besides, my grandson has already learned his lesson. Why don't we just let this matter drop? Seeing that Bai Haisheng wasn't buying it, Old Master Yi tried again. Forget it? Old Ji, is there something wrong with your ears? I already made it clear the Bai family won't let this go with your Yi family. Did you really think I was joking? The lesson Yi Yuxuan learned came from Qiao. He brought it upon himself. What does that have to do with my Bai family? Besides, we're not targeting Yi Yuxuan personally. Our Bai family is targeting your entire Yi family. The first part of his speech was directed at Old Master Yi, while the latter was aimed squarely at Yi Yuxuan. Clearly, Bai Haisheng accepted nothing of the Yi family's apology. Haisheng, our Bai and Yi families share numerous joint ventures and projects. If you're willing to accept our apology, the Yi family will voluntarily relinquish those businesses along with the associated ventures. After much deliberation, the elder Yi finally spoke these words. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan froze, and even the butler stood momentarily stunned. What did voluntarily relinquishing businesses and projects signify? It meant the Yi family would hand over their assets, signifying their permanent withdrawal from those markets. Bai Haisheng remained silent, lowering his gaze in deep thought. To the Yi family, this signaled that Bai Haisheng was swayed. At this thought, Old Master Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, though parting with those assets still stung. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your family's apology. Just as the Yi family thought they would hear the response they hoped for, Bai Haisheng's words plunged them back into despair. Why? You should understand better than I do what those businesses represent. Once your Bai family takes them over, you'll become the dominant force in these markets, a business where one investment yields tenfold returns. Why would your family refuse? Old Master Yi, puzzled, voiced his question directly. You're right about that, but compared to the Yi family, those are mere trifles. What I want is your Yi family, the entire Yi family. Bai Haisheng had seen it all. He knew full well the tactic of sacrificing the general to save the army. Besides, to abandon the entire Yi family for a mere handful of businesses? That was truly treating Bai Haisheng like a little darling. Was he being toyed with? You, Bai Haisheng, you're being far too greedy. Our Yi family came with good intentions to ease the tensions between our two families, yet you harbor such immense ambition you actually dare to scheme to swallow my entire Yi family whole. My Yi family is, after all, a century-old dynasty. I'll be damned if I don't see whether it's my Yi family devouring your Bai and Xie families, or your two families carving up my Yi family. Let's go. Seeing the other party's ingratitude, Old Master Yi didn't linger any longer. He turned and left immediately, with Yi Yuxuan and the steward following closely behind. Goodbye. As they departed, Bai Haisheng called after their retreating figures. The Bai and Xie families alone may not be enough, but don't forget behind my Bai family stands a mysterious figure who has supported us all this time. Bai Haisheng muttered under his breath before turning toward the Xie residence. The mysterious figure he referred to was none other than Lin Dong. The decision to strike against the Yi family stemmed not only from Bai Haisheng's desire to avenge his niece Xie Qiao, but also from Lin Dong's explicit directive. Otherwise, relying solely on the Bai and Xie clans, swallowing the Yi family would be far from as easy as imagined. Chapter 87, Laughing at My Misfortune? Having failed to secure the Bai family's forgiveness, Yi Yuxuan had effectively lost his last shred of value. Old Master Yi began nitpicking at his grandson Yi Yuxuan's every move. On top of that, Yi Yuxuan still needed to recuperate at the hospital, so Old Master Yi effectively abandoned him there. Beyond covering his medical expenses as usual, he paid him no further attention, leaving his mother to care for him at the hospital. News of Yi Yuxuan becoming the abandoned son of the Yi family spread like wildfire. In no time, he became the laughingstock of the capital. Even his girlfriend learned of this turn of events. It was only then, far away in Yanjing, that Shen Yiran learned Yi Yuxuan had left. Staring at the empty hospital room, she felt lost and utterly at a loss. Without the Yi family, without Yi Yuxuan, how could her Xingru possibly make a comeback? Shen Yiran, as if her soul had been torn from her body, left the hospital ward once more. She wandered aimlessly down the streets. The Zhao family is finished, and Yi Yuxuan refuses to help me. What am I supposed to do now? Yanjing was home to many prominent families, yet Shen Yiran had never engaged with any of them. Having enjoyed smooth sailing throughout her life, she had always held herself aloof, never giving those established clans a second glance. That was precisely why, after the Xing group's crisis erupted, her mind immediately turned only to the Yi and Zhao families. As she walked, Shen Yiran found herself standing before the Xie group headquarters. She stopped abruptly, gazing up at the towering corporate skyscraper. Her eyes burned with envy, tinged with a hint of admiration. Even when the Shen group was still intact, her company's building couldn't hold a candle to this colossal structure. Just then, Shen Yiran spotted two figures emerging from the entrance. Without knowing why, she hurriedly moved to the side, hiding her silhouette behind a parked car, as if terrified someone might recognize her and see her current state of humiliation. The two emerging from the building entrance were none other than Lin Dong and Xie Qiao. Shen Yiran watched them walk closely together, chatting and laughing. Only after they got into the car and it disappeared from view did Shen Yiran emerge from her hiding spot.
Gazing at the direction the car had taken, Shen Yiran felt an even more bitter taste in her heart. Lin Dong refused to reconcile with her, spending every day with Xie Qiao because he relied on the backing of the Bai family. Because the Bai family stood behind her, Lin Dong refused to reconcile with her, refused to remarry her. To put it bluntly, wasn't Lin Dong simply rejecting poverty for wealth? This thought suddenly filled Shen Yiran with resentment and made her hate Lin Dong even more. She admitted she couldn't compare to Xie Qiao right now, nor to Lin Dong, who was being kept by a wealthy woman. But she would rise again someday. When that day came, even if Lin Dong begged her on his knees to remarry him, she wouldn't give him a second glance. This thought reignited Shen Yiran's fighting spirit. She resolved to seek out partners and rebuild her Shen group. Thus, Shen Yiran began desperately clinging to her remaining connections, trying to get them to invest in her Shen group. Meanwhile, after Yi Yuxuan became the abandoned son of the Yi family, his days were spent either confined to his hospital room or receiving 4 drips and medication. Aside from his mother, who remained by his side, no other member of the Yi family ever appeared in his hospital room again. Father Yi hadn't set foot in the hospital room to see Yi Yuxuan even once since that day. Compared to his mother's indifference, Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but break down. He couldn't understand why his grandfather and father could be so heartless, why the Yi family had abandoned him so easily. Son, don't worry. Your father and grandfather just can't get past this hurdle in their hearts. Once they come to terms with it, they'll naturally come see you. Yi Yuxian's mother, who had been kept in the dark all along, remained reassuring. Not only that, she even tried to console him before lowering her head to continue peeling his apple. Mom, I've been abandoned by the Yi family. Grandfather said it himself, the Yi family won't accept a useless person as their head. That's impossible. You're their only grandson, their only son. Who else could possibly inherit the position but you? Seeing her son spouting nonsense again, Ye's mother paused her work and reached out to touch his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking like this? Mom, Dad has illegitimate children outside, more than one. How could the Yi family possibly need me? Dad and grandfather must be secretly grooming the next heir. Yi Yuxuan shouted at her. A clatter echoed as the peeler slipped from Ye's mother's hand and fell to the floor. What? What did you say? Impossible. How could your father possibly have illegitimate children outside? Ye's mother scrambled to her feet, vehemently denying it, though even she struggled to believe her own words. Mom, you trust Dad too much. Do you know his oldest illegitimate child is only 3 months younger than me? 3 months younger meant what? It meant that not long after Ye's mother became pregnant, his mistress had already conceived. It meant that while she was pregnant, the man who promised to remain faithful had already cheated on her countless times. I'm going to confront him. Wait here. I'm going to confront him. Without even setting down the apple in her hand, Ye's mother rushed out the door. She was going to confront Yi father, demand answers, and seek justice for herself and her son. Yi Yuxuan watched his mother leave. Yet less than a minute later, the hospital room door swung open again from the outside. Mom, what? His words trailed off abruptly. Yi Yuxuan had assumed his mother had returned, but glancing toward the doorway, he realized it wasn't her, though it was someone equally familiar. Why are you here? I came to see you. So all those rumors circulating in Beijing circles were true. Look at this empty hospital room, the Yi family really did abandon you. Seemingly oblivious to his tone, the person who had entered from outside closed the door behind them. They pulled a chair over, sat down, and shook their head at the figure in the hospital bed. Did you come to mock me? If that's the case, please leave. Since you now know I've been cast aside by the Yi family, I won't keep you here. Please leave immediately. Yi Yuxuan stared at the person sitting there, her expression utterly devoid of warmth. On the surface, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, that much was true. But in reality, they were simply valuing each other's worth. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a business marriage, leveraging each other's influence to bolster their respective families' bargaining chips. True feelings might exist between them, but they paled in comparison to their interests. Both Yi Yuxuan and she understood this all too well. So cold-hearted? We are still boyfriend and girlfriend, after all. As your girlfriend, coming to see you should be perfectly reasonable, shouldn't it? Chapter 88, Delivering the Message. With that, she picked up an apple nearby and bit into it, showing not a shred of guest-like decorum. Gao Hui, get out. Yi Yuxuan pointed toward the door, his expression leaving no room for misunderstanding. No need to be so hot-tempered. Do you really think you're still the all-powerful young Master Yi from back then? Now you're nothing more than a sick man clinging to the Yi family name. Besides, I didn't come here to mock you, I'm here to deliver a message. After delivering this statement, Gao Hui's expression turned unusually serious, though her mouth never stopped moving. News? What news could you possibly have for me? And what could be so important that a lady of the Gao family would personally make this trip to deliver it? Clearly, Yi Yuxuan didn't believe a single word she said. I already said, we're still boyfriend and girlfriend, after all. Any news from the capital, I'll tell you first. And this matter concerns your Yi family. Maybe after hearing my news, you'll realize you weren't abandoned by the Yi family at all, they were just too preoccupied with their own affairs to pay attention to you. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan was now the one filled with confusion. He immediately pressed her for answers.
Gao Hui, sitting there, didn't keep him in suspense.
She laid everything out, including the Yi family's recent predicament in the capital.
So you're saying the Yi family is now stretched thin fighting the Bai and Xie families, and there are even signs they might lose? Upon hearing her words, Yi Yuxuan's first reaction was disbelief. Yes.
The capital's been abuzz lately, saying the Bai and Xie families have gone mad, relentlessly crushing the Yi family. And the Yi family seems genuinely helpless against this assault.
Not only that.
At this point, Gao Hui glanced around the hospital room, confirming there was no hidden third person present before continuing. Most insiders are whispering that the Yi family's capital chain has hit trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't just let the Bai and Xie families run wild without intervening. Of course, many are also speculating that the Yi family is preparing a grand move, aiming to swallow both the Bai and Xie families in one fell swoop. But the truth remains unclear. Everyone in Beijing's elite circles is watching and waiting, equally hesitant to intervene rashly. Gao Hui analyzed the situation meticulously for him, and Yi Yuxuan listened intently, completely oblivious to the cunning glint in Gao Hui's eyes and the undisguised contempt she now held. Yi Yuxuan remained silent for a long while, dissecting her words phrase by phrase in his mind. The more he analyzed, the more he believed the news Gao Hui brought might indeed be true. As for whether the Yi family had truly not abandoned him but were simply preoccupied with their own troubles, Yi Yuxuan couldn't be certain. But he was absolutely convinced that the Yi family's financial chain had indeed run into trouble. After all, the project snatched away by the Bai family had been covered by his personal slush fund, not to mention the deal signed with the Xie family.
Why are you telling me all this? Yi Yuxuan looked at the person sitting there, suddenly unsure what she was really after. Let's make a deal. After all, I still need the boyfriend of the Yi family heir. Only if you keep the Yi family firmly in your grasp can I gain more, don't you think?
Gao Hui made no attempt to conceal her intentions.
Ironically, it was precisely this directness that completely won Yi Yuxuan's trust. Go on.
The Gao family recently received intelligence about a foreign investor seeking to enter the Chinese market, planning to pour substantial capital into it.
At this, Yi Yuxuan's eyes lit up instantly. Is your source reliable? If true, it meant heaven hadn't abandoned him yet. He could seize this opportunity to channel the investor's capital into Yi Group.
Then his position within Yi Group would become unshakable.
He would remain the most outstanding heir apparent of the Yi family. Absolutely reliable.
I overheard this myself, and I've had people specifically looking into it recently. This investor will arrive in Beijing by plane tomorrow morning, seeking suitable companies to invest in. Moreover, I have specific details. This investor will check into the Capital Grand Hotel tomorrow afternoon, around 3 o'clock. Gao Hui observed the man on the bed as she spoke, her excitement growing as she saw his interest gradually peaked.
You're not trying to set me up, are you?
The news came too conveniently, like a pie falling from the sky.
Yi Yuxuan felt a bit dazed, as if it were unreal. How could that be? I specifically had people look into it. If the businesses under our Gao family's name weren't operating in different investment sectors than this investor, we would have already sent people to stake out the airport. How could we possibly let this money slip through our fingers? Seeing Yi Yuxuan remain silent and hesitant, Gao Hui immediately stood up and started walking toward the door. Since you don't want this information, I'll pass it on to someone else. Besides the money, I'll gain a favor in return. It's not a bad deal after all. Gao Hui spoke as she walked, her voice deliberately loud enough for Yi Yuxuan to hear, her steps deliberately slow. Yet none of this registered with Yi Yuxuan. His mind was consumed solely by the information about the investor. Seeing her actually start to leave, along with the voices echoing in his ears, Yi Yuxuan hurriedly called out to stop her. Halted by the call, Gao Hui stopped without a trace of surprise. She turned, feigning confusion. Is there something else? I only came to deliver this message. Since you don't want it, plenty of others will. Just don't blame me later. After all, you were the first person I thought of. Don't go yet. I know I was your first thought after all, as you just said, we're still boyfriend and girlfriend. So keep this news to yourself. Just let me be the only one who knows. The weight of his earlier words now made it impossible for Yi Yuxuan to save face, yet he still tried to stop her. Why should I? You were the one who didn't want it just now. Now you want to change your mind? Too late. Gao Hui deliberately adopted the haughty demeanor of a spoiled young lady, glaring at Yi Yuxuan with utter contempt, her attitude brimming with arrogance. No, miss, I'm sorry. Just tell me what you want. Whatever you ask, I'll make it happen. Desperate to shut her up, Yi Yuxuan humbled himself, speaking in a low, submissive tone. Smoothing over women? That was his specialty, just sweet talk, sincere attitude, and generous spending. Seeing his pathetic display, a flicker of contempt crossed Gao Hui's eyes, though she concealed it. Instead, she extended her hand, rubbing her thumb and index finger together. Chapter 89, My Entire Fortune. Seeing this gesture, Yi Yuxuan froze instinctively before realizing she was asking for money. Has the Gao family fallen so hard on hard times? Can't even afford to support you anymore? He expected her to ask for resources or connections, but instead, she wanted money. What do you think my standing is in the Gao family? You, the eldest son of the Yi family, should know better than anyone. And let's not forget I'm just a girl. Besides a family-arranged marriage, what good fortune could possibly come my way? All I want now is money to have wealth to rely on. Money was the universal solution, now it could resolve every single worry. Seeing that Gao Hui didn't seem to be lying, Yi Yuxuan believed her words. He simply assumed her current situation wasn't good and didn't think much of it. How much do you want? Or rather, how much can you give me right now? Instead of giving a specific figure, Gao Hui tossed the difficult question back at him. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan lowered his head in deep thought. Truthfully, he had very little money left at the moment. The funds he'd advanced to cover Yi Group's expenses, plus the costs of dealing with Xiaoqiao and Yanjing, had nearly depleted his resources. All the liquid assets he could currently access, excluding real estate holdings, barely scraped together a 7-figure sum at best, just over 7 figures. 50,000. Yi Yuxuan didn't reveal his true bottom line, instead offering a figure he found relatively acceptable. Gao Hui remained silent, her mocking smile fixed on him. Clearly, she found this price unacceptable. 2 million is the absolute maximum I can offer. That's every last penny I have. Yi Yuxuan gritted his teeth and raised the offer again. Gao Hui still remained silent. If young Master Yi lacks sincerity, then perhaps we should call it off. This investor could at least revive the Yi family and easily help you devour the Bai and Xie families. With that, Gao Hui shook her head in disappointment and prepared to turn away. Wait. 10 million, this truly is every last penny I have, even counting my real estate holdings. Before she could move, Yi Yuxuan's voice reached her once more. Hearing this figure match her expectations, Gao Hui felt elated inside but outwardly feigned regret. 10 million is still a good deal for you. But considering our relationship, 10 million it is. Make sure to transfer the money to my account today. Once I receive it, I'll send you the investor's details along with his hotel room number for tomorrow. Leaving Yi Yuxuan no chance to back out, Gao Hui sealed the deal decisively before stepping out of the hospital room. Before exiting, she didn't forget to blow a kiss toward the figure in the hospital bed. You. Before Yi Yuxuan could finish his sentence, the person in front of him had vanished without a trace. He swallowed the words back into his throat, placing his last shred of hope squarely on her shoulders. Yi Yuxuan immediately began liquidating his real estate holdings, converting them all into cash to transfer to Gao Hui's account. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence in Yanjing, a serene atmosphere prevailed. In the living room, besides Lin Dong, 2 others sat: Tang Haokuan, who had recently arrived, and Wang Yongsheng. Hey, Lin, I've got some great news to share. Tang Haokuan's joy was impossible to hide, as if he wanted to shout his excitement to the world. The madmen have unified Yanjing's underground forces. Lin Dong delivered the sentence calmly and deliberately. Instantly, Tang Haokuan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head, dousing his earlier excitement. Can't you just play along for once, kid? Don't you know I've been working my ass off on this lately? I finally pulled off this massive feat, and before I even got to brag to you, you already guessed it. Tang Haokuan pursed his lips, feeling his resentment skyrocket. Fine, I'll play along. Lin Dong, unusually not arguing with him, immediately changed his expression, feigning confusion. Alright, old man, spill it. What's the good news? What could possibly make you this happy? Seeing him play along, Tang Haokuan's expression shifted uncomfortably. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You already guessed it, why pretend? It's pointless. Next time, at least fake it properly. Uncle, let's get down to business. I don't believe you came all this way just for that. Seeing his expression grow serious, Lin Dong also adopted a rare solemn tone. Here. This is the current portfolio of assets under our madman faction. Tang Haokuan pulled a document folder from behind him and placed it on the sofa. Our mad sect differs from the 7-star pavilion, as you should know. That's why we haven't exterminated those minor underground factions. Instead, we've tried our best to persuade them to surrender. At first, Tang Haokuan had been troubled by these minor factions. They were too scattered and demanded too much time. It was Lin Dong who provided him with a new perspective, adopting and consolidate the fragmented approach to deal with them. Even so, the mad sect refrained from forceful tactics, opting first for persuasion. Only when a faction stubbornly refused to yield would the mad sect act decisively, seizing them and confiscating their assets. Finally, they intensified their propaganda, bluntly outlining the benefits of surrender. The most compelling point was this: they would remain themselves. Their small factions would still be uniquely theirs, only now with the Quanmen faction as their public shield. Moreover, everyone would become affiliates of Quanmen, effectively becoming one family. How could they possibly continue the constant fighting and killing as before? Thus, under this make an example out of one propaganda, many minor factions chose to surrender. This single move resolved 2/3 of Yanjing's underground forces. As for the remaining factions, that was when Tang Haokuan stepped in. We didn't seize the businesses of those who surrendered, nor did we demand protection money. Instead, we let them continue operating as before with one condition: no private fights or gang wars allowed. This was the sole restriction imposed upon them.
As Tang Haokuan spoke, Lin Dong nodded occasionally, his gaze fixed on the open file folder in his hands. He had long been familiar with the madmen's records and knew the extent of their holdings. Yet, he personally opened this file to review it once more. It wasn't for any other reason, it was simply because Tang Haokuan had personally given it to him, to the next leader of the madmen. Chapter 90, Your New Neighbor. The information actually differed somewhat from what Lin Dong had previously known. The number of properties under the Mad Gates name had only increased since then. Take a good look at these properties. Don't end up not knowing which ones belong to you. But I've already given them advance notice, told them that you, Lin Dong, are the most honored guest of the Mad Gate. Anyone who sees you is like seeing me. Rest assured, only Wang Yongsheng, myself, and the top-tier members within the Mad Sect know your true identity. To everyone else, you're simply a guest of the Mad Sect. Tang Haokuan had kept Lin Dong's true identity well guarded, doing his utmost to spare him any trouble. Thank you. Lin Dong knew Tang Haokuan was usually a rough-and-tumble sort, so seeing him show such thoughtfulness now, he offered his sincere thanks. You little rascal. Tang Haokuan shook his head, a bright smile lighting up his face. But there's one thing, Wang Yongsheng will stay by your side. I've already bought him a house right next door to yours. Whenever you need anything, you can call on him freely. From now on, he's your man. Tang Haokuan had mentioned this to Lin Dong earlier. When that girl Zhao Qiao was kidnapped, Wang Yongsheng had been with them and had also helped Lin Dong handle a matter. Though Wang Yongsheng hadn't disclosed the specifics, the implication was clear. Lin Dong was quite satisfied with him. Since he was satisfied, Tang Haokuan decided to keep him close. After all, Wang Yongsheng had long been the man he'd prepared for Lin Dong. All right. Lin Dong didn't object and agreed, placing the item back on the coffee table. I've memorized most of it. You can take this back now. Lin Dong had always had a good memory, and some of these businesses were even somewhat well known. Memorizing them was a breeze for him. Leave this with you for now. I have more copies. Keeping it here as a backup is fine. Remember it in just 2 or 3 minutes? Tang Haokuan didn't buy it for a second, dismissing it as mere youthful bravado. Oh, and besides sharing this good news, I have another piece of great news to tell you. At this thought, Tang Haokuan rubbed his hands together excitedly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. What's the other good news? Lin Dong glanced at Wang Yongsheng, who sat silently beside him, hoping to read the other piece of good news from his expression. But the man sitting there shook his head, his expression looking, no matter how you looked at it, utterly inexplicable. From now on, not only will Wang Yongsheng be your new neighbor, but I'll be your new neighbor too. And my place is even closer to yours, so from now on, I'll be your next-door neighbor. With that, Tang Haokuan patted his shoulder and, without giving Lin Dong a chance to react, stood up and left, taking Wang Yongsheng with him. Lin Dong had just risen to see them off when he heard a hearty laugh ahead. He shook his head instinctively, though his own expression betrayed a hint of amusement. However, Lin Dong suddenly remembered something. The neighborhood he lived in was called Yunhai Community, and his current home was a detached villa. All the surrounding houses were detached villas as well. Only the wealthy or influential resided here, and money alone wasn't enough to gain entry. It seemed that as the Mad Sect unified the underground forces of Yanjing, Tang Haokuan's status had soared accordingly. He hadn't even forgotten to buy Wang Yongsheng a villa too. Lin Dong took note of this gesture. With Tang Haokuan and Wang Yongsheng now his neighbors, life was bound to get more interesting from here on out. Lin Dong pondered this as he gazed out the door, watching their figures gradually recede until they disappeared into 2 separate villas on opposite sides of the road. At that moment, Yi Yuxuan was sweating profusely with anxiety. Ever since Gao Hui left, he had been scrambling to raise funds. He liquidated his real estate holdings and sold off shares of Yi Group at a steep discount, finally scraping together 10 million yuan. He stared at the bank card in his hand, hesitation flickering in his eyes. This card held his entire fortune. Was it too risky to hand over his entire fortune just because of a few words from Gao Hui? Yi Yuxuan pondered this, yet Gao Hui's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. What if it was true? Wouldn't he come out ahead? Not only would he humiliate his grandfather and father, but he'd also make a name for himself in the capital once more. So what if he couldn't perform? Even if word got out, what difference would it make? People would only pity him, lamenting that heaven envied his talent, and their hatred for the culprit, Lin Dong, would only grow. Then he could use the opportunity to spread the news, smearing Lin Dong's reputation. Who knows? Perhaps many would step forward to take action on his behalf, teaching Lin Dong a lesson. This thought sent a wave of elation through Yi Yuxuan. All his previous hesitation vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. Clutching the card tightly in his hand, he picked up the phone beside him and immediately dialed Gao Hui. The moment the call connected, Yi Yuxuan spoke immediately. I've prepared the 10 million. When will you give me that investor's information? I'll send you the information the moment I see the money in my account. The voice on the other end sounded indifferent. Gao Hui, how can I be sure what you send is genuine? What if you deceive me? Who would I complain to? Cut to the chase, give me the room number of that investor staying at the Capital Grand Hotel. The information could be fake, but the room number couldn't be. Especially since the person was staying at the Jingtian Grand Hotel, which had a strict check-in procedure that could verify the authenticity of every guest's identity. The prolonged silence on the other end only reinforced Yi Yuxuan's conviction that she'd come up with a brilliant solution. Getting the hotel room number should be a piece of cake for your Gao family. After all, if you could obtain that investor's background, finding out his specific room number would be a breeze. Yi Yuxuan admitted he was pushing it a bit, but he had invested his entire fortune in this venture. Naturally, he wanted to maximize his returns and eliminate every possible contingency. Yi Yuxuan, this request is a bit much. Once we confirmed his investment direction had nothing to do with the Gao family enterprises, we stopped sending people to follow him. We've even pulled back all the people stationed at the airport. You're asking me to get his room number now? That's just plain impossible. Not to mention he won't even enter China until tomorrow. He won't be checking in until then. The other end of the phone erupted in a furious roar. Chapter 91, Shattering His Illusions. The volume was too loud, forcing Yi Yuxuan to hold the phone away from her ear. Gao Hui, you should understand my current predicament. You know exactly what that 10 million means to me. Since you find this task difficult, you don't have to do it. Just give me his information, and I'll still give you half the money. When it came to business negotiations, Yi Yuxuan was a natural, especially having received specialized training from old Master Yi. There was no immediate response on the other end. Instead, silence fell. Yi Yuxuan didn't press her, simply waiting. A minute later, a sigh came through the phone. You win. I'll find a way to get it for you, but it won't be today. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. After all, I don't have full control over his schedule, and I can't guarantee exactly when he'll arrive in the capital. Understood. Yi Yuxuan didn't beat around the bush and agreed immediately. Transfer 10 million yuan over. Once the funds arrive tomorrow, I'll inform you as promised. Gao Hui on the other end was urging him to transfer the money again. Yi Yuxuan didn't hesitate for a moment. His fingers danced across the phone screen, and in an instant, the balance in his bank account was wiped clean. Simultaneously, a notification popped up at the top of his phone screen. Your payment has been successfully transferred to Gao Hui's account. Seeing the notification, Yi Yuxuan finally spoke up. I've transferred the 10 million to you. My end shows the transfer was successful. Have you received it on your end? Confirmed. Wait for my message tomorrow. There might be a pleasant surprise like me getting you the room key too. Gao Hui's tone remained flat, showing no trace of excitement despite receiving the money. The room key doesn't matter, and the surprise doesn't matter either. What matters is that I see the room number tomorrow. If you dare to deceive me, you should know what your fate will be. Without waiting for a response, Yi Yuxuan hung up the phone. He tossed the phone onto the bed and flopped down beside it. Staring at the hospital ceiling and breathing in the lingering scent of disinfectant, Yi Yuxuan felt a surge of excitement. If everything went smoothly, he'd soon be out of this godforsaken place. So what if his injuries weren't fully healed? Once he returned to the Yi family, their family doctor would take full responsibility for his recovery. Right now, he had to seize this chance to prove himself, to show it wasn't that Yi Yuxuan couldn't live without the Yi family, but that the Yi family couldn't live without Yi Yuxuan. He, Yi Yuxuan, was irreplaceable. Lost in these triumphant thoughts, the smile on Yi Yuxuan's lips grew wider. Meanwhile, staring at the disconnected call, Gao Hui was utterly speechless. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Damn it." Lost in excitement and joy, Yi Yuxuan tossed and turned in his hospital bed, unable to sleep a wink all night. Finally, by noon the next day, he hurriedly checked his phone only to find it empty except for a few spam pop-ups. Yi Yuxuan told himself to wait a little longer. After all, Gao Hui had mentioned the investor would check into the hotel around 3 o'clock, not necessarily at exactly 3. So he forced himself to be patient and wait. An hour passed, then 2. Yi Yuxuan grew impatient as the clock ticked closer to 3. Just as he was about to call Gao Hui for clarification, his phone emitted a ding. Gao Hui had sent a text message. Yi Yuxuan hurriedly opened it. Upon seeing the room number in the message, he leaped off the hospital bed. After quickly tidying himself up, he dashed outside. Having sold off his real estate holdings, he now owned only one car. He jumped in and sped straight for the capital Grand Hotel. By the time he arrived at the Jingtian Grand Hotel, it was already past 3 o'clock. Glancing at the somewhat deserted hotel entrance, Yi Yuxuan didn't hesitate. He walked straight inside. His reputation as Young Master Yi preceded him, and having booked rooms here numerous times before, the hotel staff recognized him and offered little resistance. After entering the hotel, Yi Yuxuan headed straight for the 16th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he scanned the long corridor ahead and continued walking toward the room number indicated in the text message. Soon, he arrived at the door mentioned in Gao Hui's text. Seeing the door slightly ajar, Yi Yuxuan didn't hesitate. He pushed it open and entered. "Hello, may I ask?" Before Yi Yuxuan could finish his greeting, the scene inside the room stunned him. A man and a woman lay on the spacious bed, covered only by a thin blanket. Their exposed arms seemed to imply they were completely naked beneath it. Occasional intimate sounds drifted to his ears. Soon, the couple on the bed seemed to sense his presence and froze.
Only then did Yi Yuxuan realize the woman was Gao Hui, his nominal girlfriend, Gao Hui.
Yi Yuxuan froze in place, his gaze instinctively shifting to the man. He had assumed this man was the investor Gao Hui had mentioned, but for some reason, the more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed, as if he had seen him somewhere before.
Suddenly, a flash of recognition lit up his mind.
Yi Yuxuan finally remembered the man before him was the newly promoted male star the Gao family had been heavily promoting, having debuted just 3 days ago. So where was the investor?
Where had the investor gone?
Yi Yuxuan seemed to finally sense something was amiss, but before he could speak, Gao Hui on the large bed burst into laughter.
Yi Yuxuan, how does it feel to be cuckolded?
That single sentence shattered Yi Yuxuan's beautiful dream and all his previous illusions. His body trembled uncontrollably as he pointed a finger at the figure on the bed, his face turning deathly pale in an instant.
Why? Gao Hui, you're my girlfriend. Why did you deceive me? Why did you swindle away my last fortune? There was no investor. This entire thing was clearly a scam. A scam she, Gao Hui, had orchestrated specifically for him. Yi Yuxuan collapsed, unable to stand, utterly shattered. Girlfriend? Ha! Young Master Yi, hearing those words from you is nothing but irony.
Everyone in the capital knows you change women faster than you change clothes.
Everyone here knows I'm just a vast, endless grassland on your head.
Gao Hui was nothing more than a nominal girlfriend of Fig Leaf to appease his parents, and the one he could control most easily. The capital's social circles all praised her for her good fortune. Not only had she met Yi Yuxuan, but he had pursued her to become his girlfriend.
Chapter 92. I've been waiting for this day for so long. But what about reality? Everyone knew exactly what kind of person Yi Yuxuan was.
Everyone was watching her make a fool of herself, watching Gao Hui make a fool of herself. She had once harbored a sliver of hope for Yi Yuxuan, believing he would at least maintain appearances and show her some courtesy.
But what happened?
He trampled her dignity underfoot, mocking her in front of his friends and repeatedly cuckolding her. Sometimes he'd even call her in the middle of the night to come to a hotel, just so she could witness his physical encounters with other women, satisfying his twisted perversions. Young Master Yi, I'm merely returning the favor.
Why are you so furious?
After all, you've done this to me dozens of times. Gao Hui spoke as she picked up a towel nearby, wrapped it around herself, stepped off the bed, and walked barefoot across the floor to stand before him.
Young Master Yi, do you know what your behavior is called? Judging by your expression, I doubt you do.
So I'll kindly enlighten you. It's called double standards, being strict with others while being lenient with yourself. With that, Gao Hui delivered a sharp slap across his face.
Yi Yuxuan didn't flinch.
The blow landed squarely, jerking his head slightly to the side. Yi Yuxuan, let me tell you this: I've put up with you for far too long. You cuckolded me, made me watch you engage in lewd acts with other women, and constantly slandered and mocked me in front of our friends.
I've had enough. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Thankfully, the heavens have eyes.
You, Yi Yuxuan, deserve every bit of this mess you're in now.
You brought it upon yourself.
Gao Hui raged, venting her pent-up fury.
Yi Yuxuan remained utterly silent, not even flinching.
His eyes were hollow and vacant, his expression numb. Rumors are spreading throughout the capital circles that you're finished, not only a useless burden to the Yi family, but also incapable of fulfilling your duties as a man.
Gao Hui's gaze drifted downward, settling between his eyes.
Through his trousers, she stared at the thing that remained perpetually limp. A cold smile spread across her lips.
You treated women like playthings before. Now look at you, you don't even have the right to be called a man anymore.
Her voice dripped with scorn.
Then, raising her right hand, she commanded, come in. Four men burst through the doorway, their bodies blocking the entrance completely. Beat him up and throw him out.
Gao Hui waved her hand dismissively, not sparing him a second glance as she turned and walked toward the bed. The man lying on the bed pulled her into his embrace and pressed his lips to hers.
Gao Hui, treating me like this, don't you fear the Yi family's retaliation? Don't you fear the Gao family disowning you?
As he was being dragged away, Yi Yuxuan finally snapped back to his senses and shouted urgently at the bed.
The Yi family?
They're barely holding themselves together.
Who has time to retaliate against me?
Rumors are swirling that the Yi family is finished. Our Gao family is desperate to distance ourselves from yours. If they find out I had someone deal with you, they'll praise me for a job well done. They still carried the labels of boyfriend and girlfriend, but with the Yi family on the brink of collapse, who would even consider becoming part of them?
Everyone was scrambling to distance themselves from the Yi family now. Besides, I swindled you out of 10 million. With that money, wouldn't it be easy for me to leave the country? Why insist on staying abroad? Didn't you know my situation with the Gao family all along?
That's why she'd repeatedly stressed the need for money, why she'd kept urging him to transfer funds. She, Gao Hui, had made it so obvious, yet Yi Yuxuan still hadn't noticed a thing. He was diving headfirst into this mess. She had no choice but to let him have his way.
See? Even a plan riddled with holes succeeded. It was as if heaven itself was on her side. By the time Gao Hui finished speaking, Yi Yuxuan had already been dragged out by the bodyguards.
Dragged out of the room, Yi Yuxuan didn't even get a chance to speak before Gao Hui's men gave him a thorough beating. True to her word, they then tossed him out of the hotel. Thud! Yi Yuxuan's entire body slammed onto the ground with a loud crash that drew glances from passers-by outside. Even the onlookers cast a few curious eyes their way. His previous injuries hadn't fully healed, and now, after being beaten by Gao Hui's men, Yi Yuxuan found himself lying on the ground, unable to move for a moment. His pitiful state was fully witnessed by guests entering and exiting the hotel. Lying on the ground, Yi Yuxuan barely managed to cover his face with his arm, attempting to hide his expression. This was truly humiliating, probably the most embarrassing moment in the history of the Yi family. After a long moment, Yi Yuxuan finally scrambled to his feet. Clutching his face, he staggered toward the hospital. When he returned to the hospital room, he found his mother, whom he hadn't seen in days, pacing back and forth inside. Spotting Yi Yuxuan enter, his mother rushed toward him. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she saw the injuries covering her son's body. "Son, where have you been? What happened? How did you end up like this?" Her eyes reddened as she circled him, only then realizing the extent of his injuries was far worse than she'd imagined. "Nothing." Yi Yuxuan shook his head, clearly unwilling to let her know what had truly happened. Seeing his mother about to press further, he cut her off. "Mom, why are you here? Didn't you go to settle things with Dad?" Though he hadn't agreed with her approach before, getting some money from his father now seemed like a decent option, especially since he was completely broke. "Son, the Yi family is finished." Only then did Jie's mother recall the purpose of her visit and blurted it out. "How could that be?" Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan felt darkness engulf his vision and nearly fainted. Fortunately, he forced himself to stay conscious. The company's cash flow collapsed. Your grandfather liquidated all those small businesses, pouring the proceeds into the company. But it was like trying to put out a raging fire with a cup of water, utterly useless. With the Bai and Xie families relentlessly pursuing them, the company couldn't hold on any longer. They had no choice but to declare bankruptcy, leaving them not only bankrupt but also burdened with enormous debts. What about my grandfather? My father? The company went bankrupt, so why was only his mother coming to see him? What about the other two? Yi Yuxuan pressed urgently. His mother, who had been calm moments before, now erupted in fury. "That bastard! Your father is nothing but a bastard. Your father absconded with all the remaining assets and fled overseas with your grandfather. Chapter 93, his life is ruined. Then, what about the houses? The cars?" Yi Yuxuan blurted out, utterly shocked his father could be so heartless, abandoning him and his mother to flee with his grandfather. "The houses and cars, your father didn't have time to liquidate them. He only took the remaining cash and bank cards." His mother stated the facts plainly. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, Mom. They're gone, but at least the houses and cars are still ours. We'll sell them all and take the money to run away too." Her words only made Yi Yuxian's mother react more intensely. "Son, even if we sold everything, we couldn't possibly pay off all the debts your grandfather and father accumulated outside. And now that they've fled, the creditors can't find them. That means the debt falls squarely on our shoulders." Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan finally realized his mistake. He had planned to sell everything and flee with his mother, but now it was clear that path was no longer viable. "Son, what are we supposed to do now?" Ye's mother grew anxious, urgently asking as her gaze darted toward the ward entrance, fearing the debt collectors might show up at the hospital. Yi Yuxuan was speechless. He didn't know what they should do either. His father had absconded with grandfather, taking the remaining assets and abandoning him and his mother along with the colossal debt. From this moment on, the Yi family ceased to exist. He was now burdened with enormous debt, unable to live a normal life, betrayed by his girlfriend who had schemed to swindle him out of his last remaining money. The more Yi Yuxuan thought about it, the darker his future seemed. His life was essentially over. At this thought, Yi Yuxuan collapsed to the floor and wept bitterly. His wails echoed throughout the hospital ward, drawing his mother into tears as well. With Yi father fleeing with the elderly patriarch, the vast Yi group officially met its end. The Yi group and all its subsidiaries were completely divided between the Bai and Xie families. Leveraging these assets alongside the projects they had previously seized from the Yi family, the Bai family surged to become the foremost among the four great families of the capital, their prominence in the city reaching unprecedented heights. The Xie family, replacing the Yi family, also entered the ranks of the four great families of the capital, their prominence matching that of the Bai family. Bai Haisheng relayed all these developments in the capital to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was naturally satisfied with Yi Yuxuan's fate, though he hadn't anticipated Yi Yuxuan's girlfriend would be so ruthless. She had even orchestrated such an elaborate deception, though Lin Dong had been the driving force behind it. Given Gao Hui standing within the Gao family, news of Yi Yuxuan's crippling injury would normally take considerable time to reach her. Yet Lin Dong employed certain means to ensure she learned of it prematurely. Moreover, Gao Hui's precise location of Yi Yuxuan's hospital ward was also facilitated by Lin Dong's behind-the-scenes assistance. Yet Lin Dong hadn't interfered in Gao Hui's scheme against Yi Yuxuan at all, it was entirely her own doing. In hindsight, it was an unexpected windfall for Lin Dong. What Lin Dong hadn't anticipated was that after absorbing half of the Yi family's enterprises and projects, the Bai family would reap such immense profits, even catapulting them to the top position among the 4 great families of the capital. Of course, Zhao Qiao was fully aware of this development, as well as the fate awaiting Yi Yuxuan and the Lin family behind him. Zhao Qiao had only uttered one phrase, they brought it upon themselves.
Shen Yiran remained utterly unaware of all the turmoil unfolding in the capital.
At that moment, she sat at the dining table, enduring the advances of the older man beside her. When the old man placed his hand on her thigh once more, Shen Yiran finally couldn't take it anymore and brushed his hand away decisively. I came here today to secure investment, not to be groped by you.
Shen Yiran had never endured such humiliation before.
Every previous partner had been at her mercy, they even groveled to be chosen.
Because the Shen group went bankrupt, these people turned their backs on her. Now they actually dare to treat her like this. Miss Shen, I know you're here to secure investment, but surely you're aware of my rules?
If you serve me well, I'll wire 2 million yuan to your Shen group immediately. The old man grinned, his face lecherous, his eyes fixed on her, especially the magnificent expanse of her chest.
Serve you? What kind of creature are you, daring to demand my service? A piece of trash like you? Back in the day, I wouldn't have given you a second glance, not even if you begged on your knees.
Shen Yiran scoffed at his words, then stood up, grabbed her handbag from the side, and started walking toward the exit. But before she could step out the door, she was intercepted by the bodyguard waiting in the room.
Miss Shen, you said it yourself, that was then. Now look at the state of Shen Group. As its former president, you should be well aware of its current standing.
The older man rose as he spoke, still clutching a wine glass. He swirled the liquid inside as he approached her.
Back then, you might have looked down on someone like me. But now, here you are, begging at my feet.
If you're seeking investment, you should at least show basic respect. Everyone in Yanjing knows investing in Shen Group is like throwing money down the drain.
I'm willing to invest 2 million, and that's purely for your sake. 2 million for one night with Boss Shen shouldn't be too much to ask, right?
As he finished speaking, he stood directly before Shen Yiran, one hand slowly reaching up to touch her face. The moment he felt the softness beneath his palm, his hand was slapped away. Seeing this, the old man showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled warmly at her.
Think it over, Ms. Shen. 2 million isn't a small sum. It's just one night.
If you serve me well and make me happy, I'll gladly raise it to 5 million.
Shen Yiran was renowned as a great beauty in Yanjing, once pursued relentlessly by the Zhao family's young master.
Though she no longer carried the same air of superiority as before, her innate aura remained undiminished. In fact, she now exuded a certain allure of a fallen beauty, making one irresistibly want to protect and cherish her.
Ha! A toad dreaming of swan meat? Put! Shen Yiran gave him zero face, even spitting in his direction.
I adore your wild spirit, beauty. I hope you'll stay just as fierce when we're in bed. The old man's face still wore a smile, but his expression now held a hint of impatience. He cut off further banter with Shen Yiran, immediately signaling his henchmen to move. They prepared to bind her and toss her onto his bed.
Freeze! I advise all of you to stay put. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police. Chapter 94, The Class Monitor's Call. Just then, Shen Yiran pulled out her phone.
The screen displayed the emergency number, and her fingers slowly pressed the buttons. It was clear that if they dared to make another move, Shen Yiran would call the police right in front of them.
You think the cops will get here faster, or we'll move faster?
The old man scoffed at Shen Yiran's actions and prepared to urge them to continue. Before coming here, I already informed my brother. If I don't return within 2 hours, he'll immediately call your wife.
Then, do you think you'll be faster, or will your wife be faster?
Shen Yiran showed no sign of panic, her expression calm and composed.
Let her go.
The old man had assumed everything would go according to his plan, but the other party had clearly been fully prepared. He couldn't help but fly into a rage, flinging the wine glass in his hand straight across the room. Hearing this, the people standing at the doorway quickly stepped aside, allowing Shen Yiran to leave. Stepping outside the private room and breathing in the fresh air, Shen Yiran felt her eyes sting with tears.
But she didn't linger, she walked away immediately.
Only after walking a considerable distance did Shen Yiran finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her entire body felt drained, and she collapsed onto the ground. Surveying her surroundings, she finally felt a semblance of safety. Her resolute facade crumbled instantly, and she could no longer hold back, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Everything she had just said was a lie, all to deceive that old man. Neither her mother nor Shen Yu knew she had left. Back when she was still President Shen, she had once accidentally seen this man's background. Though he appeared to be a shining star in the business world, his success was actually built on his wife's wealth and influence. Without his wife's financial backing and support, who knew where he'd be now, probably blowing north wind. His wife knew wealth could corrupt men, so all his assets were registered under her name. The only exception was a special investment fund he managed. She knew about it but chose not to interfere as long as he didn't bring any women into her life. She could pretend it didn't matter. That's precisely why Shen Yiran had just concocted that story to extricate herself from the situation.
With that thought, Shen Yiran wiped the tears from her face, rose from the ground, and headed toward the Shen residence. Securing investment was now impossible. No one in Yanjing was willing to back her venture. Even if someone did, they'd be like that old man after her body. Shen Yiran had no idea what to do next. No one in Yanjing was willing to help her anymore. The only family that had always stood behind her, the Zhao family of Zhao Qiao, had vanished completely. Could it be that I have to go back to the capital and beg Yi Yuxuan again? Shen Yiran murmured to herself. At this moment, it seemed Yi Yuxuan was her only remaining option. Just then, the phone in her pocket vibrated. She pulled it out and saw the contact labeled Class Monitor. Seeing this label, Shen Yiran felt a twinge of confusion, but she pressed the answer button anyway. Yiran, do you remember me? The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but Shen Yiran couldn't immediately place it. It's me, Wang Ruwerue, your high school class monitor. It's been so many years. Li Wei found me and said he wants to organize a class reunion to see our long-lost classmates. Her words brought a vague face to mind, but Shen Yiran had little interest in the reunion. She declined immediately. Sorry, class monitor, I'm really busy lately. I won't be able to make it to the reunion. If this had been before, when she was still president Shen of the Shen group, Shen Yiran would have been more than willing to attend. But now, Shen Yiran glanced down at her outfit. While it was undeniably designer, it was far from the latest styles, outdated by several seasons. Oh, come on. We haven't seen each other in years. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways. Now we finally have a chance to get together. Yiran, you absolutely have to come. You were the class beauty back then, almost the school beauty queen. If it weren't for that Li Wei deliberately rigging the vote for your rival, you would have been the undisputed, beloved school beauty. But it's really strange, that Li Wei. He was nothing but mischief and a complete slacker since elementary school, yet he somehow pulled off an amazing performance on the college entrance exams. And apparently, he's now some kind of returnee who made a fortune overseas and is coming back to serve his country. Before the class monitor could finish, Shen Yiran was completely captivated by the phrase "made a fortune." Her mind raced, searching for any memory of Li Wei. Suddenly, the image of a boyish face flashed into her mind, and Shen Yiran recalled exactly who Li Wei was. She, class monitor Wang Ruwerue, and this Li Wei had attended the same school since childhood. It wasn't until after the college entrance exams that their paths diverged, and they never met again. But truthfully, Shen Yiran and Li Wei shared a deeper connection than most, having grown up together like childhood sweethearts, though not in the innocent, platonic sense. Li Wei had been a troublemaker since childhood, a good-for-nothing slacker. Yet, strangely enough, he had incredible luck. Every time final exams rolled around, he would suddenly excel and pull off surprisingly decent scores. Even so, Shen Yiran never interacted much with him. After high school graduation, she focused entirely on her own path. Hearing the class monitor mention this now, a plan instantly formed in Shen Yiran's mind. Yiran, didn't you start some kind of company? Well, Li Wei made a fortune overseas and wants to return to China to do business. Why not take this chance and have him invest in your company? After all, you're old classmates and friends. He should be able to help you out with this small favor. Before Shen Yiran could respond, Wang Ruwerue's voice came through the phone again, perfectly aligning with Shen Yiran's own thoughts. Besides, it's been so long since we all got together. I haven't seen you once since I moved away from Beijing. This would be a perfect chance to catch up. So Yiran, just listen to me and come to the reunion. Since our class monitor is pleading so earnestly, I really ought to give you some face. I'll attend the reunion as promised. Shen Yiran deliberately put on an understanding expression as she agreed. I knew Yiran would be the best. It's set for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at the Yanjing Grand Hotel. Make sure you're on time, Yiran. Chapter 95, Class Reunion. After hanging up, Shen Yiran firmly committed the time to memory before heading toward the Shen residence. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and it was already 9:50 a.m. The lobby of the Yanjing Grand Hotel was already bustling with people. Some stood elegantly in suits, while others wore ordinary clothes, looking slightly uneasy. At that moment, a figure entered from the doorway, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She wore a black knee-length dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her feet adorned with a pair of red stiletto heels. Her head turned, revealing large, wavy curls cascading over both shoulders. Light makeup accentuated her face, lending her an air of noble, cool elegance. You're Yiran? Shen Yiran? A gasp erupted, followed by a figure rushing to her side. You're the class monitor? Wang Ruwerue? Shen Yiran recognized the face rushing toward her as it overlapped with her memories. I never imagined that after all these years, you'd still recognize me at first glance. Truly, you're the best friend I've known since childhood. Clearly delighted to be remembered by Shen Yiran, class monitor Wang Ruwerue's gaze drifted down to the bag slung across her shoulder. Yiran, that bag of yours isn't cheap. It must start at least in the 7 figures, right? Wang Ruwerue eyed the bag slung across her shoulder with a hint of envy. It's already out of season. It's not worth that much. Shen Yiran shook her head, though her expression carried a hint of superiority.
Let me tell you, with bags, especially big name ones, it's not about the latest model. It's all about the vintage. Just like wine, the older it is, the more valuable it becomes. Plus, this particular brand has collectible value. The older it is, the more valuable it becomes. If I'm not mistaken, this exact model sold for astronomical prices back in the day. Even if you had the money, you couldn't necessarily get your hands on one. It depended on who you knew. This flattery made Shen Yiran feel a bit giddy inside, though she didn't let it show on the surface, maintaining her usual calm demeanor. Their conversation must have been overheard by nearby passers-by, as the crowd that had gathered nearby began moving toward them. Leading the way was a man in a gray suit. "Yiran, it's been so many years. I never imagined you'd become even more beautiful than before." The man in the gray suit approached Shen Yiran first, flashing what he considered an elegant smile. "You are." Shen Yiran instinctively took a few steps back, creating some distance between them. Though he appeared well-dressed and distinguished, there was something odd about him. His features weren't exactly handsome, rather, they leaned heavily toward the feminine. Add to that his excessively pale skin, and the more she looked at him, the more he reminded her of a kept man, the kind of pretty boy who gets financially supported by someone else. "I'm Li Wei. Haven't you forgotten we used to play together all the time when we were kids?" Li Wei seemed oblivious to her distancing and continued to approach her. "Yiran, you won't believe it, after all these years, Li Wei made a fortune overseas. This reunion was actually his idea. He came back specifically to seek business partnerships, and since you just started your own company." At this point, Wang Ruerui shot Shen Yiran a meaningful glance, clearly signaling for her to take the initiative and bridge the gap with Li Wei. Shen Yiran stood motionless, appearing oblivious to the implication. Across from them, Li Wei didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he casually lifted his wrist, revealing the watch on it. Seeing the watch he revealed, a classmate standing nearby couldn't help but gasp. "Li Wei, is that a Rolex you're wearing? Judging by the model, could it be this year's latest release? The one that just hit the market?" Hearing the English word, some classmates hadn't caught on and quickly asked what it meant, what brand the English name represented. The man who had spoken earlier shot him a look of disbelief. "You don't know Rolex? It's Rolex. I just bought it for fun. Rolexes are practically piling up at my place. Besides, you all know how much more expensive things are overseas compared to here. And anyway." Li Wei glanced around, taking in the hotel's decor, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Chinese taste is so outdated. This decor style went out of fashion abroad ages ago. I never imagined they'd still use it here." Hearing this, the classmates gathered around him all turned their heads to look at the surroundings. The decor inside the Yanjing Grand Hotel was opulent, not in an overly flashy Western style, but with a classic, antique charm. The entire hotel was adorned in China's most traditional ancient style. Though it lacked the modern simplicity of black and white minimalist designs, the decor was undeniably timeless. Each glance offered a fresh, eye-catching novelty. And the air quality here in China. At this point, Li Wei paused, sniffed sharply, then waved his hand dismissively with a look of disgust. "The air here is so stale. No wonder people are always complaining about aches and pains, not to mention the smog. With air like this, it'd be a miracle if your health didn't suffer. You guys have no idea how fresh the air is abroad. Every morning I wake up and take a deep breath. Today, as soon as I stepped off the plane back home, the air nearly suffocated me. If I hadn't taken a while to recover at the airport, you probably wouldn't be seeing me today." As Li Wei spoke, the look of disgust on his face grew more pronounced. He glanced around at his classmates, shaking his head with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Having spent time abroad, Li Wei considered himself a returnee now that he was back in China. From the moment he arrived, he carried himself with an air of superiority. He even believed his status and worth surpassed those of domestic students, radiating arrogance from the core of his being. His words, coupled with his expression and gestures, caused several classmates to instinctively step back a few paces. It also extinguished any lingering desire to befriend him. "If what you say is true, shouldn't you have suffocated to death long ago? How did you manage to recover?" Just then, a voice rang out from afar as Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao walked in from the doorway. "You think foreigners are superior to Chinese people? Then why don't you get plastic surgery first? With your standard Chinese looks, don't you feel inferior when you look in the mirror? Doesn't it make you feel guilty about your time abroad? TSK TSK TSK. Lin Dong shook his head. Another foreign-obsessed individual. Chapter 96, My name is Lei Feng. Who the hell are you? I'm speaking here, how dare you interrupt? Before Li Wei could brag further about his overseas life, he was shut down. Staring at the man before him, he glared viciously. Me? I go by my real name, I'm Lei Feng. Lin Dong flashed him a smile. Seeing the man about to speak, he preempted him. You've spent years studying abroad, yet you don't even know who Lei Feng is? Maybe you should just go back overseas. Staying here makes no sense. Not knowing Lei Feng means you've got some issues, big or small. And if you ever get suffocated by the air here, that'd be a pretty miserable way to go. Lin Dong delivered this with deadpan seriousness, but Zhao Qiao, standing beside him, couldn't help but burst out laughing.
The lobby was already crowded with staff and customers coming and going.
When Li Wei spoke earlier, he hadn't lowered his voice so everyone in the lobby could hear him. Seeing a fellow Chinese citizen express such contempt for his own country, others had long been itching to step in and lecture him. But Lin Dong, who had just walked in from outside, beat them to it. Lin Dong's words were ruthlessly blunt, yet they vented the pent-up frustration of everyone present.
As the first pleasant laughter rang out, others who had been holding back joined in.
More and more laughter echoed throughout the hall, making Li Wei's expression grow increasingly grim.
Even the invited classmates couldn't help but join in the laughter.
Seeing this, Li Wei stepped forward to close the distance between himself and Lin Dong. But due to the height difference, he could only look up at him, his aura already significantly diminished.
Don't you know how to speak? It's undeniable that life abroad is better than in China. In all my years living overseas, I've never encountered someone as ill-mannered as you. If China were truly powerful, it would have become the world's top nation long ago. Why would it need to kowtow to stronger countries? I'm stating facts here. Even if you twist logic to argue otherwise, it won't change the truth. Li Wei roared at Lin Dong, furious, convinced he was in the right. Sorry, but I can't agree with you on that. China is different from other nations. Since ancient times, we've valued harmony above all, but that depends on who we're dealing with. We welcome courteous foreigners with open arms, but for someone like you, we'll set aside civility entirely. Perhaps my words are too profound for your intellect to grasp. Let me kindly summarize, the civility of Chinese people is selective. We treat others as they treat us. At this point, Lin Dong glanced at the man before him. Standing firmly on Chinese soil, yet spewing scorn at everything Chinese, truly embodying the saying, the pot calling the kettle black. You're short-sighted, blindly chasing everything foreign, even their strength, yet in your pursuit, you fail to see that China is also striving forward with all its might. Today's China isn't what it once was. It's a dragon gradually awakening. Given time, it will stand atop all nations. Lin Dong delivered these words with forceful conviction and unmistakable pride. As the final syllable left his lips, his entire aura erupted with intensity. Well said. A voice rang out from somewhere in the hall, followed by applause. In an instant, everyone joined in, clapping and cheering. They felt pride in being Chinese citizens, and they felt pride in the motherland standing behind them, protecting them. Furthermore, let me tell you this, if great power justifies reckless behavior, then what distinguishes China from certain other nations? China's relentless pursuit of progress is not for war, nor for acts of aggression. It is for self-defense, to protect the Chinese people living within its borders. Beyond prizing harmony, China holds another principle: if others do not offend us, we will not offend them, but if they do offend us, we will punish them, no matter how far they are. Perhaps it was Lin Dong's imposing presence, or perhaps he was stunned by his words, but Li Wei's body instinctively stepped back, his expression momentarily blank. If you think a few years studying abroad makes you arrogant and superior to Chinese people, then I suggest you stay overseas. China isn't the place for you. At that moment, Zhao Qiao, standing beside Lin Dong, spoke up. Compared to Lin Dong, her words were considerably more tactful, yet they still rang harshly in Li Wei's ears. Exactly. If you think life abroad is so great, why come back now? Isn't this just inviting trouble? Probably couldn't make it abroad anymore, so he thought of coming back. Or maybe he got into trouble overseas and is hiding here. With his attitude, nothing good can come of his return. The guests standing nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Their voices weren't lowered in the slightest, and Li Wei heard every word. What do you know? You know nothing. How dare you open your mouths and spout nonsense like this? Li Wei was visibly flustered, his tone tinged with the nervousness of someone caught out. Let's go. Don't waste our time on people like this. Zhao Qiao had no patience for such people. Talking to him was like talking to a wall, utterly pointless. Lin Dong nodded in agreement, and the two bypassed Li Wei, heading toward the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Shen Yiran, standing in the lobby, finally snapped back to reality. Her face was frozen in disbelief, especially at the fact that Lin Dong hadn't once glanced her way throughout the entire exchange. It was as if he genuinely didn't perceive her presence in the lobby at all. Shen Yiran turned around, scanning the area where Lin Dong had been standing. He could have seen her with just a glance, yet she hadn't felt his gaze linger on her for even a second. I have things to attend to at home. I'll be leaving now. Let's meet again when we have time. My wife is waiting for me at home. I should be going too. I have urgent matters to attend to at the office. I won't waste any more time here. You all continue catching up. As Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao departed, the guests in the hall began to disperse one by one. Even the classmates who had originally attended the reunion started making excuses to leave. In the end, aside from the waitstaff, only Shen Yiran, Li Wei, and Wang Ruirui remained in the hall. Chapter 97, That's My Ex-Husband. Completely ignored by Lin Dong, Shen Yiran lost all desire to stay. She prepared to make an excuse to leave. Before she could finish her sentence, however, Li Wei approached her. Yiran, even though everyone else has left, your staying is enough. I organized this reunion specifically to see you.
Li Wei spoke with a hint of affection, his gaze growing increasingly focused on Shen Yiran. But Shen Yiran wasn't in the mood to listen to him right now, and even took a few steps back. Li Wei, I have some matters at home that need my attention. I'll be leaving now. After Li Wei had just made such a fool of himself, not only enduring relentless ridicule but also spouting those sycophantic remarks about foreign cultures, Shen Yiran would have to be an idiot to stay. After all, she still had to live in China. Wait, Yiran, don't leave yet. Li Wei reserved a private room upstairs earlier. It'd be such a waste if we just walked out like this. Seeing her about to leave, Wang Ruerui quickly grabbed her arm and shot Li Wei a meaningful glance. Li Wei quickly chimed in, taking the initiative to lead them upstairs until Shen Yiran reluctantly entered the private room. Yiran, it's been ages. Since I'm back in China, I'm sure you've heard from the class monitor that I'm here to invest and develop the domestic market. Upon entering the private room, Li Wei immediately stated his purpose. Shen Yiran remained silent, standing there quietly. Seeing this, Wang Ruerui quickly chimed in, Yiran, even though I'm not in Beijing, your Shen group is renowned far and wide. I've heard about it for ages. When I heard Li Wei wanted to invest in China, you were the first person I thought of your Shen group. To be honest, my Shen group has run into some difficulties and does require a significant capital injection. Seeing them steer the conversation in this direction, Shen Yiran decided to play along. She deliberately omitted the fact that the group was already bankrupt. In her eyes, as long as substantial capital was injected, her Shen group could be completely resurrected. No problem. I may not have much, but I have plenty of capital. Just name your figure, and I'll get it arranged immediately. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively, agreeing instantly as if it were no big deal. His overly eager agreement made Shen Yiran feel something was off. Before she could speak, Wang Ruerui pulled her under the table to sit down. Li Wei rushed straight here after getting off the plane. He hasn't even had a sip of water or a bite to eat. Let's eat first. You can discuss the details afterward. No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Wei nodded repeatedly in agreement, simultaneously signaling the waitstaff to bring out the dishes. Seeing no opening to speak, Shen Yiran simply kept quiet and ate quietly. However, throughout the meal, Wang Ruerui kept deliberately or unintentionally pouring her drinks. At first, Shen Yiran politely declined, but after repeated invitations and Li Wei's playful encouragement from the side, she found herself drinking several extra glasses without realizing it. After the meal, Shen Yiran's face was flushed crimson and she sat there looking somewhat dazed. Inside the private room, Wang Ruerui had already picked up her handbag, preparing to leave. Before exiting, she glanced at Li Wei. Immediately, Li Wei rose and walked toward her. The two stood at the door of the private room. Here's 100,000 yuan. As soon as Li Wei approached, he immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to her account. Impressive. You're definitely a returnee. But watch your step, this is China, not abroad. Don't drag me down with you, or don't blame me for spilling everything. Watching the 100,000 yuan hit her account, Wang Ruerui beamed, not forgetting to issue a warning. I know. Don't worry. Li Wei replied verbally, but his body was already pushing her toward the door. Seeing this, Wang Ruerui didn't say anything more and immediately opened the door. But before she left, she glanced back into the private room. Seeing the person sitting there obediently, she shook her head slightly, then turned and walked away without hesitation. Shen Yiran, never would have guessed, would you? After all these years, you've finally fallen right into my hands. After Wang Ruerui exited the private room, Li Wei immediately locked the door from the inside. Turning around with a smug expression, he walked over to the dining table. Do you remember what you said when I confessed to you back then? You called me a toad trying to eat swan meat. You told me to go home, look in the mirror, and stop daydreaming about unrealistic fantasies. And what happened? After all these years, you're still in my hands. Li Wei murmured softly, his body already beside Shen Yiran. He pulled a chair over and sat down. Staring at the figure beside him, Li Wei didn't know where to look. Should he gaze at the towering, undulating curves or the fair, slender legs? It was true he had only returned to China today, stepping off the plane this morning. But he had contacted their class monitor, Wang Ruerui, days earlier, all for Shen Yiran. At first, Wang Ruerui had been reluctant to help him, unwilling to organize any kind of class reunion. But she couldn't resist the lure of money. 100,000 yuan was enough to make her agree. To make it seem like a genuine reunion, he had actually contacted their old classmates through Wang Ruerui. Whether they showed up or not didn't matter as long as Shen Yiran attended. This explained why Wang Ruerui had been so insistent that Shen Yiran attend, including the 100,000 yuan he just transferred to her. Li Wei had initially thought the 100,000 yuan was money down the drain, but the moment he laid eyes on Shen Yiran, he finally understood just how worth every penny it was. He rubbed his hands together, then reached out his right hand, poised to rest it on that magnificent figure. Where's the class monitor? Where did Wang Ruerui go? Shen Yiran suddenly snapped back to her senses. Looking around the private room, now empty except for her and Li Wei, she asked in confusion. She had to leave. She told you several times just now, and you nodded. Li Wei quickly withdrew his hand, equally relieved that she hadn't noticed his gesture. Li Wei, since Wang Ruerui's gone, I'll tell you a secret. Shen Yiran reeked of alcohol, her words slurring as if she were rambling, yet her eyes held an unnerving clarity.
Listen, that man in the lobby earlier? He's actually my ex-husband. His name is Lin Dong. He ran off with someone else for money, hitching his wagon to a richer man. I was going to speak up for you, but who knew he'd bolt early? As Shen Yiran spoke, Li Wei's expression darkened beside her. He hadn't realized Shen Yiran was already married, and he certainly hadn't expected the man who democked him in the lobby to be her ex-husband. Chapter 98. So what if he's just an ex-husband? He embezzled my company's funds, leaving it barely hanging on. For the company and my family, I've been desperately seeking investments and partners. I'm so exhausted. As she spoke, Shen Yiran suddenly turned, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him close, resting her head against his shoulder. Shen Yiran's sudden move caught Li Wei off guard. Even through her clothes, he could feel her softness. He took a bold step, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her closer into his embrace, his arms slowly tightening. Whether she didn't notice due to her drunkenness or simply didn't care, Shen Yiran offered no resistance whatsoever. Li Wei felt a surge of secret delight. His hands grew restless, and his thoughts began to wander. But before he could make his move, Shen Yiran lifted her head, meeting Li Wei face to face. Li Wei, I truly must thank you. If you hadn't suddenly returned to the country and offered to invest in my company, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do next. I have no way to repay you, so all I can do is. Her words trailed off abruptly. But Li Wei had already filled in the missing words in his mind. Offer myself to you. But my ex-husband, Lin Dong, never stops harassing me. He sabotaged my investment efforts before, and his behavior toward you in the hotel lobby just now must be because of me. You've only just returned. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. If that's the case, maybe we should just forget about this. By the end of her sentence, Shen Yiran's expression hardened with resolve as she tried to pull away from his embrace. But how could Li Wei let such a beauty slip away? With a firm grip, he held her tightly against him once more. He's just an ex-husband. Leave it to me. I'll have someone deal with him. Besides, you're already divorced. The way he treats you and sabotages you behind your back isn't just immoral, it's illegal. If I have someone take action against him, it's only justice. It's the law punishing a villain. Li Wei hadn't forgotten a single detail of what happened in the lobby. He'd been seething with pent-up anger, waiting until after sleeping with Shen Yiran to track down that man's information and deal with him. But he never imagined this man would turn out to be Shen Yiran's ex-husband. Not only had he latched onto her for advantage, but he was also sabotaging her behind her back. No matter what, he would avenge Shen Yiran. Moreover, he'd just heard Shen Yiran mention the man's name. What was it? Something like Lin Dong? Really? But the person he's clinging to has some influence behind the scenes. Are you sure you can handle this? What if you get hurt? I'd be heartbroken. Shen Yiran cupped his face in her hands, gazing at him with intense focus, her eyes filled entirely with his image. Under that gaze, Li Wei was already over the moon. How could he possibly think about any powerful backer? He immediately declared he would take Lin Dong down, vowing to settle this once and for all. You're the best. Shen Yiran's face slowly drew closer to his. Li Wei swallowed hard at the sight, then leaned forward slowly as well. Just as they were about to share an intimate moment, a shrill ringtone pierced the air. Hearing it, Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head away from Shen Yiran, releasing her as he fumbled for his phone in his pocket. Let's continue. Before he could retrieve his phone, Shen Yiran leaned in again. Wait a minute. Li Wei's voice carried a hint of urgency as he pushed Shen Yiran aside. He snatched his phone and headed for the door, pressing the answer button as he stepped out of the private room. Who do you think you are, pushing me like that? Once he was out of the private room, the tenderness vanished from Shen Yiran's face, and her drunken state completely disappeared. On the other end, Li Wei found a secluded corner outside the private room and hid himself there to answer the call. Li Wei, what the hell do you think you are? How dare you take my call late? Have you forgotten your own name? Have you forgotten who you owe everything to now? The moment the call connected, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end. Babe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that the signal here is terrible. You know how backward China is these days. Li Wei desperately explained, wasting precious time trying to calm the other person down. Listen here, Li Wei. Don't forget your place. From now on, no matter what happens, even if the signal's bad, you answer immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting off your phone service. Facing the threat, Li Wei continued to speak in a conciliatory tone, his voice dripping with humility, though his expression betrayed a hint of disdain. Honey, I've got my eye on another car lately. Take a look at this. The money's already been transferred to your card. Keep the extra as you're spending money. Also, I'm flying back the day after tomorrow. Get ready to pick me up at the airport. Got it. I'll have flowers ready to welcome my darling. After exchanging sweet nothings, the other end finally hung up. Li Wei looked down at his phone and saw a long string of zeros added to his account balance. Seeing this, Li Wei's smile grew more genuine as he continued toward the private room, determined to finish what he'd started. Before he could push open the door, it swung open from the inside. Shen Yiran emerged, her handbag slung over her shoulder.
Li Wei, I have business to attend to at the office and must leave now.
Here's my card. We'll meet again next time.
Seeing Shen Yiran about to leave, Li Wei was utterly unwilling. He quickly waved his phone at her, displaying the long string of zeros from the transaction.
Yiran, we haven't finished talking yet. How can you just leave? Look, I've got the money already. Li Wei grabbed her hand, refusing to let go. We can discuss the investment another time. My company truly has an urgent matter.
Seeing the genuine concern on her face, Li Wei reluctantly released her hand, took the business card she offered, and watched her leave. As Shen Yiran departed, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, who had finished their meal at the hotel and were preparing to leave, also appeared. But upon seeing the figure standing by the door, Zhao Qiao glanced at him before immediately averting her gaze. Bad luck. Hearing the words beside him, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Immediately after, the two women walked around him and left the area. Zhao Qiao hadn't lowered her voice, so Li Wei heard every word clearly. Wasn't mocking him in front of everyone in the lobby enough? Now she had to taunt him like this? Did she really think he had no temper? Chapter 99, Planning to deal with me? With that thought, Li Wei immediately gave chase. You two up ahead. Stop right there. Ignoring the shout from behind, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao walked on. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Li Wei quickened his pace, taking a long stride forward to block their path with his body. But just then, the elevator doors ahead opened, and Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao stepped inside. Turning around, they saw the figure sprinting toward the elevator. Neither moved as the doors began to close slowly. Goodbye. Lin Dong said these two words calmly. Li Wei's footsteps halted. By the time he reacted and reached the elevator, it had already begun descending. Damn it! Li Wei cursed under his breath, leaving with a lingering sense of resentment. Shen Yiran's earlier words echoed in his ears now, compounded by the repeated provocations from the other side. Li Wei resolved to find someone to deal with them, especially that Lin Dong. But he had just returned from abroad. Yanjing was unfamiliar territory for him. Where could he find someone? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Wei glanced at his phone and an idea suddenly formed in his head. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao had already left the hotel. They were driving home. Running into people like that just going out for dinner? What a bummer. But I think I saw someone familiar. Zhao Qiao sat in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed on the person beside her. Who did you see? Lin Dong kept his eyes on the road as he continued the conversation. I saw Shen Yiran. And she was standing pretty close to that guy. Maybe they even know each other. Zhao Qiao spoke while observing Lin Dong's reaction. His expression remained calm, showing no change whatsoever. I'm not familiar with Shen Yiran's social circle, and whether they know each other or not is none of my concern. Still, I'll make sure to steer clear of these people next time to avoid disturbing Miss Xia's refined pastime. The moment the words left her mouth, Zhao Qiao realized she'd overthought it. A blush crept across her cheeks and she grew slightly awkward, yet she persisted, You just love teasing me. I just don't want strangers disturbing us and spoiling our mood. Lin Dong spoke with utmost sincerity, his words brimming with genuine care. Though their relationship wasn't public, he felt obligated to fulfill his duties as a boyfriend and prevent any unnecessary jealousy from arising. Hearing his words, Zhao Qiao's heart began to race. Wanting to speak but unsure what to say, she chose silence instead, simply gazing at him intently. Meanwhile, Shen Yiran, having left the hotel, didn't head to any company. Instead, she walked toward the Shen family residence. Having once served as a CEO, she'd endured forced drinking during her tenure at the Shen Group both overtly and under the guise of excuses. While not invincible to alcohol, she could certainly hold her liquor. She had seen Wang Ruerui and Li Wei's little antics perfectly clearly. She hadn't called them out, however, instead playing along with their game by pretending to be drunk. She wanted to see what these two were really up to. The result? She witnessed their actions at the private room entrance, heard their exchange, and saw the so-called 100,000 yuan transaction. Only then did Shen Yiran realize she'd been sold out by Wang Ruerui to Li Wei for 100,000 yuan. No wonder Wang Ruerui had been so persistent in persuading her earlier, even blocking her in the lobby to prevent her from leaving. It turned out everything had been about money. But Shen Yiran had her own reasons for attending the reunion. Her goal was similar to Wang Ruerui's, also money. She wanted Li Wei to invest in the Shen Group. Thus unfolded the events in the private room. She had deliberately spoken those words and intentionally provoked Lin Dong's hostility to draw Li Wei's attention. The plan unfolded more smoothly than she'd imagined. She successfully provoked Li Wei's rage, directing his fury toward Lin Dong. She had assumed she'd have to sacrifice herself to achieve her goal, but Li Wei agreed so readily that Shen Yiran abandoned her original plan to offer herself. That was precisely why she later slipped away under some pretext. Li Wei, don't let me down. Seeing the long string of numbers on Li Wei's phone, Shen Yiran knew the investment was a done deal. The only question was whether Li Wei could handle Lin Dong to her satisfaction. Regardless, Shen Yiran's plan had succeeded. At this thought, Shen Yiran's face broke into a broad smile and her steps grew lighter and quicker. She could almost see Lin Dong on his knees begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had already seen Xie Qiao home and was now turning toward his own residence. The moment he reached the doorway, he spotted someone standing there.
Young Master Lin, you're finally back.
Wang Yongshang, who had been standing by the door, immediately ran toward him.
What's going on?
Lin Dong opened the door and invited the man inside the villa. Young Master Lin, someone contacted us, offering a huge sum to handle someone, preferably making them disappear from Beijing. Wang Yongshang said anxiously. What's the deal with this?
Lin Dong asked calmly, completely baffled by his urgency. Disposing of someone? Such a minor matter, and he specifically came to report it to him? Shouldn't the madmen have their own procedures for this sort of thing? Moreover, Lin Dong seemed to recall that the madmen had gone legit.
Even if they still handled matters discreetly, they avoided fatalities whenever possible. At most, they'd deliver a lesson.
Do you know who the person we were told to deal with is? Seeing Lin Dong's complete lack of urgency, Wang Yongshang felt his own impatience boiling over. Take care of who? Could it be me?
He'd only mentioned it offhand, yet the man beside him nodded frantically. Seeing their reaction, Lin Dong hadn't expected his words to become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
How much did he offer?
Lin Dong was curious.
1 million. Wang Yongsheng blurted out the answer, though he hadn't expected that question. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the question be about who this person is? Why is he asking about the price instead? Only that much? Just 1 million?
Tell him to up the offer. Lin Dong was somewhat displeased, not expecting himself to be so cheaply valued. Just 1 million.
No, young Master Lin, what time is it now? How can you still be joking around? He's already approached the madman and is preparing to send people after you. How can you remain so calm? Chapter 100, I hear you want to see me?
In stark contrast to Lin Dong's composure, Wang Yongsheng was frantically trying to figure out who this person was and why they'd target young Master Lin.
Had someone discovered the connection between the madman and young Master Lin, using this as an opportunity to probe? Or was someone trying to use the madman to eliminate young Master Lin? Countless conspiracy theories swirled through Wang Yongsheng's mind, driving him to rush over the moment he received the news. Now, seeing Lin Dong's expression, Wang Yongsheng truly felt like the proverbial eunuch fretting over the emperor's affairs. So tell me, who's behind this? Who approached the madman?
Seeing Wang Yongsheng so concerned about the matter, Lin Dong grew unusually serious. He asked with genuine gravity, his own mind racing to identify the mastermind behind it all. Lin Dong didn't need more than a few seconds to think before a name popped into his mind: Li Wei. However, based on what he'd overheard in the lobby, Li Wei had only recently returned to the country.
How could he have already found the madman so quickly? Could there be someone else pulling the strings behind Li Wei? Is the person behind this called Li Wei?
Lin Dong thought to himself, then voiced the question aloud.
Wang Yongsheng didn't respond immediately, instead swiping through his phone. Yes, that's right. This person is indeed named Li Wei. Young Master Lin, do you have a grudge against him?
Only after the words left his mouth did Wang Yongsheng realize what he'd said, quickly slapping his own mouth.
Young Master Lin, should we have him arrested and then?
He then made a throat-slitting gesture toward Lin Dong.
No. Keep him on the line. Tell him the money isn't enough. Make him up the ante at least 5 million. If he can cough up that kind of dough, then come back to me. A sucker walking right up to you? You've got to fleece him good. Got it. Though unaware of Lin Dong's scheme, Wang Yongsheng nodded in agreement and promptly headed out.
After Wang Yongsheng left, Lin Dong made a call on his phone. Shortly after, his phone received some new data: Li Wei's personal profile.
Li Wei, native of Beijing. His effeminate looks caught the eye of a wealthy Beijing woman.
From then on, he attached himself to her, later accompanying her abroad.
Returned to China today.
Lin Dong murmured the details aloud as he scanned the information. The wealthy woman he hooked up with is Gui Yan. She made her fortune overnight, a true nouveau riche. Once she had money, she started keeping young male companions, with Li Wei being her favorite. She left the country earlier to avoid business troubles and will return the day after tomorrow.
Gui Yan.
Lin Dong repeated the name, searching his mind for any records of the Guo family in Yanjing, but found nothing.
To be more precise, there were no Guos in Yanjing's high society. It seemed Gui Yan had never truly entered those elite circles. Indeed, Yanjing's established families looked down on nouveau riche as well.
Night fell in an instant, and the once bustling city grew quiet.
Surrounded by pitch-black darkness, Li Wei couldn't help but feel uneasy.
Staring at the unfamiliar surroundings, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and dashed forward. Passing through the pitch-black alleyway, he spotted a faint light ahead. Li Wei gradually exhaled, his tension slowly easing.
Looks like I'm in the right place. Never imagined Yanjing could still have a place like this.
Li Wei muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. Soon, he reached the source of the light. However, upon seeing the dilapidated temple before him, his steps faltered momentarily. Nevertheless, he forced himself to appear calm as he walked inside. Stepping inside the dilapidated temple, Li Wei was instantly stunned by the surroundings. Cobwebs covered the walls, and more than half the structure was exposed to the open air.
He didn't know where to place his next step. What took you so long?
Just then, a voice echoed from within the temple. Several figures emerged from one side. Seeing them, Li Wei felt no fear, only a surge of excitement. He hurried forward, scrutinizing them closely.
Where's what I came for? There seemed to be no one else around besides them, which puzzled Li Wei. Transfer the remaining payment. Once we see the money, you'll see what you want.
The leader spoke in a tone brooking no argument, while the others behind him stepped forward in unison.
Seeing their imposing presence, Li Wei hesitated to say anything more.
But glancing down at his own skinny arms and legs, he ultimately kept quiet, pulled out his phone, and transferred the remaining funds.
2 million transferred. Sent to the same account as this morning. Total is 3 million. The money's yours. Now, what about the thing I want?
Before Li Wei could finish, the men in front shifted, parting to form a path.
A figure emerged from behind them and stepped before Li Wei. I hear you wish to see me?
Lin Dong's figure materialized before him in an instant.
You? No, how can you walk out?
Li Wei stared at the man moving freely before him, feeling utterly deceived.
He immediately looked to the others.
We had an agreement. I give you 3 million, you bring Lin Dong to me, and I handle him however I see fit.
What's going on here? You took the money but didn't deliver?
As Li Wei spoke, he began backing away. A sense of impending doom washed over him, and his instinct was to flee. But his every cautious move was met with watchful eyes. The moment he shifted, his escape route was blocked.
Shouldn't I come out? Or were you planning to kowtow and beg me to?
Facing Li Wei's panic, Lin Dong remained calm. 3 million for my life.
Should I praise your generosity, or curse your delusion that my life is worth so little?
Lin Dong had intended to fleece him thoroughly, so he sent Wang Yongxing back to negotiate a higher price.
But forget 5 million, he couldn't even scrape together 4 million.
In the end, he barely managed to cough up 3 million. Moreover, the man repeatedly emphasized that this 3 million had drained his entire savings, his last penny. Lin Dong had no way of knowing if this was true or not, but judging by Li Wei's reaction, it was most likely a lie.
You're a freeloader. You're not worth 3 million, not even 300.
If it weren't for these people constantly demanding 5 million, I'd never have shelled out 3 million. Even the previous million had pained Li Wei, and he'd been scheming to get it back. Now, suddenly, they were demanding another 2 million. Losing 3 million in one fell swoop nearly killed him with grief. He'd finally convinced himself to accept reality and prepare to thoroughly torment Lin Dong, only to discover they were all in cahoots. Glaring at the man before him, Li Wei roared with fury, then turned his furious gaze to the others.
You madmen took 3 million from me, and this is how you operate? Don't you fear this scandal damaging your reputation? Don't you fear no one will dare seek your services anymore? Chapter 101, Going Out Without Your Brain.
His words elicited no reaction from those surrounding him. Only the man who had led them earlier stepped forward, reaching out to scratch his ear.
What did you just say? Damage our reputation? Everyone in Yanjing knows the madman long stopped meddling in underworld affairs. Forget dealing with people, our hands are clean now. At most, we give a warning. Do you seriously think violence and old school methods are still in vogue? Sweetheart, you've been abroad too long, haven't you? This is a civilized society now. Do you even know what a civilized society is? Do you understand what a rule of law society means? You know nothing. How dare you even step outside? Did you leave your brain at home? Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but silently give Wang Yongxing a mental thumbs up.
Meanwhile, Li Wei was completely stunned by the exchange.
Had he heard correctly? The other guy was lecturing him about civility and the rule of law? Mocking him for going out without his brain? Wasn't this guy from the madmen? Weren't the madmen the biggest underground force in Yanjing? They're underground, yet you're ING playing this law-abiding card?
At this point, Li Wei couldn't tell whether the other side was running an underground operation or if he was the one running an underground operation.
So you're just trying to scam me out of my money, huh? Li Wei couldn't figure it out, so he decided to just talk about money.
After all, the fact remained that the other guy had taken his money and failed to deliver.
When did I ever cheat you out of money? Can you please make sense when you talk? Didn't you say you'd pay us to bring him here? And now we've brought him. I'll ask you again, isn't he standing right here?
As he spoke, Wang Yongxing pointed a finger at Lin Dong beside him. Lin Dong obligingly shifted his position.
Yes.
Li Wei's mind hadn't processed it yet, and since Lin Dong was indeed standing right in front of him, he answered immediately.
Then that settles it, right? We brought you the person, we took the money cash for goods, no problem, right?
As Wang Yongxing spoke, the corners of his mouth curled upward in a wild grin, and he had to fight to suppress it, afraid he might burst out laughing at any moment.
No problem. Li Wei was still completely bewildered, instinctively following Wang Yongxing's lead.
But the moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something was off. Before he could react, Lin Dong had already started walking toward him.
You keep calling me a freeloader, but what are you? A pretty boy? After hooking up with a rich woman in Beijing, you followed her abroad.
Only recently, when she needed to return to China for some business, did you come back from overseas, even giving yourself the title of sea turtle. I honestly can't see how you resemble a sea turtle in any way. Though your scalp does share the same color as one. And that rich woman certainly didn't have you as her only pretty boy. Lin Dong's words ripped away the thin veil of pretense he wore. Not only did he publicly expose his gigolo status, but he also laid bare some of his hidden secrets. How did you find out? How do you know all this? The words had stopped at his ears, but the echoes in Li Wei's mind refused to fade. Lin Dong's mouth seemed to keep moving, laying bare every detail of his past. You're nothing but Shen Yiran's ex-husband. Even if you've latched onto a powerful woman, what difference does it make? You're no different from me, just another pretty boy. Li Wei, consumed by shame and fury, immediately tried to drag Lin Dong down with him. But Wang Yongsheng stepped forward. Who do you think you are, talking to our young Master Lin like that? The whole city of Yanjing knows young Master Lin is an honored guest of our madman. Honored guest? Li Wei muttered the words under his breath, not out of fear, but because he finally understood why these men were working together. He'd paid them to kidnap their own people, hadn't he just handed them a fortune? After traveling all the way back to China from abroad, as fellow Chinese citizens, we ought to offer a little gift. Before Li Wei could speak, Lin Dong blurted out this seemingly inexplicable remark. Then take him to the hospital. After saying this, Lin Dong walked around him and left the scene. You can't treat me like this. I'm Gui Yan's man. She's returning to the country the day after tomorrow. If you dare lay a finger on me, it's slapping Gui Yan in the face. Seeing Lin Dong about to leave, Li Wei hurriedly protested. Meanwhile, Wang Yongsheng led the others toward him, slowly advancing while flexing their muscles. The cracking sounds of several wrists popping echoed in quick succession, sending shivers down Li Wei's spine. He spun around to look at Lin Dong, but the man didn't pause for a moment, not even turning his head. Poof! Lin Dong's mocking laugh shattered Li Wei's last shred of hope. The very next second after Lin Dong exited the dilapidated temple, agonized screams echoed from within. Ignoring the sound entirely, Lin Dong continued walking forward until he climbed into the car and sat down inside. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated temple, Wang Yongsheng stared at the man crouched on the floor, desperately covering his face, his expression dripping with contempt. What kind of person do you think you are, threatening young Master Lin? Didn't you think before you opened your mouth? Do you really believe that Gui Yan, the rich woman you keep mentioning, would risk offending the madman sect for you? Or that she'd dare to cross young Master Lin for you? Do you really think you're some kind of demonic concubine who brings ruin to the nation? At best, you're just a pretty boy Gui Yan can discard any time she wants. Wang Yongsheng's words were accompanied by relentless blows, each punch landing with brutal force, several deliberately aimed at his face. Li Wei was beaten into silence, his only sounds wails and cries for help. But out here in the wilderness, there was no one else around. 10 minutes later, Wang Yongsheng and his group finally emerged from the dilapidated temple. The others drove away, while he climbed into Lin Dong's car. No one died, but he'll be spending some time in the hospital. Once inside the car, Wang Yongsheng immediately explained the situation. Seeing this, Lin Dong nodded and drove away. Shortly after they departed, Li Wei limped out of the dilapidated temple, looking utterly miserable. Head bowed, Li Wei leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. He knew the man inside the temple had spoken the truth. Gui Yan would never risk offending the mad sect for him, she would sacrifice him to appease their wrath. To seek revenge, he could only rely on himself, or more accurately, on that man. With that thought, Li Wei made an international long-distance call while shifting his body to leave the area. Chapter 102, The Wealthy Woman Returns. Young Master Lin, now that we've dealt with Li Wei, shouldn't Gui Yan be next? Wang Yongsheng was itching to get started, ready to show off his skills. I'll handle Gui Yan myself. You just keep an eye on Li Wei. Lin Dong had reviewed Gui Yan's background. Given how many years she'd lived abroad, it was impossible for her to know about the situation in Yanjing back home while overseas. Therefore, Lin Dong suspected someone else was pulling the strings behind Li Wei, though he couldn't determine whether the person was male or female. Understood. Wang Yongsheng replied. After returning to the residential complex, the two parted ways. Upon arriving home, Lin Dong immediately began handling matters related to Gui Yan. Gui Yan, still abroad, remained completely unaware of any of this, let alone the enormous trouble Li Wei had landed her in. Since that night, Li Wei had been quietly recuperating in the hospital. Not only did he refuse to answer any calls from Shen Yiran, he went so far as to block her number. As for his earlier promise to invest in her company, Li Wei pretended to know nothing about it. He had already lost so much money to Lin Dong, where would he find funds for any investment now? For the time being, he could only stay in the hospital, waiting for that man to return to the country. When that time came, he would settle all accounts with Lin Dong once and for all. As these thoughts filled his mind, even the physical pain seemed to ease somewhat. At that moment, he held a mirror in his hand. The reflection showed layers of gauze wrapped around his forehead, with another piece of gauze covering the right side of his face. Though the left side showed no traces of bandages, it remained swollen and bruised, marked by purplish-blue discoloration. His entire face had lost all trace of its former beauty, so repulsive that one couldn't bear to look twice. Staring at his own reflection, Li Wei flew into a rage and hurled the mirror across the room. The mirror shattered into pieces upon impact, the sound piercing the quiet hospital room. Lin Dong, Li Wei, will never rest until I've finished you. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of Gui Yan's return to China arrived. At the exit of Yanjing Airport, a woman clad in a mink coat emerged. However, her figure was rather plump, and the coat draped over her like an adult wearing a child's clothes, creating a comical sight though she herself seemed utterly oblivious. She wore a fisherman's hat, a gold bracelet as thick as a thumb on her wrist, and even a gold necklace around her neck. Her attire seemed designed to flaunt her wealth and extravagance. This woman was Gui Yan, the nouveau riche patroness of Li Wei. After exiting the station, Gui Yan didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stood to the side, casually removing her sunglasses as her gaze swept across the entire hall. You bastard, Li Wei! You actually dared to treat my words like they were nothing. Gui Yan stomped her foot in anger, causing her luggage to bounce. You eat my food, drink my money, and spend my cash, yet you dare to disregard me? Looks like I spoiled you too much overseas. Gui Yan scanned the area once more, confirming Li Wei's absence before pushing her suitcase away. Watching her exit the airport, two figures emerged from the side: Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng. Young Master Lin, that must be Gui Yan, right? Li Wei sure knows how to bend and stretch. Watching Gui Yan's retreating figure, Wang Yongsheng couldn't help but whistle in admiration. That woman was nearly twice his girth, with shoulders so broad that not just Li Wei, but three Li Weis could be embraced by her alone. And standing before her, Li Wei truly looked like a helpless little bird clinging to her, a real pretty boy. Send that thing to Gui Yan. Lin Dong didn't dwell on it. He immediately followed suit, not forgetting to give the order. Yes. Wang Yongsheng kept pace with him, simultaneously lowering his head to send the specified items to Gui Yan's phone as instructed. Meanwhile, Gui Yan got into her car, just about to head home, when a message suddenly popped up on her phone. Thinking it was spam, she was about to ignore it, but her hand moved of its own accord to open it. Staring at the message, Gui Yan froze. She recognized every single character, yet somehow, when they formed a sentence, she couldn't make sense of it. She read it over and over, her face turning ashen. Driver, turn around. I need to go to Yanjing City Hospital now. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Li Wei was carefully unwrapping the bandage covering his right cheek. No sooner had he lifted a corner than a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open from outside. Startled, his hand jerked, yanking the entire bandage off. A searing pain made Li Wei's face contort. He quickly looked down to see blood on the gauze, along with traces of old scars. Clearly, the wound on his face hadn't fully healed. His forceful action had reopened it, tearing away the barely healed scar along with it. Don't you know to knock before entering? Are you responsible if my face gets disfigured? Do you realize I rely on my looks for a living? Without even glancing at who had entered, Li Wei bellowed at the doorway. Just a few days apart, and you Li Wei ve grown bold enough to speak to me like this? Have you forgotten whose name you're writing on now? Have you forgotten who gave you everything you have today? The person who kicked the door open was Gui Yan. She charged toward the bed, screaming without a care for her appearance. Still not satisfied, she grabbed her suitcase with both hands and hurled it straight at the bed. Li Wei hadn't expected Gui Yan to be the one entering. He'd assumed it was a nurse or doctor. Lying on the bed, he couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by the suitcase, which landed directly on his legs. Crack! Li Wei felt as if his legs were about to snap. Baby, how could you miss me so much? I just didn't recognize who was coming in. If I'd known it was you, I would have come down to greet you. Li Wei forced himself to speak softly, stifling the excruciating pain radiating from his legs. Is that so? Gui Yan didn't believe a single word he said. As she stood at the door, ready to move, she felt numerous eyes fixed on her. Glancing outside, she saw that a crowd of patients had gathered outside the ward at some point, all craning their necks to peek inside, eager for a spectacle. Seeing this, Gui Yan didn't indulge them. She immediately turned and closed the door. The slam of the door sealed off two worlds, instantly dashing the curiosity of those outside. They turned and dispersed one after another. With no one left at the doorway, peace returned. Chapter 103, 4 million. Young Master Lin, should we leave? At that moment, in the corridor beside the hospital room, Young Master Lin and Wang Yongsheng leaned against the wall. Let's go. Though the door was shut, Lin Dong knew the scene inside was bound to be quite the spectacle. Moreover, his visit to the hospital with Wang Yongsheng was solely to ensure Gui Yan saw those items, thereby provoking Li Wei. Now that their objective was achieved and there was nothing more to see, it was time to leave. If Gui Yan bows to the mad sect and begs for mercy, you know what to do, right? Lin Dong walked ahead and spoke up. Rest assured, Young Master Lin. I'll make sure Gui Yan treats Li Wei properly. With the mad sect riding high at the moment, Gui Yan would never risk antagonizing them over someone like Li Wei, especially since Li Wei was now causing her more harm than good. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, there was no place for Li Wei in Gui Yan's inner circle. Once Li Wei reached the point of desperation, he would inevitably turn to the person behind him, the very individual young Master Lin had mentioned earlier. Therefore, all they could do now was wait. Lin Dong remained silent. Seeing this, Wang Yongsheng also held his tongue, simply following behind his bodyguard, Hassan. Inside the hospital room, the scene was indeed as lively as Lin Dong had imagined. Huayan practically took 3 steps at a time, rushing to the bedside. Just as she was about to lay hands on Li Wei, she was startled by the sight of his raised face. "What happened to your face? How did it get so messed up?" Huayan showed him no mercy, bluntly stating he looked like a disfigured mess. "Honey, it's all that Lin Dong's fault. He had someone beat me up. He even said, 'Honey, you're just a nouveau riche.'" Since the disfigurement was now a fact, Li Wei would have to face people with this appearance for the foreseeable future. Seeing this, he decided to pin everything on Lin Dong. Besides, he knew Guiyan's pet peeve, the term nouveau riche. He deliberately used it, hoping to provoke her into confronting Lin Dong and avenging him. Hearing the words nouveau riche, Guiyan's eyes turned red with rage, her neck bulging as she was about to react exactly as Li Wei had predicted. But then, Guiyan's gaze shifted back to him. "Honey, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Is it because my face is so ugly it's hurting your eyes? It's okay, honey. I won't listen. Don't look, it's pretty awful. Don't let it dirty your eyes." Seeing Guiyan's gaze, Li Wei didn't think much of it, assuming she felt sorry for him. He even gently covered his own face with his hand, deliberately putting on a brave front. "Damn it!" But unexpectedly, Guiyan raised her arm and slapped him hard across the other side of his face. "You went back to China and stirred up a whole mess. While I was gone, you were flirting with your childhood sweetheart, that Shen Yiran girl, and got involved with the madman. Now you're under their constant surveillance, and you still had the nerve to drag me into this. Li Wei, you pretty boy. Every penny you spend on clothes, food, and shelter comes from my hard-earned cash, and this is how you repay me." Guiyan grew more enraged with each word, so she simply slapped him again on that same side of his face. Only when her palm went numb and Li Wei's cheek swelled like a pig's head did she finally stop. "Baby, you must be misunderstanding something. I just got back to the country. How would I know anything about the crazed sect or Shen Yiran? Honey, did someone plant a wedge between us?" Li Wei had intended to dodge, or at least prepare to fight back, but he had underestimated Guiyan's weight and the force behind her slaps. Only when Guiyan stopped did he feel like he was alive again. But his head was spinning from the blows, completely unable to think straight. All he could feel was Guiyan standing before him, as if she were spinning. Still, he scrambled to defend himself, or rather, explain. His tone was gentle, as if Guiyan were the one being unreasonable. In the past, Guiyan might have fallen for this act. But now, with half of Li Wei's face swollen like a pig's head and the other half revealing a bloody wound, the only reason she hadn't continued the beating was sheer kindness. Yet he actually had the nerve to speak up and disgust her. "Why don't you look in the mirror at your pathetic state? And you still have the nerve to call me darling? You're probably trying to disgust me to death, aren't you? Listen here, Li Wei. Because of you, I've lost every single market I had back home. Now even the crazy clan is targeting me." Guiyan had received a string of withdrawal notices from partners in recent days. She initially assumed it was the Yanjing aristocracy looking down on her nouveau riche background, but it turned out Li Wei was the one responsible. And the madman hadn't stopped yet. All the money she'd accumulated overseas because of him, it was all down the drain. Now, all she had left was the emergency fund she'd set aside when she first started her business. But that paltry sum wasn't even enough to cover the tip of the iceberg of what Li Wei had spent. "Return the 5 million I transferred to you a few days ago." Once she got her hands on that 5 million, Guiyan planned to fly back overseas again. She couldn't develop her business in China anymore, she could only keep her sights set on that small overseas market. Li Wei remained silent, sitting with his head bowed. He'd naively believed Guiyan would stand up for him. But after the madman ruined several collaborations, she'd given up on that idea and blamed it all on him. Seeing his silence, Guiyan showed no mercy. She snatched his phone from the table, unlocked it, and prepared to transfer the money back. But the moment she looked, something was off. She had just transferred 5 million yuan to Li Wei a few days ago, yet now the account only showed 1 million yuan and a few cents. "Where's the other 4 million? Guiyan demanded, her thoughts racing as she swiftly transferred the remaining funds to her own account. "Spent." A voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz sounded. Hearing this, Guiyan's eyes widened in shock. The phone she'd been holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor, its screen going dark. "What did you say? Spent? 4 million gone in just a few days." Li Wei simply couldn't bring himself to mention the money swindled by the mad gate. As for the remaining funds, he'd transferred them to Shen Yiran. Originally intended to boost his own image, it turned out to be money down the drain, gone without a trace. Worse still, Shen Yiran was now chasing him for more money, demanding investments. Li Wei, you're something else. You've got zero talent for making money, but you're a natural at spending it. And you know how to make people hate you too, you're a real gem. I must have been blind to ever support someone like you." Mark my words, you'll pay back this 4 million even if you have to sell everything you own. But judging by your current state, you probably don't have much left to sell. So go sell yourself.
Chapter 104, Earn 4 million.
Setting aside his face, Li Wei's body was still quite something. After all, his bedroom tricks were genuinely novel and satisfying.
Tomorrow, I'll send someone to take you away. Once you've earned 4 million, I'll give you back your freedom. Guo Yan's words sealed Li Wei's fate. Don't.
Just as Li Wei opened his mouth to beg for mercy, she was already leaving with her suitcase in hand.
Staring at the empty hospital room, panic instantly gripped Li Wei.
He knew Guo Yan was a woman of her word. She would indeed send him to that kind of place until he earned 4 million.
But 4 million yuan? Forget selling his body, even selling a kidney wouldn't cover it.
Guo Yan clearly intended to let him die in that place. The thought sent Li Wei scrambling off the bed, desperate to flee this place to escape Yanjing. But the moment he shifted his body slightly, excruciating pain shot through his legs. The door, clearly within arm's reach, now seemed miles away in his eyes.
He couldn't possibly leave on his own. His gaze drifted downward, landing on the phone lying on the floor. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he bent down to pick it up. He pressed the power button repeatedly, but the phone remained utterly unresponsive, its screen stubbornly dark. Seeing this, Li Wei hurriedly pressed it again, even tapping it against the bedside table, but it remained utterly unresponsive. Only then did Li Wei realize Guo Yan had smashed the phone. Calling for help from the outside world was now impossible. But sitting here waiting for death? That was even less likely. Li Wei desperately racked his brain for a way to escape. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng had just returned home when Lin Dong's phone rang. Young Master Lin, my men report that Guo Yan hasn't come looking for us at the Mad Gate. Instead, she's liquidating her domestic assets. It looks like she's preparing to flee China. Wang Yongsheng's voice came through the phone. Young Master Lin, should we arrest Guo Yan? What about Li Wei? What is he doing now? Guo Yan was preparing to flee, but what about Li Wei, the pretty boy she kept? Was she planning to take him along, or abandon him? Lin Dong felt a twinge of curiosity, though judging by the things he'd given Guo Yan, abandoning Li Wei seemed the more likely outcome. Li Wei is still in the hospital room. They apparently had a huge fight, and Guo Yan stormed out. Before the sentence was finished, another knock sounded at Wang Yongxing's door. Seeing this, Lin Dong remained silent, waiting. Soon, Li Wei's voice sounded again. Young Master Lin, our people just spotted Li Wei disguised, rushing out of the hospital in a wheelchair. He was being extremely cautious the whole way, as if terrified of being recognized. Young Master Lin, what do you think is going on? Did he do something wrong? Or is Guo Yan? Wang Yongsheng was puzzled, unable to fathom why Li Wei had suddenly become so secretive, as if he had something to hide. Just moments ago, he'd been utterly arrogant and triumphant, practically flaunting his powerful connections. What was this new behavior? Even if Guo Yan had abandoned him, this was excessive. Inform Guo Yan about Li Wei leaving the hospital. Lin Dong had a hunch that Guo Yan must have done something to force Li Wei into a desperate escape. But looking at Li Wei now, what could he possibly still have that Guo Yan valued so highly? Lin Dong couldn't quite figure it out either. He decided to play the good guy, letting Guo Yan handle it while he simply let events unfold. The madman moved swiftly. After Wang Yongsheng gave the order, Guo Yan on their end immediately received the news. She led her people to the hospital and publicly intercepted Li Wei, who was fleeing in a wheelchair. Li Wei was now being carried into the vehicle, flanked by Guo Yan's men, while Guo Yan herself sat in the passenger seat. Damn it, I never thought you'd actually try to run away and right in front of me. At first, Guo Yan hadn't recognized Li Wei, but his movements were so strangely cautious that she couldn't help but be suspicious. The moment she found him alone, she immediately intercepted him. And what do you know? It was none other than the very Li Wei she'd been obsessing over. If you've got the guts, kill me. Caught by her, Li Wei felt utterly hopeless and contemplated death. And compared to that place, death no longer seemed terrifying to him. Kill? Why would I kill you? If I killed you, where would I get the remaining 4 million? I'm counting on you to earn me that 4 million. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. You absolutely cannot die until you've earned that 4 million. Guo Yan flashed him a smile before turning her gaze back to the road ahead. Li Wei tried to speak again, but something was shoved into his mouth by someone beside him. He looked down at his bound limbs. Now he couldn't even kill himself. Li Wei closed his eyes in despair, a single tear slowly trickling down the corner of his eye. After delivering Li Wei to his destination, Guo Yan collected her payment and departed China that very night. Arriving in Huaguo that very day only to depart that same night, it all seemed rather disorganized. Guo Yan's movements were, of course, being watched by the madman's eyes lurking in the shadows. Lin Dong had already received word of Guo Yan's overnight departure. However, Lin Dong hadn't anticipated Guo Yan's swift action, nor that she would send Li Wei to such a place. Even if Li Wei were to die there, he'd likely never earn 4 million yuan unless someone like Guo Yan took a fancy to him, bought him out, and then kept him as a kept man. But with Li Wei's face now disfigured, it was unlikely another Guo Yan would ever appear.
Lin Dong did not recall the operatives secretly monitoring Li Wei, instructing them to report any unusual developments immediately. Lin Dong was also waiting for the person behind Li Wei to surface. Yet for days on end, Li Wei's situation remained eerily quiet. He seemed to have accepted his fate, resigned to his circumstances. At that moment, Lin Dong's figure appeared in the president's office of Xie Group. Looking at Xie Qiao across the table, who was practically jumping for joy, Lin Dong shook his head slightly. Is it really that exciting? Of course. It's Shenghua Group, a renowned conglomerate in overseas markets. Word is their president arrives in China tomorrow to develop the domestic market, and their first target is Beijing. Xie Qiao hurried over, tablet in hand, holding it directly toward Lin Dong so he could clearly see the content displayed. Let me tell you, Shenghua Group was founded by our own Chinese people overseas through sheer hard work. They built their success step by step to reach this level of glory. Chapter 105, Shenghua Group. Lin Dong didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the tablet screen displaying information about Shenghua Group. The group's president, Zhang Shenghua, a Chinese national, had sensed business opportunities abroad after graduating from university. He ventured overseas alone, starting from scratch to establish Shenghua Group. Through sheer determination, he built the company into a formidable force. He also donated a portion of his earnings back to China and established a fund for impoverished children within the country under his name. Though residing abroad, his deeds were widely known domestically, and he was also a renowned philanthropist. Judging by the above, I expect a huge crowd will be at the airport tomorrow to welcome him. Given Zhang Shenghua's current influence, Yanjing Airport would likely be packed to the brim tomorrow. Lin Dong returned the tablet to her arms. That's likely, but we have this. At this point, Xie Qiao suddenly teased him with suspense. She set the tablet aside, picked up an invitation from the nearby table, and waved it in front of Lin Dong. What's this? Lin Dong looked at the object before him with curiosity. Zhang Shenghua's secretary gave this to me. Xie Qiao explained. Zhang Shenghua was indeed scheduled to arrive in Yanjing tomorrow. However, today, Xie Group had welcomed a visitor who claimed to be Zhang Shenghua's secretary, delivering this invitation letter. According to him, Zhang Shenghua intended to develop new markets in Yanjing. However, entering new markets would inevitably create conflicts with existing ones. Therefore, he wished to first host a banquet for Yanjing's business leaders to discuss potential collaborations. Should the new market development fail, Zhang Shenghua would pursue an alternative route into the Chinese market, partnering with a local Yanjing leader. His secretary mentioned that during their overseas research on the Yanjing market, Xie Group wasn't on their radar. But just as they were preparing to return home, Xie Group burst onto the scene, rising like bamboo shoots after rain and capturing their attention. That's why they requested a private meeting with me to initiate preliminary discussions. Though termed a discussion, they essentially viewed Xie Group as a newcomer, though not yet on par with Yanjing's established players. It held immense potential. Moreover, if a partnership were truly to be pursued, Xie Group would be the most advantageous collaborator. When? Seeing Xie Qiao's thorough analysis, Lin Dong couldn't help but ruffle her hair, feeling increasingly impressed. Once an obscure entity, Xie Group had grown steadily under Xie Qiao's leadership, even capturing the attention of overseas conglomerates like Shenghua Group. This fully demonstrated Xie Qiao's business acumen, cementing her status as an undisputed business prodigy. The meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, after Zhang Shenghua returns to the country. Xie Qiao stated matter-of-factly, gently removing his large hand and glaring at him with feigned ferocity. Keep that up, and I'll end up looking like a bird's nest. I won't. Lin Dong shook his head solemnly, then turned her hand to hold it in his. You'll accompany me tomorrow. It'll be a good chance to see what people mean when they talk about successful individuals. All right. The next day, Zhang Shenghua's flight arrived in Yanjing on schedule. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, he was met by a crowd of people, including numerous reporters holding microphones ready to interview him. Mr. Zhang Shenghua, are you shifting your focus back to China with this return? What are your thoughts on the current market in China? Which city do you see as having the most promising development prospects? The middle-aged man in a black and gray suit, the very Zhang Shenghua the reporters referred to, was completely surrounded by microphones. He gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, answering each reporter's question with humility and courtesy, even taking the opportunity to remind them to stay safe. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Shenghua finally extricated himself from the crowd. Leaving the airport, he headed to Xie Group with his secretary. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Shenghua and his secretary arrived punctually at the reception room of Xie Group. The door creaked open as Xie Qiao pushed it aside, entering the reception room one after the other with Lin Dong. Hello, I am Xie Qiao, president of Xie Group. Xie Qiao introduced herself to the middle-aged man rising from his seat across the room. Hello, I'm Zhang Shenghua. This is my secretary. Zhang Shenghua looked at the woman in the business suit before him, his eyes filled with admiration. This is my boyfriend, Lin Dong, who is also a shareholder of Xie Group. As she finished speaking, Lin Dong stepped forward and greeted Zhang Shenghua. However, the man across from them didn't speak immediately. Instead, he studied Lin Dong intently, his gaze growing increasingly suspicious. Zhang Shenghua's gaze was unabashed, and Lin Dong caught it directly.
Mr. Jiang, is there a problem? Nothing.
I've heard that name mentioned a few times by friends, but I wasn't sure if you were the same person they spoke of. At this remark, his secretary also turned to look at Lin Dong.
Mr. Jiang, China has a vast population. Name duplications are common. Perhaps the person you mentioned is not me.
Lin Dong didn't believe their social circles overlapped and dismissed it as a case of mistaken identity.
Mr. Lin is correct.
Zhang Shenghua responded before shifting his gaze and beginning discussions with Xie Qiao about the Yanjing market. The secretary and Lin Dong sat quietly nearby, listening to their conversation without interrupting. Yet throughout this exchange, Lin Dong noticed Zhang Shenghua's gaze drifting toward him, sometimes deliberately, sometimes seemingly by accident, and the look in those eyes was decidedly ambiguous. It seemed as though the Lin Dong his friend had just mentioned was clearly him. Lin Dong sat impassively, his mind racing through memories. Yet the more he recalled, the more certain he became of his earlier suspicion. From whom exactly had Zhang Shenghua heard the name Lin Dong? While Lin Dong sat deep in thought, Zhang Shenghua and Xie Qiao across the table were already deep in conversation. Miss Xie possesses even greater insight into the business world than I do, and some of your perspectives are truly unique. I feel your talents are somewhat wasted in Yanjing. You belong in a larger market, only there can you fully unleash your potential. After speaking with her for a while, even Zhang Shenghua, who operated in overseas markets, found himself greatly enlightened. He had initially imagined the president of Xie Group to be a pot-bellied old man, or at the very least, an older female powerhouse. But the moment she pushed open the door and he saw the beautiful, youthful Xie Qiao, Zhang Shenghua had to admit he'd been secretly doubting his own assumptions. He kept those thoughts to himself, though. Chapter 106, How Should Profits Be Divided? It wasn't until that very conversation just now that he found himself unable to hold back his admiration for Xie Qiao. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. I've only been in the business world for a few months and am still very much a novice. I will need guidance and mentorship from business leaders like yourself in the future. Xie Qiao remained composed and unassuming in response to his praise. The Huaguo market is vast and multifaceted, but regarding the Yanjing market while overseas, I had my secretary conduct research. Yanjing's market is relatively homogeneous and largely dominated by the Yanjing clans, or rather, the local conglomerates. At this point, the secretary seated beside them promptly retrieved a research report from her briefcase and placed it on the coffee table between them. Miss Xie, this is Shenghua Group's research report on the Yanjing market. Please take a look. After delivering this statement, the secretary returned to her original seat. Seeing this, Xie Qiao reached out to take it, opened it, and examined it carefully. At that moment, Zhang Shenghua's voice sounded again. Developing new markets in Yanjing presents significant challenges. Not only does it require substantial capital investment, but the most critical factor is the local conglomerates in Yanjing. That's precisely why I chose Xie Group. Xie Qiao scanned the report at a glance, quickly finishing it. This report is more detailed than what I, someone based in Yanjing, know. Moreover, the information here is indeed accurate. So, Mr. Jiang, are you suggesting we partner with Xie Group to develop this new market? Developing new markets was a painstakingly slow process. The capital required would only increase, and the slightest misstep could result in losing everything. But once the new market was established, Shenghua Group and Xie Group, as the first to get a slice of the pie, would reap far more than they invested. Thus, this is nothing short of a gamble. Win, and you'll be rolling in it; lose, and you'll be left penniless. I do indeed have that intention. But rest assured, Miss Xie, we'll split the funding 80-20. Shenghua Group will cover 80%, and your Xie Group will contribute 20%. And what about the profits? Surely Mr. Jiang isn't planning an 80-20 split on those as well? Xie Qiao stared directly at him. Of course not. This is Yanjing after all. We still need Xie Group's assistance in market development and other areas. So for profits, we propose a 70-30 split. Upon hearing this, Xie Qiao didn't immediately agree. She lowered her eyelids slightly, deep in thought. While Xie Group's investment was modest, Shenghua Group's stronghold lay overseas. The Yanjing aristocratic groups couldn't extend their reach that far, meaning it wouldn't harm them in the slightest. Xie Group was different. With its headquarters firmly rooted in Yanjing, it would inevitably become the first target for those groups to attack. Worse still, it might even face a concerted effort from multiple factions. While Xie Group was indeed thriving, Xie Qiao didn't believe her company alone could take on so many rivals simultaneously. Mr. Jiang, you should understand the risks the Xie Group is taking. While the capital investment is small, if the group ceases to exist, what meaning would developing new markets hold for us? Clearly, Xie Qiao was dissatisfied with the proposed 70-30 profit split. Miss Xie is correct. I overlooked that. I'll concede another point. Let's settle on a 60-40 split. Xie Qiao shook her head, still unsatisfied. Mr. Jiang, this is Beijing. Your Shenghua Group operates overseas. If those conglomerates decide to act, Xie Group will be the first target. Seeing her continued refusal, Zhang Shenghua remained silent. He removed his glasses from his nose, pulled a cleaning cloth from his pocket to wipe them, then put them back on. Xia Qiao and Lin Dong could sense that, compared to earlier, Zhang Xinghua's aura had grown significantly more commanding.
Then how does Miss Xia propose we divide the profits? Could it be that Miss Xia intends to take the lion's share, all 6 parts?
Facing his subtle pressure, Xia Qiao remained unflappable, offering only a polite smile.
Mr. Zhang's Shenghua group wields significant influence both overseas and domestically. How could our Xia family dare to claim 6 parts? We ask for no more than 5.
As she finished speaking, Xia Qiao held up 5 fingers. A 50-50 split. With Shenghua Group providing the capital and Xie Group bearing the associated risks, a 50-50 split was hardly unreasonable. I'm sorry, Miss Xia, I cannot agree to that.
Zhang Shenghua shook his head. My best offer is a 60-40 split. Then I'm afraid our partnership will end before it even begins, Mr. Zhang.
Seeing this, Xia Qiao made no attempt to persuade him to stay. Instead, she rose to her feet, ready to see him out. My visit has been an intrusion, but should you ever reconsider, Miss Xia, feel free to contact me anytime.
I will always welcome Xie Group's participation.
With that, Zhang Shenghua also stood up, pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. Xia Qiao reached out to take it, returning his words in kind. Should Mr. Zhang change his mind, he is also welcome to reach out anytime.
Xie Group will always welcome Mr. Zhang's presence.
Mr. Jiang smiled faintly at her words before preparing to leave with his secretary. However, just as the secretary opened the door, Zhang Shenghua paused, his gaze returning to Lin Dong, who stood beside Xia Qiao.
Mr. Lin, the friend I mentioned earlier recently returned to the country and also flew to China.
Yet, I haven't been able to reach him these past few days. I can't verify whether the Lin Dong he spoke of is indeed you.
Upon hearing this, a name immediately sprang to Lin Dong's mind: Li Wei. Mr. Jiang, may I ask the name of this friend? As a native of Beijing, I might be able to help locate him. Lin Dong's gaze met Zhang Shenghua's as he looked over. Neither man looked away.
One gaze was clear and pure, the other was filled with scrutiny and suspicion. In the end, Zhang Shenghua was the first to look away.
My friend's name is Li Wei.
If Mr. Lin can truly find him, then I, Zhang Shenghua, would like to thank Mr. Lin in advance. The name Li Wei matched the one that had just surfaced in Lin Dong's mind. Xia Qiao, listening to their exchange and observing their expressions, couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about them. If Mr. Zhang's friend Li Wei is still in Beijing, then the day he is found will surely come. Xia Qiao couldn't make sense of their conversation, assuming it was simply about finding someone. She decided to offer her help in locating the friend he mentioned. Chapter 107, Half Dead, Half Alive.
Then I thank you too, Miss Xia. If you hear anything about my friend, please don't hesitate to contact me. Zhang Shenghua appreciated Xia Qiao's kindness. He shifted his gaze from Lin Dong and fixed it on Xia Qiao. Miss Xia, sometimes those closest to you can wound you the deepest. They're the masters of disguise. So you must keep your eyes open and observe those around you carefully. After saying this, Zhang Shenghua walked away with his secretary. Xia Qiao didn't grasp the meaning behind his words and remained standing there, deep in thought. Lin Dong, however, gave a cold laugh. Zhang Shenghua's words were clearly directed at him. But he couldn't understand why Zhang Shenghua could so comfortably blame him for everything, when it was clearly Li Wei who had started it all. Was it simply because Li Wei was his friend? Could Zhang Shenghua really disregard right and wrong like this? Was he talking about you? Xia Qiao finally sensed something was off. She looked at the person beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes. Lin Dong didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. Tell me. Did you do something to betray me? Xia Qiao's cheeks instantly puffed up with indignation. She grabbed his collar, yanking his entire upper body toward her as she glared at him. Pulled close, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh at her fierce expression. As if afraid of provoking her further, yet perhaps deliberately playing along, Lin Dong simply raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. No, how could I ever do anything to hurt you? Having you in my life is more than enough. Then why did he say that? Hearing his words, Xia Qiao nodded in satisfaction and released his collar. Xia Qiao spent every day with Lin Dong and knew full well he simply didn't have time for anything untoward. But what did Zhang Shenghua mean by his earlier words? Do you remember that man we saw at the hotel before? The one who idolizes everything foreign? Xia Qiao nodded, then her eyes widened instantly. You wouldn't be suggesting that man is the friend Zhang Shenghua mentioned, would you? Yes. That man's name is Li Wei, and he did indeed return from abroad just a few days ago, back to Beijing. When Lin Dong and Xia Qiao arrived at the hotel lobby, they hadn't actually heard the man's name. They'd only heard him relentlessly mocking Chinese people in China. How do you know all this? Could it be? Xia Qiao seemed to understand why Zhang Shenghua had been staring at Lin Dong earlier and why he'd made those remarks before leaving. Her eyes darted around restlessly. Lin Dong simply pulled her into his embrace and began explaining the whole situation. He recounted how Li Wei had hired people to deal with him, and how Gui Yan had sent him off to be sold. So where is Li Wei now? Alive or dead? Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao instantly understood.
Yet, judging by Zhang Shenghua's earlier level of regard for him, she might genuinely have considered him a true friend. Given Li Wei's character and upbringing, no one would ever associate him with Zhang Shenghua.
Li Wei is currently in Yanjing's largest brothel, Nanfengfang.
He's barely hanging on, barely alive. Having previously sent people to monitor Li Wei, Lin Dong was aware of his current situation. His face was indeed ruined, but his delicate physique and certain talents had attracted considerable attention, making him a minor sensation at Nanfeng Pavilion for a time. But in a place where looks ruled, Li Wei was quickly discarded. Coupled with the torment from certain clients, his days there were truly hellish.
Should we still inform Jiang Shenghua?
Recalling their earlier conversation, Xiao now found herself somewhat troubled.
Leave this matter to me. You focus on handling company affairs.
Moreover, Lin Dong had a hunch that Zhang Shenghua was the person behind Li Wei, just as he had suspected. After all, given Guiyan's wealth and status, it was simply impossible for her to have such detailed knowledge of Yanjing's situation from abroad. Zhang Shenghua, on the other hand, possessed that capability. The question remained, were Zhang Shenghua and Li Wei in cahoots, or was there more to the story?
All right. Xiao nodded in agreement.
Meanwhile, Zhang Shenghua and his secretary exited Xie Group and hurried to the hotel suite they had booked in advance. Back in the suite, Zhang Shenghua turned to face his secretary.
Are you certain there's only one person named Lin Dong in Yanjing?
Yes. While at the company, I conducted multiple searches. While there are indeed many people named Lin Dong in Huaguo, in Yanjing, there is only one Lin Dong. The secretary's definitive answer left Zhang Shenghua speechless. Clearly, the Lin Dong he had just seen at Xie Group was the very same Lin Dong Li Wei had mentioned.
President, should we proceed with our original plan? A flicker of conflict crossed Zhang Shenghua's eyes at the question, but he finally spoke. Proceed with the plan as scheduled. However, do not involve Xie Group and do not harm Xiao. Zhang Shenghua held Xiao in high regard and naturally felt a sense of reluctance to waste such talent. Though he had spent years developing his career abroad, he remained a loyal citizen of China at heart. A business prodigy like Xiao could only benefit China's development and further drive the economic growth of Beijing. As long as Xiao remained on her path to success, China's economy would undoubtedly advance further. That was the depth of Zhang Shenghua's confidence in Xiao.
Yes. The secretary responded before stepping outside, simultaneously signaling their team to spring into action. Before long, a silver-white business van appeared near Xie Group, circling the vicinity repeatedly as if familiarizing itself with the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Xiao also reached the company's closing time. The two emerged from the president's office and got into their car as soon as they stepped outside Xie Group. About a minute after their car departed, the silver-white minivan that had been lingering near Xie Group immediately followed suit.
What are we having for dinner tonight? I wonder if Shuero has already prepared something?
Xiao sat in the passenger seat, her mind filled with thoughts of Shen Shuero's delicious home cooking. Ever since Shen Shuero severed ties with the Shen family and was betrayed by Shen Yiran, she had stayed home except for company matters. Even when she did go out, she would have Lin Dong and Xiao accompany her. But staying home too long inevitably led to problems, so Xiao decided to cultivate other interests for her. It turned out that besides her talent in design, Shen Shuero was also an exceptional cook. Every time she cooked, she created dishes so unforgettable that Lin Dong and Xiao frequently praised her.
Chapter 108, Just You Guys.
Perhaps her culinary talent had been ignited, Shen Shuero grew more optimistic. She began actively engaging with strangers, which greatly reassured Lin Dong and Xiao. It's possible. After all, you praise her constantly. She practically wants to cook all your meals and finds ways to feed you every single day. Lin Dong chuckled, his gaze drifting casually out the window. There, a silver-white minivan was tailing them closely. Lin Dong didn't think much of it at first, but his eyes kept returning to the van. Then, at a bend in the road, the van suddenly accelerated alongside them. A screech of tires echoed as the van shot forward, cutting directly in front of their car. Its bulk effectively blocked their path. What kind of driver is this? How can he drive into the middle of such a wide road? Xiao couldn't help but feel annoyed after being cut off like that. If not for Lin Dong's skilled driving just now, the two vehicles would have collided head-on. Lin Dong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the minivan ahead. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. Regardless of how wide the road was, consider the sudden acceleration and turn just now. Judging by the speed he had accelerated to, the van should have cut off the car in front of Lin Dong instead. Yet, it had deliberately blocked their vehicle. Lin Dong's expression changed, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He couldn't shake the feeling that the other driver might be targeting them. Just then, a man emerged from the side of the van and approached the front of Lin Dong's car. He bowed repeatedly toward the vehicle, standing there muttering something unintelligible. I'll go check it out. Lin Dong could only see the man's mouth moving, unable to hear a single word. He unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to exit the vehicle. I'll come with you. Xiao also moved to exit, but Lin Dong stopped her.
Stay in the car and lock the doors.
After tossing out those words, Lin Dong's body had already left the car, and he instinctively slammed the door shut behind him.
Until she understood the man's intentions, staying inside the car was Xie Qiao's safest option.
Stepping out, Lin Dong headed straight for the front of the car. Before he could speak, the man standing there hurriedly addressed him.
My deepest apologies. When I accelerated just now, the tires suddenly skidded, and I accidentally blocked your car.
The man's face was filled with apology, followed immediately by another apology. Lin Dong glanced at the front of his car.
It was completely undamaged, still a foot away from the minivan ahead. It's fine. The car isn't damaged. I'm truly sorry.
Though Lin Dong clearly wasn't bothered, the man persisted in apologizing while bending down to gesture toward the minivan. Immediately, the van door swung open, and 4 men leaped out.
Take him away.
The moment his men exited the vehicle, the man shouted, immediately lunging at the person in front of him, attempting a sneak attack. But Lin Dong had been on guard since stepping out of the vehicle. Now that he saw the man move, there was no way he'd let the sneak attack succeed. Who do you work for? Lin Dong seized his wrist and demanded. Who I work for isn't important. What matters is that you're coming with us today. The man lifted his head, his face no longer showing remorse, only a dark, sinister expression.
Simultaneously, the remaining men all lunged at Lin Dong.
The sudden turn of events made Xie Qiao, sitting inside the car, pale. Her expression immediately turned anxious as she hurriedly tried to open the door to help him. But the door wouldn't budge. Only then did Xie Qiao recall that when Lin Dong had gotten out earlier, he had not only instructed her to lock the doors from the inside but had also locked them himself.
Did you sense something was wrong all along?
Unable to open the door, Xie Qiao fixed her gaze on Lin Dong ahead, murmuring to herself.
Do you really think a bunch of people like you could take me away?
Lin Dong glanced at the 4 men lying on the ground, then turned his gaze to the man still struggling to stay upright. We were careless. The higher-ups had only ordered them to bring Lin Dong back, without investigating his capabilities. He'd assumed that with 4 men plus himself 5 in total they could easily bring one person back. Little did they expect his strength to be so formidable he fought 5 men single-handedly with ease.
Your faces look unfamiliar. You're probably not from Yanjing.
The moment Lin Dong spoke, the expression on the other man's face shifted for an instant before quickly returning to normal.
Perhaps I should rephrase that you're not Chinese.
Lin Dong's casual remark caused the man's expression to darken completely.
How did you know?
The man seemed puzzled, yet his body lunged toward Lin Dong once more.
Your Chinese is quite good indistinguishable from a native speaker.
But listen closely, and you'll detect subtle differences.
And your face, it doesn't quite match ours.
Though China boasts a vast population and numerous ethnic groups, Chinese people generally share certain facial similarities. Yet none of these men bore any resemblance to that. 1 or 2 might be explained away, but all 4 shared this distinct lack of resemblance.
This inconsistency made Lin Dong question their nationality.
Lin Dong handled his offensive with ease, even taking the time to explain.
Spill it. Who sent you?
As the words fell, Lin Dong delivered a punch to the man's back.
The force wasn't immense, yet the man's body instantly buckled, crashing face first onto the ground.
But a mouthful of blood spurted from the man's mouth. He lay motionless on the ground, offering no response. Truthfully, it doesn't matter whether you speak or not, because I already know who sent you. Lin Dong stood there, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. The man on the ground heard his words and struggled to lift his head to look at him. His expression shifted from confusion to contempt. I've studied your Chinese military strategies too. This move of yours is called letting the enemy off to capture him later in your 36 stratagems. You're quite clever. Lin Dong didn't even glance at him as he spoke. Yet the man took it as praise, his lips curling upward in a smirk. Within a minute of the call, 3 vehicles emerged from the roadside, completely surrounding Lin Dong's position. Wang Yangshan leaped out of one vehicle and immediately circled Lin Dong, checking him over repeatedly to ensure he was unharmed before finally relaxing.
Young Master Lin, you could have simply given us orders. Why get involved yourself? What if you'd been hurt? Old Master Tang would have cut me to pieces. Chapter 109, Finding Your Mr. Jiang.
This happened rather suddenly, and I didn't have time to notify you. Lin Dong glanced at him, taking in the worry and anxiety etched on his face.
Get someone to secure them first.
Wang Yangxing nodded in agreement, yanking the man off the ground and hoisting him up like a small chicken. The others who had gotten out of the car swiftly picked up the remaining 4 men lying on the ground. The rough handling roused the unconscious men, who struggled to break free, but it was futile. Lin Dong walked toward the car, unlocked the door, and Xie Qiao was the first to push it open. She stepped out and stood before him, staring intently. What's wrong? Caught in her gaze, Lin Dong instinctively asked back. He followed her line of sight and saw his clothes were intact, merely dusty.
There won't be a next time. Xie Qiao clung tightly to Lin Dong, burying her face in his neck.
Okay. Lin Dong immediately understood what she meant. Feeling her body tremble slightly, he opened his arms and pulled her close. Just then, Wang Yongxing approached, dragging the man he had seized. Young Master Lin, I won't disturb you and Miss Xie any longer. We'll take these men back for interrogation to uncover who's behind this.
No need. I know who it is. You take them with me. Lin Dong released Xie Qiao and prepared to lead Wang Yongsheng and the others away. Take me with you.
Before he could move, Xie Qiao reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Lin Dong said nothing, merely staring back at her.
Xie Qiao stared back at him, refusing to be intimidated. Get them in the car first.
While you're at it, find out which hotel Jiang Shenghua is staying at, including the exact room number. Lin Dong ordered without looking up.
Wang Yongsheng acknowledged the order and waved his hand, signaling the others to return to the vehicle. I'm coming with you. Go home first.
I need to ensure your safety before I can proceed with the next steps. Since Jiang Shenghua dared to attack him, he must have everything planned out. Going to him now with his men was inherently risky. In other words, they were essentially walking into a trap. Deep down, Lin Dong didn't want to involve Xie Qiao in this. He especially didn't want her to get hurt.
Xie Qiao remained silent, her eyes fixed on him as if silently protesting. I guarantee I won't get a scratch. Besides, this is Yanjing, your turf, President Xie. Not to mention Wang Yongsheng and the others. Not to mention his hidden identity.
Across all of China, and indeed the entire world, very few people could harm Lin Dong.
Hearing this, Xie Qiao lowered her eyes slightly and muttered a reluctant all right.
She glanced at Lin Dong, released her arms from around him, turned, and got into the car, driving away. Seeing this, Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yongsheng, who nodded in response. Thus, he had brought 3 vehicles.
2 of them drove off simultaneously, tailing Xie Qiao's car.
Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng got into their car, where they found the 5 men from earlier crammed into the back seat. With limited space, the 5 had no choice but to huddle together, sitting quietly. Young Master Lin, Jiang Shenghua, is still inside the hotel.
He hasn't left since arriving, though his secretary did go out once.
She returned about half an hour later and has remained inside the hotel ever since. Wang Yongsheng took the driver's seat, turned the ignition key, and steered the car toward the hotel. Lin Dong, seated in the passenger seat, acknowledged the report with a brief response but remained otherwise silent. Soon, the car pulled up in front of the hotel. Lin Dong didn't take all 5 men with him. Instead, he instructed Wang Yongsheng to take one, the very man Lin Dong had praised for his intelligence earlier. The 3 entered the hotel and headed straight for Jiang Shenghua's floor. A series of abrupt knocks echoed through the quiet hallway. May I help you? The secretary, assuming it was hotel staff, instinctively asked as she opened the door. But upon recognizing Lin Dong at the doorway, the courtesy on her face shifted to a touch of distance.
Mr. Lin?
I'm here to see your Mr. Jiang. Lin Dong didn't beat around the bush, stating directly that he was looking for Jiang Shenghua. Yet upon hearing this, the secretary didn't step aside but gestured for him to leave. I'm sorry, but our president is currently resting.
Any matters can be discussed tomorrow.
After speaking, seeing Lin Dong show no reaction, he muttered an apology and prepared to close the door. But Wang Yongsheng stepped forward, one hand blocking the closing door while the other yanked the person he was holding toward the entrance, shoving him right in front of the secretary. The secretary froze slightly at the sight of the man. Seizing the moment, Lin Dong sidestepped him and entered the hotel suite. There, the president whom the secretary had claimed was resting sat on the sofa, eyes fixed straight ahead as he watched the financial news.
Mr. Jiang has such refined tastes.
Lin Dong walked in and sat down beside him.
Wang Yongsheng and the other man followed suit, standing nearby.
Seeing them barge in, the secretary immediately rushed over, about to speak up to ask them to leave, when Jiang Shenghua, seated on the sofa, turned his gaze toward Lin Dong. The 2 men standing behind him, Wang Yongsheng and the other, were naturally caught in his gaze as well.
Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Did Miss Xie change her mind and send you to discuss the cooperation details with me?
Jiang Shenghua addressed the overly familiar man with polite formality, though his tone held no trace of calm.
My apologies, but I'm not here to discuss business. I'm here to discuss personal matters, specifically the friend you mentioned earlier, Mr. Jiang, Li Wei.
Lin Dong sat back slightly, leaning against the sofa back, his hands folded across his lap in a relaxed posture. At these words, Jiang Shenghua's expression shifted repeatedly. Instead of immediately asking questions, he turned to his secretary behind him. Go close the door. The secretary hurried over, not even bothering to close the door. Some matters were meant to be heard only by those present. Only after closing the door did the secretary return to his original position.
Mr. Lin, is this about news of my friend? Then I must trouble you to inform me. If you find my friend, I will reward you handsomely. Jiang Shenghua emphasized the words generously reward with deliberate emphasis.
Before I do that, there's something I need you to clarify for me, Mr. Jiang. Before the man could respond, Wang Yongsheng, standing nearby, stepped forward and flung the person he was holding directly onto the floor, landing at Jiang Shenghua's feet.
Chapter 110, looking forward to our next meeting. The man sprawled at his feet, couldn't even stand up. With his back turned, Jiang Shenghua couldn't make out his features and had no idea what Lin Dong meant by this.
Just then, the secretary beside him walked over, flipped the man on the floor a few times, and positioned his face toward the ceiling, ensuring everyone in the room could see clearly. Zhang Shenghua felt utterly unfamiliar with the man, as if he had never seen him before. Before he could ask, the secretary approached him again, bending down to whisper something in his ear. Immediately, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng saw his expression turn extremely grim. Yet as the secretary stepped aside, he forced a smile.
Mr. Lin, what does this mean?
Zhang Shenghua asked, seemingly baffled by his behavior.
I'd like to ask Mr. Jiang what this is all about. If you wanted to invite me as a guest, just say so. Why go to the trouble of sending 5 people to escort me here?
Lin Dong remained perfectly still, but Zhang Shenghua shifted uncomfortably in his seat, especially after learning what the secretary had just said.
My apologies. My men acted too rashly. I only wanted them to escort you here.
I never imagined it would lead to such a misunderstanding. With the truth exposed, Zhang Shenghua decided to own up to it outright, refusing to fabricate excuses.
So, I've come now to address Mr. Zhang's concerns. I'm just curious, what will Mr. Zhang's reaction be once he learns the full truth?
Lin Dong gave him no time to think.
Wang Yongsheng, standing nearby, promptly handed him a document.
Already bewildered by Lin Dong's words, Zhang Shenghua was now perplexed by the document. Yet he reached out and took it. Upon opening it, the words Li Wei stood out prominently, accompanied by a photograph of the man beside his name. Seeing Li Wei, Zhang Shenghua felt a surge of emotion, though he couldn't explain why his heart suddenly began to race.
He continued reading.
As his eyes moved down the page, they widened in shock. The contents of the document seemed to have deeply unsettled him. Lin Dong remained silent beside him, waiting for him to finish reading the document. The document's contents were actually quite straightforward. It contained the personal information Wang Yongsheng and his team had gathered on Li Wei, spanning from his childhood to the present day, including the recent events.
Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? If you don't want to help find my friend, that's fine, but why bring out such a document to deceive me?
Zhang Shenghua deliberately challenged him, but his own voice trembled with uncertainty, and his hand clutching the file shook. Emotion screamed the contents were fabricated, reason screamed they were all true, down to the precise dates and times.
Mr. Jiang, I trust your judgment. You should know whether these are genuine or not.
Also, I feel I should introduce the person beside me to you. At this point, Zhang Shenghua's gaze followed Lin Dong's to the person standing between them. This is Wang Yongsheng, a member of the Madmen. He's considered part of the inner circle and knows everything about the Madmen's affairs, including the document detailing Li Wei's plan to hire someone to kidnap me. Standing nearby, Wang Yongsheng pulled his phone from his pocket, accessed the Madmen's bank account, and retrieved a day's worth of transaction records. On the date marked in the document, a substantial sum had been deposited into the account, and the name displayed was indeed Li Wei. This indirectly corroborated the authenticity of the document's contents. Furthermore, Li Wei is currently residing within Nanfangfang in Yanjing. Mr. Jiang is welcome to verify the situation personally or confront him directly to uncover the truth. Lin Dong glanced at the man seated beside him, noticing the look of confusion and slight bewilderment in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Lin Dong grasped the situation. Perhaps Zhang Shenghua had been deceived by Li Wei.
My apologies, Mr. Lin. My mind is a bit scattered right now. Could I keep this document with me for the time being?
Zhang Shenghua inquired, yet he still clutched the document tightly in his hand.
Certainly. Lin Dong replied. I'll look into it.
If everything turns out as you say, I'll personally come to apologize.
In that case, I won't keep you any longer.
With that, Lin Dong rose to his feet. I look forward to meeting Mr. Jiang again in the future. Then, the truth of who was right and who was wrong would be revealed. Zhang Shenghua forced himself to stand and escorted them to the door. Once Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng had departed, he immediately instructed his secretary to take him to Nanfangfang, determined to see the situation for himself. He also instructed his secretary to investigate everything that had transpired since Li Wei's return to the country, including the wealthy woman Gui Yan who was supporting him. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng, who should have already left the hotel, sat in their car outside the entrance, watching Zhang Shenghua and his secretary drive away.
Let's go.
Upon hearing this, Wang Yongsheng started the car and drove away.
Young Master Lin, did you know they would go to verify it immediately? Through the rearview mirror, Wang Yongsheng glanced sideways at the person in the back seat.
Zhang Shenghua's achievements abroad weren't just talk, they were earned through his own hard work. Someone who climbed to that position wouldn't tolerate others deceiving him. As for why Li Wei had succeeded, Lin Dong had no clue. But he knew this much: once Zhang Shenghua uncovered the truth, he wouldn't let it go. Just as the two departed, Zhang Shenghua and his secretary had already arrived near Nanfangfang following the navigation. Spotting the shop in the distance, Zhang Shenghua stepped out of the car and walked straight toward it without hesitation, his secretary close behind. Before they could enter, they were stopped by the security guard at the door.
Sorry, Nanfangfang only serves female customers. I'm here to see someone.
Blocked, Zhang Shenghua showed no anger. After all, he had already learned from documents what kind of place this was.
Well,
The security guard at the entrance hesitated, but his body remained firmly planted in the doorway. Seeing this, the secretary beside him stepped forward, pulled several red bills from his briefcase, and slipped them directly into the guard's pocket.
We genuinely came here to find someone.
We'll leave immediately once we locate them.
Fine, but hurry up. And don't cause any trouble inside. Whatever it is, you have to resolve it outside. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain this to my superiors.
The guard stepped aside, and the two men immediately entered, one behind the other. Soon, they learned Li Wei's whereabouts from a waitress inside and headed straight for his room.
Chapter 111, Why Should I Redeem You?
Before they could push open the door, laughter and chatter spilled out from inside.
This guy's hilarious. He actually claims to know Jiang Shenghua. Who in finance or business circles doesn't know Jiang Shenghua? Exactly. And the kicker is he claims to be Jiang Shenghua's friend, some honored guest or whatever.
I say he's gone mad, stuck in here day after day, driven insane by the torment. Immediately afterward, several sounds resembling whip cracks echoed, followed by one agonized scream after another. Hearing the sounds, the secretary glanced worriedly at the person beside her. Jiang Shenghua stood motionless, his face expressionless. I told you, Jiang Shenghua will rescue me.
It's only 4 million. Jiang Shenghua could redeem me with a single word. Don't you fear my revenge once I'm free, treating me like this?
A hoarse voice echoed from within, sounding like both a venting of rage and a desperate struggle.
Ha! In your state, why would Jiang Shenghua bother to buy you out? That's 4 million yuan. Do you really think it's as simple as moving your lips?
Not to mention, Jiang Shenghua is a renowned businessman.
Businessmen value profit above all else. Why would he redeem someone like you?
Mocking laughter rang out again, followed by the crack of several lashes.
Because I'm his friend. Because I saved his life.
Hearing this, the secretary was about to push open the door and enter, but Jiang Shenghua stopped him.
Yet the voices inside didn't cease, continuing unabated.
Jiang Shenghua and the secretary stood outside the door, listening silently.
An hour later, the door opened from the inside.
Several women who appeared to be wealthy ladies were startled to see the two standing at the doorway.
After whispering a few words, they left without looking back.
Only after they had departed did Jiang Shenghua and his secretary clearly see the scene inside the room. There, the man they sought, Li Wei, was bound to an iron pillar. This pillar stood in the room's center, piercing through both ceiling and floor. Whether it was intentional on Nanfengfang's part or a twisted whim of those ladies, Li Wei's body was forced to stand on tiptoes while bound there. His upper body was stripped bare, revealing crisscrossing whip marks and exposed flesh. Looking up, half of Li Wei's face was completely disfigured, while the other side was equally gruesome to behold.
Bring on whatever tricks you have left. If I ever get out of here, I'll kill every last one of you.
Hearing footsteps approaching, Li Wei assumed another torturer was coming for him and roared in warning. But no sound came from the room. Feeling puzzled, Li Wei lifted his head and saw the person he had been longing to see appear before him.
Shenghua. Shenghua, have you come to rescue me?
Li Wei was overcome with emotion, his body straining against the iron pillar. Jiang Shenghua stood before him, neither speaking nor moving, simply gazing at him in silence.
What's wrong with you? It's me, Li Wei. Your savior, Li Wei. Hurry up and get me out of here.
Seeing the calmness in his eyes, Li Wei grew impatient and spoke again urgently. But the secretary beside him stepped forward and slapped him across the face.
We heard every word you said outside just now. Who would have thought you'd be so treacherous, even scheming against our CEO?
The secretary spoke with evident indignation.
Heard?
The secretary was a grown man, after all, and the force of the slap sent Li Wei reeling. All he could hear was the echo of their words. They heard it.
No, it's all lies. They forced me to say it. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't scheme against you. You have to believe me. Li Wei snapped back, scrambling to explain.
Jiang Shenghua gave him a piercing look before turning and walking away without a moment's hesitation or lingering.
You'll spend the rest of your life here, and if you die, you'll die here.
Feeling indignant on behalf of their CEO, the secretary spat at Li Wei before turning to follow the CEO's retreating figure. Before leaving Nanfeng Mansion, however, the secretary took it upon herself to hand over a large sum of money, instructing them to treat Li Wei well, preferably so well that he wouldn't even have time to eat or sleep. The recipient's face lit up with delight as he counted the money and agreed enthusiastically. Only then did the secretary depart.
I was wrong.
The secretary had barely gotten into the car when he heard the CEO utter those words from the back seat. He turned around to find the CEO's eyes bloodshot, with tears still glistening in his sockets. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained completely unaware of everything that had happened to Jiang Shenghua. At that moment, he was at Xie Qiao's residence, where Shen Yiran was seated in the living room. Sister Qiao, there's talk in Beijing's high society circles about organizing some kind of gathering soon.
They plan to invite the scions of Beijing's prominent families. Seeing Xie Qiao look her way, Shen Yiran began explaining further.
This gathering was essentially an opportunity for Yanjing's elite circles and newly emerging business prodigies to network, forge collaborations, and drive the city's economic growth.
Based on past conventions, the gathering should be happening soon, though Shen Yiran didn't know the exact date. Lin Dong had previously learned about this gathering from Shen Yiran. Back when Shen Yiran was still his wife, the Shen family had rapidly risen to prominence, surpassing many established clans. Naturally, they had been invited to such gatherings by those very families. But she had never brought him along, because in Shen Yiran's eyes, he was nothing more than a deadbeat freeloader. Shen Yiran had never attended either. After all, within Shen Yiran's Shen group, she was merely an unremarkable designer. So, you don't think they'd invite me, do you? Zhao Qiao pointed her finger at herself, a question mark forming in her mind. It's not a matter of thinking they definitely will invite you. Lin Dong declared with unwavering certainty from the side. Xie group has already surpassed many established families. Plus, you've always been somewhat mysterious, rarely appearing before them. They not only want to establish cooperation with Xie group but also want to see your true face. It wasn't that Zhao Qiao deliberately kept herself mysterious, it was simply that the company had too many matters to handle. Negotiations and collaborations were all handled by designated personnel sent by the company. Consequently, aside from internal company personnel and Lin Dong and Shen Yiran, few among Yanjing's elite families had ever seen Zhao Qiao's true face. Even those who had met her found it hard to associate her with the formidable female CEO of Xie Group. So can I decline? I have so much work to do at the company. Zhao Qiao had absolutely no desire to attend any gatherings. Chapter 112, Seeking Mr. Lin. I'm afraid not. Shen Yiran shook her head, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Yiran, you don't have much to do at home anyway. Why don't you come with me? We share the good times and the bad. Zhao Qiao grabbed her arm, grinning slyly. No way. I'm just a designer, they won't let someone like me into gatherings like this. Shen Yiran waved her hands repeatedly, but Zhao Qiao wasn't about to let her off so easily. You're our Xie Group's chief designer. You've completed so many projects for our company, brought in so much revenue, and you're even a shareholder of Xie Group. Who would dare refuse you entry? What about brother Lin Dong? He's also a shareholder of Xie Group. Seeing she couldn't wriggle out of it, Shen Yiran decided to drag Lin Dong into it too. Don't worry, he'll definitely be there. Zhao Qiao lifted her chin toward Lin Dong, who responded with a doting nod. Watching the intimate exchange between Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, the sparkle in Shen Yiran's eyes dimmed considerably. The next day, Lin Dong drove Zhao Qiao to the company as usual. Just as they entered the building, the receptionist approached to report that Mr. Jiang had arrived. What's he here for? Could he have changed his mind so quickly? Hearing this, Lin Dong pulled her toward the reception room. We'll find out once we see him. Lin Dong suspected Zhang Shenghua's visit might be related to yesterday's incident, though he had no idea what kind of reaction to expect. Opening the reception room door, they found Zhang Shenghua and his secretary standing inside. Mr. Jiang, have you changed your mind? Zhao Qiao's question left Zhang Shenghua feeling both amused and exasperated. I didn't come here to discuss business, I came to see Mr. Lin. At those words, Lin Dong caught Zhao Qiao's curious gaze fixed on him. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair. It seems Mr. Jiang has made an unexpected discovery. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. A friend I've known for years turned out to be a treacherous and cunning villain, full of lies and deceit. Zhang Shenghua sighed. Only now did he understand the ancient saying, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. He had known Li Wei for so many years. If not for that document Lin Dong had shown him yesterday, he might have continued cleaning up Li Wei's messes as before, spending 4 million to redeem him from Nanfengfang, all to repay the debt of saving his life. Therefore, I have come specifically to apologize to Mr. Lin. With that, Zhang Shenghua and his secretary both turned to Lin Dong and said, we're sorry. Zhao Qiao hadn't understood his earlier words, and now hearing the I'm sorry left her utterly confused. She couldn't help but ask. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Shenghua didn't hide anything and briefly summarized yesterday's events. In short, when Zhang Shenghua was starting his business overseas years ago, he had been bullied by outsiders and even robbed of all his money on occasion. One day, Li Wei happened to pass by. Not only did he help drive away those outsiders, but he also gave Zhang Shenghua some money to fill his stomach, though it was a pitifully small amount. But to Zhang Shenghua at that time, it was no less than a fortune. From that moment on, Zhang Shenghua redoubled his efforts, determined to carve out his own world and repay Li Wei's kindness. Later, Zhang Shenghua succeeded. He became what others called a successful person and a renowned businessman overseas. Thus began Zhang Shenghua's journey of repayment. He sent Li Wei money regularly, provided financial and practical support, and even cleaned up his messes. Before I returned to China, Li Wei once called me. He said there was a man named Lin Dong in Yanjing who bullied him, beat him, and repeatedly insulted him. Zhang Shenghua dispatched investigators to Yanjing and learned of a gang called the Madmen. He passed the contact information he uncovered to Li Wei. What unfolded next mirrored the events previously experienced by Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao. With your capabilities, uncovering Li Wei's true background shouldn't have been difficult. So why did you remain deceived for so long? Hearing his words, Zhao Qiao felt puzzled and decided to ask directly. Li Wei once told me about his background.
He said he had no status or standing in China and faced constant exclusion. With no other options, he hooked up with a wealthy woman and followed her abroad. She treated him fairly well, but her money would eventually run out. Thus, Zhang Shenghua became that walking ATM. After Mr. Lin left yesterday, I personally went to verify it. It was from Li Wei that I finally heard the truth about what happened back then. Zhang Shenghua paused here, but forced himself to remain calm as he revealed the truth. The so-called truth was that everything back then had been entirely orchestrated by Li Wei himself. Those outsiders had been paid by him, and the ones he claimed to have beaten up had also been paid to pretend.
As for his motive?
He likely found it incredibly satisfying to be seen as a savior, something to be proud of. At the time, Zhang Shenghua hadn't thought much of it, but looking back now, it was indeed full of holes. For instance, how could Li Wei, with his slight build, emerge unscathed after confronting so many outsiders? For instance, that place was remote back then, with few people around. Even if someone passed by, they'd hurry away. Why would Li Wei, kept by a wealthy woman, be there? Still, it's a relief I discovered the truth before it was too late. And I'm grateful Mr. Lin suffered no harm because of Li Wei. At this point, Zhang Shenghua visibly relaxed. For him, this was likely the silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to make amends to the innocent Mr. Lin Dong.
So, Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. Zhang Shenghua couldn't help but apologize once more. The misunderstanding has been cleared up.
There's no need for you to apologize repeatedly, Mr. Jiang. Lin Dong hadn't expected the situation to turn out so melodramatic.
It is my honor to have earned your forgiveness, Mr. Lin. However, besides apologizing to you, I also came here today to see Miss Xia.
Zhang Shenghua shifted his gaze to Xia Qiao.
Regarding our previous business proposal, I wonder if Miss Xia might still be interested? Of course I'm interested. The question is whether Mr. Jiang is willing to part with it.
Their previous disagreement over a 50-50 split had left a sour taste, yet when the offer was renewed, Xia Qiao remained firm, still insisting on equal shares.
After much consideration, I've decided to stick to my original proposal, a 60-40 split.
Then we still have nothing to discuss.
With that, Xia Qiao prepared to see him out. Miss Xia, you may have misunderstood.
When I said 60-40, I meant Shenghua Group takes 40%, while your Xia Group takes 60%.
Chapter 113, Xinghua's Concession. Xia Qiao was taken aback by this statement.
Lin Dong hadn't expected him to say that either, and even the secretary standing nearby was caught off guard.
President, you.
Before the secretary could finish, Zhang Shenghua cut him off.
Miss Xia, the additional 1/10 share is not solely for Mr. Lin's sake. It's because I recognize the capabilities of your Xia Group.
Moreover, the rumors circulating that Shenghua Group intends to shift its focus to the domestic market are not unfounded. Zhang Shenghua had indeed contemplated this move before, but Shenghua Group was thriving overseas.
Abandoning the international market was simply unthinkable.
Thus, Zhang Shenghua conceived another idea.
Mr. Jiang, I'm not quite sure what you mean. The sudden concession, coupled with that last remark, left Xia Qiao feeling a bit dizzy. Shenghua has no intention of abandoning overseas markets, but we also wish to enter the domestic market.
If developing this new market proceeds smoothly, I plan to entrust the domestic operations to Miss Xia. Having lived abroad for years, Zhang Shenghua had long grown accustomed to foreign life.
Asking him to return permanently was both unlikely and impractical.
Yet he still yearned to extend his reach into the domestic market. Compounded by his earlier rash move against Lin Dong, Zhang Shenghua felt mere words of apology lacked sincerity. After much deliberation, he decided to offer them this substantial gift instead.
You mean you're handing over the entire Huaguo market to me?
The unexpected windfall left Xia Qiao feeling dazed and overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by excitement yet also feeling it was too good to be true, she asked again for clarification.
Yes. Shenghua Group will focus exclusively on overseas markets, while the domestic market will be fully entrusted to Miss Xia. All domestic operations will continue as before, an 80-20 investment split and a 40-60 profit split. If Miss Xia finds it inconvenient to operate domestically under her own name, I can have Shenghua Group issue an announcement declaring our partnership. Of course, Miss Xia may also choose to operate solely under the Xia Group banner. Zhang Shenghua made this point explicitly clear to Xia Qiao.
If this had been earlier, Zhang Shenghua would never have offered such concessions, let alone been so generous. But now, burdened by guilt, he was solely focused on making amends. He was well aware of the sheer size of China's market. Parting with it to Xia Qiao pained him, but he simply didn't have the resources to focus on the domestic market. Otherwise, why would he seek partners? He could have simply developed new markets himself. The Huaguo market was indeed vast, and the pie was tempting. Ambition wasn't a bad thing, but without the capability and energy to back it up, it was all just empty dreams.
Zhang Shenghua understood this point perfectly. So, Mr. Jiang, you're granting me full authority to explore this on my own?
It was undeniably a golden opportunity, but Xia Qiao quickly regained her composure.
Yes.
Miss Xia, you can venture forth with confidence. As for funding, I, Shenghua, have more than enough. This wasn't Jiang Shenghua boasting, he genuinely possessed that capability.
Shenghua Group might lack many things, but money was certainly not one of them. So, Miss Xia, shall we sign the contract now?
Yes.
Xia Qiao stood up and immediately summoned the company's dedicated lawyer.
After giving the order, Xia Qiao sat back down beside Lin Dong, though the excitement on her face was impossible to hide. Soon, the company lawyer arrived in the reception room.
Jiang Shenghua and Xia Qiao discussed a few more details, drafted the contract, and each signed their name. Holding the still warm contract, Xia Qiao turned to Lin Dong beside her. "You're amazing."
Lin Dong praised him in a voice only the two of them could hear.
"The contract is signed. The funds will be transferred to Xia Group's account shortly. Should Miss Xia have any further questions, feel free to contact me anytime. This trip to Huaguo hasn't been a loss for me. I've come to know one person and made 2 new acquaintances. If you two don't mind, might we consider becoming friends going forward?"
Jiang Shenghua addressed the two before him, though his gaze lingered on Lin Dong, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness.
"Of course." Xia Qiao agreed immediately, followed swiftly by Lin Dong.
"Shenghua Group has matters to attend to, so I won't be staying in the country much longer.
If you two have time, feel free to visit Shenghua anytime.
I'll take you to experience the unique landscapes and cultures of foreign lands firsthand." With that, Jiang Shenghua handed the contract to his secretary and rose to leave.
"Very well. We'll be sure to trouble Mr. Zheng then."
Seeing he was about to leave, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao made no attempt to stop him.
The two escorted Jiang Shenghua and his secretary out of Xia Group, watching their car drive away. Immediately afterward, Lin Dong saw Xia Qiao turn around and give him a big bear hug.
A real stroke of luck has fallen from the sky. With no one else around, Xia Qiao let her emotions run wild. Lin Dong said nothing, merely ruffling her hair before pulling her into his embrace. Meanwhile, the prominent families who had intended to meet with Jiang Shenghua received news that he had already departed from Yanjing and left the country before they could take action.
Confused, they assumed either their timing was off or Jiang Shenghua had no interest in the Huaguo market.
Though disappointed, they soon refocused on their own ventures. At that moment, Shen Yiran, who had finally tracked down Jiang Shenghua's temporary address, received news of his departure before she could secure the investment. Standing before the hotel entrance, Shen Yiran could only head back to the Shen residence, her disappointment palpable. She lowered her head to open her phone calendar, counting the days displayed. Her Shen Group had been bankrupt for nearly a month. If she failed to secure investment soon, her company would be auctioned off by the court, with the proceeds used to offset previous debts. Shen Yiran counted the days, but her finger froze mid-motion. Staring at the date, a flicker of hope suddenly lit her eyes only to vanish just as quickly. She was already bankrupt, how could that circle possibly invite her to attend? She probably wouldn't even be allowed inside. At this thought, Shen Yiran sighed. With Shenghua Group's capital injection, Xia Group began aggressively developing new markets. Backed by substantial funds, their expansion progressed remarkably swiftly. Other companies, initially intending to watch the spectacle unfold, neither hindered nor took it seriously at first.
They dismissed Xia Group as a reckless newcomer, waiting to see them fail.
Yet within a mere fortnight, the mockery they anticipated gradually became reality. Moreover, the profit margins from these new markets far exceeded the initial investments. Chapter 114, High Society Gathering. By this point, other companies in Yanjing began to regret their initial inaction, silently berating themselves for their passivity. They scrambled to find ways to connect with Xia Group to establish partnerships. Xia Group ignored all their overtures, offering not the slightest response. Left with no other option, these companies truthfully reported the situation to the aristocratic families backing them. Consequently, the Yanjing High Society gathering originally scheduled for a month later was brought forward. Eager to secure their share of the profits, they even set the new date for the day after tomorrow. Sitting in the living room, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Shen Yiran exchanged glances as they looked at the invitation on the coffee table. In the end, Lin Dong picked it up, opened it, and read the contents aloud.
So they're getting impatient?
Xia Qiao was well aware of the company's actions, as it had been her explicit order to remain silent.
Yeah.
Lin Dong replied, placing the invitation back on the coffee table. A cake that big is bound to attract attention. If you don't attend, you'll likely become the target of criticism. Besides, this is a perfect excuse. Lin Dong glanced at Xia Qiao, who sat there with her head bowed in deep thought, lost in her own musings. Previously, the other clans had refrained from openly targeting Xia Group for the sake of appearances. Even behind the scenes, no one had dared to sabotage them, for everyone knew Xia Group held the new market firmly in its grasp. Offending them would be like handing that cake over to others. But if Xia Group skipped this gathering, the other clans would have a perfect excuse to strike. Their individual actions might not trouble or harm the Xia Group, but the real concern was what would happen if they united and struck together. That was precisely what worried Lin Dong.
Then Sister Qiao absolutely must attend, right? Shen Yiran couldn't help but ask from the side.
Though she'd long known they'd extend an invitation to Xia Qiao, there was a world of difference between attending willingly and being forced to go.
Go? Why wouldn't she go? Since they've extended an invitation, we should at least give them the courtesy of attending. Otherwise, imagine how awkward it would be for them. Zhao Qiao felt no fear. After all, the interests she held were substantial enough to threaten everyone. Should anything happen to her or to Xie Group, don't blame her for disrupting everyone's economic markets. Then, every single one of them would pay a heavy price. But I just heard they said the invitation has no limit on the number of attendees? Zhao Qiao's eyes darted between Lin Dong and Shen Yiran. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you too. Before Zhao Qiao could speak, the two beside her chimed in one after the other, surprisingly proactive. Meanwhile, news of the high society gathering scheduled for the day after tomorrow had also reached Shen Yiran's ears. But after waiting at home all day without receiving an invitation, she knew full well that those people had clearly kicked her out of their circle. Shen Yiran had anticipated this outcome long ago, so the absence of an invitation didn't bring her much disappointment. Yet, she had somehow heard that Xie Group had received an invitation, one that didn't even limit the number of attendees. Shen Yiran found this reality almost unbearable. Setting aside the fact that Xie Group had received an invitation, the part about it having no limit on the number of attendees was baffling. Previously, each invitation was strictly for one person, or at most, one female or male companion. Why had everything changed for Xie Group? Even the established rules had been shattered. Zhao Qiao got an invitation, so she'll definitely bring Lin Dong along. But why should she get to? Why should Lin Dong, that freeloader, be allowed into the gathering? Why should she be kicked out of the circle? Shen Yiran felt a surge of resentment. Her gaze swept around the bedroom, landing on the out-of-season clothes and handbags in the wardrobe, pushing her frustration to its peak. She rose and walked to the wardrobe, selecting an outfit. She resolved to infiltrate the gathering, expose Lin Dong's true identity, and make everyone see him for what he really was. If she was being ostracized by those people, then Lin Dong must suffer the same fate. She wouldn't allow Lin Dong to rise above her. He was nothing but a freeloading good-for-nothing, a worthless piece of trash. In the blink of an eye, the day of the high society gathering arrived. Outside a top-tier detached villa in downtown Yanjing City, numerous luxury cars were already parked. Within the villa's grounds, numerous individuals of status and influence had gathered. Some wore tailored suits, exuding the aura of businessmen, while others flaunted designer attire, showcasing their wealth and extravagance. Yet upon closer inspection, many eyes darted toward the villa entrance, as if awaiting someone's arrival. If you ask me, we should have struck first and seized everything from the Zhao family. Then Xies wouldn't have emerged, and they certainly wouldn't have grown to this extent. Following the voice, a man dressed in dazzling attire, clutching a wineglass, spoke up. His tone, however, was thick with regret, and he shook his head at the end. Exactly. The problem is, by the time we got the tip, the Zhao family had already changed hands. They'd rebranded themselves as the Xie family. We couldn't exactly go in and steal it all out in the open. The man beside him shook his head in agreement. Their intelligence had indeed been too slow. What good does all this talk do? When the Xie family was developing new markets, you all thought it was a joke, just standing around watching the spectacle. And what happened? Now they've baked themselves a huge cake. Another person approached and continued their conversation. Just then, another commotion erupted at the villa entrance. They abruptly stopped and turned toward the door. Though the newcomer wasn't the person they were expecting, they still hurried over, eager to strike up a conversation or at the very least, make a memorable impression. Anyone who appeared here, regardless of their public identity, was worth getting acquainted with. Securing their private contact information meant that someday in the future, they might need that person's help. Just then, another commotion erupted at the villa entrance. A black Maybach pulled up, its license plate displaying 5 consecutive 8s. Spotting the license plate, everyone in the courtyard immediately headed toward the villa entrance. For the person stepping out of that car was precisely the one they had been waiting for so long. The Maybach's door slid open slowly. The first to step out was Shen Yiran, dressed in a white sundress. Chapter 115, Let Me In. Shen Yiran rarely appeared in public, so when she stepped out of the car, everyone thought they were seeing things, mistaking her for Shen Yiran. But upon closer inspection, they realized this woman, though resembling Shen Yiran, was far more beautiful. Her beauty was bold and radiant, yet never vulgar, a quality that surpassed Shen Yiran's in every way. So this is Shen Yiran's sister, Shen Yiran. Isn't she far prettier than Shen Yiran? What were you all thinking back then, praising Shen Yiran as Yanjing's most beautiful woman? Watching Shen Yiran step out, someone beside him couldn't help but speak up. Before anyone else could speak, another figure stepped out of the car, Lin Dong, dressed in a black suit. Everyone present was intimately familiar with Lin Dong, the deadbeat leech of the Shen family, Yanjing is notorious good-for-nothing. But at this moment, Lin Dong's black suit gave him an air of aloofness, his entire demeanor transformed, compelling others to regard him with newfound respect. His tall, perfect physique combined with his striking face made some young ladies from prominent families feel their hearts flutter. Unlike the other young aristocrats present, Lin Dong carried less of a spoiled air and more of a dignified nobility. Compared to the merchants, he possessed an otherworldly, detached quality. Were it not for that familiar face, they would have assumed he was the carefully cultivated heir of some prominent family. No wonder he's living off the Shen family. With that face and that body, if it were me, I'd gladly do it to not just live off him, but let him live off me, and I'd be perfectly happy. A young noblewoman murmured softly, her gaze lingering on Lin Dong with a hint of infatuation. As Lin Dong stepped out of the car, most onlookers were utterly baffled. According to the rumors they'd heard, this Maybach with its license plate bearing 5 consecutive 8s was clearly the exclusive vehicle of the Xie Group's president. How could it be that the two people stepping out now had absolutely no connection to the Xie Group? Just then, another figure emerged from the vehicle, none other than the Xie Group president everyone had been anticipating, Xia Qiao. Xia Qiao appeared before everyone, dressed in a black long gown. Compared to Shen Shuaro's white, Xia Qiao in black seemed to draw even more attention. Moreover, compared to Shen Shuaro, Xia Qiao radiated an air of nobility. Even though the dress accentuated her sensual, flawless figure, it was a beauty to be admired from afar, not to be approached lightly. Lin Dong promptly extended his arm, and Xia Qiao immediately slipped her arm through his, flashing him a smile. And so, in full view of everyone, the three of them walked side by side into the villa. With Xia Qiao's arrival, the gathering officially commenced as everyone filed into the villa one after another. The spacious living room had been transformed into the perfect party setting, adorned with opulent decorations everywhere. At the front, a champagne tower stood on the table. Simultaneously, a long table stretched across the center of the living room, piled high with exquisite and beautiful desserts. As the trio entered, those already present immediately turned their gaze toward them, eyes filled with scrutiny, with flattery. Lin Dong and Xia Qiao spotted several familiar faces, Old Master Cheng, Tang Haokuan, and Wang Yongsheng. Before they could approach to greet them, the figures across the room had already made their way over. Little Qiao. Old Master Cheng approached with a smile, offering her a glass of red wine he had prepared earlier. Hey, Lin! At that moment, Tang Haokuan also promptly offered a glass of red wine to Lin Dong, and of course, he didn't forget to offer one to Shen Shuaro as well. Grandpa Cheng, Uncle Tang. The two men accepted their glasses and spoke in unison. You two are certainly late, but everyone here has come specifically for you. Grandpa Cheng had long sensed the connection between Lin Dong and Xia Qiao. Seeing them together now, he felt little surprise. Tang Haokuan and Wang Yongsheng lived in the same neighborhood as Lin Dong and his group. They often dropped by to visit, so naturally, they were aware of the relationship between the two. Grandpa Cheng teased them playfully, but his words carried a hint of warning. And what about you, Grandpa Cheng? Xia Qiao countered. What no one knew was that the new market venture of Xie Group also involved capital from the Cheng family, as well as Tang Haokuan's madmen. Thus, they reaped a significant portion of the profits. Given their respective statuses, plus the backing of the Cheng family and the madmen, neither of them needed to attend this gathering. Yet, one came for Xia Qiao and the other for Lin Dong. Both arrived as promised. Me? I'm here for you, kid. After speaking, Old Master Cheng turned his gaze to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, this gathering is far from as peaceful as it appears on the surface. You must remember to protect little Qiao's safety at all times. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for breaking up a loving couple. You old fool, what are you saying? Try breaking up a couple and see what happens. I won't let you off the hook. Tang Haokuan couldn't help but retort, immediately locking eyes with Old Master Cheng in a fierce stare down. Old Master Cheng didn't mince words either, snorting coldly at him. Hearing the tone between the two elders, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao realized they must know each other well. Just then, several more people approached and stood before the group. Who would have thought President Xie is so young and beautiful? Truly, women are no less capable than men. The leader of the group spoke up, but as soon as he did, Old Master Cheng and Tang Haokuan instantly became serious. Miss Xia, allow me to introduce myself. Before he could finish, a hoarse voice echoed from the villa entrance. Let me in. What gives you the right to stop me? Hearing this, the man frowned, set his wine glass on the nearby table, and strode toward the entrance. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of the others, who all turned to look. They saw security guards holding back a woman. Her frantic struggle had left her disheveled, her hair falling across her face, making her unrecognizable at first glance. How dare you stop me from entering? The woman screamed again. Shen Yiran? The man immediately recognized the woman at the entrance. Chairman, please let me in. Shen Yiran lifted her head, her voice tinged with pleading. Your Shen group has already gone bankrupt. What right do you have to come in? What qualifications do you have to enter? The man she addressed as chairman was none other than the one who had just been deliberately conversing with Xia Qiao. At the same time, Lin Dong and the others arrived at the door, witnessing the scene unfolding before them. This man is the chairman organizing the high society gathering. His name is Li Juntai, the eldest son of the Li family. The position of chairman is also elected within the high society circle. Chapter 116, Why should he be allowed in? Old Master Cheng's voice rang out, explaining the situation to Lin Dong and the others. Shen Yiran, you should be well aware of our circle's rules. Since we didn't even extend an invitation to you, you should understand that you're not welcome here. Faced with such blatant mockery, Shen Yiran wanted to retort, but she couldn't think of what to say.
Facing the mocking stares, Shen Yiran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Then, amidst the crowd, she spotted Lin Dong.
Then what about him? How did he get in?
Shen Yiran clutched at this lifeline, pointing her finger toward Lin Dong's location. Everyone followed her pointing gaze and saw Lin Dong's figure clearly appear. Standing beside Lin Dong were not only Xie Qiao but also Old Master Cheng and Tang Haokuan. Seeing these figures, some wanted to pull Lin Dong out, but none dared speak up rashly.
Li Juntai also spotted Lin Dong.
However, since Lin Dong was brought by Xie Qiao and Li Juntai intended to cultivate a relationship with Xie Group, he chose not to direct his hostility toward Lin Dong.
Because my invitation to Xie Group has no limit on the number of guests, and because he was brought by President Xie.
These two sentences completely shut Shen Yiran up. Seeing she still wanted to say something, Li Juntai waved his hand decisively.
Throw her out.
He then turned to face the crowd.
My apologies for the intrusion. Let us resume our gathering.
With that, regardless of others' reactions, Li Juntai led the way back into the gathering, lifting his wineglass once more.
Miss Xie, let's resume our earlier conversation.
Maintaining his smile, Li Juntai addressed the approaching group. I am the eldest son of the Li family, Li Juntai.
Miss Xie, you may simply call me by my name. Xie Qiao.
Meeting for the first time, Xie Qiao wasn't particularly familiar with him either. She didn't beat around the bush but stated her name directly.
Xie Qiao. What a lovely name. Truly, beauty in both person and name. Li Juntai murmured her name.
I think it's a lovely name too, but compared to that, Li Juntai doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
Lin Dong felt no warmth toward Li Juntai's advances or behavior. He immediately took Xie Qiao's hand, signaling their relationship to the other man.
Mr. Li, if you have something to say, speak plainly. No need for beating around the bush.
I prefer directness.
Meeting with Old Master Cheng was truly a joyous occasion, but when outsiders intruded, that joy was equally disrupted. Seeing that he was still preparing to speak in circles, Xie Qiao had no desire to waste any more time on him.
She clasped Lin Dong's hand in return. Since Miss Xie puts it that way, I'll be blunt too. The Li family wishes to collaborate with Xie Group to jointly develop new markets. At this remark, Xie Qiao and her companions nearly burst out laughing. Who in Yanjing didn't know that Xie Group's new markets had long been secured, leaving them to simply collect profits day after day? This man clearly wanted a piece of the pie, why bother sugarcoating it? Before Xie Qiao could respond, footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder. Shen Yiran, who should have been escorted out by security, appeared right in the middle of the gathering, standing before everyone. Lin Dong is nothing but a good-for-nothing. How dare he come in when I can't? He's just latched onto Xie Qiao's coattails. You're too afraid to kick him out because of Xie Group's reputation. Li Juntai, I truly despise you. Shen Yiran yelled at him, then turned her gaze to Lin Dong, catching sight of him holding hands with Xie Qiao. Seeing their intimacy, Shen Yiran couldn't help but feel a surge of rage, her heart filled with the emotion called jealousy. She strode forward, grabbing both of Lin Dong's hands. Let go of her. What gives you the right to hold her hand? You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash, Lin Dong, a worthless piece of trash that I, Shen Yiran, discarded. How dare you grovel at another woman's feet right in front of me? Shen Yiran clenched her hands tightly, trying to pry Lin Dong's fingers apart. But Lin Dong remained unmoved. No matter how hard she tried, he wouldn't let go of Xie Qiao. Shen Yiran, will you stop this nonsense? At that moment, Shen Shuero, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward, intending to pull Shen Yiran away. Seeing Shen Shuero, Shen Yiran felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, and she instinctively released her grip. What are you doing here? Shen Shuero, who had expected a caring tone from Shen Yiran as she stared at her, was met instead with this accusatory question. It instantly extinguished any desire she had to draw closer, making her realize once and for all that she and the Shen family were worlds apart. What business is it of yours why I'm here? Shen Shuero, her earlier good temper gone, snapped back immediately. Shen Yiran said nothing, her body involuntarily retreating a few steps as her eyes fixed intently on the three figures ahead. Lin Dong held Xie Qiao's hand, with Shen Shuero standing beside him. Clearly, Shen Shuero was also siding with Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you really are something. Clinging to President Xie Qiao's coattails is one thing, but now my sister Shen Shuero comes forward offering her care too? Sitting pretty with two beauties at your side, you're truly enjoying the best of both worlds. Even though Shen Shuero had insisted she'd never been with Lin Dong from start to finish, Shen Yiran still believed what she saw before her eyes. Especially since her sister had cut ties with her and hadn't even returned to the Shen family home once in all these days. Shen Yiran's words sent shockwaves through the entire gathering, eyes darting back and forth between the three figures. They had already been puzzled as to why Lin Dong and Shen Shuero were in President Xie's exclusive vehicle, but now it turned out these three were connected in such a way. Wealthy families were rife with secrets, but those remained private affairs. Until someone spilled the beans, everyone pretended to be unaware. But now, with Shen Yiran laying it all out in front of so many people, even if they tried to pretend they hadn't heard, it would be too obvious. Lin Dong, you disgust me. You've been living off the Shen family for years, and now you've gone and seduced my sister? What? Did you find it thrilling to be with your sister-in-law? Did you two start this affair before we were even divorced? You're nothing but a worthless parasite my family has supported for years, not even fit to be a dog. Seeing our family's decline and the collapse of the Shen group, you shamelessly crawled to Xie Qiao, clinging to her like a leech. You're nothing but a fickle opportunist, always chasing whoever holds the purse strings. You're destined to be a freeloader for life. Shen Yiran seemed to have given up all hope, or perhaps she was trying to expose Lin Dong's true colors before everyone. At that moment, she screamed and yelled like a madwoman. Chapter 117, They Were Blinded. Her words were vile, and Xie Qiao could no longer bear to listen. She was about to retort when Lin Dong released her hand and stepped forward on his own, advancing until he stood directly before Shen Yiran. A sharp slap echoed through the hall, stunning everyone present. Shen Yiran covered her face, lifting her head to stare at the man before her as tears fell silently. Are you awake now? If not, I can slap you again. Lin Dong's eyes burned with disgust, and he couldn't fathom how he'd ever endured those years with her. How dare you hit me? Whether provoked by Lin Dong's words or the sting of the slap, Shen Yiran screamed, raising her arm to strike back. Lin Dong seized her wrist. You call me a good-for-nothing deadbeat day in and day out. Do you really believe the Shen family's success is down to you? With your tiny brain, how could you ever survive in the business world? Shen Yiran was clever, no doubt, but it was merely petty cleverness. If not for Lin Dong shielding her from behind the scenes all this time, how could her Shen group have grown to its current stature? Yet all he did was withdraw that protection and return the Bai family's investment in the Shen group to her. He left Shen Yiran to fend for herself. And what was the result? Shen group went bankrupt, and the Shen family fell into the sorry state they're in now. If Shen Yiran possessed even a shred of business acumen, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. What do you mean by that? Lin Dong's words left Shen Yiran flustered, as if something had exceeded her expectations. You don't seriously think Lin Dong got in through me, do you? Just then, Xie Qiao walked over from the side and stood beside Lin Dong. In truth, not only Shen Yiran but everyone present shared that assumption, though none dared voice it. Let me introduce him to you, and to everyone here. Lin Dong is the largest shareholder of Xie Group and holds a crucial position within our company. Xie Qiao's words shattered the gathering's calm. Impossible. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. Where would he get that kind of money? He's just riding someone else's coattails. Shen Yiran refused to believe a word of it, shaking her head vehemently. Xie Qiao, you're quite something. For a man, you'd even say such things? You're the daughter of the prestigious Xie family of the capital. Don't you fear bringing shame upon your family? Shen Yiran struggled to free her wrist from Lin Dong's grasp, intending to confront Xie Qiao, but Lin Dong blocked her path. Lin Dong's protective stance only made Shen Yiran feel even more bitter inside. Before she could speak again, Xie Qiao continued from where she'd left off. This matter is common knowledge within Xie Group. Even the receptionists know about it. If any of you doubt my words, feel free to have your people inquire at any time. I, Xie Qiao, stand here waiting for your inquiries. Furthermore, Shen Shuero is our Xie Group's chief designer and my younger sister. She now has absolutely no connection to Shen Yiran. I never want to hear the names Shen Shuero and Shen Yiran mentioned together again. Xie Qiao walked over to Shen Shuero, took her hand, and made her stance clear. The turn of events had caught everyone off guard. Yet no one spoke again. Instead, they all began calling their contacts, instructing them to verify the truth behind Xie Qiao's words. Even Li Juntai, standing nearby, was no exception. The news was too shocking, causing everyone to tense up involuntarily. If Lin Dong truly was the largest shareholder of Xie Group, then could it be true, as Lin Dong had just claimed, that the entire Shen Group had been built on his foundation? It was easier not to dwell on it, but once the thought took hold, it inevitably led to deeper contemplation. The more they pondered, the more they noticed details that had previously escaped their notice. For instance, during Lin Dong's time with the Shen family, Shen Group had flourished rapidly, reaching its zenith across all of Yanjing. Even Shen Yiran had earned the title of Beautiful CEO, revered as President Shen. Even the Bai family, based far away in the capital, traveled thousands of miles just to collaborate with the Shen family, repeatedly offering concessions on projects. Conversely, after Lin Dong left the Shen family, Shen Group began its decline. Without Bai Group's investment, even the Zhao family faded into obscurity. Conversely, with Lin Dong at the helm, Xie Group experienced explosive growth, outpacing even the former Shenyang Group in speed. If things were as they suspected, then wasn't there something fishy about Lin Dong's background? Perhaps he harbored some extraordinary identity behind the scenes. At this thought, all eyes in the room turned toward him. They saw a man utterly unlike the one etched in their memories, the same face, yet radiating an entirely different aura. Just then, a pleasant ringtone sounded. Li Juntai pulled out his phone, answered it, and immediately pressed the speaker button. Young Master, we sent people to inquire at Xie Group. It's confirmed that Lin Dong is undoubtedly the largest shareholder of Xie Group. Furthermore, Lin Dong has been a shareholder since the very founding of Xie Group. Because the speakerphone was on, everyone heard this exchange clearly. Li Juntai acknowledged the report before hanging up. Simultaneously, ringtones sounded one after another. They all pressed to answer, and the content was identical to what they had just heard. One by one, their gazes inevitably fell upon Lin Dong. It seemed as though they had all been seeing things. Impossible. This can't be true. Shen Yiran muttered, burying her face in her hands and shaking her head wildly. Why is it impossible? Seeing her like this, Zhao Qiao walked over again. You, Shen Yiran, are passing off fish eyes as pearls, mistaking streetlights for moonlight. Everything you have comes from Lin Dong, yet you curse him with every breath. Just now you called Lin Dong a fence-sitter, accused him of betraying the Shen family, but why not tell us what you, Shen Yiran, have been up to all this time? Zhao Qiao didn't give her a chance to interrupt, laying bare her past deeds, consorting with Yi Yuxuan, repeatedly cuckolding Lin Dong, orchestrating Zhao Qiao's attempt to hire assassins to harm Lin Dong, to curry favor with her, and scheming against her own sister, Shen Shuero. Every single one of these incidents, which one wasn't orchestrated by you, Shen Yiran. Lin Dong never wronged you. Even the divorce was because you were at fault. First you cheated on him, and he walked away with nothing. Chapter 118, The Mysterious Figure Behind It All. I didn't. Shen Yiran shook her head frantically, denying everything Zhao Qiao had accused her of. Then she turned to Lin Dong, pointing an accusing finger at him. It's you. This is all your fault, Lin Dong. What does it have to do with me, Shen Yiran? Yes, it was his fault. If she hadn't married such a man, she would still be the lofty President Shen, ruling over the Shen group and commanding the respect of every businessman in Yanjing. Instead, she'd become this neither human nor ghost, screaming like a madwoman, even being publicly shamed by that Zhao Qiao in front of everyone. As Shen Yiran prepared to spew more nonsense and heap more slander upon Lin Dong, Tang Haokuan, standing nearby, could no longer bear it. He stepped forward, his presence immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. You've got some nerve, young lady. You're the one who cheated and made him wear the green hat, yet you're trying to pin everything on him. As the one at fault, you should have walked away with nothing. But that Lin kid didn't say a word against you, he even voluntarily walked away with nothing. Just that alone, how many people here could do that? And you have the nerve to call him a freeloader. Tang Haokuan glared at the woman standing opposite him. He de-reviewed Shen Yiran's background and had some idea of what kind of person she might be, but seeing her in person was far more infuriating than anything in her file. She kept calling Lin Dong a freeloader, but if he truly coveted her wealth, why would he voluntarily walk away with nothing? Shen Yiran's infidelity during their marriage was wrong in itself. If Lin had insisted on holding that against her, he could have at least secured half her fortune. But he didn't. That single act alone made him superior to most men present. And who are you? What business do you have meddling in this at your age? Is this even a place you should be showing up? Another person stepped forward to defend Lin Dong. Shen Yiran, recognizing his face as utterly unfamiliar, immediately snapped at him for meddling. But she forgot where she was. Everyone present at this gathering, in this villa, was a prominent figure in Beijing. This is our madman sex master Tang. Miss Shen, are you challenging our sex authority, or do you think our master Tang is easy to bully? Wan Yongsheng, standing nearby, stepped forward without hesitation, publicly reaffirming Tang Haokuan's status. Furthermore, Mr. Lin is an honored guest of our mad sect. Before speaking, Miss Shen would do well to weigh her words carefully. Do not provoke our master Tang's displeasure, nor draw the attention of our mad sect. Hearing this, Shen Yiran's expression froze. She hadn't expected to inadvertently offend the madman, and she certainly hadn't imagined Lin Dong had connections to them, suddenly becoming their honored guest. Impossible. Lin Dong is nothing but a good-for-nothing. If he weren't useless, why would I have broken up with him? All these years, he's been living off my Shen family. You've all been fooled by him. Shen Yiran dismissed their claims, stubbornly clinging to her own convictions. Shen Yiran, if you hadn't reached out to me back then, do you think I would have married you? Before the Shen family rose to prominence, Shen Yiran wasn't exactly a saint, but she wasn't a bad person either. It was because she had once inadvertently helped Lin Dong that he held it in his heart. Combined with the Shen family's circumstances at the time and the growing affection he felt for Shen Yiran, Lin Dong married her and secretly began protecting the Shen family. Yet, consumed by greed for wealth, Shen Yiran lost her true self and her humanity, dragging the entire Shen family down with her. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Dong's words made Shen Yiran's face go pale. She bit her lip hard, her mind filling with memories she hadn't even noticed before. The kindness you showed me back then? I've repaid it in full over the years. Shen Yiran, I'll repeat what I said before, from now on, we go our separate ways. The next time we meet, we'll be strangers. Faced with Shen Yiran's incoherent ramblings, Lin Dong had grown utterly weary. He decided to lay everything bare, seizing this chance to sever their ties completely and extinguish any lingering hope someone might harbor. Before Shen Yiran could react, Zhao Qiao stepped forward, her upper body leaning slightly toward Shen Yiran, her head close to her ear. You know what? The Bai and Xie families have always had a mysterious benefactor behind them. He strategizes for them, funds them, and lends his strength. In return, the Bai and Xie families pledge eternal loyalty to him. The casual remark left Shen Yiran bewildered, even more so by why Zhao Qiao would share this with her.
Shen Yiran's gaze involuntarily shifted forward, landing on Lin Dong. The words echoed in her ears and mind. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Zhao Qiao slowly shifted backward, catching the expression in Shen Yiran's eyes. A smile played at the corners of her mouth as she spoke again in a voice only the two of them could hear. That mysterious person is Lin Dong. That single sentence shattered the psychological defenses Shen Yiran had painstakingly built up. Suddenly, previously unnoticed details flooded her mind. Why had Lin Dong and Bai Haisheng been so familiar with each other? Why had Bai Haisheng addressed Lin Dong as Mr. Lin with such respect? Why did Zhao Qiao, the distinguished young lady from the capital, show no trace of her usual arrogance or tyranny when she first met Lin Dong? Instead, she displayed extreme respect. The more she thought about it, the more Shen Yiran realized Zhao Qiao might be telling the truth. Perhaps she had never truly understood Lin Dong's identity. When Lin Dong had mentioned living in the capital before, she had dismissed it as a joke, mocking him for talking nonsense. But now it seemed the one truly talking nonsense was her. For Yi Yuxuan, for the young mistress of the Yi family, she had cast aside the true dragon's blood in Phoenix's marrow. Why did you lie to me? Why didn't you tell me the truth? Upon learning of Lin Dong's extraordinary background, Shen Yiran strode quickly before him and demanded an explanation. Had this been before their divorce, she would have been overjoyed. But now, divorced, she felt nothing but betrayal and a rage with nowhere to vent. The truth? What truth? Before you speak, Shen Yiran, why not reflect on yourself first? Didn't you long ago jump to conclusions, labeling me a deadbeat freeloader and believing the Shen family's success depended entirely on you? Lin Dong looked at her distorted face and sneered. He hadn't been silent about it with Shen Yiran, but she'd always dismissed his words as baseless slander. Chapter 119, Be Nicer to Lin Dong. Even after he discovered her infidelity and intended to reveal his true identity, she merely tossed him 2 million yuan and told him to go marry a wife in the countryside. To you, whether I exist or not makes no difference to the Shen Corporation or the Shen family. If that's the case, why come before me now and shift all the blame onto me? You boast of being a business genius. The state the Shen Corporation is in now? That's entirely your doing. Lin Dong tore away the last shred of pretense from Shen Yiran, exposing before everyone present the true cause of Shen Corporation's bankruptcy. Hearing this, Li Juntai and his group turned their gaze toward Shen Yiran. They stared at the madwoman standing there, shaking her head wildly, their eyes filled with disgust and even pity. They were all well aware of how far Shen Group had risen. After all, it had once towered far above their own enterprises. Though Shen Yiran tried to conceal her divorce from Lin Dong, anyone with connections could easily uncover the truth. Moreover, Lin Dong's words were spot on. Had Shen Yiran possessed any sense, Shen Group wouldn't have declined so rapidly. No, this is all your fault. If you had told me your true identity, if you had confessed you'd been secretly aiding me all along, I wouldn't have divorced you over some Yi Yuxuan. Then the Shen Group wouldn't have been targeted like this. Shen Yiran shook her head frantically, still blaming him for everything. Shen Yiran, you were once a formidable force in the business world. Your current predicament is entirely your own doing. How dare you blame and target Lin Dong? At that moment, old Master Cheng, who had been listening nearby, could no longer bear it. He stepped forward and stood behind Lin Dong. Li Juntai, you let such people in to disrupt our gathering? It seems I need to have a word with your old man. Before Shen Yiran could respond, old Master Cheng turned his gaze to the person standing nearby and spoke with pressure. Though old Master Cheng couldn't pinpoint Lin Dong's exact status, given the Bai family's previous actions and Zhao Qiao's initial deference toward him, he couldn't help but make an educated guess. Not to mention, given Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao's current relationship, how could he, as her grandfather, simply stand by and let others humiliate his grandson-in-law? My apologies, old Master Cheng. This is my fault. I'll have her removed immediately. Li Juntai snapped out of his daze and spoke up immediately, then summoned several men to drag Shen Yiran out of the gathering. No, I won't go. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Save me. Save my Shen Corporation. I'll agree to remarry you and make amends. Just revive my company. Forcibly restrained, Shen Yiran desperately pleaded with Lin Dong while struggling violently. Seeing she was about to scream, Li Juntai ordered someone to cover her mouth. Thus, in front of the entire gathering, Shen Yiran was dragged out, her arms twisted behind her back and her mouth covered. After Shen Yiran was forcibly removed, no one at the gathering spoke first. Their gazes darted back and forth between Lin Dong and his group, the atmosphere turning eerily quiet. Finally, Li Juntai stepped forward, raised his wineglass, and attempted to ease the tension. Out of respect for him, the crowd gradually returned to their earlier liveliness, though no one dared approach Lin Dong and his group again. Miss Xia, may I ask a bold question? Ignoring the reactions of others, Li Juntai fixed his gaze on the person approaching Lin Dong. Since it's already presumptuous, Mr. Li needn't bother asking. Just as before, Zhao Qiao gave him no quarter. Hearing this, Li Juntai's smile faltered. He offered an apology and led his entourage away. Before departing, however, he shot Lin Dong a lingering, piercing glance. Old Master Cheng and Tang Haokuan remained steadfastly at his sides, never leaving his left and right. He withdrew his gaze and joined the other's conversation, yet the scene from moments ago lingered relentlessly in his mind. Zhao Qiao exchanged words with Shen Yiran, whose expression darkened. From that moment, she began confronting Lin Dong, accusing him of concealing his identity. With the mutual protection of Old Master Cheng and Tang of the Mad Sect, Li Juntai sensed that Lin Dong's status might be more exalted than any of theirs. He intended to probe further, but Old Master Cheng saw through his intentions and had no choice but to speak up and dismiss him from the gathering. Earlier, he had intended to question Zhao Qiao, but she still refused to give him the courtesy, not even allowing him the chance to speak.
Young Master Li, what are you thinking about? The man who had been silent since arriving drew the attention of many. Li Juntai snapped back to reality, noticing all eyes fixed on him. He cleared his throat. From now on, treat Lin Dong with courtesy. If anything happens later, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. Unable to discern Lin Dong's true identity, he could only protect them indirectly through this method. Hearing this, those nearby hesitated to ask questions. But seeing the seriousness and gravity on his face, coupled with the events that had just unfolded, they swallowed their doubts and nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Lin Dong watched Zhao Qiao approach. His usually cool expression softened slightly. What did you say to Shen Yiran just now that frightened her so? I merely informed her that you are the one pulling the strings behind the Bai and Xie families. Who would have thought she'd be so timid? No, it's not timidity, it's greed. From now on, she'll likely cling to you relentlessly. With no outsiders nearby, Zhao Qiao spoke her mind directly. Aren't you angry? Seeing Lin Dong's lack of reaction, Zhao Qiao quietly lifted her head to look at him. Her actions had indeed been reckless, but she didn't regret them. You're defending me like this, I'm thrilled, not angry. Lin Dong's identity within the Bai family was classified information. Aside from Bai Haisheng and Zhao Qiao, not even the Bai family patriarch knew. Now, to protect him, she revealed this secret. She must have been furious. Lin Dong pulled her close and clasped her hand tightly. But Shen Yiran found out. She won't let this go. She just asked brother Lin Dong to save her Shen group. Shen Shuero overheard their conversation. Combined with the phone call between Lin Dong and Bai Haisheng she'd accidentally listened in on earlier, she understood everything. But watching Shen Yiran's demeanor as she left, Shen Shuero remained convinced Shen Yiran wouldn't simply give up. Chapter 120, how could he possibly be? What about us? Don't overthink it, Snow. Tang Haokuan chimed in from the side, followed closely by Old Master Cheng. The group exchanged glances and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Shen Yiran, once again thrown out by security, clung desperately to the gate. Please, just this once. Let me in. Get lost, or I'll call the cops. The security guard at the entrance glared menacingly, then pulled out his phone from his pocket, clearly ready to call the police if she didn't leave. Shen Yiran had intended to sneak back in, but seeing the guard's actions, she reluctantly pulled her hands away and left the place with a look of resentment, heading towards the Shen residence. The entire journey was filled with thoughts about Lin Dong and the Shen Corporation. She had to admit Zhao Qiao was right. Lin Dong might truly be a powerful figure in the capital. Moreover, all the little moments she'd shared with Lin Dong came flooding back, making Shen Yiran regret her decision even more. She stumbled back to the Shen residence in a daze. The moment she pushed open the door, her younger brother Shen Yu came running over, his eyes wide with excitement. Sis, did they kick Lin Dong out? I say he got what he deserved. He ruined our Shen family like this, yet he still had the nerve to latch onto someone else's coattails and even attend some fancy gathering. Well, now all the bigwigs in Yanjing know exactly what he is, a complete waste of space. Shen Yu continued ranting, oblivious to Shen Yiran's growing impatience. Observing Shen Yu's petty triumph before her, Shen Yiran wondered if she had once behaved this way in front of Lin Dong. Her expression was repulsive, equally irritating. Shut up. Shen Yiran grew increasingly irritated by the thought, and without warning, she slapped Shen Yu across the face. Shen Yu hadn't expected Shen Yiran to suddenly strike. The slap landed squarely on his face, catching him completely off guard. He clutched his face, staring at her in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend why she had struck him. Shen's mother, descending the stairs, witnessed the entire scene. Seeing her son struck, she rushed over. She pulled her son toward her, carefully lowering his hand to reveal his face, already red and swollen. Shen Yiran, what the hell are you doing? That's your own brother. Why hit him? Besides, he's right. Didn't you tell us you were going to the party to expose Lin Dong's worthless identity, to let everyone see what he really is? Even if you lost control, you shouldn't take it out on your own family. Shen's mother defended Shen Yu and confronted Shen Yiran, only to notice her eldest daughter's state. Before she could ask what happened at the party, Shen Yiran shoved them both aside and dashed straight to the sofa, collapsing onto it and wailing loudly. Her hoarse wails left Shen's mother and Shen Yu utterly bewildered, forcing them to approach her with questions. What do you know? Lin Dong deceived us all. He's not some deadbeat freeloader, he's a major figure in the capital. Even the Bai and Xie families owe their rise to his protection. Shen Yiran sobbed as she recounted everything that had transpired at the gathering. Hearing her words, Shen's mother felt a sharp pang in her heart and collapsed to the ground. It was over. After how the Shen family had treated Lin Dong, he would never let them off the hook. Shen Yu listened in disbelief. Sis, have you lost your mind? How could Lin Dong possibly be some big shot? If he really were important, why would he have been living off our family for all these years?
You must have been deceived. Lin Dong may not have revealed his identity, but how could Xie Qiao possibly invent such a lie for him? Even if she wanted to, the Bai and Xie families backing her would never agree. Not to mention, Lin Dong is Tang Yi of the madman and Old Master Cheng of Yanjing behind him. Old Master Cheng alone could crush the Shen group at its peak, let alone the madman, who now unified Yanjing's underground forces. These two figures alone were enough to send Shen Yiran and the entire Shen family running for cover. It's over. After how we treated him, he'll never let us off the hook. Shen's mother, panicked and desperate, was filled with regret. Let's move out immediately. Leave Yanjing as quickly as possible, maybe we can still escape. As she spoke, she started running upstairs to pack their belongings, only to be abruptly pulled back by Shen Yu, who grabbed her arm. Sis, since Lin Dong is such a big shot, why beg others? Why not beg Lin Dong to save our Shen family? Once the initial shock subsided, Shen Yu's rationality kicked in, and he immediately devised a plan. At these words, Shen's mother's eyes darted frantically. Shen Yiran, sitting on the sofa, lifted her tear-blurred gaze toward him, her expression blank. My son, you're absolutely right. Shen's mother slapped her thigh, convinced this plan was viable. She immediately sat beside Shen Yiran, picking up tissues from the coffee table to wipe the tears from her face. You and Lin Dong have shared so many years of love. How could you just let go like that? If it were truly as you say, then Lin Dong must have poured his heart and soul into building the Shen group back then. How could he just abandon it like this? Not to mention, there's you. You're renowned as one of Yanjing's most beautiful women. Even after divorcing Lin Dong, feelings lingered. Deep down, you must still want to remarry him, right? Shen Yiran nodded at her mother's words. She hadn't truly let go of Lin Dong. Her previous infidelity and divorce had been driven solely by his status. But now, with Lin Dong's elevated position, her heart began to race. Only a man as noble as Lin Dong was worthy of her, Shen Yiran.
Mom, I want to remarry Lin Dong. Shen Yiran declared firmly.
Then lower your stance, adopt a humble attitude, and let us take the initiative to apologize. Lin Dong will surely change his mind. Not only will you two remarry, but the Shen Corporation will also return to us. Shen's mother lectured gently, her tone soft yet laced with deadly persuasion. By then, forget the Shen Corporation, our Shen family might even rise to become the pinnacle of Yanjing. Those so-called madmen and the Cheng family you mentioned earlier wouldn't even be worthy of tying our Shen family's shoes. Shen Yu chimed in from the side, his eyes flashing with ambition, as if he could already envision the Shen family dominating all of Yanjing.
Shen Yiran intended to counter, recalling Lin Dong's earlier words. Yet, hearing her mother and Shen Yu speak, she instinctively dismissed Lin Dong's opinion. Chapter 121, The Shen Family's Flattery.
Perhaps in the eyes of the Shen family, as long as they were willing to bow their heads and actively show goodwill, Lin Dong would surely forgive them and return to the Shen family. While the Shen family indulged in such wishful thinking, the high society gathering was drawing to a close. No one had left. Instead, all eyes were fixed on Li Juntai. Miss Xie, is there truly no way for us here to get a piece of the new market pie? Clinging to the last shred of hope, Li Juntai spoke up once more. This time, he was speaking not only for the Li family, but for everyone present. Xie Qiao remained silent, her expression pensive for a moment. Just as Li Juntai and the others thought a breakthrough might be coming, Xie Qiao shook her head at him at all of them. I'm sorry, but the new market is only so big. Our Xie group simply cannot afford to share so many slices of the pie. The gathering essentially represented Yanjing's elite families, at the very least 8 or 9 prominent clans. While the pie was indeed substantial, it simply couldn't be divided so thinly. Even though this response was expected, it still left Li Juntai and the others feeling disappointed. However, Xie Qiao continued, the successful development of this new market signifies that Yanjing still holds untapped opportunities. When that time comes, Xie Group welcomes all of you here to join us. After all, the Xie Group's stronghold remained in Yanjing. They would inevitably cross paths with these families again. Xie Qiao had no desire to antagonize them. It was better to use this opportunity to offer everyone a glimmer of hope. Besides, who could guarantee what the newly developed markets would look like? Whether they would turn a profit or incur losses remained entirely unknown. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room erupted into a buzz of hushed whispers and murmurs. Even Li Juntai found himself surrounded by a small crowd. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Li Juntai spoke again. I can't predict what the market will look like then. Specific profit sharing and loss scenarios will have to be determined at that time. However, Xie Group can guarantee that when we develop new markets again, we will definitely issue an announcement. Just be prepared, we're not covering any after-sales service. In other words, even if losses occur, don't expect to hold Xie Group accountable whether profits or losses, all risks are borne solely by the participants. Of course, Miss Xie can rest assured on that point. Though many young heirs from prominent families were present, they were all familiar with the business world. They understood perfectly well that even routine transactions involve both gains and losses, let alone venturing into new markets.
Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Miss Xie finally gave her own nod. In that case, we won't keep you any longer. After finalizing all arrangements, Lin Dong and his group departed the gathering.
Once they were gone, Li Juntai addressed the remaining guests.
What transpired today should be clear to all. The Shen group no longer exists.
As for those from the Shen family, I expect no one in this household to have any dealings with them. With that statement, he had effectively sealed off any possibility of the Shen family developing further in Yanjing.
Our gatherings have always been informal affairs.
I won't pursue who privately informed Shen Yiran this time, but there won't be a next time. His gaze swept across the assembled guests, lingering briefly on one figure before shifting away.
With that, Li Juntai made no further delay and departed.
He needed to return to the Li residence swiftly to warn the younger generation to treat Lin Dong with more courtesy henceforth, and to inform the elders of what had transpired at the gathering. With Li Juntai's departure, the gathering effectively concluded. Attendees gradually dispersed, yet the events that unfolded during the gathering continued to send shockwaves through the city. Over the following days, news of the gathering's events spread throughout Yanjing. When word spread that Lin Dong was no good for nothing, but likely a powerful figure from the capital, many in Yanjing harbored doubts. Yet no one dared to be the first to speak up. The name Lin Dong became a household name throughout Yanjing. At that moment, deafening knocks echoed once more at the gate of the detached villa in Yunhai residential area. Sitting in the living room, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Shen Shuero all wore expressions of varying degrees of impatience.
Are these people crazy? It's been 3 days straight, showing up at this exact time every single day. Xia Qiao couldn't help but stand up. They definitely won't give up just like that. Brother Lin Dong is their only hope right now. Shen Shuero felt a mix of resignation and irritation. Let's go see what's up.
Lin Dong rose and headed toward the villa entrance, with Xia Qiao and Shen Shuero following closely behind. Upon reaching the villa entrance, they saw the Shen family standing just outside the door, separated only by the threshold. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the others emerge, Shen Yu, who had been about to knock on the door, quickly withdrew his hand and called out to Lin Dong in an ingratiating tone, "Brother-in-law.
My dear son-in-law, your mother has come to see you. Open the door and let me in."
Mrs. Shen chimed in immediately, though her gaze bypassed Lin Dong and his companions, fixating instead on the villa behind them. Her eyes gleamed with greed and longing.
This villa was far grander than their own Shen family home.
Moreover, she'd heard from the neighborhood security that Yunhai residential complex was home to nothing but the wealthy and powerful people whose mere footsteps in Yanjing could send shockwaves through the city's economic markets. And Lin Dong lived right here among them.
Lin Dong, I know I was wrong. Let's make up. I even brought the household registration book. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now and remarry.
Shen Yiran hurriedly pulled the household register from her bag, holding it high so Lin Dong wouldn't miss it, her face equally pleading. Lin Dong and his companions stood silently, watching them. The words Li Juntai had spoken at the gathering had naturally spread throughout Yanjing, adding insult to injury for the already bankrupt Shen family. This time, no prominent family in Yanjing dared to have any connection with the Shens. They feared retaliation from the Li family, but even more so from Lin Dong and the formidable forces behind him.
Lin Dong, I truly know I was wrong.
I came here specifically to apologize to you. I know I've made many mistakes before, but everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Could you please forgive me for the sake of our past relationship? Shen Yiran had prepared meticulously for this visit. She deliberately wore the same outfit she'd worn when they first met, her face completely bare of makeup. Seeing Shen Yiran like this, Lin Dong felt a sense of familiarity he hadn't experienced in a long time.
Chapter 122, no longer fits. This outfit doesn't suit you anymore.
Seeing Lin Dong staring at her blankly, Shen Yiran thought there might be a chance for reconciliation. But the next moment, his words froze the smile on her face.
What did you say? This outfit is years old. The color, the style, even the size, none of it suits you anymore. It wasn't just the dress that no longer fit, he didn't fit either. No way. How could it not fit? Look, I'm wearing it right now. As long as I try hard, how could I not be able to wear it?
Shen Yiran caught the unspoken meaning in his words and quickly spoke again, lowering her head to adjust her own clothes.
But no matter how sweetly she spoke, the clothes truly didn't suit her. After all these years, they had faded and shrunk considerably. It clung tightly to her body, the sleeves noticeably short. What had once been a perfect fit now exposed her lower abdomen. Shen Yiran stared down at herself, then hurriedly reached up to pull the garment down. But no matter how hard she tugged, it remained a fraction too short. With a sudden, forceful tug of both hands, a sharp riot echoed as the fabric finally covered her stomach. See? It fits perfectly. Shen Yiran didn't dwell on where the sound had come from, desperately trying to show Lin Dong how well the clothes fit her. But it's ruined now. The voice had been loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. Now, the split in the middle of Shen Yiran's dress made it look even more awkward and ill-fitting on her. Son-in-law, that's not right. The clothes are still good. Even if they're torn, they can be mended and worn again. You and Shen Yiran have feelings for each other. After all these years, you can't just let go like that.
Listen to your mother, you two should remarry and start over with a fresh start. Shen's mother pushed past Shen Yiran and spoke up quickly, her tone tinged with flattery.
Auntie, that's not how it works.
The dress is torn to shreds. Wearing it now would just make us a laughingstock. Even if it's patched up, it won't change the fact that it's an old dress.
Zhao Qiao, standing nearby, couldn't bear to listen any longer and stepped forward to speak up.
Except for Shen Shuero, Zhao Qiao harbored no affection for these three members of the Shen family. They were the ones who had abandoned Lin Dong first, seducing Yi Yuxuan for status and wealth. When the Yi family fell, they saw Lin Dong's extraordinary background and came crawling back, begging for his forgiveness, trying to pretend nothing had ever happened. But things never worked out that easily.
You woman! This is our family talking. What business is it of yours to butt in? My mother is speaking with my brother-in-law. What does that have to do with you? Xin Yu, standing nearby, quickly chimed in.
He had clashed with Zhao Qiao before and had been severely reprimanded by Lin Dong for it. Now, seeing her stir trouble between his sister and brother-in-law again, Shen Yu couldn't care less about her status. He ordered her to shut up.
Family? Is memory so short in the Shen household?
Months ago, Shen Yiran and I divorced and finalized the paperwork.
I, Lin Dong, have no connection whatsoever to your Shen family.
Seeing the three across from him about to speak again, Lin Dong cut them off.
Shen Yiran, do you remember what you said before?
You claimed Yi Yuxuan was beneficial to your career, so you wanted a divorce. You said there was an unbridgeable gap between us, that I, Lin Dong, was beneath you. Before Shen Yiran could utter a word in her defense, Lin Dong shifted his gaze to Shen Yiran's mother standing beside her. When I divorced Shen Yiran back then, you were the first to agree. Not only did you curse me out, but you also forced me to kneel and kowtow to Shen Yiran to apologize. The haughty look on Shen's mother's face back then was still etched in Lin Dong's memory, not because he harbored any lingering affection for the Shen family, but purely because he had an excellent memory. His gaze shifted again, landing on Shen Yu, who had just yelled at Zhao Qiao. Shen Yu, honestly, you're even more disgusting than your sister Shen Yiran. Setting aside what happened between her and me, just consider all those years I spent in the Shen household, pouring my heart and soul into being loyal to you. Not only did you show me zero gratitude, but you repeatedly claimed I wasn't worthy of your family, that I dragged down the Shen name. Not a single member of the Shen family was decent. Ingratitude was practically their default setting.
Shen Yu, do you know what I regret most in my life? The question caught Shen Yu off guard, and he instinctively shook his head.
The thing I regret most is carrying you to the hospital through that blizzard.
Lin Dong watched Shen Yu as he spoke each word slowly, his face even wearing a smile.
But Shen Yu knew this was regret over saving him. Had he not carried him to the hospital that year, Shen Yu would likely have perished in that blizzard.
Lin Dong's words plunged the Shen family members outside the door into silence.
No one spoke again, nor did anyone have the face to speak again. But I truly regret it now.
Can you forgive me? Let's remarry, please.
I swear I'll live well with you from now on. I'll never cheat again, and I'll never divorce you again. Shen Yiran seemed unwilling to give up, pleading desperately with tears in her eyes and a look of grievance on her face.
Why do you think apologizing alone will earn my forgiveness?
Apologizing is your business, forgiving is mine. And besides. His voice trailed off as Lin Dong stretched out the last syllable, his eyes scanning her body. The longer he looked, the deeper the disgust in his gaze grew. The look of disgust also caught Shen Yiran off guard. Her hands, which had been resting on the doorframe, instinctively withdrew as she stood there, uneasy and uncertain.
Do you remember why I left with nothing?
Because it was filthy, not just the things, but the entire Shen family.
And once unfaithful, always untrustworthy.
If I were still that good-for-nothing freeloader I used to be, how could you, Shen Yiran, and the Shen family around you possibly come back to apologize personally? You'd be itching to see me humiliated, to watch me become the laughingstock of all Yanjing.
Did Shen Yiran come to remarry him because she couldn't let go of their past feelings?
Of course not. She simply recognized her own value. His current status not only brought the Shen group back into the public eye but also elevated the standing of the entire Shen family. That's why she rushed over to ask him to remarry. The so-called forgiveness was nothing more than an attempt to exploit him once again. Lin Dong now saw the Shen family's true colors with crystal clarity.
I'm not dirty. I really am not.
Called filthy by Lin Dong in front of Zhao Qiao and Shen Shuero, Shen Yiran could no longer hold back the tears welling in her eyes.
Chapter 123, I won't allow you two to be together.
One Yi Yuxuan, one Zhao Qiao, and another Li Wei. Miss Shen sure has a lot of male friends.
Zhao Qiao deliberately emphasized the word friends. I wonder how many more male friends have fallen under Miss Shen's spell besides these three we know about.
Zhao Qiao stared at the tear-stained woman across from her and snorted coldly. Lin Dong, I swear I'm not dirty.
I only slept with Yi Yuxuan.
I swear there were no other men.
You have to believe me.
Shen Yiran desperately explained, trying to win back Lin Dong's heart, but the man inside the door didn't even spare her a glance.
It's not that there aren't any. It's more like they wouldn't dare.
After all, Yi Yuxuan is the young master of one of the four great families of the capital.
He's always been the one cuckolding others. How could he possibly tolerate his woman cuckolding him? Zhao Qiao ruthlessly exposed her lies. Shut up. Seeing Lin Dong ignore her, Shen Yiran vented all her anger on Zhao Qiao. Shen Yiran, have you finished causing trouble? You were the one who abandoned brother Lin Dong first. You were the one who insisted on divorcing him. Even a good horse won't eat the grass it has already grazed on. You were so resolute back then, so why come here now spouting regrets? Brother Lin Dong finally found some peace in his life. Why did you drag the Shen family here to disturb him? Do you really think brother Lin Dong was born to serve your Shen family for the rest of his life? Brother Lin Dong is first and foremost himself, only then is he Shen Yiran's ex-husband. He's a human being, not some service machine to be summoned when useful and dismissed when useless. Shen Yiran watched the group who'd been showing up day after day and shook her head in disappointment. She felt ashamed to have such family, yet fortunate to have escaped them in time. Shen Yiran remained silent at first, but the moment she spoke, she instantly captured the attention of the three people outside the door. Seeing Shen Yiran appear inside the villa, standing alongside Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, Shen's mother and Shen Yu wore expressions of surprise. Shen Yiran hadn't returned to the Shen household for so many days. They had assumed she was either wandering the streets of Beijing or being supported by someone else to survive. Instead, she had been living with Lin Dong all along. Did this mean Lin Dong might already be with Shen Yiran? Was Lin Dong's reluctance to remarry actually because of Shen Yiran? At this thought, Mrs. Shen and Shen Yu's expressions darkened. A brother-in-law and sister-in-law together? That was no good at all. If word of this spread throughout Yanjing, what face would they have left? Even if Lin Dong truly was with Shen Yiran, they had to tear them apart. The only one who could be with Lin Dong was Shen Yiran. With this thought, Shen's mother and Shen Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Yiran, why haven't you come home all these days? Do you know how much your mother misses you? Shen's mother spoke first, attempting to soften Shen Yiran with familial affection. Yes, second sister. Where have you been all this time? Mom and I have missed you so much at home. Mom talks about you constantly. Why haven't you come home to see us? Shen Yu chimed in urgently. Standing nearby, Shen's mother wiped her eyes, dabbing at tears that weren't there. Did Shen Yiran not tell you? I severed all ties with you long ago. I may bear the Shen surname, but I have not a single penny's worth of connection to your Shen family. Shen Yiran knew exactly what kind of people Shen's mother and Shen Yu were. Seeing their actions now, she found them utterly hypocritical. If they couldn't sway Lin Dong, they probably wouldn't have set their sights on her. But she wasn't some little darling. What nonsense are you spouting? You were carried in my womb for 10 months and born from my body. My blood runs through your veins. You are my child. How could this blood bond be severed so easily? Shen's mother feigned anger, beckoning her over to get a good look at herself. Is that so? You remember I was born from your womb? Then why haven't you called me once in all this time? My number never changed, and I never blocked you. If you truly missed me, why didn't you come looking? At the very least, you could have posted flyers or reported me missing. If Shen's mother truly missed her, how could she have done absolutely nothing? Her claims of missing her were clearly just lip service, not genuine at all. Mother just didn't think of it at the time, second sister. Please don't blame her. Besides, with the Shen family bankrupt for so long, we barely managed to scrape by. If not for our resilience, you might never have seen us again, not in this lifetime. Shen Yu hadn't expected Shen Yiran to be so sharp, instantly seizing the flaw in his mother's words. He quickly changed the subject, taking the opportunity to reveal their rather miserable circumstances. You've been resilient, just like cockroaches. Zhao Qiao might as well have said outright that they'd be better off dead. Seeing Shen Yu's gritted teeth, Zhao Qiao flashed him a smile that looked downright arrogant and triumphant. This expression naturally caught Lin Dong's eye. He said nothing, but a faint curve involuntarily touched the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Well, that really is. Shen Shui paused before continuing, heaven has eyes. Those 4 words made Shen Yu's face turn as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Shen Yiran, how dare you speak to your brother like that? Don't you know he's the only son of the Shen family? He's the one destined to carry on the Shen bloodline. You've been gone for so long without a thought for us, and now you dare speak disrespectfully to your own brother? Where are your manners? Did you feed them to the dogs? Shen Yiran had always been meek and submissive within the Shen household. Her only act of defiance had been for Lin Dong's sake, and that defiance had earned her a slap across the face. Now, hearing her speak of her own son this way, the benevolence on Shen's mother's face could no longer be feigned. Her true nature was instantly revealed. Let the Shen family eat it. Facing her mother's accusation, Shen Yiran shot back without hesitation. She had manners, but those manners were reserved for certain people. Let me tell you this, Shen Yiran. I forbid you from being with Lin Dong. He belongs to your sister, Shen Yiran. As his sister-in-law, how dare you be with your own brother-in-law? What you're doing defies all norms. The entire city of Yanjing will look down on you both. Mrs. Shen remained unaware of the relationship between Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao. She only saw Shen Yiran standing beside Lin Dong. She only saw what she wanted to see. What are you talking about? Shen Yiran glanced at her mother, finding her words utterly baffling. Chapter 124, Mom Chooses You. Seeing her reaction, Shen's mother and Shen Yu felt even more certain of their suspicions. They believed she was playing dumb because they'd hit the nail on the head. Second sister, Lin Dong is our eldest sister's husband. No matter how much you like him, you can't compete with her for him. Shen Yu pleaded earnestly, feigning concern for her well-being. Hearing this, Shen Yiran instinctively looked toward Lin Dong, only to see him smiling warmly at Zhao Qiao. Witnessing their closeness, Shen Yiran felt a pang of envy mixed with a touch of bitterness. You're overthinking it. I only see Lin Dong as an older brother, nothing more. Besides, whether it was Shen's mother and Shen Yu being blind or just plain stupid, anyone with eyes could see the deep connection between Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao. Yet these two stubbornly pushed Lin Dong toward her, convinced they were the perfect match. Yes, a lover is also a brother. Shen Yiran had already suspected the nature of Shen Yiran and Lin Dong's relationship. Hearing Shen's mother and Shen Yu's words now, she shot a look of hatred at Shen Yiran, who was still staring at Lin Dong. Shen Yiran, I suggest you get yourself checked out at the hospital. After all, overactive imagination is a real condition. You. Before Shen Yiran could finish her sentence, Lin Dong walked toward her. Lin Dong, we. Before the words reconcile could leave her lips, footsteps echoed from the distance. Hearing the noise, the Shen family members outside the door glanced around. They noticed a group of people had appeared beside them at some point, led by none other than Wang Yongxing, the man Shen Yiran had briefly met at the party earlier. Young Master Lin, I'm here. Should we remove them now? Wang Yongxing glanced at the three people inside and asked. Shen Yiran, this is your last warning. If you dare show your face here again, don't blame them for taking direct action against your Shen family. The madmen have more than enough strength to deal with all three of you. Lin Dong had refrained from taking action against them before solely out of respect for Shen Yiran. Though Shen Yiran claimed to have severed ties with them, she secretly kept tabs on their whereabouts. Now, seeing their continued defiance, Lin Dong had summoned Wang Yongxing and his men. With that, Wang Yongxing immediately ordered his men to escort them out. Tell the Yunhai community security, I have no wife, no so-called mother-in-law or brother-in-law. My girlfriend has always lived with me in this community. Before the three members of the Shen family had gone far, they heard Lin Dong's words. Gazing at the couple inside the villa, who looked like a perfect match, Shen Yiran bit her lip hard and turned away with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Shen's mother were still struggling desperately, pleading for them to stop and demanding Lin Dong let them into the villa. Wang Yongxing's men acted swiftly. Within a minute, Shen's mother and Shen Yu were tossed out of the compound in a thoroughly disheveled state. After finishing this, Wang Yongxing didn't leave with his men. Instead, he approached the security guard walking over, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and offered it to the guard. Uncle, these three are nothing but thieves. They snuck in pretending to be relatives of residents to cause trouble. Luckily, the owner caught them in time. Otherwise, if anything had actually been stolen, then. Wang Yongxing's words abruptly ended there, and the cigarette he had offered was already taken by the security guard. Hearing this, the security guard broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly thanking him while firmly printing out the photos of the three members of the Shen family. He placed them in the security office, ensuring every guard would memorize their faces. Wang Yongxing nodded in satisfaction before leading his men away. Shen Yu and his mother, who had been thrown out, scrambled to their feet. Before they could re-enter, the community gates slammed shut, barring them from entry. Yiran, what are we going to do now? Lin Dong is dead set against remarrying you. Unable to enter the complex, Shen's mother grew flustered, her pleading gaze turning to her daughter. Shen Yu, equally at a loss, pinned their last hope on Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran, however, paid them no mind whatsoever, turning on her heel and walking away. Watching her retreating figure, Shen's mother and Shen Yu glanced back at the gated community one last time before reluctantly leaving the scene. Mom, if you had to choose between me and Shen Yiran, who would you pick? No sooner had they returned to the Shen residence than Shen's mother, barely catching her breath, heard this question echo from the living room. Of course you. Shen's mother blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Sis, you wouldn't. Upon hearing Shen Yiran's question, Shen Yu felt an answer on the tip of his tongue. Mom, brother, you both saw what happened today. Shen Yiran clearly wants to be with Lin Dong. She doesn't care about my feelings or how outsiders view the Shen family. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to set things right. Shen Yiran had certainly noticed the interactions between Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, but she didn't believe there was any possibility of them being together. Because of what Zhao Qiao had said earlier, Shen Yiran believed Zhao Qiao's feelings toward Lin Dong were purely respect more akin to admiration for someone strong. Moreover, Zhao Qiao and Lin Dong had only known each other for a few months. The likelihood of them getting together in such a short time was extremely low. Shen Yiran, however, was different. As a member of the Shen family, she had grown familiar with Lin Dong since their marriage. Years of shared history, coupled with Lin Dong's repeated heroic rescues of her, made their romantic connection highly probable. Therefore, Shen Yiran stubbornly believed that Lin Dong and Shen Yiran were already secretly involved. They simply hadn't disclosed the truth to her and the Shen family out of consideration for her and their family. But big sister, what are you going to do? Shen Yu knew Shen Shuero was in the wrong about this matter, but what could they do now? They dared not touch Lin Dong, and they certainly couldn't move him. If only she were dead. This thought had taken root in Shen Yiran's mind from the very beginning. Now, seeing both her mother and Shen Yu supporting her idea, she felt more convinced than ever that this was the only way to restore everything to normal. As long as she's dead. Shen Yiran repeated it, her expression growing increasingly frenzied. Neither Shen's mother nor Shen Yu spoke. Though they found the idea cruel, compared to Shen Yiran and the Shen family, Shen Shuero's death seemed insignificant. Shen Yu volunteered to devise a plan for Shen Yiran. Thus, the three figures seated in the living room began to discuss their plan. Chapter 125, Yi Yuxuan's 2 sentences. Lin Dong and the others knew nothing of the Shen family's schemes. Moreover, starting from that day, the Shen family seemed to have mysteriously vanished. They never appeared again in Yunhai residential area, nor did they show up at the gates of Xie Group. Without the Shen family's interference, Lin Dong and the others lived their lives as before, peaceful and content. That day, in the president's office of Xie Group, Lin Dong sat on the sofa opposite the desk, watching Shen Yiran work with warmth and focus. Xia Qiao occasionally looked up and responded to him. Suddenly, the quiet office was interrupted by the ringtone of a system notification. Lin Dong pulled out his phone, glanced at the displayed name, and pressed to answer. He looked up to see Xia Qiao had also paused her movements. Mr. Lin. The moment the call connected, Bai Haixing's voice came through. Yes? Mr. Lin, Yi Yuxuan wishes to see you. Hearing the name, Lin Dong felt a moment of unfamiliarity, but quickly recognized who it was. He wants to see me? Yes. He said there are matters he wishes to discuss with you in person. Not interested. Lin Dong had little interaction with Yi Yuxuan. They might have crossed paths a few times when he was still in the capital, but after the Yi family was absorbed by the Bai and Xie clans, Lin Dong had subconsciously erased him from his mind. But? Bai Haixing paused, as if unsure how to broach the subject. Uncle Bai, did Yi Yuxuan say something? Or is the Yi family trying to use this opportunity to make a comeback? As Bai Haixing's voice rose, Xie Qiao emerged from behind the desk and took a seat beside Lin Dong. Hearing his hesitant stammer, she couldn't help but interject. It's like this. Hearing Xie Qiao's voice seemed to encourage Bai Haixing, who proceeded to recount the recent series of events in the capital. It turned out that after the Yi family went bankrupt and Yi's father absconded with the money along with the elderly patriarch, Yi Yuxuan and his mother sold off their property but still couldn't cover the debt. The two were forced to take odd jobs to pay it off. Life became unbearably harsh and miserable. Unable to endure the suffering, Yi's mother ended her own life with a rope. With no money left, Yi Yuxuan hastily arranged the funeral. But from that moment on, he seemed to lose his mind, babbling incoherently and lurking near the Bai residence, desperately trying to contact Bai Haixing. Word of this reached Bai Haixing. Though initially unwilling to engage, for reasons unknown, Bai Haixing found himself meeting Yi Yuxuan face to face. The moment they met, Yi Yuxuan demanded to see Lin Dong, insisting he had vital matters to discuss, matters that could only be conveyed face to face between himself and Lin Dong. Yi Yuxuan said you'd never agree to meet him, so he asked me to relay 2 words to you. He claims that once you hear them, you'll rush to see him without delay. What words? For some reason, Lin Dong suddenly felt a surge of tension, as if the words about to follow would shatter the tranquility of his current life. This strange sensation surprised Lin Dong. Since arriving in Yanjing, he had kept everything firmly under control. Never before had he felt like this, as if something was beginning to slip beyond his grasp. He said, "Do you remember everything about the orphanage?" He said, "Everything was secretly priced long ago. All resistance is merely harmless appetizers." Hearing this, Lin Dong instantly leapt to his feet from the sofa, his body trembling slightly beyond his control. Did Yi Yuxuan tell you to relay this? Did he say anything else besides those 2 sentences? How does Yi Yuxuan know all this? 3 questions burst from Lin Dong's mouth. Xia Qiao witnessed every flicker of Lin Dong's reaction. Though she didn't grasp the full meaning behind Yi Yuxuan's words, seeing his body's instinctive response, she rose and took his hand. As she clasped his hands firmly in hers, Xia Qiao noticed for the first time that his palms had become clammy with sweat. Yi Yuxuan told me both of those things. He didn't say anything else beyond that. He only asked you to come see him. He wants to speak with you in person. As for Lin Dong's final question, Bai Haixing didn't know how to respond either, so he simply chose not to answer. Lin Dong remained silent, sinking back into the sofa. Outwardly, his expression remained unchanged, but only he knew the chaos raging within his mind. Given Yi Yuxuan's age, he shouldn't have known about these matters, yet he did. The very fact that he knew the word orphanage was the crux of the problem. Moreover, what exactly did Yi Yuxuan know? And how much did he truly know? Lin Dong's mind was in turmoil, as if an invisible net was slowly closing in behind the scenes. Mr. Lin, are you still there? The voice was slow to come, prompting Bai Haixing to call out. I'm here. Lin Dong replied. Send people to investigate everything about the Yi family, every single detail, especially Yi Yuxuan. Also, have someone shadow Yi Yuxuan. Observe his every move.
I'll be heading to the capital in the next few days, but don't tell Yi Yuxuan yet.
Yi Yuxuan's 2 sentences had indeed caused a huge stir for Lin Dong, but that didn't mean Lin Dong would follow the path Yi Yuxuan expected.
Lin Dong intended to keep the initiative firmly in his grasp. He would wait until Yi Yuxuan grew impatient, wait until he had no choice but to reveal everything to him.
Understood. Upon hearing Bai Haixing's response, Lin Dong ended the call. Did something happen? Xia Qiao finally spoke after the call ended.
She had been watching Lin Dong closely, but she hadn't picked up on the subtext in Yi Yuxuan's words.
Not sure yet.
Uncertain what Yi Yuxuan knew, Lin Dong chose not to share the details with her. He turned to meet a pair of eyes filled with concern. Once I verify the truth behind Yi Yuxuan's words, I'll tell you everything myself. For Lin Dong, these events weren't merely the past, they were a harrowing experience he'd lived through. Until he could verify everything, Lin Dong didn't want to stir up those memories.
All right. Xia Qiao nodded without pressing further. Most of the company matters are wrapped up now. Shuero can handle the remaining tasks for me. Then I can accompany you to the capital.
No matter what had happened, Xia Qiao refused to let Lin Dong face it alone. For now, Yanjing is the safest place.
Lin Dong didn't want Xia Qiao to risk going with him.
Had he not overheard Yi Yuxuan's words, he would have taken her to the capital.
Chapter 126, The Grey Van.
But right now, no one knew what the situation in the capital was like.
He himself wasn't even sure whether those people were operating openly or covertly.
Going to the capital alone was already a gamble. Taking Xia Qiao with him would be like stepping onto the path to the underworld.
But without you, what good is Yanjing being the safest place?
Lin Dong looked at her, seeing the unwavering resolve in her eyes.
He sighed and finally nodded. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the president's office. Come in.
It wasn't the secretary who entered, but Shen Shuero.
Sister Qiao, brother Lin Dong.
Seeing the two embracing, Shen Shuero forced a smile.
Shuero, why are you at the company? Has something happened at home?
Seeing her, Xia Qiao looked puzzled and quickly asked aloud, rising to her feet as she walked toward her. She circled around her once, finding no signs of injury on her body, and only then did she relax.
Seeing Xia Qiao's genuine concern, Shen Shuero felt a pang of guilt over her earlier thoughts. I'm fine. Nothing's wrong at home.
I just got worried when none of you came back, so I came to the office to check on you. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao both glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing they'd unknowingly worked past quitting time.
Let's go home.
Lin Dong stood up, walked over to Xia Qiao, and naturally took her hand. He also called out to Shen Shuero beside them, and the three headed toward the exit. Stepping out of the office and taking the elevator to the lobby, they saw that aside from the receptionist, most of the group company's employees had already left for the day. Xia Group did not enforce mandatory overtime. Employees could only stay behind voluntarily, and of course, voluntary overtime was compensated accordingly. Under the watchful gaze of the receptionist, the trio departed Xia Group together. Outside the building, Lin Dong headed to the underground parking garage to retrieve his car, while Xia Qiao and Shen Shuero waited by the roadside. Shuero, in a few days, Lin Dong and I will be heading to Beijing. Xia Group will need your help during that time. Since the trip to Beijing was only a matter of time, Xia Qiao decided to inform Shen Shuero in advance.
But I have no experience managing a company. What if I?
Shen Shuero hastily declined, feeling unqualified for the responsibility.
It'll be fine. The secretaries and assistants will support you. If you ever encounter anything you don't understand, you can always call me anytime.
But, could I come with you to the capital?
Shen Shuero asked cautiously. Once we've settled everything, we'll bring you over then. Lin Dong's earlier words still echoed in her mind. Xia Qiao also didn't want to leave Shen Shuero alone in Yanjing, but even Lin Dong couldn't guarantee the exact situation in the capital.
In Yanjing, you have the madman and Grandpa Cheng.
If you get bored, you can go find them. Seeing Shen Shuero fall silent, Xia Qiao tried to comfort her. But just then, a gray minivan lurked nearby, waiting for its chance. The next second, it accelerated towards Xia Qiao and Shen Shuero's location.
In less than a minute, the sharp screech of tires skidding across the pavement echoed. Seeing the van hurtling out of control, Xia Qiao quickly pulled Shen Shuero toward her, and both women sprinted toward the streetlight. They initially thought the van had failed brakes, causing it to veer toward them. But when they reached the lamppost and turned around, they saw the out-of-control van suddenly come to a halt. Immediately afterward, as if it had relocked onto its target, the van surged toward their position once more.
Run! Xia Qiao yelled, quickly releasing Shen Shuero's hand. Shen Shuero instantly understood her meaning. The next second, using the streetlight as a reference point, they split left and right. Just then, the van that should have crashed into the lamppost slammed on its brakes once more. Its tires screeched as it abruptly swerved toward the direction Shen Shuero had run. Xia Qiao kept running while watching the situation behind her. Seeing the van turn toward Shen Shuero, she immediately stopped and sprinted across the street. She assumed the van was targeting her. After all, Lin Dong had just received a call from his uncle Bai Haixing moments earlier, and now a van appeared the instant he stepped outside. It looked like something orchestrated from the capital.
But the outcome surprised her. The van was actually targeting Shen Shuero.
Moreover, Zhao Qiao noticed the van wasn't slowing down but accelerating. "Shuero, run!" Unable to catch up, Zhao Qiao could only shout desperately to warn Shen Shuero. Just then, the sound of a car approached from behind Zhao Qiao. She spun around and saw the familiar license plate, instantly letting out a sigh of relief. The van's going for Shuero. As the vehicle passed her, the window rolled down instantly, revealing the figure seated in the driver's seat, none other than Lin Dong. Spotting Lin Dong, Zhao Qiao urgently warned him. Lin Dong nodded, then slammed the accelerator to the floor. The car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, hearing the sound behind her, Shen Shuero could only accelerate again. But no matter how fast she ran, her legs couldn't outpace the four wheels chasing her. Spotting the streetlight ahead, Shen Shuero dashed toward it, taking cover behind it once more. Leaning against the lamppost, she gasped for breath. When she looked up, the van was already bearing down on her, seemingly determined to plow through the lamppost itself to reach her. As the vehicle closed in, fear drained the color from Shen Shuero's eyes. Her body froze in terror, leaving her rooted to the spot. A thunderous crash echoed through the night. The sudden noise snapped Shen Shuero back to her senses. Following the sound, she saw Sister Qiao's car, that black Maybach, plow straight into the van's body. Perhaps due to the immense impact, or maybe the minivan's frame was already damaged, the vehicle that should have hit the streetlight was now deflected off course. The part struck by the Maybach was deeply dented and caved in. But just then, the van didn't seem to give up. The veered vehicle accelerated again, heading straight for Shen Shuero. Shen Shuero stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the approaching vehicle. Through the windshield, she recognized a face all too familiar. As the van pressed forward, Lin Dong showed no mercy, stomping harder on the accelerator. Another loud crash echoed as the minivan's front end was completely smashed, its internal components exposed. Chapter 127, She Wants to Kill Me. Lin Dong pressed the accelerator to the floor, sending the Maybach crashing into the van and shoving it aside. Zhao Qiao, who had just arrived, witnessed the entire scene. Just as everyone expected the van's driver to get out, the vehicle suddenly started again. This time, it didn't head toward Shen Shuero but changed direction, speeding away from the scene. Only after the van disappeared did Lin Dong step out of his car. Zhao Qiao, who had rushed over, breathed a sigh of relief at the same moment. Only Shen Shuero seemed frozen in shock, standing motionless where she was. It's okay, it's okay. Zhao Qiao walked over, wrapped her arms tightly around Shen Shuero, and began to comfort her. Lin Dong approached as well, but before he could speak, Shen Shuero's voice suddenly rang out. What did you say? Zhao Qiao didn't understand the meaning behind her words. She loosened her grip and took a slight step back, looking at her again. She saw that Shen Shuero's face was already covered in tears. I saw it. I saw the driver of the van. As if afraid they hadn't heard her, Shen Shuero repeated it twice. Who was it? Lin Dong, unaware of her distress, asked aloud. Zhao Qiao, however, sensed her trembling body and, judging by her current expression and demeanor, seemed to have guessed who this person was. Shen Yiran. The driver of that van was Shen Yiran. She tried to run me over. She tried to kill me with her own hands. Shen Shuero screamed, her emotions beginning to unravel. She didn't know why. Why had things turned out this way? Wasn't it enough that she'd been drugged and sent to that man's bed? Did Shen Yiran need to kill her with her own hands to feel satisfied? Would Shen Yiran finally leave her alone? Is my very existence an eyesore to the Shen family? I've already cut ties with them. I've resolved to never have anything to do with them again. Why won't they leave me alone? Is it only when I'm dead that they'll feel satisfied? That they'll finally be happy? As she spoke, Shen Shuero's expression grew increasingly cold, her entire being radiating despair. It's their fault, not yours. Don't think like that. You still have me, brother Lin Dong, and old Master Tang. We're all here for you, always by your side. Seeing her like this, Zhao Qiao felt an indescribable sadness and could only desperately try to comfort her. Sister Qiao. Zhao Qiao's comfort must have worked, for Shen Shuero suddenly threw her arms around her and began sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Dong stood silently by, watching the person in utter despair. He turned and drove away without another word. The black Maybach drove off once more, causing Shen Shuero to suddenly stop her tears. Sister Qiao, where did brother Lin Dong go? He's probably headed to the Shen residence. Come on, let's go too. Seeing Lin Dong drive away, Zhao Qiao hurriedly called for help. She understood Shen Shuero was being unfairly blamed, just like when the three Shen family members had come to ask Lin Dong to remarry them, they'd directly splashed the mud onto Shen Shuero. Therefore, Lin Dong must have gone to seek justice and answers for Shen Shuero. Brother Lin Dong, he won't be in trouble, will he? Shen Shuero's voice trembled with panic. She didn't want brother Lin Dong to get his hands dirty because of her, nor did she want him to bear any blame because of the Shen family. Soon, a car departed with 2 people aboard, heading straight for the Shen residence. Meanwhile, the gray van that had just attempted to run over Shen Shuero appeared before the Shen residence. Stepping out of the van was Shen Yiran. Her face flushed with panic as she dashed toward the house.
The moment she pushed open the door, her younger brother, Shen Yu, came running over. Shen's mother, who had been sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up upon seeing her burst through the door. "Big sis, how did it go? Did the plan succeed?" Shen Yu asked urgently, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. He knew that if the plan succeeded, with Shen Shuero out of the picture, Lin Dong could remarry his eldest sister, Shen Yiran. Then he would once again be the unquestioned master of the Shen household. "No, it didn't." Perhaps overly sensitive, Shen Yiran's voice sounded slightly unnatural. "Impossible. Our plan was so thorough, we thought of every detail. How could it possibly fail?" Shen Yu dismissed her denial, yet her expression didn't seem feigned. "Sis, were you scared killing someone for the first time? Or did you just lack the heart to pull the trigger?" No. Shen Shuero saw my face, and Lin Dong and Xiaqiao were both there too. Seeing Shen Yu and their mother about to press further, Shen Yiran quickly summarized the events in a few words. "This is bad. Lin Dong won't let us off the hook. We need to pack our bags and get out of here fast." Without giving them a chance to respond, Shen's mother dashed into the bedroom to pack. "Brother, you better pack too. The van's still outside. If Shen Shuero catches on and tells Lin Dong, he'll catch us red-handed." After tossing out this warning, Shen Yiran also hurried upstairs. Seeing this, Shen Yu stomped his foot in frustration. He felt his eldest sister was more trouble than she was worth, but he still hurried to pack his bags. Soon, the three Shen family members emerged, each carrying a suitcase. They stuffed their luggage into the trunk and prepared to drive away. Before they could get in, however, a black Maybach pulled up in front of the Shen residence, blocking their path. Shen Yiran swallowed hard as she stared at the car, quickly ducking behind her mother as if afraid of being seen. Under the gaze of the three Shens, the Maybach's door opened, and stepping out was none other than Lin Dong. "Brother-in-law." Seeing Lin Dong, Shen Yu completely forgot what he had heard earlier and spoke in a fawning tone. "Shen Yiran, get out here." To his surprise, Lin Dong didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yiran hiding behind someone else. "Lin Dong, killing is against the law." The moment Shen Yiran lifted her head, she saw the figure across from her slowly approaching. Her body instinctively recoiled backward. "Killing is illegal? So you do know killing is illegal, huh?" Lin Dong sneered coldly, his right hand snatching her collar and yanking her out from behind Shen's mother. "Lin Dong, I'm sorry. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have laid a hand on Shen Shuero, and I certainly shouldn't have run her over with my car." Staring at Lin Dong's impassive expression, Shen Yiran felt fear for the first time in her life. She begged for mercy repeatedly, but Lin Dong showed no sign of letting her go. "Shen Yu, save me. Brother, save me." Seeing Lin Dong unmoved, Shen Yiran pinned all her hopes on her younger brother standing nearby. Chapter 128, Caught Red-Handed. Hearing his sister's cries for help, Shen Yu snapped into action and rushed forward, trying to pull Shen Yiran from Lin Dong's grasp. But no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't make Lin Dong release his grip. "Brother-in-law, this isn't entirely my sister's fault. If Shen Shuero hadn't stolen you away, my sister wouldn't have done this. This is entirely Shen Shuero's own doing." Shen Yu let go of his grip, stepping in front of Lin Dong to block his path and shifting all blame onto Shen Shuero. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Lin Dong halted, his expression softening as if he'd taken the words to heart. "Of course. You and my eldest sister were meant for each other. Not to mention all those years of love between you. You're my eldest sister's husband, not my second sister's. And my second sister, Shen Shuero, she could have any man she wanted. Why did she have to fight my eldest sister for him?" Seeing Lin Dong was willing to listen, Shen Yu decided to unload everything he'd been bottling up. In short, according to his narrative, Lin Dong must remarry Shen Yiran, and Shen Shuero was nothing but a meddling mistress. As for Xiaqiao, Shen Yu declared she would become his woman after all. Lin Dong was about to remarry Shen Yiran. "Haha, brother-in-law, what do you think of this arrangement? Since you're bound to remarry my sister anyway, let Xiaqiao come with me. Her status as the eldest daughter of the Xie family in the capital is more than enough for me." As he spoke, Shen Yu broke into a foolish grin. "But you're not worthy." Lin Dong released Shen Yiran's collar and kicked Shen Yu flying with a single blow. Thud. Shen Yu's body slammed straight into the van before sliding to the ground. He felt every organ in his body shift out of place. Coughing violently as he lay sprawled, he finally spat a trickle of blood onto the pavement. "Brother! My son!" Lin Dong's actions were swift, catching Shen Yiran and Shen's mother off guard. By the time they reacted, Shen Yu was already sprawled on the ground. Both women gasped and rushed over, kneeling on either side of him to help him up. Whether from Lin Dong's immense force or the impact against the van, Shen Yu lacked even the strength to stand, despite their support. He sat gasping for breath on the ground. "Lin Dong, don't push it too far." Shen Yiran roared angrily at the sight of her brother's pitiful state. "I really did go too far. I should have finished you off in one go instead of letting you keep jumping around in front of me," Lin Dong said as he walked toward the three of them. His pace wasn't fast, but to the Shen family trio, it felt like a death sentence. As he drew nearer, their fear only deepened. When Lin Dong reached the front of the trio, his gaze didn't linger on them but instead fixed on the minivan behind them. It was identical to the van that had just tried to run over Shen Yiran, bearing collision marks on one side and a cracked front bumper. Clearly, this was the very van that had just tried to run over Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran had been so preoccupied with running back to the Shen residence that she hadn't even had time to deal with the van. Seeing him stare intently behind her without blinking, Shen Yiran's heart skipped a beat. Before she could utter a word of defense, another sound drifted from the distance. Another vehicle pulled up in front of the Shen residence. Stepping out were Zhao Qiao and Shen Yiran. The moment Shen Yiran stepped out, she spotted the van. The fear that had vanished earlier crept back onto her cheeks. "It's okay, I'm here." Seeing her stand frozen after getting out, Zhao Qiao immediately grabbed her hand, reassuring her as she led her toward Lin Dong. Caught red-handed. As the two approached, they heard Lin Dong utter these words. Zhao Qiao also spotted the van and the Shen family members, whether kneeling or crouching on the ground, she couldn't tell. "Brother Lin Dong, no, don't kill them." Shen Yiran mustered her courage to utter these words. Hearing this, the three Shen family members felt as if they'd heard the sweetest melody. They thought Shen Yiran was pleading for mercy, trying to get Lin Dong to spare them. Why? Lin Dong glanced down at the person beside him. He didn't believe Shen Yiran would spare the Shen family again and again. Killing is against the law. I don't want you to dirty your hands. Send them to where they belong. Sparing the Shen family was out of the question, but he couldn't bring himself to do it personally. For the Shen family, that place was their true destination, the only place where they would finally learn to behave. Mom, big sister, little brother, this is the last time I'll call you that. What I said before still stands. No matter what happens to you out there, I'll shoulder every legal responsibility and obligation. But beyond that, I'm sorry. Shen Yiran took a deep breath and repeated her words. She would harbor no further emotional ties toward the three members of the Shen family. Yet she would fulfill her legal duty to support their mother. Beyond that, she would have no further dealings with them. No, please, Mom begs you. I know I was wrong. Shen Yiran's words were veiled, but the three members of the Shen family weren't exactly innocent little angels. They naturally understood exactly what she was hinting at. Mrs. Shen was the first to break down, immediately pleading for mercy. Yiran, I truly made a mistake. I'm already so old, how many years do I have left? If I really end up in a place like that, will I ever be able to come out? Mrs. Shen barely managed to rise before rushing toward her, reaching out to grasp her hand only to be dodged by Shen Yiran. Second sister, I'm innocent. None of this has anything to do with me. It was all first sister's idea. I couldn't persuade her. Please believe me, I was forced into it. Shen Yu, still seated on the floor, tried to rise but found himself unable to stand. He remained seated, pleading for mercy and even shifting all blame onto Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran had been crouching there in a daze. Hearing his words now, her expression turned startled. She stared at her brother beside her in disbelief. He was desperately trying to move closer to Shen Yiran, his face wearing an expression of flattery and even a hint of innocence, as if he truly was being coerced, just as he had claimed. But clearly, Shen Yu had devised the entire scheme for her. To ensure its success, he'd even procured an unmarked car from somewhere, instructing her to drive it into Shen Yiran. Now that the scheme had failed, he was shifting all the blame onto her. Chapter 129, Shen Yiran's Confession. Shen Yiran's gaze shifted away from Shen Yu and landed on Shen's mother. Like him, she was desperately apologizing and trying to curry favor. Though she hadn't explicitly stated it was all her fault, her expressions and gestures clearly implied her guilt. Watching them, Shen Yiran suddenly burst into laughter. The abrupt laughter interrupted Mrs. Shen and Shen Yu's words. They turned to Shen Yiran, seemingly baffled by her sudden outburst. I was indeed wrong for failing to see people clearly, wrong for letting a few words sway my entire being, wrong for pushing everything away with my own hands despite having it all. Ending up like this today is entirely my own doing. As Shen Yiran spoke, tears streamed down her face. She slowly rose from the ground and began walking toward Lin Dong and the others. Seeing her approach, Shen Yiran pulled Zhao Qiao back, watching her warily. I'm sorry. Witnessing her sister's instinctive reaction, Shen Yiran halted in her tracks. She then bent down to offer her apology, a sincere one. Just as she had anticipated, Shen Yiran offered no response. Bending over, Shen Yiran's expression grew desolate, yet she understood this was all her own doing. She stood up again and turned to Lin Dong beside her. Lin Dong, I was wrong before. I betrayed our bond and blamed you for everything. I even had Zhao Qiao and Yi Yuxuan send people to deal with you. All of this was my fault. Now I've faced my punishment, but I know it's nothing compared to the pain I caused you. So I'm going involuntarily, to spend the rest of my life making amends for everything to atone for the sins I committed. Facing Shen Yiran's sincere apology, Lin Dong remained silent, simply watching her as she continued speaking. My younger sister, Shen Yiran, will need your help and care from now on. I hope you won't let her suffer because of me. Perhaps it was the reactions of Shen Yu and her mother that made Shen Yiran realize her past actions had been nothing but a farce, allowing her to see the true colors of her so-called family. At this moment, Shen Yiran felt genuine remorse from the depths of her heart, offering a sincere apology. But she knew the three people before her would never forgive her. Rest assured, Shen Shuero has long been my sister. Not only Lin Dong, but hardly anyone in all of Yanjing would dare bully her. Xia Qiao, standing nearby, seemed to sense the tension and spoke up. Hearing this, Shen Yiran turned to look at her. She gazed at Xia Qiao's vibrant, lively face, then compared it to her own slightly more refined features. She smiled. I hope you two stay well and happy forever. Don't end up like me, only realizing regret after it's too late. Shen Yiran seemed to have truly let go. Facing Xia Qiao now, she could offer her blessings with genuine ease. Before, she had stubbornly clung to her beliefs, but upon reflection, she could see how many things didn't add up. Shen Shuero hadn't lied to her, she truly hadn't been with Lin Dong, because the one who was actually with Lin Dong was Xia Qiao. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Shen Yiran pulled her phone from her pocket and tapped it repeatedly in front of everyone. As the call connected, Shen Yiran took a deep breath before speaking. Hello, I want to turn myself in. The 6 words sent Shen Yu and Shen's mother into a panic. They rushed to stop her, but Shen Yiran had anticipated their move. Holding them back, she swiftly summarized the events leading up to this moment. As she hung up, Shen's mother collapsed to the floor, muttering, "It's over. Everything is over." Before long, police cars pulled up in front of the Shen residence. Uniformed officers stepped out, asked a few questions, and then walked straight toward the 3 members of the Shen family. 3 sharp clicks echoed in quick succession. Before Shen Yu and Shen's mother could react, silver handcuffs were snapped onto their wrists. "I'm sorry." As she was about to be escorted into the police car, Shen Yiran apologized once more to Lin Dong and the others. Then, bending at the waist, she vanished completely from Lin Dong and the others' sight. Right before their eyes, the 3 members of the Shen family were taken away by the police. Watching the police car grow distant, Shen Shuero stood rooted to the spot. She didn't know whether she should feel joy or sorrow in that moment. Yet instinctively, she kept staring at the departing vehicle even after it vanished from sight. Let's go. With the Shen family taken away, all subsequent matters would be handled by the police. None of it had anything to do with Lin Dong and his group anymore. Will Shen Yiran and the others come out? Shen Shuero found herself asking Lin Dong without thinking. I don't know. Maybe they'll never come out again in this lifetime. Maybe in a few years, or a decade or so, they'll resurface. Even if they did, the Shen family had long since lost all face in Yanjing. I see. Shen Shuero murmured to herself. Let's go home. Knowing what she was thinking, Xia Qiao simply took her hand and led the way out. Home. Back to the home she shared with sister Qiao and brother Lin Dong, back to the home where Uncle Tang and Wang Yongsheng lived nearby. Shen Shuero flashed Xia Qiao a faint smile, as if the shadows in her heart had been swept away. With the Shen family behind bars, the Shen name vanished entirely from Yanjing. Mention of them now drew only sighs of regret. Meanwhile, the new market development succeeded, and both Xia Qiao and the overseas Shenghua group raked in huge profits. The Xia group replaced the Shen group as the new name on everyone's lips, becoming the next generation's business legend. At that moment, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao were at a private helipad in Yanjing. Sister Qiao, can't you really take me with you? Shen Shuero clutched Xia Qiao's hand, her face filled with reluctance. I'm sorry, Shuero, but this time it's truly impossible. Rest assured, once Lin Dong and I have settled matters in the capital, we'll come for you immediately. Xia Qiao ruffled her hair but still declined. Grandpa Cheng, Uncle Tang, after we leave, we'll trouble you both to look after Shuero. Hearing this, Old Master Cheng and Tang Haokuan stepped forward and replied in unison. Don't worry, sure. In Yanjing, no one dares lay a finger on those the Cheng family protects. And as for our madman sect, anyone who dares come for us can come, but they'd better be prepared to die. Tang Haokuan chimed in immediately. Grandpa Cheng, I've entrusted all matters concerning the Xie group to Shuero. I'll need your continued guidance and support. Seeming somewhat uneasy, Xia Qiao couldn't help but add another instruction. Chapter 130, Heading to the Capital. After both men responded several times, Xia Qiao finally withdrew her hand from Shen Shuero's grasp. Mr. Cheng, Mr. Tang, Shuero, will be leaving now. Please contact us anytime if you need anything. Lin Dong stepped forward, took Xia Qiao's hand, bid farewell to the group, then turned toward the helipad behind them to board their private jet. Safe travels. Watching the private jet gradually ascend into the sky, Shen Shuero cupped her hands to form a megaphone, shouting loudly as she waved goodbye. Old Master Cheng and Tang Haokuan, though visibly reluctant, waved back alongside her. Under everyone's gaze, the plane departed. But just then, Tang Haokuan suddenly chuckled. His sly, ha-ha-ha laugh drew the attention of the 2 people beside him. What are you laughing at, old Tang? You old codger, what are you laughing at? Shen Shuero and Old Master Cheng asked simultaneously. Nothing, nothing. I just gave them a little surprise on the plane. Tang Haokuan covered his mouth, but laughter still spilled through his fingers. What kind of surprise? You didn't plant a bomb, did you? Old Master Cheng gasped in alarm, slapping his thigh repeatedly. He immediately reached for his phone to call Lin Dong and the others back. But before he could pull out his phone, Tang Haokuan stopped him.
Don't be ridiculous. How could I plant a bomb?
Lin Dong is the next heir to my mad sect.
How could I ever treat him like that? I just shoved someone onto the plane. With that, Tang Haokuan burst out laughing again.
Hearing this, Shen Yiran glanced around and realized that among the people who had come to see them off, one person was indeed missing. Meanwhile, on the plane, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao had just settled into their seats when they heard some commotion coming from one side of the cabin. Xia Qiao started to rise to investigate, but Lin Dong stopped her. He then stood up and walked toward the source of the noise. When he pushed open the door, an unexpected figure stood there.
What are you doing here?
Lin Dong looked at Wang Yongsheng, who was huddled inside, with some surprise.
Ha. Caught off guard, Wang Yongsheng felt awkward and could only offer a sheepish grin.
Then, under Lin Dong's gaze, he stepped out from inside and followed Lin Dong to stand before Xia Qiao.
Wang Yongsheng? What brings you here?
Seeing him, Xia Qiao also looked surprised.
Mr. Tang said he couldn't rest easy knowing you were traveling alone, so he asked me to come along.
Worried you might object, he slipped me onto the plane ahead of time. He planned to wait until you disembarked before revealing himself a surprise for you. Wang Yongsheng explained, scratching his head sheepishly. He had intended to stay quietly hidden, but the space Tang Yi had found for him was so cramped that he couldn't help but shift slightly. Lin Dong and the others heard him, leading to his discovery.
Didn't I warn you this trip to the capital would be dangerous?
Lin Dong faced him with a stern expression and a hint of displeasure in his voice.
I did. But it's not just Master Tang I'm worried about. I can't rest easy without you either. My very existence is for your sake. If I'm not by your side, who will protect your safety? Safeguarding you is my life's mission.
Wang Yongsheng stood ramrod straight, his posture suggesting he was ready to jump out of the plane if Lin Dong refused.
You should know better than me what kind of place the capital is. How exactly do you plan to protect me there?
Lin Dong was well aware of Wang Yongsheng's loyalty, but keeping them away was also part of his plan to protect them. I, Wang Yongsheng, have nothing but my life. If Young Master Lin needs it, I'm willing to risk my life to protect you even if it means trading my life for yours. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Yongsheng sensed the tension in the cabin ease. Glancing at Lin Dong, he saw that though the young master hadn't spoken, his silent consent was clear he would be allowed to stay. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
Young Master Lin, rest assured. Mr. Tang has secretly given me a considerable sum.
He intends for me to expand the madman's territory to the capital.
Once the madmen establish a foothold in the capital, we'll be better positioned to assist you.
Though he didn't know what young Master Lin intended to do in the capital, the gravity of the situation was evident. That's why both Master Tang and the others were uneasy about his departure. Thus, he privately discussed plans with Mr. Tang to expand the madman to the capital. This way, not only would young Master Lin have no grounds to dismiss him, but they could also support young Master Lin truly killing two birds with one stone. At this thought, Wang Yongsheng felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Yet he failed to notice that nearby, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao exchanged a glance, shaking their heads helplessly though faint smiles touched their lips.
Have a seat.
Since Tang Haokuan had already arranged everything, Lin Dong decided to let Wang Yongsheng stay. He gestured toward a nearby chair and invited him to sit down.
Sure thing.
Successfully invited to stay, Wang Yongsheng's smile grew even broader, though he sat down obediently. Within an hour, the private jet arrived in the capital from Yanjing. At that moment, outside the capital city, on the Bai family's private helipad, the slowly descending aircraft instantly drew the attention of everyone on the tarmac. After a smooth landing, the cabin door slowly opened. The first to step out was Lin Dong, followed closely by Xia Qiao and Wang Yongsheng.
Mr. Lin.
As the passengers disembarked, Bai Haisheng, leading the group, immediately stepped forward. Lin Dong acknowledged him with a nod.
Uncle Lin.
Xia Qiao, trailing behind, spoke up promptly, her voice brimming with unrestrained joy. Even though she had carved out a successful career in Yanjing on her own, becoming the widely praised President Xia in Bai Haisheng's presence, she reverted to being the pampered Miss Xia of old.
Ah.
Seeing Xia Qiao, Bai Haisheng's face also softened with warmth. But now was not the time for family chatter.
Sure, they'll escort you home first. Mr. Lin and I have matters to discuss.
With that, several men emerged from behind him, gesturing politely for Xia Qiao to leave.
Xia Qiao accepted without objection, nodding as she prepared to leave with Wang Yongsheng. But Wang Yongsheng didn't move. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the person before him. Wait for me to return. Only after hearing those words did he finally follow them away.
Once they had all departed, Bai Haisheng's expression immediately turned serious.
Mr. Lin, I have results regarding the matter you asked me to investigate.
Seeing Lin Dong remain silent, Bai Haisheng proceeded to recount the findings of his investigation in full detail.
As they had previously understood, the Yi family's records showed no discrepancies whatsoever. Chapter 131, the records are too clean. All the other family members' records were flawless, but Yi Yuxuan's file was decidedly off. Yi Yuxuan's records are too clean, so clean it's as if someone deliberately scrubbed them clean.
Bai Haisheng said, pulling a stack of document folders from his briefcase and handing them over with both hands. After Lin Dong accepted them, Bai Haisheng continued speaking.
All the information we've uncovered on Yi Yuxuan begins after he turned 10.
From that point onward, his records align with what we previously knew.
However, everything prior to age 10 is exceptionally clean. To be more precise, it's empty. All records concerning Yi Yuxuan before the age of 10 are blank.
Upon first receiving this information, Bai Haisheng felt a wave of disbelief. He immediately assigned additional personnel to continue the investigation, which eventually uncovered this seemingly pristine file. But having lived in the capital for so many years, Bai Haisheng had practically watched Yi Yuxuan grow up. The boy before age 10 was anything but the well-behaved, obedient child described in the records. Therefore, he was absolutely certain this file was fake. My people kept digging, but they found nothing. This file is all we have. As Bai Haisheng spoke, Lin Dong on the other end had evidently finished reviewing the entire stack of documents. He stood silently, head bowed, holding the papers in his hand, lost in thought.
Where is Yi Yuxuan now? In an alley in the capital city.
He survives by begging day after day, and without fail, he comes to the Bai residence every single day demanding to see you. Return first. Lin Dong did not yet believe Yi Yuxuan had been driven to the point of having to seek his help, so he intended to wait a little longer.
Moreover, he intended to personally investigate the information regarding Yi Yuxuan. Understood.
Bai Haisheng replied. Immediately after, the two left the premises one after the other, heading toward the Bai family compound. Half an hour later, they arrived at a detached villa within a residential complex owned by the Bai family in the capital. Xia Qiao and Wang Yongsheng had already arrived at the villa. As Bai Haisheng pushed open the villa door, Xia Qiao and Wang Yongsheng came running toward him one after the other from the living room.
Lin Dong. Young Master Lin.
Wang Yongsheng immediately pushed Bai Haisheng aside and rushed to Lin Dong's side. Though visibly displeased at being pushed aside, Bai Haisheng said nothing, instead watching his niece approach. Seeing her address Lin Dong so familiarly, Bai Haisheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His eyes darted back and forth between her and Lin Dong. It felt like the cabbage he tended for years had been trampled by a pig, as if Mr. Lin could ever be a pig.
Mr. Lin, the moment you arrived in the capital, this villa was transferred to your name.
Moreover, the neighborhood where this villa is located is home to prominent figures in the capital, ensuring no strangers will disturb you. As Lin Dong stepped inside, Bai Haisheng hurriedly began his introduction. He didn't know Mr. Lin's preferences in decor, but everything inside was top of the line, a perfect replica of the villa in Yanjing Yunhai residential area. All to ensure Mr. Lin felt at home.
That's thoughtful. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction at the familiar layout and decor. Continue having someone keep an eye on Yi Yuxuan, but be sure he doesn't notice. Bai Haisheng acknowledged the order before tactfully excusing himself. With his departure, only Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Wang Yongsheng remained in the villa. After assigning rooms, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao headed to the villa's study, while Wang Yongsheng familiarized himself with the property's layout. This is the information Bai Haisheng gave me details about Yi Yuxuan. Upon entering the study, Lin Dong handed the document folder to Xia Qiao. Any issues?
Taking the folder, Xia Qiao looked puzzled as she opened it and began examining its contents carefully. Before Lin Dong could answer her question, Xia Qiao had already spotted the problem.
This information is wrong.
I remember when Yi Yuxuan was 9, he played a prank on a young lady from a prominent family. It caused quite a stir back then. Yi Yuxuan claimed it was just a joke, but that family went straight to the Yi household, demanding an apology from the Yi family.
They even insisted Yi Yuxuan personally bow and apologize in person.
Given my uncle's connections, there's no way he wouldn't have investigated this incident. Moreover, news of this incident had reached her uncle's ears back then. He had specifically warned her to stay away from someone like Yi Yuxuan. Xia Qiao frowned and placed the file back on the desk. So Bai Haisheng suspects someone erased Yi Yuxuan's records prior to age 10, and even he couldn't fully uncover the original information. That was the crux of the matter. As Lin Dong spoke, he pulled out his phone and tapped away at it. Soon, the top of the screen displayed "sent successfully." Impossible. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qiao instinctively shook her head. If this were the old Yi family, it might be understandable that my uncle's investigation yielded inaccurate information. But now that the Yi family has gone bankrupt and the Bai family has risen to become the foremost among the 4 great families, who would risk offending the Bai family by erasing Yi Yuxuan's records? Setting aside the Bai family's current influence, even Yi Yuxuan himself held no value whatsoever now. Why would anyone go to such lengths? Actually, there's another reason. Yi Yuxuan harbors a secret, a significant one, compelling those behind the scenes to take the risk of erasing his records. Or else. Xia Qiao abruptly halted her words, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Dong's eyes. The man who had been staring down at his lap now looked up at her. Or what? His question, cut short mid-sentence, piqued Lin Dong's curiosity. Yet as he spoke, Xia Qiao's expression grew increasingly grave. Unless it's one of the 4 great families of the capital.
Xia Qiao's words were cryptic, but Lin Dong understood her meaning. Among the four great families of the capital, besides the Bai family, to which Bai Haisheng belonged, and the Xia family, to which Xia Qiao belonged, there were two others: the Lu family and the Long family. Lin Dong had never interacted with these two families nor gathered information on them, so they were unfamiliar to him. The original four great families were Yi, Bai, Long, and Lu. The Yi family was absorbed by the Bai and Xia families, so now it's Bai, Long, Lu, and Xia. But if it really was one of the other two families, this would be very troublesome. In truth, Xia Qiao had left one crucial point unsaid: this matter would be extremely troublesome. For as far as she knew, both the Long and Lu families were shrouded in mystery, yet they had always maintained their place among the four great families of the capital. Chapter 132, I must see Lin Dong. Moreover, whenever these two families were mentioned, her maternal uncle, Bai Haisheng, always seemed reluctant to let her ask too many questions, as if they were some kind of taboo. Hearing her words, Lin Dong remained silent for a long moment, his mind consumed by thoughts of the Long family and the Lu family. He wondered, could those families have been behind that incident years ago? Did one of them pull the strings, or were both involved? What are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Dong leaning against the desk in a daze, Xia Qiao stepped forward and waved her right hand in front of his eyes. I'm thinking about the Long family and the Lu family. Lin Dong admitted frankly, just as his phone vibrated several times. He quickly looked down and opened his phone to see received successfully displayed at the top. Opening the automatically received file, Lin Dong swiped through the screen to continue reading. Xia Qiao shifted closer beside him, peering down at the content on his phone. Lin Dong didn't stop her. Instead, he moved the phone closer to her. The screen displayed Yi Yuxuan's information again, but this set was more detailed than the one Bai Haisheng had provided. It included records from before Yi Yuxuan turned 10, along with the prankster heiress reference Xia Qiao had just mentioned. Yi Yuxuan went to an orphanage at age 8? Reading this line aloud, Xia Qiao suddenly seemed to recall something. Back in Yanjing, she had vaguely heard Lin Dong mention something about an orphanage. Now, this orphanage appeared again in Yi Yuxuan's file. Could there be a connection between the two? Moreover, she had noticed Lin Dong's unusual mood last time. Could it be that? At this thought, Xia Qiao glanced at the person beside her. Lin Dong's expression was tense, his mind clearly elsewhere, and his mood was gradually sinking. Lin Dong, Lin Dong. Seeing this, Xia Qiao hurriedly called out to him several times. What's wrong? Lin Dong snapped back to reality, forcing himself to respond to her. But Xia Qiao could clearly see the redness in his eyes. What exactly have you been hiding from me? Why has your mood changed so drastically to the point it could be described as out of control? Nothing. Lin Dong started to deny it, but seeing Xia Qiao's expression, the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't help but sigh. Let me figure this out first, okay? There are things I don't understand yet either. Seeing he didn't seem to be lying, Xia Qiao's expression softened slightly. She turned around and wrapped her arms around him. No matter what happens, I'll always be by your side. Lin Dong replied quietly. Just then, the sudden ring of a phone system tone shattered the quiet in the study. Mr. Lin. The moment the call connected, Bai Haisheng's voice came through. Mr. Lin, Yi Yuxuan is here again. This time he's holding a knife. He insists on seeing you, threatening to kill himself if he doesn't. He says he'll take everything with him into the ground, burying it all beneath the earth. Bai Haisheng's voice carried a hint of urgency, and in the background, there was a cacophony of noise, punctuated by several shrieks. Give me the address. Keep him calm. I'll be right there. After hearing the reply on the other end, Lin Dong hung up and prepared to leave. But Xia Qiao grabbed his sleeve. Turning back, he saw her face set with determination, so he clasped her hand in return. We're going together. The two of them left the villa and rushed toward the address Bai Haisheng had just given over the phone. When they arrived, the scene was chaotic. Bai Haisheng stood to one side, speaking to someone, while Yi Yuxuan stood directly opposite him. Compared to the Yi Yuxuan Lin Dong and Xia Qiao had seen earlier, this version was utterly disheveled. Her clothes were faded white from repeated washing and torn to shreds. Her shoes were worn down to the point where her toes peeked through. Standing there disheveled and filthy, she clutched a rusty fruit knife, her face guarded as she stared at everyone. Don't come any closer. If you dare, I'll kill myself. I want to see Lin Dong. Bai Haisheng, get Lin Dong out here. I want to see Lin Dong. Yi Yuxuan shouted loudly, gripping the knife tightly in both hands. He kept a wary eye on those around him, occasionally waving the blade in the air. First tell me why you want to see Mr. Lin. What do you intend to do with him? If you won't say anything, how can I possibly bring him out? Bai Haisheng patiently reasoned, but the man standing not far from him paid no heed, shaking his head and waving his arms as he continued to demand to see Lin Dong. If you've got the guts, kill yourself right now. At least you'll be done with it. Just then, a deep voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see Lin Dong walking over from the side, holding Xia Qiao's hand. Lin Dong. Seeing Lin Dong, Yi Yuxuan became visibly agitated and rushed toward him. But before he could take a few steps, Bai Haisheng's men blocked his path. You want to see me? Lin Dong stopped in front of him, his gaze brimming with undisguised contempt. The blatant disdain stunned Yi Yuxuan momentarily. He looked down at himself, taking in his disheveled state, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. He wanted to flee this place, but if he left, would those men let him go? If he hadn't been driven to desperation, why would he have gone to such lengths to meet Lin Dong? The thought steeled Yi Yuxuan's resolve. Every shift in his expression was captured by Lin Dong. Seeing the look on his face now, Lin Dong knew the moment he'd been waiting for was almost here. Lin Dong, I have something important to discuss with you. This matter is crucial, we must speak face to face, just the two of us. Having said this, Yi Yuxuan glanced around once more, his entire demeanor becoming exceptionally cautious again. I have no interest in whatever matter you speak of. Besides, how can I know whether what you say is true or false? Lin Dong didn't follow his lead, instead wearing a look of utter disdain, showing not the slightest interest in Yi Yuxuan or his words. Seeing this reaction, Yi Yuxuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. According to his plan, Lin Dong should have followed his lead at this moment, or at the very least shown some curiosity. Only then could he negotiate terms with him to secure protection for himself. Why was everything unfolding so far beyond his expectations? No, this matter is truly important. You have to believe me. And I wouldn't lie about this, it directly concerns my personal safety. Yi Yuxuan hurriedly explained. Chapter 133 I've seen you before. He looked up to see a man and a woman standing across from him, chatting away with smiles on their faces. Clearly, they hadn't heard a word he said. Lin Dong, I'm talking to you. Did you even hear me? Yi Yuxuan's voice carried a hint of anger. He flipped the fruit knife in his hand, pointing the blade toward Lin Dong to emphasize his displeasure. I heard you. Lin Dong's indifferent reply only fueled Yi Yuxuan's growing irritation. Tell them to leave. We need to talk alone. I have everything you want to know. Aren't you even curious? Curious why the Lin family lost everything overnight? Why you, who should have been revered as a young Master Lin, ended up in an orphanage, enduring torment and humiliation as you grew up? Yi Yuxuan deliberately lowered his voice, ensuring no one but the man and woman standing opposite could hear. Hearing this, Lin Dong tightened his grip on Xia Qiao's hand, clutching it tightly, yet his expression remained utterly unreadable. Xia Qiao remained silent, glancing down to see the veins bulging prominently on his hand. She knew deep down that Lin Dong was far from the calm exterior he projected. So what? Those three words felt like punching cotton to Yi Yuxuan, instantly leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Please, I'm begging you, Lin Dong. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have slept with your ex-wife, and I certainly shouldn't have encouraged her to divorce you or hired people to take care of you behind your back. I don't ask for much. Just guarantee my safety. Better yet, send me abroad so I can find my father and grandfather. Yi Yuxuan, unable to think clearly, blurted out all his demands. He glanced around nervously, clutching the fruit knife pressed against his chest once more. Watching him like this, Lin Dong remained silent, standing there deep in thought. Lin Dong, you have to believe me. I know too many things. Precisely because I know too much, someone wants me dead. They want this matter buried forever. Yi Yuxuan spoke with such sincerity, as if he wanted to tear out his own heart and give it to Lin Dong. Perhaps moved by his words, Lin Dong nodded. He then complied with Yi Yuxuan's request, dismissing everyone present including Bai Haisheng. You may speak now. Now, aside from Xie Qiao, only Lin Dong and Yi Yuxuan remained in the room. Yet Yi Yuxuan shook his head. You had Xie Qiao leave too. What I'm about to say must remain between us alone. Every additional person who knows means one more threat to my life. Before Lin Dong could respond, Xie Qiao had already agreed and promptly departed in front of the two. Instantly, only Lin Dong and Yi Yuxuan remained. Yi Yuxuan still didn't speak. He cautiously scanned the surroundings before stepping into a nearby alley, motioning for Lin Dong to follow. Watching his actions, Lin Dong said nothing and simply followed suit, stepping into the alley alongside him. Once inside, Lin Dong realized the alley was short, its far end blocked by a wall, clearly a dead end. Once inside, Yi Yuxuan instinctively exhaled in relief. It seemed only in such a confined space, where he could see the end at a glance, did he feel secure. Lin Dong stood at the entrance of the alley, while Yi Yuxuan positioned himself inside. Gazing at the alley entrance effectively blocked by Lin Dong, Yi Yuxuan felt no tension whatsoever. Only relaxation washed over him, a deep, heartfelt sense of ease. Noticing the shift in his expression, Lin Dong felt a pang of curiosity, wondering what exactly Yi Yuxuan had endured in the capital. Yet he remained silent, standing there in quiet observation, waiting for the other man to speak first. Lin Dong, I won't beat around the bush. I'll tell you everything I know. I ask for nothing else but a path to survival. Get me out of this country. Only abroad can my safety be guaranteed. In other words, China was no longer safe for him, not even if he left the capital for another city. If what you say is true, I will grant your request. Lin Dong responded calmly to Yi Yuxuan's repeated emphasis. Hearing this, Yi Yuxuan took a deep breath and proceeded to recount everything he knew, slowly and deliberately. Given the Bai family's current power, they've surely investigated my background. But my records are either spotless or rather, highly suspicious. Suspicious enough that everything before age 10 vanished without a trace.
Yet I know with your abilities, you'll uncover something different. Regardless of what you uncover, I'll tell you straight, before I turned 8, I accidentally ended up at an orphanage in the capital city and that's where I met you. Changing the subject abruptly, Yi Yuxuan fixed his gaze intently on Lin Dong. Yet the man across from him remained impassive, his expression calm whether he hadn't heard the words or simply didn't care, it was impossible to tell.
Back then, you truly caught my attention. And I always sensed something off about you, a familiar aura, the bearing of a noble family's son.
Yet I'd seen every young master from the capital's aristocratic houses, and you alone felt utterly unfamiliar. From that moment on, Yi Yuxuan became fixated on this orphanage boy, secretly investigating him, convinced he was the lost child of some prominent family.
But the outcome? Get to the point. Seeing Yi Yuxuan reminiscing like this, Lin Dong couldn't help but grow impatient. Fine, I'll get to the point.
The point is, I traced it back to the Lin family. Overnight, the Lin family not only plummeted from the pinnacle of the capital to utter ruin, but they also vanished mysteriously, becoming a taboo subject among the capital's aristocratic families.
Seeing Lin Dong's expression grow increasingly impatient as he prepared to leave, Yi Yuxuan hurriedly spoke again.
My abilities were limited back then, so I only uncovered minor details.
But I'm certain the Lin family wasn't destroyed by fire. This was the work of the capital's aristocratic families. And then there's the orphanage holds. Before Yi Yuxuan could finish, his voice abruptly cut off. Lin Dong looked up in confusion to see Yi Yuxuan's mouth agape in utter disbelief.
A trickle of crimson blood was slowly seeping from the center of his forehead. His body began to collapse backward, utterly beyond his control. Seeing this, Lin Dong rushed over and caught him by the arms.
Lin Dong, the orphanage. Before he could finish, Yi Yuxuan suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The orphanage has what you're looking for. Chapter 134, Not an Ordinary Person. With his last words, Yi Yuxuan's right hand clutched Lin Dong's clothes desperately, as if struggling to say more.
But his chest seemed to be violently shaken from within, his head lolled to the side, and he died completely before Lin Dong's eyes. At that very moment, as if sensing something, Lin Dong lifted his head and looked toward a certain direction. He swiftly placed Yi Yuxuan's body on the ground and dashed off in pursuit. Lin Dong sensed a ripple in the air, a familiar sensation, though it was fading rapidly.
Soon, following that direction, Lin Dong arrived at the outskirts.
Surveying the surrounding trees, he halted his steps. He stood there, surveying his surroundings.
This can't be right. It was definitely here. How could it vanish?
He had followed the disturbance all the way from the capital city to this spot, yet the moment he arrived, it had vanished inexplicably.
Boy, you actually managed to track me here. Looks like I underestimated you.
At that moment, a booming yet hoarse voice echoed from all around him, reverberating with distinct echoes. Lin Dong scanned the area, finding no one else around.
What good is playing tricks like this? If you've got the guts, show yourself.
Lin Dong had a premonition this person might be connected to the Lin family, or perhaps even to him personally in ways he couldn't yet fathom. You're the boldest youngster this old man has ever seen and the most eager to meet your end. The voice echoed once more, followed by two figures emerging from the trees to the side. They walked straight toward Lin Dong, coming to a halt directly before him.
Boy, I'm here now.
The elder at the front stroked his beard with one hand, his gaze openly appraising Lin Dong. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, his hands clutching something. You're just a half-grown boy, yet you talk a big game. Let me see what you're made of. Before Lin Dong could respond, the old man flickered forward, charging straight at him. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't choose to meet the attack head-on. He shifted his body to the side, dodging swiftly. He sensed something off about this old man, a familiar aura about him. More specifically, this old man didn't seem like an ordinary person. Boy, merely dodging won't do. If you've got the guts, face me head-on. Let me see just how much skill you possess. With that, the old man flashed Lin Dong a smile, one that looked anything but friendly. Then, right before Lin Dong's eyes, the old man's feet began scraping rapidly across the ground, as if drawing something. In the next instant, the old man materialized directly before Lin Dong, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged toward him. Facing this force, Lin Dong stood utterly still. His right hand clenched into a fist, driving straight toward the old man's face. The old man's reflexes were lightning fast. He dodged in an instant, only to feel the sharp whistling of the fist's wind brush past his ear. Boy, I've misjudged you. You're no ordinary person after all. The old man suddenly laughed, yet his eyes fixed on Lin Dong like venomous snakes, as if he wanted to tear him limb from limb and devour him whole the very next second.
Enough with this ordinary nonsense. Why not just let me handle it? I'll shoot the kid dead right here. Following you out here is nothing but trouble.
The old man was shoved aside by the person beside him. The middle-aged man raised the object in his hand, aiming it directly at Lin Dong.
With me holding the gun, you've got 1 second to live. Any extra second is pure mercy on my part.
With that, his right hand moved.
A faint gunshot echoed, and the bullet instantly left the barrel.
The bullet's speed was tremendous, yet to Lin Dong's eyes, it seemed slowed down tenfold. He tilted his head slightly and dodged it with effortless ease. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man stared in disbelief, his gaze falling to the object in his hand.
What's going on? Could it be broken? Impossible. I just killed someone with it a moment ago.
The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his voice not exactly hushed, so Lin Dong naturally heard every word. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Dong got a clear look at what the man was holding: a sniper rifle. The crimson fluid that had just spurted from the center of Yi Yuxuan's forehead, combined with those words, instantly made Lin Dong realize Yi Yuxuan had been killed by this middle-aged man using that sniper rifle.
Ha! You must be joking. I told you this boy isn't ordinary, yet you still tried to take him on with this thing.
Watching the bullet miss its mark, the old man sneered openly.
Shut your mouth. Old geezer, you dare mock me? If not for me, with your skills, how could you possibly have killed that Yi family brat?
He dodged this one time, lucky for him. I don't believe he can evade me a second or third time. His words trailing off, the middle-aged man seemed enraged.
He aimed the gun at Lin Dong once more, his gaze fixed intently through the scope. A faint gunshot echoed as several bullets flew out once more.
Only then did the middle-aged man lower his sniper rifle and glance across the street. But what he saw sent him into a complete panic. The man who had been standing across from him was nowhere to be seen. Lin Dong's sudden disappearance made the old man narrow his eyes as he began searching for his figure.
Looking for me?
Just then, a voice sounded from behind the two men. Before either man could react, the middle-aged man was sent flying by a kick from Lin Dong. The sniper rifle flew from his grasp, landing in the nearby grass. The old man tried to dodge, but Lin Dong's speed far surpassed his own.
Thud! A heavy blow struck the old man's back, sending his body tumbling forward uncontrollably. Yet he didn't hit the ground.
Instead, he quickly regained his balance and stood steady. Boy, you're the first to dare hurt me. The old man touched the blood at his mouth, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Then, right before the middle-aged man's eyes, the old man's body slowly descended. With a leap, he actually stepped into midair.
Am I seeing things? How could that old man possibly be suspended midair? How did he do that?
The middle-aged man, a staunch believer in materialism, was utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding before him. Recalling the words spoken before arriving, the middle-aged man seemed to grasp something. Meanwhile, Lin Dong watched the old man suspended midair.
A flicker of understanding crossed his mind, yet his expression betrayed no surprise.
Taking in every nuance of his expression, the old man grew increasingly certain this young man was cut from the same cloth as himself. I never imagined such a young successor would enter the ancient martial arts world. The old man murmured to himself, sounding somewhat moved.
But what a pity. Today, you are destined to die by my hand. Chapter 135, He Deserves to Die.
With that, the old man stepped through the air toward Lin Dong. His hands moved swiftly back and forth, then his right hand shot out, unleashing a fierce palm wind toward Lin Dong. This time, Lin Dong didn't dodge. His right foot traced a semicircle on the ground. With a powerful push from his toes, his entire body leapt upward in an instant. As he reached the old man, his right leg lashed out with a fierce kick.
SSSSH.
The old man snorted derisively, about to declare his efforts futile, when excruciating pain shot through his palm.
Impossible.
The old man's startled cry was cut short as the figure before him charged once more. Lin Dong's speed was blinding. The old man couldn't even track his movements, only seeing a trail of afterimages before his body plummeted uncontrollably to the ground.
Thud! His body hit the ground with a loud crash, kicking up a thick cloud of dust around him. Old man! Old man, are you alright?
Seeing him fall from the sky, the middle-aged man nearby scrambled over to check on him. At that moment, Lin Dong's figure slowly descended to the ground, moving steadily toward where the two men lay. As the dust settled, the old man lay on the ground, his face turned toward the sky, his expression frozen in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Seeing his state, the middle-aged man quickly helped him up, using his own body to support him to prevent him from falling back down. Once upright, the old man sat on the ground, coughing violently. He felt as though every organ inside him had shifted out of place, a pain radiating from his very core.
He dared not move a muscle. Put!
Just then, the old man's head tilted to the side, and he spat a large mouthful of blood onto the ground. The bright red color stung the middle-aged man's eyes.
You're not going to die, are you?
The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly, seemingly unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point.
No. How could I possibly die?
The old man tried to reassure him, but before he could finish, another wave of excruciating pain washed over him. Stumbling over his words, he managed to complete his sentence just as darkness engulfed his vision. Both the old man and the middle-aged man looked up simultaneously, only to find Lin Dong standing before them, having appeared without warning.
Tell me, Lin Dong commanded, why did you kill Yi Yuxuan? Lin Dong looked down at the two men. Who is Yi Yuxuan? That kid from the Yi family?
He deserved to die. Under that piercing gaze, the old man felt nothing but bitter resentment. He wished he had died the moment he fell.
Deserved to die? Just because he knew about the Lin family, he deserved to die? Lin Dong deliberately voiced his question to probe.
Yet when the words Lin family were uttered, the old man's expression visibly shifted. Though he quickly regained his composure, Lin Dong had caught the change.
The Lin family? What Lin family? I've only ever heard of the Yi family. I know nothing about any Lin family.
The old man shook his head in denial, his expression earnest, as if genuinely unaware of any Lin family. Had Lin Dong not caught that fleeting shift in his expression, he might well have been fooled by the old man's act.
It doesn't matter if you won't talk. If I want to, I'll find a way to make you talk. The question is whether you can handle the consequences.
As he spoke, Lin Dong turned his gaze back to the middle-aged man crouched on the ground.
I forgot you're no ordinary man.
Your body must be exceptionally resilient, capable of enduring inhuman torment.
But I wonder if the one beside you can withstand it.
Though he'd been locked in combat with the old man, Lin Dong's peripheral vision had never left the middle-aged man.
Judging by his reactions, he was undoubtedly an ordinary person. You dare threaten this old man?
The old man's rage surged, and he tried to stand up, but his body, still seated on the ground, couldn't muster a shred of strength.
You're overthinking it. Lin Dong replied calmly.
Humph.
Youngster, there's always someone better out there.
Today, I didn't lose to you, I lost to my own arrogance. Had I been just a bit more careful, you'd be the one sitting here now. The old man shouted, his face twisted with stubborn refusal to accept defeat. That Yi family brat was asking for trouble.
Who told him to pry into things he shouldn't have? As for you, humph.
The old man shot Lin Dong a glance, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Next, the middle-aged man beside him remained perfectly still, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. Before Lin Dong could examine their conditions, he sensed something amiss behind him. In the next instant, his body darted to the side, leaving several indentations in the grass where he had been standing. Lin Dong instinctively moved to pursue in that direction, but before he could act, the area fell silent once more, devoid of even the slightest disturbance. Clearly, whoever had been there had already vanished. Seeing this, Lin Dong walked back to his original spot. Crouching down, he discovered something in the distinct indentations bullets. His eyes darted to the old man and middle-aged man across from him. Sure enough, each bore a bullet hole directly in the center of their foreheads, exactly the same manner as Yi Yuxuan's death. Lin Dong stood up, pulled his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. Before long, black minivans appeared around the area, surrounding Lin Dong and the two bodies on the ground. Soon, Bai Haisheng stepped out of one of the vehicles and hurried over to Lin Dong.
Mr. Lin, what happened?
Before Bai Haisheng could finish speaking, he saw two figures across the way, whether seated or crouched was unclear, push the middle-aged man with their right hands. The man's body fell backward in a straight line. Thud. The body hit the ground, its posture not changing even slightly. Seeing his state in the spot right in the center of his forehead, Bai Haisheng understood immediately the man was dead. They're both dead. Noticing Bai Haisheng's gaze shift to the old man seated on the ground, Lin Dong spoke up.
Mr. Lin, what about them?
Bai Haisheng glanced around, but saw no strangers besides them. When they arrived at the scene, only Mr. Lin remained.
Had they arrived too late? Take their bodies back.
Extract the bullets from their bodies and compare them to determine where they came from.
Also, Yi Yuxuan.
Before Lin Dong could speak, Bai Haisheng immediately caught on and continued his sentence.
After you left, the people who stayed behind noticed something was wrong.
They followed the alley and found Yi Yuxuan's body inside.
They've already brought him back.
Not seeing Lin Dong, Bai Haisheng and his men searched the surrounding area.
Chapter 136, An Unexpected Fire.
It wasn't until he received the call just now that he abandoned the search and rushed over with his men. The reason for bringing so many men was that the location Mr. Lin had provided was considered the outskirts of the capital city, a place rarely visited by anyone.
To ensure Mr. Lin's safety, Bai Haisheng had brought this large contingent.
Lin Dong nodded, then pointed his finger in a specific direction. Have them search that area thoroughly. Also, find out where that path leads. The direction he pointed to was precisely where the bullet had just left the barrel and where the man had vanished before Lin Dong could give chase. After Bai Haisheng nodded in agreement, Lin Dong finally said, "Let's head back." Thus, Bai Haisheng's men split into two squads. One remained behind to search the area and investigate the passageway in the direction indicated by Lin Dong. The other escorted Lin Dong and Bai Haisheng back, along with the two bodies. By the time they returned, night had fallen. As Lin Dong stepped out of the vehicle, he saw the villa illuminated by bright lights.
Instantly, the front door swung open from within.
Xia Qiao, leading the group, ran straight toward him and threw herself into his arms.
"I'm back."
Lin Dong wrapped his arms around her, feeling her body tremble slightly. A muffled voice came from within his embrace.
"Young Master Lin, this is the second time." Before Lin Dong could respond, Wang Yongsheng emerged from the villa, his gaze fixed on Lin Dong with a look of resentment. "There won't be a third time."
Understanding the implication, Lin Dong replied directly. The three of them then entered the villa one after another. As for Bai Haisheng, he had long since returned to the Bai family's ancestral home and hadn't witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. Otherwise, he would surely have assumed that Mr. Lin had stolen his family's cabbage again.
"Lin Dong, what happened?" Why are you back so late? Upon entering the living room, Zhao Qiao's composure had clearly returned. Yet, glancing at the person beside her, she couldn't help but feel a hint of concern. We encountered some unexpected trouble. Before Zhao Qiao could press further, Lin Dong summarized today's events in a few brief sentences. He didn't explicitly mention the dangers, only vaguely alluding to the deaths of the old man and the middle-aged man. I thought I might learn something from Yi Yuxuan, but his death came at just the right time. Moreover, the old man and the middle-aged man had also died at a most convenient time. Clearly, they had both intended to reveal everything concerning the Lin family, yet they were both cut off. Not only did they fail to disclose a single detail, but they lost their lives in the process. From the moment he discovered the two men shot dead, Lin Dong suspected they were killed by the same person, or rather, the same group of people. He had no clue who the real mastermind behind it all was, nor did he know if there was even a mastermind orchestrating it. Anything concerning the Lin family, anything concerning him, seemed to become a taboo subject for everyone. Once someone dared to mention it, death was the only path left. You said Yi Yuxuan mentioned an orphanage to you at the end? Is there something you want there? Zhao Qiao also found Yi Yuxuan's death hard to believe. When she fled with her uncle's men, Lin Dong was nowhere to be seen. All she saw was the stiffening corpse lying in the alley. Seeing Yi Yuxuan lying motionless there, Zhao Qiao completely panicked. She feared Lin Dong had been abducted, and even more, that he might end up like Yi Yuxuan. So she frantically searched the area with others for Lin Dong. Only when her uncle received his call did her heart finally settle, and she chose to return home to wait for Lin Dong's return. Yes, he said he had seen me at the orphanage before. Back then, he had privately investigated some information about me and learned certain things. But before he could reveal the specifics, he had already died. Then let's go to that orphanage tomorrow. Maybe we'll find what you're looking for. Zhao Qiao suggested from the side, and Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Young Master Lin, aren't you from Yanjing? How could you possibly have ties to an orphanage in the capital? Wang Yongsheng, who had been following behind them, had clearly heard the entire exchange but couldn't grasp the connection between all this. I'm not from Yanjing. My family is from the capital. I can be considered a native of the capital, a true blue Beijing local. Seeing Wang Yongsheng still completely baffled, Lin Dong decided to explain everything he had mentioned to Shen Yiran earlier. He was originally from the capital himself, but thanks to Shen Yiran's assistance, he had gone to Yanjing to marry her. Together, they had propelled the entire Shen family onto a path of sudden wealth, transforming them into a respected presence in Yanjing society. Yet once the Shen family grew wealthy, they all deemed Lin Dong unworthy of them and began to look down on him. It wasn't until Shen Yiran had an affair with Yi Yuxuan that the subsequent events unfolded. Actually, right from the start, I told Shen Yiran that my family was from the capital. But neither Shen Yiran nor the Shen family believed me, thinking I was just spouting nonsense. Then why did you get involved with the orphanage? Wang Yongsheng was puzzled. Judging by young Master Lin's demeanor, he should be the heir to some prestigious Beijing family. Why then was he involved with an orphanage? Because an unexpected fire took my home and all my loved ones. Lin Dong spoke these words not only to Wang Yongsheng, but also to Zhao Qiao. This memory had been buried deep within Lin Dong's heart, too painful for him to even dare touch. Yet, the recent series of events had made him realize that perhaps that fire had not been an accident after all. Especially after hearing Yi Yuxuan's words, his doubts reached a fever pitch. He had no choice but to dig up this painful memory, searching for even the slightest clue. So that's why you ended up at the orphanage, growing up there? Though it was just a simple sentence, a few short words, Wang Yongsheng could distinctly sense the sorrow emanating from young Master Lin. He had always believed young Master Lin to be invincible, never imagining his background could be so tragic. A fire? That fire back then had happened at your home? Hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Qiao seemed to recall something and hurriedly asked. But when she saw the puzzled looks from Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng fixed on her, she realized what she had said and quickly began to explain. I was too young back then and don't remember much clearly. All I recall is that the fire raged for 2 full days and nights, reducing the place to ruins. Rumors spread that many people died. They said the number of victims matched the number of people who had lived in those ruins before the fire. Chapter 137, The Events of That Year. What made Zhao Qiao remember that fire so vividly wasn't just the blaze itself, but also her grandfather, Old Master Bai. When my grandfather heard the news, he kept saying it was a sin. He said that with so many people dead, retribution would come sooner or later. Zhao Qiao retrieved her grandfather's words from memory, though the passage of time had blurred the specifics. The gist remained unchanged. So you're saying Old Master Bai likely knew this fire wasn't an accident? Otherwise, why would Old Master Bai say such a thing? And it seemed highly unusual. Lin Dong murmured Zhao Qiao's words again. The more he repeated them, the more convinced he became that Old Master Bai might have known something. No. But to his surprise, Zhao Qiao shook her head and spoke with absolute certainty. It should be said that back then, every wealthy and influential person in the capital knew this fire wasn't an accident. That fire was highly suspicious. Fire trucks were deliberately obstructed on their way to the scene, arriving a full half-hour late.
By the time they reached the site, the flames were completely out of control and had already spread to surrounding areas. After the fire was extinguished, the place was reduced to ruins. Numerous skeletal remains were excavated from the rubble, enough to fill an entire street. Yet the fire was ultimately classified as an accident, an incident caused by operational negligence, and the case was hastily closed. At the time, the young Zhao Qiao knew nothing of this. She couldn't have cared less, really. But Old Master Bai kept harping on it day after day, and eventually, she jotted down fragments of the story. Upon hearing Zhao Qiao's words, Lin Dong remained silent for a long while. He never imagined that the events of that year hadn't ended when he was sent to the orphanage. There were actually further developments, and they were equally unsatisfactory. Zhao Qiao's words echoed in his mind, especially that line. Back then, every wealthy and powerful person in the capital knew that fire wasn't an accident. Why? Why did those who knew it wasn't an accident never speak up? Why was that fire ultimately classified as an accident, even attributed to operational negligence? More importantly, why had he been sent to the orphanage? Yes, that was right. When Lin Dong regained consciousness after that fire, he had already been in the orphanage. I don't know. All I know is that when I came to, I was already in the orphanage. Lin Dong expected Zhao Qiao to react to this, but she only shook her head. I didn't know anyone else survived that fire. All I knew was that my grandfather and the others said everyone perished in the flames. Perhaps it wasn't just my grandfather, everyone in the capital believed that too. In other words, Lin Dong's existence might be nothing more than an accident, an unexpected survivor. Given the scale of that fire, it was utterly impossible for anyone to have survived. Did your family bring you out? Or did someone take pity on you and send you to the orphanage? Zhao Qiao speculated on various possibilities, but no matter which scenario she considered, it remained merely a possibility. As she had said, Lin Dong's very existence might be nothing more than an accident. I don't know. Lin Dong shook his head, feeling a sharp ache in his temples. Even before arriving in the capital, he had sensed something was amiss. But upon actually setting foot in the city, he discovered that lifting one layer of fog only revealed another. The truth was right before his eyes. He could have learned it from Yi Yuxuan's mouth. Yet, everything had been strangled in its infancy by an invisible hand. He was always one step behind that fatal, decisive step. Young Master Lin, don't overthink it. Since Yi Yuxuan mentioned the orphanage holds what you seek, go there tomorrow. You might just find something unexpected. Wang Yongsheng offered encouragement from the sidelines, subtly hinting he wanted to tag along. Before he could finish, Lin Dong saw right through his intentions. You're not going tomorrow. The single sentence instantly deflated Wang Yongsheng. But I'm your bodyguard. Isn't it my job to follow you everywhere? Why don't you ever take me with you? The more he protested, the more Wang Yongsheng felt like wailing. He felt less like a bodyguard and more like a useless ornament. As a bodyguard, his skills couldn't hold a candle to young Master Lin's. His mind wasn't nearly as sharp. Since arriving in the capital, he was lost in unfamiliar territory and couldn't help young Master Lin in the slightest. Wang Yongsheng suddenly hated himself, hated his own weakness. All he did was hold Lin Xiao back. Aren't you planning to expand the madman? Aren't you aiming to make the name madman famous in the capital? So starting tomorrow, you'll familiarize yourself with everything in the city, select a base for the madman, and begin building and focusing on developing the organization. What Lin Dong didn't say was that he had a premonition. His origins, including that previous accidental fire, would entangle him in many things. While there was still time, he had to seize the moment to develop everything, strengthen his forces in advance, and prepare for everything. So, you actually intended to take me with you, but you assigned me another task, establishing the mad sect in the capital. Realizing it wasn't due to his weakness, Wang Yongsheng's spirit soared once more. Seeing Lin Dong nod, Wang Yongsheng leapt excitedly from the sofa, immediately preparing to familiarize himself with every aspect of the capital. If you have any questions, ask Bai Haisheng. He's a native of the capital and knows many secrets unknown to ordinary people. Watching Wang Yongsheng dash toward the study, Lin Dong quickly reminded him, simultaneously sending Bai Haisheng's contact information to his phone. Got it. Wang Yongsheng replied without looking up, his figure vanishing around the staircase corner the next second. I'll accompany you tomorrow. With me, a native Beijing local, you won't even need a tour guide. Zhao Qiao patted her chest, offering herself as Lin Dong's guide. Great. Thanks for stepping up, my tour guide lady. Lin Dong chuckled softly. The next day arrived. Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao were all set to go. After bidding farewell to Wang Yongsheng, the two drove toward the orphanage. There were many orphanages in the capital city, but they had already compared them the night before. The one Yi Yuxuan had mentioned was the same orphanage where Lin Dong had been called Hope Orphanage. It was located away from the city center, in one of the capital's outlying areas. After half an hour of driving, the outline of a building resembling an orphanage finally came into view ahead of Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao. Chapter 138, Hope Orphanage. The two exchanged a glance and accelerated toward their destination. A few minutes later, they parked the car nearby, got out, and walked toward the building. Arriving at the entrance, a simple gate bore a slightly damaged sign. The 5 characters Hope Orphanage came into view before Lin Dong and Xie Qiao. The letters had faded over the years, losing their original luster. Combined with the plain gate, the whole place gave off a sense of having weathered many hardships. Lin Dong stood motionless, studying the orphanage before him. He hadn't returned once since leaving this place last time. It wasn't because of the environment or facilities here, but simply because Lin Dong had been too busy to find the time. Surveying the familiar yet long-absent orphanage, Lin Dong took in the surroundings. It seemed unchanged from his memories, save for the indelible traces time had left behind. The surrounding environment was significantly better than when he had left, at least free of the tangled weeds and thorns that had once overgrown the place. Let's go. Lin Dong took Xie Qiao's hand and stepped forward, then pushed open the gate before them. Squeak. Perhaps due to its age, the heavy door creaked loudly as it swung open. As the gate slowly swung open, Hope Orphanage came into view before Lin Dong and Xie Qiao. In stark contrast to the plain entrance, the interior was practically like new. Directly ahead of them lay a spacious courtyard. One side featured various playground equipment, while the other housed a small vegetable garden surrounded by flowers and plants. Rows of buildings stood at the back of the courtyard, from which came the clear, rhythmic sounds of children reading aloud. Lin Dong led Xie Qiao across the courtyard to one of the buildings. Before they could step inside, children began streaming out. Upon seeing the 2 strangers, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao, they showed no fear but instead surrounded them. Big brother and big sister, did you come to see us? Xie Qiao looked down at the child before her, bending to touch her head. That's right, big sister came to see you. Here are some toys big sister brought for you. As she spoke, Xie Qiao took off the backpack on her back, pulled out some brand new toys, and handed them to the children in front of her. Thank you, big sister. And you know, I've been listening to you and studying hard. You have to remember to visit us often, okay? Though she didn't know who the person she mentioned was, looking into those innocent eyes, Xie Qiao nodded. And who are you? Just then, another figure emerged from behind the children, an elderly woman with snow-white hair. Grandma Director. Seeing the elderly woman with a head of silver hair, Lin Dong immediately recognized who she was. Though it had been years since they last met, he remembered her features vividly. Compared to her younger self, the current director bore more wrinkles and a deeper sense of world weariness. Grandma Director. Hearing Lin Dong's greeting, Xie Qiao hurriedly echoed the salutation. But the dean standing opposite them didn't respond. Instead, her hands trembled as she reached into her pocket, pulling out a pair of glasses. After putting them on, she finally looked at Lin Dong again. I remember you. I remember you're Lin Dong. Yes, it's Lin Dong. After scrutinizing him closely, the director finally confirmed the identity of the person before her. She hurried toward Lin Dong, placing her hands on his shoulders as her eyes darted back and forth, studying him intently. Lin Dong stood still, allowing her to examine him. My dear boy, you've grown so tall and thin. You're hardly recognizable anymore. If it weren't for my good memory, I'd have forgotten who you are. As she spoke, her voice grew hoarse, and her eyes began to redden. Grandma, who is this big brother? The children gathered around witnessed the director's every gesture. Seeing her so overcome with emotion, their curious eyes turned to Lin Dong. Him? He's just like you all, Grandma's child. A child I watched grow up. The director responded, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Today, Grandma is giving you all a day off. You can play to your heart's content, but don't go beyond the gates. Remember, don't go outside. Before the director could finish, her sleeve was tugged. Grandma, I know. We can't go outside, there are wild beasts out there that will eat us. That's right, that's right. There aren't just wild beasts out there, there are bad people too. Bad people will capture us, and then we won't be able to come home. If we can't come home, we won't be able to see Grandma anymore. Don't talk to strangers. Don't take anything from strangers. Keep your distance from strangers. If anything dangerous happens, tell Grandma right away. The children chattered excitedly, each scrambling to answer, their young minds equally imprinted with the director's earlier words. Alright, go play now. Hearing their responses, the director smiled with satisfaction and promptly let them go play on their own. Soon, the children scattered, running toward the playground equipment Lin Dong and the others had spotted earlier, where they began to play. Lin Dong, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you even write me a single letter? And with all the advanced communication technology and electronic devices available now, why didn't you just give me a call? If it weren't for the packages you sent every year and the various remittances, I wouldn't even know if you were alive or dead. Once the children had all left, the director unleashed a barrage of reproach at Lin Dong, her earlier benevolence completely vanished. Grandma, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll definitely call you myself. I promise I won't forget. Though the director's tone was sharp, Lin Dong understood her deep concerned fear that he might face danger alone in the outside world. And who is this? Seeing his sincere apology, the director said no more. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Xie Qiao standing beside him. She had heard it clearly, this young girl had just called her grandma. This is my girlfriend Xie Qiao. Lin Dong introduced her, then proceeded to introduce the director to Xie Qiao. This is Grandma, the director. She raised me from the moment I arrived at the orphanage.
Girlfriend?
At the word girlfriend, the director's eyes lit up. She hurried over to Xiaoqiao, scrutinizing her closely. As she looked, she couldn't help but nod approvingly, her expression radiating satisfaction.
Chapter 139, He is Xiao Yi. Grandma.
For some reason, Xiaoqiao couldn't shake the feeling she was meeting the parents, and her cheeks flushed slightly under the director's gaze.
Ah.
Hearing her words, the director nodded with particular solemnity.
Good girl.
If Lin Dong ever bullies you again, tell me. I'll deal with him for you. The director took Xiaoqiao's hand, but her gaze fixed on Lin Dong, warning him that if he ever dared to treat Xiaoqiao badly again, she would deal with him.
Grandma, Lin Dong is actually pretty nice to me. Xiaoqiao quickly spoke up in Lin Dong's defense, only to earn another withering glare. Him?
Ever since he arrived at the orphanage, he's been nothing but trouble, full of tricks.
Grandma, how can you say that about me? I was just a kid back then, and I didn't know anyone or anything.
Lin Dong feigned anger, but Grandma didn't even glance at him. She stood there chatting with Xiaoqiao about everyday matters.
Grandma, I've come this time with something important to ask you.
Perhaps because the two had been chatting so animatedly, the director finally turned her attention to him. Lin Dong promptly stated the purpose of his visit.
Come on, let's go to my office. This isn't the place to talk.
Without further questions, the director glanced around before leading Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao to the side.
After traversing a corridor, the trio entered the director's office.
Though called an office, it resembled a private bedroom more than anything else. The furnishings were sparse: a desk, a chair, and a bed. Beyond that lay stacks of books, along with unnamed wildflowers arranged on the windowsill. After Lin Dong and the other man entered, the dean locked the door. He then turned to Lin Dong, gesturing for him to speak. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't hesitate and immediately began speaking.
Grandma, I want to know if a man named Ji Yuxuan has visited the orphanage recently? Did he leave anything here? You mean Little Yi?
I don't know if his name is Ji Yuxuan, but he's the only one who's been coming in and out of the orphanage lately.
You know where this orphanage is located?
Unless it's someone who grew up here, or someone coming to do charity work or provide sponsorship, very few people come here. The director paused to recall, and soon a man's figure came to mind. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao exchanged glances. Lin Dong then pulled a photograph from his pocket and handed it to the director.
Grandma, does this man in the photo look familiar to you? Is he the Little Yi you just mentioned?
The photograph was a portrait that Lin Dong had specifically developed before coming.
The man in the picture was none other than Yi Yuxuan.
The director looked at the photo uncertainly, then took it from Lin Dong's hand and held it close to his eyes, studying it carefully. After a full minute, the director finally returned the photo to Lin Dong.
Yes, it's him.
He is the Xiao Yi I mentioned.
But when he came here, he wasn't as neat and clean as the person in the photo.
Every time he visited, he looked filthy. Sometimes he deliberately messed up his hair, other times he smeared mud or soot on his face. In short, his behavior was extremely strange. So peculiar, in fact, that the director initially suspected him of being a child trafficker, traveling all the way to their Hope orphanage to abduct children.
When was the last time he visited?
Seeing the director confirm Yi Yuxuan's identity, Lin Dong hurriedly asked again.
Let me think. The director didn't answer immediately.
Instead, he stretched out his hand and began counting on his fingers.
I remember now. His last visit to Hope Orphanage was a week ago last Friday. He hasn't been back since.
Last Friday. Lin Dong murmured softly. Last Friday, he hadn't been in the capital. At that time, he and Xiaoqiao were still in Yanjing. That meant that starting last Friday, or even earlier, Yi Yuxuan had sensed something was amiss. He began making frequent trips to Hope Orphanage and even disguised himself, which explained the strange behavior the director had mentioned earlier. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Dong lifted his gaze to Xiaoqiao beside him. He saw her looking at him too clearly. She had arrived at the same conclusion.
Grandma, did Little Yi leave anything behind?
Or were there places he frequented after arriving at the orphanage? Xiaoqiao asked, only to see the director shake her head.
Little Yi didn't leave anything behind at the orphanage.
He brought the children plenty of food, clothing, and useful items, but I've checked all those things, and there's nothing unusual about them.
However, this Xiao Yi was indeed a bit peculiar.
He paced back and forth in the orphanage courtyard many times, tapping and knocking on things everywhere. Before Lin Dong and the others could ask, the director walked toward the door, unlocked it, and led them out of the office toward the courtyard. Soon, the three arrived before a wall in the courtyard. The director remained silent, pacing back and forth before the structure. She then reached out and began tapping the wall with her hands. Seeing this, Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao hurried forward, mimicking her actions as they tapped the wall. Lin Dong bent his right index finger to tap a specific spot on the wall in front of him. But no matter how he tapped, the sound remained the same, nothing unusual. He paused his tapping and glanced at the other two. Their hands were still moving, clearly unable to find anything unusual either. Lin Dong moved to tap another spot. Just then, a distinct thump-thump sound echoed. Hearing this, Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. He hurriedly tapped elsewhere, only to hear the same steady thump-thump sound. Seeing this, Lin Dong was certain this was the spot he'd been searching for. He immediately examined the spot and noticed gaps around the bricks. He couldn't tell if they were man-made or natural damage to the wall. Lin Dong reached out with both hands, gripping the brick firmly on either side. With a gentle tug, it began to shift. He applied more force and pulled the brick straight out. His actions were witnessed by Xie Qiao and the dean. "What is this?" The dean looked at the object in his hands, puzzled. What should have been a whole brick was now only a third of its original size. Behind it was a small iron box, seemingly glued to the back of the brick, which was why no one had ever noticed it. This must be what Xiao Yi left behind. Chapter 140, Nothing But Rubble. Lin Dong shook the box in his hands. He could clearly feel something inside. Xie Qiao approached him, shielding him from the curious stares of the other children. Though unaware of the box's contents, the principal followed Xie Qiao's lead and stepped forward to shield the children as well. Just then, Lin Dong opened the box. The moment it swung open, all three froze in shock. Inside the box lay stones, more precisely, several pieces of gravel, the kind scattered everywhere on the orphanage grounds. Why did Xiao Yi put stones in that tin box? If he had to put something in there, why make such a big deal out of it? The director was baffled, finding the whole thing rather peculiar. Seeing this, Lin Dong said nothing. He closed the box, shoved it back into the wall, and restored it to its original state. "Grandma, did little Yi go anywhere else? Did he linger anywhere else?" Lin Dong didn't believe Yi Yuxuan had sent him to the orphanage just for these few pebbles. There must be something else hidden here, something Yi Yuxuan had personally concealed. The director didn't speak, but paused in thought before leading them to another wall of the orphanage. The three repeated their earlier actions, tapping and probing the wall once more. This time, Xie Qiao sensed something amiss. She glanced at Lin Dong. Seeing him nod, she pulled hard outward. The scene repeated itself exactly as before, another brick, only 1/3 intact, with an iron box still stuck to its back. Xie Qiao said nothing, simply opening it. The result was identical to before, only a few pebbles inside. Even after emptying the stones and tapping the box itself, nothing unusual was found. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xie Qiao carefully pushed the brick with the metal box back into the wall, restoring it to its original state. Before Xie Qiao could ask, the headmaster proactively led them to another wall. The outcome, however, remained unchanged. An hour later, the three of them gathered at the corner of the gate. Lin Dong held a shovel, standing before a small mound of earth and a freshly dug hole. Buried within that pit lay the very iron box they had examined repeatedly. Without letting the two women lift a finger, Lin Dong set down his shovel and retrieved the iron box from the earth. He brushed away the dirt, revealing the box's appearance. Compared to the others they'd seen, this box was noticeably older and bore distinct traces of rust. "Grandma, is this where Xiao Yi was last seen?" Gazing at the box in his hands, Lin Dong didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked up at the person across from him. "Yes. In my memory, Xiao Yi only went to these few places. We've already been to all the others. This is the last one." The director didn't know what exactly Lin Dong was searching for, but she answered truthfully. Hearing this, Xie Qiao's gaze immediately fell upon the iron box, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Lin Dong. This was his last hope. If it contained nothing but rubble, she couldn't bear to imagine how devastated Lin Dong would be. Lin Dong stared at the object in his hands, his nerves tightening. Still, he opened the iron box. He had hoped it might hold a clue left by Yi Yuxuan, or at the very least, some information or photographs related to Lin Dong. Yet, as the box opened, the three fell silent once more. The reason was simple: spinning inside this box were more fragments of rock. Aside from a slight difference in appearance, it was identical to the iron box they had just found. Staring at the object in his hand, Lin Dong remained silent. He placed the iron box back into the hole, picked up the shovel beside it, and began filling the pit with soil. Could it be that Yi Yuxuan had deceived him? That the orphanage never contained what he sought at all, that this had been nothing but a con orchestrated by Yi Yuxuan from start to finish? But what was the purpose of this? Was Yi Yuxuan toying with him for his own amusement? Or was this an opportunity for malicious revenge? Yet one question remained: this orphanage wasn't renowned in the capital. Its remote location meant few ever visited. Moreover, Yi Yuxuan, a scion of a prestigious family, the esteemed young master Yi, would hardly have gone out of his way to seek out such an obscure orphanage. Therefore, Lin Dong still believed Yi Yuxuan's earlier claims were genuine, without any deception. Lin Dong pondered this internally, his hands never slowing their movements. Yet the more he pondered it, the more unsettled he felt. Yi Yuxuan's final expression before death replayed in his mind. The expression on his face had been utterly unconvincing. Moreover, the look Yi Yuxuan had given him in his final moments held a mix of reluctance, resentment, and even a hint of sympathy. This thought made Lin Dong certain they had overlooked something. Perhaps they were searching in the right places. But these iron boxes weren't meant for him. They were meant for those with ulterior motives, for the mastermind behind it all. These iron boxes served only one purpose: deception. Gazing at the land restored to its original state, Lin Dong set his shovel aside and brushed the clinging dirt from his clothes. Grandma, I still feel like we haven't found the place.
Yi Yuxuan, the little Yi you mentioned, might have left behind more than just these items.
Lin Dong voiced his doubts aloud, also asking if she had overlooked any areas.
Hearing this, the headmistress shook her head. Impossible. I remember clearly little Yi only visited these places.
The director's certainty caused Lin Dong and Xie Qiao to exchange glances, but neither spoke again. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings, taking in everything within the orphanage. They had searched every place the director mentioned, leaving no stone unturned.
So where exactly was the problem?
Lost in thought, Lin Dong's gaze drifted toward the children playing on one side of the courtyard. His eyes were drawn to them. Watching the group of children filled with laughter and joy, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea.
Grandma, when Xiao Yi first arrived, were these children in class? Or were they playing in the yard like they are now?
Most were in class.
You know this is an orphanage.
The children who come here have either lost both parents in accidents or been abandoned by their parents due to personality, physical conditions, or other reasons.
In today's society, education is their only way out. Chapter 141, Behind the Orphanage.
Although Xiao Yi visited here often, his appearance each time frightened and made many children cry. So whenever he came, the kids would keep their distance, afraid to approach him.
But there are also mischievous kids here who aren't afraid of Xiao Yi. Instead, they actually hang out with him.
Finishing her sentence, the director pointed toward a spot. Lin Dong and Xie Qiao followed her gesture and saw several young boys gathered there, some squatting, others sitting on the sand pile, playing with a sand sofa. Lin Dong nodded and walked over, stopping only when he reached the sand pile.
Big brother, what's up?
One of the boys looked up at the approaching figure, his large eyes brimming with curiosity and not a trace of fear.
Big brother has a few questions for you. If any of you can answer them, Big brother will give you this.
As he spoke, Lin Dong took off his backpack and pulled out a neatly wrapped round tin box. He opened it in front of them, revealing an array of chocolates inside various flavors and shapes. Seeing the contents of the box, the surrounding boys all crowded around, surrounding Lin Dong right in the center.
What is this?
One boy asked, seemingly unaware of what the tin contained.
Dumbass, it's chocolate, a whole box of chocolate. It's super sweet and delicious. Back when my parents were still around, I ate it every day at home. But I ate so much I got cavities. My dad confiscated all my allowance and forbade me from buying it secretly. But my mom still bought it for me in secret. A slightly older boy chimed in, his eyes reddening as he spoke. But in front of all his brothers, he held back, afraid not to be laughed at, but afraid they would cry with him. They had lost their parents, possessing only each other, Grandma the director, and the older brothers and sisters who visited occasionally. You guys try some first. Seeing the children's wide-eyed expressions and their hands reaching out despite their hesitation, Lin Dong decided to share all the chocolates from the tin with them. The box seemed plentiful, but it only yielded one piece per person. In less than a minute, the entire box vanished, replaced by the rhythmic crunching sounds surrounding Lin Dong.
Big brother, whatever you want to ask us, we'll tell you everything, absolutely. The boy holding the chocolates suddenly trailed off, struggling to remember the rest of the phrase after stammering for a while.
It's tell you everything, leave nothing unsaid. You didn't pay attention in class, now you're making a fool of yourself.
Another boy shot him a look, then turned back to Lin Dong.
Ask away, big brother. We'll tell you everything, leave nothing unsaid.
Seeing this lively, mischievous group of kids, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. He ruffled the boy's hair before asking about Xiao Yi. Big brother wants to ask you that Xiao Yi brother who came to the orphanage before, did he ever go anywhere else besides the orphanage grounds? Since the courtyard held no clues, Lin Dong could only turn his attention elsewhere, including, but not limited to, the orphanage itself.
Yes.
One of the boys quickly raised his hand. Little Yi brother went behind the orphanage.
I don't know what he was doing back there.
Grandma director doesn't let us go out, but I saw him sneak out once.
I think I saw it too, big brother.
Let me tell you, brother Xiao Yi was so mysterious. A few times he came carrying a black plastic bag that jingled and clattered as he walked, like whatever was inside was bumping around.
Yeah, I heard it too. Once I mustered up the courage to ask brother Yi about it.
He said it contained secrets, and that these secrets would wait for their destined owners to open them themselves. But when brother Yi said that, he was smiling, and it just made me feel scared. Before Yi Yuxuan could speak, the children seemed to have found a common topic and began chattering away. Before their chatter could subside, Lin Dong had already picked up crucial details from their conversation, though he needed to confirm them once more.
Does brother Xiao Yi often go to the back of the orphanage?
Lin Dong's voice cut through their chatter, drawing their attention. The first few boys shook their heads in unison.
I only saw him go once.
Brother Xiao Yi told me there are monsters back there and warned us not to go near it, or we'd get eaten by the monsters. As they spoke, they mimicked the monsters they'd seen in cartoons right in front of Lin Dong, imitating their movements and sounds. Listening to their words and watching their actions, Lin Dong felt both amused and exasperated. Yet deep down, he sensed what Yi Yuxuan had been doing behind the orphanage. To avoid being discovered by these children, he had concocted such a tall tale. You answered Big Brother's question, so as a reward, Big Brother will give you this box of chocolates. But you can only eat one piece a day, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow to enjoy them. Lin Dong pulled another box of chocolates from his backpack and handed it to the director, who had already approached. I've given it to Grandma Director. She'll distribute it to you tomorrow. The boys remained silent, their pleading gazes fixed on the director. But when she shook her head, they lowered their eyes and resumed playing. Grandma, I want to take Shoer to look behind the orphanage. Lin Dong spoke, his gaze fixed on the shovel nearby. Go ahead, but be careful. The matron nodded, watching them leave the orphanage. She noticed Lin Dong carrying the shovel with him as they departed. Do you think Yi Yuxuan really buried something in the ground? Xia Qiao looked at the object in Lin Dong's hand, curiosity piqued. Yeah, the back of the orphanage is all overgrown with weeds and trees. To hide something there, you'd either have to stash it in a tree or bury it in the ground. With Yi Yuxuan's mediocre skills, climbing trees would be too difficult for a wealthy young master like him. Moreover, poor climbing technique would leave obvious marks on the tree, allowing anyone with keen eyes to spot something amiss at a glance. Hiding in a tree was too conspicuous, burying it underground was a better option. As Lin Dong spoke, the two had already moved to the rear of the orphanage. Chapter 142, The Letter Left by Yi Yuxuan. Directly ahead of them, just as Lin Dong had described, lay a vast expanse of wild grasses. Beyond them stretched an endless forest, trees as far as the eye could see. You stay here. I'll go look. Before Xia Qiao could take a step forward, those words reached her ears. Lin Dong then took the backpack off his back, pulled out a clean cloth, and spread it on the relatively level ground. Only after completing all this did he ask Xia Qiao to sit down. I'll come with you. At least two people will be faster. Xia Qiao felt a warm glow inside at Lin Dong's actions. But facing such a vast expanse of wild grass, searching alone could take who knows how long. No need. You stay right here. Leave the rest to me. Before Xia Qiao could protest, Lin Dong grabbed the shovel and strode forward. However, he didn't start digging immediately. Instead, he paced back and forth, seemingly searching for the right spot. Seeing this, Xia Qiao could only sit there and watch him work alone. Lin Dong bent down to examine the weeds beneath him. After just one glance, he shook his head. No, not here. Yi Yuxuan had last visited the orphanage a week ago. Lin Dong had checked the area behind the orphanage just before arriving. There had been no rain in the past week, including today. That meant the grass should still look exactly as it did when Yi Yuxuan left. If it wasn't, then it could only mean someone had gotten there first, learning of this information ahead of time. With that thought, Lin Dong's gaze swept swiftly across the grassy area before him. He soon spotted a patch that looked slightly off. Lin Dong walked over to investigate. There, the wild grasses were bent low, pressed against the ground, and showed signs of withering. But Lin Dong had never been there, nor had he ever set foot on that spot. Lin Dong crouched down and examined it closely, noticing traces around the grassy patch that looked like they had been dug up. He reached out and touched it. Sure enough, the soil here felt noticeably loose. Lin Dong examined the spot once more, confirmed the location, then stood up and began digging. His movements were swift as he swung the shovel again and again. A mound of earth gradually formed beside him, yet nothing appeared in the pit. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't stop. Instead, he dug even faster. A metallic clang echoed through the quiet wild grass, standing out sharply in the silence. Hearing this, Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement, and Xia Qiao beside him immediately stood up from the ground. Setting his shovel aside, Lin Dong bent down and began digging with his bare hands. Within seconds, an iron box, still fragrant with earth, appeared before him. Lin Dong retrieved it and walked over to where Xia Qiao stood. Arriving before her, he crouched down and slowly opened the box. Its contents were revealed before their eyes. This time, it contained not fragments of rock, but a stack of documents. Looking at these papers, Lin Dong confirmed this was what Yi Yuxuan had left for him, the very thing he had mentioned wanting. Lin Dong glanced at Xia Qiao, then pulled the documents out of the box. The two of them sat down together. After removing the documents, one item remained inside the iron box. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a letter. Yi Yuxuan left you a letter too? Xia Qiao was puzzled and decided to ask outright. Perhaps he had something else to say to me. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Dong sensed something was off. Yi Yuxuan had been insisting on meeting him, claiming he had something important to discuss. Since they were going to talk face to face, why would he need to prepare this letter in advance? Unless Yi Yuxuan had known all along that the words he wanted to say were impossible to utter. He had known all along that he would die. The thought made Lin Dong press his lips together. He reached into the iron box and pulled the object out again. Holding it before him, he realized it was indeed a letter, and it was indeed written by Yi Yuxuan. But the name Yi Yuxuan was written in red ink, as if he had truly foreseen his own death all along. Lin Dong tore open the envelope and scanned the contents at a glance. After reading it, he handed the letter to Xia Qiao. Noticing his unusual mood, Xia Qiao remained silent and quickly finished reading the contents herself.
After reading it, Xia Qiao also fell silent. The letter contained little, yet its words weighed heavily on both of them. Yet one thing was clear, Lin Dong's earlier suspicions had been correct. Ever since Ye's mother hanged herself, Yi Yuxuan had sensed something was amiss. He began feigning madness in the capital while secretly launching an investigation. It was unclear how Yi Yuxuan uncovered the truth, but he discovered that his mother's death had not been suicide, it had been staged. Moreover, he knew he was next. All these events stemmed from his careless actions years ago, specifically, his earlier admission of having seen Lin Dong and secretly investigating Lin Dong's background. Desperate to survive, he fought relentlessly to meet Lin Dong. His earlier pleas for Lin Dong to help him leave the country had been entirely genuine. But Yi Yuxuan was right, those people had truly targeted him. Before he could even speak to Lin Dong, they killed him first. Everything at the orphanage had been meticulously arranged by him beforehand. His purpose wasn't to reveal the truth to Lin Dong, but to provoke Lin Dong into seeking revenge for him because he refused to accept dying like this. So, as Yi Yuxuan said, the Yi family's bankruptcy wasn't solely because of our actions, but also due to that hidden force behind the scenes fueling the fire? Xia Qiao's thoughts raced, and the Yi family's bankruptcy immediately came to mind. Yes. Lin Dong nodded. No wonder the Yi family collapsed before his men could fully intervene. He had initially assumed the Yi family had been swindled out of too much money by the Bai family, forcing them to declare bankruptcy. But the truth was that hidden force had been watching the Yi family all along, using the Bai and Xie families, along with his own hands, to eliminate the Yi family altogether. So it seems old Master Yi and Ye's father must have gotten wind of this beforehand. Knowing they were after Yi Yuxuan, they simply abandoned him and fled overseas. She had always maintained that after years of nurturing Yi Yuxuan, even if they truly intended to abandon him, they would at least secretly leave him some funds enough to ensure he could live comfortably in the capital. It was utterly implausible they would flee with every last penny. It turned out Ye's grandfather and father had long known Yi Yuxuan's days were numbered, so they'd steeled their hearts and taken all the money with them. Chapter 143, The Hidden Letter. I don't know about that, but I always felt old Master Yi might have known something. Still, what he knew probably wasn't as much as Yi Yuxuan knew. Otherwise, back when the Bai and Xie families targeted them, old Master Yi would have used these things to approach Bai Haixing instead of helplessly watching the Yi family go bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiao nodded in agreement. Perhaps old Master Yi only knew someone was after Yi Yuxuan's life but didn't know the specific reason. Coupled with the Yi family's bankruptcy and their inability to protect Yi Yuxuan, he simply chose to ignore it. Beyond that, Yi Yuxuan had also mentioned matters concerning Lin Dong in the envelope, though the details were sparse and largely consistent with what he'd shared in the alley. The stack of documents they had initially found inside the metal box were precisely the materials Yi Yuxuan had previously gathered during his investigation. Lin Dong picked them up and flipped through each page with Xie Qiao. After reviewing every document, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao felt the fog of confusion only deepen. So back then, when Yi Yuxuan returned from the orphanage to investigate your background, what he uncovered was that you were the sole heir of the Yi family? That the Yi family fire wasn't an accident and the ambulance was deliberately obstructed? Xie Qiao murmured, but hadn't they already known all this? Though it had been mere suspicion before. Could it be he has concrete evidence? Xia Qiao spoke as she began reviewing their current materials. They had already reviewed the documents earlier, and none of them mentioned any evidence, only basic information. But right now, the metal box contained only these items. No matter how much she searched, it was useless. I don't know. Lin Dong shook his head. She had expected to get what she wanted from him, but all she got were things he already knew. Actually, I'm more curious about why 8-year-old Yi Yuxuan ended up here back then. This place is practically the outskirts of the capital. Given how much the Yi family valued him, it's unlikely they'd let him come here alone. So how did Yi Yuxuan get here? And how did he return? Lin Dong felt the mysteries before him only deepening. He set the documents aside and returned to studying the letter. Until he noticed something peculiar about Yi Yuxuan's letter format. The end of each paragraph seemed to form a diagonal line when connected. The last character of the first paragraph, the second to last character of the second paragraph, the third to last character of the third paragraph. This seems to be a hidden tail letter. Xia Qiao moved closer to him, having also noticed the peculiarity in the letter. Immediately, the two of them connected all the characters together. Clues erased, investigation discovered, beginning strong but ending weak. What does this mean? Xia Qiao stared at the phrase, puzzled, especially the last 4 characters. A dragon's head, a snake's tail. Lin Dong murmured, unable to shake the feeling that these 4 words held the most crucial meaning. A fire that massive couldn't have left no traces. So back then, Yi Yuxuan must have been following those traces or clues down the line. But someone discovered him. All the clues were wiped clean, forcing his investigation to halt. Or maybe it wasn't forced at all. Perhaps Yi Yuxuan sensed danger and had to stop. Lin Dong pieced together these thoughts from the connected words. But how could he explain the phrase starting strong but ending weakly? Lin Dong, I recall you mentioning you don't know how you ended up at the orphanage? Xia Qiao suddenly recalled this and hurriedly asked. Lin Dong nodded. Who's older, you or Yi Yuxuan? Seeing him nod, Xiaqiao pressed further. We should be the same age.
I remember seeing his records. We were born in the same year, just different months.
He had reviewed Yi Yuxuan's records except for the information from when Yi was 8 years old. Everything else seemed unremarkable. I have a hypothesis, a bold hypothesis.
Xiaqiao took a deep breath, feeling her hypothesis was truly audacious and perhaps a bit unrealistic.
Go on. You mentioned why Yi Yuxuan ended up at the orphanage.
He had no way of coming into contact with that place.
Could it be that someone brought him there? If the forces behind this knew you existed, wouldn't they take every boy born in the same year as you? Eliminate you personally, just to cut off the route?
I know this sounds messy, but you should understand what I mean.
Xiaqiao hesitated, unsure how to respond.
Deep down, she found the idea absurd. After all, everyone had previously believed Lin Dong's survival was an accident. He'd lived because he hadn't been discovered.
But what if it wasn't an accident? If Lin Dong's survival wasn't accidental, then how could the forces behind it possibly let him go? They would undoubtedly seek him out by any means necessary to eliminate him.
And the Hope Orphanage was likely their initial target because it was a safe haven.
First, it's far from the capital. Second, for many people, orphanages carry an aura of misfortune, since most of the children here were abandoned.
Apart from philanthropists and kind-hearted individuals, no adult would willingly come here, let alone bring their own children.
But if Yi Yuxuan had been forced to appear here, wouldn't all of this suddenly make sense? If they were searching for me back then, Yi Yuxuan couldn't have been the only one brought to the orphanage.
At this thought, Lin Dong glanced at Xiaqiao. Those around him turned their eyes toward him as well, the meaning in their gazes unmistakable. Then, Lin Dong stood up, placed the documents and envelope into his backpack, and returned to the grassy spot with the metal box in hand. He buried the metal box once more, carefully restoring the grass to its original state.
What are you planning to do?
While Lin Dong buried the iron box, Xiaqiao had already packed her things and walked over to him.
I'm going fishing. Though I wonder if the fish I catch will be big or small.
A mocking smile curved the corners of Lin Dong's mouth. Since that group had long set their sights on Yi Yuxuan, he didn't believe they wouldn't uncover the fact that Yi Yuxuan had once frequented the orphanage.
It was only a matter of time.
Once they traced the orphanage, they would inevitably come searching, leaving no stone unturned.
So he would wait. Wait for the fish to take the bait.
This explained why Yi Yuxuan had placed so many iron boxes on the courtyard walls earlier, even going so far as to mention those destined to find them after the orphanage children spotted them. With men stationed here day and night, I'm confident fish will swim into this pond soon enough.
Chapter 144, Relocating the Orphanage. With that, Lin Dong hoisted his shovel and led Xiaqiao back into the orphanage. At this moment, besides fishing, he had another task to attend to. Inside the orphanage. What did you say? You want me to move out, to leave this place? The director looked at Lin Dong and Xiaqiao before him, feeling somewhat taken aback. We've lived here for so long, why must we suddenly move? The director was at a loss, glancing at the children gathering around him with equal reluctance. With so many children here, how could I possibly leave them behind? Grandma, you misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to move away, but to relocate Hope Orphanage to the capital city.
Not knowing how the director might interpret his words, Lin Dong hurriedly explained. The director shook her head.
Lin Dong, this place is just fine. Grandma, this is the new location Lin Dong and I chose for Hope Orphanage.
Look, it's conveniently accessible, with a library and museum nearby. As she spoke, Xiaqiao pulled out her phone, opened a map, zoomed in on the location, and held it up for the director to see. The environment and surrounding buildings here are perfect for the children. But, this must be very expensive, right? The director looked at the various place names marked on the map and shook her head repeatedly. This place clearly isn't cheap. You two should keep that money for yourselves instead of spending it on us. Besides, we've lived here for so many years we've grown attached to it. Asking me to relocate the orphanage? I just can't bear to leave this place. The director's words came out immediately, but Xiaqiao could clearly see that the director was somewhat tempted. It was only out of consideration for Lin Dong and herself that she had spoken up to refuse. Grandma, if money is your concern, rest assured. I own a company that's made some profit. Buying this place would be more than affordable. That won't do either. The director continued to shake her head. Looking at the children gathered around them, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. Grandma, you always told us to study hard because of the harsh teaching conditions so we could grow up, see the vast and beautiful landscapes of our motherland, and witness its prosperity. Now that I have the means to provide these children with better educational resources, you can't just think of us, you have to think of them too. Besides, this place is so far from the capital. If the children get a headache or a fever, they can't get timely treatment. They're still so young, with boundless hope and futures ahead of them. We can't let them fall victim to such minor illnesses. At this point, Lin Dong gave Xiaqiao a meaningful glance. Standing beside him, Xiaqiao immediately picked up where he left off. Grandma, fevers and illnesses are serious matters. Without timely treatment, they could be fatal. These children are so young, they haven't even seen the outside world. All day long, they're confined to this orphanage, gazing at this small world. The director couldn't help but let her imagination run wild as she glanced at the children around her. Seeing their innocent faces, she had to admit they were right. Their words touched her heart. But this isn't fair to you, the director hesitated. Seeing them about to speak again, she lowered her head. These older brothers and sisters want to fund moving our orphanage to the city. Would you be willing? Unsure how to proceed, the director decided to leave the decision in the children's hands. Where is the city? Will Grandma Director come with us? I want to go to the city. There's delicious food, fun things to do, and all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Ever since I came to the orphanage, I've never been outside. I miss the outside world so much. Big brothers and sisters, I'll work hard to earn money and pay you back every penny. That way, you won't be losing out on this deal. The children spoke up one after another, most expressing willingness to go and not forgetting to ask the director to come along. Some even rushed straight to Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, promising to repay them in the future. This scene left Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao both amused and heartbroken. I promise you, I will relocate Hope Orphanage to the address you just mentioned. But first, we need to sign an IOU. Consider this money as something we owe you. Hearing the children's response, the director immediately agreed and even took the trouble to write out an IOU. Staring at the note thrust into his hand, Lin Dong didn't refuse. Instead, he neatly folded it and accepted it. Seeing his action, the director visibly relaxed, a weight lifted from her shoulders. Her greatest fear had been that Lin Dong would refuse to accept it, leaving her utterly uncertain how she could ever repay him. Grandma, gather the children and pack your things. I'll have someone escort you there later. The idea to relocate the orphanage hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been brewing for a long time, but since he was in Yanjing, it had never been put into action. Upon arriving in the capital, he had immediately scouted a location, purchased it in advance, and completed all renovations. He had intended to wait for an appropriate moment to inform the director, but Yi Yuxuan's incident had accelerated the process. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Very well. The director responded with repeated agreement. At the warm invitation of the headmistress and the children, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao lingered a while longer. Only after dinner did they finally depart by car. Upon returning home, Lin Dong's first action was to order an investigation into whether any children had gone missing back then. He also dispatched people to look into the circumstances surrounding the fire from that year. But both knew deep down that the fire had occurred too long ago. With someone deliberately obstructing the investigation, they were unlikely to uncover anything useful. The next day, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao appeared before the gates of the Bai family's ancestral home. Mr. Lin, Qiao. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Bai Haixing hurried over. Uncle Bai, why did you call us over? Zhao Qiao asked as she stepped out of the car, looking at the man before them. It's all because of your grandfather. He heard you were back in the capital and wanted to see you. But you came back without visiting him, so he got worried and asked me to call you over. I completely forgot. Zhao Qiao felt a bit embarrassed. She took Lin Dong's arm, and under Bai Haixing's guidance, the two walked toward the Bai family's ancestral home. Young Master Lin, Qiao could have come back on her own. Didn't you have matters to attend to? Why did you accompany her here? Bai Haixing kept glancing at the pair walking together, their arms intertwined, and finally couldn't resist asking. Chapter 145, A Gift for You. Qiao is my girlfriend. Accompanying her back won't take too long. Feeling Bai Haixing's gaze, Lin Dong offered an explanation. But this explanation only made Bai Haixing freeze in place. Oh no. She really let him get his way. Uncle, what are you talking about? What's over? What's been stolen? Zhao Qiao was standing relatively close to him, but because his voice was too soft, she couldn't catch the entire exchange. Only a few scattered words reached her ears. Qiao, you finally remembered your old man. Before Bai Haixing could respond, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the stairwell entrance. The figure of Old Master Bai appeared before them. Compared to before, Old Master Bai looked noticeably more energetic. Though he too relied on a cane, likely due to his advanced age, his steps were steady and his gait strong. Grandfather. Seeing her grandfather approach, Zhao Qiao hurried over, taking his arm as they walked together toward the living room. You little rascal. If I hadn't told your uncle to call you, would you have forgotten all about me? Would you have even remembered to come home? Grandpa Bai scolded her playfully, his tone brimming with affection. Not at all, Grandpa. You can't say that. How could I forget to come home? I was just so excited about returning to the capital that I momentarily forgot. Zhao Qiao quickly defended herself, calling out that her grandfather was wronging her. Mr. Lin. Looking at the young man standing nearby, Old Master Bai spoke with respect, yet his gaze remained fixed on him as his aura slowly began to radiate. Mr. Lin, have you come here as the mysterious benefactor of the Bai family, or as Qiao's boyfriend? He had heard what Lin Dong had just said. As the mysterious benefactor who had repeatedly advised and supported the Bai family, Old Master Bai held him in high regard.
But if he came as his niece's fiancé, then he wouldn't hesitate to adopt the stern demeanor of an elder to test him and see if he was worthy. If what follows is business, then I come as the mysterious benefactor. If Elder Bai merely wishes to discuss family matters, then naturally I come as Qiao's boyfriend. However, this visit was rather sudden, and I haven't prepared any gifts. I hope Elder Bai will forgive me for that. Lin Dong spoke calmly and deliberately, handling the old man's subtle challenge with ease. Marrying my Qiao won't be that easy. Old Master Bai was satisfied with his answer, but that didn't mean he was willing to give Xie Qiao's hand in marriage. Grandfather, you're jumping the gun. Hearing this, Xie Qiao flushed slightly with embarrassment, tugging at his arm. By the way, where are my second aunt and uncle? Seeing Old Master Bai about to say more, Xie Qiao quickly changed the subject, pulling him down to sit beside her. They've gone out. The old man Bai seemed unconcerned about his son and daughter, instead taking Xie Qiao's hand and studying her intently. After so many days away, you don't even mention missing your grandfather when you come home, yet you still have the heart to worry about your aunt and uncle? What am I supposed to say to you? Old Master Bai patted her hand. He couldn't shake the feeling that with her temperament, she'd get taken advantage about in the world. Mr. Lin, I must trouble you to keep a close eye on Qiao. She's been the darling of our Bai family since childhood and knows nothing of the treacherous ways of the outside world. As he spoke, Old Master Bai glanced at Lin Dong. Seeing him nod, he turned back to his granddaughter. By the way, Grandpa, you had my eldest uncle call me. It wasn't just to come back and chat about family matters, was it? Though grandfather was certainly capable of such a thing. Haisheng, come here. Hearing this, Old Master Bai beckoned to Bai Haisheng beside him, signaling him to approach. At that moment, Lin Dong noticed Bai Haisheng seemed to be holding something extra in his hands. Qiao, I've heard about your achievements in Beijing establishing the Xie Group and outperforming many local companies. Grandpa is deeply pleased to see how much you've grown. So I've decided to give you a gift. As he finished speaking, Bai Haisheng promptly handed over the item he was holding to Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao was puzzled, but she took it and began to look at it. Grandfather, I can't accept this. After just one glance, Xie Qiao hurriedly pushed the object away. This is your grandfather's gift to you. Old Master Bai shook his head, refusing to take it back either. But this gift is too precious. I truly can't accept it. Xie Qiao pushed the item away again, but Old Master Bai remained seated, unmoved. Grandpa, this is prime real estate in the western part of the capital city. With such a large area, the market valuation is easily in the 8-digit range. For you to simply give this to me as a gift is truly too precious. Xie Qiao still refused to accept it. Seeing her grandfather ignore her, she turned her gaze to her eldest uncle beside her and reached out to shove the item into his hands. But her uncle beat her to it, stepping away before she could reach him. Qiao, I haven't given you many gifts. This is the only decent one I have. You absolutely must accept it. Besides, your Xie Group is based in Yanjing. Don't you want to establish a presence here in the capital too? Not to mention, this is where you were born and raised. It's your home. Hearing this, Xie Qiao fell silent, unsure how to respond. So all those gems and gold she'd given him before were considered inadequate gifts to her grandfather. But there's already a Xie Group in the capital. After much deliberation, Xie Qiao still declined politely. This Xie Group wasn't founded by Xie Qiao, yet it was inextricably linked to her. It belonged to her paternal grandfather's branch of the Xie family. My granddaughter can establish whatever conglomerate she wishes. What does it have to do with the Xie family? Forget the Xie Group even bearing the same surname as them is beneath my niece. At the mention of the Xie family, Old Master Bai's tone turned harsh and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Apparently enraged, Old Master Bai panted heavily, his face flushing slightly. His breathing grew ragged as his right hand reached for his throat, as if struggling to breathe. Dad, calm down. Bai Haisheng rushed over and placed his hand on his father's back, while Xie Qiao hurriedly placed hers on his chest. Lin Dong hurried over, placing his left hand near the old man's collarbone and gently massaging the area while tilting his head slightly to the side. Within seconds, the old man's complexion began to return to normal, and his breathing gradually smoothed out. Chapter 146, West of the Capital. Seeing this, Lin Dong stopped but didn't leave. Instead, he placed his left hand on the old man's wrist to check his vital signs. Old Master Bai, anger harms the body. After confirming there were no other issues, Lin Dong withdrew his hand, uttered those words, and sat back down. I know, but I just can't help it. Old Master Bai was well aware of his physical limitations, yet whenever the Xie family was mentioned, his anger flared uncontrollably. Hearing the old man's words and recalling his earlier reaction, Lin Dong felt puzzled but refrained from pressing further. He simply reminded him to take better care of his health. Mr. Lin, since Qiao is mindful of the Xie family, please accept this gift on her behalf. Even without asking, Old Master Bai understood Xie Qiao's intentions. He took the item she offered and handed it to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, Beijing cannot have two Xie groups. It would be better to establish the Lin group's name in the capital. Out of consideration for Xie Qiao, Old Master Bai proactively offered this prime location to Lin Dong, even suggesting the name be changed to Lin.
Hearing this, Lin Dong remained still, neither moving nor reaching out to accept it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoqiao, silently seeking her opinion with his eyes. The old man observed the young couple's subtle exchanges without displeasure. On the contrary, he approved of Lin Dong's approach. At least he had the courtesy to consult his granddaughter first. His joy lasted barely a minute before he saw his granddaughter shake her head at him. Her expression immediately turned serious as she spoke first. Lin Dong, ever since the Lin family was consumed by that great fire, no one bearing the Lin surname has dared show their face before the aristocratic families in the capital. Why not seize this opportunity to restore the Lin family's former glory? If you're worried about alerting the enemy, then I believe you've already done that the moment you decided to meet Yi Yuxuan. Rather than passively following others' lead, seize the initiative firmly in your own hands. As long as your strength is formidable enough, alerting the enemy will only turn them into those who fear you. Seeing Xiaoqiao shake her head, Old Master Bai decided to pour more fuel on the fire by nudging Lin Dong. Having learned from Bai Haisheng that Lin Dong was investigating the Lin family's fire years ago, and considering Lin Dong's surname, he suspected a connection between the two. At these words, Lin Dong lowered his head in silence, lost in thought, while Xiaoqiao also pondered his meaning. Old Master, thank you for your guidance. Lin Dong raised his head to express his gratitude, but did not reach out to take the item from his hand. I still have some assets under my name, enough to make a name for myself throughout the capital. Please take this gift back. Old Master Bai snorted coldly. Seeing everyone refuse him, he stood up abruptly and shoved the item into Lin Dong's chest. Take it. You must accept it. Regardless, this is a gift from an elder to a younger generation. Once a gift is given, how can it be taken back? Staring at the object now firmly lodged in his chest, Lin Dong glanced at Xiaoqiao. She nodded at him from across the table. Seeing this, Lin Dong finally accepted it, not forgetting to say thank you once more. Old Master Bai waved his hand repeatedly, chatting with Xiaoqiao about family matters for a while longer before finally letting the two leave the Bai family ancestral home. So, have you decided what industry Lin Corporation will develop? Once in the car, Xiaoqiao turned to ask the person in the driver's seat. Not yet. But whatever we pursue, Lin Group must become a top player in Beijing's business world. The item in his hand was handed to Xiaoqiao the moment Lin Dong got in. Actually, I have another idea, I just don't know if you'd be willing to agree to it, Xiaoqiao? At this point, Lin Dong turned to face her. Seeing Lin Dong suddenly so serious, Xiaoqiao immediately grew solemn. What's the idea? If it's something I can do, I'm definitely willing. You know I've never been interested in business matters. So, could you continue being the major shareholder behind the scenes, just like we did in Yanjing? Sure. Xiaoqiao had expected something major, so she readily agreed to this minor request. But you can't stay hidden forever. It's better to add a touch of mystery. As she spoke, Xiaoqiao beckoned him with a finger. Lin Dong obediently leaned closer. After hearing Xiaoqiao's whispered instructions, Lin Dong immediately agreed. After finalizing the details concerning the Lin Group, Lin Dong finally got behind the wheel. However, instead of heading home, the two drove toward the bustling western district of the capital, the location of the gift from Old Master Bai. Half an hour later, the car entered the western part of the capital and stopped in front of a large building. Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao stepped out but didn't move immediately, instead gazing at the towering building before them. This building, too, was a gift from Old Master Bai. Lin Dong took Xiaoqiao's hand and walked forward. As they approached the main entrance, they saw a "Under Renovation" sign hanging on the door. Peering through the glass, they could see numerous workers inside, with dust swirling everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao decided not to enter and turned to leave. Grandfather said this building should be finished in about a week. Then the Lin Group can officially open for business. Regarding this, Old Master Bai had specifically noted it in that gift, even arranging for the interior decoration of the building to be handled for them. However, considering the preferences of the two young people, before leaving, Old Master Bai specifically inquired about their tastes. We'll be counting on Mrs. Lin then. Lin Dong teased her, and Xiaoqiao flushed, playfully punching him. That's the mall on the west side. It gets a lot of foot traffic. Over there is a food street, and on the other side is a street full of entertainment venues. Xiaoqiao hadn't visited this area often, but its bustling reputation was well known. She had a general understanding and proceeded to explain each section to Lin Dong. Even in daylight, the entertainment venues she mentioned bustled with people coming and going. Intrigued by the scene, Lin Dong pulled Xiaoqiao toward that direction. The moment they reached the street corner, a blast of thumping music hit them, deafeningly loud, enveloping everyone passing by. Hearing the noise, Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao instinctively frowned, clearly uncomfortable. Still, they pressed onward. Before they had taken a few steps, they spotted a familiar figure ahead, Wang Yongsheng. Exchanging a glance, Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao quickened their pace toward the sound. It's just shooting. Watch me beat the crap out of you guys. Chapter 147, You're doomed to lose. As Lin Dong and Xiaoqiao arrived, they heard these words. Wang Yongsheng slipped on his shooting goggles, picked up the replica rifle from the nearby table, and immediately fired at the target 10 meters away. 5 rings. The referee standing nearby announced the score. Ha! Watch your big mouth before you bite off more than you can chew. It's just a bullseye? That's child's play for me. Before Wang Yongsheng could react, the young man beside him shoved him aside. Without even putting on the shooting goggles, he snatched the rifle from Wang's hands and fired a shot at the target. 5.1 ring. Kid, don't get too cocky. This is my turf. The young man flashed Wang Yongsheng a nasty grin, his smile dripping with scorn. Best of 3. This is only the first round. Wang Yongsheng took in every provocation, but he didn't lose his composure as the young man had hoped. Taking a deep breath, he picked up another rifle, adjusted his breathing, and immediately aimed once more at the distant bullseye. 7.5 rings. Poof. Hearing this, the young man sneered again, then flipped Wang Yongsheng the middle finger. You're doomed to lose. With that, the bullet flew. 7.6 rings. The referee's voice rang out once more, sealing the outcome beyond doubt. Starting today, you're not allowed to set foot here again. The western part of the capital doesn't welcome you, and neither does the capital itself. The young man ordered others to throw Wang Yongsheng out. Before Wang Yongsheng could move, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. He turned to see the figure before him, his eyes brimming with emotion. Young Master Lin. What's going on? When Lin Dong arrived, Wang Yongsheng was already engaged in a duel with his opponent, but the exact reason remained unknown to him. He frowned as he looked at the young man across from him, instinctively stepping in front of Xie Qiao to block the other's gaze. Miss Xie? Unexpectedly, the young man rushed straight over to Lin Dong, his gaze fixed intently on Xie Qiao. Who are you? Confused by the overly familiar young man, Xie Qiao ducked behind Lin Dong and grabbed his arm. Miss Xie, don't you remember me? I'm Lu Haojie, the son of the Lu family. I have an older sister too. We even met at the park before. The young man, Lu Haojie, hurriedly introduced himself, flashing Xie Qiao a shy smile. No, I don't. Xie Qiao shook her head, pulling back further to keep her distance. It's okay. You didn't remember before, but it's fine now that you do. Lu Haojie's face betrayed his uncontrollable excitement. Seeing Xie Qiao retreat, he immediately stepped forward, his eyes seemingly fixed only on her. This is between us two. We'll handle it ourselves. Where do you think you're looking? One more glance, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Dong witnessed Lu Haojie's advances. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Yongsheng charged over and shoved him across the room. Lu Haojie stumbled, nearly losing his balance. When he recognized the intruder, the smile vanished instantly from his face. How dare you still stand here? Get the hell out. You. Wang Yongsheng pointed at him, too furious for words. Mind your own business. Seeing Lu Haojie's eyes start to wander again, Lin Dong stepped forward, completely shielding Xie Qiao while clasping her hand tightly. Who are you? Seeing Lin Dong step forward and the clasped hands, Lu Haojie demanded, his eyes nearly shooting flames. I'm Xie Qiao's boyfriend. As a man himself, Lin Dong understood exactly what that look meant. He responded without hesitation, mimicking Lu Haojie's earlier sneer. Bull. How could Miss Xie possibly have a boyfriend? Her purity is known throughout the capital. You have the nerve to claim you're her boyfriend, holding her hand? Do you really think I'm a pushover? With that, Lu Haojie lunged at Lin Dong, intent on prying away that irritating hand. But before he could get close, Lin Dong kicked him hard, sending him flying backward and landing flat on his back. He is my boyfriend. Just as Lu Haojie scrambled to his feet, ready to rally others to fight back, Xie Qiao's words froze him. His raised hand fell limply to his side, his heart sinking into icy despair. Young Master Lin, I only came to this street to gather some information, but then the money on my person was stolen by an employee from his shop. I wanted to go inside to confront that employee, but he claimed to be the owner and said that to enter and search his employee, I'd have to get past him first. His test referred to the shooting competition Lin Dong had just witnessed, the so-called best of 3 challenge. Bull. Our employees would never steal. You're clearly the one looking for trouble. Lu Haojie spat at Wang Yongsheng. I saw it was your employee. He was wearing your store uniform. How can you lie through your teeth like that? There are plenty of uniforms out there. It could have been stolen. How dare you assume it was done by my staff? Lu Haojie stood defiantly, his staff blocking the store entrance completely behind him, wary that Wang Yongsheng might slip inside unnoticed. Lin Dong remained silent, instead glancing up at the surroundings. His gaze settled on the brightly lit surveillance camera above the store entrance before he spoke calmly. There's a camera right outside your storefront. Just review the footage and everything will be crystal clear. Then we'll know exactly who's at fault. Why should I? Lu Haojie rolled his eyes at Lin Dong. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Because he's my boyfriend. Is that good enough? Xie Qiao stepped out from behind Lin Dong. Her single sentence instantly deflated the other party's spirit. It is. Lu Haojie uttered the single word with obvious reluctance, his voice tinged with hurt and a hint of tears. Here's the deal. Same as before, a shooting contest, still best of 3. If I win, you go check the surveillance footage. If I lose, I'll take my people and leave. Seeing Lu Haojia's lingering resentment, Lin Dong stepped in with rare kindness. Sure enough, the moment the words left his mouth, Lu Haojia instantly straightened his posture. But here's the deal, if the footage proves one of your employees stole the money, you'll bow 90 degrees to him and apologize. If it doesn't, I'll bow 90 degrees to you and apologize. How about it? Not unreasonable, right? Not unreasonable. Fearing he might change his mind, Lu Haojia quickly agreed. Young Master Lin, why risk yourself as the stake? Chapter 148, 10 Yuan Stolen. Seeing the other party agree without hesitation, Wang Yongsheng grew anxious and hurriedly interjected. I trust you. Those 4 words made Wang Yongsheng pause in his tracks. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Dong and Lu Haojia were already standing there. Who goes first? Lu Haojia gripped his rifle and glanced at the man beside him. Seeing him awkwardly pick up his own weapon, Lu could tell he was putting on a brave face, desperate not to lose face in front of Xiechouer. Countdown from 3, 2, 1, we start together. Lin Dong paid no heed to Lu Haojia's gaze, merely stroking the rifle in his hands with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Too bad no matter how realistic this thing looked, it was still fake. If I were you, I'd give up now. Save yourself the embarrassment later and spare Miss Xie the awkwardness. Lu Haojia glanced sideways at Xiechouer's worried expression, feeling a pang of unease. Still, he offered his warning with genuine concern. If I were you, I'd quit now too. Otherwise, losing face in front of all these employees, how could you possibly keep being the boss after that? Seeing him glance at Xiechouer again, Lin Dong bluntly repeated his earlier words back at him. You're going to lose. Seeing his utter lack of discernment, Lu Haojia decided to issue a threat outright, then began counting down. The moment 3 fell, both rifles in their hands fired simultaneously. After 3 consecutive bangs, everyone was momentarily confused, unable to grasp the situation or comprehend the rules of their competition. Only after both men placed their rifles back on the table did the referee beside the target react. 8 rings, 7.5 rings. 8.1 points, 8.5 points, 9 points. Hearing the referee's announcement, Lu Haojia smirked triumphantly. I told you so, you're doomed to lose. Is that so? Lin Dong glanced at the distant target and then the referee came running over. Why are you running over to celebrate with me? You've worked in my shop for so many years, don't you know what kind of personality your boss has? I just performed at my usual level. As the referee approached, the employees who had been gathered at the entrance followed suit, with Xiechouer and Wang Yongsheng also joining Lin Dong. The moment Wang Yongsheng arrived, he heard that remark and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Boss, that 9-ring shot was made by this customer. The referee's words directly called Lu Haojia out. What did you say? Lu Haojia shouted, as if he'd heard something utterly unbelievable. Boss, look, this 9-ring shot was indeed made by this customer. As he spoke, the referee pulled out his phone, displaying 2 photos of the targets. Both images clearly showed the ring scores, and the left and right positions perfectly matched the 2 players' locations. Lu Haojia couldn't believe it. He snatched the phone, scrutinized it repeatedly, then flung it back at the referee. He casually pointed to a nearby employee, ordering him to verify the scores. The designated employee immediately ran over to the target. The result matched the photos exactly. The 9-ring score had indeed been shot by Lin Dong, right in front of everyone. How is that possible? Lu Haojia still couldn't believe it, frowning as he looked at the people around him. The man was reasonably good-looking, though slightly less so than himself. His overall demeanor wasn't particularly striking either. He'd blend right into a crowd without drawing attention. He had lost to someone like this? The more Lu Haojia thought about it, the wider his eyes grew as he scrutinized the man before him. Finished staring? If you're done, take us to delete the surveillance footage. After enduring the stare for a full minute, Lin Dong finally spoke up. Let's go. Lu Haojia didn't argue. Instead, he led them into the store and headed straight for the surveillance room. Before entering, Lu Haojia had instructed staff to prepare the footage in advance. As soon as they arrived, the video began playing. The footage showed Wang Yongsheng's figure appearing on screen. Indeed, there was someone ahead of him, the thief who had stolen Wang Yongsheng's money. That thief was indeed wearing the store's employee uniform. At the end of the video, the thief walked straight into the store. What else do you have to say? Wang Yongsheng demanded the moment the footage ended. Impossible. My employees would never do such a thing. I pay them several percentage points above industry standards every month. How could they possibly commit robbery in broad daylight? There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Haojia shook his head, still unable to believe his own staff could be responsible, yet he insisted on giving Lin Dong and the others an explanation. He gathered all his employees outside the surveillance room while personally comparing each employee to the thief's image from the footage. After checking every single one, not a single person matched the thief's appearance. Yet the thief was clearly wearing one of their store uniforms. His earlier remark to Wang Yongsheng about uniforms being stolen was pure nonsense. Uniforms weren't worth anything. Who would bother stealing them, especially with surveillance cameras in the store? Are you sure all your employees are accounted for? Lu Haojia hadn't found a match, and Lin Dong and the others had noticed.
Lin Dong decided to ask outright. I don't know.
To their surprise, Lu Haojie shook his head and immediately instructed the staff to check among themselves if anyone was missing.
And sure enough, one person was missing. Boss, Zhao Qiao isn't here. He said he had a stomachache and went to the bathroom. That can't be right.
I clearly saw him say he was going home just before your competition started.
He asked for leave to go home. The conflicting accounts from the two employees caused everyone's suspicious glances to turn toward Zhao Qiao.
Without a word, Lu Haojie led his men straight to the staff break room. There they found Zhao Qiao's locker wide open, its interior completely empty.
How much was stolen? Seeing this, Lu Haojie knew it was almost certainly Zhao Qiao's doing.
He turned to Wang Yongsheng.
10 yuan.
Hearing this, Lu Haojie felt his lips twitch.
What did you say? I didn't catch that. 10 yuan.
Wang Yongsheng thought he genuinely hadn't heard and walked closer, shouting right next to him.
So you chased someone from one end of the street to the other, causing a huge scene, all over 10 bucks?
Lu Haojie felt his brain wasn't quite working right.
It was only 10 bucks, was it really worth it?
Judging by his attitude, Lu Haojie thought he must have lost his bank card.
10 bucks isn't money?
But that 10 bucks was given to me by Young Master Lin. Money given by Young Master Lin can be spent, can be lost, but it absolutely cannot be stolen.
Wang Yongsheng declared with righteous indignation, nearly knocking Lu Haojie off his feet. Chapter 149, I'm so thankful.
Standing nearby, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao hadn't expected the whole incident to stem from a mere 10 yuan.
Here's 100.
Lu Haojie pulled a crisp 100 yuan bill from his pocket and shoved it directly into Wang Yongsheng's hand. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled out a few more bills and pressed them into Wang Yongsheng's hand.
Thank you for your trouble.
Then, turning toward Lin Dong and the others, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle.
I'm sorry.
It was a heartfelt apology, sincere beyond measure.
Since you gave me extra money, I'll forgive you.
Wang Yongsheng gave a sheepish grin and helped him up. Lu Haojie looked up and saw that smile, hesitating for a moment before turning his gaze toward Lin Dong.
Where did you find this guy? He's got quite the personality.
Lin Dong didn't respond to his question at all, keeping his head down as he whispered something to Xie Qiao, who was smiling warmly. Seeing this, Lu Haojie felt a chill run through his heart.
Can I get his contact info?
After hesitating, Lu Haojie stood before Lin Dong and Xie Qiao and asked.
Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Xie Qiao declined immediately.
Seeing this, Lu Haojie turned his gaze to Lin Dong.
Yours would work too. But his expression clearly showed reluctance.
Lin Dong shook his head at him, clearly disagreeing. Since you gave me so much money, I'll give you mine. As if sensing his awkwardness, Wang Yongsheng stepped in to save the day, handing over his contact information as well.
Thanks a lot. Staring at the contact information thrust into his hand, Lu Haojie's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a smile. You're welcome.
Another bright, earnest smile met his response. Mr. Lu, we have matters to attend to and must take our leave.
We won't linger here any longer. We hope you catch that thief soon.
Otherwise, if your shop's reputation suffers, that would be quite troublesome. With the matter resolved, Lin Dong saw no reason to linger and promptly announced his departure.
Thank you for the heads up. I'll make sure to follow up on this matter.
As for the money he gave Wang Yongsheng, it was money the man had lost in the first place. As for Zhao Qiao and his shop, he naturally intended to find the person responsible and deal with them properly. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong turned and left with Xie Qiao and Wang Yongsheng. Immediately after their departure, Lu Haojie instructed his staff to close the shop, hung a temporarily closed sign on the door, and ordered the employees to gather all materials related to Zhao Qiao.
Unaware of Lu Haojie's actions, Lin Dong and his group had already exited the street and reached the main thoroughfare. Tell me.
Lin Dong halted and turned to Wang Yongsheng trailing behind. He couldn't believe the other guy would be so petty as to cause all this trouble over 10 bucks. Young Master Lin, that money was yours to begin with. I hadn't even spent it all yet when it got stolen.
I just couldn't let it go.
Wang Yongsheng feigned intense anger, then winked at Lin Dong as if silently conveying something to them.
Embarrassing.
After tossing out that remark, Lin Dong shot him a disapproving look before swiftly turning and walking away. The others immediately followed suit. Only after the trio got into the car and drove away did several figures emerge from the side of the street. They lingered for a few seconds before disappearing into the crowd. Once the trio returned home, Lin Dong finally turned his gaze back to Wang Yongsheng.
Young Master Lin, something's off about that street.
Wang Yongsheng regained his composure and spoke earnestly, proceeding to recount every detail of the recent investigations and intelligence he had gathered. Following Young Master Lin's instructions, he had decided to expand the mad sect's influence in the capital and, as per Young Master Lin's orders, search for a suitable headquarters for the mad sect. But as he searched, his actions seemed to draw the attention of certain individuals. His covert observations suggested these people weren't part of the same group, and they appeared connected to that street, the very street filled with entertainment venues that Lin Dong and the others had just visited. Wang Yongsheng had people investigate and discovered that while the street appeared to be filled with various entertainment venues on the surface, it was actually a base of operations for several factions within the capital. Today, he deliberately headed toward that street. The moment he entered it, someone stole his belongings, leading to the scene Lin Dong and Xie Qiao had just witnessed. So the people tailing you include Lu Haojia's men? You deliberately created an excuse to get close to him? Lin Dong hadn't anticipated that within just a few days, Wang Yongsheng's movements had already drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. But whether those people were after Wang Yongsheng or after him, Lin Dong couldn't be certain. No, Lu Haojia didn't send anyone to follow me. But the Lu family's influence is the strongest on that street. As he spoke, Wang Yongsheng began explaining the layout of that street to Lin Dong. The entertainment venues on that street were broadly categorized into three types: shops catering exclusively to children's play, establishments dedicated to adult leisure and entertainment, and shops under the Lu family's name, offering adults thrilling and exhilarating activities such as today's shooting range. These three types of entertainment establishments corresponded to three distinct factions. Among them, the Lu family held the most significant influence, essentially ruling the street with absolute authority. I've investigated. Although the Lu family is the most powerful, the other two factions aren't willing to submit to them. That kid, Zhao Qiao, is actually an undercover agent planted there by the other two families. And Young Master Lin, that little nine the thief seen in the surveillance footage, he didn't actually steal my belongings. I secretly slipped them into his pocket. At this point, Wang Yongsheng scratched his head awkwardly, his gaze shifting cautiously toward Lin Dong. Having uncovered Zhao Qiao's identity and aware of the watchful eyes following him, he decided to muddy the waters. He deliberately headed toward that street, where he happened upon the distracted Zhao Qiao. So he pulled out the only 10 yuan he had in his pocket and, as the other passed by, slipped it into his pocket without him noticing. I thought Zhao Qiao would argue back right then and there, but instead he just took off running, like he'd done something shady and felt guilty. So I decided to chase after him, following him all the way to the front of Lu Haojia's shop. With all the employees gathered inside the shop and Wang Yongsheng shouting, "Catch the thief," and "The thief is one of their employees," a crowd quickly gathered around. The commotion grew so intense that Lu Haojia, the shop owner, was forced to appear, leading to the two men's confrontation. So, are you after the Lu family's influence, or the remaining two families' power? Hearing his words, Lin Dong looked at him, noticing the gleam in his eyes. Chapter 150, The Child Who Vanished That Year. I originally intended to swallow them whole, but seeing Lu Haojia's attitude, I decided to spare the Lu family. Besides, I've essentially sold him such a huge piece of information. If he hands over the rest to me, it's not exactly a loss for him. Wang Yongsheng chuckled, his expression smug with triumph. If it's truly as you say, then Lu Haojia should be able to uncover Zhao Qiao's true identity with ease. Xie Qiao interjected from the side. She was actually quite unfamiliar with Lu Haojia and the Lu family, and her mind held no recollection of them whatsoever. The Lu family isn't well known in the capital. At least, I've never heard a single word about them from my uncle. From this perspective, it seems the Lu family focuses all their efforts behind the scenes. Lin Dong had no particular opinion on Wang Yongsheng's series of plans. Long ago, he had handed over all decision-making authority to him, allowing him to proceed as he saw fit. Just then, Lin Dong's phone vibrated incessantly. As he lit up the screen, a notification at the top confirmed the successful receipt. Lin Dong opened the received file and began reading. Just as we anticipated, no useful clues were left behind. Not even the eyewitnesses or bystanders from back then can be found. A few minutes later, Lin Dong looked up at Xie Qiao beside him. What about the boy who went missing back then? Any leads on that? Though she had anticipated this outcome, hearing the answer still brought a sense of disappointment to Xie Qiao. Within a month after the fire, 10 boys went missing in the capital city. They were all the same age as me back then, and judging from the photos, their builds also roughly matched mine at the time. 10 boys vanished in a single month? That must have caused quite a stir back then, especially since this is the capital, the city with the best public safety. Xie Qiao knew nothing about this incident. Hearing that number, her first reaction was sheer horror. What kind of power was behind this? And who could possibly find 10 boys of the same age and build within a single month? In a city as vast as the capital, finding these children was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet whoever was behind this not only found them, but found 10 of them. Their final target was Yi Yuxuan. Precisely because of Yi Yuxuan's special status, the entire Yi family mobilized to search for him. They finally found him at the orphanage, more accurately, in the woods behind the orphanage. Because Yi Yuxuan was found by the Yi family, the remaining children were also discovered one after another in the same location. Were any of the children injured or killed? It wasn't that Xie Qiao was cruel, but the whole thing just didn't add up to her. According to their earlier speculation, the person behind this had gone to such great lengths to find these children precisely to eliminate them completely. Yet now that all the children had been safely found, how had Lin Dong managed to grow up unharmed until now? Could it be that the person behind this had changed their mind and decided to let him off? Yes. One child died. When they found him, only scattered body parts remained. The last word, pieces, was spoken softly by Lin Dong, but Xia Qiao and Wang Yongsheng both heard it clearly.
He died for me.
After speaking, Lin Dong pointed his phone at them. The screen displayed a stark black and white portrait photo. The image bore a striking resemblance to Lin Dong's 7 or 8 parts alike, except one was a child version of Lin Dong, while the other was an adult version.
Is this you, or him?
Looking at the photo, Xia Qiao truly felt as if she were seeing a younger version of Lin Dong.
Him.
Lin Dong hadn't imagined there could be someone in the world who looked so strikingly similar to him. If he hadn't been certain he'd never taken such a photo, he might have instinctively thought it was himself.
At that word, Xia Qiao and Wang Yongsheng fell silent.
Lin Dong said nothing more, instead turning the phone screen back toward himself. His fingers traced the surface, as if caressing the figure in the photograph.
The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. Just then, Lin Dong's phone rang again. This time it wasn't a file notification, but the phone's ringtone. His fingers slid across the screen, silencing the ringtone. A sound of hurried breathing followed. Young Master Lin, just as you predicted, someone's here. But I can tell they mean trouble. They don't seem like ordinary people.
The moment those final words were spoken, the image of the old man flashed through Lin Dong's mind.
You retreat first. I'll be right there.
As he spoke, Lin Dong's body rose from the sofa and he began walking toward the door.
Only after hearing the reply from the other end did he hang up the phone. Young Master Lin, I should.
Before Wang Yongsheng could finish, Lin Dong, who had already pushed open the door, turned to face the two people in the living room.
Wang Yongsheng, you stay home and protect Xiao.
That single sentence silenced the two men who had been about to follow him. Lin Dong gave them no chance to speak, slamming the door shut behind him.
Meanwhile, at Hope Orphanage.
Early that morning, the director had taken all the children to the park.
The orphanage, which should have been empty, now held an unexpected figure.
Dressed entirely in black, the figure wore a baseball cap pulled low over most of their face.
Upon entering the orphanage, they headed straight for the walls inside. This can't be right. They said it was here. Why isn't it?
The figure ran his hands over the wall repeatedly, finding nothing. Seeing this, he glanced around to confirm he was alone in the orphanage. Planting his right foot at the base of the wall, he swiftly pushed off and began walking back and forth along the wall. Soon, he halted, kicking a brick with his right foot. Sensing something amiss, he delivered a powerful kick to the spot while simultaneously leaping backward, landing with perfect balance.
The moment he landed, a brick fell from the wall. Clatter! The brick shattered upon impact, revealing the outline of an iron box before his eyes. Found it! Seeing the metal box, the man felt a surge of excitement. He quickly picked it up from the ground and weighed it in his hands. This weight doesn't feel right. I remember them saying it shouldn't be this heavy. As he spoke, he began shaking it back and forth. Hearing the clinking sounds inside, he frowned and immediately opened the box. The next second, the contents spilled onto the ground, a few pebbles. How could this be? Chapter 151, Looking for Trouble. Staring at the scattered debris, shock washed over the man's face. He quickly shifted his gaze back to the metal box, only to find it completely empty. Impossible. How could it be just a pile of pebbles? The man shook his head repeatedly, casually tossing whatever he held onto the ground. His gaze swept around the orphanage grounds. Did I come to the wrong place? Could this iron box actually be a toy the children play with? This is an orphanage, after all. He stood there muttering to himself before swiftly moving to another wall. Repeating his earlier actions, within a minute, another brick fell from the wall, revealing an identical iron box before him. Picking up this box, he glanced back at the one on the ground in the distance. Something felt off, but he didn't dwell on it. With the same motion as before, he shook it left and right a few times. Hearing the familiar sound from within, his expression froze. He immediately opened the box, and sure enough, another pile of gravel spilled out. Refusing to believe it, he immediately began searching the courtyard again. 10 minutes later, he stood in the center of the courtyard. At his left foot lay a pile of gravel as tall as his shoe, while at his right foot sat a stack of open metal boxes. What the hell is going on here? Where's what I came for? Where's what I'm looking for? His face darkened as he stared down at the objects at his feet, then kicked them away with a forceful stomp. Instantly, the metal boxes flew in all directions, landing in different spots around the courtyard with clattering sounds. What are you looking for? The sudden voice from within the courtyard made the man wary. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the orphanage gate, which he had locked shut, now wide open. A man leaned against the doorframe. How long have you been watching? The man spoke as he walked toward the orphanage entrance. You should ask yourself that first. What do you mean? The man halted, staring at the figure not far from him, his unease deepening. I started watching the moment you walked in. Seeing him pause, Lin Dong remained leaning against the doorframe, not even flinching. But that line was actually a lie. When he arrived at the orphanage, he'd already seen someone standing inside. Then came the moment he kicked those metal boxes flying. Who are you? That question should be mine to ask you. Lin Dong straightened up, his aura erupting instantly. Let me guess, you're here looking for something, right? What exactly are you searching for?
As the words fell, Lin Dong's figure vanished from where he stood. Before the man could react, the baseball cap on his head was kicked flying off. His body recoiled backward at lightning speed. Then guess what I'm here for? He steadied himself, his face now exposed to Lin Dong without the cap's concealment. The man was ordinary looking, so ordinary that if thrown into a crowd, no one would give him a second glance. My guess is, you're here to die. With that, Lin Dong began walking forward at a leisurely pace. You think the same as me, I think you're here to die too. The man snorted coldly, his body immediately lunging toward Lin Dong. You'll die here today. Shut up. Lin Dong grew impatient with his words. Facing the man charging toward him, he didn't dodge but met him head-on. Fist met palm, and for a moment, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. No wonder you dared show up here alone and confront me head-on, so you're no ordinary man either. But that doesn't matter. After all, no one has ever survived more than 3 strikes from my iron palm. Seeing Lin Dong match him blow for blow, the man showed no sign of panic. Instead, he tensed his shoulders, poured more force into his palms, and unleashed a surge of energy that crashed toward Lin Dong. Iron palm? Is that all? Lin Dong's dismissive utterance caused the man's expression to darken, his breathing becoming uneven. Seeing this, Lin Dong didn't waste any more words. His fist shot forward, and the opponent, who had been standing firm, began to slowly retreat. Iron palm emphasizes the heel of the palm, not the palm itself. As the words left his mouth, Lin Dong mimicked the man's motion, pulling his fist back before transforming it into a palm strike in the next instant, meeting the opponent head-on. A fierce palm wind surged toward the man. Panicking, he hastily withdrew his hand to dodge, but was struck squarely. A drop of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, plopping onto the ground. Impossible. This can't be. I'm a grandmaster, for heaven's sake. How could a single strike from you leave me like this? Wiping the blood from his lips, the man questioned, his mind replaying the scene over and over. The opponent's movements were clearly stiff and awkward, an obvious imitation of his own style. Yet why did the iron palm technique yield such overwhelming power in the other's hands? Could it be that the opponent was stronger than him? Impossible. He hadn't heard of any masters from the capital's noble families stepping forward, nor had he heard of any masters arriving in the capital recently. So who was this man before him? With that thought, he blurted out the question. Grandmaster? A mere grandmaster dares to run wild before me. As the words "run wild" fell, Lin Dong stared straight at the man, his unique aura erupting in that instant. You. The man intended to retort, yet now he lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. I refuse to believe it. He shook his head, casually spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The next second, he charged straight at Lin Dong once more, continuing to unleash his signature technique, the iron palm. I told you, the iron palm relies on the palm base. Why won't you listen? Fine, let me show you the true power of the iron palm. As he spoke, Lin Dong mimicked the man's earlier move, his palms shifting into position. Before the man could close the distance, the base of Lin Dong's palm slammed against the opponent's. The man didn't budge, holding firm with all his strength. Yet as time dragged on, the metallic taste in his mouth grew stronger, and his body felt increasingly heavy and powerless. He looked up at his opponent, only to see a look of utter ease on the other's face. Then, with a sudden surge of force from the base of his palms, the man's body flew backward. He slammed straight into the wall behind him, then slowly slid down, crashing onto the floor. Put! A large mouthful of blood spurted from his lips as he lay on the floor, unable to move. His iron palm technique was the pride of his life. With it, he had defeated countless opponents, staining his hands with their blood, and step by step, he had ascended to the rank of grandmaster. Yet only today did he seem to grasp what the iron palm truly meant. Chapter 152, Poisoning himself to death. The opponent had merely observed his technique, yet executed it with such mastery. That sheer penetrating power alone surpassed even this grandmaster's own. Was it that he himself was lacking in skill, or was the other truly a genius? The man couldn't fathom it, only feeling the pain surge through his entire body. Speak! Who is the one behind you? Lin Dong stepped before him, his voice stern as he interrogated. Someone you'll never even come close to meeting in this lifetime. Hearing this, Lin Dong frowned. He extended his right foot forward, positioning himself beneath the man. With a sudden thrust of his foot, the prone figure shot into the air, landing face up with his eyes staring skyward. But he lay on the ground, blood once again flowing uncontrollably from his mouth, trickling down his chin until it pooled on the floor. Even if you kill me, I won't reveal a single thing to you. It doesn't matter if I die here today, because others will come. Others will investigate all of this. Then it will be your turn to join me in death, ha ha ha. As he spoke, the man burst into laughter, laughing with all his might, mocking him as well. Is that so? If I grind your bones to dust, who will know where you went? Who you met? Then you'll have died in vain, buried forever beneath the earth. Lin Dong remained utterly calm in the face of his taunts, not a ripple of emotion stirring in him. Naive. You're so naive. As long as I don't return within the stipulated time, others will come out again. They'll keep appearing until they kill you.
The laughter didn't cease, eyes fixed intently on Lin Dong as if already witnessing his demise. Before Lin Dong could speak, the laughter abruptly ceased. Black liquid trickled from the man's mouth as his head lolled to the side. He lay there, eyes wide open. Seeing the black substance at the corner of his mouth, Lin Dong realized something was terribly wrong. He quickly crouched down, pressing his finger to the man's nose, but felt no warmth. Her right hand quickly rested on his wrist, checking his pulse, but still felt no beat. He's dead. Lin Dong stared at the man before him, feeling utterly incredulous. He had carefully measured his strength intended only to inflict unbearable pain, never to take his life. So, Lin Dong noticed the black residue at the corner of his mouth and began to piece things together. This man had likely poisoned himself. But where was the poison? He had watched the man the entire time, there was no way he could have poisoned him. A bold theory formed in Lin Dong's mind, but it still needed verification. With that thought, Lin Dong rose to his feet and made a call not to Bai Haisheng, but to his own people. Soon, a black car pulled up in front of the orphanage. 4 men stepped out and headed straight for the compound. Young Master Lin. The 4 stood in the courtyard, their tone filled with utmost respect. Take him back. Test what poison he ingested. Also examine his body, focus on his mouth. Lin Dong gave his orders. The 4 men acknowledged him, then lifted the body from the ground and drove away. As the car departed, Lin Dong remained standing motionless in the courtyard, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Though the orphanage itself remained intact, the yard was littered with metal boxes and bore clear signs of a struggle, traces that would be difficult to conceal. With this in mind, Lin Dong decided to seize the opportunity and have the director and the children relocate early to the New Hope orphanage in the city. The director taking the children to the park today had actually been Lin Dong's idea. He feared the fish he'd hooked might harm them, so under the pretext of broadening the children's horizons, he'd arranged for the director to take them away from here these past few days. Fortunately, the director had agreed. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened today when this man arrived at the orphanage? Lin Dong glanced around, then simply let things be as they were. He turned and walked toward the orphanage entrance, returning to his car. An hour later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind the car, mingled with bursts of laughter. Hearing the noise, Lin Dong stepped out of the car and spotted the director leading the children toward him from a short distance ahead. Lin Dong, why are you here? Seeing Lin Dong, the director looked pleasantly surprised and quickened his pace with the children. Big brother. As the children approached him, they all chattered excitedly, greeting him in unison. Grandma, everything is ready at the New Hope orphanage. I'm here today to take you there. Lin Dong explained his purpose, gesturing toward the side where several buses had pulled up unnoticed. So soon? I thought we'd have to wait a few more days. Although the director had agreed to relocate the orphanage last time, hearing that they were actually moving now still made her feel a pang of reluctance. Her gaze drifted toward the orphanage entrance, and she froze in shock. The main gate stood wide open. Lin Dong, did you go inside the orphanage? The director hurriedly asked, assuming Lin Dong had gone inside and forgotten to close the door. No. I've been in the car since I arrived, arranging the bus. I thought someone was inside. Lin Dong lied without batting an eye, absolving himself of any involvement. His expression was normal, even slightly puzzled. Seeing him like this, the director didn't think twice and believed his story. Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Then an outsider must have gotten in. Saying this, the principal dashed forward. The children left behind watched her movements, somewhat bewildered, but followed one after another. Sorry. Lin Dong murmured an apology under his breath before hurrying after them. Good heavens! Who did this? Upon entering the orphanage and seeing the utter chaos in the courtyard, the director couldn't help but scream. Lin Dong's footsteps faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and walked inside. Grandma, did thieves break in, or did wild animals get in? Lin Dong glanced around and hurriedly asked. I don't know. The director shook her head and continued deeper inside. After a thorough search, she found nothing missing, even the pots and pans on the stove remained untouched. Grandma, you should take the children to the new orphanage. This place is too remote, with a forest behind it. If a wild animal or something were to appear, it would be trouble. Besides, this clearly looks like someone deliberately causing damage. Maybe it's those human traffickers you mentioned. They've scouted the location and are just waiting for the children to return. Lin Dong exaggerated his words, deliberately steering the director's thoughts in that direction. Chapter 153, New Hope Orphanage. The director, who had been reluctant to leave the orphanage, couldn't help but ponder these words deeply. She immediately ordered the children to return to their dormitory, pack their belongings, and leave. She herself hurried to her office, gathering her belongings and packing them up to take with her. Seeing this, Lin Dong immediately followed her into the office, where he spotted a large bundle piled on the floor. Lin Dong, what do you think? Should we take the tables and chairs too? The moment Lin Dong stepped inside, he heard the director's voice. She stood before a chair, her face etched with deep conflict. Following her gaze, he saw the worn-out desk and chairs, the kind that would fall apart at the slightest touch. Grandma, everything's already been prepared over there. They've got tables, chairs, and everything else. Let's just leave these here. Lin Dong knew the director had deep sentimental attachments to everything here, but their condition was too fragile to withstand the journey. It was better to leave them behind. All right. The words came reluctantly from the director's lips. She didn't leave immediately, instead reaching out to touch the furniture, feeling its rough, uneven surface. She couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. The director withdrew her hand and turned toward the bundles on the floor. Before she could move, however, Lin Dong had already beaten her to it, lifting the bundle off the floor. Carrying it, he followed the principal out of the office, the two walking one behind the other. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found the children had already gathered their belongings and stood neatly in formation. Let's go to our new home. Looking at the children, the principal's mind was filled with Lin Dong's words. Seeing the uncontrollable excitement and joy on their faces, she knew Lin Dong was right. A new hope and future awaited them, rather than a life confined to this small world. The group exited the orphanage and boarded the bus one by one. Only after the last child had boarded did the director step aboard, and the bus was ready to depart. Lin Dong also boarded the bus, leading the way toward downtown Beijing. An hour later, Lin Dong's car pulled up before a gleaming new gate, followed by the buses one by one. The doors swung open, and the children, unable to contain their excitement, leapt out. They gazed up at the imposing gates before them, their expressions a mix of astonishment, awe, and a hint of cautious trepidation. None of the children who had gotten off the bus moved, standing somewhat uneasily before the gate. Grandma, is this beautiful place really ours? The gate looks so tall and grand. And the surroundings are truly beautiful. Can we really live here from now on? These were the words the director heard as he stepped out of the car. The children murmured among themselves, frozen in place before the unfamiliar world before them. Yes, this is our new home, our home from now on. Looking down at the children's eyes, the principal declared with unwavering certainty. Then, she took Lin Dong's hand, and together, their two large hands rested on the door. Watching her, the children mimicked her actions, placing their small hands on the door as well. With everyone pushing together, the door slowly swung open. The scene inside unfolded before their eyes. Seeing the brand new surroundings and unfamiliar facilities, some children couldn't contain their excitement and dashed toward the interior. Witnessing their excitement, neither the director nor Lin Dong intervened, allowing them to play freely. Grandma, here are the keys to the orphanage. Lin Dong pulled a set of keys from his pocket and placed them in the director's palm. He then led the director on a brief tour of the orphanage grounds. After organizing the director's belongings, Lin Dong and the director returned to the courtyard. They asked the children to pause their play temporarily so they could get settled. Grandma, the cook has already started preparing in the kitchen. Dinner should be ready soon. Also, teachers and other staff will arrive tomorrow. Then you'll have it easier and won't have to wear so many hats. Zhao Qiao had specifically reminded him about this, and she had personally recruited all the staff. As for salaries and annual wages, Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao would handle everything. No, I can manage alone. Don't. Before the principal could finish, Lin Dong cut in. Grandma, these are for the children. Proper nutrition must go hand in hand with education. Besides, you've worked tirelessly your whole life. It's time for you to rest. Hearing this, the principal looked at the children ahead and finally nodded. She simply said, "Good child, you've worked hard." Lin Dong didn't linger long at the orphanage. After helping the children pack their belongings, he made an excuse and left. Stepping outside the orphanage gates, he glanced at the sign reading Hope Orphanage before turning his gaze away and getting into the car. Located on the western edge of the capital, the orphanage was roughly a 10-minute drive from where they had been yesterday, making future visits considerably more convenient. Additionally, the new Hope Orphanage was now officially operational. What about the previous one? Would it simply be left behind, or would he need to fish again? Lin Dong pondered these questions as he started the car and headed home. Upon arriving home, Zhao Qiao immediately pulled him toward the dining table, where several plates of home-cooked dishes were already laid out. You cooked? Surprised and delighted by the mouth-watering dishes before him, Lin Dong pulled out a chair and sat down. No. Zhao Qiao shook her head, her face flushing slightly as she avoided Lin Dong's gaze, seeming somewhat shy. Seeing her expression, Lin Dong understood immediately. He said nothing, instead picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite of one of the dishes. How is it? Does it taste good? Is it delicious? Zhao Qiao pulled up a chair beside him and sat down, her eyes fixed on him, not missing a single flicker of expression on his face. Lin Dong remained silent, chewing slowly and deliberately. Then, his brow furrowed slightly. Noticing his reaction, Zhao Qiao immediately understood and hurried to clear the dishes from the table. But her arm was stopped mid-reach. If you don't like it, don't eat it. You'll just upset your stomach. Zhao Qiao said, reaching to snatch the chopsticks from his hand. It's delicious. Lin Dong flashed her a smile, looking rather smug as if he'd pulled off a clever trick. Zhao Qiao paused, watching him pick up his chopsticks again before suddenly realizing he was teasing her. Chapter 154, The Long and Lu Families. Is it really that good? Zhao Qiao still found it hard to believe. She quickly picked up her chopsticks and took a bite.
The flavor truly surprised her, just as Lin Dong had said, it was delicious. Xia Qiao shot him a glare before picking up her chopsticks and digging in. Lin Dong chuckled softly but said nothing. The two ate in quiet harmony. After finishing their meal, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao headed to the living room. Only then did he notice someone seemed to be missing from the house. Where's Wang Yongsheng? It seemed he hadn't seen Wang Yongsheng since the moment he entered the house. Shortly after you left, he took a call, went to the study to grab something, and then headed out. He told me there was an update regarding Lu Haojie and that the other party wanted him to come over. He left only after getting her permission and hasn't returned yet. It must be that Xiao Zhou was found by Lu Haojie, or else Xiao Zhou flatly denied stealing anything and pinned it all on him. Otherwise, Lu Haojie wouldn't have been so urgent about getting Wang Yongsheng over there. Besides the matter involving Xiao Zhou, Lin Dong couldn't think of anything else that would prompt Lu Haojie to contact Wang Yongsheng. That's what he told me before leaving. What about you? Have you resolved your situation? Xia Qiao looked at him curiously. To avoid disturbing him, she hadn't called him once since he left. Lin Dong shook his head and recounted everything that had happened at the orphanage. Upon hearing the words spoken by that person and the subsequent suicide by poison, Xia Qiao felt somewhat surprised. Could it be some underground faction in the capital? Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken those words. Moreover, from what Lin Dong had said, it seemed the man had undergone specialized training. Faced with a disadvantageous situation, he had immediately and without hesitation taken poison to end his life. Logically speaking, someone at his level of cultivation, a grandmaster, wouldn't lightly give up his life. Unless he knew returning meant certain death and unbearable, inhuman torment, it would be better to die there and end it all. So what exactly awaited him back home that could drive a grandmaster to end his life so decisively? Or was it simply that he genuinely wished to leave a clue for his people through his death? Xia Qiao voiced both possibilities, but the two leaned more toward the first. Then what about Yi Yuxuan's cryptic dragon head, snaketail? And his earlier mention of a noble family's handiwork? Lin Dong's mind drifted back to Yi Yuxuan's words in the alley. Regarding starting strong but ending weakly and the clan's handiwork, I initially thought it referred to the Long and Lu families, since Lu also represents snake. But if this man belongs to some faction from the capital, does that mean my previous deduction was wrong? Or were they all part of the same group? One operates openly, the other in the shadows. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Xia Qiao found some merit in his reasoning. Before the Yi family's decline, they were indeed the dragon's head. Yet the Bai family wasn't the second-ranked clan that position belonged to the Long family. The Longs, however, had always maintained a low profile, showing no interest in such rankings and paying them scant attention. It was precisely this low profile that allowed the Bai family's standing to remain implicitly on par with the Yi families. After the Yi family's decline, the Long and Lu families still remained uninvolved, even allowing the Bai and Xia families to clash. To this day, the Bai family holds the top position, while the Long family remains firmly in second place. I don't know much about the Long and Lu families, especially the Longs. They've always been very low-key, and even the Long family members themselves rarely interact with the outside world. The Lu family is also discreet, but compared to the Longs, they interact with the outside world more frequently and own numerous businesses. From what I understand, the Lu family primarily operates in the food industry and also owns a chain of restaurants. However, Xia Qiao had no knowledge whatsoever of any connection between the Long and Lu families. Does Bai Haisheng know? If Xia Qiao didn't know, what about Bai Haisheng, the head of the Bai family? Lin Dong asked, only to see Xia Qiao shake her head again. My uncle has probably heard of them, but I don't know if he's looked into it. The Bai family's business interests don't overlap with the Lu families in any way. The Bai and Lu families had no business dealings, and their knowledge of each other likely stemmed only from external rumors. I believe it's necessary for me to make contact with the Lu family first. Lin Dong had no immediate plans to engage with the clandestine factions operating in the capital. Firstly, he lacked any legitimate pretext to approach them. Secondly, he was biding his time, waiting for Wang Yongsheng to establish the mad sex reputation within the capital. Have you thought about how you'll approach them? Xia Qiao looked up at him, finding him with narrowed eyes, deep in thought. Since the Lu family specializes in the food industry, why not approach them through that sector? We could open a new restaurant. Becoming their competitor would draw the Lu family's attention. Moreover, if the Lu family was truly connected to the fire years ago, a restaurant bearing the character Lin in its name would surely catch their attention. Perhaps it would even reveal a trace of their involvement, allowing him to follow the trail. Lin Dong spoke as he picked up a map from the coffee table and spread it out. This map was given to them by Old Master Bai when they left the Bai family estate, along with that gift a map of the western part of the capital. Look, this is the location of the building Old Master Bai gave us. As he spoke, Lin Dong traced a circle around a specific spot on the map with his finger. Not far from the building is the shopping mall we saw earlier, along with the food street and entertainment district. Lin Dong circled several more locations on the map with his finger. I plan to open the shop here. His finger came to a stop beside the building as he finished speaking. Are you sure? Xia Qiao voiced her uncertainty, then placed her finger beside his. Do you know what this place is? Lin Dong shook his head, his gaze following her finger to the spot marked on the map. The name Lu Haju caught his eye.
Could this be the Lu family's restaurant?
As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Dong saw Xia Qiao nod.
Perfect. Though somewhat unexpected, it would allow his plan to proceed smoothly. He had just been wondering whether the Lu family would even notice a shop opened here, and now, what a coincidence.
Chapter 155, The Claw Machine Arcade.
One on the left side of the building, one on the right. He couldn't believe the Lu family wouldn't notice. Look, there isn't a single restaurant in this area.
At most, you'll find bubble tea shops or coffee shops.
Nobody wants to cross the Lu family. Now you've really gone and done it.
Xia Qiao hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so skilled at picking locations. He'd deliberately chosen spots right next to the Lu family's restaurants. But as she spoke, she felt a surge of excitement herself. This was the first time anyone in the capital had dared to open a restaurant near the Lu family's establishment. She was eager to see how the Lu family would react. So Xia Qiao decided to discuss the shop details directly with Lin Dong.
Meanwhile, at Lu Haojie's shooting sports shop. Look, isn't that the guy?
Wang Yongsheng stepped into the shop and saw the thief Xiaojiu sitting quietly on a chair, one shoulder held down by a hand.
Let go of me.
Seeing Wang Yongsheng enter, Xiaojiu felt a pang of guilt and immediately shouted loudly.
It's him.
He stole my stuff. I saw him come out of another shop too. He must have stolen something from there as well. The moment he saw the figure in the chair, Wang Yongsheng grew visibly agitated, speaking rapidly.
Shop?
Lu Haojie sensed something amiss in his words and approached the seated man.
Which shop did you go to? I didn't steal anything. He's making it up.
Xiaojiu grew flustered, shaking his head repeatedly as his eyes darted around nervously, avoiding the gaze of the two men before him.
Brother, tell us which shop he went to.
Seeing he couldn't get anything useful from Xiaojiu, Lu Haojie turned his attention to Wang Yongsheng.
The one behind your place, across the street.
I think it's a claw machine arcade.
Wang Yongsheng thought for a moment before giving him an answer. A claw machine shop?
Lu Haojie repeated the words aloud, his expression darkening. His gaze shifted back to Xiaojiu, who sat motionless.
Xiaojiu, I don't recall owning any claw machine shops. So where exactly did you go? Were you stealing something? Or delivering something? The last sentence came out gritted through clenched teeth. I didn't. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. He's making it all up. Yes, he's making it all up.
Xiaojiu hurriedly defended himself, but a thin sheen of sweat began to form on his forehead as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat.
Seeing his expression, Lu Haojie knew the truth was almost certain.
He exchanged a glance with the others, and Xiaojiu was promptly led away from the scene.
Where are they taking him?
Wang Yongsheng watched the scene unfold with confusion, but Lu Haojie was already pulling him toward the exit, dragging him out of the shop before he could react.
Bro, you really did me a huge favor.
Lu Haojie patted his shoulder, his expression dark and inscrutable.
What favor? I don't understand what you're talking about.
As if genuinely confused by the remark, Wang Yongsheng looked at him with equal bewilderment.
No big deal. Hey, bro, what were you doing here during the day? Looking for some fun? If that's what you're after, come find me next time. I own a bunch of shops.
Just mention my name, and you can play around all you want. Everything's on the house. Lu Haojie had expected some tearful gratitude, but when he looked up, he saw the other guy staring at him like he was some kind of cute little thing.
I'm telling the truth. Lu Haojie tried to explain, but the man just nodded. Yeah, you're telling the truth. Hearing this, Lu Haojie couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Why did the other person sound so dismissive? Before he could dwell on it, the man shook his head. I'm not here for fun. I came to open a shop. Someone told me business is good here, so I came to check it out. Who knew I'd run into this? Finally, Wang Yongsheng sighed. Business here is indeed good, and there's a lot of foot traffic. But there aren't any shops for rent, and there aren't any shops for sale either. Lu Haojie remained silent, his gaze sweeping around the area. Even though it was night, the area remained bustling with customers, and the streets seemed even more crowded than during the day. Lu Haojie looked across the street more precisely, at the claw machine arcade on the opposite side. In truth, the entire row of shops on this street where his shooting sports store was located belonged to his family, the Lu family. But the shops across the street were different. The shops across the street were divided between two businesses, both of which were sworn rivals of the Lu family. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaojiu's image flashed through Lu Haojie's mind once more, and his gaze grew cold. He had a premonition that Xiaojiu might be connected to one of those rival shops, though he wasn't sure which one. What do you think of that claw machine shop? Lu Haojie said, pointing his finger at the claw machine shop across the street, the very shop Wang Yongsheng had mentioned Xiaojiu running out of. What about that shop? Wang Yongsheng pretended not to understand, glancing in the direction Lu pointed. It's okay. Pretty decent foot traffic. I think it might be up for lease in a few days, or maybe even for sale. Lu Haojie's casual remark sounded as if he'd already decided the shop's fate. Impossible. That shop may not be booming, but it still makes a decent profit. Why would they sell it out of the blue?
Wang Yongsheng rolled his eyes at him as if he were being deceived.
I'll keep an eye on it. If he rents it out, I'll call you. You can come take it over then. Lu Haojie patted his shoulder, ignoring his thoughts and sealing the deal outright.
Wang Yongsheng didn't argue with him. Instead, he glanced at the shop one last time before making an excuse to leave. After he was gone, Lu Haojie grew completely cold. He stared at the claw machine shop across the street, then turned and walked inside. Soon, the closed for business sign was back on the door.
Did you tell them? As he entered, an employee immediately approached. Upon hearing the question, the employee nodded.
Without pause, Lu Haojie strode straight ahead, ascending to the third floor.
Who sent him?
Entering one of the rooms on the third floor, his eyes fell upon Zhao Qiao, who had been sitting in a chair moments before. He lay motionless on the floor, his entire body covered in blood. At Lu Haojie's command, 2 employees emerged from the room, bending down to lift Zhao Qiao off the floor.
Chapter 156, I belong to the Lu family. Zhao Qiao hung his head limply, not moving at all. The boss is asking you a question.
Seeing him feigning death again, just like when he entered earlier, an employee walked straight over, grabbed him by the hair, and yanked his head up, forcing him to face Lu Haojie directly.
I'm sent by Lu Zhangyi.
Zhao Qiao felt as if his scalp had been yanked from its roots, the pain contorting his face into a grimace.
Lu Zhangyi? What business does he have sending you here?
The Lu family and the Lu family have always kept to ourselves. Before you start making baseless accusations, you should have done your homework first.
Though he spoke calmly, Lu Haojie's expression grew steadily colder. It really is Lu Zhangyi. I'm not lying to you. If I am, you can have me killed right now.
Zhao Qiao hurriedly confirmed his words, but as soon as they left his mouth, he coughed up another mouthful of blood.
I'm a member of the Lu family. Lu Zhangyi ordered me to infiltrate your ranks, monitoring the Lu family's activities at all times and reporting any developments to him immediately. Hearing this, Lu Haojie remained silent, his expression still suggesting he was lying.
Seeing this, Zhao Qiao gritted his teeth and decided to go all in, spilling everything he knew about the Lu family's private affairs.
Lu Zhangyi also said their Lu family has resented your Lu family for ages.
You Lu folks control most of the shops on the street, raking in fortunes day after day, treating the Lu family like beggars, tossing us scraps you don't want. He said he wanted me to infiltrate your Lu family, steal your business secrets, and take down the Lu family in one fell swoop, making the Lu family the sole dominant force.
Before Zhao Qiao could finish speaking, Lu Haojie's expression darkened considerably.
Back when this street hadn't been developed yet, the 3 families Lu, and Deng had discussed how to divide the shops.
Ultimately, because the Lu family had ample funds, they claimed half the street.
The Lu family had harbored resentment then, but constrained by their limited funds, they had no choice but to concede, splitting the remaining half of the street evenly with the Deng family. Though it was called a split between the Lu and Deng families, in reality, the Lu family had taken the lion's share.
After all, the Deng family's resources were far inferior to theirs.
Later, as foot traffic on that street surged and profits steadily grew, the Lu family's coffers swelled. Their ambitions began to expand.
They tested the Lu family's limits openly and covertly.
Once or twice wasn't enough this time, they'd actually shoved their people into the shop.
Did they really think the Lu family was so easy to bully?
As these thoughts swirled, Lu Haojie turned his gaze to the figure across from him. He noticed that Zhao Qiao had stopped speaking at some point. Now, he was being held in place, unable to move, his eyes filled with terror and desperate pleading. Mr. Lu, please show mercy. Spare me this once, and I swear I'll never work for the Lu family again.
I'll leave the capital far behind. Lu Haojie remained silent, instead signaling to someone beside him.
The man instantly understood the meaning in his eyes and strode quickly to Zhao Qiao's side. A sharp slap landed on his face. The man grabbed his jaw, forcing him to lift his head. You've been lurking in that shop for so long, who knows what intel you've gathered. You might have already leaked everything to the Lu family.
And now you expect us to let you off? Think we're pushovers?
I didn't. I never had access to any information at the shop. I was just a cleaner, I barely had time to eat all day. How could I possibly have gotten my hands on anything useful? Zhao Qiao shook his head frantically, his expression appearing sincere. Seeing this, Lu Haojie stepped forward. The person you stole from claims he saw you leaving the claw machine shop with the goods. How do you explain that? Mr. Lu, I was just reporting on schedule. Before coming here, Lu Zhangyi explicitly instructed me to report back at the appointed time regardless of whether I had any news. He needs to know not only about your Lu family's affairs but also to ensure my loyalty. Originally, Zhao Qiao couldn't have uttered these words. But facing this standoff, if he didn't speak the truth now, he feared he'd be carried out on a stretcher the next second. Then when is the next scheduled report? Lu Haojie stared straight at him, observing every flicker of his expression.
Tomorrow. Zhao Qiao blurted out without a moment's hesitation.
Upon hearing this, Lu Haojie gave a subtle signal to the staff nearby. Instantly, the men holding him threw him back to the ground. A loud thud echoed as Zhao Qiao lost consciousness completely. First thing tomorrow morning, bring him with me to the Lu family. We're going to demand justice.
Lu Haojie surveyed the scene and commanded.
Meanwhile, after returning home and having dinner, Wang Yongsheng was summoned by Lin Dong to the villa's backyard. Staring into the pitch-black yard, Wang Yongsheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He sensed another presence lurking within the grounds.
Young Master Lin, what brings me here?
Lin Dong turned around, observing Wang Yongsheng's vigilant gaze darting around the surroundings.
He was inwardly satisfied with his reaction.
Wang Yongsheng did well not to let his guard down just because he was in a familiar place. Immediately after, Lin Dong clapped his hands. 4 figures emerged from one side of the yard. The moment they appeared, they headed straight for Wang Yongsheng. Seeing them advance, alarm bells rang for Wang Yongsheng. He scrambled backward, but the 4 men closed in, surrounding him and launching their attack. Fighting 4 opponents alone, Wang Yongsheng held his own, even finding it somewhat easy. The 4 quickly adopted a strategy, a relentless rotation aiming to wear him down.
Gradually, Wang Yongsheng began to tire.
Facing their relentless attacks, he repeatedly exposed openings.
Right side.
Just then, Lin Dong's voice rang out. He had spotted Wang Yongsheng's opening and promptly alerted him.
Too slow. Pick up the pace. Your punches lack power, they won't hurt them.
If you can't outmatch them in strength, you must outpace them.
Following Lin Dong's instructions, Wang Yongsheng adjusted his stance, while the other 4 fighters coordinated their movements accordingly. The original sparring session seemed to transform into a personalized training session for Wang Yongsheng. Yet even with Lin Dong's guidance, Wang Yongsheng ultimately fell.
Knocked down by a single punch, he lay on the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Dong walked over, and the other 4 promptly stopped their attacks.
Young Master Lin, I'm exhausted.
As Lin Dong approached, he heard the man on the ground utter these words.
Chapter 157, The Man I Lend You. Get up.
Lin Dong glanced at him, then took a step back. Hearing this, the man on the ground sprang up like a carp, landing firmly on his feet.
Young Master Lin, who are they?
Wang Yongsheng's curiosity was piqued as he observed the 4 men standing rigidly across from him. At first, he thought they were truly after his life, but as the fight progressed, he realized they weren't trying to kill him at all. It felt less like an assassination attempt and more like a sparring match. Especially when young Master Lin's voice rang out, he became even more certain of this notion.
Aren't you planning to establish the mad sect in the capital?
Lin Dong didn't answer his question but posed another instead.
Seeing Wang nod, he continued. These are my men. I'll lend them to you for now.
Return them once you've assembled your own forces.
Additionally, there are others.
They haven't stepped forward yet, but they operate in the shadows.
If you need them, you can seek them out.
At this point, Lin Dong tilted his chin, signaling Wang Yongsheng to approach the 4 men across from them if he needed reinforcements.
Hearing this, Wang Yongsheng felt a surge of excitement.
The man's skills far surpassed his own. With 4 new allies at once, his future operations would become far smoother, not to mention that young Master Lin had mentioned there were even more people.
Young Master Lin, you've been too kind to me.
Wang Yongsheng expressed his gratitude to Lin Dong, but his eyes kept darting back and forth between the 4 figures.
Young Master Lin, how should I address them? Their surname is N. Their names are from E to C.
As Lin Dong spoke, the 4 men across from him responded in turn.
An E. An heir.
Remember, these names are only temporarily yours to assist in establishing the mad sect. Watching the excited man, Lin Dong reminded him once more. The man nodded intently, eyes fixed on him, though it was unclear whether he had truly heard or not. Lin Dong shook his head with a hint of resignation before turning to leave, leaving Wang Yongsheng to strike up a conversation with the 4 men.
Early the next morning, a thunderous pounding echoed through the quiet streets.
Following the sound, Huaguo appeared at the door of a shop with his men.
Keep banging. Don't stop until someone comes out.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the employee beside him resumed pounding with all his might. Finally, the door swung open from the inside, revealing a sleepy-eyed employee yawning as he stepped out.
Who is it? Have you no sense of public decency? Why are you banging on the door so early in the morning? Don't you know our shop doesn't open until noon? The man hadn't even opened his eyes yet, standing there cursing loudly.
But as he railed on, he suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. The surrounding silence felt as though he were the only person left in the world. He stopped, opened his eyes, and saw the crowd before him, with Huaguo standing at the forefront.
Mr. Liu?
Mr. Liu, what brings you here? The moment he recognized the figure at the door, the man snapped awake, bowing and scraping as he tried to usher him inside.
No need for formalities. Have your boss, Liu Zhangyi, come here. I need to speak with him.
Huaguo ignored the flattery entirely, demanding directly that Liu Zhangyi come forward. Mr. Liu, our boss is out on business and we don't know when he'll return. Perhaps you could head back first, and I'll notify you when he's back. Seeing the scene before him, the man wasn't stupid. He knew Huaguo bringing so many people wasn't a good sign. He chose to be particularly tactful, hoping Liu would leave. Call him. If he doesn't show up within half an hour, don't blame me for trashing his shop. As he finished speaking, an employee trailing behind Huaguo stepped forward, tools in hand, and made a threatening gesture toward the man. Startled, the man hesitated to repeat that the boss was out. But seeing the menacing look on Lu Haojia's face, he couldn't bring himself to say it. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Soon, two figures approached from the distance, stopping only when they reached the entrance of the claw machine shop.
Mr. Lu, honored by your presence. What brings you here?
The man in the lead was none other than Lu Zhongyi, the owner Lu that Lu Haojia had specifically mentioned. He grinned broadly at the group before him, showing no sign of panic whatsoever. Lu Zhongyi, the three of us made it perfectly clear before whoever had the capability would take it. When our Lu family used our capital to secure half the shop, your Lu family didn't say a word.
So what's this about now? And bringing boss Deng along too?
Lu Haojia glanced at the man beside him. It was none other than Deng Jinqing of the Deng family. He'd long known the Deng family acted as the Lu family's vassals, but witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. Especially with Deng Jinqing standing right beside Lu Zhongyi, didn't that imply the Deng family was fully aware of everything the Lu family had been up to? Mr. Lu, your words are quite serious. Our Lu family has always kept to ourselves and never coveted what wasn't ours.
This is pure slander. Lu Zhongyi's words were delivered with such sincerity that if Lu Haojia hadn't already secured witness testimony, he might have been fooled by this performance.
Lu Zhongyi, you know me well enough. Without evidence, I wouldn't bring this out into the open and confront you like this. Cutting him off before he could respond, Lu Haojia clapped his hands. An employee then dragged the barely conscious Xiao Zhou over and tossed him directly in front of Lu Zhongyi.
Lu Zhongyi, don't tell me you don't recognize this man. I've uncovered everything. He's one of your Lu family's people.
Not long ago, you planted him within our Lu family. During this time, he's delivered quite a few of our Lu family's secrets to your Lu family. This entire story was pure fabrication by Lu Haojia, but he intended to use this opportunity to deliver a stern warning to the Lu family. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haojia noticed a flicker of unease cross Lu Zhongyi's face, while Deng Jinqing beside him looked utterly perplexed. Observing his instinctive reaction, Lu Haojia surmised that Deng Jinqing might not be privy to these matters. Mr. Lu, there might indeed be some misunderstanding. This man is undoubtedly one of our Lu family members. However, how he ended up in your shop is something I truly don't know. As the boss, I admit I failed to guide him properly. How about this? I'll leave his punishment entirely up to you. Since he'd been caught red-handed, the man was now useless to Lu Zhongyi. Better to do Lu a favor and let the Lu family handle him. Lu Zhongyi's response was exactly what Lu Haojia had anticipated, but he wanted more than just that. Lu Haojia didn't speak immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze and stared intently at the shop behind Lu Zhongyi. Seeing that gaze, Lu Zhongyi's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Lu, I've already handed this man over to you. If you're still not satisfied, name your price and I'll do my best to accommodate you. How does that sound? Chapter 158, this shop is for sale. Lu Zhongyi made concessions, striving to sound as sincere as possible. But to his surprise, the man across from him shook his head and pointed at the sign hanging above the shop door. Mr. Lu, this is going too far. Your Lu family already occupies half the shops here. Now, just because of one person, you're demanding an entire shop from me? Do you really think my Lu family is a pushover? This shop isn't the only one Lu Zhongyi owns, but it's the one with the highest turnover. To expect him to hand it over as compensation just for one person? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. You misunderstand. I have no interest in your shop. I merely want you to sell it. Hearing the first part, Lu Zhongyi breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment the second part came out, his heart leapt back into his throat. Mr. Lu, you tell me to sell the shop, yet claim you have no interest in it. What exactly do you mean? Unable to grasp the meaning, Lu Zhongyi cut straight to the point. What I mean is, the Lu family doesn't want this shop, but we won't allow it to remain under the Lu family's name either. Is that clear? Lu Haojia's tone brooked no argument. Seeing Lu Zhongyi about to speak again, he lost patience and motioned for his staff to step forward. Lu Zhongyi stared at them, bewildered. But when he saw what they held in their hands, he fell silent. They clearly intended to destroy his shop. Get to work. Without giving him any chance to react, Lu Haojia immediately ordered his employees to begin. Lu Zhongyi tried to stop them alone, but he couldn't hold back so many people. Seeing them charge straight into the store, he finally chose to give in. I'll sell it. Right now. The words came out gritted through clenched teeth, the utter humiliation palpable. Why didn't you just say so earlier? You had to wait until the last minute. Lu Haojia clapped his hands, and the employees who had stormed inside finally emerged again. Now have your staff post the for sale sign. This shop is not for the Lu family, nor can it remain under the Lu family's name, and certainly not sold to the Deng family. Hearing this, Deng Jinsheng, who had still harbored some hopes, felt a bucket of cold water dumped on him. Yet, as always, he dared not speak his anger aloud. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhongyi couldn't quite grasp his meaning, much less understand what he was trying to achieve. This entertainment street had always been a tripartite arrangement between the Lu, and Deng families, with all shops registered under their names. If the shops weren't under their three families, then under whose name would they be? Could it be that the Lu family was preparing to let other clan forces enter the street? Nothing special. Just what it says. Lu Zhongyi wanted to press for clarification, but seeing the impatience on the other man's face, he closed his mouth. Following his instructions, an employee hung a small sign on the door. The sign bore 4 bold characters, "For sale." Only after completing these tasks did Lu Zhongyi turn his gaze back to the man across from him. "Are you satisfied, Mr. Lu?" Satisfied. As Lu Haojie had anticipated, things had unfolded smoothly, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. "Remember what I said." Before departing, Lu Haojie gave Lu Zhongyi and Deng Jinxing a piercing look, then led his entourage away in a grand procession. Watching the group disappear, Lu Zhongyi's expression darkened into something vicious. He kicked the employee standing beside him with such force that the man stumbled backward. The employee, who had been kicked for no apparent reason, dared not utter a word, standing there with his head bowed in silence. "Mr. Lu, are you just going to let Mr. Lu boss you around like this?" Having witnessed the incident, Deng Jinxing, who had been keeping a low profile, couldn't help but speak up. His gaze drifted toward the shop behind them, tinged with regret. "What else could I do? If I don't let him boss me around, do you think I'd dare defy him?" Already seething with pent-up anger, Lu Zhongyi roared at him upon hearing this. "Lu Haojie, you just wait." Lu Zhongyi gritted his teeth inwardly. Back inside the shop, Lu Haojie pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, he immediately spoke up. "I checked for you. That claw machine shop is up for sale. See when you can swing by. Try to make it as soon as possible. I'm worried someone else might beat us to it." "Got it, I'm heading over right now." After hearing the other party's voice, Lu Haojie responded before hanging up. "Boss, our Lu family could easily take over that shop. Why insist on letting Lu Zhongyi sell it?" Unable to comprehend Lu's actions, a bold employee stepped forward to ask. "He helped us uncover a mole in our shop. We should be grateful to him, no matter what. Besides, it's just a shop. Our Lu family isn't short of them. But we haven't investigated his background. All we know is he's from Yanjing and just arrived in the capital recently." And upon arriving in the capital, he immediately began buying shops, clearly the actions of a merchant. Yet that clumsy, awkward demeanor of his? He doesn't look like a merchant at all. "You're concerned about Wang Yongsheng, but I'm focused on Miss Si's boyfriend. Besides, this is an excellent reason, a perfect excuse to get close to them." A man capable of being Xie Qiao's boyfriend couldn't possibly be as ordinary as he appeared. Earlier, he'd been so emotionally overwhelmed that he'd only seen the surface. Upon reflection, Lu Haojie concluded the man must possess some hidden status, one he hadn't yet uncovered. Yet because of Xie Qiao, Lu Haojie found himself leaning toward friendship over enmity. Everything he was doing now was preparation for that friendship. After hearing the boss's words and observing his expression, none of the employees dared to speak again. Meanwhile, as Lu Haojie ended his call, Wang Yongsheng rose to depart, summoning Lin Dong along for the journey. Thus, Wang Yongsheng drove them both to their destination. By the time the two arrived at the street, it was already noon. Perhaps due to the weather, the street was deserted, with few shops open along either side. Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng paid no mind to this. Entering the street, they headed straight for the claw machine shop. When they arrived, sure enough, they saw the for sale sign hanging on the door. Seeing this, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng exchanged a subtle glance before entering one after the other. Wang Yongsheng entered first and immediately spotted someone standing behind the counter, though the person looked rather bruised and battered. "Are you the owner?" Chapter 159, You're Not Going to Haggle? Seeing his condition, Wang Yongsheng asked uncertainly. The figure behind the counter nodded at first, then shook his head immediately. "Are you the owner or not?" Confused by his erratic movements, Wang Yongsheng decided to ask again. "The boss is in the back." With severe bruising on his face, the man struggled to open his mouth, his speech slurred and indistinct. Only after repeating himself at least 3 times did Wang Yongsheng finally grasp what he was saying. Just as Wang Yongsheng and Lin Dong were about to step inside the shop, a figure emerged from within. "I'm the boss. What do you want?" Lu Zhongyi's tone was less than polite as he eyed the two strangers. "Hello, boss. I noticed the for sale sign on your door, so I was wondering how much the shop is selling for?" Wang Yongsheng still wore his usual innocent expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongyi didn't respond immediately. He lifted his head and scrutinized the two men before him. Their faces were completely unfamiliar to him, and judging by their appearance, they didn't seem to be locals from the capital. "You want to buy the shop?" Lu Zhongyi repeated his question. Seeing the man nod, the fleeting sense of relief he'd felt earlier quickly gave way to gloom once more. Not a single customer had inquired about the shop all morning. He'd begun to secretly rejoice, thinking no one was interested. If it didn't sell, it would remain in the Lu family's hands. But his joy lasted less than a day before someone came knocking. "This amount." That was his thought, but Lu Zhongyi still held up his fingers to indicate a figure. He dared not ask for too much, fearing the Lu family would find out, so he quoted a price comparable to the industry standard. "Deal." Wang Yongsheng immediately agreed and reached for his card to pay. "Wait, hold on, aren't you going to haggle?" Lu Zhongyi looked at the man who had already pulled his card from his pocket, his expression puzzled.
Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he try to haggle first? The two would negotiate back and forth, then he'd reluctantly lower the price, and only then would the other party pay? Wasn't this process a bit off? I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Boss, you've already quoted the price, so that must be your absolute bottom line. Why would I haggle? I'll just pay up straight away. Wang Yongsheng grinned at him, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Looking at the simple smile before him, Lu Zhongyi felt a bit dazzled. It seemed like ages since he'd seen someone so straightforward. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he decided to lower the price a bit more. The deal finally closed with Lu Zhongyi lowering his original quote by another 200,000 yuan. After completing all the transfer paperwork, Lu Zhongyi led his employees out of the store. Gazing at the shop before him, he still felt a pang of reluctance, but he waved goodbye and turned to leave. After watching them depart, Wang Yongsheng finally turned to the person beside him. Young Master Lin, don't you think he's a fool? The remark nearly made Lin Dong laugh out loud, but the serious expression on his face suggested he wasn't joking. So he asked, "Why do you think that?" I'd seen the quotes for this place before. They were all significantly higher than his original asking price. I'd prepared at least double the amount, yet he still knocked another 200,000 off the price. Tell me, is he out of his mind? Turning down a sure profit to make a loss-making deal? It was fortunate that Lu Zhongyi and his staff had already walked far away. Otherwise, hearing that remark would have driven him mad on the spot. He thought the other guy was a once-in-a-lifetime honest soul, but it turned out he was the honest one. He probably really is crazy. Lin Dong chuckled softly, chiming in to agree. By the way, young Master Lin, I don't plan to change the shop. I'll keep running the claw machine business as it is. Besides, the interior decor and equipment looked brand new, with no signs of damage. It wasn't about saving money or effort. Renovating would just waste time. His purpose on this street wasn't the shop itself, but the Lu and Deng families. The shop was merely a cover for his actions. Leave the exterior untouched, but certain areas inside still need adjustments. As they spoke, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng began moving around the shop, checking for hidden rooms or secret passages. What began as a routine inspection led to a genuine discovery. They were now on the basement level, which served as a parking garage. In one corner, Lin Dong spotted a hidden door. Pushing it open revealed a staircase leading deep underground. Exchanging a glance, the two descended the stairs, closing the hidden door behind them. As they descended, motion-activated lights along the staircase walls flickered on, casting a faint glow to illuminate their path ahead. The deeper they descended, the stairs abruptly ended, and the space before them widened. Young Master Lin, should we keep going? Surveying the surroundings, Wang Yongsheng's alertness immediately heightened. Continue. Lin Dong nodded, scanned the area, and stepped forward. When Wang Yongsheng started to walk ahead of him, Lin Dong shook his head at him and stepped forward to take the lead. His reaction speed was faster than Wang Yongsheng's, allowing him to detect any threats sooner. Moreover, Wang Yongsheng was inferior to him in strength. Should any danger arise, he could escape promptly. Wang Yongsheng was well aware of Lin Dong's actions. He didn't contest the order of precedence with young Master Lin, merely following behind him in silence. The corridor seemed endless. As they walked, it stretched on endlessly. Only as they advanced did more rooms appear on either side, each one tightly shut. Neither Lin Dong nor Wang Yongsheng dared to approach these rooms, and they moved with hushed footsteps, unsure if anyone was inside. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally reached the end of the corridor, where a solid wall stood before them. Lin Dong stepped forward, gently knocked on the surface, and confirmed it was solid with no hidden passage. Only then did he turn back. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yongsheng, and the pair left the area, retracing their steps. Back on the basement level, surveying the scattered parking spaces and vehicles dotted around, neither man spoke. Upon re-entering the shop, they lingered no longer. Locking the doors, they got into the car and drove away. Wang Yongsheng drove, but his peripheral vision kept glancing at the rearview mirror, observing the figure seated in the back seat. Young Master Lin, what are you thinking about? Feeling the quiet atmosphere inside the car, Wang Yongsheng couldn't help but speak up. Chapter 160, Ribbon Cutting Ceremony. Have you looked into the Lu family's background? As soon as Lin Dong spoke, Wang Yongsheng paused briefly before answering. I have. The records show the Lu family isn't particularly prominent in the capital as a whole, but they're considered a minor power in the western part of the city. The current head of the Lu family is Lu Zhongyi, the man we saw in the store today. He doesn't own many businesses, just a few shops on the street and a struggling company. But I suspect the records are flawed. For a local powerhouse, it's implausible they'd possess so few assets. Moreover, the files don't explicitly detail their influence, merely stating the Lu family's overall strength falls below that of the Lu family. As soon as Wang Yongsheng finished speaking, he sensed something was off. If he could detect discrepancies in the report, young Master Lin surely could too. Moreover, he hadn't uncovered the precise distribution of the Lu family's covert operations or the location of their underground headquarters. Young Master Lin, you don't suspect that the basement level we just visited is actually the Lu family's underground stronghold, do you?
Having worked alongside Lin Dong for so long, Wang Yongsheng quickly grasped what his boss was getting at. Yes. Lin Dong didn't deny it, he simply nodded. But if the Lu family's underground headquarters truly was there, why would he actually listen to Lu Haojie and sell the shop? Wouldn't he fear someone discovering the Lu family's secret? Just like today, when they found that hidden door, entered the long corridor, and uncovered the Lu family's secrets. I suspect Lu Zhengyi believed that no outsiders could find that hidden door except for Lu family members. Besides, there should be other entrances and exits besides that one. Lin Dong spoke with conviction, not because he knew Lu Zhengyi well, but because today's hidden door had confirmed his suspicions. The hidden door was tucked away in a corner, a spot so obscure that even the cleaning staff likely rarely swept it. Moreover, it was far from the parking lot entrance. No one would deliberately go out of their way to that remote area. Moreover, the hidden door was exceptionally well concealed. Had he not sensed something amiss there, Lin Dong wouldn't have paid it much attention. Once you return, have someone replace every lock in the shop and all the surveillance equipment. Everything else in the claw machine shop could stay as is, but these items absolutely had to be replaced. Otherwise, if Lu Zhengyi ever got the urge to review the surveillance footage again, it would spell trouble. Yes, sir. Wang Yongsheng responded from the back seat, silently committing the instructions to memory. Over the next few days, Wang Yongsheng followed Lin Dong's instructions, replacing some of the shop's equipment and hiring new staff. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao frequently visited the building to oversee the renovation progress. Xia Qiao even called Shen Yiran, who was far away in Beijing, asking her to help design the interior decor for the Lin Group. Upon hearing that brother Lin Dong was establishing his own Lin Group, Shen Yiran expressed her delight for him and worked through the night to produce a design blueprint. The design's aesthetic and structural layout thoroughly satisfied Lin Dong and Xia Qiao. They handed the blueprint to the building's renovation team, instructing them to proceed according to the specifications. Soon, the renovation neared completion, with all preparations finalized. With Lin Group established, shouldn't we hold an opening ceremony? This was Lin Dong's first limited company, and Xia Qiao naturally considered every detail. She even planned to invite prominent Beijing families to establish the Lin Group brand among them. That's too flashy. A simple ribbon-cutting ceremony will suffice. This is our own company, we don't need all that superficial stuff. Lin Dong had little interest in the so-called opening ceremony. If not for Xia Qiao's persistent persuasion, he wouldn't have even wanted a ribbon cutting. Besides, Lin Dong believed that rather than using such methods to establish the Lin Group's name, it would be far more effective to win them over with sheer capability. Then I'll invite grandfather and my uncle too, Xia Qiao suggested, and Lin Dong nodded in agreement. The next day, at the entrance of the Lin Group Limited building, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and the newly recruited employees gathered at the entrance. 2 employees stood flanking the entrance, holding a long red ribbon stretched between them. Qiao, Mr. Lin. A familiar voice called out from a short distance away. Old Master Bai and Bai Haisheng were seen approaching from afar. Before they could reach Lin Dong and the others, the screech of brakes echoed. A silver sports car pulled up, and 2 men stepped out. One of them was none other than the elderly patriarch of the Xia family, whom Lin Dong had met briefly before. Qiao. The Xia family patriarch stepped out of the car, leaning on his cane as he made his way over. At that moment, another person hurriedly followed him out of the car. Dad, wait for me. Hurry up. Today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Lin Group. The patriarch turned to see his son dawdling behind and promptly urged him on. Oh. The man replied half-heartedly, yet his pace remained unchanged. Grandpa, uncle, father. Spotting several figures approaching from afar, Xia Qiao called out promptly. Bai Haisheng, who was approaching, responded with a nod, and old Master Xia likewise acknowledged them. Grandniece, it seems your eyes are only for your grandfather, your maternal grandfather, and your eldest uncle. Where do I fit in? Having been completely overlooked, the man trailing behind old Master Xia grew displeased and spoke up immediately. His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Uncle, I'm so sorry. When I saw Grandpa arrive, I was just so excited. Xia Qiao had only informed the Bai family about the ribbon-cutting ceremony, inviting them to witness it or lend their support. She hadn't anticipated grandfather would be here as well. Lin Dong, this is my uncle Xia Liangwei. Uncle, this is my boyfriend Lin Dong. Seeing her uncle appear here, Xia Qiao immediately began introducing Lin Dong and Xia Liangwei to each other. But before Lin Dong could utter a word, Uncle Xia Liangwei spoke up again. I can tell you're doing this on purpose. No one expected Xia Qiao's uncle to be so disrespectful. The Bai family, who had been feeling somewhat pleased moments ago, instantly frowned. Lin Dong, standing nearby, instantly grew cold. Following the voice, he saw a thin man wearing glasses. Watch your tone. Qiao never notified us we came here on our own initiative. If there's anything to blame, blame me. Why take it out on Qiao? Chapter 161, why not give it to the Xia family? Old Master Xia was immediately displeased with his son's actions and promptly scolded him. It seems you only have eyes for Xia Qiao. I'm also a member of the Xia family, why don't you show me any favoritism? Sure, Xia Qiao calls you grandfather, but I call you father. Facing his grandfather's reproach, Xia Liangwei felt unjustly accused and retorted immediately.
Bottom line, you still think my older brother is better than me. Even his daughter, you think she's better than mine.
Xia Liangwei's words made Old Master Xia's expression turn angry, and he swung his cane straight at him.
Stop this nonsense, or get yourself back home. Xia Liangwei didn't dodge and took the blow squarely. He started to speak again, but upon seeing the old man's expression, he swallowed his words. Sure, I'm sorry. Your uncle is just like that, outspoken and blunt. He says whatever comes to mind without thinking it through. Don't take it personally.
Seeing him calm down, the old man turned his apologetic gaze back to Xia Qiao and Lin Dong.
It's fine, Grandpa. Xia Qiao shook her head. Grandpa Lin, you're just in time. We're about to start the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
As she finished speaking, an employee approached carrying a tray with a brand new pair of scissors. Lin Dong took the scissors and walked with Xia Qiao to the back of the long red ribbon. Then, in front of everyone, he took her hand and together they cut the ribbon. As the ribbon fell, the staff nearby immediately set off the confetti cannons. A shower of colorful streamers filled the air, sending the employees into a wave of excitement. Put. At that moment, Xia Liangwei muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes. He thought his little gesture was completely unnoticed, but Lin Dong had seen it all.
Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Cutting the ribbon signaled the end of the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
Old Master Bai and Bai Haisheng approached, offering their congratulations to Lin Dong. Lin Dong nodded, saying nothing. When Old Master Xia approached, he witnessed this scene, deepening his suspicions about Lin Dong's identity. Yet, with so many people present, he hesitated to voice his questions aloud. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the towering building before him. At the very top of the building hung a sign reading Lin Group Limited Company. Though it was quite high above the ground, Old Master Xia could see it clearly. Sure, could you take Grandpa inside for a tour? From the outside, the building appeared incredibly grand, sparking Old Master Xia's curiosity about what its interior might look like. Of course. Xia Qiao replied, stepping between the two elders and leading them toward the building's entrance. Lin Dong followed behind them, accompanied by Bai Haisheng, with Xia Liangwei bringing up the rear. Grandpa, let me tell you, I have an adopted sister in Yanjing named Shen Yiran. She has an extraordinary talent for design. She's the most gifted designer I've ever met. For the interior decoration of this building, I specifically reached out to her and had her help with the design.
Xia Qiao's voice chimed in, introducing Shen Yiran to the two elders. Given the building's many floors, touring them all would likely take a full week.
So Xia Qiao simply led them to visit several floors she considered to have the finest interior designs. Before beginning her work, Shen Yiran had anticipated the possibility of aesthetic fatigue. To counter this, she deliberately employed distinct design styles for each floor. For instance, the floor they were currently on featured an antique style, fully showcasing the ancient beauty of Huaguo. Surveying their surroundings, the two elders murmured in astonishment, seemingly captivated by the design itself and amazed by the exquisite ancient artistry on display. Xia Qiao then led them to the next floor. This floor embraced contemporary aesthetics, centered on cutting-edge technology. High-tech elements were integrated throughout, enabling hands-free operation and full automation. Xia Qiao then guided them through another section before finally arriving at the top floor, the exclusive executive level. Stepping out of the elevator revealed an expansive living room. The two elders settled into the sofa, processing everything they had just witnessed. Bai Haisheng sat nearby, observing the design style remarkably similar to his own office. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that if he continued viewing the rest, he might be tempted to dismantle the entire Bai Group headquarters just to redesign it from scratch. Compared to the Lin Group, their Bai Group was simply too plain and ordinary. Xia Liangwei, meanwhile, bypassed the sofa and made his way to the farthest point of the room. Before him stretched an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. He stood there, gazing into the distance. From his vantage point, he could take in nearly the entire western side of the capital city, enjoying a panoramic view overlooking the western part of the metropolis. The view outside stirred a pang of envy within Xia Liangwei. What qualifications did Lin Dong possess to own such a towering building, to have a Lin Group company, limited exclusively his own? Moreover, the location of this building was one he himself couldn't easily afford to purchase. Where did Lin Dong get the money? Moreover, Xia Liangwei had clearly heard rumors that both the building and the land rights belonged to the Bai family. If it was all in the Bai family's hands, how did it end up in Lin Dong's possession? How did it even transform into Lin Group Company, Limited? Xia Liangwei couldn't make sense of it. He turned away, only to see them already mingling together. Xia Qiao must have said something amusing, for Old Master Bai and his father were laughing heartily. Watching this heartwarming scene, Xia Liangwei felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He decided to walk over there. Niece, what does your boyfriend do? How could someone so young afford to buy an entire building and start his own company? Also, I thought the Bai family still held the land use rights for this entire building? How did it end up in Xia Qiao's boyfriend's hands? The first part of his question was directed at Xia Qiao and Lin Dong, while the latter was meant for Bai Haisheng.
Our by family's assets belong to whomever we choose. Do you seriously think we need your permission before giving them away? Bai Haisheng showed no indulgence towards Xia Liangwei's slightly accusatory tone, immediately firing back.
Xia Qiao was about to speak up for Lin Dong, but Xia Liangwei's voice cut in again.
Chairman Bai is correct.
Our Xia family has no right to interfere with your Bai family's affairs.
But don't forget, our families are in-laws. If you're going to give something away, why not give it to the Xia family first? Chapter 162, here's some money for you. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Before Bai Haisheng could respond, Xia Liangwei continued speaking unprompted. Even if your Bai family has already given it away, you could still ask for it back. Why not just give it to me?
Besides, it's already fully renovated, I won't have to hire designers or contractors. Xia Liangwei surveyed the surroundings as he spoke, growing increasingly pleased with what he saw.
Shut up.
Hearing his youngest son speak so boldly, old Master Xia snapped repeatedly, though his seated form remained motionless. A fleeting, unusual gleam flashed in his eyes.
Uncle, this entire building and the company are registered under Lin Dong's name. It's already his property. How can you even consider laying claim to it?
Xia Qiao felt indignant, but her upbringing and the fact that he was her own uncle prevented her from uttering any harsh words.
You're dreaming. Unlike Xia Qiao, Bai Haisheng showed him no mercy. The Bai family has already gifted this to Mr. Lin. How could we possibly take back something we've given away? And what business is it of yours, Xia Liangwei, what the Bai family does? Xia Qiao and Bai Haisheng spoke one after the other, instantly making Xia Liangwei's face flush with embarrassment. He turned to Lin Dong, who sat there, and pointed directly at him. He's just an outsider. You two are actually accusing me over some outsider? And Xia Qiao, don't forget I'm your own uncle. We share the same surname, Xia, and we even have the same blood running through our veins. Uncle, Lin Dong isn't an outsider, he's my boyfriend. Seeing Xia Liangwei's gesture, Xia Qiao stood up decisively and positioned herself directly in front of Lin Dong. Seeing this, Lin Dong rose immediately and took her hand. But before he could speak, Bai Haisheng approached from the side. To you, Xia Liangwei, Lin Dong may be an outsider. But to us, the Bai family, Mr. Lin is a guest we hold in the highest regard. And while it's true that the Bai and Xia families are in-laws, I, Bai Haisheng, am not personally acquainted with Xia Liangwei. Not only did Bai Haisheng publicly defend Lin Dong on behalf of the Bai family, he also openly stated his lack of familiarity with Xia Liangwei. Hearing this, Xia Liangwei was boiling with rage. He instinctively glanced at his father sitting on the sofa, but seeing him silent, he turned his gaze to the elderly Mr. Bai seated beside him. Old Master Bai, are you just going to let Bai Haisheng speak for the entire Bai family? Xia Liangwei directed his criticism squarely at the elder Bai, hoping he would step forward and speak up for fairness. I'm old now. I relinquished control long ago. Everything concerning the Bai family has been entrusted to Haisheng's authority. Haisheng represents not only the entire Bai family, but also me. But to Xia Liangwei's surprise, the old patriarch's words placed him squarely behind Bai Haisheng. Realizing further argument would be futile, Xia Liangwei swiftly changed the subject. What you say makes sense, but as Qiao's uncle, I feel I should give her some kind of congratulatory gift to celebrate the company's opening. I've been thinking about it. Qiao has been born with a silver spoon in her mouth since birth. She's seen all the finest things. If I were to give her a gift, it would likely lack any novelty. At this point, Xia Liangwei paused, deliberately building suspense. Mr. Xie, your presence is the greatest gift of all. Everything else is secondary. Seeing his eyes darting around, Lin Dong knew he was up to no good again. He decided to politely decline. That's true enough, Lin Dong replied, but I am, after all, Xia Qiao's uncle. I ought to offer something, however small. So I'll just give you some money instead. Hearing this, those around them were baffled, unsure what he was up to. I've decided to invest some capital into your Lin Group and become a shareholder. Xia Liangwei put on an air of concern for both the Lin Group and Xia Qiao. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao exchanged bewildered glances. So this was his idea of giving money? Seeing that taking over the entire building wasn't working, he decided to meddle instead. Now he wanted to become a shareholder in their Lin Group. Uncle Xia, we appreciate your kindness, but let's skip the shareholder business. All decision-making power lies with Lin Dong, and we never established a shareholder system anyway. In other words, Lin Group had only one person in charge, Lin Dong. All authority rested with him. As for shareholders, they had abandoned that idea from the very beginning when establishing Lin Group. After all, why place power in others' hands when you can hold it firmly yourself? Seeing Xia Qiao decline, Xia Liangwei assumed it was just a matter of politeness and pressed on regardless. Qiao, your Lin Group has only just opened its doors. It hasn't even gotten off the ground yet. A company this size has expenses everywhere, not to mention all those employees downstairs. Every single one of those is money. Uncle Xia is going to be blunt here. Your company isn't even profitable yet. Where will you get the money to sustain the business and support yourselves? My investment is for your own good. If it weren't for the fact that you're my niece, Xia Liangwei's niece, I'd never put money into a company this newly established. As he spoke, Xia Liangwei shook his head, his expression unabashedly dismissive. Had the Bai family not been present, Xia Liangwei would have bluntly declared the company doomed to fail. Uncle Xia, we don't need it. Mr. Xia, our company doesn't need shareholders. Furthermore, every decision within the company passes through my hands and yours. When the day comes that we truly go under, it won't be too late for you to bring your money then. Xia Qiao and Lin Dong spoke one after the other, making their refusal crystal clear. Since you're so flush with cash, why not just start your own company? No need to keep eyeing the Lin Group. Don't you agree? Bai Haixing's mocking gaze fixed on Xia Liangwei, reading his thoughts like an open book. Under his gaze, Xia Liangwei instinctively flinched with fear, but quickly regained his composure, preparing to speak again. Thump thump. The cane tapped the floor as old Master Xia looked at Xia Liangwei, his eyes carrying a warning. Xia Liangwei said nothing, storming off to sit angrily nearby, seemingly unaware why the old patriarch kept interrupting him. Noticing the old man had finally intervened, Bai Haixing glanced at him before quickly averting his gaze, inwardly muttering, "Old fox. Sure, your uncle is just like that. Don't take it to heart. We're here today to congratulate you both." Old Master Xia spoke up as a mediator. Chapter 163, possibly a test. Xia Qiao nodded silently, saying nothing more. Sitting nearby, Xia Liangwei snorted coldly at the remark. Seeing this, old Master Xia shook his head and slowly rose from the sofa. Sure, we've been here quite a while. We shan't impose any longer. Grandfather wishes the Lin Group thriving business and abundant wealth. Xia Qiao tried to persuade them to stay longer, but old Master Xia shook his head. He walked slowly over to Xia Liangwei and tapped him lightly on the back with his cane. Let's go. Hearing this, Xia Liangwei followed his grandfather out, though his face betrayed his reluctance. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Bai Haixing finally sat back down. Sure, the Xia family ultimately belongs with our Bai family. As the elevator display began counting down the floors, the elderly Mr. Bai seated on the sofa finally spoke, uttering these words with profound meaning. You're absolutely right. That old fox of a Xia patriarch is pure cunning. Bai Haixing chimed in immediately. Grandfather, uncle, you've misunderstood grandpa. Seeing both men speak thus, Xia Qiao couldn't help but defend the Xia family. Lin Dong, however, remained silent beside them, looking rather confused. Mr. Lin, you should be more cautious around the Xia family from now on. Keep your guard up around them. Bai Haixing completely ignored Xia Qiao's words, even going so far as to warn Lin Dong to be wary of the Xia family. Uncle, grandpa has always been very kind to me. It's just that Uncle Xia is a bit greedy. Xia Qiao had originally hoped to find an opportunity to bring Lin Dong to the Xia family estate to formally meet her grandfather. Little did she expect today's events to unfold. At this point, Xia Qiao grabbed Lin Dong's arm. My uncle is stubborn and greedy. He believes that since I bear the Xia surname, anything I acquire whether from the Xia family or the Bai family belongs to the Xia family. Moreover, he's grandfather's designated successor. That explains why Xia Liangwei reacted the way he did when this building fell into Lin Dong's hands. Deep down, he believes this building has always belonged to the Xia family. That's not greed, that's practically dying with his fortune. Bai Haixing snorted coldly. He said nothing in defense of Xia Qiao, but inwardly, he remained deeply displeased with Xia Liangwei. Mr. Lin, I agree with what Haixing said. In fact, I suspect all this was an old man Xia's test of you. Old Master by now voiced his own perspective. Seeing all eyes turn to him, he cleared his throat softly. Mr. Lin, your identity is the most closely guarded secret within our Bai family. Initially, only Bai Haixing knew. Xiao learned about it by chance from Haixing. Even he himself only learned of the other party's identity when Xia Qiao invited Lin Dong to the Bai family's ancestral home to treat him last time. This included Bai Cheng Tian and Bai Rou of the Bai family as well. Beyond that, no one else in the Bai family knew his true identity. It had never been publicly disclosed, not even to the Xia family. But the Xia patriarch has lived in the capital for so many years. He must have noticed the mysterious backing behind our Bai family. Coupled with the respect we've intentionally or unintentionally shown towards you, I suspect the old man has already begun to suspect your true identity. Xia Liangwei was indeed greedy for wealth, but he lacked sufficient business acumen and courage. Had it not been for Qiao's father, the position of next heir to the Xia family would never have fallen to him. Therefore, Old Master Bai suspected Old Master Xia might have orchestrated this, perhaps whispering suggestions in his ear, or casually revealing news of Lin Dong acquiring the building to deliberately provoke his resentment, leading to the scene just now. In short, given Xia Liangwei's timid nature, he would never have dared utter those words in his presence. Old Master Bai's words prompted Bai Haixing to nod repeatedly in agreement. Xia Qiao wanted to speak up, but she didn't know how to defend the Xia family. Mr. Lin, Qiao actually holds a unique position within the Xia family. Though she enjoys the patriarch's profound affection, she's never been involved in the family's business affairs. In fact, there's a certain degree of caution toward her in that regard. Seeing Lin Dong remain silent, Old Master Bai deliberately revealed more details to him. First, it served as a subtle warning. Second, it expressed their hope that he would treat Xia Qiao well. Regardless of how the Xie family treated Xie Qiao, the Bai family had always been exceptionally kind to her.
They had even secretly gifted her several shops to ensure she would never want for anything in her lifetime.
I appreciate the old master's kindness.
Lin Dong knew there was no reason for him to lie, so he voiced his gratitude.
Seeing this, old master Bai rose from the sofa. It's getting late. We should be going. I won't dwell on well wishes and congratulations. With that, the Bai patriarch departed, accompanied by Bai Haisheng.
After seeing them off at the company entrance, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao returned to the penthouse. Gazing at the person beside him, Lin Dong wrapped his arms around her without saying a word. Xie Qiao was a bit confused, but she reached out her arms and embraced him back. Meanwhile, the Xie family patriarch and Xia Lianwei, having departed Lin Group, had returned to the Xie family ancestral home.
Dad, has the Bai family lost their minds? Such a massive enterprise, and they just give it away?
And that by Haisheng everything I said was the truth.
If they were going to give it away anyway, why couldn't they have given it to our Xie family? Why did they have to hand it over to some greenhorn?
Back at the Xie family mansion, Xia Lianwei vented his frustration and dissatisfaction.
What does the Bai family's business have to do with us?
Don't forget, our Xie family still relies on their support in our ventures. Even if they had risen to become one of the four great families of the capital, their true foundation lay elsewhere. Without the Bai family repeatedly making concessions during the Yi family affair, they wouldn't have been able to secure even a tenth of the pie on their own.
Ha! What are the Bai family? We Xie family are already among the four great families of the capital. Sooner or later, we'll push them aside and become the foremost among them. Xia Liangwei spouted these arrogant threats without a shred of self-awareness, showing utter contempt for the Bai family. Hearing this, the impassive old master Xia, seated in the ancestral home, suddenly shifted expression. His walking stick cracked down hard on his son's back. Dad, what are you doing? How dare you hit me?
This time, old master Xia held nothing back, striking with full force.
Chapter 164, Dad, you're so biased.
Xia Liangwei let out a piercing yelp, nearly jumping up on the spot. He scrambled away while reaching behind him, struggling to touch the spot where he'd been struck.
What do you think of that Lin Dong fellow?
Old master Xia ignored his question and instead brought up another matter. What else could he be? A freeloader. If it weren't for Xie Qiao, that place would have ended up in our Xie family's hands.
Even if the Bai family gave it to Xie Qiao, wouldn't it still belong to us in the end? Now look, it's gone straight to that freeloader. Xia Liangwei had no good impression of Lin Dong whatsoever.
He'd initially assumed the man was some wealthy young master, but after inquiring around the capital, he found no one of the Lin surname. And after seeing him today, Xia Liangwei was convinced he was a freeloader freeloading off Xie Qiao, and who knew, maybe even off the entire Xie family in the future. What else? Hearing his youngest son's words, old master Xia felt a mix of disappointment and reluctance to give up. He quickly pressed further.
Besides these? What else could there be? That Lin Dong is just a greenhorn. His family isn't even from the capital, yet he claims to be from Yanjing. Dad, what exactly are you trying to say?
Xia Liangwei completely missed the implication in his son's words, even showing a hint of impatience. Old master Xia intended to press further, but seeing his youngest son's expression, he sighed helplessly instead. He had deliberately gathered intelligence and brought his son to congratulate the Lin Group for two reasons. First, to boost his youngest son's presence in front of the Bai family. Second, to use this opportunity to probe Lin Dong and see if he was indeed the mysterious figure behind the Bai family. He had already sensed Lin Dong's extraordinary status from the respect shown by the Bai family patriarch and by Haisheng, as well as by Haisheng's constant protection of him. But whether Lin Dong was indeed the mysterious figure remained uncertain for now. He had always believed his son simply lacked the business acumen and intellect for commerce. Yet today, he realized his youngest son didn't even possess the ability to judge character. This thought filled old master Xie with a deep sense of sorrow. At least the Bai family had Bai Haisheng, but what about his own Xie family? His eldest son was missing, his fate unknown, and his youngest son was a good-for-nothing with no brains. Who would inherit the vast Xie family fortune in the future? Find time to invite Qiao and her boyfriend over for a visit. The Xie family is her home too. We can't have her running back and forth to the Bai family forever. As if all his strength had suddenly drained away, old master Xia sank into the sofa, setting his cane aside.
With only Xia Liangwei, the younger son, remaining by his side, the old patriarch knew the boy alone couldn't shoulder the entire Xie family.
Thus, he planned to have Xie Qiao bring Lin Dong back to the Xie residence, hoping to learn more about Lin Dong's background through her. Regardless of Lin Dong's true background, the Bai family's evident respect for him alone demanded that the Xie family cultivate closer ties with him.
What gives him the right? Some greenhorn just got on Xie Qiao's list. Does that really mean he can walk through our Xie family gates?
Xia Liangwei was the first to object to the old patriarch's words, his anger so intense it made him completely ignore the pain radiating from his back.
Dad, are you playing favorites?
Xie Qiao and that Lin Dong haven't even gotten started yet, and you're already pushing her to bring him home.
Are you trying to vet him yourself?
Xia Liangwei couldn't grasp his father's true intentions. To him, it seemed his father had devoted his entire heart to Xie Qiao, neglecting even his own son.
She's my granddaughter. What's wrong with me vetting her? Never mind that Lin Dong is just a greenhorn. Even if he really is a freeloader like you claim, our Xie family can easily support him. Faced with his son's repeated opposition, old Master Xie lost patience, explaining further and simply went along with his son's line of reasoning. Dad, you're being so biased.
It wasn't enough to favor my older brother since childhood, now you're neglecting me, your youngest son, to favor his daughter.
Are you planning to hand over the entire Xie family estate to Xie Qiao someday? I'm your son. Your own flesh and blood. If you won't leave the Xie family to me, why hand it over to Xie Qiao? She's just a woman. What gives her the right to inherit the family business? What gives her the right? Xia Lianwei seethed with resentment.
Being overshadowed by his elder brother since childhood was one thing. He knew his own limitations and accepted he couldn't match his brother's abilities.
But why must even his brother's daughter be held above him? And his father's attitude?
He clearly treated Xie Qiao like a precious treasure, completely disregarding his own son's feelings.
This thought only deepened Xia Lianwei's despair.
He glanced at his father sitting there, motionless, not even offering a single word of comfort.
Xia Lianwei felt suffocated. He couldn't stay in this Xia household any longer.
He turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
The loud slam echoed through the quiet room. Surveying the empty living room, old Master Xia couldn't help but sigh again. With Lianwei like this, can he truly shoulder the responsibility of becoming the next head of the Xie family? Will the Xie family flourish under his leadership, or will it decline into ruin?
Disappointment washed over the old patriarch, and the resolve that had once been unshakable began to waver. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Lin Group, under Xie Qiao's leadership, the entire company gradually got back on track, steadily securing contracts and orders. Just as Lin Dong had predicted, Lin Group expanded comprehensively, gradually permeating various industries. While the Lin Group flourished, the claw machine shop taken over by Wang Yongsheng also boomed with business. All of this was observed by Lu Haojie and Lu Zhangyi. Since the two shops were located very close to each other, Wang Yongsheng would occasionally visit the Lin Group, and Lin Dong would likewise go to the claw machine shop to check on things. One day, Lin Dong arrived at Entertainment Street as usual, intending to check on the shop's latest developments. As soon as he stepped onto the street, he spotted Wang Yongsheng standing there with someone. As he drew nearer, he recognized the man beside him as none other than Lu Haojie.
Young Master Lin.
Seeing Lin Dong approach, Wang Yongsheng greeted him warmly, quickening his pace toward him.
Mr. Lin.
Lu Haojie also offered a polite greeting as he looked at Lin Dong.
Mr. Lu, has business been slow at your shop lately?
Lin Dong's question left Lu Haojie a bit puzzled, but he answered truthfully nonetheless. Business has been fairly steady.
Is there a problem?
Nothing, I just noticed the customer flow in the store has been unusually high lately. I was worried it might affect the surrounding shops.
But hearing you say that, Mr. Lu, I feel reassured. Chapter 165, All Lu family members. Mr. Lin, you have a way with words.
Lu Haojie managed a faint smile, his gaze drifting down the street.
But now that you mention it, I'm curious about your shop's business. Might I take a look around? Certainly.
Lin Dong agreed, and the three of them walked deeper into the street. As they entered the street, several more people appeared at their original spot and followed them inside. Arriving at the shop entrance, Lu Haojie didn't enter. Standing at the doorway, he looked inside. It was indeed as Lin Dong had described. The business inside was unexpectedly bustling. Moreover, Lu Haojie sensed something had changed within the shop, though its overall appearance remained unchanged from before. It's just as Mr. Lin said, business here is booming, and it seems even busier than when Mr. Lu was running it. Lu Haojie remarked. Wang Yongsheng, standing beside him, waved his hands repeatedly. We owe it all to Mr. Lu. If he hadn't told me this shop was for sale, such a prime location might never have come into our hands. The few people who had followed them inside now stood a short distance away, watching every move of Lin Dong and his two companions. Watching the three conversing animatedly ahead, someone couldn't help but speak up. Boss, judging by how they're acting, could it be they know each other? Lu Zhangyi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the trio ahead. Employees had mentioned that Lu Haojie had interacted multiple times with the man who recently purchased his shop, and it seemed the two knew each other. Lu Zhangyi hadn't believed it at first, but the employees described it in such vivid detail that it didn't seem like they were lying. He had deliberately set aside time today to come and see for himself whether his employees had simply misinterpreted things or if there was indeed something to it. So, following his employees' advice, he waited on the street corner. Sure enough, he saw Lu Haojie strike up a conversation with a man. The distance was too great for him to hear their conversation, but their mannerisms certainly didn't suggest strangers meeting for the first time. So Lu Zhangyi decided to follow them with his employees. They walked down the street until they saw the three of them standing in front of a shop, pointing at it and talking animatedly. Boss, they clearly know each other. Didn't you say the Lu family didn't want this shop? What's going on now? The employee following him couldn't help but ask. Yet even Lu Zhangyi, the man directly involved, had no clue what was going on. Back then, Lu Haojie had stated clearly in front of him and Deng Jinsheng that the Lu family didn't want the shop, but they also wouldn't allow it to remain under the Lu family's name. They demanded the shop be sold, and they wouldn't permit the Deng family to bid on it either. At the time, Lu Haojie had insisted he had no interest in the shop.
So what was he seeing before his eyes now? Could it be that he was blind after all?
In just a moment, Lu Zhangyi's mind raced with countless thoughts, and he began to doubt the truthfulness of Lu Haojie's previous words. If everything Lu Haojie had said before was a lie, did that mean the Lu family had actually been eyeing their Lu family shop covetously all along? Outwardly claiming no interest in the shop, yet secretly sending members of the Lu family to buy it. He recalled that day when he first hung up the for sale sign. The entire morning passed without a single buyer, not even a single inquiry.
Then, at noon, 2 people arrived. After hearing his asking price, they didn't even haggle, they bought it outright. At the time, he thought they were honest buyers. But now he realized he was the honest one. It was all a play orchestrated by Lu Haojie and his men, designed to convince him that the shop had been bought by someone else and had nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Zhangyi's gaze drifted to the distance, where 3 figures still stood before the shop entrance. In his mind, he could already picture them mocking him. Standing right in front of his shop, mocking his stupidity, wouldn't that be incredibly satisfying? Ha, so they were all in cahoots, all Lu family members, and everything they did was for my shop. Lu Zhangyi sneered coldly. Boss, should we go ask them? The Lu family is so wealthy and powerful, they wouldn't stoop to using such underhanded tactics, right? Maybe it's not what it seems. Perhaps they just happened to know each other, or it was just a business conversation between owners? An employee following behind him, whose identity was unknown, spoke up with this question. Ask? What's the point? Do you think they'll admit it if we ask? Lu Haojie, you just wait. I won't swallow this injustice silently. For the sake of a single shop, the Lu family has truly shown their colors. But expecting the Lu family to quietly endure this? That's utterly impossible. Though he wouldn't openly sever ties with the Lu family, behind the scenes. Let's go. Lu Zhangyi shot Lu Haojie and his 2 companions a piercing look before leading his men away. Lu Haojie remained completely unaware of all this. At that moment, he stood before the shop entrance, discussing business matters with Wang Yongsheng. I never would have guessed you're such a sharp thinker, brother. You've even thought through every little detail. Facing his exaggerated praise, Wang Yongsheng shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. All of this was arranged by Young Master Lin. After discovering the hidden door earlier, Lin Dong had taken Wang Yongsheng to thoroughly inspect the shop's interior. He uncovered every flaw Lu Zhangyi had missed. While instructing Wang Yongsheng to replace the surveillance system, he also resolved all these issues. Mr. Lin, so you're the one who's been keeping your true abilities hidden all along. As he spoke, Lu Haojie's gaze settled on Lin Dong. Lin Dong detected no hostility in that gaze. Looking up, he saw curiosity in the other man's eyes, even a hint of admiration. Compared to Mr. Lu, I'm still a bit lacking. Finding the admiration in his eyes somewhat peculiar, Lin Dong decided to return the compliment. If the opportunity arises, I'd love to open a shop together with Mr. Lin. Lu Haojie spoke these words without a trace of sarcasm, his sincerity palpable. That day will come. Meanwhile, Lu Zhangyi, having left the street, instructed his staff to return to the shop and resume business operations. He himself headed straight for the Lu residence. Having lost both parents and built his empire from scratch, Lu Zhangyi single-handedly supported the entire Lu family. He was the undisputed authority within the Lu household. Upon returning home, Lu Zhangyi pushed open a hidden door within his bedroom and slipped inside alone. Chapter 166, Coming to Stir Trouble. As he stepped inside, motion-activated lights illuminated the space, revealing an endless corridor stretching before him. Lu Zhangyi's expression remained utterly unchanged, clearly accustomed to this place. He walked straight down the corridor. Soon, a door appeared ahead. He pushed it open forcefully, only to find another corridor stretching before him. Stepping out of the room, Lu Zhangyi paused, glancing around as if contemplating his next move. Following his gaze, one could easily see that rooms lined both sides of the corridor. Every so often, a room appeared, and all the doors were tightly shut. Had Lin Dong been present, he would have immediately recognized that Lu Zhangyi's current location was identical to where he and Wang Yongsheng had discovered the hidden door leading. Finally, Lu Zhangyi turned left and pushed open one of the doors. Night soon fell, and the streets, which had seemed rather desolate during the day, now bustled with activity. Yet no one noticed the group gathered at the far end of the street. Boss, when do we make our move? Yeah, weren't we supposed to move once it got dark? Why are there suddenly more people out now that it's night? One of them couldn't contain his impatience and asked aloud. Though they were positioned at the end of the street, passers-by were still frequenting the area, forcing them to lower their voices. Who knows? The boss said to strike after dark, but with all these people around, if we act rashly, it'll blow up into a big mess. We won't be able to get away with it. The man called the boss took a cigarette from his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and stared intently ahead, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Boss, I've got an idea. Everyone around here is here to have fun and spend money. Why don't we just blend in with them? The boss told us to cause trouble anyway, how we do it doesn't matter.
One man rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with excitement.
That's a good idea. Since that's the case, let's do it your way. We'll have a legitimate cover story, and we can still pick fights. Convinced by the suggestion, the boss agreed.
He flicked his cigarette onto the ground, crushed it under his right foot several times, then led his crew straight ahead.
Who knew grabbing stuffed animals could be this easy? In just a few minutes, I've already hit the jackpot.
The young man beamed with excitement, his transparent plastic backpack strapped to his back, bulging with stuffed animals.
Mr. Lin, aren't you losing money running this business? Watching yet another young man emerge with arms full of prizes, Lu Haojie couldn't help but ask. He'd lingered at the shop entrance all afternoon, hoping to figure out how this claw machine business actually made money. Instead, he watched wave after wave of young customers enter, only leaving once their arms were full of prizes. Each departing patron seemed reluctant to go, waving to the staff and promising to return. Whether it's profitable or not aside, Mr. Lu, your shop seems to have a problem. Lin Dong's gaze shifted to the side, where a crowd had gathered, accompanied by faint murmurs of commotion. Lu Haojie followed his gaze to the crowd, assuming it was another customer's impressive performance and paying it little mind. But within seconds, one of his employees emerged from the crowd, rushing toward him with a hint of panic in his stride. "Boss, there's trouble in the shop."
The employee reached Lu Haojie's side and blurted out breathlessly before collapsing against him, gasping for air. Hearing this, Lu Haojie immediately headed toward his shop. Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng exchanged glances and followed suit. "Where's your boss? Get your boss out here. You're just fooling around. This is clearly underhanded dealings." Pushing through the crowd to the innermost section, they heard someone shouting for the boss to come out.
"I am the boss. What do you want?"
Lu Haojie and Lin Dong appeared, surveying the hostile-looking crowd before them.
"You're the boss?" The man who had spoken earlier scrutinized Lu Haojie from head to toe, finally curling his lip in disdain. "There's something wrong with your targets. My buddy and I were betting, and he hit 10 rings every single time while I couldn't even hit a single ring. I suspect your shop can manipulate the targets." The man across from them pointed at the distant targets. Just as he claimed, the target directly in front of him showed only 1 and 2 rings, while the adjacent target displayed a perfect 10. "Sir, our shop's targets are always precise. There's absolutely no underhanded dealings. Besides, if it were truly as you claim, why haven't other customers experienced this?" Friends betting against each other in shooting competitions was a common occurrence at his shop. Regardless of what they were competing over, it always ended amicably. It was less about competition and more about treating it as pure enjoyment, a thoroughly satisfying way to unwind. But what this customer just described was truly unprecedented in their shop. He claimed it was a friendly wager between brothers, yet he looked every bit the bitter rival. Why else would he fly into such a rage over a loss, even going so far as to blame it on their targets? "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, the customer across the counter flared up. "There's something wrong with your targets, plain as day. Sir, since you're so certain our shop's targets are faulty, why not ask the other customers around us? This shop has been here for years and has plenty of regulars." Seeing his unreasonable stance, Lu Haojie decided to let the onlookers speak up and ask them to judge fairly. "What do you say? Is there something wrong with his shop?" The customer also scanned the crowd, though his gaze was hostile. His fists clenched tightly, as if threatening physical violence if anyone dared speak in Lu Haojie's favor. "This shop's been here for years. In all that time, no customer ever caused trouble or complained about the dartboard. Clearly, the problem lies with you." "Exactly. If you don't have the skills, don't try to imitate others betting. Now that you've lost, you're trying to save face by blaming the shop. The owner just runs a business. What did he ever do to you?" Chapter 167, Another Troublemaker. The onlookers chimed in one after another, every single one of them siding with Lu Haojie. "Sir, you just claimed our target was faulty. Any clear-eyed person can see it's not. With so many people here, no one else noticed anything wrong except you. Are all of us blind? Or is it your eyes that are faulty? I said there's something wrong with them, and there is." Whether driven by shame at being exposed or provoked by Lu Haojie's words, the man flipped the nearby table upside down. Everything on the table clattered to the floor with a loud clang. This action caused the onlookers to scramble backward, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. "Sir, if there's a problem, we can resolve it. Why get so angry? Besides, you've damaged our property, you'll have to pay for it." Facing this sudden outburst, Lu Haojie remained unflustered, even stepping forward. "Compensation? Put." The customer spat directly at Lu Haojie, only to have him dodge it effortlessly. Lu Haojie exchanged a glance with his staff behind him, and they slowly began closing in on the customer. Just then, Lin Dong, who had been standing behind Lu Haojie, noticed several people who had been behind the customer quietly slipping away from the crowd. "You!" The man hurled an expletive at Lu Haojie before immediately turning and sprinting backward. He vanished from sight as he darted through the crowd. Lu Haojie's staff instinctively gave chase. "My apologies, everyone. I'm sorry for the disturbance. All of your expenses tonight will be covered."
I hope you'll continue to enjoy yourselves. Lu Haojie turned to face the surrounding crowd, not forgetting to thank them for speaking up for him earlier. At the words all charges waived, the onlookers gasped in surprise and rushed back into the shop. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that had gathered at the entrance dispersed. Lin Dong said nothing, simply lifting his foot and walking toward his own shop. He had just spotted those individuals slipping away quietly, seemingly heading toward the claw machine arcade. Mr. Lin. Having just resolved the commotion, Lu Haojie opened his mouth to speak, only to see Lin Dong's retreating figure. Feeling a bit puzzled, he still gave chase. Meanwhile, inside the claw machine arcade. What the hell is this crap? I've already spent $10 and haven't gotten a single doll. A man with a rather sharp, monkey-like face kicked the machine in front of him, causing the claw inside to shake violently. Unsatisfied, he delivered 2 more kicks. Sir, please refrain from intentionally damaging the machines in our store. A nearby clerk witnessed the scene and approached to kindly intervene, only to be met with a dismissive glare. What do you mean malicious sabotage? It's clearly your machine that's broken. I spent all $10 and didn't get a single toy. How is it wrong for me to vent? The man yelled at her, then kicked the machine again right in front of him. A loud clang echoed through the shop once more. Witnessing this scene, the customers inside instantly lost their good mood. Ignoring the unused tokens still in their hands, they hurriedly made their way out. By the time Lin Dong arrived, most of the customers had already left, while the staff member stood there pleading with him. $10 and you can't win? I'll give you 10 more tokens for free. Lin Dong approached them, cutting off the employee's words. He gave the employee a look and the employee promptly turned and left. When he reappeared, he had 10 more game tokens in his hand. And who are you? The man eyed Lin Dong up and down, finally rolling his eyes, a reaction identical to the man who'd caused trouble outside Lu Haojie's shop earlier. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you didn't catch the doll. With that, Lin Dong took the tokens from the employee's hand and placed them all on the machine. Since you didn't get it, let's keep trying. The man tried to retort, but for some reason, the words wouldn't come out. He turned back to face the machine instead. He picked up 2 tokens, inserted them into the machine, then placed his left hand on the joystick, beginning to operate the claw inside. With his movements, the claw inside the machine began to operate, quickly positioning itself above the teddy bear inside. After adjusting the angle, he pressed the button. The claw descended the next second only to grab air. I told you this machine is faulty, and you wouldn't listen. The man shouted, raising his hand to smash the machine, but Lin Dong stopped him. There are still tokens here. Keep trying. Lin Dong grabbed his wrist, his gaze drifting toward the tokens sitting nearby, clearly signaling with his eyes for him to keep trying. You won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes, huh? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Seeing the man's earnest expression, Lin Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. After freeing his wrist, the man resumed methodically grabbing the dolls. When Wang Yongsheng and Lu Haojie rushed into the shop, they witnessed this very scene. Neither spoke, instead moving closer to Lin Dong until they stood behind him. At that moment, another result appeared the same as before, empty. The man didn't stop. He repeated the action over and over, but the result remained the same, empty, time after time. These are the last 2 tokens. The man picked up the last 2 tokens, inserted them one after another into the machine, and immediately the machine began to operate. He adjusted the direction and position, then pressed the button again. But just as his hand descended on the button, Lin Dong grabbed it. What are you doing? A flicker of panic crossed the man's face before he regained his composure. Is this fun? Lin Dong stared at the man's other hand. Everyone followed his gaze and realized the man had secretly adjusted the joystick to change the direction. Do you really think I wouldn't notice, or that the surveillance cameras in my shop are just for show? Lin Dong grabbed the man's hand and used his fingers to point toward the ceiling, directly at the store's security camera. Following his gesture, they saw a camera clearly aimed at them. The red light flickering in the lens seemed to prove it had recorded the entire incident. Your speed was indeed impressive. Right in front of everyone, you aimed the claw at the teddy bear inside the machine. Then, just before pressing the button, you swiftly adjusted the direction again, causing the descending claw to veer off course and ultimately grab nothing. Chapter 168, Who Sent You? That's why, even though everyone clearly saw the claw aimed at the teddy bear, it still failed to grab it. It wasn't because their machine was faulty, someone had deliberately tampered with it. Cut the crap. I paid to play this game. Why would I deliberately fail? Do you think I'm just throwing money away? Though he said this, the man clearly lacked conviction, his expression growing increasingly flustered. It's obvious your machine is faulty. You crooked owner deliberately cheats people out of their money, yet you stand here playing innocent, bringing all these people to intimidate me. His gaze flickered backward. Spotting the 2 men standing behind him, his knees went weak. He decided to go all in, shifting the blame squarely onto them. Is that so? Then let's call the police. The surveillance cameras are right here anyway. Once they arrive, we'll pull up the footage and it'll be crystal clear who's in the wrong. The man's earlier outburst had already drawn the attention of other customers in the shop. Hearing him accuse the owner of threatening patrons, they too grew uneasy and began to look for an exit. But seeing Lin Dong dare to mention the police, and knowing the store had surveillance footage, the customers relaxed and resumed their games. You? At the mention of the police, the man immediately backed down. The harsh words he'd been preparing to hurl died on his lips. He stammered you for a long moment, unable to form a complete sentence. Oomph. Who sent you here? Seeing his expression, Lin Dong knew immediately that he had come here deliberately to cause trouble. Are those people outside my shop right now working with you? Hearing Lin Dong's words, Lu Haojie immediately caught on. He stepped forward a few paces, coming to stand beside him, and demanded an answer. I don't know. It's clearly your shop's machines that are faulty. This is your problem. You're slandering innocent people. As if throwing caution to the wind, the man bellowed desperately, trying to draw everyone else's attention. But after the earlier incident and Lin Dong's words, the other customers couldn't be bothered with him. They all assumed he was deliberately picking a fight and had been called out by the shop owner. Seeing no one respond, the man's heart sank. He pulled a knife from his pocket and lunged straight at Lin Dong, aiming for the hand gripping his wrist. With limited space, Lin Dong had no choice but to release his grip and quickly step back. The man didn't linger, immediately turning and sprinting toward the exit. Seeing someone blocking his path, the man brandished his knife, forcing them back as he retreated toward the door. Seizing an opening, he dashed straight out. By the time Lin Dong and the others chased him out the door, he was already gone. Mr. Lin, I suspect he was working with that other guy. Failing to catch him, Lu Haojie felt a pang of disappointment. It's not suspicion, it's a certainty. Lin Dong then recounted what he had witnessed moments earlier. From the start, he had seen this man standing with the other individual. The two had exchanged a brief glance and even made a hand gesture. And I think they were after you. Lin Dong looked at Lu Haojie, only to find the man beside him turning his gaze toward him as well. Me? Lu Haojie pointed at himself with a finger, looking thoroughly puzzled. Yes. It could be someone who holds a grudge against you, or it might be the previous owner of this shop. At this point, Lin Dong gestured toward the shop behind them. Why? Lu Haojie countered, though inwardly he began weighing the truth behind those words. The shop's former owner was Lu Zhengyi. For the Lu family to turn against the Lu family over a single shop seemed unwise. We're new to the capital, unfamiliar with the people and places. How many would go out of their way to cause trouble? Besides, our social circle here is limited to a few regulars. But your Lu family is different. After all these years in the capital, I don't believe you haven't made enemies. Furthermore, the attackers clearly worked in concert. Targeting your shop alone would be one thing, but why come to ours? Is it because we're often seen together and got caught in the crossfire? Or is it because the shop's former owner resented our booming business? Lin Dong's analysis was logical and well-reasoned, directing all suspicion squarely at him at Lu Haojie. Setting aside the Lu family's feuds, take the shop itself, they only came to purchase it after receiving Lu Haojie's call. Lin Dong's logic left Lu Haojie momentarily speechless. He had considered more possibilities than his opponent, for the only family feuding with the Lu clan was the Lu family and the shop's original owner belonged to the Lu family. So, over a single shop, the Lu family was prepared to sever ties with the Lu family? My apologies, Mr. Lin. This matter may indeed have been caused by me. I offer my sincere apology. After much deliberation, Lu Haojie decided to take the initiative and apologize. As he finished speaking, he prepared to bow deeply in apology, but a hand stopped him. Before we find the mastermind behind this, Mr. Lu, there's no need to blame yourself so harshly. After all, I'm still counting on you to uncover who's pulling the strings. Lin Dong helped him up and spoke these words. Besides, with so many people coming and going, having Lu Haojie apologize to him in front of everyone like this, if word got out tomorrow, what would become of the Lu family's reputation? I understand. Thank you. The word thank you was spoken softly by Lu Haojie, barely audible to anyone but the person before him. After exchanging a glance with Lin Dong, Lu Haojie turned and walked away. He appreciated the gesture, just as the other had said, uncovering the mastermind behind this was the most crucial task at hand. Seeing Lu Haojie depart, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng didn't linger at the shop entrance either. The two returned inside and headed up to the third floor. Young Master Lin, is there something you need to instruct me on? Upon entering the study on the third floor, Wang Yongsheng closed the door behind him before asking. Has your Mad Gate faction still not made a name for itself in the capital? Lin Dong's question made Wang Yongsheng feel a bit embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head repeatedly, his expression awkward. Well, young Master Lin, you know how it is. With so many small factions operating openly and covertly in the capital, the Mad Sect is still just a fledgling organization. How could it possibly make a name for itself so quickly? It'll take time, at the very least. Besides, fame doesn't come easily. Without making some earth-shattering splash, how could they possibly grab anyone's attention? So Wang Yongsheng was waiting for the right opportunity. I suspect tonight's events were orchestrated by the Lu family. Chapter 169, Fun? Lin Dong added another seemingly unrelated remark. Wang Yongsheng couldn't discern the meaning behind his words, so he simply listened quietly as he continued. We've been interacting with Lu Haojie quite frequently lately. The Lu family has always harbored ambitions to replace the Lu family. So either they've grown resentful toward us or they assume we're in cahoots with the Lu family. If this shop fell into someone else's hands, it wouldn't be so bad, at least it wouldn't involve any of the three families. But now it was in Wang Yongxing's hands.
Coupled with Wang and Lu Haojia's frequent, sometimes deliberate, interactions, it looked undeniably like the two were close. He surmised that Lu Zhongyi of the Lu family likely suspected collusion.
While the Lu family publicly pressured the Lu family to sell the shop, they secretly orchestrated its repurchase by their own kin, effectively undermining the Lu family's influence.
But this is between the Lu and Lu families. What does it have to do with us? Wang Yongxing couldn't wrap his head around it and blurted out instinctively. Isn't the mad sect waiting for an opportunity? This is a perfect chance and a perfect opportunity. Wang Yongxing had previously planned to target the Lu, and Deng families to devour their influence.
But after interacting with Lu Haojie, he abandoned the idea of moving against the Lu family.
That left only the Lu and Deng families. So you mean I should seize this chance to strike against the Lu family?
Wang Yongxing finally grasped the implication in Lin Dong's words and hurriedly replied. Yes. Use the Mad Gate faction to strike against the Lu family. Moreover, if that underground level they discovered truly served as the Lu family's stronghold, it would be the perfect opportunity to wipe them out completely.
The mad sect could then establish a permanent base there. Young Master Lin, I understand your meaning. I'll issue the orders immediately. After Lin Dong acknowledged the response, Wang Yongxing exited the room.
Shortly after Wang Yongxing's departure, Lin Dong also left the shop. It was now 3 in the morning. The bustling streets had fallen silent once more, yet faint figures began to appear within the darkness.
Boss, we completely messed up tonight. Is the boss going to tear us apart?
On one side of the street, someone cautiously spoke up, their tone heavy with self-reproach and a hint of confusion.
What's there to fear? Your boss is still here. Whatever happens, I'll take the fall for you. Come on, brothers, let's keep stirring things up.
The leader bellowed, his grip now tightening around a baseball bat that had suddenly appeared in his hand. He hoisted it onto his shoulder with a sharp jerk. The men following him now also had weapons in their hands. Hearing their leader's words, the previously anxious underlings instantly relaxed. Mimicking their boss, they slung baseball bats over their shoulders and strode forward with reckless abandon, following their leader.
This is the shop, right?
Soon, the group arrived at one of the shops lining the street and halted in front of it. Gazing at the shop before them, the leader's tone held a hint of uncertainty as he asked.
Yes, this is the one. The shooting sports shop belongs to the Lu family. Hearing his men's confirmation, the leader's shoulders tensed and the baseball bat slipped from his shoulders. Then smash it.
At the command, the leader charged forward first, raising the bat to smash the shop door.
A loud crash echoed through the air.
The leader immediately scanned his surroundings. Satisfied that no one else was nearby, he let out a sigh of relief. He turned his attention back to the shop door, only to find it completely intact, showing no signs of damage whatsoever.
How is that possible?
The leader thought he must be seeing things. He rubbed his eyes, but the scene remained exactly as before.
I refuse to believe it.
Muttering under his breath, he swung the baseball bat again, this time with all his might.
Clang! Another loud crash echoed, yet the result remained unchanged. Having fun? Just then, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. Fun my ass.
The leader snapped back instinctively, only realizing a second later that the voice sounded unfamiliar.
He spun around. Who just spoke? No one did. Not me either.
The younger members denied it one after another, until the last voice spoke up. The boss sensed something was off, but then that unfamiliar voice spoke again.
It was me. The next second, a heavy thud echoed.
The boss snapped back to reality and saw that the door, which had been impossible to open no matter how hard they tried, was now swinging open. Footsteps echoed from ahead, and a figure materialized before him, none other than the shop owner, Lu Haojie.
What are you doing here?
Staring at the man before him, the boss felt utterly bewildered. The information the boss had given them stated that Lu Haojie left the shop every night and never stayed overnight. Moreover, before they left, the owner had specifically emphasized again that they should wait until after 2 a.m. to act. By that time, the streets would be deserted and all shops closed. No matter how much noise they made, no one would notice.
Why am I here? Care to guess?
Lu Haojie wore a smile, his tone unusually calm, yet his gaze fixed on the group as if they were already dead. I don't care why you're here. I'm smashing this place tonight, period.
Guys, follow me.
With that, the leader charged forward, baseball bat raised high. Instead of smashing the shop door, he swung it straight at Lu Haojie's head.
Lu Haojie didn't even flinch at the attack.
Seeing him standing motionless, the leader felt a surge of secret delight, convinced he'd been intimidated. He gathered all his strength and swung again. Clang! At that moment, a metallic clang echoed through the air. The baseball bat, which should have struck Lu Haojie's head, suddenly halted mid-swing. The leader looked up to see a steel pipe suspended above Lu Haojie, blocking his swing. The clang had come from the collision between the bat and the pipe. Following the pipe's trajectory, he saw a figure emerge from behind Lu Haojie. One by one, several others stepped out of the shop, each clutching a steel pipe. Don't kill him, I still have use for these guys. After tossing out this command, Lu Haojie walked off to the side on his own. As he departed, the leader saw the man before him flash a vicious grin. Instantly, the man tightened his grip, and the steel pipe crushed down on the baseball bat, driving it toward him.
Chapter 170, Follow me to the Lu family.
The boss scrambled to resist with all his might. Just then, the man in front suddenly released his grip. But before the boss could catch his breath, the man swung the steel pipe, smashing it directly into his knee. The blow sent the boss crashing to one knee. The pain made him drop the baseball bat he was holding. He clutched his knee with both hands, trying to rise, but the agony was so intense he couldn't move and dared not move. Seeing their boss struck down, the henchmen behind him charged forward, clashing with Lu Haojie's men. Within a minute, the ground was littered with bodies, moaning in agony. Some clutched their knees, others clutched their heads, not a single one remained unscathed. Boss, what should we do with them now? Due to Lu Haojie's earlier orders, his men hadn't killed them outright, but their current state didn't look promising either. Take them with us.
Follow me to the Lu family.
If Lu Haojie had harbored doubts earlier about whether the Lu family was behind this, seeing this group now confirmed it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Among them were individuals he had seen before in Lu Zhengyi's entourage, as well as the two who had deliberately caused trouble in his shop and Mr. Lin's shop earlier that afternoon.
With that, Lu Haojie turned and headed toward the Lu residence.
The Lu family members followed behind him, dragging the men lying on the ground along with them. Soon, the red sports car vanished from sight, followed by two black vans. As they departed, a black Maybach followed suit. Before long, the red sports car entered a residential complex in the capital city, finally coming to a halt in front of one of the villas. As the red sports car came to a halt, the two vans following it also stopped one after another. The Maybach following behind them also came to a stop not far away, maintaining a distance from the others. After getting out of the car, Lu Haojie headed straight for the villa. Seeing the locked front gate, he shot a glance behind him. Immediately, the gate was kicked open with a loud crash, the tremendous noise triggering the motion-activated lights in the villa's courtyard. Simultaneously, a shrill alarm blared from the bedroom inside the villa. Hearing it, Lu Zhengyi, who had been lying on the bed, instinctively sat up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked around as the alarm continued to wail intermittently. Seeing the gate open, Lu Haojie continued walking inside, crossing the villa courtyard to the front door. Lu Haojie stood motionless before the door, while the person who had followed him inside began pounding forcefully on the villa door. Who goes there?
After less than a minute of pounding, the villa door swung open from the inside.
Lu Zhengyi, clad in his pajamas, stood at the entrance. Seeing the figure at the doorway, he momentarily thought his eyes were playing tricks on him.
Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu, why are you at my house in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?
Though roused from sleep, Lu Zhengyi suppressed his irritation and dared not vent it in front of him.
I'm bringing you a gift.
Lu Haojie flashed him a smile, brushed past him, and walked straight into the house. He made himself comfortable on the sofa in the living room. Seeing his casual familiarity, Lu Zhengyi's hand at his side clenched into a fist involuntarily, but he eventually relaxed it.
Mr. Lu, you come all the way here in the middle of the night to give me a gift? You personally came to deliver it? Lu Zhengyi didn't believe a word of Lu Haojie's explanation.
Seeing him seated there, he simply sat down beside him.
Lu Haojie didn't speak.
Instead, he clapped his hands. Immediately, someone entered from the doorway, seemingly dragging something with both hands. Watching their movements, Lu Zhengyi felt a twinge of suspicion, but he kept quiet, continuing to observe until everyone Lu Haojie had brought arrived in the living room. As the car's occupants entered the villa, the doors of the Maybach parked nearby slowly opened.
Stepping out was none other than Lin Dong.
Glancing around to assess the surroundings, Lin Dong walked toward the villa ahead. He entered alongside the others, then found a spot in a surveillance blind spot and remained there. From his vantage point, he could clearly see everything happening inside the villa and hear every sound coming from both inside and outside.
This is my gift to Boss Lu.
With that, Lu Haojie rose from the sofa and walked toward the group.
Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this?
Whether Lu Zhengyi was genuinely clueless or feigning ignorance, Lu Haojie walked straight up to one of the men. He bent down and lifted the man's head. Coincidentally, it was the very boss who had earlier threatened to destroy his shop. The boss lay sprawled on the floor, his face a bruised and swollen mess, his features barely recognizable.
Yet Lu Zhengyi recognized him the instant he was forced to lift his head. Now you know what I mean, Boss Lu.
Lu Haojie withdrew his hand, giving the boss's clothes a quick wipe to ensure no filth clung to his fingers before standing upright again.
I don't understand. Lu Zhengyi shook his head, deciding to play dumb.
Lu Zhengyi, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm speaking to you politely, so you'd better answer honestly. Stop playing innocent. You should know full well how powerful the Lu family is.
A few men? We can easily track down their identities. Do you think I'd come looking for you without solid evidence?
Lu Haojie saw no point in beating around the bush. He cut straight to the chase. Tonight, you sent your men to stir trouble at my shop and even at the doll store.
What's this? Have you taken a dislike to the Lu family, or have you gone back on your word and regretted selling the shop? Lu Haojie stared straight at the man across from him, his tone devoid of any politeness. He'd expected the other man to keep up the pretense, but to his surprise, Lu Zhangyi admitted it outright. That's right. Those were my men. I ordered them to cause trouble at your shop. I ordered them to smash your shop. I simply can't stand the Lu family. Surveying the crowd before him, Lu Zhangyi seemed utterly fearless. Not only did he openly admit to everything, but he was even prepared to sever ties with the Lu family completely. What are you, Lu family? If it weren't for my Lu family's financial struggles back then, there's no way that Street would have let your Lu family take charge and become the boss. You kept saying our three families kept to ourselves, that you Lu family didn't want our Lu family's shops, that you looked down on them. But what happened in the end? Chapter 171, the shop was smashed. The result is that your Lu family secretly sent people to buy up the shops. I, Lu Zhangyi, was a fool to trust your words, Lu Haojie. Your Lu family played me like a puppet. If my men hadn't come to report seeing you, Lu Haojie, acting suspiciously close to the new shop owner, I'd never have guessed this was all a scheme orchestrated by your Lu family. Caught red-handed, Lu Zhangyi saw no point in hiding the truth any longer. He spoke up, finally voicing the words that had been bottled up inside him for so long. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean our Lu family bought your Lu family's shop? Lu Haojie, however, was utterly bewildered. When had the Lu family orchestrated any scheme? And when had they purchased that shop? Stop playing dumb and pretending you know nothing. I know everything clearly. Lu Zhangyi snorted coldly. My Lu family has had it in for your Lu family for ages. Why should your Lu family get to be the boss while my Lu family has to play second fiddle? So what if you caught them? My Lu family has plenty of men. This time you caught them, but that doesn't mean you'll catch us next time. In any case, my Lu family will replace your Lu family and become the top dog. Big talk, but unfortunately, your ambitions far exceed your capabilities. You're destined to remain beneath us. Forget about the shop for now. Hearing Lu Zhangyi speak like this, Lu Haojie's temper flared up. He immediately mocked him, saying he was dreaming in broad daylight. Oof. Over the years, my Lu family hasn't stood still. I'm curious to see what happens when the Lu family falls from its peak. Will it shatter into pieces? Lu Zhangyi gritted his teeth, emphasizing the last four words. Rest assured, before our Lu family falls, we'll drag your Lu family down with us. As the words fell, Lu Zhangyi glared at him from across the room. Lu Haojie returned the glare, refusing to be outdone. Ow. Just then, one of the figures sprawled on the ground seemed to regain consciousness, groaning in pain. Yet their body remained motionless on the floor. Right. Now that these gifts have been delivered to their master, whether they live or die is entirely up to you. As Lu Haojie finished speaking, his men promptly released their grip. Without support, the bodies instantly slammed back onto the floor. Thud. Thud. Thud echoed through the living room in quick succession, followed by a chorus of wails. Lu Haojie, don't get too cocky. Sooner or later, you'll end up in my hands. As Lu Haojie turned to leave, Lu Zhangyi couldn't resist hurling a parting threat. Don't worry, that day will never come. Lu Haojie replied without looking up, leading his men straight out of the villa. As they departed, the villa was left empty except for Lu Zhangyi and the group of people sprawled on the floor. Useless trash. He kicked the nearest man with his foot. Meanwhile, in the villa's courtyard. After watching Lu Haojie and his men depart, Lin Dong observed the villa for a moment. Only when Lu Zhangyi abandoned the bodies in the living room and retreated back to the bedroom did he step out of the villa grounds and return to his car. Seated in the driver's seat, Lin Dong didn't drive off immediately. Instead, he processed everything that had just unfolded inside the villa. Judging solely by the confrontation between Lu Haojie and Lu Zhangyi, it was clear the Lu and Lu families had severed ties, shedding even the pretense of civility. Moreover, Lu Zhangyi had personally admitted to orchestrating everything, even declaring his intent to pull the Lu family down from their peak and take their place. Therefore, Lin Dong saw no harm in lending the Lu family a hand, accelerating the Lu family's decline. With that thought, Lin Dong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Young Master Lin. The moment the call connected, Wang Yongxing's voice came through. From this moment on, target the Lu family with full force. Tonight, start by smashing their shops. If we're going to swallow them whole, let's be decisive. Cut off the Lu family's funds first. Understood. Wang Yongxing replied. Lin Dong then hung up the phone. Setting the phone aside, Lin Dong drove away from the location. Meanwhile, having received Lin Dong's orders, Wang Yongxing led his men toward the entertainment district. Glancing at the shop names displayed on his phone, Wang Yongxing looked up and surveyed his surroundings. After pinpointing the exact locations of each establishment, he divided his men into squads and dispatched them to carry out the operation. Thus, in the otherwise quiet street, the jarring sounds of shattering glass echoed one after another. Before commencing their actions, Wang Yongxing had deliberately destroyed all surveillance equipment. Since they were going to take action anyway, there was no way he would leave any clues behind. He absolutely would not make such a rookie mistake. Wang Yongxing's men worked swiftly. Within half an hour, the shops were already in shambles.
Surveying the shattered glass littering the ground, Wang Yongshang and his men departed with satisfaction.
The next day at noon, a thunderous roar echoed through the street.
Who did this? Lu Zhongyi stood before his shop, staring at the scattered shards in the drafty doorway, utterly panicked. He lifted his foot to step inside, but found no solid ground to place it on. In the end, he lowered his foot again. You go inside and see what it looks like in there now. Unable to enter himself, Lu Zhongyi shoved the employee beside him inside. His sudden action nearly caused the employee to stumble and fall. Even when he regained his balance, his shoes had already stepped on shards of glass. With the boss still watching from behind, the employee dared not retreat. He had no choice but to steel himself and step inside, carefully navigating around the scattered glass shards on the floor.
Explain to me what the hell is going on here.
Seeing the employee enter, Lu Zhongyi turned to the person beside him and demanded an explanation in a sharp tone.
I don't know.
I was just opening the shop today, arriving a bit earlier than usual.
I never expected to see this mess.
The person he was addressing stammered out the words. It was precisely because he had witnessed the shop being smashed to pieces that he had hurriedly called the other employees and reported the situation to the boss.
You don't know?
What the hell are you here for?
Isn't it to watch the store? Now it's been wrecked, and you tell me you don't know.
As he spoke, Lu Zhongyi's voice rose sharply, his face etched with disbelief. Then, without warning, he slapped the man squarely on the back of the head. I pay you all that money every month, and this is how you repay me. Boss, the shop's been completely wrecked. They smashed everything, nothing's left.
Chapter 172, Shen Yiran's imprisonment.
Yanjing, inside a prison. Here, Lin Dong's former wife was imprisoned. Shen Yiran gazed at Shen Yiran through the bars.
Due to Shen Yiran's voluntary surrender and her exemplary behavior in prison,
Shen Yiran had received a significant reduction in her sentence. After serving a few more months of prison time, she would be eligible for parole.
Lin Dong, is he doing well in the capital? Shen Yiran opened with a question about Lin Dong's recent circumstances. He's doing okay, I guess.
Shen Yiran hadn't mentioned the trouble Lin Dong had encountered.
Some guy named Lu Zhongyi had actually picked a fight.
But Lin Dong wasn't one to be pushed around either.
He and Wang Yongsheng fought back. Sis, how have you been doing in prison?
Shen Yiran inquired. It's okay, Shen Yiran paused before continuing. I fell in love again in prison.
What?
Sis, what did you say?
Shen Yiran's eyes widened in disbelief. In prison? How is that even possible? How did that happen?
He's a Beijing-born rich kid who got busted for falsifying documents to go public. We were cellmates, you know how it is. When we were making heavenly umbrellas together, we saw each other every day.
Between us, it's like we're soulmates. Shen Yiran inwardly gasped.
It seemed that even behind bars, her sister remained a constant source of worry. A gold digger, even if she shows momentary remorse, her nature is already set in stone.
Shen Yiran refrained from prying further into her sister's personal life. At that moment, Shen Yiran spoke up. What about you and Lin Dong?
Shen Yiran shook her head regretfully.
Sis, didn't you already know about this before you went to prison? It's Qiao who's with Lin Dong now. And I've taken her as my god sister.
Shen Yiran smiled and offered her sister some advice.
Even if Qiao and Lin Dong are together, so what? As long as they haven't married, you still have a chance. Even if Lin Dong and Qiao were to marry, what difference would it make?
You could still win him over. A man as good as Lin Dong is rare in this world.
If you let him slip away, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Just look at me, I regret it now.
Shen Yiran ignored her sister's teasing.
Qiao was her godmother.
Stealing her godmother's boyfriend was something Shen Yiran simply couldn't bring herself to do.
Shen Yiran knew her sister meant well.
Lin Dong was perfect in every way, a flawless partner.
But what wasn't meant for her, she shouldn't force.
Sis, focus on reforming yourself inside.
In a few months, I'll post bail and get you released on parole.
Once you're out, cut ties with that Beijing playboy you met in prison. A criminal like him will only drag you down further.
Shen Yiran shook her head. Even if she was going to be ruined, she accepted it.
That was just the kind of person she was.
Shen Yiran couldn't understand.
If Shen Yiran got back together with her prison lover after release, where would that leave Yi Yuxuan? Shen Yiran reminded her sister once more, in this life, to find happiness, one must learn to be content. If you're solely driven by money and status, that's why you're with them. Then once you enter their social circle, you'll find people richer and more powerful than their spouse.
Sister, do you really want to keep climbing like you're ascending a staircase? Endlessly striving upward? Time's up.
A prison guard approached, interrupting their conversation.
Sis, once I'm out of here, I'll look out for you.
Shen Yiran waved her hand dismissively and retorted loudly, Sis, you better take care of yourself first. Outside the Lu family shop, Lu Zhongyi nearly fainted from rage upon seeing his shop vandalized. The Lu family's hard-earned business had been destroyed overnight. The shop's interior was completely ruined, and all the merchandise was damaged beyond repair. This meant the Lu family would lose income for several months and face a hefty bill for the renovations.
Who did this? Damn it, don't let me find out who did this. Or I won't let them off.
Just then, a young subordinate cautiously peeked out. The subordinate voiced his suspicion. The surveillance is gone, the shop's been wrecked.
Who have we offended lately? No doubt about it, it must be the Lu family.
Lu Haojie did this. Even if it wasn't him, it's definitely connected to Lu Haojie. Hearing this, Lu Zhangyi frowned, deep in thought.
Could it really be Lu Haojie? He wouldn't have the guts, would he?
If Lu Haojie really did this to their shop, with his pig brain stupidity, he'd never think to destroy the surveillance. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Zhangyi. Yesterday, our men went to cause trouble for Lu Haojie, and then they went to cause trouble for Lin Dong. Lin Dong saw through our scheme and made us look like fools in public.
What do you think? Could this have been Lin Dong's doing? He spoke less to his subordinates than to himself.
The thought of Lin Dong's connection to Wang Yongsheng, who was the leader of the mad sect, sent a chill down Lu Zhangyi's spine. Lu Haojie, Lin Dong, Wang Yongsheng, the mad sect. As these key figures connected in his mind, Lu Zhangyi suddenly realized it must be Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng. After Lu Zhangyi spoke these words, the Lu family's underlings began rubbing their hands together, itching to confront them.
Hold on.
Lu Zhangyi called his men back.
Boss, you figured out who the real culprits are. Are we just going to sit on our anger? Lu Zhangyi shook his head. He voiced his concern. Our Lu family and Lu Haojie's Lu family are fairly evenly matched. Even if the Lu family is slightly stronger, the difference is minimal. Now, another Lin family has emerged, along with the Wang family.
Wang Yongsheng's mad sect isn't one to be trifled with, they're all cutthroats who live by the sword. It's not that we won't seek revenge, we're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment.
The image of his older brother flashed through Lu Zhangyi's mind.
Though that elder brother was currently behind bars, he would be out soon.
A few shops? What did they matter?
That elder brother was the big boss of a publicly listed company. With his immense wealth, he could help resolve any crisis.
Inside a 5-star hotel, Lu Haojie hosted a banquet.
He ordered a bottle of 30-year-old Maotai and personally toasted Lin Dong and the others. Young Master Lin, Brother Wang, I owe you both a huge debt of gratitude this time. The Lu family's shop has been pretty much wrecked by you guys.
It won't be able to operate for months. It's truly satisfying. Come, let me toast you. I'll drink first to honor you. After downing a glass of Maotai, Lu Haojie's face flushed crimson. Fine liquor. Young Master Lin, you guys should drink too. Chapter 173, Shen Yiran's prison lover.
After much deliberation, Lu Zhangyi decided to seek help from his older brother.
Such an important matter.
He'd let his older brother, chairman of a publicly listed company, make the call. The mere thought of his elder brother.
Admiration welled up in Lu Zhangyi's eyes. He was a true self-made tycoon. Compared to today's second-generation rich who inherited family fortunes, he was far superior.
Though, as the saying goes, even the most careful person can slip up. As a first-generation entrepreneur, one careless mistake landed him in prison. On the street, Lu Zhangyi bought some snacks and hurried toward the prison.
Inside the prison,
a middle-aged man with sharp, sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes sat cross-legged on the floor.
The area around his seated position was completely empty, no other inmates dared to approach. Big brother, you go ahead and smoke today's cigarettes first.
A fellow inmate respectfully handed over the cigarettes. This cigarette had been smuggled in by the inmate's family, hidden inside a lunchbox. Unable to bring himself to smoke it, he first asked the elder if he wanted it. The prisoners incarcerated in this facility were all serving sentences ranging from a few months to several years before their release. As for the death row inmates, due to the high risk they posed, they were confined in separate sections of the prison. One by one, the inmates stared at the big brother sitting on the ground, waiting for his orders. The reason this middle-aged man had become their leader wasn't because of his martial arts skills. It was purely because he had money. He was the chairman of a publicly traded company. The reason his fellow inmates fawned over him was, in a sense, to secure themselves a job. After all, they would eventually be released.
Most companies won't hire ex-cons.
Right now, standing before them was the chairman of a publicly traded company. A job offer sealed right there on the spot.
How incredibly satisfying.
The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked around at his fellow inmates.
Don't worry, he said. Once I'm out, I'll make positions available for you. When you're released, you can just walk right in and start working. Money talks. Money works wonders, even behind bars. Brother's son.
A woman nearby called out.
I'm off to work.
The speaker was Shen Yiran, serving time in prison.
Hurry up, stop dawdling. What are you doing? And the rest of you, get up. Time to get to work. You think this prison is your home? Think you can skip work whenever you want? If you don't make more paradise umbrellas, I won't pay you.
The guard swung his electric baton as he approached, bellowing at the inmates to get moving.
Getting paid to do time? Pretty humane, huh?
Sun Qin stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. As the CEO of a publicly traded company, Sun Qin had always imagined prison life to be all iron bars, iron doors, and iron chains, just like that old song sang, how blissful life outside must be. But after entering prison, Sun Qin discovered that incarceration not only provided free meals but also paid wages. Prisoners making paradise umbrellas, clothes, and other goods weren't doing unpaid labor, they received a basic wage. At month-end settlement, those who produced more paradise umbrellas demonstrated better prison conduct. The more you made, the better your chances of parole. Sun Qin was the leader here, and Shen Yiran was his soulmate. To curry favor with Sun Qin, fellow inmates secretly slipped their heavenly umbrellas to him, and Sun Qin in turn gave a portion of them to Shen Yiran. Among the male inmates, Sun Qin performed the best. Among the female inmates, Shen Yiran performed the best. Of course, beyond crafting heavenly umbrellas to earn sentence reduction opportunities, inventing patents, utility model patents, publishing papers in international journals, all qualify as sentence reduction projects. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, Sun Qin used his external corporation to purchase numerous patents for himself. His original 15-year sentence was reduced to just 5 years. In a few more months, Sun Qin would be eligible for release. Sun Qin headed toward the prison factory building. Suddenly, a prison guard called out to him. "You have a visitor. Go ahead." "Oh, all right." 2 guards flanked Sun Qin, escorting him toward the family visitation window. This family visitation window resembled a bank teller window, only longer. Sun Qin, still handcuffed, sat down. The 2 guards stood by the door, waiting for the 30-minute visitation period to pass. "Brother, you'll be out in 6 months, right? I've run into a tough spot and was hoping you could give me some advice." "What is it?" "I'm in prison now, there's not much I can do to help you." Lu Zhongyi gathered his thoughts and recounted every detail of recent events. He explained how Lu Haojie had taken over his shop, how he'd gone to confront him only to get beaten up, and how all his shops had been vandalized with surveillance cameras smashed. Sun Qin had expected something major. Turns out it was just a trivial matter. Sun Qin knew Lu Zhongyi's business, just a few rented shops with poor profitability. If they were destroyed, so be it. Seeing his brother-in-law unwilling to help, Lu Zhongyi was on the verge of tears. "Brother, to you, my shops might be insignificant, but they're my entire livelihood. If I don't avenge this, I'm no man. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Sun Qin studied Lu Zhongyi for a moment before asking. "The Bai family in the capital handed their business over to that Lin Dong? And that Wang Yongxing, does he have a mad gate?" "Yeah, those 2 are indeed tough nuts to crack. Once I'm out of prison, I can help you deal with them. But that doesn't mean you have to wait until I'm out of prison to seek revenge. Old Master Xie of the Xie family is getting on in years, isn't he? And Xia Liangwei is no great shakes. If you can't handle them, surely you can handle Xia Liangwei? I'll give you a number. Contact this person and set a trap for Xia Liangwei." After Lu Zhongyi's persistent pleading, the boss finally gave him a phone number. Lu Zhongyi silently committed the string of digits to memory. "Time's up. Let's go." 2 prison guards escorted Sun Qin toward the prison factory building. After leaving the prison, Lu Zhongyi let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the phone number he had jotted down, Lu Zhongyi picked up his phone and dialed immediately. "Hello, this is Sun's referral," Lu Zhongyi stated. To ensure the other party believed he was indeed referred by Sun Qin, Lu Zhongyi also recited the secret code Sun Qin had given him. "Alright, setting a trap for Xia Liangwei? No problem. That's exactly what I specialize in," the voice on the other end replied. Chapter 174, A Trap for the Xie Family. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongyi's words caught in his throat. It seemed the man on the other end wasn't someone to be trifled with either. The 2 arranged a time and place over the phone, eventually meeting at a restaurant within the Xie family compound. Upon meeting, Lu Zhongyi discovered the other party was a frail young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet exuded a palpable sense of danger. "Setting up the Xie family? That's my specialty." Before meeting Lu Zhongyi, the bespectacled young man had visited Sun Qin in prison and learned the full story. Lu Zhongyi leaned close to the bespectacled youth and whispered, "Let's destroy every single one of the Xie family's businesses. When do you plan to make your move? How many people do you need?" The bespectacled man stood up, shook hands with Lu Zhongyi, and introduced himself. "My name is Sun Ming. I'm Sun Qin's younger brother. What we're about to do isn't just to help you, it's also in my and my brother's best interests. Since Lin Dong is such a nuisance, let's start by targeting his girlfriend. Begin stirring trouble with the Xie family, where Xie Qiao belongs. But as for your suggestion, openly smashing someone else's property? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. In broad daylight, if we pull off a gang operation like that, how many heads do you think they'll chop off?" Hearing this, Lu Zhongyi couldn't help but frown. If not through direct destruction, what other means could cause trouble for the Xie family? Through deception. Here's the plan. First, we find a painter and buy up all his works. Then we manipulate the market at auction houses to inflate the prices. Before coming here, I also inquired around. Both Xia Lianwei and the old patriarch Xia are avid collectors of calligraphy and paintings.
Especially expensive ones. If we sell the paintings to the Xia family, won't they go bankrupt? Hearing this scheme to ensnare the Xia family, Lu Zhongyi couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. If this plan were carried out, the Xia family's bankruptcy would be just around the corner. Xia Liangwei loves calligraphy and paintings. Then sell calligraphy and paintings to Xia Liangwei. This was a scam tailor-made for the Xia family. Sun Qin and Sun Ming could even take advantage of the Xia family's bankruptcy to snap up their assets at rock-bottom prices. Both Old Master Xia and Xia Liangwei love collecting calligraphy and paintings. The more they love it, the greater the chance this scam will succeed. So, what should our first step be? Here, this is a painting. Sun Ming pulled a beautifully framed piece from his bag, admiring it as he explained, I've already circulated it through multiple hands at the Hong Kong auction house under different identities. Starting at 1 million, I gradually inflated its price to 100 million. One painting, 100 million. And the matched trading volume was substantial. It's up to you to approach Xia Liangwei and subtly cultivate his appreciation for this artist's work, then convince him to purchase it from you. That's where your skills come in. Sun Ming handed the calligraphy scroll to the other man. Lu Zhongyi examined the calligraphy and painting before him. With Lu Zhongyi's artistic sensibilities, he couldn't discern anything particularly rare or valuable about this painting. Yet this very painting had sold for 100 million. The painting itself isn't valuable. People pay exorbitant prices for paintings because they expect the next buyer to take the fall. The next buyer is willing to take the fall because they believe there will be another buyer after them. What's being sold is nothing more than a belief in value. It's like real estate, you don't buy a house to live in it, and you don't buy a painting to appreciate it yourself. Sun Ming's words left Lu Zhongyi utterly baffled. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Zhongyi went straight to find Xia Liangwei. To create the illusion of a chance encounter, Lu Zhongyi didn't approach him rashly. Lu Zhongyi knew Xia Liangwei often frequented a bar called Time and Tide. So he arranged for his men to be stationed at Time and Tide beforehand. Night fell. Years in Time's bar. Xia Liangwei arrived as usual to drown his sorrows in drink. Xia Liangwei ordered a fiery passion and downed it in one gulp. The liquor went down, but his worries remained. Damn Xia Qiao. How could I lose to my own niece? The old man must be blind. He doesn't want me to inherit the family business, yet he's handing it over to some little girl. In terms of experience and seniority, how am I any worse than my own niece? The old man is just biased. Although Xia Liangwei was one of the decision-makers in the Xia family, the true helmsman had always been the old patriarch. For major family decisions, Xia Liangwei would handle negotiations on the surface, but in reality, he had to seek the old master's approval. If the old patriarch didn't approve, no one in the family would heed his approval. Deep down, Xia Liangwei harbored a faint hope that the patriarch would pass away soon. If the patriarch were to hand over the family business to Xia Qiao before his death, Xia Liangwei would truly have no chance at all. Just as Xia Liangwei was wallowing in gloom, the thugs arranged by Lu Zhongyi made their move. One thug slipped a drug into his drink and then handed it to Xia Liangwei. Xia Liangwei glanced at the unexpected cup, then turned to look at the yellow-haired thug beside him. Xia Liangwei waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, several thugs instantly surrounded Xia Liangwei. You won't drink? Is that disrespecting us? If you won't give face to our brother Huan, don't blame us for forcing you to drink. Hey, you guys! Pry his mouth open, I'll pour it down his throat myself. Xia Liangwei panicked. All traces of drunkenness vanished instantly. Xia Liangwei stared intently at the thug in front of him, backing up several steps until he collided with the bar counter. What do you think you're doing? I'm calling the police. Just as he pulled out his phone, it was snatched away. Whoosh! A slap landed, sending stars dancing before Xia Liangwei's eyes. Seeing the situation was dire, Xia Liangwei tried to leave the bar. But a thug yanked him back. Several thugs surrounded Xia Liangwei, blocking every escape route. Xia Liangwei crouched down, clutching his head, silently awaiting the torrent of punches to rain down. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhongyi appeared. Lu Zhongyi stood at the bar entrance, lunging forward in a single stride to grab a thug and shield Xia Liangwei behind him. What do you think you're doing? Lu Zhongyi roared. The thugs exchanged glances upon seeing Lu Zhongyi arrive. They understood it was time to leave. The charade had run its course. So it's young Master Lu of the Lu family. Pleased to meet you. You're lucky to have young Master Lu watching your back today. Don't let me catch you around here again. Or else, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Ha, yeah. As the thugs departed, they spat several times in Xia Liangwei's direction. Xia Liangwei looked at Lu Zhongyi as if he'd seen a savior. Bro, you okay? Lu Zhongyi kindly crouched down and draped his trenchcoat over Xia Liangwei. A life-saving favor, how could he ever repay it? Chapter 175, Old Master Xia doesn't like calligraphy and paintings. Just now, if Lu Zhongyi hadn't stepped in, Xia Liangwei would have been beaten beyond recognition by those thugs. Thankfully Lu Zhongyi was there, the consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise. Lu Zhongyi adopted an air of profound mystery, patting Xia Liangwei on the shoulder as he advised.
Bars, best to steer clear of these places in the future. All sorts of unsavory characters hang around bars. That drink those thugs offered you? Don't even think about it, it's definitely got something in it. Xia Liangwei nodded repeatedly. Xia Liangwei stared at the drink sitting on the bar counter, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. Brother Lu, should you ever need me in the future, just give the word. No matter when or where, I'll be at your side in an instant to repay the debt of saving my life. In Xia Liangwei's eyes, Lu Zhangyi was someone he could trust completely. Lu Zhangyi narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xia Liangwei. No wonder Sun Ming, the younger brother of my eldest brother, said Xia Liangwei of the Xia family was easy to deceive. Sure enough, with just a little bluffing, Xia Liangwei was already convinced. Lu Zhangyi waved his hand and turned to leave the bar. Brother Lu, give me your contact info. Add me on WeChat or something. Without turning his head, Lu Zhangyi replied over his shoulder. We're mere strangers. If fate permits, we'll meet again. Lu Zhangyi exited the bar, turned, and entered an alleyway. In the pitch-black alley, the thugs who had just beaten up Xia Liangwei had been waiting there for quite some time. Spotting them, Lu Zhangyi reached into his waist pouch without a word, pulled out a wad of cash, and handed it over. Counting it carefully, it came to 2,000 yuan. Each thug would get 500. One thug looked at Lu Zhangyi, then glanced behind him. Bro, why isn't Xia Liangwei with you? Didn't you want to use this method to get to know him? Lu Zhangyi shook his head. Do I need your input on how I handle things? I'm doing this to further lower Xia Liangwei's guard to establish an anonymous hero image for him. Next time, I'll still need you guys. I'll make Xia Liangwei repeatedly beg for my contact info. I'll refuse multiple times. Finally, I'll act annoyed and add him on WeChat. If you approach someone proactively, they'll never truly trust you. If Xia Liangwei idolizes me and reaches out first, future collaboration will be a breeze. You guys don't know jack. After Xia Liangwei returned home, Old Master Xia looked at Xia Liangwei's disheveled state and cursed. Liangwei, what have you been up to? Why are you so disheveled? Xia Liangwei remained silent, unwilling to engage with his father. Watching his son's retreating figure, the old man shook his head slowly. How could Old Master Xia not understand Liangwei's thoughts? The greatest rift between them was actually the issue of ownership over the family business. Xia Liangwei harbored grand ambitions, determined to lead the family to new heights. But the old man knew exactly what Xia Liangwei was made of. Xia Qiao approached the old man, massaging his shoulders and kneading his legs. Xia Qiao spoke up, Grandfather, why not just hand the family business over to second uncle? Second uncle is my senior. Both in terms of propriety and reason, I shouldn't bypass my elders to directly inherit the family business. When uncle too mismanages the family business, or when he passes away, it won't be too late for me to take over then. Old Master Xia clasped his granddaughter's hand tightly. Looking at his thoughtful granddaughter, he finally voiced his true feelings. I entrust the family business to you for two reasons. Firstly, your capabilities truly surpass those of your second uncle. On the other hand, I hope Lin Dong will assist you in leading our Xia family to new heights. Lin Dong is a war god and a business prodigy. In a sense, entrusting the business to you is also entrusting it to Lin Dong. Upon hearing the old patriarch's words, Xia Qiao finally understood why grandfather insisted on placing the family business in her hands. It turned out he wasn't valuing her abilities at all, he was valuing Lin Dong's talents. The mere thought of Lin Dong brought a blissful smile to Xia Qiao's face. When are you and Lin Dong getting married? Once you two are married, I'll formally hand over our family business to you. That'll put an end to your uncle's hopes once and for all. Your second uncle is utterly useless. It's not that we look down on him, he genuinely lacks the capability. He can't judge people properly and is far too loyal. How could someone like that inherit the family business? Do you want our Xia family to be ruined by your second uncle? Although the Xia family is a prominent clan in the capital, possessing assets worth hundreds of millions. If managed according to current practices, it wouldn't necessarily reach new heights, but preserving the legacy would certainly be achievable. But Xia Liangwei's character has serious flaws. He can't judge people, and he's far too loyal. Such a man is bound to be swindled out of everything. Low-income families perish from excessive debt, middle-income families perish from investments, and high-income families perish from illegal activities. This is an immutable truth in business. At that moment, Old Master Xia rose and made his way to the study. He also instructed Xia Qiao to follow him inside. Grandfather, this is the room where you keep your collection of calligraphy and paintings. Normally, no one is allowed inside. Is it appropriate for me to go in? Xia Qiao asked from the doorway. Come in, it's fine. Let me introduce you to these paintings and calligraphy. Grandfather Xia beckoned, inviting Xia Qiao into the room filled with priceless works. Among the works in Grandfather Xia's collection, even the least valuable piece had a starting price of 10 million yuan. The most valuable piece alone commanded a price tag exceeding 1 billion yuan. If all these paintings were converted into cash, the entire house wouldn't be big enough to hold it all. Grandpa, why do you love calligraphy and painting so much? Grandpa says smiled and nodded, taking his granddaughter's hand as he led her to the first painting. Pointing to it, he explained, this first piece was acquired at great expense during my early entrepreneurial days. It was created by a former court official. What? Zhao Qiao was stunned by this revelation. Could a painting by a court clerk really sell for 10 million? And her grandfather seemed to have purchased it willingly. That's precisely why I brought you to this study. In time, the Xia family's business will ultimately pass into your hands. So I'll share with you my insights on running a business. Granddaughter, you're quite right, this painting isn't worth 10 million. Yet I'm willing to pay 10 million for it. Care to guess why? Zhao Qiao's eyes darted about as a bold guess formed. Grandfather. Chapter 176, Teaching Zhao Qiao the Ways of Business. You need something from that constable, don't you? Zhao Qiao retorted. Old Master Xia nodded with satisfaction. Truly the most gifted and brightest granddaughter in the family, she grasped it instantly. Old Master Xia spoke slowly. Precisely because I needed a favor from him, and he couldn't accept money directly, he chose to give me calligraphy and paintings instead. Artworks like calligraphy and paintings are difficult to appraise. Whatever value you assign to them is the value they hold. When you inherit the family business someday, if you need a favor from someone who finds it awkward to accept money, you might use this method. Within the family, everyone assumes I cherish these paintings and calligraphy. But do I truly love them? Calligraphy and paintings are merely tools to strengthen the family. Granddaughter, you must see things for what they truly are. Old Master Xia shifted his pace and approached another painting. Before Zhao Qiao could ask, the old patriarch explained the reason behind purchasing the second piece. The second painting was to funnel money out. I buy these paintings at high prices domestically, while foreigners sell their assets cheaply abroad. Through this scheme, the assets are transferred out. The third painting was to launder the money. In my early entrepreneurial days, I engaged in quite a few corrupt and illegal deals. That ill-gotten money required multiple rounds of transactions to transform dirty money into clean money. The fourth painting was straightforward. I was scammed. Back then, I made a little money through business and wanted to invest. I stumbled upon a profitable opportunity. This painting's transaction price kept climbing, and the turnover rate was high. I thought I'd jump in and profit from the spread. But after I bought it, no one else was willing to take the fall. It's like the housing market and stock market today. Others inflate the price, waiting for you to take the bait. Once you actually buy in, no one's there to buy from you. If you understand these paintings, you can avoid many pitfalls in business. My dear granddaughter, study them well. Old Master Xia patted his granddaughter's shoulder. He intended for Zhao Qiao to stay in this room and truly absorb its lessons. Zhao Qiao gazed at the study filled with an array of treasures. Her gaze swept over each precious painting and calligraphy piece. Zhao Qiao had always assumed these calligraphies and paintings must be priceless treasures, the finest in the world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worth so much. If these works lacked artistic merit, would the buyers be mere fools? In truth, buying calligraphy and paintings wasn't about acquiring art itself, but served other purposes. Whether it was laundering illicit funds, funneling money abroad, investing for appreciation, or bribery. Calligraphy and paintings are not merely calligraphy and paintings, they can be anything else. The waters of the calligraphy and painting trade run far too deep. The next day, Zhao Qiao sought out Lin Dong to share with her boyfriend the business wisdom her grandfather had entrusted to her. Holding Zhao Qiao, Lin Dong replied with a hint of surprise, so it seems Grandpa said truly intends to pass the family business on to you? Zhao Qiao nodded, then added with a touch of embarrassment, but above me is my second uncle. He's the official head of the family. As my senior. Zhao Qiao wasn't particularly eager to take over the family business. If the price of taking over the family business meant getting caught up in internal family struggles, Zhao Qiao would rather live a peaceful life with Lin Dong and stay out of it. What was the point of engaging in endless scheming and backstabbing with those family members day in and day out? In Zhao Qiao's view, money was something you only needed enough of. She shared her perspective on wealth with Lin Dong. I believe having too much money invites trouble. It's better not to have excessive wealth. Buying yachts, private jets, feasting on luxury meals daily, staying in 5-star hotels, indulging in abalone, sea cucumber, and kopi luwak coffee. Is that all life has to offer, just indulging in these material comforts? Any money beyond that is just numbers on a page. After hearing his girlfriend's words, Lin Dong felt deeply moved. He hadn't expected his girlfriend to articulate such a profound perspective on values. No matter how much the wealthy spend, there's still just one person. The reason national stimulus measures fail to boost consumption is that the spending power of the wealthy has reached its limit. Money is just a string of numbers. No matter how much you have, it's ultimately useless. We bought a big house in the capital, then wanted a private jet. After getting the jet, we dreamed of visiting the space station. But once you've experienced everything worth enjoying, money truly becomes just a string of numbers. Lin Dong sighed. Hugging his girlfriend, Lin Dong said, if your grandfather wants to pass the family business to you, you absolutely must accept it. That Xia Liangwei doesn't seem to have much business sense. Sooner or later, he'll be swindled out of everything. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything.
Xia Qiao nestled into Lin Dong's embrace. Just as they were about to kiss, a phone call interrupted their sweet moment.
Lin Dong picked up his phone to see it was Shen Yiran calling. Lin Dong, my sister is getting out of prison, Shen Yiran began.
What? Your sister is getting out so soon?
Lin Dong stood up, visibly startled and pressed. I thought she was sentenced to several years?
How long has she even been in prison that she's getting out already?
Ever since Shen Yiran turned herself in, Lin Dong had forgiven his ex-wife. After all, she was already behind bars.
Dwelling on trivial matters now seemed pointless.
But hearing the news that Shen Yiran was being released from prison, delivered by her younger sister Shen Yiran, still sent a jolt through Lin Dong. After hanging up, Lin Dong frowned deeply.
What's wrong? Xia Qiao asked.
My ex-wife is getting out of prison, Lin Dong said.
What? So soon? Xia Qiao swayed slightly. It wasn't that she worried Shen Yiran would come after her boyfriend once released. Rather, it was because Shen Yiran wasn't a good person.
Once out, she might try to harm Lin Dong or cause trouble for her.
Qiao, do you think we should pay Shen Yiran a visit?
Lin Dong sought Xia Qiao's opinion.
Let's pay her a visit beforehand. Xia Qiao nodded.
As the saying goes, it's better to resolve grudges than to hold on to them. Both Xia Qiao and Lin Dong hoped that after Shen Yiran's release, both sides could part ways peacefully, each going their separate paths. So the two drove toward the prison. Before long, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao arrived at the prison where Shen Yiran was being held. After completing the necessary procedures, Lin Dong finally saw his ex-wife once more. A glass window separated Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Shen Yiran. This glass window also separated two worlds. Shen Yiran, handcuffed, glanced at Lin Dong and then looked at Xia Qiao. You two got married? Lin Dong and Xia Qiao both shook their heads. Chapter 177. Lin Dong visits Shen Yiran before her release. I was planning to have my sister seduce you, Shen Yiran chuckled. But it turns out she wasn't interested.
Lin Dong froze.
So that's what happened.
But he hadn't known about it.
Clearly, Shen Yiran also disapproved of her sister's ridiculous scheme. Lin Dong stated his purpose directly. Shen Yiran, I hope you'll properly undergo rehabilitation while you're inside. Once you're out of prison, I hope we can sever all ties. From now on, you're you, and I'm me. We'll go our separate ways. If you try to tear me and Qiao apart, or harm either one of us, don't blame me for showing no mercy.
Shen Yiran smiled faintly.
Her true feelings were entirely concealed beneath that smile.
I know you were never meant to be mine.
But don't worry, I won't come near you after my release.
Because while in prison, I've already found a boyfriend. We get along quite well. My new boyfriend is far superior to you. He's the CEO of a publicly listed company. Like me, he'll be released soon too. If you ever cross my new boyfriend, I'll certainly make trouble for you. But I hope we can coexist peacefully. From now on, you're you, and I'm me. When we meet again, we'll be strangers.
Lin Dong was quite satisfied with Shen Yiran's response.
If only Shen Yiran could truly keep her word after her release. Lin Dong stood up, ready to leave.
Behind him, Shen Yiran called out.
Wishing you both a healthy baby soon.
But her next words wiped the smile right off Lin Dong's face.
Just make sure the baby doesn't come out without an anus.
With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, Lin Dong led Xia Qiao away.
After leaving the prison, Xia Qiao reflected on what had just transpired. Your ex-wife is still so domineering, still so deceptively smiling.
Lin Dong took Xia Qiao's hand and reassured her, don't worry.
With me here, Shen Yiran won't be able to stir up any trouble. Meanwhile,
Lu Zhongyi encountered Xia Liangwei again.
Of course, this wasn't a mere coincidence, it was a carefully orchestrated encounter by Lu Zhongyi.
Lin Dong, once I've crippled the Xia family, I'll come after you.
You? I can handle you. Wang Yangshang? I can handle him. Old Master Xie? I can handle him too. Am I not capable of taking down a mere Xia Liangwei? Just wait. Xia Liangwei is already walking into my trap.
I'll make him pay with the entire Xia family fortune. By then, even if you, Lin Dong, dumped every penny you inherited from the Bai family into it, you still couldn't cover the losses. So what if you've got the bigger fists? I'm not competing with you on brute strength, I'm competing with you on brains. After several more meetings between Lu Zhongyi and the younger brother of that prison boss, they finally settled on a plan to take down Lin Dong.
The Xia family's holdings were several times greater than all of Lin Dong's assets combined. If the Xia family fell, Lin Dong wouldn't be able to save them.
However, Lin Dong's girlfriend's family had fallen on hard times.
Lin Dong wouldn't stand idly by.
If the Xia family collapsed, Lin Dong would sacrifice himself to save them, and they'd all go down together. At that moment, Xia Liangwei was walking back to the company. Suddenly, several masked thugs approached him, forced a sack over his head, and shoved him into a van. Xia Liangwei never imagined such a surprise attack would befall him, plunging him into this calamity. The van slowly pulled away, soon arriving at an abandoned factory. A punk with dyed yellow hair pulled out his phone and handed it to Xia Liangwei.
Call your old man, Xia. I want 10 billion.
When Xia Liangwei regained consciousness, he found his hands and feet bound, unable to move.
So Xia Liangwei gave them a phone number. After the thug dialed the number, Xia Liangwei leaned close to the phone and said, "Old man, I." Just as Xia Liangwei was about to demand money from his grandfather, a figure suddenly appeared at the gate of the abandoned factory. That figure looked very familiar. Wasn't this the very person who had saved his life last night? Outside the abandoned factory, Lu Zhongyi stood beside a haystack, tossing numerous paintings and calligraphy onto it before setting it ablaze. Thick black smoke billowed upward. Lu Zhongyi coughed a few times. What he had just burned were merely decorative paintings used for interior decoration. The truly valuable calligraphy and paintings were stored inside Lu Zhongyi's BMW. Lu Zhongyi casually turned his head and glanced back at the abandoned factory. Xia Liangwei? Lu Zhongyi feigned surprise. Inside the abandoned factory, the thugs Lu Zhongyi had hired addressed him. "He actually saw us. Brothers, follow me out. We're going to cut him down." The thugs charged toward Lu Zhongyi, wielding large machetes. Lu Zhongyi feigned panic, scrambling back into his BMW and deliberately ramming the vehicle toward the thugs. A fake crash, a fake fall. Their coordination was seamless. Moreover, the distance was sufficient. Xia Liangwei, trapped inside the abandoned factory building, couldn't see clearly either. After the rehearsal, Lu Zhongyi stopped the car and sprinted toward the abandoned factory. Arriving at the factory entrance, Lu Zhongyi looked at the bound Xia Liangwei. "Brother? My savior?" The two instantly felt a sense of meeting too late. Lu Zhongyi quickly untied Xia Liangwei and urged him to leave immediately. Xia Liangwei gazed toward the distance, where the thugs lay unconscious on the ground. "Those thugs, dead?" Xia Liangwei cautiously approached, peered closer, and spotted the tomato juice on the ground. The tomato juice on the ground was merely the blood substitute Lu Zhongyi had purchased beforehand. Xia Liangwei thought Lu Zhongyi had run someone over and killed them. "Don't worry, I won't say a word." The two sat in the BMW, driving toward the city center. After this incident, the two had truly opened up to each other. In Xia Liangwei's eyes, holding the lifesaver's secret made him even more trustworthy than before. The surest way to gain a businessman's trust was to place him in a position where he held leverage over you. This tactic had been taught to Lu Zhongyi by the younger brother of that big shot from prison. Lu Zhongyi wiped his forehead with a damp cloth, making himself appear drenched in cold sweat. "Brother Xia, I hit and killed someone. Brother Lu, I won't call the police. Those people deserve to die." Xia Liangwei had no time to question why Lu Zhongyi was here. Even if Lu Zhongyi had some sinister scheme, he couldn't possibly have actually killed someone. The tomato juice splattered on the ground still lingered in Xia Liangwei's mind, refusing to fade. At that moment, seeing the moment was ripe, Lu Zhongyi revealed his true purpose. Chapter 178, Xia Liangwei falls for the trap. All that groundwork laid earlier served one purpose, to make Xia Liangwei trust him completely. Seeing injustice, he drew his sword to help, making the other party grateful for his life-saving favor. He had accidentally encountered a criminal and run him over, leading the other to mistakenly believe he now held leverage over Lu. Now, Lu Zhongyi had also found a perfectly suitable excuse for selling his paintings. "Brother Xia, I can't stay in the country any longer. I must leave immediately." Xia Liangwei nodded. "Yes, Brother Lu, get out of the country quickly. Don't let them catch you." Lu Zhongyi pulled over, turned around, and retrieved several calligraphy scrolls from the back seat. "Brother, could you do me a favor? I need to sell these paintings urgently. Once I get the money, I want to leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll have no money. Once I'm out, I'll be nothing but a beggar." Only then did Xia Liangwei notice the calligraphy and paintings in Lu Zhongyi's hands. These paintings and calligraphy Xia Liangwei felt he had seen them somewhere before. After a moment's recollection, Xia Liangwei remembered. "Isn't that the painting that just sold for over 100 million at Christie's on Hong Kong Island?" "Brother, so you were the one splurging at Christie's on Hong Kong Island? Do you also have a passion for collecting calligraphy and paintings?" Xia Liangwei examined the paintings and calligraphy, finding them quite to his liking. Xia Liangwei knew his grandfather cherished calligraphy and paintings. Moreover, his grandfather had a particular fondness for high-value pieces. The pricier, the better. The old man had a study dedicated solely to housing these priceless treasures. If he could procure such a piece for his grandfather, surely the old man would look upon him with newfound respect. Catering to his interests, it would elevate his standing within the family, allowing him to outshine Xia Qiao. Didn't the old man always say I never did anything worthwhile? This was the perfect opportunity to earn his respect. Xia Liangwei grew more and more enamored with the pieces. He quickly inquired, "Brother, how much are you planning to sell these paintings for?" 90 million per piece. I've got 20 more in the trunk." Seeing his brother-in-law take the bait, Lu Zhongyi quickly added, "What choice do I have? After hitting and killing someone, I have to sell these paintings off cheaply. All I can think about now is turning these paintings into cash and getting out of the country fast. Every moment I stay in this country puts me in greater danger. Brother Xia, if you truly want them, take them all for 1.5 billion. Xia Liangwei turned and peered into Lu Zhangyi's trunk.
What he saw stunned him. Jack Ross's Fuchin landscape had fetched a staggering 150 million at Christie's Hong Kong auction house. Wildman's postmodernist painting, also at Christie's Hong Kong, had fetched a staggering 200 million. Luo Hui's portrait painting once fetched a staggering 180 million at an auction house in Great Britain. James John's Origin once fetched a staggering 300 million at an auction house in the United States. Xia Liangwei was utterly dumbfounded. Each of the 20 paintings and calligraphic works had a market value exceeding 100 million. Now, the other party had only sold for 1.5 billion, and if he sold them immediately, he'd make hundreds of millions in profit. It was like manna from heaven. Xia Liangwei never dreamed he'd get such an opportunity. If he secured these pieces, his grandfather would surely hand over the family business and praise him to the skies. A profit of hundreds of millions with a single move. How many years would the Xia family need to operate to achieve such a lucrative return? Years? Decades? Now, a golden opportunity lay right before his eyes. Xia Liangwei felt his breathing quicken. Xia Liangwei glanced at Lu Zhangyi. The fact that the man had just committed murder and was now desperate to sell the paintings and flee suddenly made perfect sense. This chance to snatch up a windfall must be seized, absolutely not missed. But when he thought about his own finances, Xia Liangwei felt a pang of embarrassment. His face flushed as he stammered, "I'm sorry, I truly want to buy them, but I simply don't have that kind of money. Unless I mortgage every last asset my family owns, I simply can't raise 15 billion yuan. 15 billion was no small sum. The Xia family's assets were roughly equivalent to that figure. That's truly unfortunate. I'll find someone else then." Lu Zhangyi snatched the calligraphy and paintings back from Xia Liangwei's hands and tossed them back into the trunk. Xia Liangwei's eyes never left the paintings in the trunk. Envy burned within him, yet he lacked the means. As Lu Zhangyi drove, he muttered to himself, "I wonder if I can sell these quickly. I'm catching a flight out of the country tonight. It's too dangerous here, I don't want to stay a moment longer. If all else fails, I'll just have to mortgage them to the bank. Use the money to make my escape. As for these paintings, let the bank take them. I'd hoped you could benefit from them instead of the bank. Ah, no use dwelling on it now." Lu Zhangyi activated the car navigation system and searched for banks. He selected the nearest one, pressed the navigation button, and drove toward the bank. Xia Liangwei sat in the passenger seat, his mind in turmoil, hesitating. If I sell the company to Brother Lu, I should be able to get these paintings and calligraphy, right? If our Xia family gets these paintings, we could turn them into billions overnight. Grandfather would praise me, and I could smoothly inherit the family business. After getting the money, Brother Lu could live it up abroad. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Xia Liangwei believed that if Lu Zhangyi hadn't killed someone, he wouldn't be so desperate to offload these paintings. Now, a colossal fortune lay before him, and the chance to earn the old master's favor was within reach. Xia Liangwei refused to let it slip away. But if he were to use the family seal without authorization? If the old master discovered this, he'd be in serious trouble. But if he used the family seal without authorization and made money for the family, the situation would turn around. The card swiped with a sharp click. Lu Zhangyi pulled up outside an Industrial and Commercial Bank of China branch. Just as Lu Zhangyi reached to open the door, Xia Liangwei grabbed his wrist. Xia Liangwei said solemnly, "Brother Lu, I understand your predicament, you want to leave the country tonight. But I want these paintings and calligraphy. Give me one day. Tomorrow morning, I'll find someone to borrow money from. I'll bring enough cash to buy these paintings from you." Xia Liangwei sat back in the car, feigning deep distress. Then, with a sigh, he said, "Very well. What can we do? We're friends who've been through life and death situations together. I'll give you one day at most. I'll catch a flight tomorrow afternoon." Xia Liangwei nodded firmly. "All right. I'll definitely raise the money by then." Chapter 179, Xia Qiao provokes Xia Liangwei again. Xia Liangwei returned home, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Xia Liangwei felt he had taken on a mountain of responsibility. The calligraphy and paintings Lu Zhangyi had shown him lingered constantly in Xia Liangwei's mind. Like a nightmare, they refused to fade. Xia Liangwei returned to his residence, lay down in his bedroom, and stared at the ceiling. "Brother Lu, what a truly wonderful man," Xia Liangwei murmured to himself. Although Lu Zhangyi had killed someone in a car accident, it was understandable. Those kidnappers had abducted him, forcing him to call the old man and demand ransom. At the time, driven by desperation, Xia Liangwei had genuinely almost made that call to the old man. If that had actually happened, Xia Liangwei was certain his standing within the family would plummet. Forget inheriting the family business, it would have been uncertain whether he could even remain in the Xia family as its visible leader. It could be said that Lu Zhangyi saved Xia Liangwei's standing within the Xia family. Therefore, Xia Liangwei was profoundly grateful to Lu Zhangyi. Now, lying in bed, Xia Liangwei's mind replayed his experiences with Lu Zhangyi. In the bar, in the abandoned factory, time and again, the other man had come to his rescue. Deep down, Xia Liangwei wanted to do something for him in return. "But I have no money." Xia Liangwei couldn't help but feel distressed. Given his own net worth, scraping together 10 million in cash was already a stretch. Let alone coming up with 1.5 billion yuan all at once. Such a colossal sum could only be achieved by liquidating every single asset of the Xia family, selling off the entire Xia dynasty. Otherwise, it was simply out of the question. The old man loves calligraphy and paintings so much. If I had bought those paintings in calligraphy, perhaps the old master wouldn't have blamed me, but praised me instead. Spending 15 billion to acquire paintings worth 20 billion, no matter how you look at it, it's a surefire win. The more Xia Liangwei pondered this, the more he felt compelled to take the risky gamble. If the Xia family continued on its current trajectory, Xia Liangwei would certainly not inherit the family estate. The old man actually wants to hand over the vast Xia family to some mere young girl? Is this some kind of joke? Xia Liangwei grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. He believed he surpassed his niece in every conceivable way. Yet the old man always favored his little granddaughter, treating him a grown man as if he were invisible. Just then, the familiar click-clack of high heels echoed from outside. Xia Qiao was back. The moment Xia Qiao stepped through the door, she began fussing over old Master Xia. "Grandpa, I brought you your favorite osmanthus cakes. Here, try one." Xia Qiao opened an exquisitely packaged box and gently placed a piece of osmanthus cake into her grandfather's mouth. After taking a bite, Grandpa Xia praised her repeatedly. "My dear Qiao, always thinking of Grandpa. Even when you go out on dates, you remember to bring Grandpa his favorite food. Grandpa likes you more and more every day." The look in old Master Xia's eyes as he gazed at his granddaughter was filled with tender affection. Inside the room, hearing the commotion outside, Xia Liangwei snorted coldly. "That's how my niece tricks the old man with these petty tricks. To let a girl who hasn't even grown any hair yet inherit the Xia family. Grandpa is getting more and more senile." Every time Xia Qiao and the old man were affectionate, Xia Liangwei grew more and more displeased with his little niece. Outside the room, Grandfather Xia stroked his granddaughter's hair, noticing her gloomy expression. He asked with concern, "Qiao, what's wrong? Why are you so unhappy? Did something happen? Tell Grandpa. I'll sort it out for you, do whatever I can." Xia Qiao recounted everything that had happened to her that day to her grandfather. "Lin Dong's ex-wife, that woman named Shen Yiran, is about to be released from prison. How many years did Shen Yiran get sentenced to? I wonder how she behaved in prison to earn parole so quickly. Grandpa, I'm just a little worried that after Shen Yiran gets out, she'll try to take Lin Dong away from me. Grandpa, can you give me some advice?" Xia Qiao nestled her head into her grandfather's embrace and closed her eyes to rest. Old Master Xia paused before speaking. "You must have confidence in yourself, and you must have confidence in Lin Dong. If you don't believe in yourself, who else will? I've heard of this Shen Yiran. Isn't she Lin Dong's ex-wife? She's a textbook gold digger. Lin Dong grew up in Yanjing. He's seen his share of sycophants and opportunists. Women like that disgust him the most. Rest assured, Lin Dong won't be interested in her. He'll only cherish my precious granddaughter." Xia Qiao tossed and turned, letting out a deep sigh. During the day, Xia Qiao put on an indifferent facade. But that was all an act. Deep down, Xia Qiao was incredibly fragile. "Grandfather, I bought a painting from a constable. It paves the way for our Xia family's advancement." With that, Xia Qiao presented the calligraphy and painting she had acquired before her grandfather. Old Master Xia examined it carefully, praising it repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. My precious granddaughter truly knows me. Knowing grandfather loves calligraphy and paintings, you specially bought this for me. I shall treasure it well. It was purchased by my beloved granddaughter." Unlike certain individuals who constantly harp on the position of family head, always scheming to seize control of the Xia household, never once thinking to buy this old man a painting or calligraphy piece. "Sure, I accept this token of your filial devotion. When grandfather passes away, I shall bequeath the family." At that moment, Xia Liangwei pushed open the bedroom door and appeared on the second-floor staircase. Xia Liangwei shouted at the old patriarch, "So Qiao bought you a painting? I can buy you paintings too. Mine will be more valuable than hers and will better serve the growth of our Xia family business. Qiao, don't think that just because you're favored by the old master, you're destined to inherit the Xia family. As long as I'm still here, you won't get a chance. The uncles and elders in the family won't let you monopolize the family's power either." An awkward silence hung in the air. Xia Qiao looked up. "Second uncle, I never once thought of competing with you for the position of family head." Xia Liangwei folded his arms and snorted coldly. Xia Liangwei thought to himself. "Oomph. And you claim you won't compete for the headship? You've been actively currying favor with the old man all along. How is that not competing? You have no experience in the family's specific affairs. All you know how to do is curry favor with the old man." Chapter 180. Xia Liangwei summons an emergency board meeting overnight. Fuming with anger, Xia Liangwei stormed out of the Xia residence. After leaving the ancestral home, Xia Liangwei headed straight to the headquarters of Xia Group. As night had fallen, all employees had already clocked out. Only the security guard remained at the entrance. "Good evening, General Manager." The guard stepped out of his booth and saluted Xia Liangwei. Xia Liangwei glanced at him briefly before striding straight into the skyscraper ahead. This skyscraper served as the headquarters for all Xia family enterprises. Xia Liangwei entered the first floor, took the elevator, and went straight to the conference hall on the top floor. Standing before the door to the general manager's office, Xia Liangwei hesitated briefly before pushing it open and stepping inside alone. He switched on the lights and his gaze fell upon the location of the company seal. Xia Liangwei sat in the chair, eyes closed, deep in thought for a long while. Moments later, Xia Liangwei finally grasped something. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of a board member. These board members were all members of the Xia family. The entire group was the Xia family's enterprise. "Hello, uncle. Could you come to headquarters immediately? I have urgent matters to discuss," Xia Liangwei asked. "Hello, Liangwei. Sorry to call you so late at night. There's an urgent matter requiring an emergency board meeting. Can you attend immediately?" "Hello, it's Liangwei, uncle. I intend to convene an emergency board meeting. There's an exceptionally critical matter concerning the Xia family's long-term development. Whatever you're doing right now, please come to headquarters immediately." "Is that possible?" Xia Liangwei made several more calls in quick succession. After contacting every board member, Xia Liangwei drew back the curtains and stood at the windowsill, gazing out at the nighttime panorama of the capital city. From this vantage point, the city's prosperity stretched out below, a view that made all other mountains seem small. Though the Xia family's holdings were vast, Xia Liangwei remained acutely aware of his place in a city like Beijing. Compared to others, the Xia family was merely a minor player. At their current pace of development, who knew how long it would take for the Xia family to become a true titan in the capital? Now, an opportunity for immense wealth and power had presented itself. If he failed to seize this chance, Xia Liangwei feared he might regret it for the rest of his life. Xia Liangwei believed that once the venture succeeded, once he had earned 600 million yuan for the family overnight, even if the patriarch resisted handing over control, he would be forced by the sheer scale of the fortune to relinquish it. "I must contribute to the family's revival. If my contribution is great enough, even the old man won't be able to oppose it." The vision of that future scene, himself holding the reins of the Xia family, made Xia Liangwei burst into laughter. Before long, under Xia Liangwei's personal summons, the Xia family members gathered in the headquarters conference room. "Liangwei, what's going on? You roused us all in the middle of the night without a word of explanation. We won't let this drop." "Exactly. I was just enjoying some quality time with my wife. After your call, I did a somersault and jumped straight out of bed. What's the situation? Is our Xia family facing some life or death crisis? What do you need us to do?" One by one, the board members voiced their inner confusion. So Xia Liangwei didn't beat around the bush. He laid out everything he needed to say. He also emphasized that if this plan succeeded, he would inherit the position of family head. At that time, everyone present would retain their current status within the family. Xia Liangwei declared, "If that brat were to actually inherit the family business, you all know exactly what would happen. That brat is always pushing for the family business to keep up with the times, convinced you old fogies are stuck in the past and refuse to adapt to the demands of the new era. Once Qiao inherits the Xia family, do you think you'll still be board members? Do you think you'll still receive such high salaries and benefits? All family elders who fail to meet the demands of our new era will be dismissed by Qiao. How you treat Qiao now is how she will treat you in the future. If I inherit the family headship, you will not only maintain your current standard of living but live even better than now. Helping me is helping yourselves." After hearing Xia Liangwei's words, the elders of the Xia family fell into deep contemplation. Xia Qiao, after all, is a woman. Throughout history, it has always been the male heirs who inherit the family business. Regardless of Xia Qiao's capabilities, her gender alone disqualifies her from inheriting the Xia family's assets. The board members chimed in agreement. Liangwei is absolutely right. If Xia Qiao were to inherit the family business, once she marries, our family's assets would no longer bear the Xia name. I hear Xia Qiao and Lin Dong are quite close. This generation, our family business might still bear the Xia name, but what about the next? Once Xia Qiao and Lin Dong have children, won't those children take the Lin surname? Wouldn't our Xia family business then become the Lin family business? In the long run, if Lin Dong and Xia Qiao's child inherits the family business, then we Xia family members on the board will surely be ousted. Our current interests will suffer severe losses. We absolutely cannot let that happen. Supporting Liangwei is supporting ourselves. Regardless of Xia Liangwei's business acumen, Xia Liangwei is the male heir of the family, and his future children will bear the Xia surname. If the Lin family's child inherits the Xia family's business, then, without a doubt, in a few decades' time, the children of these board members would no longer be able to remain on the board. I have a way to change the old master's mind right now. Xia Liangwei recounted the serendipitous encounter with the calligraphy and paintings he had experienced that day. Every single piece commanded astronomical prices, each valued at over 100 million. With a total value of 2 billion yuan, Lu Zhangyi needed to sell them off cheaply due to his forced exile abroad. This presented an unprecedented opportunity for the entire Xia family. If Xia Liangwei could secure this fortune for the family, even if the old man wished to pass the family estate to Xia Qiao, he would be unable to do so.
Liangwei, is this deal you're talking about reliable? A board member inquired. Absolutely reliable. I've considered this thoroughly, Xia Liangwei pledged. Should this venture fail, I will permanently withdraw from the Xia family's management. Chapter 181, Making Lu Zhangyi sign the fake seal. To Xia Liangwei, this represented the greatest opportunity of his life. In every person's life, there are one or two pivotal moments that alter their destiny. Clearly, this was one of them. Xia Liangwei declared, Lu Zhangyi is a good man. I trust him. If not for Lu Zhangyi, I'd likely have been expelled from the Xia family by now. It's a long story, I won't go into it. Anyway, I trust Lu Zhangyi. Besides, I saw those paintings worth 20 billion with my own eyes, and there's the auction house certificate to prove it. Immediately after, Xia Liangwei pulled out his phone. The screen displayed photos of the paintings Xia Liangwei had acquired. Some family members weren't particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy and paintings. When Xia Liangwei presented the paintings, they were utterly baffled. Xia Liangwei explained each piece in turn. This painting once fetched a staggering 200 million yuan at Christie's auction house. This piece is by a foreign artist and is also quite valuable. It once sold for over 100 million at an auction house in Great Britain. This piece bears a striking resemblance to one in the Old Master's collection, seemingly from the same artist. Since the Old Master acquired works by this painter, why wouldn't we also invest in his creations? How could we possibly lose out? Not all board members were knowledgeable about calligraphy and paintings. However, they all knew the Old Master loved collecting calligraphy and paintings. Studying one of the paintings closely, it did indeed appear stylistically similar to the one in the Old Master's collection. What this signified was self-evident: these paintings were genuine, authentic treasures. Moreover, they came with auction house certificates bearing unique codes verifiable through the auction house's official website. Masterpieces. And genuine ones at that. If the Xia family could secure these paintings, they would instantly rise to the ranks of the capital's most prominent families. Buy them. We absolutely must buy them. Liangwei. This is your golden opportunity to turn things around. Miss this chance, and you'll never hold your head high before the Old Master again. To prevent the Xia family from being inherited by a mere woman, for the sake of our family's future, we must secure these paintings and calligraphy. It would win the Old Master's favor and bring immense wealth to the family. What's there to lose? After making up their minds, everyone began breathing heavily. This matter demanded immediate action and swift decision-making. Otherwise, if that Lu Zhangyi sold these paintings to someone else, they'd regret it bitterly. Xia Qiao, inheriting the family estate won't be that easy. After this battle, Xia Liangwei will be the undisputed head of our Xia family. Even the Old Master won't be able to oppose it. If Xia Qiao inherits the family business, it would be disastrous. The child of Xia Qiao and Lin Dongsheng would bear the Lin surname. Decades from now, our Xia descendants wouldn't even be able to remain on the board of directors. Liangwei, I support you. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Shen Haojie were running their shops. Whether it was the claw machine or the dart game, both were thriving. Though the business wasn't huge, it was thriving, with crowds filling the place every day. Shen Haojie, observing this peaceful routine, suddenly felt uneasy. Young Master Lin, what about Lu Zhangyi? The one who always picks on us? Could Lu Zhangyi be plotting something big? Lin Dong was equally puzzled. This didn't make sense. Not long ago, Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng had vandalized the Lu family's shop. Given Lu Zhangyi's temperament, how could he not retaliate? True, the surveillance footage had been destroyed, leaving no proof it was Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng who did it. But this wasn't a court case. Evidence wasn't necessary. As long as he suspected you did it, and he could retaliate. I find it strange too. Lu Zhangyi might really be plotting something underhanded. Lin Dong frowned, racking his brain. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what Lu Zhangyi was up to. So Lin Dong called Wang Yongsheng and asked, "Your madmen have been monitoring Lu Zhangyi lately. Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Wang Yongsheng replied over the phone, "Young Master Lin, recently, my brothers in the mad sect noticed Lu Zhangyi getting very close to Xia Liangwei from the Xia family. We captured a thug and beat some information out of him. Lu Zhangyi planned 2 deliberate approaches to Xia Liangwei, one at a bar and one at an abandoned factory. Lu Zhangyi is trying to gain Xia Liangwei's trust. Young Master Lin, could it be that Lu Zhangyi doesn't dare confront us directly? So he's targeting your girlfriend's family instead?" Lin Dong nodded. "Correct. Continue surveillance." After hanging up, Lin Dong and Lu Haojie began discussing the situation. Lu Zhangyi went to such lengths to get close to Xia Liangwei. What could he possibly be up to? He definitely had no good intentions. "Young Master Lin, could it be because we smashed Lu's shop, so Lu Zhangyi wants to partner with Xia Liangwei in business? That way, we'd never dare smash Lu Zhangyi's shops again. After all, smashing Lu Zhangyi's shops would be like smashing your girlfriend's shops. Lu Zhangyi sure has a clever plan. What a brilliant scheme." Hearing this, Lin Dong shook his head.
If Lu Zhangyi were merely seeking business with the Xie family, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to get close to them. After all, business is about fair transactions and monetary exchanges.
While personal connections play some role, they're not the main focus. Unless. A bold conjecture formed in Lin Dong's mind.
Lin Dong and Lu Haojie blurted out in unison.
Unless Lu Zhangyi is trying to set Xia Liangwei up. My girlfriend may be a woman, but she's sharp as a tack.
Even if Lu Zhangyi tried to set her up, she wouldn't walk into it willingly.
But Xia Liangwei is different.
He has human weaknesses. He trusts people too easily and is particularly susceptible to deception. Though Lin Dong and Xia Liangwei had no personal connection. If Xia Liangwei were to ruin the Xie family, then Xie Zhou'er, who stands to inherit the Xie family, wouldn't be inheriting a net asset, she'd be inheriting debt.
Lin Dong wouldn't stand idly by if his girlfriend's company owed money. He would inevitably step in personally to repay the debts for his girlfriend's family.
It will ultimately backfire on him.
Is Lu Zhangyi that clever? Lin Dong frowned. Lu Zhangyi's scheme was simply too ruthless and vicious.
It was hard to imagine Lu Zhangyi had conceived it alone.
Chapter 182, A Deal That Determines Destiny.
Lin Dong pondered for a moment. Then, he called Wang Yongxing again, have the brothers from the Mad Sect steal the Lu family's official seal and replace it with a fake one.
I'm worried Lu Zhangyi might sign some unfair agreement with Xia Liangwei. By the time Xia Liangwei realizes what's happened, it'll be too late. Let's replace the Lu family seal with a fake one first.
Even if Lu Zhangyi has some scheme up his sleeve, he won't be able to accomplish anything with a fake seal.
Forget it. I'll handle this personally. After all, this concerned his girlfriend's family business.
Lin Dong couldn't bring himself to entrust such a crucial matter to others.
It was best to handle it personally.
Lin Dong asked Lu Haojie to watch over his shop while he went to execute the plan to steal the seal from Wang Yongxing.
You want to bankrupt my girlfriend's family business? No matter what your scheme is, as long as you're using a fake seal, every single one of them will vanish into thin air. Soon enough.
Lin Dong soon joined forces with Wang Yongxing.
Young Master Lin, this is one of our locksmiths from the Madman. He used to be a thief, but he should come in handy.
Wang Yongxing introduced a younger brother from the Mad Sect.
Lin Dong glanced at the young man and nodded.
When stealing the seal later, they couldn't risk Lu Zhangyi noticing anything, so picking the lock was out of the question.
Is the fake seal ready? Lin Dong inquired. The fake seal is ready. Shall we depart now? Let's go.
There's no time to waste.
Finding where Lu Zhangyi kept the seal wouldn't be difficult.
All they needed was the location of the Lu family headquarters. Once they knew where that was, they could simply find the general manager's office or the chairman's office, pick the lock, open the cabinet, swap the fake seal for the real one, and it would be a piece of cake. To get past the security guard at the entrance, Lin Dong slipped him 50,000 yuan to turn a blind eye.
The rest went smoothly.
At the Lu family headquarters, a member of the Madman gang used a piece of wire to pick the lock, allowing Lin Dong and Wang Yongxing to slip inside. Lin Dong was astonished by the lock-picking skill, as it took only a few seconds.
Will the lock still work after you pick it with that wire?
Lin Dong worried that if the lock was damaged, Lu Zhangyi might suspect a theft had occurred at the company.
Not at all, young Master Lin. Rest assured, this is a non-destructive lockpick.
The young member of the Crazy Door gang smiled reassuringly. Seeing this, Lin Dong relaxed. The group entered Lu Zhangyi's office, opened the cabinet door, retrieved the fake seal, removed the original Lu company seal, and then carefully returned the items inside the cabinet to their original positions, taking great care not to leave any telltale signs.
Moments later, they exited Lu Zhangyi's office and walked down the street. Recalling the recent events, Wang Yongxing couldn't help but chuckle.
Young Master Lin, I haven't done petty theft in years.
What we're doing is righteous.
Even if Lu Zhangyi has some dirty tricks up his sleeve, it won't matter.
The seal retrieved from Lu Zhangyi's office was now in Lin Dong's hand.
Lin Dong examined the seal in his hand before casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Just then, a garbage truck pulled up beside the bin and emptied its contents into the truck.
This time, even if Lu Zhangyi wanted to find it, he couldn't. Lin Dong chuckled. Whatever schemes Lu Zhangyi had planned for the Xie family, well, they're useless now. But I'm quite curious what kind of trap will Xie Liangwei fall into. A scheme capable of ruining the entire Xie family must have taken a long time to prepare, right?
All I need to do is make a slight move, and Lu Zhangyi's schemes will come to nothing.
Heh, kid, you're still too green to mess with me.
Lin Dong, Wang Yongxing, and the crazy sex underlings headed out together to grab some spicy hot pot from a street stall.
Over their late-night snack, the three chatted animatedly. The next day,
after gaining the board members' approval, Xie Liangwei decided to go all in.
He would use all of the Xie family's assets to purchase Lu Zhangyi's 20 calligraphy and paintings.
Worried Lu Zhangyi might be negotiating with others, Xie Liangwei called him at 6 in the morning.
Brother Lu, I've made up my mind. It's too late to sell the properties now.
Since you're in such a hurry to leave the country, I do have a solution. I intend to use our family's entire fortune to purchase your paintings.
Brother Lu, would you be willing? Upon hearing Xie Liangwei's voice on the line, Lu Zhangyi chuckled. This little cutie. He's taken the bait. However, to further secure the other party's trust and ensure they wouldn't change their mind at the last minute, Lu Zhong repeatedly declined over the phone. Bro, this doesn't seem right, does it? You're selling your family's entire estate to me. Do the other members of your family know about this? Can you really make this decision? And that's your family's legacy. You can't sell out your entire clan just to buy my paintings, can you? Xia Liangwei nodded firmly. Once he'd made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Xia Liangwei reaffirmed his resolve. I've already discussed this with the board members of the family council. Besides, trading family assets for your paintings worth over 2 billion yuan means you're taking the loss, not me. If you weren't so desperate to flee abroad, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. My family's assets, at most, are worth 16 billion yuan, nowhere near the value of your paintings. After acquiring your paintings, I can sell them off and rebuild our family's new business. Brother Lu, there's no need to say more. My mind is made up. Lu Zhongyi sighed helplessly. It seemed as though Lu Zhongyi had truly been forced by circumstances to sell those paintings. Lu Zhongyi said, let's meet at the same restaurant as last time. If I hadn't killed someone in that accident, I never would have sold those paintings worth 2 billion yuan. Brother Lu, I see you're a decent man, so I'll let you off easy. I'll be at that restaurant in 20 minutes. Don't be late. After hanging up, Lu Zhongyi called Sun Ming directly and stated bluntly, he's taken the bait. Sun Ming replied, got it. Immediately, Lu Zhongyi retrieved the seal from the cabinet and hurried off to the agreed-upon restaurant. While waiting for the elevator, Lu Zhongyi laughed heartily to himself. Xia Liangwei is finished. The Xia family is finished. Xia Qiao is finished. And Lin Dong is finished too. Chapter 183, the Xia family changes hands. The location of the transaction. Xia Liangwei placed the contract bearing the Xia family's official seal on the table before him. Lu Zhongyi picked it up, glanced at it, and gave a slight nod. Very well. We can sign the contract now. Lu Zhongyi picked up the pen, signed his name on the contract, and affixed the Lu family's official seal. Brother Xia, it's your turn. Xia Liangwei followed suit. The contract's terms were straightforward. Xia Liangwei sold all of the Xia family's assets to Lu Zhongyi as the subject of the transaction in exchange for those 20 priceless calligraphy and paintings. Brother, come with me to get the calligraphy and paintings. Lu Zhongyi stood up, leading Xia Liangwei to his BMW. He opened the trunk, retrieved his calligraphy and paintings, and personally placed them in Xia Liangwei's car. It's been a pleasure working with you. Brother Lu, have a safe trip. Xia Liangwei waved goodbye as he watched Lu Zhongyi drive away. After Lu Zhongyi drove off toward the airport, Xia Liangwei finally lowered his head to carefully inspect each piece of calligraphy and painting. Each piece came with an auction house authentication certificate. Xia Liangwei pulled out his phone and meticulously checked the serial numbers on each certificate. After verification, all the calligraphy and paintings were confirmed genuine. The thought that these works were worth 20 billion yuan made Xia Liangwei's breathing quicken, and he found himself stumbling over his words. I'll definitely win the old man's favor. Oomph. From now on, Xia Qiao can forget about inheriting the family business, she can forget about it entirely. Once I flip these 20 pieces and turn them into cash, I'll be the one deciding how to redeem the Xia family's assets. Xia Liangwei agreed to this deal for multiple reasons. On one hand, Xia Liangwei himself was a man of deep loyalty and honor. Lu Zhongyi had repeatedly saved his life, naturally earning Xia Liangwei's trust. On the other hand, Xia Liangwei believed the other party had a valid reason for selling these paintings at such a low price. After all, he had just committed murder and needed to flee overseas urgently. Beyond these factors, Old Master Xia loved calligraphy and paintings, so Xia Liangwei's purchase would surely win his favor. The low prices of these paintings meant a profit margin of over 30% upon resale, a deal that was practically a windfall. Of course, by selling off the Xia family's assets and then repurchasing them, Xia Liangwei would gain full personal control over the recovered holdings. The elder Xia would no longer hold the upper hand. 5 birds with one stone. I must quickly sell these paintings and calligraphy to raise cash, then buy back the properties, Xia Liangwei muttered to himself. Without delay, Xia Liangwei took the paintings to an art exhibition in the capital. He believed potential buyers might be found there. After driving a short distance, Lu Zhongyi abruptly turned the car around and headed toward the Xia family's estate. Lu Zhongyi hadn't killed anyone at all. Those thugs were all faking death. He had no need whatsoever to flee overseas. It was all just a meticulously orchestrated deception. Xia Family Group Headquarters. Lu Zhongyi entered with the contract in hand. Accompanying Lu Zhongyi into the Xia Group headquarters were servants from the Lu household. Friction was inevitable during the first day of the handover, so Lu Zhongyi had brought them alone. Who are you? The security guard at the entrance of Xia Family Group stopped Lu Zhongyi. You're fired, Lu Zhongyi stated calmly. Immediately, the Lu household servants stripped the security guard of his uniform and took his place. He then strode in with confidence, taking up residence at Xia Group. When Lu Zhongyi entered Xia Group as its chairman, the Xia family members working inside were all stunned. Who was this man? They'd never heard of him before. When did the Xie family's assets become the Lu family's? What kind of demon or monster had Lu Zhongyi crawled out of some remote corner to suddenly become their direct superior? Does our patriarch know about this? How did Lu's holdings change hands? There's a copy of Lu Zhongyi's contract posted at the entrance. I checked the official seal, it's definitely our Xie family's seal, signed by Xia Liangwei. Hurry up and contact Liangwei. What are we waiting for? Ask him what the hell is going on. Could Liangwei have gambled away our Xie family's assets? That doesn't make sense, Liangwei never gambled. Besides, to use our Xie family's official seal, you either need grandfather's approval or the unanimous consent of all board members. Could this seal be fake? Upon hearing this devastating news, the entire staff at Xie Family Tower fell into a state of panic. They immediately contacted Xia Liangwei and the board members. The response they received was, "This matter is indeed true." What's more, both Xia Liangwei and the other board members remained surprisingly calm about it. They stated that the transfer of Xie family assets was only temporary. Once the paintings were sold, they could buy back the Xie family's holdings. Everyone should return to their posts without disruption and not interfere with normal business operations. As usual, Xia Qiao woke up early and headed to work at her family's conglomerate. After the car pulled up at the entrance, Xia Qiao rolled down the window and glanced at the security guard standing there. This security guard looked somewhat unfamiliar. When had they been replaced? "You can't enter." The new guard stepped out of the booth and blocked Xia Qiao's vehicle. Xia Qiao stepped out of the car, thrusting out her ample chest as she argued her case. "This is our family's property. Why can't I go inside? Get lost." Immediately, 4 or 5 security guards surrounded her, forming a line to block her vehicle. The lead guard stated, "Sorry, Miss Qiao, the Xie family's property is no longer owned by the Xie family. The Xie family's assets have changed hands and now belong to the Lu family. Mr. Lu is the new chairman of this group. Here, this is the property transfer contract. Xia Liangwei and the board members of your Xie family have sold all the assets to Mr. Lu." A property transfer agreement was produced. Xia Qiao leaned in to examine it closely. There, in bold letters, was Xia Liangwei's name, along with her family group's official seal. She recognized the seal immediately. It was unmistakably her family's group seal, bearing a flaw in the corner. "Second uncle, he." Xia Qiao hurriedly took several steps back, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Her second uncle had secretly and quietly sold off the family business to someone else. Though she had initially avoided direct conflict with him, Xia Qiao now had no choice but to pick up her phone and dial his number. Chapter 184, Old Master Xie's Raging Fury. "Hello? You sold off our family's assets? You bastard. If the old man finds out about this, do you think he'll let you off?" At that moment, Xia Liangwei was en route to the capital city's art exhibition, carrying paintings and calligraphy. After receiving his niece's call, Xia Liangwei casually replied, "Got it." Then he hung up. No matter how many times Xia Qiao tried to call back, the line remained dead. Xia Liangwei stared at the ringing phone and simply turned it off. Xia Liangwei muttered to himself, "You little brat, what do you know? Once Uncle Xia sells these paintings and calligraphy, we'll be able to buy back our family's businesses. Then our family will net 500 or 600 million yuan. Closing the phone. Xia Liangwei slammed his foot on the accelerator, speeding toward his destination. The Beijing calligraphy and painting exhibition has plenty of buyers. I will lead our family to a new era of glory. Outside the Xia family group headquarters, Xia Qiao stared at her phone, which remained stubbornly unreachable, utterly at a loss. Should I tell the old man? Xia Qiao ultimately decided against informing the patriarch for now. After all, the old man was already advanced in years. If he suffered another shock like this, it might trigger a recurrence of his heart condition and send him straight to the other world. I hope Uncle Air can sell the calligraphy and paintings to redeem the family business. Wait, paintings? Xia Qiao recalled her recent conversation with her second uncle. He intended to sell the calligraphy and paintings to redeem the family estate. Xia Qiao hurried over to the photocopy of the contract posted at the Xia family entrance and carefully read its contents. There, in black and white, it stated that with the unanimous consent of the board members, they were willing to exchange all the family assets for 20 paintings. The contract even listed the certificate numbers of those paintings at the auction house. Xia Qiao picked up her phone to look them up, her heart sinking. The Fujian landscape, the mountain and water painting, works by foreign artists. These paintings clearly show signs of money laundering. My own uncle got scammed. Xia Qiao gripped her phone tightly. In her mind, she recalled the lessons her grandfather had once imparted to her in his study about calligraphy and paintings. To outsiders, everyone believed the old master simply loved calligraphy and paintings. In truth, however, he paid astronomical sums for those works not out of genuine appreciation, but to use them as tools for other purposes. All the paintings sold for astronomical prices shared one common trait: scarcity. They were either created by deceased artists or acquired through exclusive agreements with wealthy merchants, buying up every painting the artist produced in their lifetime. This explains why many renowned painters never gained widespread recognition during their lifetimes. Buying calligraphy and paintings is not merely about acquiring art, it's about using the circulation of these works to accomplish other objectives. Through further investigation, Zhao Qiao uncovered that the same ultimate controller stood behind both parties in every transaction involving these astronomically priced works. Sun Ming. Zhao Qiao was unfamiliar with this individual, but that didn't change her conviction that these paintings were fundamentally worthless. The same individual engaging in self-dealing to inflate transaction volumes and values. What else could this be but malicious price manipulation? This stranger named Sun Ming had set up her second uncle through Lu Zhangyi. Lu Zhangyi? That name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Zhao Qiao strained to recall. Not long ago, this very man seemed to have caused trouble for her boyfriend, Lin Dong. Zhao Qiao immediately called Lin Dong again, arranging a meeting place to discuss the matter. In a park. Zhao Qiao lay in Lin Dong's arms, her eyes brimming with tears. Wah! Zhao Qiao wept bitterly. Lin Dong froze, gently stroking her hair and patting her shoulder as he asked tenderly, "Qiao, what's wrong? What happened?" Zhao Qiao lifted her head, as if finding solace, and recounted her ordeal in full detail. My second uncle squandered our entire family fortune. He used every last penny to buy 20 paintings and calligraphy pieces that aren't worth a dime. My second uncle can't sell those paintings to get the money back and buy our family's property back. It's a scam. It's all a scam. Brother Lin, I'm going to be penniless from now on. Wah. Seeing his girlfriend so heartbroken, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel sad himself. Lin Dong comforted her. So what if the family business is gone? Don't you still have me? As long as I'm here, I believe I can help you build an even more glorious Xia family. Sweetie, stop crying. You'll ruin your makeup and look all smudged. Zhao Qiao quickly pulled out her compact mirror to check if her makeup had smudged. At that moment, something occurred to Lin Dong. He asked, was your second uncle's business partner someone named Lu Zhangyi? Yes. How did you know? Zhao Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't mentioned her uncle's business partner to Lin Dong earlier. How could he possibly know? Zhao Qiao stared intently at Lin Dong, searching for an answer. I guessed. A while back, I noticed Lu Zhangyi hanging around Xia Liangwei a lot. Plus, Lu Zhangyi always looked shady. I knew he was up to no good. So last night, Wang Yongsheng and I swapped out the Lu family's official seal. Yours is the real seal. Theirs is a fake. No need to worry at all. The contract has no legal standing. Zhao Qiao's tears instantly dried up. Her boyfriend had secretly pulled off such a clever move? Zhao Qiao clasped Lin Dong's hand, her voice dripping with affection. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Lin Dong wiped the tears from Zhao Qiao's eyes. Silly girl, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can call Wang Yongsheng and ask him yourself. Ask him what we did last night. After this incident, I believe Xia Liangwei has forfeited any right to inherit the Xia family estate. The voices within the family that once opposed your succession will now fall silent. Zhao Qiao, however, didn't care much about whether she would become the head of the Xia family in the future. As long as the family business didn't fall into others' hands, she was already satisfied. At that moment, Zhao Qiao murmured to herself, no wonder the old man was so eager for me to marry Lin Dong. If not for Lin Dong, the Xia family would have been finished this time. Maar. A deep, lingering kiss. It conveyed both Zhao Qiao's gratitude and her affection. Chapter 185, The Self-Congratulatory Elders of the Xia Family. Paper, after all, cannot wrap fire. Old Master Xia soon learned of the matter through reports from his lower-level employees. Upon learning that Xia Liangwei had sold off the family estate for a mere 20 paintings, the old patriarch nearly choked on his own blood in fury. Master, take your medicine. The butler handed over the medication and brought a cup of water. After taking the medicine, the patriarch's mood gradually improved. Liangwei. Our Xia family is going to be ruined by you. I've grown senile indeed. Knowing you were good for nothing, why didn't I kick you out of the family business management sooner? If Qiao had inherited the family business, this kind of nonsense would never have happened. Old Master Xia was filled with regret. But now it was too late for regrets. The last shred of goodwill in Old Master Xia's eyes towards Xia Liangwei was now obscured by a single contract. At that moment, he received a photo of the contract signed by Xia Liangwei. He scrutinized every line of text, searching for any loophole. In the end, he could only collapse helplessly onto the sofa. The business empire he had built with such diligence had been squandered by Xia Liangwei. All for purchasing 20 pieces of calligraphy and paintings. Old Master Xia knew better than anyone whether those paintings held any real value. Artworks were notoriously difficult to appraise and the easiest domain to manipulate. Numerous black and gray industries utilize calligraphy and paintings to facilitate asset transfers. On the streets, those shops with sparse foot traffic yet located on luxury commercial avenues are, in fact, another step in the money laundering process. Old Mr. Xia slipped on his reading glasses, determined to uncover who was targeting the Xia family. He logged into the official websites of major domestic and international auction houses, queried the corresponding information for certificate numbers, then followed the trail like a hound on a scent, tracing companies step by step.
Through these layers of nested companies, he finally identified the ultimate controlling shareholder, Sun Ming. It turned out that a man named Sun Ming, through Lu Zhongyi, had orchestrated this colossal scam targeting the Xie family. After further detective-like digging, Old Master Xie identified another name, Sun Qin. This Sun Qin had once served as chairman of a listed company but was now imprisoned for financial fraud. Old Master Xie collapsed helplessly onto the sofa. The thought that his entire life's work had been wiped out overnight filled him with such fury that he wished to tear Xie Liangwei limb from limb. Where is Liang Wei? Where is he? Get him here immediately. The butler dialed Xia Liangwei's cell phone, but after several attempts, there was still no answer. The butler approached the elderly Mr. Xie, his face filled with regret. Sir, we can't get through to Liang Wei. Old Master Xie took a deep breath. What about the other board members of our family? Get them here. I want to see why they're backing Liang Wei in this money-losing venture. The butler then contacted the other senior members of the Xie family. The original board members of the Xie family enterprise, upon receiving the butler's calls, all made their way toward the elder's residence. Upon arriving at the patriarch's residence, their faces glowed with satisfaction, showing not a trace of remorse. This time the old master will surely look upon Liang Wei with newfound respect. After all, with a single move, Liang Wei can earn the family 5 or 600 million in profits. The transfer of our Xie family's assets is only temporary. Once Liang Wei sells those paintings and calligraphy, we'll have the cash to buy them back immediately. After this incident, with Liang Wei making such a significant contribution to the family, the old master won't be able to force that little brat Qiao to inherit the family business. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he walked inside. The old man sat expressionless on the sofa, wearing reading glasses and leaning on a cane. The elder members of the family entered and looked at Old Master Xie with smiles. Old Master, have you already heard? Grandfather, why do you look so unhappy? Liang Wei has done such great service for the family. You should be happy for him. Old Master Xie let out a cold snort. Everyone held their breath in fear. Some of the older Xie family elders, seemingly still unaware of the situation, boasted about Xie Liangwei. Liangwei has already taken the calligraphy and paintings to the exhibition in the capital. With a bit of luck, he might sell them all today, allowing us to redeem our family's assets. This time, Liangwei has truly stumbled into a stroke of luck. He encountered someone forced into exile overseas due to murder. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold such precious paintings to us at such a bargain price. You won't bring up Qiao inheriting the family headship again, will you? Liang Wei has done so much for the family, he should be the rightful heir. Not to mention, if Qiao inherits the family estate in the future, then the children she bears with Lin Dong won't carry the Xie surname, they'll be Lin. In another few decades, once someone bearing the Lin surname takes control of our Xie family, our ancestral holdings will effectively fall into the hands of outsiders. No matter what, grandfather, you must support Liang Wei. Besides, don't you also have a fondness for calligraphy and paintings? The moment they mentioned his fondness for calligraphy and paintings, Old Master Xie's anger flared. After taking his medication again, the old man calmed his agitated emotions and spoke slowly. Do you all truly believe I enjoy calligraphy and paintings? Is that what you all genuinely believe? In the past, when Old Master Xie held absolute power over the family, many matters remained unknown to the rest of the clan. He believed this was for their own good. After all, dealing in calligraphy and paintings, whether for money laundering, smuggling, or bribery, was like walking a tightrope. Keeping them in the dark meant they wouldn't get involved. But now that matters had reached this point, Old Master Xie had no choice but to summon them to his study and explain, one by one, the origins of the paintings and calligraphy in his collection. In the study, the sight of these priceless paintings stirred greed within the family members. Any single piece, if sold, could exponentially increase their net worth, securing a life of comfort for generations to come. Do you know why so many buyers at auction houses bid by phone? Old Master Xie turned and asked. Isn't it for privacy, replied an elder of the Xie family. Old Master Xie waved his hand dismissively. That's because the art world is too murky. This painting I own, I bought it from a court official for 10 million. But I consider every penny well spent not because of the painting itself. Chapter 186, Xie Liangwei's chilled spine. Upon hearing the old patriarch's words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Only now did they realize why Old Master Xie frequently paid exorbitant sums for paintings not out of personal passion, but to advance the Xie family's business interests. Artwork, you see, is worth whatever price you assign to it. Old Master Xie cited Van Gogh's sunflowers as an example. Do you know why Van Gogh's sunflowers skyrocketed in value only after his death? In the beginning, it was merely merchants trading the paintings of a deceased artist to achieve their own illicit ends. Back then, before Bitcoin existed, this was how it worked. It could be paintings, new stocks, or any item difficult to appraise. You say it's worth whatever you claim, and through multiple resales, dirty money gets laundered. The entire room fell deathly silent. Everyone huddled silently in corners like scolded kittens, afraid to make a sound. Old Master Xie turned to face these clan members who had once fought alongside him to build his empire. His voice was heavy as he spoke.
Do you think I don't know that after Qiao marries Lin Dong, any children she bears will bear the Lin surname, not the Xie? For the family's long-term future, entrusting it to Lin Dong is far more reliable than entrusting it to you. You hold shares. Even if one day you're no longer on the board, you'll still reap substantial profits through your holdings. The greatest taboo in family businesses is nepotism, placing untalented individuals in positions of power. I'm doing this for the good of the Xie family. For its long-term prosperity. Look at the mess you've created. The Xie family members, scolded by the patriarch, dared not even breathe loudly. They knew they had erred and dared not challenge the patriarch's words. Meanwhile, Xia Liangwei arrived at the capital's art exhibition with his calligraphy and paintings. The moment he entered, he heard the joyful sound of bidding. This painting is splendid, I'm quite taken with it. 100 million yuan. It's mine. I love this painting. 200 million, no haggling. If you agree to sell, I'll pay on the spot. You're all buying? I'm buying too. I'm richer than you lot, I'll pay 300 million. See who dares cross me now. Xia Liangwei felt a surge of secret delight. The calligraphy and paintings in his possession might just fetch over 2 billion yuan. After entering the exhibition and briefly discussing with the staff, Xia Liangwei hung the paintings he had brought on one wall. Xia Liangwei waited for buyers to come and admire them. But after waiting for a long time, no one showed any interest. Xia Liangwei gradually sensed something was amiss. These paintings and calligraphy pieces of mine have fetched over 100 million yuan at auction houses. How could they be so deserted? Xia Liangwei began actively promoting his own calligraphy and paintings. Take a look. Have a peek. This is the surrealist oil painting that once fetched 150 million at Christie's Hong Kong. Come on, don't miss out. But no one paid Xia Liangwei any attention. At the Beijing art exhibition, he stood there like a little kid, bragging about his own work. Finally, a passerby couldn't bear it any longer. He approached Xia Liangwei and advised, "Who still hawks paintings and calligraphy these days? Don't you know the rules of this business? Have you ever walked into an art exhibition or auction house, spotted a piece worth hundreds of millions, and impulsively bought it? How foolish. Those deals are all pre-arranged. You look like a businessman yourself. You've done big deals before, right? Before setting up a factory, don't you do market research? Even opening a chain store on the street requires precise planning beforehand. Who spends that kind of money on impulse? Are you a little cutie?" Hearing this, Xia Liangwei felt a chill run through him. Xia Liangwei knew nothing about calligraphy or paintings, only the fluctuations in their prices. He thought he could get a piece of the pie. Xia Liangwei began recalling his family's business dealings. Bidding: if you weren't certain of winning, you wouldn't participate in the first place. Expanding into new industries always involved thorough market research beforehand. Otherwise, why pour so much money into a new venture? So, by extension, the paintings and calligraphy in the auction house, were they not genuine auctions taking place on the spot? Had the buyers already been determined before the auction even began? A chill crept up Xia Liangwei's spine. His heart felt utterly numb. His mouth went dry, yet he still wanted to hawk his calligraphy. Just then, a wealthy merchant who had just sold a painting approached Xia Liangwei, sizing him up with a glance. "You must be a flower grown in a greenhouse, right? Selling calligraphy and paintings isn't just about selling calligraphy and paintings. That man who bought my painting, do you know who he is? He's the chairman of a publicly listed company. Last year, I sold my assets to that listed company at a bargain price to make their financial statements look good. Today, he bought my painting to funnel profits out of the listed company. I take the lion's share, he takes the smaller portion. In another 2 years, when that company's financial reports look bad again, they'll use calligraphy and paintings to hype things up, driving up the prices. Then the company's financial statements will look good again. Finally, they'll burn it all down and write off the asset impairment. You little punk, learn from this." Xia Liangwei was stunned. Was the art world really this murky? No wonder no one was buying his calligraphy and paintings. Even though these pieces had fetched astronomical prices at auction houses both domestically and abroad. But those who bought them weren't paying for art, they were paying for their own business interests. Lu Zhangyi. Xia Liangwei murmured to himself. At that moment, Xia Liangwei recalled his encounter with the man who had saved his life. In just a couple of days, the man had gained his trust and even sold him the calligraphy and paintings at a bargain price. But he wouldn't kill someone just to scam them. Xia Liangwei couldn't make sense of it. His focus now intensified as he finally unearthed valuable details from his memories. Outside the abandoned factory, Lu Zhangyi hadn't even hit the thugs with his car, they'd collapsed on their own. Xia Liangwei hadn't had time to investigate whether they were dead when Lu Zhangyi drove him away. If Lu Zhangyi had truly killed them, he should at least have dug a pit to bury them all. Moreover, those bodies left exposed outdoors should have prompted someone to report it long ago, yet he hadn't seen any related news. This was a scam targeting the Xie family. Xia Liangwei gritted his teeth in fury. Chapter 187, Xia Liangwei, who wanted to kill himself. Xia Liangwei left the art exhibition.
He didn't even have the heart to pack up the calligraphy and paintings he'd brought with him.
After leaving the exhibition, Xia Liangwei felt utterly despondent.
He never imagined that the comeback he had painstakingly planned for so long would turn out to be a scam. Even now, Xia Liangwei refused to accept this reality.
How could this happen? How did it come to this? It shouldn't be. Brother Lu saved me time and again? How could this be a premeditated encounter?
Lu Zhongyi, I'll kill you.
Xia Liangwei's eyes burned crimson. Seeing Xia Liangwei in this state, passers-by scattered, afraid to approach.
They pointed and whispered.
What's gotten into this guy? He's gone completely mad. He looks perfectly normal dressed like that. What nonsense is he spouting? He's actually threatening to kill someone in public? Who is this Lu Zhongyi? What deep-seated grudge could he possibly have against him? The crowd kept their distance, watching from afar.
At that moment, Xia Liangwei thought of the time bar from years past, then of the abandoned factory. Xia Liangwei drove straight to the time bar. Xia Liangwei stayed seated in his car, waiting for the thugs to show up. Finally, one of the thugs who had provoked Xia Liangwei before appeared. Xia Liangwei swung his fist, immediately charging forward. But what he thought would be a satisfying battle of revenge and retribution. What awaited him instead was a one-sided beating. Xia Liangwei's swinging fist was caught by another thug. Several thugs swarmed around him, kicking and punching Xia Liangwei mercilessly. Clutching his head, Xia Liangwei demanded. Did you guys take money from Lu Zhongyi? Did you gang up and deliberately set me up? One of the thugs replied indifferently, so what if we did? So what if we didn't? While enduring the beating, Xia Liangwei struggled to pull a stack of bills from his pocket and held it up. I just want an answer. After taking the money, the thugs stopped beating Xia Liangwei. After verifying the money was genuine, they divided it among themselves and strode off. Xia Liangwei steadied himself against the wall and shouted, "You still haven't given me an answer." Hearing this, the thugs who were about to leave responded, "Yes. It was all Lu Zhongyi who bribed us. Not just the incident at the bar, the masked kidnappers who took you hostage were also us in disguise." Hearing this, Xia Liangwei finally grasped the truth and collapsed, utterly drained of strength. Not long after, when Xia Liangwei regained consciousness, the sky had turned pitch black. Standing before him was a member of the Xie clan. Before Xia Liangwei could speak, the clan member addressed him. "Liangwei, the old master has been searching for you for quite some time. We couldn't find you all day and were worried something had happened to you. We tracked you down from the art exhibition all the way here, and finally found you tucked away in this corner. Let's head back. Just say a few kind words to the old man, and he'll forgive you. Even if you've made a huge mistake, the blood flowing through your veins is still that of the Xie family. Come on, let's take you home." Several Xie family members helped Xia Liangwei to his feet. But Xia Liangwei kept his head bowed, refusing to face his relatives. Go back? Xia Liangwei gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. How could I possibly have the face to see the old master? By now, he had squandered the entire Xie family fortune. Overnight, assets worth billions had been traded for a few worthless paintings. Xia Liangwei felt like dying. With that thought, he glanced at the wall ahead and prepared to throw himself against it. Fortunately, a clan member caught him just in time, comforting him. It's just a few billion in assets, after all. Go home first. See what the old man says. If the old man tells you to die, then you die. If he doesn't want you dead, and you go ahead and die? That'd be a double blow for him, wouldn't it? Come on, let's go home. Xia Liangwei followed the clan members into the car, heading toward the grand mansion of Old Master Xia. Before long, they arrived at the old patriarch's residence. Xia Qiao was also by the old man's side. In the past, whenever Xia Liangwei saw Xia Qiao being affectionate with the old man, he would inevitably feel resentful and confront them angrily. But now, Xia Liangwei paid Xia Qiao no mind whatsoever. He glanced at the old master and then, with a thud, knelt down right before him. Kneeling before the old patriarch, tears welled in Xia Liangwei's eyes, filled with remorse. Grandfather, I was wrong. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept it. Even if you ordered me to die, I would do so without hesitation. Old master, Xia Liangwei is nothing but a good-for-nothing who ruins everything he touches. Smack! 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 While speaking, he slapped himself across the face. Xia Liangwei truly regretted it. Billions in family assets. Countless members of the Xie family depended on the clan's enterprises for their livelihoods. All because of his own stubborn pride and gullibility, the family business had fallen into others' hands. Old Master Xia raised his hand, signaling the butler beside him to stop Xia Liangwei's self-destructive behavior. How many times have I told you? Your character is simply unfit to steer the Xia family. Had I entrusted the family business to Qiao sooner, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Look at the mess you've created. You've squandered our entire family fortune overnight. As the old patriarch spoke, rage surged through him, and he hastily swallowed several pills. The steward patted the old man's chest to steady his breathing. What a disgrace to the family. One's responsibilities must match one's capabilities. Don't you have any sense of your own limitations?
Day after day, you've been scheming to seize control of the family business.
By colluding with those board members, you've committed such an outrageous act. Because of you alone, our entire Xia family has suffered immense losses.
Our entire fortune is gone.
The more old Master Xia scolded him, the deeper the guilt gnawed at Xia Liangwei's heart.
Xia Liangwei couldn't even bring himself to look his grandfather in the eye.
At that moment, Xia Qiao stepped forward to smooth things over.
Grandfather, I think second uncle knows he was wrong. Why not forgive him? You can't dismiss him entirely just because of one mistake, can you? Grandfather, if you wish to punish second uncle, then you might as well punish me along with him. Xia Qiao now knelt beside Xia Liangwei, both of them kneeling before the old patriarch. Chapter 188, Xia Qiao pleads for her second uncle. At this very moment, Xia Liangwei had never found his niece so endearing. The more Xia Liangwei thought about what he had done to his niece, the more remorseful he became. Xia Qiao had repaid hatred with kindness. This immense grace would remain unforgettable for the rest of his life. Qiao, second uncle, I'm so sorry. Xia Liangwei poured out his heart to his niece.
I know I have no real talent, nothing compared to yours.
That's why I kept causing trouble for you, openly and secretly targeting you. Yet today, you actually pleaded with grandfather on my behalf. Second uncle, I. Xia Liangwei felt his old face was utterly lost.
If he were in her shoes, he would have kicked him while he was down, wishing him dead. Yet now, not only did she not blame him, she was willing to share the responsibility for this incident with him.
Xia Liangwei wept.
These were tears of deep emotion.
They were also tears of sincere repentance.
Xia Liangwei gazed at his niece, momentarily at a loss for words.
Xia Qiao looked at her second uncle, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. No one is perfect. Who can claim to be without fault? One day, I'll make mistakes too. Everyone makes mistakes. So making mistakes isn't scary.
What's scary is knowing you're wrong yet still refusing to see reason.
Second uncle, after this incident, you should no longer interfere in family affairs. Everything is now decided by the old master. Xia Liangwei nodded. He dared not meddle in family affairs anymore.
Even if the chairman's position were offered to him, Xia Liangwei wouldn't accept it.
Ahem.
The patriarch cleared his throat and continued, I shall now pass the position of head of the Xia family to Qiao.
Liangwei, you have no objections, do you? Ha?
Xia Liangwei looked up, his face frozen in astonishment.
The old patriarch declared loudly once more, I am now passing the position of family head to Qiao. Qiao can lead our Xia family to new heights of glory, but you cannot. Who approves? Who objects?
In the past, if old Master Xia had proposed passing the family leadership to Xia Qiao, it would have certainly met with opposition from many.
But now,
the Xia family's assets had been squandered by Xia Liangwei purchasing several sets of calligraphy and paintings, leaving them utterly depleted.
Those holding influential positions within the family were also members of the board of directors. Xia Liangwei's missteps had been tacitly approved by the upper echelons of the family board. Without their consent, Xia Liangwei would never have obtained the company seal to sign contracts with Lu Zhangyi on behalf of the family. Upon hearing the old patriarch's words, the senior members of the family board bowed their heads in unison. I have no objection. I have no objection either. Seconded.
One by one, the senior board members cast their votes in favor. Even those who held extreme reservations about Xia Qiao refrained from casting opposing votes, opting instead to abstain. They had just made a mistake, and since the old master hadn't punished them, how could they dare question his decision? Old Master Xia tapped his cane and smiled, turning his gaze to Xia Qiao beside him. Qiao, from this day forward, you are the head of our Xia family.
Henceforth, not even I may interfere with your decisions. This matter is settled.
Xia Qiao was about to refuse, feeling that at her young age, she was unfit to lead such a large family. Grandfather Xia grasped his granddaughter's hand and said solemnly, though you may lack the capability, Lin Dong possesses it.
You may lack confidence in yourself, but do you also lack faith in Lin Dong?
I have no reservations about entrusting the family to your care. Before old Master Xia summoned Xia Liangwei,
Xia Qiao had already met with the old patriarch once. Moreover, Xia Qiao had informed her grandfather that the family assets had not fallen into the hands of outsiders. The official seal Lu Zhangyi used to sign the contract had been replaced by a fake seal by Lin Dong, rendering the signed contract legally invalid. The scene that had just unfolded was nothing more than a double act staged by grandfather and grandson. The purpose was to ensure no one within the family would oppose Xia Qiao inheriting the position of family head. Under normal circumstances, even if Xia Liangwei hadn't contested her, other family members would have vied for the position. Now, with everyone aware that the family assets had fallen into outsiders' hands, inheriting such a mess was no blessing, it was a curse. Xia Qiao's succession as family head encountered virtually no resistance. She secured unanimous approval with remarkable ease. Old Master Xia looked at everyone present and said solemnly, I know why you all previously opposed Qiao inheriting the position of family head. Is it not simply because she skipped a generation? Does Qiao not hold a high enough standing within the family? Every single person here is of higher generation than her, so you felt she was unfit for this position.
On the other hand, because Qiao is a woman, you feared that her future children might not bear the Xie surname. This, you worried, would mean that decades from now, the Xie family's assets would have no one left to inherit them. You needn't worry about this at all. To address it, you can draft a company charter. Stipulate strictly within that charter that the number of Xie family members must not fall below a certain threshold. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? The Xie family members present all fell silent. Whatever the old patriarch said went. Who would want to take on such a mess now? It was nothing but a hot potato. Do you all agree to let Qiao inherit the position of family head? Since you agree, sign and seal it. Old Master Xie clapped his hands, and the steward promptly produced the legal document. Without hesitation, everyone signed their names and pressed their fingerprints onto the document. From this day forward, Qiao, you are the head of the Xie family. Old Master Xie smiled as he looked at Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao stepped forward, coming before the Xie family members. The clan members bowed in unison, greetings, head of the family. Even the elders bowed their heads, murmuring, we pay our respects to the head of the family. Xia Liangwei raised both hands, clasping them in front of his chest as he bowed to Xie Qiao. Greetings, head of the family. Xie Qiao swept her gaze across the assembled crowd. Today, Xie Qiao was about to issue her first command as head of the family. Xie Qiao spoke slowly, follow me, to the corporation. We're going to reclaim what belongs to us. Hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Hadn't Xia Liangwei already sold the family's assets to others? The Xie family's corporate headquarters no longer belonged to them, it now belonged to the Lu family. Did the new head of the family not know this? Was she planning to lead everyone to cause trouble? Chapter 189, Xie Qiao naturally becomes the family head. At this thought, the clan members spoke up one after another. Master Qiao, this morning Liangwei sold all our family's assets to Lu Zhangyi. All we have left now are those worthless paintings and calligraphy. Going to cause trouble now might not be wise. The beat cops will arrest us all. Besides, even if we did cause trouble, it wouldn't change what's already happened. Our family's assets are gone. Xie Qiao smiled faintly. At the same time, Lin Dong descended from the second floor. Walking past the spiral staircase, he held up a company seal and chuckled, look, everyone. What do you think this is? This was something Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng had gone to great lengths to retrieve from the garbage station. He had thrown it away earlier, but later retrieved it. The Xie family members looked up and were startled to see a line of characters engraved on the seal, Lu Group Company, Ltd. It was a company seal. So what does this mean? Some members of the Xie family were still confused. However, some of the more astute Xie family members quickly grasped the significance. They exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Group Company, Limited, isn't that stamp identical to the one on the contract copy we have for Lu Zhangyi? Could these two companies be one and the same? But if Lu Zhangyi's seal is in Lin Dong's possession, then what exactly did Lu Zhangyi use to sign the contract with our Xie family? Which one is genuine? And which one is fake? For a moment, the Xie family members were all perplexed. Two identical company seals, one in Lin Dong's possession, the other in Lu Zhangyi's. Which one was genuine? If Lu Zhangyi's seal was genuine, then the Xie family's assets had truly been sold off cheaply to outsiders. But if the seal in Lin Dong's possession was genuine, could the Xie family's assets still be reclaimed? All eyes fixed on the expression on Lin Dong's face. They noticed he appeared utterly composed, as if he had everything under control. Could it be? A startling suspicion surged through every member of the Xie family. The clan members immediately erupted into ecstatic laughter. Xia Liangwei didn't lose our family's assets? Was Lu Zhangyi's official seal counterfeit? Everything our Xie family lost can be reclaimed? This truly felt like reaching a dead end only to find a new path ahead. In the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope had appeared. The Xie family members urgently pressed Lin Dong. Lin Dong, is the seal you hold the genuine Lu family seal? So Lu Zhangyi had a fake seal? He signed an agreement with us using a counterfeit? Ha, Lin Dong, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Without you, our Xie family would have been finished today. Perhaps, in the past, many within the Xie family had harbored reservations about Lin Dong. But now, under these circumstances, the Xie family members were overwhelmed with gratitude toward Lin Dong. Without Lin Dong, where would the Xie family be? Lin Dong was the Xie family's savior. Lin Dong smiled as he spoke, your guesses were completely correct. Yesterday, Wang Yongsheng and I infiltrated the Lu family conglomerate, stole their official seal, and replaced it with a fake one. Therefore, this morning, when Xia Liangwei and Lu Zhangyi signed their contract, Lu Zhangyi used a fake contract seal. As a result, it holds absolutely no legal validity. The Xie family's multi-billion yuan assets, seemingly about to be swept away, were effortlessly resolved by Lin Dong. Admiring gazes turned toward Lin Dong. Thanks to Lin Dong. Thanks to that fake seal. It seemed that old Master Xie had made an absolutely correct decision in marrying Qiao to Lin Dong. Lin Dong's wise decisions and sharp wit enabled him to assist Qiao in managing the Xie family. This brought the Xie family nothing but opportunities, not trials. Old Master Xie interjected, I held back earlier precisely to let you all come to this decision of appointing Qiao as head of the household.
Now that you know Lu Zhangyi's seal was forged and our family's assets remain intact, do you still wish to oppose Qiao's position as head of the household? Upon hearing this, the elder generation of the Xie family shook their heads in unison. After this incident, they had come to terms with it. Perhaps they truly were too old, ill-suited for the new realities. This time, Xia Liangwei's ability to use the Xie family's official seal to strike a deal with Lu Zhangyi had, in fact, been tacitly approved by them. Without the approval of the family board members, even with all the audacity in the world, Xia Liangwei would never have dared to make such a massive deal on his own. How could they possibly oppose Qiao inheriting the position of family head? In their eyes, the Xia family's current holdings were essentially windfalls. They were fortunate to have them at all. Who cared about the family headship? Lin Dong and Xie Qiao stood hand in hand before the Xie family members. This signified that both of them had finally gained the recognition of all the Xie family members. You sensed something was off with Lu Zhangyi yesterday, Xie Qiao asked softly. Why didn't you stop Uncle Air and Lu Zhangyi's deal right away? Silly girl, Lin Dong teased, gently rubbing her nose. If I'd nipped that deal between Xia Liangwei and Lu Zhangyi in the bud, would your clan members still support you as head? Would your second uncle truly repent? Xie Qiao nodded. It seemed to make sense. Had Lin Dong intervened promptly to block Xia Liangwei's deal, he would inevitably have earned Xia Liangwei's bitter resentment. Because until yesterday, Xia Liangwei had genuinely believed Lu Zhangyi was a good man. He was dead set on completing this deal, and anyone who stood in his way would become his sworn enemy. Given that, it was better to let the deal proceed. Then, Lin Dong could present the genuine company seal, allowing Xia Liangwei to clearly recognize his own limitations, that he truly wasn't fit to be the decision-maker of the Xie family. At this moment, Xia Lian was utterly awed by Lin Dong. Where once he had been defiant, now he was truly convinced. Xia Liangwei stepped before Lin Dong and said sincerely, thank you. Not only for saving our family's business, but also for helping me recognize my own limitations. The family truly isn't meant to be in my hands. Qiao is far more suited than I am. The two men shook hands firmly. Xia Qiao cleared her throat and declared, let's go. Follow me to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Xie family. At her command, all members of the Xie family mobilized. Xia Qiao took her seat in the most luxurious vehicle, leading the convoy toward their destination. Chapter 190, Lin Dong's appearance. Xie family group headquarters. Lu Zhangyi sat in the chairman's seat, surveying the Xie family chairman's office. Quite lavishly decorated, but still falls short compared to our Lu family. We really owe it all to that big brother in prison. Without him, our Lu family wouldn't have been able to seize the Xie family's assets so effortlessly. It was so easy, it felt like a dream, ha ha ha. Even now, Lu Zhangyi felt a lingering sense of unreality. In just a few days, Lu Zhangyi had acquired the Xie family's assets worth over 1 billion yuan. Click. Lu Zhangyi flicked open his lighter. He puffed on his cigarette, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lu Zhangyi seemed to have lost himself. At that moment, Lu Zhangyi picked up the original contract and chuckled. That big brother in prison truly lived up to his background in finance, and even more so as the chairman of a listed company. No fists or feet were thrown, no lives were lost. Over 1 billion yuan landed in our hands in just a few days, and it was all perfectly reasonable and legal. In a few months, that big brother will be released from prison. I need to properly reward him. Lu Zhangyi had already decided to give half of the Xie family's assets to that big brother behind bars. Without that big brother's behind-the-scenes scheming, Lu Zhangyi would never have acquired the Xie family's assets so effortlessly. How could he have imagined that Xia Lianwei was so easy to deceive? A faint smile touched Lu Zhangyi's lips. But putting himself in Xia Liangwei's shoes, he realized he might have fallen for it too. After all, Lu Zhangyi had once believed artworks held genuine value. Unless you've reached that level, you'd never know that the primary function of artworks is for money laundering. Any living painter whose works command astronomical prices rarely has many pieces available. Their works have long been snapped up by buyers. Otherwise, the current richest man wouldn't be Ma Huateng. Boss, this seal, it seems to me. The secretary picked up the original contract from the desk and frowned. Almost all major companies' seals are hand-carved to ensure uniqueness. Some companies even deliberately include misspelled characters to prevent forgery. Now, as the secretary examined the original contract bearing the Lu family seal, her frown deepened. In my recollection, shouldn't the character Lu have a dot above it? There's a slight typo here. But this Lu is in regular script, it doesn't look like our group's seal. Boss, I'm not entirely sure. Please take a look. Lu Zhangyi took the original contract and scrutinized the seal. At a glance, Lu Zhangyi recognized the seal as a forgery. Having stamped countless contracts himself, Lu Zhangyi knew the Lu family seal like the back of his hand. This seal. Lu Zhangyi rubbed his eyes. It seemed almost unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes again and leaned closer for a better look. It's fake. Swoosh. Lu Zhangyi jumped to his feet. Lu Zhangyi never imagined such a ridiculous situation could arise. He was already in the chairman's office of the Lu Group, and now they were telling him the contract he'd signed earlier was fake? That it had no legal standing? My god. Lu Zhongyi felt dizzy and lightheaded, struggling to stay on his feet.
With his secretary's support, Lu Zhongyi finally managed to sit back down in his chair. Everything before his eyes went dark. Dark clouds gathered overhead. Boss, what should we? The secretary began to panic. The territory they were in wasn't owned by the Lu family, but by the Xie family. The Xie family probably doesn't know yet. We can just go with the flow. Worst case, we can carve an identical seal based on this fake one? The secretary suggested. Hearing this, Lu Zhongyi laughed. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that himself? Although this seal was fake, couldn't he just turn it into a real one? Go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce and the Public Security Bureau to report the original seal is lost, then have an identical one carved based on the fake seal. When the fake becomes real, the real becomes fake. But Xia Liangwei no longer had that chance. A member of the Lu family arrived at the chairman's office door and exclaimed. Bad news. The Xie family has come to cause trouble. We've already called the police, but they refuse to leave. Xia Liangwei slumped back into his chair. He had hoped to make the fake become real, but it seemed that opportunity had vanished. This building had always belonged to the Xie family. Lin Dong and Xia Qiao made their way effortlessly to the chairman's office on the top floor. Over 100 members of the Xie clan marched in, overwhelming and unstoppable. The Lu family, who had usurped their rightful place, were utterly powerless to resist. They could only make way one after another. The Lu family members shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Is there no law anymore? In broad daylight, you dare storm into a private company. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Mark my words, we've already called the police. When they arrive, you'll all be hauled off to the station." Though the Lu clan members were arrogant and aggressive, the Xie family members weren't pushovers either. The Xie family members retorted in unison. Screw you. This is our Xie family's territory. This property belongs to the Xie family. You ask us what we're doing here? I should be asking you the same. Call the cops? Who's afraid of who? Go ahead and call them. I'm worried they won't even show up. Then we'll see who ends up in the station, you or us. At that very moment, the Lu family and the Xie family were in utter chaos. Seeing this scene, knowing the police were on their way, Lin Dong bellowed to prevent bloodshed, "Everyone, stop right now." His thunderous voice stunned everyone into silence. Lin Dong continued, "The reason you Lu family members are here in the first place is because of that contract, isn't it? Take a good look. Is that seal really your Lu family's official seal? You're using a fake seal to try to take over someone else's property. This is fraud. This is robbery." The Lu family members, who had previously felt justified, all turned their gaze to the contract photocopy plastered on the glass door. Upon closer inspection, oh my, it did indeed appear to be a fake seal. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't have noticed. After all, who pays attention to the details of a company seal in everyday life? The Lu character on this seal lacks the top stroke, it's not ours. I handle secretarial duties, so I have the final say. A Lu family member who claimed to be a secretary spoke up. No way. Did Boss Lu pull such a huge blunder on us? Is this for real? Let's call Mr. Lu out here to confront him. Where is Mr. Lu? Where is he? Hurry up and bring him out. Chapter 191, Reclaiming the Xie Family Estate. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lu Zhongyi appeared before the crowd. Once Lu Zhongyi arrived, the Lu family members seemed to find their backbone, standing tall and straight. Boss, these people claim our contract with the Xie family is invalid, saying our official seal is fake. This is pure slander. The Xie family doesn't want to lose their inheritance, so they're stirring up trouble here. Boss, we've already called the police. They'll be here soon to arrest these troublemakers. Oomph. Let's see how arrogant they can be now. Lin Dong was actually hoping the cops would hurry up and arrive. If they arrive too late, Lu Zhongyi might just pull some more tricks. At that moment, Lu Zhongyi's face was ashen, and he remained silent. He hadn't figured out how to handle the situation either. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll explain everything when I get back. Lu Zhongyi made his escape. After entering the restroom, he immediately called Sun Ming. Son, I'm in big trouble here. I don't know how it happened, but the contract seal our Lu family signed with the Xie family turned out to be fake. Can a fake rubber stamp seal hold any legal validity? Brother Sun, given this situation, is there any way you can salvage this? On the other end of the line, Sun Ming had been waiting for Lu Zhongyi to deliver good news. Instead, Lu Zhongyi's call brought not good news, but disaster. How could a perfectly good official seal turn into a fake one? Sun Ming roared in fury, what the hell were you thinking? You can't even handle something this simple? What good are you? We were so close to securing the Xie family's assets. All because you failed to properly verify our own company seal. Billions of yuan. All gone down the drain because of your mistake. Had they not been separated by a phone line, Sun Ming would have beaten Lu Zhongyi senseless on the spot.
How could Lu Zhongyi make such a childish mistake? Luring the Xie family into the trap again next time wouldn't be so easy. Lu Zhongyi pleaded desperately over the phone, "Hey, how was I supposed to know? What company boss checks whether their own company seal is genuine when signing documents? I was caught completely off guard, with zero warning. Brother Sun, is there any way to salvage this now?" Sun Ming shook his head. According to China's corporate law and bylaws, any contract signed with a fake seal is null and void. Back in the day, Penguin and Lao Ganma ended up in court over a fake seal incident. In the end, even the seemingly invincible Penguin had to admit defeat and walk away. Now the same fate had befallen Lu Zhongyi. No matter how capable Sun Ming was, he couldn't turn a fake into a genuine one. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Sun Ming declared, "You must stall the Xie family for at least 5 business days. We'll turn that fake seal into a genuine official one. That way, the Xie family's billions in assets will still be ours. How you stall the Xie family is entirely up to you." Truly the younger brother of that big shot from prison. Even in such dire straits, he could still devise a solution. Alright, I'll get right on it." After finishing his call, Lu Zhongyi strode back to the group with renewed confidence. "Boss, these guys are being unreasonable. Should we kick them out?" Lu Zhongyi nodded. Lu Zhongyi glanced at the photocopy of the contract posted on the glass window. The official seal on this contract is actually genuine. Everyone's wondering why our company seal looks slightly different from the one on this contract? Actually, our Lu family's official seal was lost long ago. This is our newly engraved seal. Twisting black into white. Passing off the fake as genuine. For a moment, the Xie family members were left speechless. Could it be that the Lu family's official seal had truly been replaced just recently? At that moment, Xia Liangwei burst through the crowd and landed a punch squarely on Lu Zhongyi's head. Before anyone could intervene, Lu Zhongyi landed several vicious punches. "Brother Lu! How dare you call me brother when you set me up like this? You set me up and swindled away our Xie family's century-old legacy. This punch is for myself. This punch is for my Xie family. This punch is for your shameless actions." 3 punches landed. Members of the Lu clan finally pulled Xia Liangwei and Lu Zhongyi apart. Lu Zhongyi wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered coldly. "Who told you to be so gullible? It's fools like you who get deceived. You clearly lack the ability, yet still dream of controlling the family. Even if I hadn't deceived you, someone else would have. Business is business. What's this nonsense about loyalty? You deserve to be deceived." The more Lu Zhongyi spoke like this, Xia Liangwei grew angrier. Both sides were on the verge of erupting into a brawl. Lin Dong stepped in with a decisive block, slapping Lu Zhongyi hard enough to make stars dance before his eyes. Immediately afterward, Lin Dong pinned Lu Zhongyi under his foot. "Who dares to come near?" Using the emperor as a pawn to command the feudal lords. At that moment, Lin Dong's foot was pressed firmly against Lu Zhongyi's throat. With the slightest increase in pressure, Lu Zhongyi would suffocate to death. The Lu family members froze, each taking several steps back. Then, Lin Dong pulled the Lu family seal from his pocket. This seal was genuine, not some fake or counterfeit version. The moment Lin Dong produced the Lu family seal, Lu Zhongyi's eyes widened beneath his foot. No wonder their official seal had vanished, someone had stolen it. "Lin Dong, you're behind this." "Oomph, I did it. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Dong spat in Lu Zhongyi's face. Lu Zhongyi felt utterly humiliated. Not only had his plan fallen through, but he was now enduring such humiliation. At that very moment, the police arrived at Xie Group headquarters. Lin Dong withdrew his foot. "What's going on here?" an officer inquired. "It happened like this." Lin Dong recounted everything that had just transpired truthfully. The police took Lu Zhongyi away. The Lu family member's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. "Get out of here. What are you still doing standing around?" Lin Dong said, folding his arms. No matter how reluctant he was, Lu Zhongyi had no choice but to leave the Xie Group building. It all felt like a dream. This morning, when they learned the Lu family had acquired the Xie family's assets at virtually no cost, every Lu family member had been ecstatic. Now, barely a few hours later, everything was gone. They had been knocked back to square one. With police watching nearby, even the boldest Lu family members had no choice but to leave. Chapter 192, Shen Yiran, released from prison. As the Lu family departed, the Xie family erupted in unprecedented cheers. They all chanted Lin Dong's name. "Lin Dong! Lin Dong! Lin Dong!" Lin Dong was lifted high by the crowd, tossed about, and finally set down safely after a great deal of commotion. The Xie family members sighed in unison. Had Lin Dong not intervened in time, the crisis the Xie family faced would have spelled their ruin. Previously, many within the Xie clan had harbored hostility toward Lin Dong. After this incident, however, the Xie family members felt nothing but gratitude toward him. With Lin Dong's support, Xia Qiao finally secured her position as the head of the Xie family. Lu Zhongyi visited the police station, gave his statement, and was released shortly after. The police investigation concluded that this was an economic dispute, falling outside their jurisdiction. Moreover, the forged official seal belonged to the Liu family. It was the Liu family's own mistake that led to their loss of interests. As for whether it constituted fraud, that was difficult to define, since the value of artworks was inherently hard to quantify. Moreover, the contract was entered into willingly. Xia Liangwei knew full well that the transaction involved calligraphy and paintings, yet he proceeded with the deal. This did not constitute deception. It was simply a case of Xia Liangwei misjudging the price and marketability of the calligraphy and paintings. After leaving the police station, Lu Zhangyi spotted Sun Ming waiting at the entrance. Lu Zhangyi approached Sun Ming and growled, "I'll make Lin Dong pay for this." Sun Ming patted Lu Zhangyi on the shoulder. "Forget about Lin Dong for now. Let's go pick up big brother and sister-in-law from prison." "What? Big brother and sister-in-law are getting out? Big brother? And sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law?" After Sun Ming explained, Lu Zhangyi finally understood. It turned out that while Sun Qin was in prison making heavenly umbrellas, he had met a female inmate. They had found a kindred spirit in each other, becoming soulmates within the prison walls. Sometimes, loving someone requires no lengthy conversation. A single glance, a turn of the head, or a subtle gesture is enough to convey one's feelings. "Well, since my brother and sister-in-law are being released, we should hurry to greet them." After leaving the police station, Sun Ming and Lu Zhangyi headed straight for the prison. Not long after, Lu Zhangyi and Sun Ming drove up to the prison gates. Shen Yiran and Sun Qin walked hand in hand through the prison gates. During their time inside, they'd never had the chance for such physical contact. Now, having just stepped out of prison, they began to cling to each other affectionately. Shen Yiran truly was a woman who could command men. Even Sun Qin, the chairman of a listed company, couldn't escape her grasp. Shen Yiran wrapped her arm around Sun Qin's and said, "Brother Qin, you promised me once we're out of prison, you have to help me deal with Lin Dong properly. That Lin Dong abandoned me. He even slandered me for cheating. Sigh, it's all bitter tears. Back when we were married, he lied about having no family fortune in Beijing, claiming he was penniless. He hid all his money and wouldn't let me spend a dime. Tell me, doesn't such a villain deserve proper punishment?" Sun Qin patted Shen Yiran's wrist. Her gaze held tenderness and pity. Sun Qin said, "Rest assured. I promised you this, and I will see it through. I will tear that unfaithful, unprincipled, and unfilial Lin Dong to pieces. But we've just been released from prison. It's not the right time to act yet. We need to bide our time. Even if we were to act, we'd have to wait a while." Sun Qin had just been released from prison. Even if he wanted to teach that Lin Dong a lesson for his woman, it would require careful planning. Sun Qin had no desire to return to prison. Shen Yiran nodded. "Achoo." Meanwhile, far away in the Xie Group tower, Lin Dong sneezed. He couldn't shake the feeling someone was cursing him behind his back. Shen Yiran painted her ex-husband Lin Dong as a thoroughly despicable villain. Despite being a wealthy second-generation heir with the Bai family's assets in the capital, he had played Shen Yiran like a fool. Through Shen Yiran's exaggerated accounts, Lin Dong was portrayed as a wealthy ex-husband who refused to spend money on his wife. As for her own alleged infidelity, Shen Yiran claimed it was a frame-up orchestrated by Lin Dong. She insisted she had never cheated, accusing him of deliberately setting her up for his own selfish gain. Shen Yiran also claimed Lin Dong was two-timing her having a wife yet entangled with someone named Xie, completely disregarding her as his legitimate spouse. Shen Yiran further told Sun Qin that Lin Dong was nothing but a playboy. Not only was he juggling two relationships, but he had even tried to make a move on her sister-in-law. Her younger sister, Shen Shuero, came to her daily to vent her grievances. It was Shen Yiran who had wronged Lin Dong. Yet through her retelling, it sounded as if Lin Dong had wronged Shen Yiran. "Big brother!" Sun Ming called out. "Big brother!" Lu Zhangyi said. Both men stepped forward, hunched over with exaggeratedly respectful postures. Sun Qin glanced at them and asked indifferently, "While your sister-in-law and I were in prison, did anything major happen outside?" At this, Lu Zhangyi's eyes immediately filled with tears as he recounted his recent ordeal. "Brother Qin, it's all that Lin Dong's fault. I was ready to hand over the Xie family's assets to Brother Qin. But that Lin Dong suddenly appeared out of nowhere, forged some fake seal, and ruined the deal. The gift I intended to present Brother Qin upon his release assets worth over 1 billion has all gone down the drain." Lin Dong again. Sun Qin glanced at Shen Yiran beside him. Sun Qin hadn't planned to take immediate action against Lin Dong. After all, he'd just been released. No matter what, he needed to adjust to life outside prison before making his next move. But now this Lin Dong had come right to his doorstep. If he didn't act now, how could he continue to be everyone's leader? Sun Qin spoke calmly, "No rush. A mere Lin Dong. We'll discuss this at home." Sun Qin took Shen Yiran's hand, got into the car, and closed his eyes. Shen Yiran wanted to continue bad-mouthing Lin Dong, but seeing Sun Qin's contemplative expression with his eyes closed, she hesitated and ultimately kept her words bottled up inside. Sun Qin slowly opened his eyes, smiled at Shen Yiran, and said, "Don't let one person ruin our good mood. Come on." Sun Qin and Shen Yiran, seated in the back seat, immediately began.
Up front, Sun Ming and Lu Zhengyi acted as if nothing had happened, maintaining their normal rhythm as they drove on.
Chapter 193, Shen Shuero blows the whistle. Shen Yiran's out of prison. Shen Shuero arrived at Xie family tower and informed Lin Dong, who was seated in his office. Your sister's out of prison. Why are you here? Lin Dong was curious. Since Shen Yiran's sister was out, shouldn't Shen Shuero, as her younger sister, be the first to greet her? Shen Shuero plopped down into a chair and grumbled, it's all my sister's fault. She kept saying someone would come pick her up. Or maybe it's because I'm prettier than my sister, so she didn't want my brother-in-law to fall for me. Am I being a little vain? Whenever she had free time, Shen Shuero would often come find Lin Dong to chat about everyday things. Though she knew it was impossible between them now, she was content just to chat like friends. The moment Shen Yiran's name came up, Xie Qiao's expression darkened. Though Shen Yiran and Lin Dong were no longer involved. After all, Shen Yiran was once Lin Dong's wife. Exes, reunions, arguments, breakups, such dramas were all too common in TV shows. Therefore, even knowing there was absolutely no chance between them, Xie Qiao still braced herself as if facing a formidable enemy. Nevertheless, Xie Qiao maintained the composure of a proper young lady. She pretended not to care, even going so far as to encourage Lin Dong to pay his ex-wife a visit. Xie Qiao approached the chair behind Lin Dong, running her fingers through his prickly hair before massaging his shoulders. Brother, your ex-wife is here. Why are you still sitting here? Why not go pay her a visit? Who knows? Maybe old flames could be rekindled, the prodigal son could return, and you two could fly together as one? The word brother sent shivers down Lin Dong's spine. Lin Dong turned his head, grasping Xie Qiao's small hand that had been massaging his shoulders. He smiled and said, alright then, this is all you're doing. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. I always listen to Qiao. Shuero, come on, let's go see your sister. Smack. Xie Qiao forcefully pushed Lin Dong into the chair. I'm just saying you actually went to see your ex-wife when I told you to. Wasn't I just obeying the imperial decree? Since Her Majesty commanded it, how could I dare refuse? This time, it was Shen Shuero's turn to get goosebumps. Good grief. They're openly showing off their affection right in front of me, huh? They might as well have treated me like I was invisible. You two can keep cozying up here. I'm outta here. I came here to tell you my sister got out of prison. She might be a threat to you. I'm outta here. Shen Shuero waved her hand, picked up her bag, and turned to leave. Watching Shen Shuero walk away, Xie Qiao lowered her head and whispered to Lin Dong, what do you think? Now that Shen Yiran's out, could she be after you? Lin Dong pondered for a moment, then said thoughtfully, whatever Shen Yiran wants to do, we just need to live our own little life. Come on, my little beauty. Xie Qiao pushed Lin Dong away. I heard Shen Yiran hooked up with some big shot in prison, a co-worker, or rather, a fellow inmate she met while making paradise umbrellas. Can you believe it? Working inside prison? As if working outside wasn't enough, she had to go work inside too. Shen Yiran didn't let any opportunity slip by. She even befriended the chairman of a listed company. Any listed company, especially one on the A share market, is no pushover. Many bosses resort to extreme measures to go public. Fake financial reports, fake products, everything is fake. That chairman ended up in prison for fabricating IPO financial statements. Yet his listed company still traded normally on the secondary market. Once you leap through the dragon gate, no matter what happens afterward, you remain a dragon forever. Xie Qiao voiced her concern. If Shen Yiran gets her boyfriend, that listed company chairman, to target you, how confident are you could fight back? Lin Dong shook his head repeatedly. I'd probably end up in jail myself. I'd be ruined, lose everything, maybe even become disabled. Would you still want me then? Of course I would, my silly boyfriend. That's the spirit. No matter what happens in the future, if they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. Lin Dong turned around and swept Xie Qiao into his arms. They shared a tender moment. Meanwhile, Shen Yiran also left Sun Qin's mansion. After receiving her sister's call, she headed straight to her sister's residence. Shen Shuero had carefully made up the bed, waiting for her sister's return. But the moment Shen Yiran stepped inside, she immediately pinched her nose and retreated. Sis, what's wrong? Shen Shuero followed her out to ask. We weren't exactly poor back in Yanjing. How come you've become so destitute since moving to the capital? This room was simply too cramped. It hardly felt like a proper room. One couldn't even stand up straight. Above our heads, a zigzag staircase stretched upward. The entire room was less than 50 square meters. Small but fully equipped, right? Sis, look, I've got my own bathroom, air conditioning, a washing machine, a shared kitchen, and even underfloor heating. Shen Yiran frowned at her sister's delighted expression. Without another word, Shen Yiran pulled Shen Shuero away. Let's go. Shen Yiran said. Sis, where are you taking me? Shen Shuero asked, a bit confused. I'm taking you to a bigger mansion, one with a swimming pool and a balcony where you can bask in the daytime sun and breathe in the fragrance of the garden. Look at that tiny shack you're living in. What is that? When have we ever endured such treatment in Yanjing?
If you keep treating yourself this badly, I advise you to head back to your hometown immediately.
Don't linger in the capital any longer, go straight back to Yanjing.
Downstairs. A limited edition Rolls-Royce was parked there. Only 100 of these Rolls-Royces were released globally, each valued at over 30 million yuan.
Sis. Shen Yiran was utterly stunned by the sight of such a luxurious car.
After all, her sister had only just been released from prison. A recently released prisoner could actually drive such a high-end car.
How many times have I told you, sis? A woman should rely on a man.
Marrying a good man is worth more than struggling for 8 lifetimes. Shen Yiran continued to argue her point with conviction. Just look at all the wealthy tycoons, politicians, and experts across every field in the world. How many of them are women?
They're all men, right?
As women, we should know our place.
We're good for nothing else. Our greatest asset is our looks. You want love, don't you?
There's no such thing as true love.
You're too young. Chapter 194, a new boyfriend demands Shen Yiran entertain clients.
Actually, let me put it another way. I'm gold digging, but I'm selflessly devoted. You're obsessed with love, making you selfish and self-serving.
Why do I say that?
My son, my daughter, my grandchildren with money, they can pursue true happiness in their hearts. Your son, your daughter, your grandchildren, because you have no money, your descendants will be unable to pursue true happiness.
Put.
What twisted logic is that? Shen Yiran was completely dumbfounded by the deception. She almost fell for her own sister's deception. To Shen Yiran, love meant staying together for a lifetime, regardless of wealth, status, or physical imperfections. To Shen Yiran, sacrificing her own happiness meant she might never find true love, but her descendants could live freely and unrestrained.
Shen Yiran didn't particularly agree with this viewpoint.
Her sister was always like this. Even when she was clearly in the wrong. Yet she still had to lecture at length to justify her twisted logic.
Sis, how did you describe Lin Dong to your new boyfriend?
Shen Yiran was genuinely curious about this. With her silver tongue, she could make the dead seem alive.
You really want to hear it?
Shen Yiran chuckled. Of course.
Sis, how do you badmouth Yifeng behind his back?
As your little sister, I'm genuinely curious.
Spill the beans.
Shen Yiran pressed. Ahem. Shen Yiran cleared her throat. In front of Sun Qin, I naturally present myself as the perfect woman.
Truthfully, crafting such a persona is quite simple.
All you need to do is select fragments from the complete truth and piece them together to form another reality.
I've never lied to your future brother-in-law, because lies always come to light eventually. Lin Dong is from the Bai family, a second-generation wealthy heir in the capital. I didn't know that, right? Does Lin Dong hide his wealth from his wife? Lin Dong and Xie Qiao are together now, right? Did Lin Dong cheat on his wife? Back in Yanjing, I hired a pretty boy. I could frame it as Lin Dong's setup.
We just need to piece the truth back together. When others ask, we can answer without blushing or flinching. I never lied. Hearing this, Shen Yiran gave her sister a thumbs up.
No wonder she's the kind of sister who can charm one man after another.
Shen Yiran felt that staying by her sister's side any longer would warp her entire worldview. Her sister claimed men dominated the world, and by sheer probability alone, women had few opportunities to rise.
Sacrificing one's own happiness, branded as gold digging by others, could benefit countless generations to come. She just wanted to find a man and live a laid-back life.
My sister. You're turning the dead into the living.
Shen Yiran paused. Prison is full of talent.
Honestly, if you want to learn the ropes, prison can be a decent place to do it.
The people there are smooth-talking and skilled in everything. To be honest, I actually miss life in there a little.
The car sped along.
A mansion loomed ahead.
This was Sun Qin's home. Gardens, swimming pools, spacious balconies, basements, it had everything. In the capital city, it was truly rare to find such a large residence so close to the bustling downtown area.
Shen Yiran led Shen Yiran inside.
Sun Qin and Sun Ming were discussing business matters. Shen Yiran and Shen Yiran sat on the sofa, careful not to disturb them. However, as Shen Yiran listened intently, the more she heard, the more her heart pounded with dread.
Sun Qin said to Sun Ming, issue more shares, raise more money, issue more shares, raise more money. Our shareholding stays the same, but the money keeps growing.
The retail investors can't buy enough to satisfy the demand.
Shen Yiran's eyes widened. So this was how her sister's boyfriend made money?
Through private placements by listed companies, the actual controller's shareholding remains unchanged while allowing others to purchase newly issued shares.
Sun Ming said to Sun Qin. Those paintings and calligraphy have boosted our goodwill by billions.
Next year, we'll burn them all to the ground, no evidence left behind.
Let's raise scallops at our company. Aquatic products, like antiques and paintings, are hard to value. Who knows when the scallops will be ready?
Bro, I invested in an industrial plot recently. I've successfully converted it into residential land, and now it's even zoned for a school district. Sun Qin nodded with great satisfaction. It seemed that while he'd been behind bars, his younger brother hadn't been idle outside, diligently managing the company's affairs. Only then did Sun Qin and Sun Ming notice Shen Yiran and Shen Yiran.
Sis-in-law, you're here.
Sun Ming stood up, preparing to leave.
Brother Qin, this is my sister. She has nowhere to go. Could she stay here? Hearing this, Sun Qin laughed heartily.
Of course. My place is big enough anyway, with plenty of empty rooms.
You sisters can stay wherever you like.
Sun Qin summoned the housekeeper and instructed him to help Shen Shuero choose accommodations. As for Shen Yiran, she remained by Sun Qin's side.
Miss Shen, please follow me this way.
The butler bowed courteously.
Shen Shuero nodded politely and followed the butler away.
This was the first time Shen Shuero had ever toured such an enormous mansion since arriving in the capital.
She never imagined anyone could be this wealthy. Even speaking inside this mansion created an echo. Goodness gracious.
Shen Shuero felt as if she were floating on a cloud, momentarily intoxicated by the sensation.
The butler led Shen Shuero to a bedroom that spanned 100 square meters larger than the average person's entire home.
Every piece of wooden furniture was crafted from golden thread nanmo wood, and even a casual vase held a value of tens of thousands.
Miss Shen, these are your cosmetics, clothes, shoes, and hats. A single outfit could cost over $1 million?
Shen Shuero immediately refused.
It wasn't hers. Once you take someone's hand, you're bound to them. Meanwhile, Sun Qin addressed Shen Yiran in his arms. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to meet a client. Ha? What? You don't want to? We're just fulfilling mutual needs. Alright, fine.
Shen Yiran replied bitterly. They'd gotten along so well in prison. Why, the moment she arrived at his place, did he ask her to entertain his clients?
Oh, and about your sister.
Sun Qin pulled out a packet of powdered medicine and handed it to Shen Yiran.
Your sister is quite attractive. I've taken a liking to her. If your sister could bear me a child, you'd live well too. Sacrificing just one sister to bring happiness to the entire family, even future generations, wouldn't you agree? Ha?
Shen Yiran scratched his head bitterly.
Chapter 195, Shen Yiran gets slapped. The next day,
Lin Dong and Xie Qiao were strolling and snacking along Wangfujing Commercial Street when they happened to run into Sun Qin and Shen Yiran.
Outside a Louis Vuitton boutique, Lin Dong was thinking of buying Xie Qiao a few decent handbags.
However, when Lin Dong and Xie Qiao entered the store, they bumped right into Shen Yiran. The three froze in place as if under a spell that had stopped time. Sun Qin's words broke the silence.
Yiran, what do you think of this crocodile leather handbag?
Shen Yiran snapped back to reality and nodded at Sun Qin.
It's beautiful. Everything you buy is beautiful.
Shen Yiran replied with a smile. Seeing Shen Yiran act this way, Lin Dong felt nothing but disgust. Such a vain woman was utterly repulsive to him. Xie Qiao wrapped her arm around Lin Dong's, trying to save face for her boyfriend.
Brother Dong, I don't like the bags in this store. Let's check out some other shops.
Sun Qin stood up and glanced at Lin Dong's retreating figure. A sharp command halted Lin Dong's steps.
You're Shen Yiran's ex-husband?
Yes. Lin Dong turned around, frowning as he stared at Sun Qin.
Sun Qin extended his hand, offering a handshake.
After they shook hands, Lin Dong turned to leave.
Unexpectedly,
Lin Dong had barely taken a few steps out the door. A shrill voice rang out from behind him.
What doesn't like designer bags?
In my opinion, she just can't afford them.
To save face, Xie Qiao pretends she doesn't like bags? Trash. Lin Dong, you're nothing but trash. Back in Yanjing, you were nothing but a useless fool. Now that you're in the capital, I haven't seen you improve much either.
Lin Dong halted his steps and smiled faintly.
Let bygones be bygones. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Dong pulled Xie Qiao, preparing to leave.
Xie Qiao wrenched her hand free, turned, and dashed straight toward Shen Yiran.
Smack! Xie Qiao's palm landed squarely on Shen Yiran's face.
You can insult me, but don't you dare insult my boyfriend.
Xie Qiao shouted angrily. Shen Yiran fell to the ground, touching her stinging cheek. You hit me? How dare you hit me?
Shen Yiran scrambled to her feet and shoved Xie Qiao hard, sending her crashing to the ground.
As Xie Qiao let out a scream, about to hit the ground, Lin Dong caught Xie Qiao in his arms. Then, with a flying kick, Shen Yiran was sent flying through the air.
At that moment, Shen Yiran no longer possessed her usual fiery temper. She pleaded with Sun Qin.
She hit me, and he hit me too. Brother Qin, you have to stand up for me. I'm your woman. You can't just ignore it when I'm being bullied.
Sun Qin approached Shen Yiran. She had thought he would lend a helping hand.
He would pull Shen Yiran up from the ground.
Instead, Sun Qin delivered a solid slap, swelling the other side of Shen Yiran's face. You were the one who started it with your vicious words.
What right do you have to complain? Get up and apologize to her.
Shen Yiran felt dazed. She couldn't believe such words were coming from her boyfriend's mouth. Recalling the words Sun Qin had spoken to her last night, Shen Yiran suddenly understood something. To Sun Qin, she was nothing more than a plaything. A tool to help him win over clients. Not a genuine romantic relationship.
Shen Yiran stood up on her own, staggering weakly to Xie Qiao's side. She forced out a few words. I was wrong. Louder. Sun Qin barked from the side. I was wrong. Shen Yiran raised her voice. Xia Qiao visibly relaxed, though her eyes remained wary as she studied Shen Yiran and Sun Qin. Yesterday, Shen Shuero had mentioned that her sister had found a lover in prison. But now it seemed Shen Yiran considered herself the other woman, while the other woman clearly didn't see Shen Yiran that way. Lin Dong led Xia Qiao away from the Louis Vuitton boutique. Inside the store, Shen Yiran wore a mournful expression, feeling utterly humiliated by the recent incident. Just as she was about to confront Sun Qin about why she had been forced to apologize to that person, she was met with another slap from Sun Qin. At that moment, Shen Yiran's face resembled a pig's snout. Even without makeup, it was already swollen and red. Sun Qin spoke up. Do you know why I hit you? Even if Lin Dong is our rival, we mustn't show hostility. Striking from the shadows is the most cunning tactic. Now you've openly provoked Lin Dong, putting him on guard. What do we do? Besides, Lin Dong doesn't even consider me an enemy yet. You're just a woman, yet you want to bring me an enemy? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can decide my affairs? The primary reason Sun Qin assaulted Shen Yiran was that Shen Yiran had brought upon him an entirely unnecessary enemy. Regardless of whether Shen Yiran, Sun Ming, Lu Zhengyi, and Lin Dong had any grudges against each other, at least 30 minutes ago, Sun Qin and Lin Dong were not adversaries. In Sun Qin's eyes, money trumped everything. Where profit lay, even enemies could become partners. Now, Shen Yiran had planted a formidable adversary in Sun Qin's path. How could Sun Qin not be furious? I know I was wrong. Shen Yiran hung her head, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Knowing you're wrong is good enough. Pick a bag, and I'll take you to meet the client. Sun Qin handed Shen Yiran an affiliate gold card. Seeing the gold card, a smile returned to Shen Yiran's face. The reason she brought Shen Yiran along was simply because this woman possessed the skill to manipulate men. Sun Qin's major clients were often men. Outside the store, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao walked hand in hand down the street. Brother Dong, your ex-wife's new boyfriend doesn't seem too fond of her. Xia Qiao giggled uncontrollably. Lin Dong shot Xia Qiao a glare. That kind of woman chasing wealth and despising poverty. That's just how she is. Her new boyfriend just sees her as a tool. A tool that can make money. My love for you is real. Come on, give me a kiss. The two went shopping. When they grew tired, they stopped at a roadside Lanshan noodle shop for a meal. While eating, Xia Qiao suggested, why don't we go sing at a KTV later? Let's invite Shen Shuero and Xia Liangwei too. Isn't Shen Shuero single? She's always had her eye on you. I think my uncle would be a great match for her. If those two end up together, maybe it'll help my uncle mellow out a bit. Lin Dong considered it, but the age gap between Shen Shuero and Xia Liangwei was too great. Still, since it was his girlfriend's idea, he couldn't really argue. Chapter 196, Shen Yiran entertains clients. Royal Mansion KTV. This was one of the most famous KTVs on Wangfujing Street. The minimum spending inside starts at $500,000 yuan. As a member here, Sun Qin was greeted by the owner the moment she entered Royal Mansion KTV. Sun Qin asked casually, has Mr. Su from the real estate company arrived yet? The KTV owner smiled apologetically, he's here. He's already inside. Sun Qin led Shen Yiran inside. In the KTV hallway, Sun Qin instructed, when you see Mr. Su, you know what to do, right? If you secure that school district property for me, I'll give you 30 million as pocket money. If you make me feel you're useless by my side, don't bother following me anymore. Shen Yiran stayed by Sun Qin's side, functioning less as his girlfriend and more as his sales and PR representative. Sun Qin valued precisely this aspect of Shen Yiran. Back in prison, Shen Yiran had stolen Sun Qin's heart with just a few meaningful glances. However, Sun Qin was not a man obsessed with women, but rather someone who valued money above life itself. Shen Yiran nodded. After understanding her place beside Sun Qin, she took a deep breath. She pushed open the door to the KTV private room. Inside, a few common women were dancing. The moment Shen Yiran entered the room, those women instantly paled in comparison. Mr. Su, sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, I just arrived myself. After shaking hands, they began singing. Mr. Su's gaze kept lingering on Shen Yiran. Mr. Sun, I hear you found a lover in prison. Is this the one? Indeed. Truly remarkable, a beauty of unparalleled grace, captivating and enchanting. Mr. Sun, you're truly blessed. Sun Qin glanced at Shen Yiran and gave her a meaningful look. Then, using the excuse of needing the restroom, Sun Qin left Royal Mansion KTV and lit a cigarette. At that moment, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, Shen Shuero, and Xia Liangwei also entered the KTV. Even for Lin Dong, such a luxurious and high-end KTV was not a place he frequented. Had it not been for Lin Dong helping the Xia family reclaim their business this time, Old Master Xia wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to invite him to this KTV. Of course, Old Master Xia hadn't come personally. Instead, he had sent Xia Qiao and Xia Liangwei to demonstrate the Xia family's sincerity. The elder Xiahou Lin Dong would lend his expertise to Liangwei and Xiao in their future business endeavors. Old Master Xia actually agreed to let you come to a place like this? Shen Yiran asked, somewhat astonished. Not long ago, Xia Liangwei's mistake nearly caused the Xia family to suffer a major setback. Xia Liangwei scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, it's all thanks to Lin Dong. Isn't this our way of rewarding Lin Dong by bringing him to such a luxurious place? By the way, I heard from Qiao that you had a conflict with Shen Yiran? Lin Dong nodded. But Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. I don't want to hear Shen Yiran's name again. Hearing this, Xia Liangwei also fell silent. The four of them entered the KTV in a grand procession. Walking down the hallway inside, Lin Dong felt a faint sense of auditory hallucination. Could he really run into that persistent ex-wife here? That couldn't be. Lin Dong, what are you thinking about? Let's go in and sing, Xia Liangwei said. They entered the private room. No sooner had they sat down than they heard the sweet, amorous sounds drifting over from the next room. The sound made one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the noise from the adjacent room soon died down. Xia Liangwei turned to the matter at hand. Brother Dong, I discovered that a piece of industrial land has recently been rezoned as school district land. And this school district plot is about to go out for bidding. Do we have a chance to bid on it? We could partner up the Xia family and you bid together. And secure this plot at a premium price. Once we secure this plot, we're looking at a minimum 50% profit margin, maybe even higher. No one could resist the allure of a school district property. Keep in mind, the average profit margin in real estate is only around 20%. But school district land is different. Even if you pay a premium for it, you're guaranteed at least a 50% profit. Lin Dong shook his head. An industrial plot becoming a school district plot? No matter how you look at it, that's just not feasible. I've heard about that plot too, the one in the western suburbs of the capital, right? That used to be a pesticide factory. Pesticides? Those are highly toxic. They just demolished the pesticide factory and built school district housing right on top of it. We shouldn't get involved in this mess. We can't earn money that goes against our conscience. Since inheriting the Bai family business, Lin Dong had accumulated some spare cash. His previous partnership with Lu Haojie running a shop yielded modest profits but offered stability. Lin Dong had considered entering the real estate industry. By chance, he learned about the project converting the pesticide factory site in the western suburbs of the capital into school district housing. But Lin Dong refused to get involved. Ah! Xia Liangwei sighed. Xia Liangwei had been eyeing the opportunity to strike it rich. We can't earn that kind of dirty money, Xia Qiao continued. I'm now the head of the Xia family. Without my approval, I won't accept any suggestions you make. Xia Liangwei felt helpless. Perhaps he really wasn't cut out for business after all. Lin Dong picked up the microphone and handed it to Xia Qiao. Pick a song. Xia Qiao took the microphone, thought for a moment, and said, why not play Nuan Nuan? Xia Qiao lit up the screen and searched for Nuan Nuan. Warmth resides in the heart. Today, whatever you say, I'll believe. The little train pulls the melody along. A spine-tingling sound echoed. Xia Qiao couldn't sing anymore. Inside the private room, all four people froze in place. The sound was intermittent. Knowing she couldn't carry it off, she still tried several times. Shen Yiran screamed loudly, this is a KTV, not a hotel. What are you trying to book a room for? Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Xia Liangwei, the singing mood of all three vanished instantly. They had only come to sing karaoke. How could such strange noises be coming from inside the KTV? Is this how high-end KTVs operate? Xia Qiao turned to Lin Dong. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. How should I know? Ask Liangwei. Xia Liangwei shook his head vigorously like a rattle. I don't come here often either. The three approached the door of the adjacent private room. From the adjacent room, the sultry sounds continued to drift out. Waiters passing through the hallway, carrying trays of beer, melon seeds, and peanuts, pretended not to hear a thing. Chapter 197, A Narrow Encounter, Xia Liangwei's Secret Recording. It seemed this sort of thing was a common occurrence in their KTV. Lin Dong felt his mood sour and just wanted to settle the bill and leave. But the next second, a familiar voice drifted from the adjacent private room. Mr. Su. About that school district plot. Could you make sure our Qin wins the bid? Even though it's an open tender, this kind of thing can be prearranged. Isn't it just a matter of you giving the word? That voice sounded very familiar. It sounded a bit like Shen Yiran's. The three turned to look at Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran nodded and said, not long ago, my sister mentioned she was going to meet clients at a KTV with Sun Qin. The KTV my sister mentioned, could it be this very royal mansion we're in now? My sister is inside? Shen Yiran asked uncertainly. Although the voice coming from inside sounded remarkably similar, there were countless people in this world with identical vocal tones. That's why voice acting exists. Two complete strangers could have identical voices. Even two people sharing striking facial resemblance wasn't particularly unusual. It probably isn't my sister. When we were downstairs earlier, we seemed to run into Sun Qin. If Sun Qin was smoking downstairs, how could my sister possibly be up here? Everyone nodded in agreement. Earlier, when they came up, they did indeed seem to have seen Sun Qin downstairs. Though they hadn't seen Shen Yiran with their own eyes, it didn't stop them from assuming she was with Sun Qin. Now, in this adjacent private room, the voice that sounded remarkably like Shen Yiran could only belong to someone else. With that thought, Shen Shuero wasted no time. She pounded on the door with all her might. Open up. KTV is for singing, not for your, you know what? Oomph. How old are you, and you still don't know the meaning of decency? Inside the private room, Shen Yiran, with her extraordinary skills, had Boss Su completely lost in a haze. He climaxed multiple times, floating on cloud 9. He felt as if he were floating on a cloud, never having experienced such bliss before. Others might not know, but Su knew. In truth, he was a man who couldn't get it up. This had become a deep-seated concern for him. Fortunately, after treatment from a specialist, Mr. Su had fully recovered. Hugging Shen Yiran, Su Boss smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely hand the project over to Sun Qin. Truthfully, agreeing to come here and sing with him already shows my feelings to some extent. That industrial plot used to be a pesticide factory. Now it's become a school district plot. I can't wait to sell it. Call Sun Qin right now. We'll sign the contract right here in this KTV room." Upon hearing this, Shen Yiran picked up her phone and dialed Sun Qin. Sun Qin, who had chain-smoked several cigarettes downstairs, was overjoyed upon hearing Shen Yiran's words and hurried upstairs. In the hallway, he happened to bump into Lin Dong, Shen Shuero, and Xia Liangwei. Lin Dong. Sun Qin. The four of them instinctively turned their gaze toward the private room next door. Sun Qin pushed open the door and stepped inside. As Sun Qin stepped inside, the four could see the figures inside through the door crack. Beer bottles littered the floor. On the glass table lay a white, unidentified object. In this private room, there was also a woman. She was bent over, tying her shoelaces. She looked up. Their eyes met. Sister. Little sister. Shen Yiran and Shen Shuero stared at each other like this. Upon seeing the people inside, Lin Dong was utterly stunned. He had thought he was hearing things. But when he opened the door, Shen Yiran was actually inside. So, the intimate sounds had also come from Shen Yiran? Lin Dong's expression turned slightly awkward. Xia Qiao stifled a laugh as she tugged Lin Dong's arm and led him away. At that moment, Xia Liangwei was already standing by the elevator door, pressing the buttons. All three stood at the elevator entrance. However, none of them entered the elevator yet, as Shen Shuero hadn't arrived. After they left, Xia Qiao finally couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She burst out laughing, her laughter loud and hearty. She laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. Ha 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 ha. I was actually worried Shen Yiran was going to steal my boyfriend. Now it's settled. Shen Yiran finally has no chance. That flighty woman got caught cheating again. I wonder how she'll face Sun Qin now, haha. Xia Liangwei recalled the events that had just unfolded. Sun Qin and Shen Yiran were entertaining a client together. Then Sun Qin went downstairs to smoke. When Sun Qin came back upstairs, Shen Yiran opened the door for him. What did this prove? Sun Qin was likely aware of it. Or even worse, this might have been part of Sun Qin's plan all along. Having his woman entertain clients to secure business advantages for himself. Xia Liangwei said to Xia Qiao earlier, it was probably like this. Upon hearing Xia Liangwei's words, Xia Qiao's smile faded. She sighed and said, "Ah, what a pitiful woman." Lin Dong paused before retorting, "Pitiful? Her? She'd be thrilled to have it that way. Mingling in wealthy circles, living the life of the rich. Women like that are called mistresses." It wasn't until he came to the capital that Lin Dong learned what a sugar baby was. Now, witnessing Shen Yiran's behavior, he realized her traits matched those of a sugar baby to a T. Such women could never truly integrate into wealthy circles. They could only become playthings for the rich. Shen Yiran, too, willingly exploited her youth and looks to shamelessly rake in money. Meanwhile, Shen Shuero stood at the door of the private room and called out, "Sis." Shen Shuero's eyes were red-rimmed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Her own sister had actually chosen to become a plaything for the wealthy. Shen Yiran stood up, offering a forced smile to Su Qin beside her and Mr. Su on the sofa. "Excuse me for a moment." Shen Yiran pulled Shen Shuero out. "You don't know. You, that Lin Dong, and Xia Qiao get the hell out of here." The sisters argued until their faces flushed red. Shen Shuero left in tears. As Shen Shuero stepped into the elevator, Lin Dong finally released his grip on the door open button. The elevator doors closed tightly. Slowly descending. After leaving Royal Mansion KTV, breathing in the outside air, she felt refreshed and invigorated. "Shuero, let's take you home first," Xia Qiao said, patting Lin Dong's arm. It was late at night, and they certainly couldn't let a girl take a taxi home alone. Xia Qiao and Xia Liangwei returned to the Xia residence together. Lin Dong personally drove Shen Shuero home. Chapter 198, Shen Yiran's video goes viral.
Shen Yiran directed Lin Dong to her small rented apartment in the capital.
Brother Dong.
Shen Yiran, sitting in the passenger seat, buried her head in Lin Dong's chest. Startled by her sudden move, Lin Dong nearly lost control of the steering wheel. How could my sister turn out like this? How come she just keeps getting worse the longer she's in prison? Before, she was just unfaithful. Now, she's become a prostitute. Lin Dong didn't know how to comfort Shen Yiran. He could only say helplessly, "Yiran, do you want to go down with me?" "Ha?" Shen Yiran lifted her head, her face suddenly appearing from where it had been resting on Lin Dong's lap.
"Don't distract the driver. I'm driving right now."
"You're distracting me." Lin Dong straightened Shen Yiran in the driver's seat and buckled her seatbelt. The car sped along, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived safely at Shen Yiran's rented apartment. After helping Shen Yiran inside,
Shen Yiran grabbed Lin Dong's arm, refusing to let him leave.
Fortunately, Zhao Qiao's call came through just then.
Lin Dong quickly broke free from Shen Yiran and drove away. The next day,
Wang Yangxing's call woke Lin Dong from his deep sleep.
"Young Master Lin, let's invest in a law firm."
Lin Dong opened his sleepy eyes.
"Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would we invest in a law firm?"
Lin Dong asked, puzzled.
"You know that madman gang in the capital? The brothers in the madman's gang are always getting into trouble and getting sued. I'm always hiring lawyers, it's not sustainable.
I'm thinking about investing in a law firm that specializes in defending the brothers of the madman."
Hearing Wang Yangxing mention the madman, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh.
Those brothers in the madman gang would do anything, murder, arson, you name it. Getting entangled in lawsuits was just par for the course. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. "In that case, you really should consider investing in a law firm. Oh, and keep your Mad Gate brothers in line. Tell them to stop all that looting, burning, and destruction. This is a society governed by law now, it's not like the old days."
"This is the capital city. You think you're still in Yanjing?"
Wang Yongsheng said no more. After hanging up, Wang Yongsheng began pondering how to find an affordable yet reliable law firm to invest in. Lin Dong got dressed and prepared to head to his store.
Shopping mall. By the claw machine.
Lin Dong sat with his legs crossed, watching customers come and go as they played his claw machine.
Zhao Qiao came over and snuggled into Lin Dong's embrace.
Just as they were about to kiss, they heard the murmurs of passers-by.
"Wow, that's really alarming. This must be a hidden camera shot, right? Is this Royal Mansion KTV?"
At first, Lin Dong didn't think much of it, but when he heard Royal Mansion KTV, he couldn't help but prick up his ears and listen carefully.
Royal Mansion KTV, wasn't that the very same KTV he'd visited with Zhao Qiao last night? Could it be that something explosive happened in that KTV?
If there was something explosive, there was indeed one thing.
Lin Dong stood up and addressed the customer. "Could you show me the video you're watching?
I'll let you grab 10 stuffed animals for free." The guests perked up at the prospect of 10 free claw machine plays.
One of them handed Yifeng the video on his phone.
Yifeng was stunned when he saw it.
The female lead in the footage, wasn't that Shen Yiran? Moreover, the angle was filmed from outside the door. Lin Dong recalled, it seemed somewhat like filmed from Xia Liangwei's spot? Was it Xia Liangwei who filmed it? Truthfully, there wasn't anything particularly eye-catching in this video. Only a glass table in utter disarray. A white, unidentified object. An empty bottle scattered on the floor.
And Shen Yiran, disheveled and partially undressed. But that doesn't stop people from making strange associations based on this video clip. With just a little imagination, the scene instantly came vividly to life.
"Can you send me that video?"
"Sure." The customer at the claw machine then sent the video from his phone to Lin Dong. In exchange for 20 extra chances to play the claw machine.
Zhao Qiao called Xia Liangwei. "Uncle Liangwei, did you film at the entrance last night?" Xia Liangwei paused slightly upon receiving the call. "What are you talking about, niece?"
"I mean at Royal Mansion KTV.
"Oh, I did film it. Too bad I didn't capture the truly juicy parts." Sigh. "Well done." Zhao Qiao praised. This time, when the footage of Shen Yiran entertaining clients surfaced online, Shen Yiran's reputation was utterly shattered.
Lin Dong nodded slightly. Though Lin Dong didn't condone such covert filming, he didn't oppose it either.
That.
Let her reputation be dragged through the mud. Let her become notorious throughout the capital. Especially around Wangfujing. The capital may seem vast, but it's actually quite small. The wealthy all clustered together. Before long, it seemed as though Shen Yiran's scandalous deeds had become common knowledge.
"Isn't that the girl who just got out of prison?
I heard she was cheating on her partner even before she went to jail. But she's got some serious looks, though.
She could even cure Boss Su's impotence.
I'd like to give it a shot myself."
Interesting. Sun Qin's mansion. After last night's battle, Shen Yiran opened her eyes to find the widely circulated video online.
In the footage, neon lights flickered from the KTV, empty liquor bottles littered the floor, shattered glass covered the table, and an unidentifiable object hung around her neck.
Shen Yiran felt utterly humiliated. Shen Yiran roared. She nearly fainted from the shock. Shen Yiran adjusted her breathing rhythm. This perspective seemed to be the work of that bastard Xia Liangwei. Shen Yiran felt they weren't close, so why would Xia Liangwei sabotage her like this? Xia Liangwei, Xia Qiao, Lin Dong, and herself. Lin Dong had a grudge against her. Xia Qiao was close with Lin Dong. Xia Liangwei was a member of the Xia family, naturally eager to serve the family head. Damn Xia Liangwei. If I don't avenge this, I'm not Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran rose, dressed herself, and tearfully pleaded with Sun Qin, Brother Qin, you must help me avenge this. Sun Qin was busy with the school district land deal and had no time for sentimental nonsense. He waved her off, telling Shen Yiran to go play elsewhere. Once I finish building that school district property, I'll get revenge for you. No rush. Shen Yiran sighed and could only scroll through her phone to pass the time. Online, a flood of vulgar insults poured in. We're all used to it by now. Videos like this surface every week or two. But the woman in the video is stunningly beautiful, truly a national treasure. Too bad I'm the man she'll never have. Chapter 199, Sun Qin agrees to avenge Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran felt utterly devastated. Scrolling through her phone, she read the online abuse directed at her. Though Shen Yiran was someone who only cared about money and didn't value reputation. But when she saw the comments netizens were leaving about her, she still felt her heart take a 10,000-point critical hit. Xia Liangwei took those photos without permission. I'm going to settle this with him. My reputation, it's been ruined. Shen Yiran tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Though she tried to restrain herself from looking at her phone, she couldn't resist the torment within. The more she tried not to look, the more she couldn't help but peek. Sun Qin approached Shen Yiran's bedside, embraced her, and glanced at her phone. Her phone displayed numerous criticisms from netizens. Sun Qin held her close and said, "Thank you for landing me that big deal today. This deal alone will net me at least a few $100 million. Rest assured, once this deal closes, I'll definitely give you the $30 million I promised. Baby, is there anything else you need? If I can make it happen, I'll do my best to fulfill it." Shen Yiran turned off her phone and nestled into Sun Qin's embrace. Her face wore a look of utter despair. "Brother Qin, would you help me teach someone a lesson?" "Oh? Who?" "That guy named Xia Liangwei. Remember when I was with Boss Su and someone barged in unexpectedly? That was Xia Liangwei. He actually dared to secretly film me. We've got to teach him a lesson." Sun Qin nodded. A mere Xia Liangwei. In Sun Qin's eyes, he was utterly insignificant. So Sun Qin called Sun Ming, instructing him and Lu Zhangyi to find someone to teach Xia Liangwei a lesson. Sun Qin rolled over, pinning Shen Yiran beneath him. "Come on, baby. Let me see if your skills have improved." The next day, Sun Ming and Lu Zhangyi personally led a group to find Xia Liangwei. The moment Xia Liangwei saw Lu Zhangyi again, he wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Zhangyi's skin off and break his bones. But before he could reach Lu Zhangyi, Xia Liangwei froze. From all directions, a horde of thugs surged toward them. With savage grins, they swarmed him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. After Xia Liangwei was beaten to a pulp, Lu Zhangyi spat on Xia Liangwei's body. "From now on, you better watch your step around me. Nice job filming last night's video. If there's a next time, we'll feed you to the fish." Xia Liangwei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and watched them walk away. Meanwhile, accompanied by Lin Dong, Wang Yongsheng arrived at a smaller law firm. Wang Yongsheng contributed the majority of the capital, securing a 60% stake, while Lin Dong held 30%. The remaining 10% of shares were reserved for the original team of the firm. The two men stepped out of the law office. They were about to go out for a meal to celebrate. Halfway there, they came upon a construction site. Lin Dong pulled the car to a stop. "Young Master Lin, what's wrong?" Wang Yongsheng asked curiously. "Wasn't this site previously a pesticide factory?" Lin Dong inquired. Wang Yongsheng nodded. Lin Dong got out of the car and struck up a conversation with someone nearby. "Excuse me," he asked, "is this construction site for building a school?" One of the workers replied, "Not just a school. They're also building a residential building next to it." Hearing this, Lin Dong's expression darkened. He never imagined anyone would have the audacity to do this. First it was a pesticide factory, and now it's suddenly become a school. While it's true that industrial land can be redeveloped for residential use after remediation, but the pesticide factory site wasn't your typical industrial plot. No amount of remediation could ever make it suitable for a school. "Stop right there. All of you, stop right now. No more construction. Even if you build it, it will be torn down." Lin Dong's stern reprimand drew everyone's attention. On the construction site, the workers' eyes all turned toward Lin Dong. The workers were curious who exactly was this person who had just arrived? Would they really stop just because he told them to? Lin Dong stepped into the center of the workers and spoke to them with heartfelt sincerity. "You're all farmers. Someday, you'll have children of your own who'll attend school in the city. But do you know the history of the site where you're currently constructing?
This plot of land once housed a pesticide factory. As farmers yourselves, you must be well aware just how toxic pesticides truly are.
Do you really want your children to attend school on this toxic land in the future?
At these words, the workers dropped the steel bars and bricks they were holding. They bowed their heads, lost in silent contemplation.
A farmer's greatest vulnerability is always their children.
Now, the very construction site they were building would poison their children.
Is this land contaminated?
The contractor deceived us. We had no idea about this. We absolutely refuse to let our children study on such poison land in the future.
We're quitting. We're quitting. Everyone, put down your tools.
There is some money we just can't earn. It's money that curses our descendants.
1, 2, 3, more and more workers stopped working.
The concrete in the mixer truck spilled directly onto the ground. The crane operator stopped moving the boom.
Carpenters stopped climbing the scaffolding.
The entire construction site came to a standstill because of Lin Dong's words. Because every word Lin Dong spoke struck a chord deep within their hearts.
Migrant workers toil in the city through all manner of hardships. Isn't it precisely so their children can attend school here? If they attend school in such a toxic environment, how could their consciences ever rest easy?
Who are you? A man who looked like a foreman approached.
Are you an investor? Or from the Environmental Protection Department? What gives you the right to boss us around here?
Lin Dong replied calmly, it doesn't matter who I am.
What you're doing is wrong. Don't you lose sleep at night making money like this?
The foreman didn't want to waste words with Lin Dong. He swung a punch straight at him. Whoever Lin Dong was, anyone daring to obstruct construction deserved a good beating. But Lin Dong wasn't about to be taken down by a mere contractor. Lin Dong was China's war god. With a swift shoulder throw, he pinned the contractor flat on the ground. Lin Dong addressed the workers gathered before him. Everyone, leave.
Construction on this site is halted. Chapter 200, Xia Liangwei gets a brutal beating. A toxic plot of land for building a school? Their hearts deserve punishment.
Lin Dong grabbed the contractor by the collar and flung him aside. The contractor scrambled to his feet and fled without looking back. He couldn't win an argument with Lin Dong.
He couldn't fight Lin Dong. He could only go for backup.
Mr. Sun Ming, there's trouble at the construction site. That person claims our construction site is contaminated land unsuitable for building a school. The workers have all been persuaded to leave by that person.
Boss Sun Ming, he's still at the site. Would you like to come take a look?
Over the phone, Sun Ming instructed the foreman to keep the man calm while he drove straight to the site to confront the individual in question. After speaking with Sun Ming, the contractor regained his composure. Standing tall and confident, he returned to face Lin Dong.
The contractor declared boldly, "Humph. Whoever you are, you're about to be in big trouble. Do you know who owns this land?
It belongs to Mayman Real Estate.
Mayman Real Estate is a publicly listed company. You dare cross a publicly traded company? How many lives do you think you have?"
Hearing this, Lin Dong frowned.
He'd never heard of Mayman Real Estate before.
But no matter what forces were behind this plot, Lin Dong would never let the children attend school on toxic land.
This was Lin Dong's absolute bottom line. Young Master Lin, Mayman Real Estate seems to belong to Sun Qin.
That's Sun Qin, the one who served time in prison recently and was just released.
Young Master Lin, your ex-wife Shen Yiran's new lover is this Sun Qin.
Humph. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Regardless of whether the owner behind this toxic plot was Sun Qin or Dog Qin, Lin Dong would never allow the school to be built on this toxic plot. The children of China are the flowers of the motherland. Exposing them to toxic substances at such a crucial stage of growth. Such a publicly listed company is utterly unworthy of its status.
Moments later,
a limited edition Cayenne pulled up beside the construction site. Lu Zhongyi stepped out and approached the foreman.
"Who's causing trouble?" Not seeing Sun Ming, the contractor asked curiously, "Where's boss Sun Ming?" "Sun Gu is busy with important matters. No need to involve Brother Sunday. I'll handle this."
"Where are the troublemakers?" The contractor pointed toward where Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng stood.
Lu Zhongyi looked closely and recognized an old acquaintance. Lu Zhongyi couldn't help but laugh. What a small world.
Lu Zhongyi stepped before Lin Dong, his rage turning to mockery.
"So it was you who wrecked my Lu family's shop the other day, huh? I haven't even come looking for trouble with you yet, and you dare to come looking for trouble with me? Today, you're trying to obstruct construction at the site, aren't you? Fine. Let's settle both old and new grievances at once."
Lu Zhongyi clapped his hands.
Following Lu Zhongyi's limited edition Cayenne was a heavily armored Wuling minivan.
A thug emerged from the van, followed by a second, a third, a 10th, a 20th. Good grief, that minivan was packed with a whopping 23 people. Truly the legendary Wuling van. The 23 thugs surrounded Lin Dong, blocking every possible escape route. Seeing this, Lu Zhongyi relaxed, extending one leg and chuckling, "Lin Dong, if you crawl between my legs today, I'll pretend none of this ever happened." Lu Zhongyi held his head high, radiating confidence.
Wang Yongsheng chuckled. Surveying the 23 thugs surrounding them, Wang Yongsheng grinned broadly. Back in Yanjing, Lin Dong had single-handedly taken down an entire gang.
Now, these mere 23 thugs, both in numbers and fighting prowess, couldn't hold a candle to the local powerhouse gangs of Yanjing. Wang Yongsheng sneered coldly, "In my opinion, you should crawl between our young Master Lin's legs and promise never to build another drug den again. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place standing today. It's not you giving us a chance, it's us giving you one." Lu Zhongyi frowned. He glanced at the 23 thugs beside him and asked, "Do you really think the two of them could take down all 23 of you combined?" At his words, the thugs shuddered and picked up bricks from the ground. Some grabbed steel bars. Others grabbed wooden planks. "Lin Dong? Wang Yongshan? Ha, isn't that what you call yourselves, the madmen? But it seems like none of you madmen's brothers showed up today. Brothers, charge!" Without another word, both sides immediately started fighting. "Stop!" Lu Zhongyi raised his hand, halting the thugs. The thugs all turned to look at Lu Zhongyi. Lu Zhongyi continued, 23 of you against 2. Keep your actions in check. Don't kill them. Dead bodies mean big trouble. But missing an arm or a leg? That's acceptable. Got it, boss." The thugs snarled as they charged toward Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Wang Yongsheng was knocked down in an instant. Lin Dong kicked up a steel bar and gripped it tightly in his hand. He swung it left and right, knocking 2 thugs to the ground. Next, Lin Dong sidestepped a thug's wooden plank attack, then flicked the plank away with the rebar, blocking a group of attackers. Without looking back, he spun around and thrust the rebar behind him. Another thug fell. Lin Dong rose onto his toes and leaped onto a concrete mixer truck. Like whack-a-mole. With each swing of the rebar in his hand, he struck with deadly accuracy. The thugs clutched their heads, only to find blood trickling from their scalps when they looked. For a moment, none of the thugs dared approach Lin Dong. Standing alone against the assault of over 20 thugs, Lin Dong resembled a god of death. The ones at a disadvantage were the 20-odd thugs. Lu Zhongyi was scared out of his wits, his legs shaking like a sieve. He had seen his share of tough fighters, but someone as formidable as Lin Dong was a first. The thugs glanced at Lu Zhongyi, then at the god of death like Lin Dong. One by one, they dropped their weapons and fled in panic. They crammed into a Wuling minivan and sped away. Lu Zhongyi wanted to flee too. But he discovered that under the overwhelming panic, his legs refused to obey his commands. Clunk! Lu Zhongyi dropped to his knees before Lin Dong. Lin Dong stepped before him, pressing a steel bar against Lu Zhongyi's throat. Chapter 201, Beating You Until You Dare Not Work on Toxic Land. "Tell me," Lin Dong demanded, "how do you play golf?" Hearing this, Lu Zhongyi was utterly terrified. Did the other man intend to use his head as a golf ball? If that rebar came down, his skull would be split open. Kneeling, Lu Zhongyi clung to Lin Dong's pant leg. "I was wrong, young Master Lin. I recognize my mistake. I'm just a worker here. This construction site doesn't belong to me, it's Meiman Real Estate's, Sun Ming and Sun Qin's. If you want to teach someone a lesson, go after Sun Ming and Sun Qin. I'm innocent, don't take it out on me." Lin Dong nodded. Though Lu Zhongyi was guilty of heinous crimes, the true mastermind behind the toxic land deal was not him, but someone else entirely. Lin Dong wasn't the type to beat people indiscriminately. However, capital punishment might be spared, but lesser punishment was inevitable. Lin Dong raised the steel bar high in his hand, then gently placed it against Lu Zhongyi's left ear. At that moment, Lin Dong caught a whiff of a foul stench. He looked down. Lu Zhongyi had actually scared himself into wetting his pants. "Ha ha ha, Lu Zhongyi, where's your courage now? With such a tiny bit of courage, how do you even dare to roam the streets? Ugh, it stinks to high heaven. You'd dirty young Master Lin's hands if I hit you." Lin Dong used a steel bar to lift Lu Zhongyi's pants. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a pool of yellow urine on the ground. And this is the sort of person who became the head of the Lu family, the right-hand man to Sun Qin and Sun Ming. No wonder Sun Qin ended up behind bars. With underlings like this, he's useless at everything. Smack! The rebar in Lin Dong's hand came crashing down. It instantly shattered Lu Zhongyi's fingers. Lu Zhongyi writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. Lin Dong jabbed Lu Zhongyi's head again. "Take me to find Sun Ming and Sun Qin." "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Zhongyi dared not refuse, nodding frantically. Thus, Lu Zhongyi, still wearing his soaked pants, sat behind the wheel of the limited edition Cayenne, driving Lin Dong and Wang Yongsheng to Sun Qin's mansion. After Lin Dong and the others departed. In a corner of the construction site, an internet celebrity blogger put away his phone and uploaded the video he had just filmed to his social media account. In this era of self-media, anyone could potentially become an internet celebrity blogger. The person who had just been secretly filming from the corner was an unassuming yet top-tier influencer with 3 million followers. In the livestream, viewers witnessed the entire scene unfold. What was that guy's name? Something like Lin Dong? That boss who got out of the Cayenne called him that. This Lin Dong is ruthless. He took on a whole group of people and beat them to a pulp. With skills like that, I'd call him China's war god. Even regular special forces soldiers don't have skills like Lin Dong's.
Countless netizens replayed the events in their minds.
That man named Lin Dong seemed like a god descended from heaven, utterly ferocious.
Those thugs couldn't even land a single blow before being knocked flat by Lin Dong. What a beast! A god! Yet netizens were still pondering their earlier conversation. This is contaminated land? The plot designated for the school once housed a pesticide factory? How can land that once housed a pesticide factory be used for a school? Isn't that poisoning our youth? Mayman Real Estate? Is this a publicly listed company? How dare a listed company pull this stunt? They're completely lawless. Host, follow them. I want to see what happens next.
The influencer glanced in the direction the Kayan had driven off. Without a word, he slid back into his own car.
He slammed the accelerator and gave chase.
Lin Dong, sitting in the back seat, glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed someone tailing them.
However, the Volkswagen tailing them wasn't keeping close, it was maintaining a considerable distance.
It seemed unlikely to be Sun Qin's people. If it were Sun Qin's people, there'd be no need to trail so far behind. It must be a concerned citizen.
In the driver's seat,
shivering with fear, Lu Zhongyi was so consumed by terror that he hadn't even noticed he was being followed. Lu Zhongyi only wanted to reach Sun Qin's mansion as quickly as possible and drop off these two troublemakers.
Otherwise, he wouldn't find peace.
He took a deep breath, pressed the accelerator, and picked up speed.
When will we get to Sun Qin's mansion? Soon. About half an hour. Meanwhile,
Sun Ming left the real estate agency and headed towards Sun Qin's mansion. However, due to the geographical distance, Sun Ming arrived much sooner. As soon as he got out of the car, he beamed at his older brother and delivered the good news. Big brother, our school district property has sold. 33 floors total, 7 units per floor. We've already sold over 100 units. We've only just launched sales, and the absorption rate is already approaching 50%.
Before long, our entire school district property will be completely sold out.
Each unit sells for 7 million yuan, and we've already achieved 800 million yuan in sales revenue. Sun Qin, who had been splashing around in the pool with Shen Yiran, surfaced from the water. Sun Qin looked at his younger brother and nodded approvingly.
Not bad. Our costs for this plot were low. We're making a decent profit this time.
But Sun Ming approached the poolside, hesitating to speak.
What is it?
Sun Qin asked, his smile fading.
There's trouble at our construction site.
Today, a group stormed the site, claiming it used to be a pesticide factory and shouldn't be used for a school. If the school can't be built, we won't be able to sell the remaining school district properties.
Homeowners who've already bought units will start demanding refunds. It's not these people I'm worried about.
I'm concerned that if this incident becomes public knowledge, it could have a negative impact. Hearing this, Sun Qin's expression grew increasingly grave. Whether one group or two groups were causing trouble at the construction site was insignificant.
The critical issue was whether the toxic land scandal would trigger public outrage.
If the situation escalated, even with all his connections, Sun Qin wouldn't be able to contain the fallout.
Who's causing trouble?
Sun Qin paused before asking.
I don't know. I sent Lu Zhongyi to handle it.
I'll call him to see how things are going. Sun Ming picked up his phone and dialed Lu Zhongyi's number.
Lu Zhongyi answered while driving.
Seeing it was Sun Ming calling,
Lu Zhongyi pressed the green answer button.
Sun Ming's voice came through the phone. Lu Zhongyi's voice trembled with emotion.
Sun Ge, we're in big trouble.
Lin Donglai is causing trouble at our construction site.
Chapter 202, Locating Sun Qin's hideout. The 20+ thugs I brought along couldn't even handle him alone. Right now, Lin Dong is in my car.
He's forcing me to drive him to Brother Qin's mansion.
We're almost there. Inside Sun Qin's mansion.
Sun Ming relayed the entire phone conversation word for word to his older brother, Sun Qin. Hearing this, a meaningful smile curved the corners of Sun Qin's mouth.
Lin Dong. I won't come looking for trouble. But if you come looking for trouble, don't blame me. Splash.
Sun Qin rose from his private swimming pool.
Shen Yiran dressed Sun Qin in a full set of pajamas.
Sun Qin walked into the mansion, retrieved a handgun, and tucked it into his pocket. Next, Sun Qin picked up a mop from the floor, discarded the head, leaving only the handle. Sun Qin gave the stick a shake, finding it quite handy, and chuckled. Inside the limited edition Kayan heading towards Sun Qin's mansion. Lu Zhongyi turned around and glanced at Lin Dong in the back seat, offering a wry smile.
Young Master Lin, we'll be there soon. You've already broken one of my fingers. Don't hit me again. It's not my fault. I'm just doing someone else's bidding.
If you want to cause trouble, take it up with Sun Qin and Sun Ming.
Hearing Lu Zhongyi's words, Lin Dong looked down on him even more.
If Lu Zhongyi had been the kind of man willing to stick his neck out for his brothers, Lin Dong might have respected him as a true man. Now, trouble had arrived. Lu Zhongyi was like a wallflower, blowing whichever way the wind blew. Lin Dong closed his eyes. He waited quietly for the car to come to a stop.
Just then, the phone rang, ding dong ding dong. It was Xia Qiao calling. Brother Dong, you beat up 20 thugs, right? Are you okay? Where are you now? Should I come find you?
Lin Dong was a bit curious. He hadn't told Xiao what he was doing, so how did she seem to know in advance, as if she could predict the future?
After some questioning, Lin Dong finally learned that it was a video uploaded by an internet celebrity blogger. Lin Dong turned his head and peered through the rear window glass at the Volkswagen parked far away. It seemed the influencer was sitting in that Volkswagen. Lin Dong replied, "Yeah. But don't worry, I'll be fine. A mere 20-odd thugs? They're no match for me."
Wang Yongxing chimed in from beside him. "That's right, Sister Qiao.
Our young Master Lin is the war god of China.
Forget 20 thugs, even 200 wouldn't stand a chance against our young Master Lin. We're heading to Sun Qin's mansion right now. If Sun Qin doesn't know when to back down and voluntarily halt the project, we'll give him a beating too." Xiao on the other end of the line was deeply worried. But she also knew that when her boyfriend set his mind on something, there was nothing she could do to stop him.
That plot of land was toxic.
If a school were actually built there, not only the children attending it but also the parents living in the surrounding school district housing would face life-threatening dangers.
Personally, Xiao opposed Lin Dong's actions. Publicly, she hoped Lin Dong would halt the toxic land project immediately. After a moment of deep thought, Xiao spoke up, "Brother Dong, please be careful." After hanging up, Xiao paced restlessly, her worries for Lin Dong growing heavier. "We're here." Lu Zhengyi pulled the car to a stop. Lin Dong and Wang Yongxing opened the doors and stepped out. Stepping out of the Cayenne, they were greeted by a sprawling mansion covering over 500 square meters. The mansion had 3 stories, but each floor was significantly taller than the typical floor height of residential buildings. This mansion featured not only a garden but also a swimming pool and a large balcony. It was practically a mansion straight out of a TV drama, brought to life in reality. Moreover, the mansion was situated right next to the bustling downtown area. It was less than a half-hour drive to Wangfujing. Within a kilometer walk, several subway stations are accessible. The surroundings of this mansion are also quite pleasant and exceptionally quiet. A park and a museum are nearby. There are no public schools or private schools in the immediate vicinity, but there is an international school. Children attending international schools typically don't plan to take the Gaokao. Their parents donate money to foreign universities, securing their children admission without exams. "What grandeur!" Wang Yongxing exclaimed.
Wang Yongxing estimated that this single mansion alone was worth no less than 300 million yuan, possibly even 500 million.
Your ex-wife's new boyfriend is actually this rich. I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed.
I have to admit, young Master Lin, your ex-wife sure knows how to play the field.
She's even snagged a guy this wealthy. Even if I sold off all my assets, I couldn't afford a mansion like this. Before, Wang Yongxing considered himself wealthy, spending lavishly in his daily life. But after seeing a true tycoon, Wang Yongxing realized just how insignificant he truly was. Truly, the capital city is a gathering place for the wealthy. Beneath the emperor's feet, the only thing in abundance is wealth. The moment Lu Zhengyi stepped out of the car, he practically scrambled inside to inform Sun Qin and Sun Ming. Inside the house, Lu Zhengyi hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Qin, brother Sun, it's bad. That killing machine called Sun Qin is coming for us. 20 of us couldn't stand up to him. Brother Qin, think of a way. What should we do now?" Sun Ming frowned as he looked at Lu Zhengyi's distraught face. If Lu Zhengyi knew the enemy was so formidable, why did he lure such a killing machine here? Wasn't this just inviting trouble for himself and his own brother? "Brother, Lin Dong is outside." Sun Ming addressed Sun Qin, who was resting with his eyes closed nearby. "Mei Chem, I know." Sun Qin opened his eyes, felt the pistol in his pocket, then picked up his baton and walked straight out. Sun Qin and Lin Dong stood about 10 meters apart, their gazes locked. "Long time no see," Sun Qin said with a smile. "Never imagined we'd meet again so soon." Lin Dong chuckled, his gaze drifting toward Shen Yiran beside Sun Qin. Shen Yiran urged Sun Qin to act quickly against Lin Dong. Shen Yiran knew Sun Qin had a gun in his pocket. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Dong, it would be Lin Dong who ended up dead. "Brother Qin, this is the guy who's been giving me trouble every day. We haven't gone looking for trouble with him, but he's come looking for us. We have to teach him a lesson today, make him walk in standing and crawl out on his hands and knees. Brother Qin, don't let him off easy." Shen Yiran glared at Lin Dong with vicious hatred. In a corner, an influencer pulled out their phone and began secretly filming the scene. "Fans, this is my Huawei wide-angle camera, time to witness its clarity." Chapter 203, Sun Qin hides a gun, preparing a backup plan. Spotting Lin Dong's arrival, Shen Yiran took an unwelcome step forward and sneered at him. "Ha, Lin Dong, it seems you chose the path to hell when paradise was within reach. Do you even know where you are? You've come alone into Brother Qin's territory. Do you really think you'll walk out unscathed? If I let you walk away unscathed today, wouldn't the whole world laugh at Brother Qin? Brother Qin, I'm right, aren't I? If you let Lin Dong walk away unscathed today, you'd lose all face." Shen Yiran's words seemed to mock Lin Dong, but was actually using reverse psychology on Sun Qin.
Forced by pride, Sun Qin would have no choice but to keep Lin Dong. Such a clumsy charade was obvious to anyone with eyes to see. Sun Qin, the man at the center of it all, seemed oblivious to the scheme, unwittingly used as Shen Yiran's pawn. Long before Lin Dong arrived at her mansion, Sun Qin was already aware of his extraordinary skills. Though Sun Qin wielded only a stick, he felt no fear whatsoever. Because tucked away in Sun Qin's pocket was a gun. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Dong, he could still take him down here today.
Lin Dong, I've done nothing to you. Why are you relentlessly pursuing me?
Sun Qin frowned and asked.
You and I have no grudge? But that doesn't mean you haven't done anything wrong.
That plot of land once housed a pesticide factory. You should be aware of that, right? Knowing that, you still push to build a school there.
What kind of heart do you have? Don't you lose sleep at night? Doesn't your conscience bother you?
Hearing Lin Dong come after him with such fury, it turned out to be over nothing more than a toxic plot of land.
That toxic plot had absolutely nothing to do with Lin Dong.
Sun Qin gripped the stick in his hand, paused, then spoke. If you're worried about your child attending school on toxic land, then you can send them to another school. In fact, I could even arrange for your future children to attend an international school or a prestigious private institution. I just don't understand what this has to do with you. Don't you realize that sticking your neck out for something that doesn't concern you could very well bring trouble upon yourself? Lin Dong was determined to stop Sun Qin's toxic land development project. No matter how persuasive Sun Qin's words might be, they were useless. While this matter didn't directly concern Lin Dong, but it concerned the children of China. Children are the future flowers of the nation. What Sun Qin was doing was nothing short of provoking the wrath of heaven and the indignation of the people. Everyone should be outraged.
Hidden in a corner, an internet celebrity blogger quietly aimed their Huawei wide-angle camera at the scene unfolding over there. In the influencer's livestream, viewers erupted in chaos. Holy moly! Who would dare act so brazenly in the capital? Using toxic land that once housed a pesticide factory to build a school? That's nothing short of endangering our children.
No wonder our children's overall physical fitness is so poor. It's all because of these unscrupulous merchants.
Is that Sun Qin's company Mayman Real Estate? We shouldn't wait, let's report this listed company immediately. The controversy rapidly snowballed online.
For a time, it dominated the headlines. Numerous details about Mayman Real Estate were dug up. Some netizens uncovered that the chairman of Mayman Real Estate had previously served time for financial fraud and had only recently been released from prison. Others revealed that years ago, this chairman had colluded with thugs to forcibly demolish homes of residents who refused relocation. Even Mayman Real Estate's past legal troubles surfaced. It turned out the company had repeatedly used contaminated land for residential construction.
Netizens unleashed a torrent of criticism against the company. Trash Mayman company, what a joke. Delist them ASAP.
Keeping such a company on the stock market is nothing but a menace.
Mayman Real Estate using toxic land to build schools for children? This isn't something humans do, it's the work of the devil.
Now, a young man has tracked down Sun Qin, the chairman of Mayman Real Estate.
Looks like he's about to give him a good beating. Go for it, hit him hard. Countless netizens flooded into the influencer's livestream.
This surge pushed the host's concurrent viewers to an unprecedented 100,000 plus. Thrilled, the host held his phone close to capture the heroic figure in all his glory.
At that moment,
Sun Qin was still locked in a war of words with Lin Dong. Sun Qin slowly raised the stick in his hand, striking a classic fighting stance. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing ever happened. Otherwise, once we clash, you won't be leaving here alive today. You will vanish from this world without a trace. Hearing this, Lin Dong advanced instead of retreating. Once Lin Dong made up his mind about something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. If he failed to stop Sun Qin today, hundreds, even thousands of children would suffer the consequences of the contaminated land.
Neither reason nor compassion would make Lin Dong retreat an inch. Lin Dong spoke up. You know, back in the States, there was a case where a school was built on contaminated land, causing many students to develop cancer for no apparent reason. Those children are the blossoms of China, destined to build our nation's future. You heartless scoundrel, meet your end. Lin Dong moved. His speed was blinding. In a flash, he was at Sun Qin's side. As Sun Qin struggled to raise his stick to block, Lin Dong delivered a kick aimed at his lower body. With a thunderous crash, Sun Qin was sent flying over 10 meters away. In that single exchange, the disparity in their abilities became starkly evident. Before Sun Qin could scramble to his feet, Lin Dong closed in once more. This time, Lin Dong's force was even greater. A single elbow strike left Sun Qin unable to get back up. Nice! Wang Yongxing cheered from the sidelines. Brother Qin, are you okay?
Seeing this, Shen Yiran hurried over and embraced Sun Qin. With Shen Yiran's support, Sun Qin managed to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Sun Qin's heart was pounding with fear. He had long held a high opinion of Lin Dong's abilities. But now, after clashing with him, he realized just how much stronger Lin Dong truly was.
Lin Dong, you're finished. You've thoroughly angered Brother Qin. You won't leave here alive today.
Shen Yiran knew that Sun Qin hadn't even begun to show his full strength yet. Chapter 204, Sun Qin dares not draw his gun.
Sun Qin still had a pistol, one he hadn't used yet.
If Sun Qin fired, even if Lin Dong had 3 heads and 6 arms, it wouldn't matter.
However, Sun Qin wasn't planning to use the pistol just yet.
Instead, he pulled a pair of knuckle dusters from another pocket and slipped them onto his fingers. With the knuckle dusters on, any hit would mean death or serious injury. Sun Qin charged forward. Lin Dong picked up the stick Sun Qin had discarded and pointed it forward. Sun Qin's advance halted instantly, for Lin Dong's stick had touched his Adam's apple. If Sun Qin dared to take another step forward, the next moment would be his grave.
Well done, young Master Lin.
That kind of unscrupulous merchant deserves a good beating. I thought the Sun Qin was something special, but looks like he's nothing special after all. Our young Master Lin took him down in just a few moves.
Sun Qin, do you admit defeat?
Get down on your knees and kowtow to young Master Lin.
Ha 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 ha.
Wang Yongsheng stood by, his words dripping with scorn. Though Wang Yongsheng hadn't lifted a finger, the scene had captivated him. Lin Dong's moves were crisp and decisive, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Whether Sun Qin tried to use his staff or his knuckle dusters, it was all useless. Before Lin Dong, every technique seemed nothing but flashy and superficial. Wielding his staff, Lin Dong forced Sun Qin to his knees before him. Sun Qin had no choice but to drop the brass knuckles, raise both hands above his head, and beg for mercy.
I was wrong. I'll order the Poison Land construction to stop immediately.
I recognize my mistake.
Please, spare my life.
Moments ago, this chairman of Meiman Real Estate had been ranting about keeping Lin Dong here forever.
Now, the tables had turned dramatically.
It was not Lin Dong, but Sun Qin who knelt down begging for his life.
Sun Qin's dignity lay shattered on the ground.
But clearly, those capable of becoming chairman of listed companies knew how to bend and stretch.
Realizing he couldn't prevail, he immediately dropped to his knees begging for mercy. Now, do you realize your mistake?
Yes,
I truly understand my mistake. Children are the flowers of our nation. How could I poison their health with toxic land?
I truly shouldn't have done this.
I was wrong.
From this moment on, I decide to permanently seal off that toxic plot of land and never develop it again. Lin Dong nodded slightly. If Sun Qin truly repented, Lin Dong wouldn't strike him down. Little did he know that while Sun Qin appeared to surrender outwardly, inwardly he had already cursed Lin Dong's ancestors 18 generations back. Sun Qin slowly lowered his hands, his right hand reaching into his pocket. Inside that pocket lay a handgun. Once he got his hands on it, no matter how powerful Lin Dong was, he'd be nothing but a pushover in the face of a gun. But unexpectedly, just as Sun Qin's hand entered his pocket, moments away from grasping the pistol, a burst of laughter erupted from afar, utterly out of place. This instantly drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned toward the internet celebrity streamer hiding in the bushes. That young man named Lin Dong sure has impressive skills. That chairman Sun Qin must have trained professionally in Taekwondo. But even Sun Qin is no match for Lin Dong. Hey, viewers in the livestream, would you like to apprentice under Lin Dong? Let's go interview Lin Dong and see what insights he can share. The sudden appearance of an internet celebrity streamer left everyone present momentarily speechless. It wasn't because of the streamer's formidable skills, but rather the phone in their hand. These days, influencers always film live. Even if you snatch their phone, it would be useless. The video had already spread across cyberspace. Who are you? Lin Dong turned around and asked the suddenly appearing influencer.
My name is Xiaoming.
You can call me Huaxiao, or Huaxiao for short.
I'm a live streamer specializing in street interviews.
Well, what a coincidence, huh? Half an hour ago, while doing my street QA, I happened to capture the epic scene of you taking on over 20 people single-handedly. My fans in the livestream were all stunned. They're urging me to follow you and see the true face of this hero. Turns out he was a street quiz host named Xiaoming. Lin Dong walked over to Xiaoming and glanced at his livestream. In the upper right corner of the stream, the number 10W+ was prominently displayed. A full 100,000 people were watching simultaneously. Sun Qin, who had been about to draw his pistol, reluctantly released his grip on the gun's butt. No matter how badly Sun Qin wanted to kill Lin Dong, he couldn't possibly shoot him dead in front of 100,000 people, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even if Sun Qin hired the best lawyers afterward, it would be futile in the face of irrefutable evidence. Sun Qin had no choice but to abandon his immediate plan to kill Lin Dong. The internet celebrity host named Xiaoming once again pointed his phone at Sun Qin. Xiaoming focused the camera on Sun Qin's right hand, hidden in his pocket.
What are you doing there? Hiding your hand in your pocket? Are you up to no good? Ahem, that kind of thing, right?
Sun Qin immediately pulled his hand back. A forced smile spread across Sun Qin's face as he replied.
Of course not.
My hand just cramped up from getting hit by Lin Dong earlier.
It's fine now. Rest assured, I won't let down the expectations of our netizens.
Truthfully, I had no idea about that toxic plot of land. Thankfully, Brother Lin Dong promptly pointed out my mistake and I've corrected it immediately. I can order the toxic plot sealed off immediately.
Unless all toxins are completely removed, we absolutely will not proceed with development.
Lin Dong and Wang Yongxing nodded in satisfaction. Shen Yiran, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment. Shen Yiran knew that Sun Qin had a pistol and could have easily killed Lin Dong in retaliation.
Why was he now apologizing to Lin Dong instead? Shen Yiran couldn't understand.
Brother Qin, take that thing out and finish Lin Dong off. Even though Lin Dong is a skilled fighter, you have. Before she could finish saying pistol,
a resounding slap landed squarely on Shen Yiran's face.
It was Sun Qin who struck her, and he did so with particular ferocity. If Sun Qin hadn't acted decisively, Shen Yiran might have blurted out that he was hiding a pistol. And she'd have done it in a livestream watched by 100,000 viewers. Even with all his skills, Sun Qin wouldn't have escaped a prison sentence.
What a stupid woman. Why bring up the very thing she didn't want to talk about? Did she want me arrested? Smack! Sun Qin's slap sent Shen Yiran reeling into tears. Chapter 205, Lin Dong beats Sun Qin.
Shen Yiran, still unaware why Sun Qin had struck her, immediately began weeping with tears streaming down her face.
Brother Qin, you could have finished Lin Dong off. I gave you such a great idea, why did you hit me?
Brother Qin, I'm so hurt. Sun Qin shot Shen Yiran a vicious glare. Suddenly, Shen Yiran realized something, her face turning deathly pale. No wonder Sun Qin had hit her. It was because an internet celebrity streamer was watching nearby. Even if Sun Qin could shoot Lin Dong dead with a single bullet, he'd never do it in front of an internet celebrity streamer. Shen Yiran dared not utter another word. She feared that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she'd make. At that moment, the influencer named Xiaoming was still adding fuel to the fire beside them.
Young Master Lin, I've got you on tape.
Whether it was you taking on 20 thugs earlier or beating up Sun Qin, the chairman of Mayman Real Estate now. They all started it first.
This isn't the era of tit for tat anymore.
What you did should be called self-defense, it's perfectly legal.
Over 100,000 fans in the livestream chat echoed the host's stance.
Heartless scoundrels like this, who try to poison children, deserve a thorough beating.
Beat them until they beg for mercy on their knees. Beat them until they never dare do this again. As a legal expert in real life, I fully endorse Lin Dong's actions. Lin Dong has helped countless children avoid the risk of poisoning.
Such individuals deserve to be honored in the family annals.
The law also encourages this kind of behavior.
A viewer in the livestream commented thus. Before taking action, Lin Dong hadn't considered all this. He simply felt that building a school on a toxic plot of land was utterly heartless. So he acted without hesitation. If he encountered it again, Lin Dong would do the same. Lin Dong didn't think much of a popular livestreamer.
Wang Yongxing chimed in beside him. Young Master Lin, this is the age of information technology. Don't underestimate him just because he's a streamer who can't lift a finger.
His greatest weapon isn't his fists, but his phone. You saw it yourself, over 100,000 people were watching his livestream simultaneously. Now, regarding that toxic land plot, even if we don't intervene, Sun Qin wouldn't dare proceed.
The power of the internet is formidable. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. This made Lin Dong take a second look at the internet celebrity in front of him. Pleased to meet you. We're meant to be, you and I. The two shook hands.
Lin Dong and Xiaoming chatted as they walked out of the mansion.
Lin Dong asked him about his profession as an internet celebrity streamer. How did he make money? How did he cover his living expenses?
The moment Lin Dong brought up his profession, the influencer named Xiaoming launched into an enthusiastic monologue, practically singing the praises of the live streaming industry to the heavens. The more exposure an incident gets in cyberspace, the more likely it is to be handled fairly. After all, today's self-media platforms far surpass traditional media. Any misdeed or virtue can be magnified infinitely. I've been streaming for 2 or 3 years now. Before that, I was just a programmer, making only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a year. But since I started streaming online, you know how much I make in a single day? 200,000 or 300,000 a day. My daily income now equals what I used to make in a whole year. The top streamers rake in billions annually, it's no big deal. One person can be worth more than a publicly listed company. Hearing this, Lin Dong sucked in a sharp breath. One person could be worth as much as a publicly listed company. In the past, this was unimaginable. Had it not been spoken by a million-follower internet star himself, Lin Dong would never have believed it. After hearing this, Lin Dong began to ponder silently. Could the Bai family business he had inherited, along with Xie Qiao's Xie family enterprise, also transform to keep pace with the new era? After all, the prospect of one person's income rivaling that of a listed company was undeniably tempting. Lin Dong planned to discuss this matter thoroughly with Xie Qiao once he returned. After Lin Dong, Xiaoming, and Wang Yongxing departed, Sun Qin stormed over to Shen Yiran and delivered another hard slap across her face. Had Shen Yiran uttered another word just now, the fact that she was hiding a handgun would have been exposed. Even if Sun Xin could kill Lin Dong, Xiaoming, and Wang Yongsheng, he couldn't possibly kill the over 100,000 viewers watching the livestream through the internet connection.
Possession of a handgun was a serious crime.
Sun Xin had just been released from prison and had no desire to return. The slap didn't satisfy him, so he kicked Shen Yiran to the ground.
Sitting on the sofa, Sun Xin took a deep breath and said, "Now I understand why Lin Dong dumped you.
It's not just because you're morally bankrupt, it's because you're downright stupid.
Did you just want to say, Brother Qin, pull out your gun and take Lin Dong out? Stupid. Utterly stupid. I've never seen anyone as dumb as you." Sun Xin grew angrier as he spoke. He never wanted to see this stupid woman again. With a sweeping gesture,
Sun Xin took Sun Ming out to eat, leaving Shen Yiran alone in the secluded chamber. Sitting in the car, Sun Ming spoke up, "Brother Qin, I actually have a way to turn that toxic territory profitable."
"Oh?"
Hearing his own brother speak up, Sun Xin immediately perked up with interest.
"What's your plan?"
Sun Ming paused briefly before continuing. "Actually, proving whether a plot of land is contaminated or not is simple, isn't it?
Isn't it just a matter of getting a testing report?
All we need is a qualified environmental testing company to issue a report confirming the land is non-toxic.
Then we can proceed with our original plan to make money, right? Are you seriously going to let hundreds of millions in profits slip through your fingers, Qin? This is money already in the bag. You agree, but I don't.
As long as we get a clean, non-toxic test report, we can shut all the naysayers up. Whether it's Lin Dong or those netizens online, they won't be able to touch us.
You agree, right?"
Hearing this, Sun Xin still felt some unease. After all, toxic land was toxic land.
Even a fake test report couldn't conceal its hazardous nature.
Sun Ming's next words completely dispelled Sun Xin's doubts.
That's simple.
Even if the land is toxic, it won't be until decades from now that the children show symptoms.
Chapter 206, Sun Xin, the Undeterred Schemer. Who can predict what happens decades from now? Our mainland real estate company might not even exist by then.
Besides, over such a long period, we can always blame other factors for any future poisoning of the children.
By the time decades pass, who would even remember the land was toxic? People will have long forgotten about it. Hearing this, Sun Xin nodded.
After all, toxic land and toxic food are entirely different matters. Contaminated food can cause immediate poisoning and various adverse symptoms. The effects of toxic land, however, are insidious. It takes years, even decades, for symptoms to potentially manifest. Nowadays, if people tried to withdraw bank deposits from decades ago, the banks wouldn't even recognize them. By that time, even if someone truly believed toxic soil was the cause, Sun Xin and Sun Ming could simply deny responsibility.
Who could prove whether the land was toxic at the time of construction or if external toxins contaminated the environment afterward?
Decades later, Sun Xin and Sun Ming's prosperous real estate company could simply wash their hands of the matter.
Clap, clap, clap.
Sun Xin clapped repeatedly. In Sun Xin's eyes, the solution his younger brother had devised was absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. Decades later, who could possibly prove when the toxins first appeared on the site? We have the inspection reports to prove the land was toxin-free at the time of construction.
Those making accusations can't produce corresponding evidence to prove whether the land has been contaminated over these decades. After grabbing a bite at Wangfujing, Sun Xin and Sun Ming headed straight for an environmental monitoring company in the capital.
As long as they obtained the inspection report from a qualified testing company, the profits of over 1 billion yuan would remain in their pockets. Meanwhile,
Lin Dong, Wang Yongsheng, Xia Liangwei, Xia Qiao, and Xiaoming were having a meal together. They were preparing to discuss the serious matter of how to facilitate the e-commerce transformation of physical enterprises. E-commerce represents the tide of the times. Those who fail to keep pace with this trend risk being left behind by the times. Lin Dong paused briefly before asking, "Sure, what products does your Xia family have that would be suitable for online sales?" Xia Qiao paused slightly, thinking for a long time but unable to come up with any products from her family that would be suitable for online sales.
From previous conversations, Xia Qiao understood that items sold online were often inexpensive goods priced under 100 yuan.
The Xia family's products, however, were high-end, easily costing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of yuan.
Netizens would likely be deterred instantly upon seeing such exorbitant prices. Looks like we'll need to redesign new products if we want to transition to e-commerce. Today's netizens are accustomed to buying small, cute, and inexpensive items.
The cheaper they are, the more popular they become among online shoppers. The group also discussed the differences between brick-and-mortar businesses and e-commerce enterprises. It all boils down to different sales approaches. Traditional brick-and-mortar businesses used a sales method called ground promotion. They'd set up stalls in bustling city streets, handing out freebies and flyers to passers-by to attract foot traffic. Today's online streamers, however, don't just face one or two customers at a time, they reach thousands, even tens of thousands of potential clients. Lin Dong couldn't help but marvel at how the new generation was pushing aside the old. Technology has advanced. The ways to make money have changed too. Thanks to you this time, you've shown us a new way to make money, Lin Dong said, raising his glass to Xiaoming. As a live streamer, even if someone's character is questionable, they still have their limits. Streamers with a history of misconduct risk losing their livelihood if their misdeeds are exposed. In reality, individuals like Sun Xin, Lu Zhongyi, and Sun Ming had no such boundaries whatsoever. They did whatever they pleased, utterly disregarding heaven's laws and human justice. As Lin Dong raised his glass to toast Xiaoming, Xiaoming hastily lowered his own cup, careful not to let the rim of his glass touch the rim of Lin Dong's. Xiaoming expressed his sincere gratitude. It wasn't me helping you, it was you helping me. Before, my livestream only had 1,000 or 2 viewers. Even after monetizing, it barely reached 5 or 6,000. But after I streamed you taking down over 20 thugs single-handedly, my viewership skyrocketed to over 100,000. This is unprecedented, something I've never experienced before. So it's actually me who should thank you. You're the one who boosted my viewership and increased my account's follower count. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong and Xiaoming both laughed heartily. They had mutually elevated each other. Xiaoming continued, now, the comments under my posts are all urging me to release the sequel. Netizens are urging me to keep an eye on that toxic plot of land and make sure construction never starts there. Netizens mean well. Children are like flowers, the future generation. If they were harmed by that toxic land, netizens would be furious. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Xia Qiao paused before asking, do you think Sun Xin and Sun Ming, those two brothers, still have a way to revive that toxic plot? After all, that toxic plot is slated for a school. Once it's built, it'll mean hundreds of millions in profits. Would Sun Xin and Sun Ming willingly let hundreds of millions in profits go down the drain? Money can sway hearts. Sun Xin and Sun Ming had already planned to conceal the land's toxicity. Even though they've been exposed this time, there's no guarantee they won't take further action. Hearing this, Xia Liangwei shook his head. Xia Liangwei disagreed with Xia Qiao's perspective. Xia Liangwei said, it's already been exposed online. Even if Sun Xin had the audacity of 1,000 men, he wouldn't dare build a school on toxic land in broad daylight, would he? How would Sun Xin face the online backlash? A single wave of public outrage could drown him in a sea of criticism. Wang Yongxing tended to agree with Xia Liangwei's perspective. In Wang Yongxing's view, Sun Xin would never dare to continue developing the toxic plot. Once anything is exposed online, it's nearly impossible to contain. Sun Xin certainly wouldn't dare treat the entire world as fools. But Lin Dong frowned, saying nothing. A feeling had taken hold of him, his left eyelid twitching wildly, and he couldn't shake the sense that this matter was far from straightforward. After all, we're talking about billions in profits. Getting a capitalist to give up billions in profits is harder than killing him. Not to mention, Sun Xin was a shady businessman to begin with. When it came to making money, there was nothing Sun Xin wouldn't do. What do you think? What other methods could Sun Xin employ to keep construction going on that contaminated plot? The others shook their heads, unable to think of any solution. Chapter 207, The Official Inspection Report. For a moment, Lin Dong was at a loss too. In everyone's view, since the toxic land issue had already been exposed online, it was utterly impossible for this contaminated land to be used for school construction anymore. Unless some miracle occurred. But such a miracle was utterly impossible. The next day, Sun Xin and Sun Ming located an environmental testing company in the capital city. This company specializes in testing and is licensed. At first, when considering entering this environmental monitoring company, Sun Ming felt uncertain and asked his older brother, would they agree to issue us a fake inspection report? Sun Xin patted Sun Ming on the shoulder and reassured him, don't worry. Although they're a licensed testing agency, they're also a private enterprise. And private enterprises need to make money. As long as we offer them enough money, what's a mere fake report? Haven't you forgotten what I always say? What can money do? Money can make the devil grind the millstone. The standard testing fee is 50,000 yuan. If 50,000 isn't enough, then 50, 100,000, 5 million, 50 million, there's always a price that can break through their defenses. Shen Yiran trailed behind Sun Xin and Sun Ming like a decorative vase. Shen Yiran muttered, if the owner of this environmental testing company isn't greedy, then I'll take care of it. I may not be a once-in-a-millennium beauty, but I'm certainly stunning enough to captivate men. I know a thing or two about manipulating them. There must be a way to get the owner of this environmental testing company to agree to our demands and issue a fake report for us. Hearing Shen Yiran's words, Sun Xin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sun Xin felt that since their release from prison, Shen Yiran had finally found her place by staying with him. Their relationship was purely transactional. Sun Xin coveted Shen Yiran's beauty, Shen Yiran coveted Sun Xin's wealth. The three of them entered the environmental testing company together. This licensed environmental testing firm bore the name Green Shade. It had once shared origins with the real estate company Greenland but later branched off to become an entirely new testing firm. Green Shade's offices were nothing grand, occupying just one floor of an office building. True to its name, Green Shade's primary business was testing. Consequently, this floor of the office building was almost entirely filled with various testing equipment.
It possesses the most advanced testing equipment in the country and employs the nation's top experts. It is a company with AAA certification. Though not widely renowned in the industry, its testing credentials form the core of its competitive advantage. Consequently, Green Lawn rarely needs salespeople to solicit business clients come knocking on their own. Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran stepped into the elevator. Inside, several middle-aged men dressed in suits, who appeared to be business owners, were already present. Mr. Hu, I recommended greenfield testing to you last time. So you're here this time too? What a surprise to run into you here, Mr. Li. Your company's wastewater discharge isn't up to standard, is it? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I personally make the trip here? As long as we get a qualified testing company to issue a non-toxic, non-hazardous report, our project can proceed smoothly. Mr. Hu, what's that soil sample you're holding? Is it from near your steel mill? Ah, Mr. Li, we both know exactly what this is about. How could this soil sample possibly be from near my steel mill? When I got out of the car just now, I casually scooped up a handful of dirt from the roadside and brought it here for testing. Mr. Li, could it be that the wastewater sample you're holding is actually from the discharge outlet? Did you perhaps connect it to the tap water? Mr. Li and Mr. Hu exchanged a knowing smile. Despite Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran standing nearby, these two businessmen didn't treat the trio as outsiders in the slightest. It seemed that once you stepped into green grass testing, an unspoken understanding took hold. Mr. Li and Mr. Hu looked at Sun Qin and the others and asked, "Are you here to submit samples for testing too?" The two owners glanced at Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran, noticing they weren't carrying any samples. Shen Yiran smiled and said, "We're here to scout things out this time. We're not entirely sure if green grass would issue us a fake report, you see? Ahem, so we came to check things out first." Hearing the two bosses' words, Sun Qin and Sun Ming, who were also in the elevator, finally let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that testing reports could indeed be submitted for verification. As for whether the samples submitted for testing were actually taken from the right places, well, that was another matter entirely. Sun Qin and Sun Ming exchanged a knowing smile. They silently gave each other a thumbs up, feeling even more confident about their mission. This time, to obtain a falsified test report from green grass testing, they had set a bottom line in their minds. No more than 100 million yuan. Spending hundreds of millions for a fake report would be a losing proposition. Sun Qin wouldn't engage in anything where the risks outweighed the rewards. Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran arrived at the chairman's office of Greenfield Company. They went straight to Greenfield's chairman. Sun Qin introduced himself. "My name is Sun Qin, chairman of Mayman Real Estate." After shaking hands, they proceeded directly to the main topic. The chairman of Greenfield crossed his legs and inquired, "A real estate company? How much are you planning to offer?" Money was the first thing on his mind. Seeing this, Sun Qin felt even more confident. He wasn't afraid they'd ask for an exorbitant price, he feared they'd be stubbornly inflexible. Shen Yiran held up one finger. 10,000? The chairman of Lion shook his head and continued, "Though the price I charge other companies for reports is roughly that figure. But you're a real estate company. 100,000 yuan isn't even enough for you real estate tycoons to cover a single meal. Add a bit more. If you're only willing to pay 100,000 yuan, then please leave. Providing you with a false report carries risks for me too." Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran felt a flicker of shock. Their initial agreed-upon price had been 1 million yuan precisely to guard against exorbitant demands. Instead, the other party had misunderstood, thinking Shen Yiran's single-finger gesture represented 100,000 yuan. Sun Qin paused before saying, "How about 200,000 yuan?" The chairman of Greenfield nodded, lit a cigarette, and replied, "That's more like it." Chapter 208, Toxic Land, Construction continues. "Go to the finance office to make the payment, then you can leave," Chairman LVN instructed. "What? That simple? No samples needed? Just pay up, and they'll issue the test report on the spot?" Though they knew the process was somewhat sloppy, its sheer carelessness still left Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran utterly stunned. "You're our clients. As the saying goes, the customer is always right. Later, just have your people snap a few photos of the construction site and send them over. We won't even need to visit the site or collect samples. We'll polish the data for you, and you'll have the inspection report today." Such lightning speed was astonishing. Even after leaving green grass testing, Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran were still reeling, as if the entire experience had been a dream. Leaving the office building, they sat in the car. Sun Qin pulled out the test report they had just obtained and carefully reviewed it. It bore the testing seal, detailed the testing methods, listed the test data, and presented the conclusion. At the report's conclusion, complies with national safety standards. This report is solely responsible for the sample tested. "Brother Qin, I never imagined getting a test report could be so cheap," Shen Yiran continued. "I thought we'd have to shell out 100 million for this." Hearing this, both Sun Qin and Sun Ming burst into laughter. None of them had expected it to come so effortlessly. With the inspection report in hand, construction at the site could resume immediately.
Instead of returning to the mansion, the three headed straight for the contaminated plot. They found Lu Zhongyi and instructed him to gather more workers to resume construction on the school. Lu Zhongyi looked surprised. Brother Qin, isn't our plot contaminated? Didn't that influencer already expose it? Shen Yiran waves dismissively, teasingly, what's toxic soil? Are you eating dirt? Does stepping on poison make you poisoned? Once this plot is developed, whether it's the school or the nearby residential buildings, won't people drink tap water? Won't they buy food from the market? Do people eat dirt? Since they don't eat dirt, how could they possibly get poisoned? Moreover, even if some influencer blogger exposes it, so what? Right now, we have a valid inspection report in hand. Let the netizens talk. We don't need to concern ourselves. Lu Zhongyi pondered Shen Yiran's words. Upon reflection, he found her reasoning quite sound. While rural residents digging wells for water might indeed face poisoning risks, urban dwellers relying on externally supplied tap water and food had no such concerns. What reassured Lu Zhongyi most was the inspection report in Shen Yiran's hands. With that report in hand, he had nothing to fear from anyone. After all, it all came back as, Brother Qin, I'll go find the workers now. Go ahead. Find as many workers as you can. Speed up the construction so we can wrap this up and get paid sooner. Although the previous batch of workers had been scolded away by Lin Dong, Sun Qin always kept one truth in mind: money talks. There would always be workers willing to work for him. If 100 yuan a day won't cut it, then offer 200. If 200 a day won't do, then 300 a day. China had no shortage of ordinary migrant workers. Someone would inevitably take on the job. Before long, Lu Zhongyi somehow managed to find over 100 migrant workers. Carpenters, rebar workers, and general laborers were among them. Carpenters and rebar workers commanded higher wages at 350 yuan per day. General laborers earned 200 yuan per day. Immediately after, Sun Qin had Sun Ming arrange for concrete trucks, which were loaded with ready-mix concrete. The workers tied rebar, laid wooden formwork, poured concrete, and built layer by layer. At that moment, Xia Liangwei happened to pass by the site. Xia Liangwei had intended to devise new products for the Xia family that would adapt to the e-commerce era. Instead, upon passing by, he discovered construction had resumed on the contaminated plot. Xia Liangwei couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hadn't Lin Dong beaten them badly enough yesterday? Had they already forgotten the pain of yesterday's defeat? Xia Liangwei got out of the car and strode straight to the construction site, ordering all the workers to stop what they were doing. Do you know what you're doing? This land is contaminated. It cannot be used for building schools or residential buildings. You're aiding and abetting evil. You have children too, how can you sleep soundly at night? But few construction workers paid Xia Liangwei any mind. They treated him as if he were invisible. Xia Liangwei approached one of the workers and demanded to know why he continued working for these unscrupulous capitalists. But the worker's response left Xia dumbfounded. Boss Lu said, the toxic soil isn't toxic food. We're not eating dirt, so what's there to fear? Even if there are problems, we're only working on this toxic plot for a few months. Most of our time is spent away from the ground. I know you're worried about the long-term effects on our kids and the residents, but we know it's toxic land. There are so many schools in the capital, can't we just find other schools for our children? We need to eat and make a living. Don't stand in our way of earning money. Now leave. Xia Liangwei was speechless. So, as long as it doesn't affect their own health, it's fine? Their children wouldn't attend school here either, they couldn't afford education in the capital city. That was precisely why these migrant workers toiled for Sun Qin and Sun Ming. Viewed from this angle, Xia Liangwei could understand the plight of these low-income workers. Xia Liangwei didn't want to get entangled with these workers. Whether to stop work or not wasn't something they could decide. Xia Liangwei scanned the area. He didn't see Sun Qin or Sun Ming. He only saw Lu Zhongyi directing the workers on the job. So Xia Liangwei walked up to Lu Zhongyi and delivered a hard slap that sent him crashing to the ground. Caught completely off guard by the attack, Lu Zhongyi reeled from the blow, dizzy and disoriented. After regaining his footing by gripping the scaffolding, he recognized the assailant as an old acquaintance. Lu Zhongyi sneered. Wasn't it bad enough that I screwed over your Xia family's business before? And now you dare cause trouble for me? Guys, come on. Beat him up. Several thugs approached and began kicking and punching Xia Liangwei. His previous injuries hadn't even healed yet. Now, with old wounds still fresh, new ones were added. Knowing he was no match for them, Xia Liangwei clasped his head in his hands, helplessly enduring the hail of punches raining down. Xia Liangwei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only his fighting skills were as formidable as Lin Dong's. Lin Dong could take on over 20 thugs single-handedly. Chapter 209, Liangwei, how did you get beaten up again? Xia Liangwei couldn't even handle a few thugs. Looks like I'll have to seek out Lin Dong to become his disciple, Xia Liangwei muttered to himself. When the thugs grew tired from the beating, they finally stopped. Xia Liangwei dared not linger and immediately drove away. Xia residence. Lin Dong, Qiao, and Old Master Xia were discussing how to leverage the internet to boost the Xia family's revenue. Xia Liangwei burst through the door, his body covered in wounds. The three stopped talking. All eyes turned to Xia Liangwei. Every inch of Xia Liangwei's exposed skin bore visible injuries. It was either bruised or swollen. All three were shocked by Xia Liangwei's condition. Old Master Xia frowned and inquired, Liangwei, have you been up to no good again, causing trouble outside? Xia Liangwei looked utterly innocent, head bowed. Grandfather, it's not like that. Ever since Qiao took over as head of the family, I've been much more settled than before. Old Master Xia snorted coldly. You don't even bother to prepare your lies? Then where did all these injuries come from? Did you fall down? Could a fall really leave you looking like this? I may be old, but I'm not stupid. Tell me the truth. Xia Liangwei lifted his head, shot a glance at Lin Dong, and spoke up. Yesterday, young Master Lin beat up Lu Zhongyi, Sun Qin, and Sun Ming, didn't he? It's about that contaminated plot of land. It's already been exposed online. But when I passed by today, I saw they've actually restarted construction. I went to confront them, and then I ended up beaten to this state by Lu Zhongyi's thugs. Xia Liangwei felt deeply wronged. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet every single time something involved him, his old man always assumed the worst. Was he really that disappointing in his grandfather's eyes? Hearing this, Lin Dong and Qiao also grew serious. Lin Dong asked, did they resume construction on that contaminated plot yesterday? Xia Liangwei replied, yes, and Sun Qin brought in even more workers than yesterday. They've actually sped up the construction pace. Lin Dong stood up and led Xia Liangwei toward the contaminated plot. Qiao followed behind Lin Dong. After a moment's thought, she dialed Xiao Ming's number. Though Xiao Ming wasn't particularly skilled, he was a live streamer. With the camera's capabilities, he could lend Lin Dong a hand. Soon enough, Lin Dong and Qiao arrived at the toxic plot. Looking out across the landscape. Sure enough, just as Xia Liangwei had said, the construction pace at the contaminated site had accelerated compared to yesterday. Yesterday, there were only over 50 workers. Today, there were over 100. Searchlights now illuminated the construction site. It was clear they intended to work non-stop through the night. Lin Dong didn't try to stop the workers again. Instead, he headed straight for the management office on the site. Xia Liangwei had already tried reasoning with the workers, but it was futile. As long as the boss wanted construction to continue, even if a new batch of workers arrived, the work would still proceed. The site management office. It was a makeshift structure built from corrugated iron. Though basic, it contained all the essentials. Air conditioners, water heaters, stoves, beds, all the essential living facilities were present. Lin Dong didn't find Sun Qin at the site management office, only Lu Zhongyi. Bang! He kicked the door open. Lin Dong dragged Lu Zhongyi out like he was carrying a little chick. The onlookers, recognizing the troublemaker as Lin Dong, dared not approach. Yesterday, over 20 men couldn't beat Lin Dong. Today, with only a handful of thugs, how could they possibly stand a chance against Lin Dong? Talk! Lin Dong kicked Lu Zhongyi hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Lu Zhongyi curled up on the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing he wouldn't talk, Lin Dong dragged him to the faucet, turned it on, and dunked his head underwater. Talk! Are you going to talk or not? Lin Dong lifted Lu Zhongyi's head out of the water and plunged it back in again. Cough cough. Lu Zhongyi choked on several mouthfuls of water. Just as Lin Dong pulled Lu Zhongyi's head out of the water once more, Lu Zhongyi seized the fleeting moment of respite and blurted out, I tell you if you just ask. Ask me anything, and I'll answer. Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything, without holding back. Lin Dong paused, puzzled. Hadn't he just asked a question? Pushing aside his thoughts, Lin Dong inquired, where is Sun Qin? Lu Zhongyi replied, Brother Qin, Brother Sun, and Shen Yiran, they're all at a real estate agency under the Meiman Properties umbrella. Aren't they at their own luxury homes? No. Where is this real estate agency under Meiman Properties? It's at 18 Shuani Road. Just search the address on your phone and you'll find it. Lin Dong beat Lu Zhongyi up again. He left Lu Zhongyi behind. He headed toward Shuani Road, number 18. The location wasn't far, just a few kilometers from the contaminated site. The group drove there and arrived in just a few minutes. Outside the real estate agency, a dense crowd of prospective buyers had gathered. Leveraging his formidable physique, Lin Dong forced his way into the crowd of buyers and spotted Sun Qin, who was busy brainwashing the prospective purchasers. There he was. Sun Qin spoke without a hint of embarrassment, folks, buying here is a surefire win. The prices for our school district properties are over 10% cheaper than comparable properties on the market. The smallest unit is 90 square meters, starting at 5 million yuan. Those interested in purchasing should first come here to pay the deposit. Then, our staff will guide you through the mortgage application process. Meiman Real Estate will provide you with the most attentive service. Lin Dong arrived at the scene. Selling houses? What kind of houses? Just smash your sales center to pieces. Qiao and Xia Liangwei joined in the demolition. tearing up purchase contracts, overturning tables. They turned the place upside down. The buyers had no idea what was happening. All they saw was a young man burst in, tear up his purchase contract with Mayman Real Estate without a word, and then leave. The young man's actions were so swift that the buyers couldn't react in time.
What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? We finally managed to buy a school district home, and you're causing trouble here. Stop. If you damage the sales center any further, we're calling the police. What kind of person is this? How can he have no manners at all?
But when Lin Dong spoke his next words, the home buyers were instantly stunned.
Chapter 210, Turmoil at the Sales Center.
Because Lin Dong revealed that the so-called school district property they'd purchased could never truly qualify as such. The school was being built on toxic land.
Even if the school was completed, and even if it obtained all necessary operating licenses,
it wouldn't change the fact that the school stood on toxic land. In that case, the school would cease to exist, and the housing would lose its function of providing access to education for children.
Moreover, the entire plot is contaminated, and residential buildings may also face mandatory demolition. At that point, these homebuyers would face a devastating outcome where they lose both their money and their property. Their children won't have school enrollment spots, the homes they bought will be uninhabitable, and they won't be able to get refunds. These school district properties come at a steep price, starting at 5 million yuan, with some premium units reaching tens of millions. Buying these homes means 3 generations worth of savings go down the drain, while saddling buyers with massive mortgages. Their entire lives would be ruined.
The buyers froze, their eyes turning to Sun Qin.
Those eyes pleaded for answers. Was what Lin Dong said actually true? Your land is contaminated, how could you build a school there? Have you lost your mind?
I heard you served time before, but I never quite believed it. But today, your actions really do look like something a convict would do.
Cancel the sale. Refund our money. We're not buying.
The homebuyers began to stir up a commotion. For a moment, the situation became difficult to control.
At that moment, Shen Yiran stepped forward.
In her hand, she held the original copy of a testing report. Shen Yiran clapped her hands, signaling the company staff to bring out a stack of photocopies of the inspection report. She then distributed these copies to every homebuyer present. Shen Yiran stood tall, her chest puffed out with confidence, and declared,
"Don't listen to him.
This man is trying to scare you off so you won't compete with him for the purchase slots. Once you all back out, there'll be no one left to compete with him. He'll be able to buy whichever school district property he wants."
With just a few words, Shen Yiran had framed Lin Dong as a fellow homebuyer.
She even framed his vandalism of the sales office as an effort to dissuade other buyers, thereby securing a more suitable school district property for himself. Shen Yiran glared in Lin Dong's direction and sneered coldly.
"Lin Dong, you do have some skills, but would you dare hit a woman in front of everyone? You just want to buy more school district properties, don't you? You don't want other buyers competing with you, am I right?
As your ex-wife, given our relationship, all you had to do was give me a heads up, and I would have saved you a school district property. Why resort to such extreme measures? Mr. Sun Qin built the school and these properties to serve the public good, not to enrich a select few. Your actions make you look like you're just making unreasonable demands."
Shen Yiran possessed a silver tongue. In the blink of an eye, she turned everything upside down. The crowd snapped back to reality and turned their accusations back on Lin Dong. "Young man, how could you be so selfish? There are so many school district homes, how many could you possibly occupy? We almost fell for your scheme. Alright, since it was all a misunderstanding, let's not bother this young man anymore. Come on, let's sign the new purchase contract."
Lin Dong was so exasperated he laughed.
This woman always managed to twist black into white.
Lin Dong couldn't help but recall his past as Shen Yiran's husband. Shen Yiran had deceived him for so long with her silver tongue. But Lin Dong wasn't falling for it this time. Zhao Qiao stood beside Lin Dong and spoke up.
"Shen Yiran, don't try to change the subject. We're discussing the toxic land issue right now. Mayman Real Estate's land is contaminated. How can you build a school on poison land? And you think you can spin my boyfriend into some kind of property-grabbing homebuyer? Do you really think we'd care about some measly school district property? With Lin Dong and my combined assets, we'll easily afford to send our future children to international schools." For a moment, the homebuyers present were left bewildered.
They looked back and forth between Shen Yiran and Lin Dong.
Which one of them was telling the truth? Was Lin Dong tricking them into leaving just to snatch up the property? Or was the land genuinely toxic and Lin Dong had bravely stepped forward to warn them of the danger?
Just as both sides were caught in a tense standoff,
Shen Yiran raised the original test report in her hand and declared loudly,
"Lin Dong claims our company's land is toxic, but that's just empty talk. He's maliciously spreading rumors. I say our company's land is not toxic, and I have solid proof this testing report. I've already distributed copies of the report to you all. Take a close look and judge for yourselves whether Mayman Real Estate's project site is toxic or not.
Trust your own eyes." Hearing this,
the homebuyers lowered their heads and scrutinized the inspection reports in their hands.
This was the inspection report issued by Greenfield Company. The buyers didn't recognize Greenfield Company, but they recognized the National Testing Certification. It bore a CMA certification. The 3 letters were engraved within a red circle. This certification proved the report originated from a legitimate testing company. The report contains numerous data points, including heavy metals like cobalt and nickel, as well as various organic compounds. Dozens of components are tested. Homebuyers may not recognize these specific testing items, but they recognize the 6 words following each item, complies with national standards. At the end of the inspection report issued by Green Grass Company, there is a summary, complies with national standards. If the preceding dozens of items represent individual tests, then the final summary signifies compliance with the overall national standard. Shen Yiran crossed her arms and declared emphatically, "Do you trust your own eyes, or do you trust Lin Dong's empty promises? Lin Dong's claims are mere words without proof, but I've presented tangible evidence." This inspection report was issued by a company with proper testing qualifications. You've all seen its contents. Our Mayman real estate plot meets national standards. Lin Dong is just spouting nonsense. He just wants to scare you all away from buying so he can snap up every unit himself. We absolutely cannot let Lin Dong's scheme succeed. The homebuyers, holding the inspection report in their hands, made up their minds. It seemed Shen Yiran was telling the truth. The teenager named Lin Dong standing before them was actually trying to scare them off so he could buy the school district property himself. We almost fell for it. Chapter 211, Selling Your Soul for Profit. They've got inspection reports now. What do you have? You've got nothing. Miss Shen Yiran is absolutely right. You just don't want us buying these school district properties so you can snap up several yourself. We absolutely mustn't fall for Lin Dong's tricks. That kid's heart is as small as a needle. We almost fell for it. Thank goodness Miss Shen Yiran produced the inspection report. When Shen Yiran presented the non-toxic, harmless inspection report issued by Greenfield Company, the homebuyers who had trusted Lin Dong began to suspect his motives. After all, Lin Dong had only offered empty promises. In contrast, Shen Yiran had presented concrete evidence. At that moment, Lu Zhongyi, his body wrapped in bandages, entered the sales hall. Pointing at Lin Dong, he shouted angrily, "Guess where all these injuries on me came from? That's right, they're from Lin Dong. Lin Dong isn't just a liar, he's a bully who preys on the weak. Tell me, what civilized person would randomly attack someone? Besides Lin Dong, who else could it be? Can you trust the words of such scum? Words alone are proofless. Lin Dong, since you claim our school district housing and school were built on toxic land, why don't you produce the evidence? True, this land used to be a pesticide factory, but it's been properly treated and meets all standards for school construction. What more can you say?" Xia Qiao and Xia Lianwei were momentarily rendered speechless. Faced with concrete evidence, any words seemed utterly feeble and powerless. Xia Qiao snatched the inspection report from a homebuyer's hands. She strained to find any clues within its pages. But to her disappointment, the inspection report was flawlessly perfect, leaving no room for criticism. It contained everything it should have. National testing standards, reference methods, testing items, conclusions, and even the testing qualifications, everything was in place. It was a legitimate, non-toxic inspection report for a plot of land issued by a reputable company. Shen Yiran looked at Lin Dong and smiled faintly. In the past, every time she saw Lin Dong, Shen Yiran felt somewhat embarrassed. Now, it was no longer her who felt awkward, but Lin Dong. Shen Yiran led the homebuyers in driving Lin Dong out. Wasn't Lin Dong supposed to be tough? If you're so tough, why don't you beat up these ordinary homebuyers? If you don't dare, then get lost and never show your face here again. Xia Qiao glanced at Lin Dong. She saw him clench his fists. Looks like he's about to throw a punch. Xia Qiao urged, "Lin Dong, let it go. Let's leave first. Once we find evidence proving the toxic land is indeed contaminated, we'll bring the police to shut down this company. Right now, we have no proof. Staying here won't accomplish anything. Let's go." Lin Dong shook his head firmly. At that moment, Xiaoming, the internet celebrity host Lin Dong had recently befriended, appeared with his phone in hand. Xiaoming pointed his phone at the sales center lobby and started snapping photos like crazy. He also pointed the camera at the inspection report. Since no one present could find any flaws in this inspection report, perhaps the sharp-eyed netizens might spot something amiss in it. "Host, this inspection report appears to be in order. Both the testing process and the testing company appear legitimate." Greenfield Company. I feel like I've heard of this testing firm somewhere before. Wasn't it Greenfield that issued the testing report for that company illegally discharging wastewater into the river, which went viral online not long ago? Greenfield again? Reports from Greenfield are completely untrustworthy. Host, this report is fine, but the testing company is problematic. I suggest we investigate this company. The homebuyers chased Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Xia Lianwei out. Even the internet celebrity host Xiaoming, who had just made an appearance, was kicked out along with them. Anyone who dared to obstruct their purchase of a school district home was their enemy. An irreconcilable enemy. If you stand in my way, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Dong looked at these homebuyers, feeling deeply disappointed. He had clearly acted in their best interests, yet in their eyes, he seemed like a villain deserving of the worst punishment. Lin Dong left the sales center. Shen Yiran chased him to the door and spat in his direction. Spit. Lin Dong. My boyfriend's company isn't some place for you to run wild. Get out of here. And don't let me see you again. This isn't me kicking you out, it's those homebuyers who've kicked you out. I remembered we were once husband and wife, so I tried to ask you to leave nicely. Since you won't leave, I'll have to kick you out. Get lost. The farther, the better. Lin Dong vanished and reappeared right in front of Shen Yiran. Though Shen Yiran was surrounded by a few thugs for protection. But they were no match for Lin Dong. In a flash, he disposed of the thugs surrounding Shen Yiran. Lin Dong swung a backhand at Shen Yiran. A single slap sent her crashing to the ground. Lin Dong stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. You know we were once husband and wife, don't you? Do you know why I divorced you? Ha, wasn't it because you couldn't perform? Ha ha ha. Shen Yiran was both humiliated and furious. He dared to speak ill of her in public. Shen Yiran hurriedly defended herself. Actually, I'm perfectly capable in that department. Many men have complimented my skills when we were intimate. But the moment she finished speaking, Shen Yiran instantly realized she'd said the wrong thing. This only made her situation worse. Shen Yiran glared at Lin Dong's retreating figure and snarled, Lin Dong, you just wait. Soon enough, I'll make you wish you were dead. You're finished. Beside Shen Yiran, the homebuyers shot her lecherous glances. After all, she had just admitted to sleeping with numerous men. If Shen Yiran was a ship, could they perhaps board it too? One pair after another of unscrupulous eyes fixed on Shen Yiran. At that moment, Shen Yiran wished she could just sink into the ground. Embarrassing. She was mortified beyond belief. Even Lu Zhangyi's gaze lingered on her, as if admiring her figure. Shen Yiran immediately slapped Lu Zhangyi across the face. Chapter 212, Shen Yiran, repeatedly humiliated. After being struck, Lu Zhangyi dared not retaliate. After all, Shen Yiran was the boss's woman. Lu Zhangyi muttered to himself, she's a woman who sleeps with anyone. What's wrong with me looking at her? Nearby, the homebuyers were also discussing Shen Yiran's figure. You gotta admit, Shen Yiran's got a killer body. She admitted herself that she slept with several men. So what if I add one more? It won't make a difference either way. Why shouldn't I have a little something with this beauty? Ha ha, looks like I'm in for a little adventure. Shen Yiran laughed. But trailing behind Shen Yiran was a pack of hangers-on, all eager to strike up a conversation with her, hoping for something more. Shen Yiran entered a room and locked the door from the inside. Only after the voices outside faded away did she dare to emerge. Her eyes burned crimson, her rage off the charts. Damn you, Lin Dong. I'll kill you. Kill you. Aha! Shen Yiran screamed hysterically, tearing at her hair. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, Xiaqiao, and Xiaoming had also finalized their plan. Although a legitimate testing company had issued a formal inspection report, the report itself was flawless, but doubts arose about the legitimacy of the testing company itself. Why don't we conduct an undercover investigation of Greenfield Company? We'll take a sample of soil that's definitely contaminated and have Greenfield test it. If Greenfield Company issues a report declaring it uncontaminated, then we'll have the evidence to expose the company that provided Meiman Real Estate with a false non-toxic inspection report. Lin Dong suggested. Upon hearing Lin Dong's suggestion, everyone agreed enthusiastically. This idea was absolutely brilliant. They couldn't find any issues in the test reports themselves. But all they needed to do was expose the testing company's flaws. So Lin Dong headed to the open-air public toilet and collected a sample from beside the cesspit. He had Greenfield Company test whether the soil in this pit contained excessive levels of E. coli. If LV Yin's report showed the soil around the pit did not exceed the E. coli limit, then this testing company called Greenfield was unworthy of holding a legitimate testing license and should be shut down. Lin Dong's entire process of collecting the pit soil sample was recorded live on Xiaoming's Douyin livestream. Folks, we've all seen it clearly, this pit latrine soil sample is definitely contaminated with excessive E. coli. If Greenfield dares to claim this soil sample is within limits, we'll immediately call the police to shut down this testing company. Furthermore, all testing reports issued by Green Grass to its clients should be re-examined. Our country's market is in such a mess precisely because of too many trash testing companies like Green Grass. Let's go, let's go. We're heading out for an undercover investigation. Host, hurry up and get moving, we're all eagerly awaiting this. Led by Lin Dong. The group quickly located Greenfield Testing. Locating the company's address proved straightforward. All they needed to do was search for Green Grass on Tianyanka and locate its registered office address. Using the Map app on my phone to check the exact location, I easily found directions to the company. Before long, Green Grass Testing Company came into view. Lin Dong led the way carrying the soil samples, followed by Xiaqiao, Xia Liangwei, and Xiaoming. Xiaoming brought up the rear, filming from a distance with his phone.
After all, this was an undercover visit. If they walked ahead, they could easily be chased out like stray dogs. Lin Dong inquired with a company employee and located the office of Green Lawn's chairman. He presented the soil samples. He stated his purpose concisely. He hoped the other party would adjust the E. coli content in this soil sample to meet national standards. The chairman of LVN smiled faintly, stood up, and shook hands with Lin Dong. Glancing at the soil sample in Lin Dong's hand, Chairman LVN chuckled. Since you want me to issue a test report, why go through all this trouble? Just pay up, and leave the rest to me. Our company can easily conduct testing without any samples. It all depends on whether your payment is sufficient. Leave 100,000 yuan here, and we can issue you a formal test report on the spot. Hearing the chairman's words, Lin Dong scratched his ear, seemingly unable to believe what he'd just heard. Was it really this simple to get them to issue a compliant test report? It seemed effortless. With minimal effort, he could obtain a fake inspection report. And he wouldn't even need to bring a sample, just pay the fee. As this thought struck him, Lin Dong suddenly had an epiphany. After all, he was a client to Greenfield Company. If the test reports they provided didn't satisfy him as a client, then he wouldn't use this company for testing in the future. While it's true that testing reports are commissioned from third-party providers, it all depended on who had paid for that third-party testing company. In the live stream chat, viewers chuckled. No wonder so many polluting companies are still discharging waste normally. So that's why those polluting companies keep getting away with it. They just buy a report. We absolutely must eradicate testing companies like Greenfield from our Chinese soil. They're nothing but black sheep. They deserve to die. Damn it! This just keeps making me angrier. In the minds of netizens, testing companies should be legitimate by default. Even if some issue false reports, they should be a tiny minority. It should be an isolated case. But now, they casually investigate one testing company and uncover one issuing fake reports. This is hardly an isolated incident. Such black sheep are far too numerous. Lin Dong asked gravely, aren't you afraid that your flawed inspection reports will eventually be exposed? Chairman LVN smiled faintly and replied, what should I be afraid of? I'm not afraid at all. How do we conduct testing at our company? It's all about sampling. The key lies in that sampling. I can say without hesitation that the samples we take are precisely the uncontaminated soil. A plot of land with so much pollution, there's bound to be a tiny spot that hasn't been contaminated, right? We conduct sampling tests. Even if someone comes knocking later, we can claim it falls within reasonable error margins. Chapter 213, Uncovering the Cause. Hearing this, Lin Dong finally understood why the other party was so bold. The key, it seemed, lay in the very act of sampling and testing. Testing couldn't possibly cover everything. It always relied on sampling. Even the most scientific sampling method carries a minuscule probability of missing all contaminated samples and only collecting uncontaminated ones. Lin Dong kicked the chairman of Greenfield to the ground with one swift motion. He tossed aside the soil sample in his hand, and his fists rained down on the chairman's body. Lin Dong turned back and said, sure, call the police. Shut down this testing company. Xiaoming's livestream was running the whole time, right? We recorded the evidence. This is the chairman of Greenfield admitting it himself. Just give him money, and he'll issue any report you want. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiao immediately dialed the police. This matter was critical and demanded immediate attention. Such unscrupulous testing companies should be permanently eradicated from the land of China. After beating out the chairman of Greenfield, Lin Dong seized all the backup inspection reports stored within the company. Every single testing report Greenfield had ever issued deserved to be re-examined. Let the lawbreakers be exposed to the light of day. The chairman of LVN was utterly panicked, repeatedly begging Lin Dong not to call the police. It was now crystal clear that this man was an undercover investigator. He didn't know whether the man was an undercover cop or an undercover journalist. Please, don't call the police. Name any condition, and I'll agree to it. If you call the police, I'll end up in jail. As long as you don't send me to prison, I'll do anything you ask. Please, don't call the police. But once Lin Dong made up his mind, it wasn't so easy to change his course. Lin Dong urged Xia Qiao to call the police immediately. He insisted not only on summoning the police but also on calling in officials from the Environmental Protection Bureau. Greenfield Company's issuance of false inspection reports clearly violated the environmental protection law. It was precisely because of these false reports that numerous polluting enterprises were able to discharge wastewater without consequence. Such companies were even more despicable than those actually discharging wastewater. Before long, the Environmental Protection Bureau and police arrived at the scene. Police took away the chairman and senior executives of Greenfield. Environmental Protection Bureau staff remained behind to meticulously verify each and every inspection report previously issued by Greenfield. To definitively establish Greenfield's crimes, they first needed to determine how many fraudulent test reports the company had produced, a key factor in sentencing. In a mansion in the capital city, Shen Yiran smiled happily. It was as if the humiliation she had just endured never happened. Shen Yiran truly possessed an expansive heart. Her mind retained only the pleasant memories that favored her, while the humiliating ones faded from her consciousness. Shen Yiran lay sprawled across Sun Qin's body, giggling.
Brother Qin, you weren't there to see it.
You missed Lin Dong looking so utterly humiliated.
He even tried to hit someone. Heh. Did he really think he could get away with that?
All those homebuyers were protecting me, making sure he didn't lay a finger on me. Instead, it was Lin Dong who got chased away by those homebuyers. Ha ha, I haven't felt this satisfied in ages.
Shen Yiran felt a surge of delight whenever she recalled Lin Dong's humiliating moments. As for Lin Dong's insults about Shen Yiran frequently having affairs with other men, she had completely forgotten them without even realizing it.
Even Shen Yiran herself hadn't realized this. Perhaps it was because she'd endured enough humiliation from Lin Dong before going to prison. One more time didn't make much difference. Precisely because she had endured so many humiliations, Shen Yiran could unconsciously forget when Lin Dong humiliated her once more. The time Shen Yiran had humiliated Lin Dong in return, however, could be counted on one hand. Therefore, every single time she managed to humiliate Lin Dong, it remained vividly etched in her memory.
Shen Yiran burst into laughter and said to Sun Qin, "It's been ages since I felt this good. My ex-husband, humph. He was always picking fights with me. If it weren't for Lin Dong, I'd never have ended up in prison. I wouldn't have been locked up at all.
Lin Dong ruined me so badly and made me lose face time and time again. Oh, right, Brother Qin, back at the villa, Lin Dong beat you up too, totally humiliated you.
Wanna get revenge? I remember you had a handgun, right? With a gun in our hands, what's there to fear?
We could just pin Lin Dong to the ground and rub him in the dirt."
Hearing Shen Yiran's words, Sun Qin nodded.
Last time, right in his own villa, Lin Dong had kicked and punched Sun Qin. Sun Qin had thought that wielding a stick would make him invincible, free from all worries.
But he soon discovered Lin Dong was far more formidable than he'd imagined.
When it came to physical strength, even if Sun Qin trained for another decade or two, he still wouldn't be a match for Lin Dong.
Sun Qin thought of his handgun.
Last time, he hadn't dared shoot Lin Dong because a live streamer was present. Otherwise, without that streamer present, Sun Qin would have sent Lin Dong to meet the king of hell long ago.
As the chairman of a publicly listed company, when had Sun Qin ever endured such humiliation? Lin Dong.
Sun Qin growled viciously, "I'll make you pay dearly for what you did." Shen Yiran, standing nearby, heard Sun Qin's declaration and felt her heart swell with delight. Shen Yiran knew her own limitations. On her own, she stood no chance of harming Lin Dong. But if her boyfriend, this chairman of a publicly traded company, Sun Qin, could help her take down Lin Dong, then no matter what tricks Lin Dong pulled, they'd be useless. He would be crushed beneath her feet.
"When are we going to take Lin Dong down?" Shen Yiran asked.
"We must find a place with no bystanders and no surveillance cameras," Sun Qin replied. After all, this was murder, and murder by handgun. If anyone saw it, it wouldn't be Lin Dong who was finished, it would be Sun Qin himself. Therefore, even though Sun Qin harbored the intent to shoot Lin Dong, he had to make meticulous preparations. The fact that he possessed a gun must remain absolutely confidential, and the act of murder itself must not leak a single whisper.
Just as the two were pondering how to deal with Lin Dong,
an emergency news bulletin interrupted the television in the living room.
The report left everyone stunned into silence.
On the screen, a news anchor was reporting on a case of fraudulent testing by a company.
Chapter 214, A Slap in the Face.
The testing company featured in the report was no stranger to Sun Qin and Shen Yiran. Sun Qin and Shen Yiran, seated on the sofa, both sat up straight upon seeing the report.
The news anchor delivered the report.
According to our station's reporter, an environmental testing company named Greenfield has been sealed off by police for falsifying test reports. The city's Environmental Protection Bureau has launched an investigation and is conducting a thorough review of every single inspection report ever issued by Greenfield.
All polluting enterprises will face legal consequences.
This station will continue to follow up on this story.
Shen Yiran froze.
Chairman Sun Qin was also stunned.
The company mentioned in this news report. Wasn't this the very testing company that Sun Qin and Shen Yiran had visited just days ago?
It was precisely because they obtained this fraudulent inspection report that Meiman Real Estate's school and school district housing project could continue construction. Otherwise, they would never have been able to withstand the public outcry and overwhelming social pressure.
Now, the environmental testing company that had provided them with the reports had been busted? For a moment, both Shen Yiran and Sun Qin felt a bit overwhelmed. What the hell is going on? This can't be happening. How could such an absurd thing happen? They had just received the test reports from this company. And now, this very company was being investigated by the police. What a coincidence. Shen Yiran and Sun Qin kept watching the news program. A familiar figure appeared on the television screen. The reporter interviewed Lin Dong. "What made you decide to conduct an undercover investigation of this environmental testing company?"
Lin Dong replied, "A while back, I discovered a toxic plot of land.
But construction was still underway on that contaminated site.
I went to the project sales office, and someone showed me a testing report.
That very report was issued by Greenfield Company. I'd like to make an unusual request to my colleagues at the Environmental Protection Bureau.
When they review LVEN's falsified reports in the future, I hope they'll start by re-examining this contaminated site. Many people are unaware this plot is contaminated and have unwittingly purchased homes here. Although those homebuyers aren't particularly friendly toward me, I sincerely hope their interests are protected and they avoid unnecessary losses. On TV, reporters were interviewing Lin Dong. When Lin Dong's figure appeared on the news, how could Sun Qin and Shen Yiran not realize who was behind this? It was Lin Dong again. He keeps messing up my plans. Sun Qin frowned, turned around, and asked, Shen Yiran, was it you who showed Lin Dong that inspection report? Lin Dong saw that test report, followed the trail, and tracked down the testing company that issued it? So it's because of you that our school and school district housing project fell through? Is that how I should understand this? After being reprimanded by Sun Qin, Shen Yiran felt deeply wronged. Since the test report existed, wasn't it meant to be seen by others? Smack! Sun Qin slapped Shen Yiran across the face. This was yet another slap. Sun Qin had lost count of how many times he'd struck her. Shen Yiran didn't need makeup at all, her pretty face was rosy all day long. After the slap, Sun Qin spoke slowly, are you stupid? We have the inspection reports, but can we just show them to anyone? When the authorities find us in demand, we halt operations immediately, that's when we can present the test reports to them. Do you seriously think the authorities would dare cause trouble for greenfield testing? But you went and showed the report to that disaster waiting to happen. Now we're done for. Shen Yiran was on the verge of tears. Only now did Shen Yiran realize that the test reports were meant solely for the authorities. Shen Yiran pleaded for forgiveness, I realize my mistake now. I'll never do this again. Please forgive me. If there's ever another time, I'll definitely hide the test report. I won't show it to anyone but the authorities. There wouldn't be a next time. Even if the test report still existed, Sun Qin would never hand it over to Shen Yiran again. In Sun Qin's eyes, Shen Yiran was a useless waste of space, good for nothing but her looks. The more Sun Qin stared at Shen Yiran's face, the more furious he grew. Instantly, another slap landed across her face. This time, Shen Yiran wasn't crying out of sorrow. She was simply crying from the pain of being struck. It hurt. It hurt so much. Damn it, don't hit me in the face. You keep hitting my face over and over. Sun Qin hit Shen Yiran's face and Lin Dong hit Shen Yiran's face too. Is this ever going to end? Is there nowhere else to hit besides the face? At that moment, Lin Dong arrived at the contaminated site with Xie Qiao, Xia Lianwei, Xiao Ming, officials from the Environmental Protection Bureau, and journalists. Sampling and testing were conducted on site. The entire process was broadcast live. If this plot slated for a school is truly toxic, it's beyond imagination. Currently, many schools in China have been converted from industrial land. Can we infer that other sites converted from industrial land into schools or residential buildings might also harbor similar contamination? Netizens buzzed with discussion in the livestream chat. Lin Dong bent down to collect soil samples and rock specimens. The sampling method complied with national standards. Lin Dong handed the collected samples to his colleagues from the Environmental Protection Bureau. Let's begin testing now. Let's see if this construction site is actually toxic. If it is toxic, construction on this plot must cease immediately. No matter how much money has been invested so far, it must go down the drain. The Environmental Protection Bureau staff took the samples from Lin Dong and placed them on the testing equipment. The testing process was swift after all, these professionals were experts in their field and well versed in the procedures. Within moments, the monitoring data appeared. An older staff member announced, erythromycin levels are off the charts. Heavy metals are also severely exceeding standards. Moreover, every single test result has severely exceeded national safety standards. This project cannot proceed. Construction must be halted immediately. Otherwise, once completed and operational, the resulting harm will be far more than just financial loss. Lin Dong nodded. This outcome was entirely within Lin Dong's expectations. This plot of land was indeed toxic. Chapter 215, This land is indeed toxic. Xia Qiao and Xia Lianwei stared at the test results, their anger surging unexpectedly. It was indeed toxic, their earlier suspicions had been confirmed. Damn Shen Yiran. I almost believed her earlier. Who would have thought she'd deceive us time and time again? Yeah, she played us for fools. She almost fooled us all. That seemingly legitimate test report, it was fake. Shen Yiran, not a single word out of that poisonous woman's mouth is true. Every time Xie Qiao thought she'd underestimated Lin Dong's ex-wife, the woman would shatter her expectations. Xie Qiao knew Shen Yiran would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. But what Xie Qiao never imagined was that Lin Dong's ex-wife would conceal the toxic land plot. If that land was contaminated, and schools and residential buildings were constructed there in the future, how many lives and health would be poisoned? The impact would be nothing short of a disaster for generations to come. A 1,000-year curse. Lin Dong examined the Environmental Bureau's test data and personally verified the results.
Lin Dong was absolutely certain that the Environmental Protection Bureau staff's testing procedures showed no errors whatsoever.
This plot of land was indeed toxic. At that moment, Lin Dong still held a photocopy of a testing report obtained from the Meiman Real Estate Sales Center. This copy of the inspection report was the fake one Shen Yiran and Sun Qin had obtained from Greenfield Company. RIP. Lin Dong tore the inspection report in his hand to shreds.
Shen Yiran. You poisonous. How could you possibly do something so despicable? How many unsuspecting parents and innocent children will fall victim to your schemes?
Though Lin Dong was a businessman himself, he understood deeply that even in business, there must be boundaries.
Money earned through unscrupulous means must not be taken. Seizing what doesn't belong to you only invites disaster. At first, Lin Dong hadn't suspected that Meiman Real Estate would provide a fake report.
After all, Meiman Real Estate was a publicly listed company. He reasoned that even if a listed company lacked integrity, it wouldn't stoop to such absurdity. But the world is full of surprises. And yet, right under his nose, it had actually happened. A reputable publicly traded company was implicated in fabricating evidence regarding whether a plot of land was contaminated.
This could endanger the lives of thousands.
Especially the lives of those young children.
How despicable. Utterly despicable. In Xiaoming's livestream, viewers were already in an uproar. Netizens couldn't help but wonder, how could such a listed company exist in this world? Isn't it all about making money? How could they abandon all decency just for profit? What's more, this toxic plot directly endangers the lives of its residents. The chairman of Meiman Real Estate Shen Yiran's new boyfriend, hadn't he just been released from prison not long ago? Fresh out of prison and already back to embezzling and bending the law? Does he have such a short memory?
Shen Yiran and this Sun Qin, they're a perfect match, made for each other. One would sell her body for money, while the other would disregard others' lives and health for it.
The two of them together, isn't this a match made in heaven, a pair of snakes and rats in the same hole? Shen Yiran and Sun Qin, how dare they commit such heartless acts in broad daylight? We must call the police immediately and have them arrested. Once the scandal broke, it quickly went viral across every internet platform.
People suddenly realized that companies engaging in practices like Shen Yiran and Sun Qin's were everywhere, too numerous to count.
This only fueled the netizens' fury.
Companies that disregard public health, they vowed to report every single one they encountered. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke calmly. Actually, dealing with these unscrupulous listed companies is quite simple. We just need to stop buying their stocks. Meiman Real Estate is a publicly traded company. If we all stop purchasing their shares, their stock price will plummet.
When Meiman Real Estate's valuation plummets, Sun Qin and Shen Yiran's ability to secure financing will weaken.
And as we know, companies in the real estate industry often operate with high turnover rates. Therefore, at that point, this company will easily face the risk of bankruptcy and collapse.
Don't we want Meiman Real Estate to fail?
All we need to do is crash their stock price, even force them to delist.
Shen Yiran and Sun Qin will be buried in debt.
They'll self-destruct without us lifting a finger.
Lin Dong's suggestion sparked a sudden realization among the listeners. Yeah, why didn't we think of that? Meiman Real Estate is a publicly listed company. By maliciously dumping shares to drive down its stock price, we could weaken its financing capabilities.
Furthermore, once Meiman's valuation drops below a certain threshold, it would trigger the delisting warning line.
At this realization, the netizens began to cheer.
Though they were merely retail investors, when their forces united, their collective power proved immense.
Sun Qin, who had been watching TV in his luxurious mansion, abruptly jumped up from the sofa.
This time, Sun Qin was completely shaken. If the earlier arrest of Greenfield Company for fraud had already shocked him, then, when he saw his own company's stock price plummeting, Sun Qin lost his composure completely. Opening his trading app, Sun Qin saw his Meiman Real Estate Company listed in a solid red line.
A limit down. He had just been released from prison and hadn't even had time to properly manage the company.
Damn it, the first thing to hit him was a limit down. Sun Qin urgently tried to figure out what had caused his company's stock price to plummet.
After Shen Yiran's prompting, Sun Qin finally understood. It was because Lin Dong had openly called on retail investors to dump shares during a TV program.
Though individual investors' power may seem insignificant, when united, their collective force becomes formidable. Even some speculative capital joined the retail investors in the frenzy, hoping to profit from the chaos. Shen Yiran paused briefly before speaking. Although everyone outside thinks we knew about the contaminated land and deliberately fabricated the false test reports. But we can always pretend we had no idea. After all, we weren't the ones issuing the reports.
Chapter 216, Shen Yiran, why not pass the buck? Hearing this, Sun Qin's eyes lit up. Sun Qin quickly grabbed Shen Yiran's arms and asked, what's going on? Keep talking.
Shen Yiran took a deep breath and replied, right now, Lin Dong is stirring up trouble in front of the reporters, claiming that the executives at our Meiman Real Estate knew all along that the plot was contaminated and deliberately concealed the toxic soil facts.
But why can't we flip the script? Our company could be a victim too. We didn't produce this land, we bought it from someone else. Take that Su boss from Royal Mansion KTV we dealt with recently, didn't we buy this very plot from him? We could shift all responsibility onto Su. Heck, we might even recoup our costs in the process. Now, the toxic land scandal has been fully exposed to online public opinion. There's no room for maneuvering anymore. Environmental Protection Bureau officials personally conducted on-site testing and verification. Now, even if Sun Qin wanted to deny it, he couldn't find any excuse. The only urgent task now is to minimize his losses. Upon hearing Shen Yiran's words, Sun Qin nodded with satisfaction. This Shen Yiran, though she seemed unreliable most of the time, really had some skills when it mattered. Sun Qin responded calmly, Shen Yiran, your suggestion is sound. We acquired the contaminated land from Mr. Su. If the contaminated land issue hadn't been exposed, it wouldn't have mattered, we could still have made money as planned. But now that the toxic land issue has been exposed, we can't possibly shoulder this responsibility alone. We'll shift all blame onto Mr. Su. That inspection report? Don't claim it came from us, say it came from him. We'll also sue his company to pursue legal accountability. At that moment, after sorting through these thoughts, Sun Qin let out a hearty laugh. He wrapped his arms around Shen Yiran and kissed her deeply. Shen Yiran blushed slightly and said, I was just doing my part for our company. Let's hold a press conference immediately, or better yet, go straight to that contaminated site and confront Lin Dong and the Environmental Protection Bureau officials. We need to present ourselves as innocent victims. Sun Qin nodded in agreement. Now, with the stock price of his blissful real estate plummeting, if they didn't continue to take countermeasures, the situation would likely escalate further, eventually spiraling out of control. Sun Qin and Shen Yiran got into the car. Driving at high speed, they headed straight for the location of the contaminated plot. It didn't take them long before the contaminated site came into view. Currently, the contaminated site was swarming with Environmental Protection Bureau personnel, police officers, and onlookers eager for a spectacle. At the contaminated site, the roar of engines filled the air. Everyone turned to see. A limited edition Rolls-Royce appeared at the edge of the construction site. Lin Dong recognized the license plate number instantly. Wasn't this the very car driven by his ex-wife's new boyfriend? Is that Mr. Sun Qin, chairman of Mayman Real Estate? After such a major incident, how dare they show their faces here? With the police here now, this ex-con Sun Qin isn't afraid of getting arrested again? And that Shen Yiran, look, isn't that beauty beside Sun Qin Shen Yiran? How dare Shen Yiran show her face here? We could drown her with our spit alone. At that moment, Sun Qin and Shen Yiran stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. Both wore expressions of innocence, as if they were the victims. Before the officers could locate them, they threw themselves at the beat cops. Shen Yiran grabbed a neighborhood police officer's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Officer, you must uphold justice for us. We're the victims. We're the real victims here. Our company, Mayman Real Estate, purchased this plot of land from Mr. Su. If this plot was contaminated, why would we have bought it? We wouldn't have done business with Mr. Su at all, right? We were just looking for a bargain. When we saw Mr. Su had a plot available at a lower price, we snapped it up without a second thought. Who could have imagined this would happen? If we'd known this land was toxic, we never would have bought it. All that blood, sweat, and tears, we couldn't just watch it go down the drain, could we? Shen Yiran claims she was the victim. This left everyone feeling somewhat incredulous, as if they'd misheard. Could Shen Yiran possibly be a victim? The plot was so cheap. Didn't Shen Yiran and Sun Qin suspect the land's origins were shady? Sun Qin approached Shen Yiran and found a reporter, proactively seeking an interview. Shen Yiran was right earlier, we truly are victims. The toxic land at the agricultural factory wasn't produced by us, we acquired it from Mr. Su. The toxic soil test reports that Lin Dong and some netizens saw weren't issued by us either, they came from Greenfield Company. If you have any issues, take it up with Greenfield Company or Mr. Su. They're the ones responsible. What does this have to do with us? You agree, right? Earlier, Lin Dong said the real victims are the future buyers of these school district properties and their children. Actually, there's another victim here, us, Mayman Real Estate? If we trace the source of this toxic land, doesn't it lead back to Mr. Su? And who issued that compliant inspection certification? It wasn't Happy Real Estate either. So why come after us now that trouble's hit? We're innocent too. Earlier, Shen Yiran and Sun Qin had exchanged glances and words, completely shifting their own responsibility onto someone else. The onlookers present pondered carefully and realized there might be some truth to their argument. After all, tracing the toxic land back to its source would never lead to Sun Qin. The onlookers murmured among themselves, discussing the matter. Damn it, did we really get it wrong? No way. Chapter 217, The Real Culprit? So the real culprit behind this isn't Sun Qin and Shen Yiran's blissful real estate company? It's someone else? Holy! How did Sun Qin and Shen Yiran manage to absolve themselves of responsibility so easily? This doesn't make sense. Everyone, let's be fair. Shouldn't we be holding Shen Yiran and Sun Qin accountable for this? Or should we skip them and go after Boss Su and Greenfield Company instead? The current situation seems to have become a dead end. Each side has its own version of the truth. Everyone believes they stand on the side of justice, not the side that should be held accountable. Xia Qiao couldn't help but laugh. Xia Liangwei stood before his niece, arguing forcefully, this plot belongs to Meiman Real Estate? If Meiman Real Estate's land is toxic and hazardous, how can their company avoid being held accountable? Aren't there beat cops around? Round them all up immediately, don't let these scoundrels get away. Especially that woman Shen Yiran. She's cunning and devious, always pulling some underhanded tricks to evade punishment. She's impossible to guard against. Arrest Shen Yiran immediately, she's the primary target we must focus on. At that moment, Shen Yiran stood tall, chest thrust out defiantly. In response to Xia Liangwei's accusations, Shen Yiran only sneered, you worthless piece of trash, and you think you can get the police to arrest me? Didn't you nearly bankrupt the entire Xia family? How dare you show your face here now? If I were you, after bankrupting my own family, I'd bang my head against a wall and die. How could I possibly have the nerve to stay here? Xia Liangwei, how old are you? Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you feel ashamed? Bringing up old wounds. Xia Liangwei nearly choked on his own anger. It must be said, Shen Yiran's words were like daggers to the heart. Every word struck at the core of his pain. Last time, during the Xia family's crisis, if not for Lin Dong's help, Xia Liangwei would have squandered the entire Xia family fortune. Fortunately, Xia Qiao had Lin Dong's backing, allowing her to reclaim the family fortune that had been on the verge of being handed over. Xia Liangwei often heard Qiao talk about how Shen Yiran was a woman with the most venomous heart. Before, Xia Liangwei hadn't truly grasped the meaning of this saying. But now, the moment he laid eyes on this woman, he fully understood its significance. The most venomous of all creatures is the woman's heart. Shen Yiran. She sure knows how to strike at people's weak spots. Xia Qiao approached her second uncle. Seeing him unable to hold his own against the other woman, she couldn't stand idly by. She stepped forward. She shielded her uncle behind her, arms crossed, sizing up Shen Yiran. Oh my, got yourself a new boyfriend? I thought your boyfriend was Mr. Su. That video Liang Wei filmed recently, the one that went viral online, was pretty explosive, huh? If I'm not mistaken, the female lead in that video, that seems to be you, right? You just finished serving Mr. Su, and now you're moving on to Mr. Sun Qin? Lin Dong always said you were a flighty woman. I didn't believe him at first, but now I do. The two women clashed head-on, their arguments growing increasingly heated. What started as a dispute over responsibility for the contaminated land plot escalated into a personal attack between Shen Yiran and Xia Qiao. They no longer focused on the matter at hand, instead attacking each other personally. Lin Dong roared, Qiao, Shen Yiran, both of you shut up. Let's get the facts straight first. This contaminated plot belongs to Mr. Su, who owns a pesticide factory. Sun Qin acquired the contaminated land from Mr. Su and began construction. Greenfield Company provided a report stating the land was free of toxins. That's how it happened, right? So the question arises, who bears responsibility? Greenfield Company certainly cannot escape responsibility, as it issued a false testing report. As the original owner of the contaminated land, Mr. Su sold it despite knowing its toxic nature. Therefore, Mr. Su's responsibility is also undeniable. If Sun Qin and Shen Yiran knew the land was toxic yet still purchased it, then they bear responsibility. If they were unaware, then they bear no responsibility. The matter is actually quite straightforward, not particularly complex. The crucial question is, did Sun Qin and Shen Yiran know? Were they aware of the contamination when construction began on the toxic plot? Hearing this, Shen Yiran quickly interjected, we didn't know. We had absolutely no idea. Are we idiots? Of course we didn't know. That's exactly why we got duped by Mr. Su into buying that toxic plot. Of course, the main reason Sun Qin and I bought that toxic land was because it was cheap. But we didn't know it was toxic beforehand. If it were toxic, we couldn't build a school there. All our investments would go down the drain. Do you think we wanted to see that happen? Of course not. We've said it before, we're victims. How do you expect us to prove we're victims? At that moment, all eyes turned to Shen Yiran. There she was, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms, a sight that stirred genuine pity. Such a beautiful, delicate young woman uttering these words struck a chord with every man present. The crowd present wasn't comprised of unreasonable people bent on punishment. As long as Shen Yiran's explanation made sense, some would be willing to believe her. Soon, a bystander shouted out loud, I choose to believe Shen Yiran and Sun Qin. I believe they are innocent, unaware of the truth. I believe they are victims too. This whole thing was orchestrated by Boss Su and that Greenfield Company. Boss Su hired Greenfield to produce a fake non-toxic inspection report, successfully selling his plot to Happy Real Estate Shen Yiran and Sun Qin's company while concealing the toxic contamination. If we pursue accountability for this matter, it will likely be quite complicated. It could take years of litigation. After all, it also involves the issue of the school's operating license. How exactly was that license obtained in the first place? Chapter 218, Paying Compensation? No way. Also, while the land was sold by Mr. Su, it went through government channels. Did the authorities know about the contamination?
So while the surface-level responsibility for the toxic land may seem clear, delving into the legal intricacies could unravel a lot of complications. This isn't something the local beat cops can resolve by simply arresting people and questioning them.
It requires a lengthy and complex court trial to uncover the ultimate truth.
As for those homeowners who purchased properties on the contaminated land,
Lin Dong continued, I understand you want to protect your rights.
But until the responsibility for this toxic land is definitively settled, even if you demand compensation, you won't find anyone to hold accountable.
Who exactly would you seek compensation from? The government? Greenfield Company? Mr. Su? Or perhaps Sun Qin and Shen Yiran's blissful real estate?
After Lin Dong's analysis, the crowd gradually grasped the complexity of the situation. Homebuyers who purchased properties on the contaminated land would inevitably demand refunds and cancellations. However, without a clear delineation of responsibility for the toxic land, no one could offer any solutions. The buyers could only wait for Su Qin and Mr. Su to settle their lawsuit. Once the case concluded and responsibility for the toxic land was assigned, the buyers could then seek compensation based on that ruling.
Shen Yiran chuckled coldly. Oomph. I told you so. We bear no responsibility for the toxic land.
We're victims just like you, kept in the dark. Rest assured, once our lawsuit with Mr. Su is settled, your rights will be compensated promptly.
Sun Qin shot Shen Yiran a peculiar look.
He had assumed that Shen Yiran was merely skilled at manipulating men. Little did he expect her silver tongue could twist black into white.
Ever since seeing the news at home,
Sun Qin had braced himself for compensating all the homebuyers, knowing the money spent on the toxic land was lost forever. Yet, with just a few words from Shen Yiran, Sun Qin's once thriving real estate company had been transformed overnight from perpetrator to victim. Not only did they avoid compensating the buyers, but they could even recover the land purchase funds from Boss Su. The business world was ruthless like that. Not long ago, they had been as close as brothers with Boss Su. In the blink of an eye, their identities, status, and relationship had completely reversed.
Sun Qin held Shen Yiran's hand as they faced the cameras of the media and influencer livestreamers.
Sun Qin declared with feigned righteousness, please give our Mayman real estate company some time.
Shen Yiran is absolutely right. We are victims too.
We had no idea whatsoever that the land we purchased from Mr. Su was toxic and hazardous.
Had we known sooner, we would never have done this. And we certainly wouldn't have built a school on toxic land. We share your feelings.
I will immediately file a lawsuit against Mr. Su. Once the case is settled, you will be able to protect your rights based on the court's ruling. These words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone had assumed the matter wouldn't be so complicated. Now that the land's toxicity had been proven, they believed they could simply return the property and get their money back on the spot. But now it seemed the truth was far more complicated. While the toxicity of the land was an undeniable fact, but when it came to assigning responsibility for the contamination and the resulting losses, no one was willing to take the fall.
Oh, we homebuyers really have it rough.
We worked so hard to save up money, hoping to buy a school district home for our children, only to discover the so-called school district home is actually toxic.
Even the school itself is built on this contaminated land.
We spend millions of yuan on these homes. Some pricier school district properties can even cost tens of millions.
It's just a piece of junk, nothing but concrete and rebar. Why should we have to spend our entire life savings on this? This isn't right.
Our interests as homebuyers are being harmed, and we're just stuck taking the hit.
Sigh. Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao watched the homebuyers beside them. Their dejected gazes, their gloomy retreating figures.
In Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao's hearts, it felt like a sharp knife twisting in their guts. Though Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao weren't married yet and had no children, that day would inevitably come. When their children reached school age, they too would need a school district home. They feared they might one day face the same predicament as these homebuyers. No one's money grows on trees. The toxicity of this contaminated plot had been confirmed. Yet due to the confusion over responsibility and accountability, the rights of these homebuyers were denied the compensation they deserved. Even if the buyers eventually recoup their initial investment, during this period, their children will be unable to attend school due to the lack of available spots in the district.
Brother Dong, shouldn't we do something? Zhao Qiao asked.
Yes. We absolutely must do something, Lin Dong replied. If we follow the normal legal process, this could drag on for years, even decades.
By then, it'll be too late.
Since Sun Qin and Shen Yiran claim they bought the contaminated land from Boss Su, we can't just take their word for it.
What if they're trying to pull the wool over our eyes? Let's go find Mr. Su and ask him what really happened. Up until now, no one had seen Mr. Su.
From start to finish, it had only been Sun Qin from Mayman Real Estate and Shen Yiran, Lin Dong's ex-wife, spouting nonsense here.
Shen Yiran's flowery words alone were never going to convince them to give up their claims. Lin Dong roared, let's go find Mr. Su. Let's confront them all face to face.
I'll see who's pulling tricks and who's lying.
Dare to bully ordinary folks like us? I, Lin Dong, will be the first to take him on.
At Lin Dong's command, the crowd grew agitated. At that moment, Lin Dong led his group toward Mr. Su's location.
Chapter 219, Finding a Scapegoat.
At that moment, Boss Su was reveling in debauchery, utterly unaware that danger was closing in. Inside a KTV private room, Su Boss embraced the young lady beside him and sighed.
Ah, what a pity.
This sort of thing just can't compare to Shen Yiran.
Truly, once you've tasted the ocean, other waters pale in comparison. Why can't the peerless beauty Shen Yiran be mine? That damned Sun Qin.
Oh, but one day, I'll take Shen Yiran back from you. A hint of regret flickered across Su Boss's face. The mere thought of Shen Yiran's beauty made the hostesses around him seem utterly unappealing. In Mr. Shen's eyes, the combined beauty of these hostesses didn't even amount to 1% of Shen Yiran's.
Any man who had been with Shen Yiran could no longer find room in his heart for other beauties.
The hostess nestled into Su Boss's embrace, murmuring shyly.
Mr. Su, what are you saying? Are you suggesting all of us together can't hold a candle to just one Shen Yiran? Who exactly is this Shen Yiran? We'd love to meet her too.
We're curious to see what kind of beauty could steal our boss Su's heart.
Mr. Su, since Shen Yiran isn't here, why not use us instead?
Even if we're not quite as good as Shen Yiran, our combined efforts shouldn't be too far off. Mr. Su cast a dismissive glance at the hostesses beside him.
In Su Boss's eyes, these hostesses were all commonplace beauties. They couldn't hold a candle to Shen Yiran.
Mr. Su took a swig of liquor just as he was about to get down to business. The door to the KTV room suddenly burst open.
A subordinate rushed in to report, "Boss, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. A mob just stormed in, men and women, young and old.
They claimed our land is cursed and came looking for us.
Boss, what should we do? Should we hide immediately? Or go meet them? Poisoned land?"
The moment he heard those words, Mr. Su couldn't help but recall the plot he'd sold to Sun Qin for building a school and housing for the school district. Mr. Su was the owner of that pesticide factory. For some reason, he'd gotten an opportunity to change the land's designation. He transformed industrial land into residential and school district land. It was precisely because of that toxic plot that Sun Qin had arranged for Shen Yiran to accompany him during those wonderful 30 minutes.
But now, the toxic plot had exploded? Mr. Su abruptly stood up and demanded of his subordinate, who exactly came looking for trouble.
The subordinate slowly replied, Shen Yiran, journalists, internet celebrities, homebuyers, a man named Lin Dong, and Lin Dong's girlfriend. Quite a crowd packed tightly together, probably over 100 people.
Boss, what should we do? Should we leave now?
Mr. Su abandoned his playful mood, shoving the woman in his arms aside. He quickly dressed, grabbed his briefcase, and was about to leave the KTV. Just as he was about to leave the KTV, before he could take 2 steps down the hallway, he heard the clamor of a bustling crowd coming from the direction of the elevator. Mr. Su immediately changed direction, attempting to exit via the stairs. But from below the stairs, the clamor of the crowd also reached his ears. Whether he took the elevator or the stairs, his escape routes were blocked.
Mr. Su panicked.
At that moment, Shen Yiran appeared. Staring at Shen Yiran standing before him, Mr. Su felt no trace of his usual teasing tone.
Mr. Su inquired, "Shen Yiran, what about Su Qin? Now that the toxic land plot has been exposed, has Su Qin come up with any solutions?"
Shen Yiran looked at Su Boss, sighed, and said, "I'm sorry, Su Boss, but Su Qin has shifted all the blame onto you.
You sold the contaminated land to Sun Qin.
Sun Qin had no idea the land was toxic.
The Environmental Protection Bureau has conducted on-site testing at the contaminated plot, confirming its toxicity. Regardless, Mr. Su, whether Sun Qin bears any responsibility or not, you certainly do. As the original owner of the contaminated land, Mr. Su bears an inescapable responsibility." Soon, the entire KTV hallway was packed with people. Reporters thrust microphones toward Su, jostling to ask, "Mr. Su, were you aware that the plots you sold were contaminated? When you sold the toxic land to Sun Qin's Mayman Real Estate Company, did you truthfully disclose the risk that your land might be contaminated by chemical products? And, Mr. Su, how exactly did your pesticide factory land become designated as school district land? Could you explain how you managed that?"
Each question struck at the heart of the matter,
leaving Mr. Su speechless.
It was blatantly clear they were trying to humiliate him. Mr. Su scanned the crowd, his pleading gaze seeking out Sun Qin. But Sun Qin's next words sent a chill through Su's heart. Sun Qin pointed at Su and declared, "This man scammed me.
I had no idea the plot of land was contaminated. If you want compensation, don't come to me, go after him."
"Mr. Su, I trusted you as a friend, yet you set this trap to ruin me.
Do you even realize your toxic land is uninhabitable? Building a school there is impossible. You heartless, unscrupulous businessman deserve to rot in hell."
Mr. Su froze. Everyone was pointing fingers at him.
Not a single soul stood up to speak in his defense.
Even the hostesses who had been in the KTV room kept their distance from him.
Soon, the police arrived. The moment they arrived, they immediately handcuffed Su Boss.
No matter how much he tried to wriggle out of it, selling toxic land to others constituted the crime of endangering public safety by dangerous means. This charge was something he could not possibly escape. As the police led him away, Su Boss turned his head and glanced back at Shen Yiran and Sun Qin. Everyone expected him to be furious at that moment, but instead, he broke into a smile. Gazing at Shen Yiran and Sun Qin, he said with a smile, Shen Yiran, Sun Qin, you've pinned all the blame on me.
Fine, I can't argue with that. But don't get too excited just yet. I'm going in, and before long, you two will be joining me. I'll be waiting for you in prison.
At the mention of prison, Shen Yiran and Sun Qin's hearts skipped a beat. They had only just been released from prison.
Chapter 220, I'll be waiting for you in prison.
Under no circumstances did they want to return to prison. No one could prove whether Shen Yiran and Sun Qin knew the land was contaminated when they acquired ownership of the toxic plot from Boss Su.
The evidence currently in hand includes two key points. First, that Sun Qin's Meiman Real Estate did indeed conduct transactions with Mr. Su. Second, the falsified inspection reports for the contaminated land plot.
Perhaps the truth will be buried in the vast river of history. As Su Boss was led away by the police, Shen Yiran turned to the homebuyers whose interests had been harmed and said,
Everyone, please disperse.
In my view, this matter is now settled.
The main culprit, Mr. Su, has been taken away by the police.
The losses you incurred from purchasing school district properties on the toxic land will be resolved through legal channels.
Disperse. It's over. Everyone go home and tend to your own affairs.
Hearing this, the homebuyers nodded in agreement.
There seemed little point in continuing to press the matter now.
After all, Su had been taken away by the police. As for whether Sun Qin and Shen Yiran knew about the toxic land, that remained impossible to determine. Earlier, before contacting green grass testing, Lin Dong had already stopped construction workers on the toxic site. He had even gone to Sun Qin's mansion and given him a thorough beating. Sun Qin had stubbornly refused to budge, insisting his land was not contaminated. Thus, whether Sun Qin knew about the contamination when he made the deal with Boss Su became a classic case of conflicting accounts. Each side had its own version of the truth. In Xiaoming's livestream, most netizens believed Sun Qin must have known beforehand. After all, the price of the contaminated land was suspiciously low, and Sun Qin's Meiman Real Estate was a company specializing in the real estate industry. When a plot's price deviates so drastically from normal value, wouldn't they have investigated it thoroughly? Does no contamination mean no further investigation? As the chairman of a publicly listed company, could he possibly be unaware of basic risk management principles? In Xiaoming's livestream, netizens hurled insults at Sun Qin and Shen Yiran. I'm convinced Sun Qin and Shen Yiran knew all along. If their scam hadn't been exposed this time, they'd have kept pretending nothing happened. We've seen plenty of unscrupulous businesspeople like this before. But we should take this as a lesson and conduct a thorough investigation into all plots of land nationwide that have been converted from industrial to residential use. Today, every industry is struggling, yet pharmacies alone thrive. Are we Chinese people just prone to illness? Could it be our living environments are the problem? The influence of online public opinion is immense. The relevant national authorities immediately responded to this wave of online sentiment with targeted measures. All plots nationwide where industrial land was converted to residential use, along with similar cases across the country, will undergo comprehensive investigations. They vowed to root out every unscrupulous businessman. The uproar surrounding this incident had temporarily subsided. Sun Qin and Shen Yiran returned to the mansion. As Sun Qin sank into the mansion's sofa, his recent ordeal began to boil over into anger. With a loud crash, Sun Qin smashed the teacup beside him to pieces. Sun Qin roared, Damn Lin Dong. I didn't provoke him, yet he dared to mess with me. Shen Yiran, what are your ex-husband's weaknesses? Is he greedy for money, or greedy for women? If he has any weaknesses, I'll make sure he has nowhere to bury his remains. Hearing this, Shen Yiran froze. Did Lin Dong have any weaknesses? Shen Yiran carefully recalled all her experiences with Lin Dong. After a moment's thought, she replied, You want me to name my ex-husband's weaknesses? Well, Lin Dong is a man of honor and loyalty. He'd go through fire and water for his brothers without a second thought for his own gain or loss. In terms of character, he's almost a perfect person. Moreover, since inheriting the Bai family business, Lin Dong has become quite wealthy. So in terms of wealth, while he might be slightly less affluent than Brother Qin, he still far surpasses over 90% of ordinary people. Lin Dong's skills are also impressive. We witnessed that firsthand not long ago. Even if you, Brother Qin, were to face him in combat, you might not necessarily come out on top. Earlier at that construction company in the contaminated area, Lin Dong single-handedly fought off over 20 thugs, something even you, Brother Qin, probably couldn't manage. Wealth, looks, fighting skills, personality. I honestly can't think of any weaknesses Lin Dong might have. Shen Yiran shared her observations of Lin Dong honestly. It wasn't that Shen Yiran was deliberately trying to flatter Lin Dong. It was simply that, in her heart, Lin Dong seemed to be that kind of person. Lin Dong was an almost flawless, impeccable man. Sun Qin grew increasingly annoyed as she listened. Earlier, Sun Qin had asked about Lin Dong's weaknesses. Instead, Shen Yiran rattled off a list that sounded almost entirely like Sun Qin's own virtues.
As the saying goes, no one is perfect who can be without fault.
Sun Qin refused to believe that Lin Dong truly had no flaws whatsoever. Sun Qin stood up and slapped Shen Yiran again, shouting angrily. If Lin Dong is so perfect in your eyes, why did you divorce him? Since you divorced him, it proves Lin Dong has flaws. Otherwise, why would you leave him? Speak. What was the reason for your divorce from Lin Dong? Shen Yiran stammered, unwilling to engage further with Sun Qin on this matter. Seeing Sun Qin's arm swing up again, fearing she would be struck, Shen Yiran had no choice but to reveal the true reason behind her divorce from Lin Dong. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began, actually, the reason I divorced Lin Dong was because. Shen Yiran changed the subject and asked, Brother Qin, I've told you why I divorced Lin Dong.
Please don't blame me. Sun Qin nodded and replied, go ahead. As long as what you say is true, I won't blame you.
Only then did Shen Yiran slowly continue, Brother Qin, the real reason I divorced him was because I cheated on him. When I was in Beijing, I fell for a rich, handsome man. I had an affair with him, and Lin Dong caught us red-handed. Plus, at the time, I didn't know Lin Dong was from the Bai family. I had no idea he was so wealthy, so I just abandoned him. It's more accurate to say that Lin Dong divorced me.
Chapter 221, Sun Qin plans to hire a hitman. It's more accurate to say I actively chose to divorce Lin Dong. Brother Qin, I've told you the whole truth. You promised me don't blame me, okay? Shen Yiran gazed at Sun Qin with tears streaming down her face. Hearing this, Sun Qin sighed.
Truthfully, this reason had long been within Sun Qin's expectations. Given Lin Dong's character, how could he have started a relationship with Zhao Qiao first, and how could he have cheated during their marriage? Now that Shen Yiran had spoken the truth herself, Sun Qin felt a sense of relief wash over him.
Sun Qin lay back on the sofa with a hint of resignation. So it seemed Lin Dong truly was a flawless individual?
Sun Qin pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps being overly sentimental is simply a flaw in Lin Dong's character. Those who truly reach the pinnacle and accomplish great things are invariably cold-blooded. But going after Zhao Qiao isn't my style either. I wouldn't stoop to dealing with a woman. Since Lin Dong is skilled in combat, then. Sun Qin touched the pistol in his pocket. It had been a long time since this pistol had seen use. He had thought it might never see the light of day. But now, it seemed he'd have to resort to it to deal with Lin Dong. Still, resorting to a handgun to deal with one person seemed rather wasteful. And he certainly couldn't do it himself. Sun Qin picked up his phone and called his younger brother, Hey, Ming, are you free? Come over to my place. Sun Ming on the other end didn't ask why Sun Qin was calling. Any task his own older brother assigned him, Sun Ming would undoubtedly carry out. Without Sun Qin, where would Sun Ming's present wealth and prestige come from? Back then, Sun Qin ended up in prison precisely because, as the older brother, he took all the blame upon himself. Better one man go in than both. If both had been imprisoned, Neiman Real Estate would have been left leaderless. At the time, Sun Qin had no chance of escaping criminal liability, so he simply took all the blame upon himself. Sun Ming knew how to repay his elder brother's kindness. Sun Ming followed Sun Qin's every word without question, never uttering a single word of dissent. Therefore, upon receiving his brother's invitation, Sun Ming immediately dropped everything and headed to Sun Qin's mansion to meet him. An hour later, Sun Ming arrived at Sun Qin's mansion. The brothers sat together on the sofa, engaging in a heartfelt conversation. Sun Qin spoke earnestly, Brother, over all these years, haven't I treated you with nothing but kindness? Sun Ming nodded in response, Brother, I've always cherished your care for me. Brother, whatever you need me to do, just say the word. I'll climb mountains or cross seas of fire without a single complaint. Is it about dealing with Lin Dong? Leave it to me. True brothers indeed. Before Sun Qin could even open his mouth to reveal his true purpose, Sun Ming had already read his elder brother's mind. Sun Qin patted his younger brother on the back and spoke slowly, It's like this. This Lin Dong has repeatedly obstructed our plans, severely impacting our business. He even caused our publicly listed company, Neiman Real Estate, to hit a limit down. What's more, Lin Dong has developed a mortal enmity with your sister-in-law, Shen Yiran. Last time, you were on the verge of using Lu Zhengyi to seize the Xie family's assets. But it was precisely because of this Lin Dong who secretly swapped out the official seal for a fake one at some point that your entire scheme fell apart. This Lin Dong is our sworn enemy on our business journey. As long as he lives, I won't rest easy. Therefore, as he spoke, he handed the pistol to Sun Ming. The implication was crystal clear. He wanted Sun Ming to take care of Lin Dong. Sun Qin spoke again, If word of you taking out Lin Dong ever leaks out, I'll help you take care of Dad and Mom, your sister-in-law, and manage our listed company. I took the fall for you last time. This time, you return the favor and take care of Lin Dong. This pistol is one of your options for eliminating Lin Dong. You could also stage a car accident to run him over. That might get you charged with vehicular manslaughter. Traffic accident charges and murder charges carry entirely different penalties. If you can't run him over, then use this pistol to finish him off. Sun Ming took the pistol from Sun Qin's hand. At that moment, Sun Ming's heart felt exceptionally heavy. After all, he had always dealt with his enemies through economic means. Now, however, he was about to personally kill the man who was his and his brother's adversary. This direct method of taking a life was something Sun Ming had never experienced before. Though fear stirred within him, Sun Ming nodded resolutely. Rest assured, brother. I will eliminate Lin Dong for you. Sun Ming left with the pistol in hand. Watching his younger brother's retreating figure, Sun Qin gradually broke into a satisfied smile. All these years of raising him hadn't been in vain. When it truly mattered, he proved himself capable. Sun Ming left his brother's mansion with the pistol in hand. To say he wasn't weighed down by a heavy heart would be impossible. After all, he was about to kill someone, and with a handgun, no less. The charges of illegal possession of firearms and intentional homicide combined were enough to sentence Sun Ming to death. Sun Ming called Lu Zhongyi, asking him to come to his home for a meeting. Before long, Lu Zhongyi appeared before him. Brother Sun, what did you need me for? Sun Ming placed the pistol his own brother had given him on the table before Lu Zhongyi. Pointing at the gun, Sun Ming spoke calmly, I'll give you 10 million yuan. You take out someone for me. You can use a traffic accident to take out Lin Dong, or you can use the pistol to eliminate him directly. Regardless of the method, as long as you eliminate Lin Dong, I'll pay you 10 million yuan. Here's 5 million yuan. I'll pay half up front. Once you've actually killed Lin Dong, I'll give you the other half. Sun Ming placed gold worth 5 million yuan directly in front of Lu Zhongyi. 5 million. Lu Zhongyi licked his lips. To say he wasn't tempted would be impossible. Even with Lu Zhongyi's net worth, he could easily afford several 5 million yuan sums. But this was 5 million yuan. And gold at that. Buried underground, waiting for his descendants to unearth it and spend it bit by bit enough to last several generations. Chapter 222, the next buyer, and the next buyer. I've never broken a promise I've made. You should trust my integrity. Here's 5 million as a deposit. After the market, I'll deliver the remaining 5 million without fail. I have only one demand, whether you kill Lin Dong in a traffic accident or shoot him dead, I have only one requirement, I want Lin Dong dead. If you don't take this job, I'll find someone else. With that, Sun Ming made a move to pack away the gold. Just as Sun Ming was about to tuck the gold away, Lu Zhongyi immediately smiled and pocketed the murder deposit Sun Ming had given him. Lu Zhongyi chuckled, Brother Sun, I'm your little brother. I'll be your little brother for life. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. I've taken this job. Rest assured, I will kill Lin Dong. Lin Dong has a grudge against me too. I've had my eye on him for a long time. The current gold price is 400 yuan per gram. 1 kilogram is worth roughly 400,000 yuan. 5 million yuan worth of gold would weigh around 10 kilograms. At Sun Ming's residence, Lu Zhongyi found a bag to pack the gold. He covered the top with some beverage bottles to conceal the gold inside. I'm waiting for your good news. Don't worry, brother Sun, I'll complete the mission flawlessly. After leaving Sun Ming's home, Lu Zhongyi felt troubled. The thought of having to kill someone filled him with sudden regret. This 5 million yuan was proving harder to obtain than he'd anticipated. Lu Zhongyi clutched the heavy gold bars in his hands, considering turning back to return them, but halted midway. After the job was done, there would still be 5 million. Lu Zhongyi sighed. Ah, men die for wealth, birds die for food. Fine. I'll help brother Sun pull this off. Using a traffic accident to take out Lin Dong is actually quite clever. Who could have imagined that an ordinary traffic accident was actually a premeditated murder? I'd rather not use the pistol unless absolutely necessary. Hide this pistol well. If anyone finds it, we're in big trouble. Lu Zhongyi got into his car and drove toward his home. He drove while deep in thought. Should he take this job? After all, it involved taking a life. In all his life, Lu Zhongyi had never actually killed anyone. While driving, Lu Zhongyi suddenly had a flash of insight. If Sun Ming could hire him to kill someone, could he also hire someone else to kill? It wasn't that Lu Zhongyi couldn't afford the 10 million yuan. But to expect him to kill someone with his own hands just for a measly 10 million yuan? The more Lu Zhongyi thought about it, the more he felt it wasn't worth it. He pondered for a long while. Lu Zhongyi came up with a brilliant plan. He could help brother Sun Ming complete the task of eliminating Lin Dong without having to kill anyone himself. So Lu Zhongyi called his deputy. A man also surnamed Lu, the second in command of the Lu family and Lu Zhongyi's nephew. Lu Zhongyi summoned Lu Chan to his residence. After meeting with his nephew, Lu Zhongyi repeated Sun Ming's words to him word for word. Taking Lu Chan's hand, Lu Zhongyi spoke earnestly. Nephew, you know full well how I've treated you over the years. Whenever there's good fortune in the family, you're the first person I think of. Look at you now, you've become the second in command of our Lu clan. After me, you are the foremost figure in our Lu family. You have money when you want it, women when you desire them, prestige when you seek it, and status when you need it. You even have a wife and children now. I can honestly say I've never treated you unfairly all these years.
But now uncle is facing a difficult situation. I hope you can help me out. Can you do that for me?
Lu Chan paused, instantly realizing his uncle probably wasn't up to anything good.
So Lu Chan spoke plainly, "Uncle, we know each other well. If you want my help, why beat around the bush? Just say it plainly. Whether it's climbing mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire, if uncle commands it, your nephew dares not refuse. Even if you ask me to kill someone, I'd gladly agree." Hearing this, Lu Zhongyi smiled.
He had indeed intended to send his nephew to eliminate Lin Dong. So Lu Zhongyi placed the pistol Sun Ming had given him before his nephew. You may choose to eliminate Lin Dong through a staged traffic accident or by shooting him outright. Regardless of the method you choose, I only want to see one outcome. I want Lin Dong to never see tomorrow's sun again. Lin Dong has been obstructing my uncle's business at every turn. Last time, when our Lu family was taking over the Xie family's business, it was because of this Lin Dong meddling that we failed at the last moment. Tell me, doesn't this man deserve to die? Rest assured, should the truth come out, I'll take care of your niece-in-law and your children. If you wish to leave the country, I have acquaintances abroad who can assist you. Lu Chan took the pistol from his uncle's hand. Little did he know that his earlier words had been nothing more than a jest. He hadn't truly intended to help his uncle commit murder. His uncle had seized the opportunity to push him into it, handing him a gun and instructing him to eliminate Lin Dong. Though Lu Chan harbored deep resentment toward Lin Dong, it hadn't reached the point of murder. Seeing his nephew's dilemma, Lu Zhongyi produced a gold bar worth 500,000 yuan and handed it to his nephew Lu Chan, saying, "This 500,000 yuan is merely a down payment. If you successfully eliminate Lin Dong, your uncle will settle the remaining 500,000 yuan with you. Your uncle treats you well, doesn't he?" 500,000 yuan was indeed enough to sway Lu Chan. And after the job was done, there would be another 500,000 yuan. Lu Chan silently stowed away the gold bars. The moment Lu Chan left Lu Zhongyi's house with the money, his mind cleared instantly. A mere 1 million yuan as the total bounty for murder? They actually expected him to kill someone for that? He was the second in command of the Lu family. His annual salary alone far exceeded that amount. Still, Lu Chan had no intention of returning the money to Lu Zhongyi. After all, the money was already in his hands, why would he give it back? Use 10,000 to hire someone else to kill Lin Dong. Chapter 223, The Layered Subcontracted Assassination Mission. Sun Qin approached his younger brother Sun Ming, intending to spend 10 million yuan to eliminate Lin Dong. Sun Ming subcontracted this 10 million yuan assassination job to his subordinate Lu Zhongyi. Lu Zhongyi approached his younger brother Lu Chan, intending to spend 1 million yuan to eliminate Lin Dong. Lu Chan felt 1 million yuan was too much for a single hit, so he planned to kill Lin Dong for just 100,000 yuan. Lu Chan approached the leader of his gang, handing over a 50,000 yuan deposit and promising another 50,000 yuan upon completion. "Yellow hair, you're the one I trust most. Keep this mission to kill Lin Dong as secret as possible. Here, take 50,000 yuan. Go." After taking the 50,000, Yellow Hair grew increasingly uneasy. A mere 50,000 yuan to get him to kill someone? He collected more than that in protection money in a single month, for crying out loud. Huang Mao then sought out one of his own thugs. He said to the young thug, "Xiao Lu, I know your mother's been hospitalized lately and you need money badly. I see your pain and feel it too. I'll give you a hit job quick cash. Here's 5,000 yuan upfront. Kill Lin Dong and you'll get another 5,000 after the job's done." Although Xiao Lu was one of Huang Mao's underlings, and though he desperately needed money for his mother's treatment, but Xiao Lu knew the going rate. A measly 50,000 yuan? That was pitifully little. In this era of inflation, what could 50,000 yuan possibly accomplish? It wouldn't even cover a single meal for the wealthy. 50,000 yuan to take a man's life? And the man Huang Mao wanted dead? Lin Dong. Who is Lin Dong? He was someone who could go toe-to-toe with the big boss, Sun Qin. His direct superior is Yellow Hair, whose superior is Lu Chan, whose superior is Lu Zhongyi, whose superior is Sun Ming, and finally, Sun Qin. And now his boss, Yellow Hair, wanted to buy the life of someone equivalent to Sun Qin for a mere 50,000 yuan? It was like asking a rookie programmer to build an app like Douyin from scratch. Such a meager sum for such a monumental task? This was no joke. If he weren't desperate for cash, Xiao Lu wouldn't have taken this job. "Yellow-haired brother, I need to think it over." Though he wanted to take the job, Xiao Lu insisted he needed time to think it over. If there were other ways to make money, Xiao Lu wouldn't resort to this method. Xiao Lu arrived at a hospital in the capital city. After paying for various tests, his savings were nearly depleted. The doctor informed him that to cure his mother's cancer, multiple rounds of chemotherapy and radiation therapy would be required. Lying in her hospital bed, his mother gazed at her son and said, "Forget it. Mom's illness can't be cured. I don't want treatment anymore. Just remove my oxygen tube and let me go home. Ever since I learned I had cancer, I've come to terms with it.
We all die eventually. I'd rather go peacefully. Even if chemo and radiation might keep me alive, I'd waste away to skin and bones, lose all my hair, and I'll die eventually anyway. We've borrowed almost all the money we can from relatives. Don't ask anyone else. People see us now and just walk the other way. Mom.
Xiao Lu stood by her mother's hospital bed, weeping bitterly. Since his mother fell ill, they'd exhausted every relative and every small loan available. Yet even so, in the face of astronomical medical bills, the borrowed funds remained a drop in the bucket.
Not enough. Far from enough.
At that moment, Xiao Lu recalled the murder contract Huaguo had given him. If given a choice, Xiao Lu would never have taken this job. The risks and rewards were completely disproportionate.
Any sane person would never accept such a job.
But Xiao Lu truly had no other choice now.
Mom, I'll definitely get you treated. Don't worry about the money. After leaving the hospital room, Xiao Lu called Brother Yellow Hair. Xiao Lu spoke into the phone. Brother Huang, I've thought it through. I'll take your hit job.
Huang Mao's voice came through the phone.
Alright. The 5,000 yuan deposit is already in your bank account. The remaining 5,000 yuan will be settled once you've killed Lin Dong. Got it, Brother Huang. I'll get the job done. Ding. 5,000 yuan deposited into his bank account.
With the money in hand, Xiao Lu immediately went to the hospital counter to pay the remaining treatment fees. Then, Xiao Lu drove away from the hospital and headed straight for the Xia family's company headquarters.
A used Santana sedan pulled up outside the Xia family headquarters.
Xiao Lu sat inside the car, furiously pounding on the door. Click, click, click.
Numerous photos of Lin Dong were stored on his phone.
Sitting in the car, Xiao Lu felt increasingly uneasy.
Just giving himself 5,000 yuan? Like he could take down a big shot like Lin Dong? At that moment,
at the entrance of the Xia residence, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and Xiao Ming were conducting a live stream. Xiao Ming addressed the viewers in the live stream chat. Dear fans, behind me stands the renowned Xia family group of the capital. The Xia family. A while back, there was a news story. I don't know if you've heard about it, but the Xia family's assets nearly changed hands. It was thanks to this brother right beside me, Lin Dong, who turned the tide. Not only did he reclaim the Xia family's assets, but he also made his girlfriend, Xia Qiao, the new head of the Xia family. Come on, let's hear a few words from Lin Dong. To adapt to the demands of the new era, Xia Qiao and Lin Dong decided to launch a live streaming e-commerce business. In this era, any company that hasn't ventured into live streaming sales would be embarrassed to call itself a tech company. Every company, big or small, engages in live streaming product sales. Lin Dong also signed a long-term live streaming agreement with Xiao Ming. From an MCN perspective, Xiao Ming was essentially a live streaming host under Lin Dong's banner. Just as Lin Dong stepped in front of the camera, ready to speak a few words, suddenly, Lin Dong noticed a flash of light coming from inside a car. It looked like someone inside that old Santana sedan was secretly taking photos of him. Lin Dong stood calmly before the camera and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Xiao Ming has officially become my contracted host and will now be handling product promotions."
Chapter 224, No, 10,000. The products I promote will either be mine or my girlfriend's. I can assure everyone that every product sold in our live streams is absolutely authentic. We will never sell counterfeit or substandard goods. Our company headquarters is right here. If any product sold during a live stream has quality issues, you can come directly to our office and give us a hard time. After Lin Dong finished his speech, unusual flashes of light once again emanated from the Santana sedan parked by the roadside. This time, Lin Dong was certain someone was hiding in the car, secretly taking photos. Lin Dong was puzzled. Why would someone want to secretly photograph him? He was live streaming on Douyin. If they wanted photos, why not just take screenshots during the broadcast? Moreover, the person's photography skills seemed hopelessly outdated. If they were trying to take pictures secretly, why would they even turn on the flash? It showed absolutely no technical skill whatsoever. Lin Dong couldn't make heads or tails of it. The formal product promotion details were then handed over to Xiao Ming, the host. As the bosses, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao became Xiao Ming's backdrop, standing silently in the background. More flashes erupted. Lin Dong pointed toward the Santana sedan and asked Xia Qiao, "Could those be your fans? Have you become a big star?" Typically, only major celebrities would have people secretly following and photographing them. Xia Qiao's cheeks flushed as she blushed shyly. "Brother Dong, what are you saying? I'm no big star at all. Sure, I'm somewhat attractive, but there are plenty of people prettier than me. I know my place. That person taking photos feels off. After this live stream ends, let's go talk to him." Lin Dong nodded. Although Xiao Lu's filming was extremely discreet, but the battle-hardened Lin Dong had still picked up on the slightest hint. Lin Dong turned to Xia Liangwei beside him and said, "Liangwei, go check out that Santana sedan. Ask the people inside what they're up to." Xia Liangwei obeyed Lin Dong's instructions, exiting the live stream's frame and heading straight toward the Santana sedan. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound echoed against the car window. Xiao Lu looked up to see a middle-aged man. After rolling down the window, Xiao Lu asked, "What do you want?" Xia Liangwei laughed. "What am I doing? I should be asking you what you're doing. Get out of the car." Xiao Lu's heart skipped a beat. Realizing this was no place to linger, he immediately stepped on the gas and sped away. Xia Liangwei watched the receding silhouette of the departing car, his expression tinged with regret. After returning to the live streaming studio, Xia Liangwei whispered to Lin Dong, explaining the incident. Lin Dong had witnessed the entire scene. Perhaps it was just a minor, careless incident. So Lin Dong didn't dwell on it. After Xiaoming's livestream concluded, the team tallied the session's earnings. Total sales reached 3 million yuan. The 3-hour livestream equated to 1 million yuan in sales per hour. It was truly a resounding success. Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, Xia Liangwei, and Xiaoming held a celebratory banquet after the livestream concluded. The celebration was held at a 5-star hotel, where they reserved a private room. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted in high spirits. Under Zhou's leadership, our Xia family will surely reach new heights. Young Master Lin, your products must have sold quite well during this livestream too. Congratulations to you as well. You and Xiao are a perfect match, truly made for each other. I used to oppose the two of you being together, but now I see how foolish that idea was. After discovering he'd been deceived by Lu Zhangyi, Xia Liangwei had reluctantly relinquished the position of family head to Xia Qiao. Now, with 1 million yuan worth of products sold in just 1 hour, the Xia family was thriving under Xia Qiao and Lin Dong's leadership. Xia Liangwei harbored no more resentment whatsoever. During the celebratory banquet, Xia Liangwei also brought up the incident of someone secretly filming. Xia Liangwei remarked, "That person didn't look like a good sort to me, just a thug at first glance. Young Master Lin, you must be careful." Lin Dong smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. "We'll meet force with force and water with earth. If that spy truly intends to harm me, let him come at me. I've never feared anyone. Liangwei, you can't go around suspecting everyone like this. It seems to me you've been burned by people before, now you see villains everywhere." Xia Liangwei felt a bit awkward. Xia Liangwei scratched his head and said nothing more. Though Lin Dong appeared unconcerned on the surface, he had taken note of the person behind the camera. If the person kept spying on him again and again, then Lin Dong would take matters into his own hands and ask them why they were doing it. Lin Dong didn't hesitate to assume the worst about others, yet he also didn't want to wrongly accuse any good person. What if the incident earlier had been nothing but a misunderstanding? The group raised their glasses in celebration. After the celebratory banquet, Lin Dong held Xia Qiao's hand as they strolled along the road, admiring the scenery around them while sharing tender moments. As they neared Xia Qiao's home, Lin Dong's keen senses detected an unusual atmosphere in the air. Someone was following them. Lin Dong escorted Xia Qiao to her car, then drove his own vehicle straight into a Santana sedan parked at the curb. Bang! 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 In just a few blows, the Santana was wrecked beyond repair. Lin Dong got out of his car, walked over to the wrecked Santana, opened the twisted door, and dragged the thug inside out. Without a word, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks before demanding answers. "Why have you been following me? Who sent you? What's your purpose in following me? Talk now, or I'll beat you to death today. Out here in the middle of nowhere, there aren't any cameras. If someone died, no one would ever know, right? I'll dig a hole and bury you. No one will ever know you existed." Xiao Lu was terrified. Before he could even draw his pistol, Lin Dong rammed his car into it, wrecking it. He had no time to react. By the time Xiao Lu regained his senses, Lin Dong had already dragged him out. The pistol was still under the passenger seat. It was too late to retrieve it now. Xiao Lu had never intended to kill Lin Dong anyway, believing the deal wasn't worth it. Thinking he could buy the life of a big shot like Lin Dong for a measly 10,000 yuan was utterly ridiculous. Lin Dong's net worth was easily in the hundreds of millions. Yet now, Yellow Hair had offered Xiao Lu a mere 10,000 yuan for his life. Had Xiao Lu not been desperate for cash, he never would have taken this hit job. Chapter 225, 10,000 yuan to buy a life? At that moment, after Lin Dong had beaten Xiao Lu senseless with fists and kicks, the inherently timid Xiao Lu, who harbored deep fear and respect for Lin Dong, immediately spilled the beans about his mission. Holding his hands high, he knelt before Lin Dong and pleaded truthfully. "Young Master Lin, please spare me. I had no choice. If it weren't for my mother's illness and the urgent need for money, I would never have taken the job to kill you." His mother was sick and needed money? A contract to kill himself? Lin Dong froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that a casual blow would prompt the man to confess his murderous intent. Someone wanted to kill him? Who? If it was an enemy, it should be one of those enemies back in Yanjing. After all, he hadn't been in the capital for very long. He didn't know many people here. If he truly had enemies in the capital, Shen Yiran would be one and Sun Qin another. Though Lin Dong didn't hold a particularly favorable impression of Shen Yiran. If his ex-wife Shen Yiran had ever harbored intentions to kill him, she would have acted long ago when they were still in Yanjing. There was no need to wait until now. That left only one possibility, Sun Qin.
Not long ago, Lin Dong had dismantled the toxic land project, causing Sun Qin to lose a significant amount of money. Of course, the original owner of the toxic land, Boss Su, might also have wanted to kill him, but Boss Su was locked up in prison.
Did Sun Qin send you to kill me? Lin Dong demanded.
I don't know, Xiao Lu stammered, his voice trembling. He continued, the one who hired me to kill you was Brother Yellow Hair.
Brother Yellow Hair's real name is Chen Jingtian. Young Master Lin, do you have a grudge against Brother Yellow Hair? So Brother Yellow Hair gave me 10,000 yuan and a handgun to take your life.
Hearing about the pistol, Lin Dong froze again. In the United States, a handgun could probably be bought for a few $100s. But this was China, where civilian ownership of handguns was strictly prohibited. Any pistol on the black market starts at 10,000 yuan.
Using a 10,000 yuan bounty and a pistol worth 10,000 yuan to attempt his murder?
The reward and the gun's price were wildly disproportionate. By all logic, the reward should far exceed the cost of the weapon used.
Strange. This whole thing reeks of peculiarity. What does Yellow Hair look like? Do you have a photo of him?
Let me see, Lin Dong said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of himself with Brother Yellow Hair in front of Lin Dong. Xiao Lu pointed at the photo on his phone and said, here you go, Young Master Lin.
That's me, and the guy next to me is Brother Yellow Hair. The rest are his crew.
Lin Dong studied the figure of Yellow Hair in the photo and frowned again. He had never seen this Huang Maoga before.
Why would this man want to kill him?
They had no grudges from the past, no enmity in the present. At that moment, Xiao Lu made an unexpected request.
Young Master Lin, he said, could you lie down and pretend to be dead? I need to take a picture.
Brother Yellow Hair said that after I kill you, I'll get the remaining 5,000 yuan. My mother needs money for her medical treatment.
Could you help me out? Lie down and play dead? So he could take a photo and collect the final payment?
Lin Dong thought for a moment and nodded. Lin Dong said, I can cooperate with you. We'll take a photo of me lying on the ground, killed by the collision.
But since I'm helping you out, could you do me a favor in return? Once you get the final payment, arrange for that guy with the yellow hair to meet me. I want to see him. As long as he could get the final payment without having to kill anyone.
Xiao Lu was willing to do anything. So Lin Dong collapsed onto the ground, letting Xiao Lu snap a photo. Before long, the sound of a 5,000 yuan payment notification from Alipay rang out from Xiao Lu's phone. Xiao Lu stared at the balance in his Alipay app, then immediately knelt down before Lin Dong in excitement.
Thank you, young Master Lin.
Lin Dong patted Xiao Lu on the head and chuckled, don't kill people for a measly 10,000 yuan in the future.
That's not the going rate. Is my life only worth 10,000 yuan?
If you want to kill me, the reward you get should be at least several thousand times, even tens of thousands of times more.
Don't forget what you promised me. Get your yellow hair brother to meet me. I'll wait right here. Have your yellow hair guy come to me? Xiao Lu nodded and immediately called Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair, I've completed your task. Lin Dong's body is still with me. What do you want to do about it? Brother Huang, should you come over and help dispose of Lin Dong's body? I did the killing. You can't expect me to dig a hole and bury him too, can you?
Hearing this, Brother Yellow glanced once more at the corpse of Lin Dong on his phone and replied, alright, I'll be right over. Brother Yellow Hair sent the image of Lin Dong's corpse to Lu Chan. From Lu Chan, he received the final payment of 50,000 yuan. Lu Chanyan then forwarded the corpse image to Lu Zhongyi, who paid him the final installment of 500,000 yuan. Lu Zhongyi then forwarded the image of Lin Dong's corpse to Sun Ming, receiving the final payment of 5 million yuan from him. Upon receiving the photos of Lin Dong's corpse, Sun Ming was overjoyed. I never expected it. Truly never expected it. To eliminate Lin Dong so effortlessly. Helping both myself and my brother eliminate a formidable rival in the business world. Sun Ming immediately got behind the wheel and drove towards Sun Qin's mansion. Before long, Sun Ming arrived at Sun Qin's mansion. As soon as he got out of the car, Sun Ming pulled out his phone and reported the good news to Sun Qin. Bro, the task you assigned me is done. How about that efficiency from your little brother? Pretty awesome, huh? Ha ha ha. Lin Dong is dead. He cost us so much money he deserved to die long ago. If it weren't for Lin Dong meddling, we would have secured the Xie family's assets long ago, and our contaminated land could have been developed normally. Now that Lin Dong is gone, no one will stand in our way anymore. Sun Qin pushed Shen Yiran away from his embrace and took the phone from his younger brother's hand. The photo clearly showed Lin Dong's corpse. A gaping hole pierced Lin Dong's chest, oozing a crimson liquid. It must be blood. Sun Qin patted Sun Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. Brother, you did well. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Chapter 226, Someone said I'm dead? You've not only avenged me, but also avenged your sister-in-law. That Lin Dong not only abandoned your sister-in-law but also constantly opposed me at every turn. What a relief. Lin Dong is dead. Now we have no more competitors in our business ventures. Sun Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him. though it cost him 10 million yuan to eliminate Lin Dong this time. In Sun Qin's eyes, that 10 million yuan was money well spent. It was money well spent. If Lin Dong had lived, who knew how much damage he would have caused? First, there was the CF family's business empire. Then, there were the school district properties on the contaminated land and the school development project. All of that combined would easily exceed 10 billion yuan. And now, for a mere 10 million yuan, he had permanently rid himself of this future headache. How could Sun Qin not be delighted? Sun Qin then handed the photo of Lin Dong's corpse on his phone to Shen Yiran beside him to look at. Shen Yiran stared at the photos, her heart filled with immense satisfaction. Lin Dong was dead. The man she had resented all this time was finally gone. Who gave you the right to divorce me back then? Who gave you the right to hide the fact that you had family assets in Beijing back then? Who gave you the right to get involved with Xie Qiao? Lin Dong, you deserve to die. Lin Dong had been Xie Qiao's ex-husband. Though they say a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection, Shen Yiran showed not a trace of regret. Shen Yiran had long wanted to eliminate Lin Dong. However, as a woman, she hesitated. It was simply difficult for her to take action. After securing her new boyfriend Sun Qin as her protector, Sun Qin promptly dispatched someone to eliminate Lin Dong. From that day forward, no one dared mock her again, nor did anyone dare cross her path. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. From then on, Lin Dong vanished completely from Shen Yiran's life. Shen Yiran stared at the photo of Lin Dong's corpse and sighed, if only Lin Dong had been willing to obey my every command. If Lin Dong had become one of Brother Qin's men, he would have become his right-hand man. Too bad he chose to court death himself. No one else is to blame, that was Lin Dong's fate. Shen Yiran also shared the news with her younger sister. After all, Shen Yiran knew her younger sister, Shen Shuaro, had always harbored feelings for Lin Dong. Now that Lin Dong was dead, such momentous news naturally had to be shared with her sister. After answering the call, Shen Shuaro was utterly stunned. She urgently pressed, "Sis, are you sure? Are you certain Lin Dong is truly dead? How could Brother Dong just die like that? I saw Brother Dong just yesterday. You're saying Brother Dong died today? Impossible. Brother Dong would never die so easily. I don't believe it." Seeing her sister's refusal to accept the reality of Lin Dong's death, Shen Yiran sent her the photo. When Shen Shuaro saw the image of Lin Dong's lifeless body, tears welled up and spilled over her cheeks. In an instant, memories of every moment she'd shared with Lin Dong flooded Shen Shuaro's mind. Although Lin Dong had always treated Shen Shuaro like a younger sister, she had long since fallen in love with him. Now, hearing the news of his death from her sister's mouth and seeing the photograph of his body, tears streamed down her cheeks like a flood. Shen Shuaro repeated to herself over and over, "This can't be true. How could this happen? The man I loved so deeply just died so easily? Unthinkable." Not long ago, Shen Shuaro remembered clearly that she and Lin Dong had met just once more. Lin Dong had given her money to move into a larger apartment, urging her to leave the cramped rental behind. But Shen Shuaro clutched her phone, burying her face in her hands as she wept. Shen Yiran heard her sister's sobs over the phone. Shen Yiran sighed and murmured to herself, "Only when Lin Dong is dead can my sister have a fresh start and a happy marriage." "Sis, why do you place such importance on Lin Dong? No matter how good he is, he's still just a man." Love? What is love? It's nothing but the secretion of hormones. When the hormones stop flowing, so does the love. Besides, my dear sister, Lin Dong doesn't even like you. Why persist in this unrequited love? Now that Lin Dong is dead, this is a fresh start for you. You can boldly seek your own love. If Lin Dong had never died, Shen Yiran had no doubt her sister would remain alone for the rest of her life. Then the Shen family line might have died out. Shen Shuaro locked herself in her room, never stepping outside the front gate, let alone the back gate. She relieved herself in her room and ordered takeout for meals. Lin Dong's death had caused immense emotional turmoil within Shen Shuaro. Xie Qiao heard the rumor Lin Dong was dead? Xie Qiao called Lin Dong and asked, "Are you dead?" Lin Dong answered over the phone, "Sure, I'm talking to you right now. How can you say I'm dead?" "Xie Qiao, Brother Dong, where are you? I'll come find you." Lin Dong turned around and looked at Xie Qiao in the car. "I'm right here in front of you." They shared a smile. From the very beginning, Xie Qiao had always been by Lin Dong's side. No one knew better than Xie Qiao whether Lin Dong was dead or alive. After getting out of the car, Xie Qiao approached Lin Dong and said, "Looks like there's a mastermind behind that punk." Lin Dong nodded. "We'll wait right here. I'm curious to see where this yellow hair guy got his gun. And I'd like to ask this yellow hair guy, is my life really only worth 10,000 yuan? That's downright insulting." If Xiao Lu's reward had been high enough, Lin Dong might not have cared. After all, Lin Dong understood that he had offended far too many people, and there were far too many who wanted him dead. But to think someone would offer a mere 10,000 yuan to hire a hitman to take his life? After all, Lin Dong was a billionaire. The fortune he inherited from the Bai family alone was worth well over 100 million yuan. Not to mention, after inheriting the Bai family business, he had spent years expanding it. His net worth had long since surpassed the 500 million yuan mark.
And now, some guy named Huang Mao actually thinks he can hire a hitman to kill me for just 10,000 yuan? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Lin Dong was determined to find out exactly who this yellow hair was.
Lin Dong couldn't help but wonder if this Huang Mao had some kind of mental defect. 10,000 yuan to kill a billionaire? What kind of twisted logic is that? Must have for brains. Before long, Zhao Qiao spotted someone approaching. Chapter 227, Catching the Killer.
Coming straight toward them was a young man with yellow hair. No doubt about it, this was the very same yellow-haired brother Xiao Lu had mentioned. But the moment the blonde-haired guy stepped out of the car and started walking this way, he spotted the energetic Lin Dong. At that moment, how could the blonde-haired man not realize he'd been deceived by his own subordinate?
Was Lin Dong dead? Bull. Wasn't Lin Dong standing right there in front of him, alive and well?
The moment Huang Mao saw the living Lin Dong, he turned and fled without a word.
If Lin Dong was still alive, why had his subordinate summoned him here?
There was no doubt about it, his own subordinate had betrayed him.
Damn it! I've always treated him well. Whenever there was something good, I always thought of little Lu first. This Lu is such an ungrateful bastard. He sold me out. Next time I see him, I'll beat him senseless. Huang Mao turned and fled, not daring to linger for a moment. He knew full well what would happen if Lin Dong caught him. At best, he'd get a brutal beating. At worst, he might just meet his end. He wanted to kill the other man. Given Lin Dong's temperament, would he retaliate in kind? That was a very real possibility.
In his mind, Huang Mao had already cursed his subordinate, Xiao Lu, to high heaven. This guy was nothing but a traitor. What was his relationship with him? What was Lin Dong's relationship with him? He ate his food, used his things, wore his clothes every single day. And now he's teamed up with outsiders to lure me here. The moment Huang Mao turned his back, Lin Dong had already sprung into action. As China's war god, Lin Dong's speed was naturally second to none. Though his sprinting speed couldn't match that of world champions, among ordinary people, he was exceptionally outstanding. One leap. Lin Dong's kick sent the blonde-haired man tumbling to the ground. Seizing the momentum, Lin Dong pinned the yellow-haired man beneath him. He repeatedly slapped the blonde-haired man across the face, instantly swelling his cheeks. Speak! Why did you try to kill me? You killed me for just 10,000 yuan? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm a billionaire, for crying out loud. You think 10,000 yuan is enough to buy my life? Are you kidding me? Seriously kidding me? Lin Dong was furious. His rage stemmed not merely from someone attempting to kill him. It was because the culprit behind it all had only spent 10,000 yuan. This was nothing short of a delusional fantasy. Xiao Lu approached Huang Mao, head bowed, his face etched with apology. Xiao Lu spoke up, "Brother Huang Mao, I'm sorry. I betrayed you. But what else could I do? You offered such a measly sum. You gave me a measly 10,000 yuan and expected me to kill a billionaire. Who the hell is Lin Dong? He's a big shot on the same level as our Qin brother. Brother Huang Mao, I'm sorry I betrayed you. Whatever punishment you decide, I'll accept it willingly." After all, Xiao Lu had been a thug under Huang Mao for years. Over the years, yellow hair had looked out for him more than once. But the pay was too low for such a heavy burden. This murder job felt like a thorn lodged deep in Xiao Lu's heart. Now, talking about other things was pointless. After all, Xiao Lu had betrayed yellow hair, it was a fact. Lin Dong confronted Huang Mao. "Between you and me, there's no grudge, is there? Have I ever beaten you? Or interfered with your business? Neither, right? We've never had any grudges, so why did you send someone to kill me?" Hearing this, Huang Mao had no choice but to reveal everything he knew to Lin Dong. If he couldn't give Lin Dong a proper explanation, he feared Lin Dong wouldn't let him off today. Gritting his teeth, the yellow-haired man spoke, "Young Master Lin, I was acting under orders. The one who wanted you dead wasn't me, it was Lu Chan. My boss, Lu Chan, is from the Lu family. Didn't you recently expose their plot to devour the Xie family? So I think that might be why the Lu family wants you dead. It's none of my business. I'm just a middleman. If you want to cause trouble, go find Lu Chan." Lin Dong paused. This development unfolded exactly as Lin Dong had anticipated. He had no grudge against the yellow-haired man, the other had no reason to kill him. Lu Chan? That name was entirely new to Lin Dong. Lin Dong inquired, "What's the relationship between Lu Chan and Lu Zhongyi?" The blonde-haired man replied, "Young Master Lin, Lu Chan is Lu Zhongyi's nephew. Lu Zhongyi is the head of the Lu family, and Lu Chan is the second in command." Hearing this, Lin Dong nodded. Then Lin Dong continued his questioning, "How much did this Lu Chan give you?" "Yellow hair, 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Xiao Lu instantly flew into a rage. The supplier gave brother Huang Mao 100,000 yuan, yet brother Huang Mao only gave him 10,000 yuan. This wasn't just a 50% discount. It was a complete ripoff. Could the middleman stop being so greedy? Whether it was 100,000 yuan or 10,000 yuan, to Lin Dong, they were both figures of the same magnitude. Too little.
Way too little. Even 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to buy his life back. Get Lu Chan out here. Or I'll kill you right now. Lin Dong declared. At that moment, Lin Dong produced the pistol that Xiao Lu had attempted to use to kill him. After Xiao Lu's assassination attempt failed, the pistol naturally ended up in Lin Dong's hands. A black muzzle pressed against the blonde-haired man's head. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings. The location was secluded, with no passers-by and certainly no surveillance cameras. If he were to die here, it might be a death in vain. As the saying goes, a wise man avoids immediate losses. The blonde-haired man decided to betray his own boss, Lu Chan. So Huaguo pulled out his phone and called Lu Chan. Hello? Shan Gu? I killed Lin Dong. Now, what should we do about Lin Dong's body? I can't handle Lin Dong's body alone. Why don't you come over and help me out? Otherwise, if his body gets discovered and the police track me down, I might slip up and rat you out. But if Lin Dong's body is never found by the police, then he'll just be classified as a missing person. The investigative resources allocated to homicide cases are vastly different from those for missing persons. Brother Chan? Come help me out. I'll send you the location. On the other end of the line, Lu Chan heard these words and realized Huang Mao had a point. Although he had sent men to kill Lin Dong, the police didn't know Lin Dong was dead. Chapter 228. Lin Dong was shocked. You have superiors? A living person vanishing into thin air? Was he missing? Or dead? Both were possible. If the police didn't classify this as a homicide, Yellow Hair might just evade legal punishment. And if Yellow Hair evaded justice, it would become even less likely that he de-implicate me. At this thought, Lu Chan hurriedly replied, alright, I'll head over to your place immediately. Wait for me. First, find something to cover Lin Dong's body with. Don't let anyone see it. I'll buy some digging tools. Later, we'll drive out to the wilderness and bury Lin Dong. Then it'll be as if he never existed. It must be said, Lu Chan's intelligence was still sharp. There were many ways to dispose of a body and cover up the evidence. Whether burying it in the outskirts, flushing it down the sewer, or tossing it into a trash bin, it would be discovered one day. But if you bury the body deep in the mountains and forests, the chances of it being found are practically zero. Deep mountain forests were places seldom visited by humans in the first place. There are no signs of human activity, let alone the discovery of a corpse. Even if a body were found, it might be mistaken for the remains of a wild animal. The forest is governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak fall prey to the strong. Finding a skeleton there is hardly surprising. But if bones were found in the suburbs, they would easily be recognized as human remains. If left undiscovered for over a decade, the body might simply vanish, returning to nature. Lu Chan, calculating his plan in his mind, headed to the hardware store, bought a shovel, placed it in his car, and drove off. Both Yellow Hair and Little Lu had been subdued by Lin Dong. Their hands were bound behind their backs as they looked helplessly at Lin Dong. Xiao Lu said to Huang Mao, Brother Huang Mao, you're being so disloyal. Chan offered you 100,000 yuan, but you only gave me 10,000. Yellow Hair retorted, what's wrong with 10,000? Didn't you say you needed the money urgently? I gave you 10,000, and you still took this hit job, didn't you? Xiao Lu muttered, if you'd given me the full 100,000 yuan hit fee, I might have risked my life to complete this job perfectly. No matter how skilled Lin Dong is in martial arts, he still fears a gun. While I was torn between killing him or not, Lin Dong caught me. If you'd given me the full 100,000, I would have made up my mind. Ah. Yellow Hair fell silent. After all, he had indeed pocketed 90% of the markup. Standing nearby, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle as he overheard their exchange. Whether it was 10,000 yuan or 100,000 yuan. And with that, they think they can buy their own lives? Far too cheap. Before long, Lu Chan came into Lin Dong's view. This time, Lu Chan didn't get out of the car. Through the windshield, his gaze locked onto Lin Dong. Lu Chan thought, how is Lin Dong still alive? Have I been tricked? Damn it, how did that yellow-haired bastard pull this off? Yellow Hair clearly sent me photos of Lin Dong's corpse. How could he possibly be standing right in front of me, alive and well? This can only mean Yellow Hair and Lin Dong are in cahoots, tricking me. Lu Chan turned the steering wheel and sped away without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Dong drew his pistol and fired 4 shots in quick succession, blowing out all 4 tires on Lu Chan's car. Bang! 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 The sound of 4 tires exploding echoed. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chan's sedan lost control and careened toward the guardrail. Lu Chan was forced to stop. Lin Dong immediately stepped forward, smashed the window, and dragged Lu Chan out. Lu Chan saw the blonde-haired thug, his hands bound behind his back, being held by Xiechouer. Beside him stood another thug, also bound hand and foot. Seeing this scene, how could Lu Chan not realize that he had paid 100,000 yuan for Yellow Hair to kill Lin Dong? And that Yellow Hair had subcontracted the hit to another low-level thug. Otherwise, why would this thug be bound by Lin Dong? There could only be one reason. Lin Dong unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Lu Chan. Daring to kill me? Don't you want to live anymore?
Lin Dong showed no mercy whatsoever toward the thug who had tried to kill him. Such scum deserved a beating. All he did was expose Lu Zhengyi's scheme. Lu Zhengyi hadn't even come after him yet. Yet this nephew of Lu Zhengyi dared to try and take matters into his own hands for his uncle. If he wanted to kill him, couldn't he at least name a higher price? 100,000 yuan? Dream on. Lu Chan raised his hands in surrender. He was innocent. Young Master Lin, have mercy. If you must hit me, at least spare my face. I still have people to meet. It's not me who wants to kill you, it's my uncle Lu Zhengyi who ordered my death. I'm merely following my uncle's instructions. Young Master Lin, I'm innocent. The one who truly wants you dead isn't me, it's my uncle, Lu Zhengyi. If you want trouble, go after Lu Zhengyi. Don't come after me. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Xie Qiao's eyes widened in shock. Even Xiao Lu and Huang Mao wore expressions of utter disbelief. Logically speaking, Lin Dong had foiled the Lu family's plot to devour the Xie family. As a member of the Lu clan, Lu Chan had a motive for murder. Yet Lu Chan had just admitted he wasn't the ultimate killer, someone else was? Was it arranged by Lu Zhengyi, Lu Chan's uncle? Xiao Lu and Huang Mao asked in unison, Brother Chan, how much did Brother Lu Zhengyi give you? Lu Chan answered, my uncle Lu Zhengyi gave me 1 million yuan to kill Lin Dong. I feared killing him directly would bring unnecessary trouble upon myself, so I spent 100,000 yuan to hire Yellow Hair to eliminate Lin Dong. Yellow Hair, this thug beside you, did you hire him to kill Lin Dong? Did you subcontract the job? Even though he knew he was asking a rhetorical question, Lu Chan still had to ask. After all, killing someone, especially a billionaire, 100,000 yuan for a hit was already rock bottom. And yet, the hitman he hired, Yellow Hair, had subcontracted the job. No wonder Lin Dong was still alive. Who would willingly kill someone for a mere few tens of thousands? Lu Chan demanded of Huang Mao, how much did you pay the thug to kill Lin Dong? Huang Mao replied, Brother Chan, you gave me 100,000 yuan. I gave him 10,000 yuan. Whoa! Lu Chan sucked in a sharp breath. 10,000 yuan? Had he heard correctly? He'd pocketed a 90% markup. Even his own men were pocketing 90% of the markup. These underworld types were also damn greedy. Chapter 229, The Baffling Attempted Murder Case. Originally a million yuan hit job, but by the time it came down to the final execution, only 10,000 yuan remained? No wonder Lin Dong didn't die. 10,000 yuan, what does that even mean? It's barely enough for the latest iPhone. It's barely enough for a wealthy person to cover a single meal. Yellow Hair, you're a disgrace. I paid you to kill Lin Dong personally, I never authorized subcontracting. Lu Chan roared angrily. To this, Yellow Hair replied, Brother Chan, don't you know my style by now? Every time you sent me to smash up a shop, beat up some random person, or extort money, did I ever go alone? I always bring my crew along to finish your jobs. You should know that without me having to remind you. It's like ancient disaster relief funds, you have to feed us middlemen first before anything actually reaches its intended destination. Sure, you could have hired that thug under me to do the killing. But you didn't. You went through us. So you've got some responsibility here too. It's too late to talk now. From 1 million to 100,000, then to 10,000. Each middleman skimmed off 90% of the markup. If Lin Dong ended up dead after all that, that would be the real miracle. Get your uncle Lu Zhengyi out here. Lin Dong ordered. No, I'll never betray my uncle. Lu Chan clenched his teeth, refusing to budge. After all, Lu Zhengyi was Lu Chan's uncle. The bond between them was far deeper than the purely transactional relationship between Lu Chan and Huang Mao, or between Lu Chan and Xiao Lu. You truly refuse? Even if you beat me to death, I won't make my uncle come. Fine, call the police. Lin Dong had already planned to call the police. Previously, he'd only intended to find the real mastermind behind the scenes before reporting it. Who would have thought that after finding one punk, another named Lu Chan would surface? And after dealing with Lu Chan, yet another Lu Zhengyi appeared. This delay had pushed back his plans to report the crime. Lin Dong shot his girlfriend Xie Qiao a look, signaling her to call the police immediately. Xie Qiao picked up her phone, dialed 999, and requested police assistance to handle an attempted murder case. Upon receiving the report, the police immediately set out. This was a homicide case, and its priority far surpassed that of other incidents. The capital was a relatively peaceful city, with few homicide cases occurring on a regular basis. However, whenever one did occur, the police would investigate it with full force. Inside a police station. Hurry up! There's been a murder. So, numerous beat officers rushed to Lin Dong's location. Upon arriving at the scene, they questioned Lin Dong and Xie Qiao to understand the situation. Even the seasoned beat officers were momentarily stunned by this incident. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered homicides before. But in their entire careers, they had never encountered a murder case as bizarrely comical as this one. It was like a subcontracting scheme. One company won the bid, subcontracted it to another company, and then that company subcontracted it to yet another company.
What should have been $1 million project ended up paying only 10,000 yuan. How could the project possibly be completed? Lin Dong couldn't possibly have been killed. The pay was far too low, the risk and reward were completely out of proportion. The police loaded Xiao Lu, Huang Mao, and Lu Chan into the patrol car. They shook hands with Lin Dong and asked, "Are you hurt? Should we take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Lin Dong shook his head and handed Xiao Lu's pistol to the police, saying, "This gun is their weapon. Here, take it." Qian privately possessed firearms? The police were furious. In the capital city, under the emperor's nose, someone dared to do such a thing. Thank you for helping us uncover a case of illegal weapon possession and a failed murder attempt. As for Lu Zhangyi, we'll send officers to apprehend him. Would you like to accompany us to witness the arrest? Sure. Lin Dong agreed without hesitation. Before Lu Zhangyi was imprisoned, Lin Dong also wanted to see him one last time, to confront him face to face. After all, hadn't he merely foiled Lu Zhangyi's plot to take over the Xie family? Was that really reason enough to send someone to kill him? Granted, 1 million yuan for killing someone was a fair price. But that depended on the identity and status of the target. After all, Lin Dong was a billionaire. To him, a 1 million yuan bounty for murder still seemed a bit low. Now, Lin Dong couldn't help but wonder, could Lu Zhangyi have been paid by someone else to send men after him? After all, with the precedents set by Xiao Lu, Yellow Hair, and Lu Chan, it wouldn't be surprising if there was a mastermind behind Lu Zhangyi. Lin Dong got into the police car and accompanied the officers to apprehend Lu Zhangyi. Not long after, the group arrived at the Lu family's corporate headquarters. Without warning, the officers forced their way inside. Had they announced their arrival first, allowing Lu's staff to inform Lu Zhangyi, he might have come downstairs willingly to be handcuffed. He might have fled in fear of the consequences. When Lin Dong and the officers appeared at Lu Group's headquarters, the Lu family members were stunned. What's going on? Our Lu family hasn't broken any laws, has it? It's bad enough the beat cops showed up, but why are there so many SWAT officers here too? Are they here to cause trouble? Has something happened to Boss Lu? Quick, notify him so he can escape. It's too late, the local police officers have already gone upstairs. At that very moment, Lu Zhangyi sat in his office, admiring the image of Lin Dong's corpse. Lu Zhangyi considered it the most exquisite image in the world. This Lin Dong had been opposing him day after day. This time, he had finally resolved the root of the problem once and for all. Last time, when his Lu family and Lu Haojia's Lu family were fighting over business territory, Lin Dong, acting as a third party, had meddled in the conflict. Moreover, when Lu Zhangyi's shop was vandalized that time, although he had no proof, it was undoubtedly the work of Lin Dong, Lu Haojia, and Wang Yongsheng. Now that Lin Dong was finally dead, no one felt more vindicated than Lu Zhangyi. Staring at the photo, Lu Zhangyi roared with laughter, Lin Dong, this is your day. Anyone who crosses me will never meet a good end. A mere 1 million yuan bought your life and I made a cool 9 million yuan off it. Chapter 230, The Puppet Master in the Fog. This mission to eliminate Lin Dong wasn't Lu Zhangyi's idea. It originated from Sun Ming, Sun Qin's younger brother. Sun Ming handed Lu Zhangyi 10 million yuan to eliminate Lin Dong. Lu Zhangyi then spent only 1 million yuan to have his nephew Lu Chan complete the job. Now that Lin Dong was dead, the 9 million yuan had also landed in Lu Zhangyi's pocket. A win-win situation. He got rid of Lin Dong and made money for himself. But the very next moment, Lu Zhangyi's smile vanished. Because Lin Dong appeared at the doorway of his office. Lu Zhangyi stared at the photo of Lin Dong's death on his phone, then looked up to see the very man standing before him, alive and well. Ghost. Lu Zhangyi scrambled backward in panic, stumbled, and fell to the floor before curling up in a corner. Staring at Lin Dong's figure as if he were a demon, Lu Zhangyi blurted out. Lin Dong, don't come after me now that you're dead. I had no choice. You were the one who kept opposing me every single day. Actually, it wasn't me who wanted to kill you, it was Sun Ming. Do you know Sun Ming? He's the mastermind who schemed to take over the Xie family back then. This time, the mission to kill you was also assigned to me by Sun Ming. I can't disobey brother Sun Ming. He holds all my dirty secrets in his hands. I was forced into this. If you want revenge, don't come after me, go after Sun Ming. Lin Dong stepped before Lu Zhangyi, grabbed his hair, and pulled him close. Lin Dong shouted, look closely. Am I human or a ghost? At that moment, the neighborhood police officers appeared behind Lin Dong. Lu Zhangyi glanced at the officers behind Lin Dong, then back at Lin Dong. Suddenly, it dawned on Lu Zhangyi. The photos his nephew had taken were fake. Lin Dong wasn't dead at all. He was standing right before him, alive and well. Sun Ming? Did Sun Ming send you to kill me? Lin Dong laughed and continued, well, this is beyond belief. It's the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen in my life. I've seen reports about contract killings before, but I never imagined the chain of subcontractors involved in my case would be this long. Lu Zhangyi, how much did that Sun Ming pay you to kill me? Police appeared before Lu Zhangyi and placed him in handcuffs.
Seeing the police arrive, he recalled the words he'd blurted out in shock and reluctantly admitted the truth. Big brother Sun Ming gave me 10 million yuan.
10 million yuan?
Hearing this, Lin Dong nodded. That was a reasonable price for killing him.
10,000? 100,000? Forget killing someone, it wouldn't even cover the cost of slaughtering a chicken.
A million might cover a murder, but not one targeting a billionaire like himself.
As for a 10 million yuan bounty for murder? Now that's more like it. Now that was a reasonable price.
Lin Dong smiled, gazing at Lu Zhangyi now in handcuffs.
Do you know how every penny of your million was spent? Do you know why I wasn't killed? Let me tell you the truth.
You spent 1 million yuan hiring your nephew Lu Chan to kill me. But Lu Chan spent 100,000 yuan hiring Yellow Hair to kill me. Then Yellow Hair spent 10,000 yuan hiring a thug named Xiao Lu to kill me. The 10 million yuan Sun Ming gave you passed through your hands, your nephew's hands, Wang Mao's hands, and Xiao Lu's hands. By the time it reached Xiao Lu, only 10,000 yuan remained. You probably never imagined that the thug ultimately responsible for killing me only received 10,000 yuan as payment.
Think about it, would anyone be satisfied with 10,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan?
Hearing this, Lu Zhangyi was stunned.
He had given his nephew Lu Chan 1 million yuan, yet the final executor, Xiao Lu, only received 10,000 yuan? Could this be any more absurd?
If his nephew Lu Chan had been willing to kill Lin Dong personally, Lin Dong would have been dead without a trace. Although Lin Dong was skilled, he had given his nephew Lu Chan a handgun more than enough to completely overwhelm Lin Dong. But no, Lin Dong wasn't killed, and now he'd been caught by the beat cops.
What kind of mess is this? Lu Zhangyi roared at the neighborhood police officers. Where's my nephew Lu Chan? I want to see him. Damn it, Lu Chan is such a piece of work.
I gave him 1 million, and he still subcontracted it out layer by layer.
Damn it. This is outrageous. Naturally, the police refused Lu Zhangyi's demands.
A criminal suspect who was already under custody had no standing to make demands.
However, to secure Lu Zhangyi's cooperation in apprehending Sun Ming, the police brought in Lu Zhangyi's nephew, Lu Chan. Lu Chan, also handcuffed, wore an expression of deep regret.
Lu Chan's regret wasn't over committing attempted murder. What he regretted was not having killed Lin Dong with his own hands. If he had personally taken the gun and finished off Lin Dong, none of this mess would have happened. Kneeling before his uncle, Lu Chan lamented, "Uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have entrusted the task of killing Lin Dong to that punk. That punk is utterly untrustworthy. Uncle, if I ever get another chance, I'll do it myself.
I'll never rely on others again." Smack! Lin Dong's palm struck Lu Chan's face. Even now, he showed no remorse whatsoever, still scheming to kill me. Killing is wrong. Didn't your parents teach you that? The beat officers loaded Lu Chan and Lu Zhangyi into the vehicle and drove towards Sun Ming's residence. Along the way, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, and the officers discussed the incident.
The whole thing was utterly absurd. The officers remarked, "Lin Dong, you were lucky this was a subcontracted job. Otherwise, you'd have been in real danger. All suspects involved will be prosecuted for attempted murder. In our capital city, someone actually dared to commit murder with a gun. Let's go. We're arresting Sun Ming." Do you think Sun Ming might have been acting under someone else's orders too? By now, Lin Dong and Xia Qiao were feeling numb. First, they found Xiao Lu, assuming he was the ultimate killer. Then they discovered Xiao Lu had a superior Huang Mao.
Huang Mao had a superior Lu Chan had a superior Lu Zhangyi.
And Lu Zhangyi had a superior Sun Ming. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if Sun Ming had also been manipulated by someone else.
In Lin Dong's mind, a suspicion had already taken root. Could it be Sun Qin behind it all? So how much did Sun Qin actually pay Sun Ming? Could it be 10 times the amount again? Chapter 231, Lin Dong isn't dead? Shen Yiran is shocked. At that moment, Shen Yiran and Sun Qin remained utterly unaware that Lin Dong, accompanied by the neighborhood police officers, was closing in on them. They believed they had killed Lin Dong, but in truth, he was far from dead. Memories of her time with Lin Dong flooded Shen Yiran's mind. She sighed softly. What a pity. Lin Dong was a decent guy. Too bad he wasn't mine. Upon learning of Lin Dong's death, Shen Yiran felt a momentary pang of sorrow. But that fleeting ache quickly dissipated. Shen Yiran looked at Sun Qin beside her and said, "Brother Qin, I will always be your woman. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Sun Qin paid Shen Yiran no mind whatsoever. In his eyes, she was nothing more than a tool. A tool to help him navigate business predicaments. A woman to entertain himself with during his leisure time. Sun Ming shot a glance at the suggestive atmosphere between his brother and Shen Yiran before helplessly turning on the TV. Sun Ming truly couldn't bear to watch the two of them wallowing in their affection. Just then, Sun Ming's phone rang. After answering, Sun Ming was stunned and pressed the caller urgently. "Are you sure? Is this confirmed? Did you actually see Lin Dong?" His subordinate replied, "Son, I'm 100% certain. Lin Dong isn't dead at all. What's more, Lu Zhangyi seems to have been taken away by the police."
I've called Lu Zhongyi several times, but I can't get through.
So, I suspect Lu Zhongyi was either killed by Lin Dong in retaliation, fled in fear of punishment, or was taken away by the police. After hanging up,
Sun Ming's face darkened with worry. Immediately, Sun Ming dialed Lu Zhongyi's number.
Just as Sun Ming's subordinate had mentioned earlier, Lu Zhongyi's phone was now unreachable. Sun Qin noticed her brother's gloomy expression and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Sun Ming didn't mince words, recounting the entire incident in detail to his older brother.
Hearing this, Sun Qin froze.
What the hell? Lin Dong wasn't dead? But then, how could he explain the photo of Lin Dong's corpse on his phone? The images clearly showed Lin Dong riddled with multiple gunshot wounds. He couldn't possibly be alive. And now he was being told Lin Dong might not be dead? Still alive? Sun Qin urgently asked his younger brother, "Brother, did you personally kill this Lin Dong? Didn't you confirm his death? Where is Lin Dong's body now?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ming let out a sigh. Sun Ming spoke up, "Brother, I'm sorry. You entrusted me with 10 million yuan to kill Lin Dong, but in truth, I didn't do it myself. I handed over the 10 million yuan you gave me to Lu Zhongyi, asking him to carry out this assassination for me. Perhaps Lu Zhongyi found another buyer. Or maybe he deceived me, leading me to receive incorrect information. Regardless, Lin Dong is still alive. That's a fact." Sun Qin slammed his fist on the table in fury, roaring, "Lu Zhongyi! Where is that bastard? I want him dead or alive." At that moment, the television Sun Ming had just turned on interrupted its programming with a news bulletin. On the screen, a female anchor smiled as she introduced a bizarre attempted murder case to the audience. The female anchor laughed heartily, her face still smiling.
Viewers, we've seen countless murder cases, but the one I'm about to tell you about is one you've definitely never seen before. Let me put it this way, have you heard of subcontracting? One contractor subcontracts to the next, and that next contractor subcontracts to the one after that. We've heard plenty about subcontracting in construction, but have you ever heard of subcontracting a murder? The case we're about to present is precisely such an intriguing tale of subcontracted murder. The story unfolds right here in our capital city. Mr. Lin was out walking with his girlfriend when suddenly a gun-wielding criminal rushed over. His demand was utterly baffling. The criminal insisted Mr. Lin cooperate in staging a fake death photo so he could collect his final payment. Later, Mr. Lin reported the incident. Through meticulous investigation, the police uncovered a complex web. Above this criminal named Xiao Lu was an upper-level figure named Huang Mao. Above Huang Mao was another upper-level figure named Lu Chan. And it doesn't end there, there's also Lu Zhongyi, Sun Ming. Currently, the police have apprehended all suspects Xiao Lu, Huang Mao, Lu Chan, and Lu Zhongyi. Only Sun Ming remains at large, and authorities are conducting an intensive manhunt. We believe this baffling murder case will soon reach its conclusion. The law will not let any criminal escape justice. Stay tuned to this channel as our reporters continue to follow this story. After hearing this report, Sun Qin was stunned. Sun Ming was also stunned. Sun Qin turned to look at her younger brother beside her. He had given his brother 10 million yuan to kill Lin Dong, and then Sun Ming subcontracted the job? Layer upon layer of subcontracting? Only to leave behind a complete mess? Since becoming chairman of a listed company, Sun Qin considered himself a man who had seen it all. What storms hadn't he weathered? Yet the events unfolding now were unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The subcontracting chain went this deep? No wonder Lin Dong is still alive. I shelled out 10 million yuan. And now look, the money's gone, but the job's not done. Damn it. Shen Yiran, sitting on the sofa, froze when she saw the news report about Lin Dong. In Shen Yiran's eyes, she had assumed Lin Dong would never see tomorrow's sun. Yet now, the news on TV was telling Shen Yiran that Lin Dong wasn't dead. Shen Yiran muttered to herself, Lin Dong, you're one lucky bastard. You've dodged the bullet again. But you can only escape once eventually. I'll crush your bones to dust and destroy every trace of you with my own hands. Lin Dong. Xia Qiao. I want both of you dead. Yet Shen Yiran knew she couldn't take on Lin Dong alone. She needed Sun Qin's power to do it. Chapter 232, The Murder Farce That Became an Internet Meme. When this bizarre murder subcontracting case was reported by the television station, it immediately sparked a massive public outcry. Netizens were stunned. Holy! How bizarre is this supposed to be? This was a murder contract. Subcontracting one layer would be bad enough. But you subcontracted it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Originally, the employer offered a 10 million yuan commission. By the time it reached the hitman, only 10,000 yuan remained. 10 million plummeted to 10,000. What the hell kind of killing fee is that? Not even enough to buy a single iPhone. This explains why Lin Dong wasn't killed. This news dominated the top 10 trending topics on Douyin. People laughed. Netizens went wild, commenting and sharing the story. This is hilarious. A million yuan bounty got slashed to 10,000? Come on. Who'd kill for a measly 10 grand? Even selling a kidney would fetch more than that.
Those middlemen are ripping people off big time. Layers upon layers of exploitation, no wonder they had failed. If it had succeeded, that would have been the real miracle. I heard there's something called the IG Nobel Prize in foreign countries? Do they actually have this award? I've never been abroad, so I'm not sure. If anyone knows, drop it in the comments. If foreigners really have this IG Nobel Prize, then this case of murder subcontracted through multiple layers would definitely win it, right? What do you all think, is that possible? Unbelievable. Isn't murder supposed to be a highly private affair? How could it be subcontracted layer by layer? Don't they realize the more people know, the easier it is for word to leak out? Haha, I'm literally crying from laughing so hard this time. I can't handle it, give me a moment to catch my breath. Netizens were all laughing so hard they cried over this trending news. How could you not laugh? This is just too hilarious. A murder contract subcontracted through multiple layers. Honestly, even if you looked worldwide, you'd never find anything like this. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. The United States. The IG Nobel Prize Selection Committee. As these foreigners gathered to discuss who should receive this year's IG Nobel Prize, they came across this news story. After reading the news, the foreigners burst into laughter and declared, "Exactly. This year's IG Nobel Prize is definitely going to him. How amusing. Absolutely hilarious. Can murder be subcontracted layer by layer? This isn't a construction project. Truly eye-opening. Exactly. I agree, award this year's IG Nobel Prize to these people. They've provided me with a year's worth of laughs." Across China's internet, countless people weighed in on the story. Netizens flooded the comment sections with advice for the suspects. Making money has its limits. If just one of you had pocketed less commission, or if you'd handled it personally, this tragedy could have been avoided. Well, now you're all going down together. Too late for regrets. You'll all be sent to prison. When you get out next lifetime, remember today's lesson: be honest, follow your employer's orders, and don't subcontract everything. You can subcontract other jobs, but how could you subcontract this one? Are you all idiots? If you gave me 10 million, I'd personally guarantee I'd do it myself. Then I'd leave the money for my wife and kids. Sacrifice one man for the happiness of the whole family. Hey upstairs, once you're locked up, your wife and kids will take your money and run off with some other guy. Then see where you'll go to complain about it. Beijing, a cramped rented room. Ever since learning of Lin Dong's murder from her sister, Shen Yiran had shut herself indoors. Eating, sleeping, and everything else happened within that cramped space. Day after day, she grew increasingly disheveled. At times, Shen Yiran had considered following Lin Dong in death. Shen Yiran murmured to herself, "Lin Dong, I love you. How could you just die like this? I'll never marry again in this lifetime. In life, I couldn't be with you. In death, I hope we can finally be together. Lin Dong, I won't keep you waiting long. I'll join you in the afterlife soon." But just as Shen Yiran was consumed by suicidal thoughts, a news report about Lin Dong's murder case aired on the television. On the screen, Lin Dong stood perfectly fine before the police. Was Lin Dong dead? But wasn't he standing right there beside the police? A thought flashed through Shen Yiran's mind. Could it be that my sister deliberately fabricated this fake news to make me forget Lin Dong and start anew? With that thought, Shen Yiran immediately dialed Lin Dong's number. The number that had always been unreachable finally connected. On the other end came Lin Dong's familiar voice. "Yiran? You called me to ask if I'm dead, right? Haha, I'm not dead. I've gotten so many calls today, everyone's saying I'm dead. Don't you think I know whether I'm dead or not? Don't worry, Yiran. I'm alive and well. You don't need to fret over me. I'm currently assisting the police in apprehending Sun Ming. No time for small talk. Gotta go." It was indeed Lin Dong's voice on the phone. Shen Yiran stared at her phone. The number she had just dialed was indeed Lin Dong's. Lin Dong wasn't dead. He's alive. He's alive. Shen Yiran couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the best news she'd received in recent memory. Lin Dong was alive, which meant Shen Yiran had hope to live on. Otherwise, if Lin Dong had died, Shen Yiran had no intention of continuing to live in this world alone. The Xia family residence. After learning of Lin Dong's death, Old Master Xia and Xia Lianwei fell into silence. The elder Xia had intended to entrust the Xia family to Xia Qiao, with Lin Dong assisting from the sidelines to help elevate the Xia family to new heights. But the news of Lin Dong's death sent shockwaves through the entire Xia family. "Grandfather, even though Lin Dong is gone, I'm still here. I can support Qiao and manage our Xia family well. Trust me, grandfather. After all, the blood flowing through my veins is that of the Xia family." Old Master Xia nodded helplessly. Chapter 233, Shen Yiran's heart was broken. When Old Master Xia turned on the television, his eyes lit up. Just moments ago, they had been discussing what the Xia family should do after Lin Dong's death. Now, Lin Dong's voice appeared clearly on the screen, and the television news was reporting on a failed murder case. Even Old Master Xia, a man who had seen it all, stared wide-eyed at the news, unable to hide his shock. A contract killing, subcontracted layer by layer, reduced from 10 million yuan to a mere 10,000? Had this report not been aired by a local Beijing television station with established credibility, Old Master Xia would have dismissed it as fake news. Some sensationalist fabrication designed to grab attention. Beijing TV exclusive report. And the beat cop is already a suspect. Old Master Xia stared at the suspects on the screen. He recognized Lu Zhongyi, but the others were unfamiliar faces. On the television, Lu Zhongyi stated to the media, "That's correct. I received 10 million yuan from Sun Ming, then gave 1 million to my nephew Lu Chan to carry out the murder." Lu Chan picked up his uncle's thread. "I received 1 million from my uncle. I used 100,000 of that to hire yellow hair to commit the murder, pocketing 900,000 in profit." Huang Mao kept his head down as he continued, "After getting the 100,000 yuan, I used 10,000 yuan to hire someone to do the job." Xiao Lu, the thug who ultimately carried out the hit, told reporters, "If I hadn't needed the money urgently, I wouldn't have taken this 10,000 yuan hit job. But after accepting it, I felt increasingly uneasy and dissatisfied. It seemed worthless. So I discussed it with Lin Dong, asking him to help me stage a death photo so I could collect the final payment." After piecing together the details, reporters uncovered why this chain of subcontracting occurred. Character was one factor, but another crucial reason was inadequate payment. 10 million yuan was a substantial sum for Lu Zhongyi, the head of the Lu family, but it wasn't beyond his means. He saw no need to take such immense risks for it. The same logic applied to Lu Zhongyi's younger brother, Lu Chan. While 1 million yuan was substantial, it was roughly equivalent to Lu Chan's annual income. He saw no reason to risk a murder charge for what amounted to a year's salary. The same logic applied to yellow hair and the thug Xiao Lu. For them, neither 100,000 nor 10,000 yuan represented a substantial sum insufficient to make them overlook the gravity of murder. Thus, this murder contract, passed through multiple layers of subcontracting, ultimately fell through. Upon seeing this news, Old Master Xia slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. "I knew it. Lin Dong wouldn't die so easily. As the saying goes, good deeds are rewarded, and the righteous are protected by heaven. Lin Dong has good fortune, this is his blessing." I was almost moved to tears myself. At my age, I'm getting sentimental all the time. Old age makes one prone to such emotions. Xia Lianwei watched the television footage, equally overjoyed. Lin Dong's survival was equally earth-shattering good news for Xia Lianwei. If not for Lin Dong, Xia Lianwei would have squandered the entire Xia family fortune long ago. Thankfully, Lin Dong was there to help the Xia family navigate one crisis after another. Glaring at Lu Zhongyi on the screen, Xia Lianwei gritted his teeth in fury. "Lu Zhongyi, it's you again." Xia Lianwei had longed to skin Lu Zhongyi alive and tear him limb from limb. It was all because of Lu Zhongyi that Xia Lianwei had nearly lost the entire Xia family fortune. But seeing Lu Zhongyi arrested brought Xia Lianwei immense satisfaction. Xia Lianwei laughed loudly. "You can't walk along the river bank forever without getting your shoes wet. Do too many bad deeds, and you'll always end up sinking in the gutter. Lu Zhongyi, you brought this upon yourself." When news of this case reached the circles of legal experts and scholars, legal experts, however, held differing opinions. One legal expert stated, "Sun Ming, Lu Zhongyi, and Lu Chan, these three should not be held criminally liable. The only ones truly guilty of attempted murder are Yellow Hair and the thug Xiao Lu, as they were the direct participants in this attempted murder case. Based on our past case experience, when tracing responsibility upward, it usually stops at the next level up and doesn't get investigated further. When we handled similar remote-controlled murder cases before, didn't we only arrest 2 people?" A legal expert named Zhang San countered. While it's true that in the history of China, or indeed the entire world, we've never seen a murder subcontracting case with such a long chain of command. But that doesn't change how we classify this murder case. It's attempted murder. As the ultimate executor, the thug Xiao Lu is undoubtedly guilty. I believe there won't be much dispute regarding Xiao Lu's case. He falls under criminal abandonment. Huang Maoge, Xiao Lu's superior, genuinely intended to kill. So, did Lu Chan, the level above brother Yellow Hair, Lu Zhongyi, the level above Lu Chan, and Sun Ming, did these 3 truly intend to kill Lin Dong? Yes. Without a doubt. They all possessed motives for murder. Lin Dong survived, but that doesn't negate Lu Chan, Huang Mao, Lu Zhongyi, and Sun Ming's intent to kill. Therefore, I recommend convicting all of them. Attorney Zhang San held considerable reputation and standing within the legal community. Upon careful consideration, the other lawyers found Zhang San's arguments increasingly compelling from a legal standpoint. Thus, legal experts and scholars reached a unanimous decision: convict every participant in this murder case. Only this could demonstrate the fairness and justice of the law. Online discussions about the case were buzzing with excitement. Netizens were going wild with amusement. We've seen bizarre things, but never anything this bizarre. 10,000 yuan to kill Lin Dong? What were they thinking? Didn't they know Lin Dong inherited the Bai family fortune, making him a billionaire? 10,000 yuan to kill a billionaire? That's just laughable. Some rejoice while others grieve. If you ask who's the most worried right now, it's got to be Sun Qin and Sun Ming.
After all, Lu Zhengyi had already implicated Sun Ming, and now the police were closing in on the front gate. Chapter 234, Sun Ming takes the fall for Sun Qin. Sun Qin looked at his younger brother and said, "Brother, I've always treated you well, haven't I? Back when our Mayman real estate got into trouble, I took all the blame as your older brother. I've already served time in prison. I never want to set foot in that place again." Though Sun Qin didn't spell it out, Sun Ming understood his brother's reasoning. Sun Ming sighed and replied, "Brother, I understand. I won't turn you in. This murder subcontracting case ends with me. The company needs you, and I need you. Out there, you can still hire people to fight my legal battles. If both of us brothers end up behind bars, then the Sun family will have no hope left." Sun Qin glanced at Shen Yiran beside him. This startled Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran quickly interjected, "Brother Qin, are you planning to have me take the fall? I don't think that's necessary at all. Lu Zhengyi has already implicated your brother, Sun Ming. You and I are both safe. Even if Sun Ming keeps claiming I ordered him to do it, so what? That won't get him a lighter sentence. Attempted murder is attempted murder. If Sun Ming implicates you or me, it'll only add another person to the prison population. Their charges won't change a bit." Hearing this, Sun Qin and Sun Ming nodded in agreement. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Wail, wail, wail. Immediately, Sun Qin's mansion was surrounded by Beijing's beat officers. Every officer was clad in bulletproof vests. They had already traced the handgun wielded by the thug Xiao Lu back to Sun Ming. It wasn't hard for them to deduce, if Sun Ming had one gun, could there be a second? A third? This was precisely why the police had delayed arriving at the scene. Under normal circumstances, beat cops never carried firearms or body armor. This time, only after thorough preparation did they dare to break down the door. Bang! The front door was kicked open. Several officers burst through the door. Sun Qin, Sun Ming, and Shen Yiran raised their hands. "Who's Sun Ming?" "That's me." Sun Ming walked forward with his hands raised, approaching the officers. After being handcuffed, Lin Dong approached Sun Ming and demanded, "Did Sun Qin order you to kill me?" Sun Ming tilted his head back and muttered to himself, "I take responsibility for my actions. I did this. I won't shirk my responsibility. Lin Dong, even though I'm going to prison this time, don't think you'll get off easy. Don't wait for me to get out, or I'll tear you limb from limb. You repeatedly sabotaged my brother's business deals, whether it was acquiring the Xie family's assets or the toxic land school and housing projects. You ruined them all. That's my motive for killing you. As I said before, one person's actions are their own responsibility. I did it. I dare to admit it. Officers, take me away." Although Lin Dong strongly suspected Sun Ming was acting on Sun Qin's orders, Sun Ming stubbornly refused to implicate Sun Qin, leaving no other option. A beat cop approached Sun Qin and asked, "Did you order your brother to kill Lin Dong?" Hearing this, Sun Qin shook his head and replied, "Officer, did you all go deaf to what my brother just said? I can repeat it for you. My brother acted on his own to kill Lin Dong. I knew nothing about it. In fact, I was even considering hiring Lin Dong as general manager for our Mayman real estate company. He's so young and talented, I'm desperate to recruit top talent. True, Lin Dong had crossed me, that's undeniable. But I saw his talent. Didn't Apple hire that hacker who cracked their system? I'm a businessman. I set aside personal grudges and focus on profit. I had absolutely no knowledge of this matter. My younger brother did everything. If you want to arrest someone, take him away." Sun Qin and Sun Ming dug in their heels, refusing to budge. Lin Dong and the beat officers were utterly helpless. Shen Yiran folded her arms, studying Lin Dong. "Lin Dong is my ex-husband. I have even less reason to kill him. If I'd wanted him dead, Lin Dong would have been dead long ago. Back when we were still married in Beijing, I had countless opportunities to poison his food. But I never did. I didn't do it then, and I certainly wouldn't do it now. Besides, why would Sun Ming listen to me? He's wealthy, talented, and handsome. What am I to him? Why would he heed my words?" In a few short sentences, Shen Yiran absolved herself of all responsibility. Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled. Back in Yanjing, the reason Shen Yiran hadn't killed Lin Dong was simple: she couldn't beat him. Back then, Shen Yiran didn't have a gun, and her skills were no match for Lin Dong's. How could she kill him? Besides, Shen Yiran was out gallivanting every day, paying Lin Dong no mind whatsoever. It wasn't that Shen Yiran didn't want to kill Lin Dong, she simply didn't deem him worthy of her efforts. The cracks in their relationship began when Shen Yiran cheated, and only escalated after Lin Dong inherited the Bai family's fortune in the capital. By the time Shen Yiran truly wanted to kill Lin Dong, the opportunity had long since vanished. Lin Dong gazed at Shen Yiran and smiled faintly. "You'd be wise never to entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, I will repay you in kind. I will make you understand what it means to suffer more than death itself. Our relationship has long since become that of strangers in this world. I won't provoke you, and I hope that from now on, you won't provoke me either." Lin Dong wrapped his arm around Xiechou and turned to leave. Shen Yiran gritted her teeth in fury until her molars ached.
Damn it! Lin Dong. You think you're better than me, huh? Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll make sure you pay for this. What are you cops staring at? Is making threats against someone a crime now? The beat cops eventually took Sun Ming away for questioning. Sun Qin watched Sun Ming's retreating figure and called out, "Brother." Sun Ming turned around and replied, "Brother. Live well, run the company well. Don't go against Lin Dong. We'll probably never be his match. There's no need to make an enemy of him." Sun Qin nodded. In truth, Sun Qin had already developed a fierce desire to kill Lin Dong. "How dare you send my brother to prison, Lin Dong? You don't want to live anymore." After the neighborhood police officers departed, Sun Qin said to Shen Yiran, "Go seduce Lin Dong. Create an opportunity for me to kill that bastard." Chapter 235, Arranging the Marriage. This series of subcontracted murder cases would undoubtedly remain a hot topic of discussion for a long time to come. Not only in China, but globally, such incidents were exceedingly rare. It was truly unprecedented. People had seen hired killings before, but never one subcontracted so many times. Though fundamentally a grave criminal matter, the public, upon learning the truth, found themselves grinning from ear to ear. Because Sun Ming stubbornly refused to implicate his older brother, Sun Qin, the investigation into this attempted murder case came to a halt once it reached Sun Ming. Had the public learned that above Sun Ming loomed an even more primal murderer, they likely wouldn't have batted an eye. Old Master Xie personally received Lin Dong. After this incident, Old Master Xie felt the Xie family was becoming increasingly reliant on Lin Dong. To firmly bind Lin Dong to the Xie family, Old Master Xie summoned both Lin Dong and Xie Qiao to his presence. He summoned them before him and uttered the words they both longed to hear. "Qiao, this young man, Lin Dong, is quite a fine fellow, isn't he? What do you think about Lin Dong becoming your husband? You two have been dating for quite some time now. It's time for Lin Dong to give you a proper status. Otherwise, people might think Lin Dong is irresponsible." At that moment, Xie Qiao felt terribly embarrassed. Asking a girl such questions was truly embarrassing. Xie Qiao glanced at Lin Dong beside her, her ears turning bright red. Xie Qiao addressed her grandfather, "Grandpa, there's no rush about my marriage to Lin Dong. As the saying goes, there's that so-called 7-year itch, right? If after 7 years, Lin Dong and I still have each other in our hearts, then getting married then won't be too late. Besides, if we do get married, it's a lifetime commitment." How long is a lifetime? 50 or 60 years? 70 or 80? I'm only around 20 now, and Lin Dong and I have known each other for just over a year. Grandpa, don't you think it's too hasty to predict such a long future based on such a short time? Hearing Xie Qiao's response, Lin Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Dong genuinely wanted to be with Xie Qiao forever. Since she had spoken so decisively, he could only respond to the old man's question in kind. "Grandfather, Qiao is right. After all, the time I've known her is still too brief. As you know, I've been through a failed marriage before. Regardless of the reasons, Shen Yiran and I are divorced. Therefore, I believe matters of marriage require careful consideration over time. Let's wait a few more years. Wait until Qiao has stabilized the Xie family business, wait until I've achieved success and fame, wait until we're certain that no one else can ever take the place of each other. Only then will we walk down the aisle together." Xie Qiao's eyes betrayed her disappointment. Xie Qiao had spoken that way before her grandfather to save face. Love is always fraught with misunderstandings. But true lovers will inevitably find their way to each other in the end. Meanwhile, at Sun Qin's mansion, Sun Qin watched helplessly as her younger brother took the blame for her. Now, her heart was filled with anguish. Shen Yiran noticed that Sun Qin had locked himself in his room, and she had no idea what he was doing. At such a critical juncture, Shen Yiran dared not disturb Sun Qin, fearing he might slap her again. Suddenly, a voice came from Sun Qin's room. "Shen Yiran, come here." Hearing this, Shen Yiran hurried to the door of Sun Qin's room. At that moment, Shen Yiran had already undressed, assuming Sun Qin intended to engage in intimate relations with her. Sun Qin waved his hand, urgently gesturing for Shen Yiran to get dressed. Sun Qin said harshly, I'm used to you. But your sister. That woman named Shen Shuaro, I've never touched her. I'm in a foul mood right now. Bring your sister over to keep me company for a few nights." "What?" Shen Yiran exclaimed in surprise. That despicable Sun Qin had finally set his sights on her sister. Shen Yiran had intended to refuse, but Sun Qin's next words left her utterly speechless. "Aren't you a gold digger? Didn't you divorce Lin Dong because you found some rich pretty boy on the side? I'm rich. If you leave me, what other sugar daddy could you possibly hook up with? If you refuse to drug your sister and send her to my bed, I won't give you any money from now on. Besides, I genuinely like your sister. If she ends up marrying me, wouldn't you get to enjoy the good life too? Do you think I'd treat you badly then? Your sister, Shen Shuaro, wants to pursue love? Ha! What real love exists in this world? Love is nothing but prolonged passion path dependence, reliance. If someone else could provide that same sense of security, then so-called love would simply transfer. Here. This is a hallucinogen.
Sun Qin pulled a bottle of white powder from his pocket. He tossed it casually into Shen Yiran's hand. Sun Qin continued, you eat my food, use my things, live in my place, spend my money.
Now, I'm asking you to do something for me. Don't screw this up. By tomorrow night, I want to see Shen Yiran lying in my bed. Work hard to complete the task I've given you.
Shen Yiran stared at the hallucinogenic pills in her hand, her mind going blank. Though she did hope her sister and Sun Qin would be together. But that was only if her sister's personal will was respected. Now Sun Qin had handed her a bottle of hallucinogens, attempting to act first and ask for forgiveness later. If her sister were deflowered by Sun Qin, how could she ever show her face in public again? Sun Qin's voice drifted faintly from afar. We're all adults now. What's love got to do with adults? It's all about interests. Shen Yiran, for your sister's sake and for your own, what you should do is entirely up to your own heart.
If I don't see Shen Shuero in my bed tomorrow night, you'd better pack your bags and leave.
I won't tolerate a useless woman by my side.
If you can't even handle this trivial matter, what use are you?
Shen Yiran clenched the bottle of hallucinogens in her hand.
Shen Yiran murmured to herself, Sister, I'm sorry. Chapter 236, Sun Qin harbors evil intent toward Shen Shuero. The next day, Shen Yiran sought out her younger sister, Shen Shuero.
She kept telling her sister how wonderful Sun Qin was.
For this reason, the two even went out of their way to dine at Heidileo. After all the dishes arrived,
Shen Shuero ate the hot pot, picking up a pair of chopsticks full of food and bringing them to her mouth. While serving food onto her sister's plate, Shen Yiran asked her opinion of Sun Qin.
Sis, what do you think of Sun Qin?
Shen Shuero set down her chopsticks and bowl, looking up.
Sis, why bring up that topic now? We were just enjoying our meal peacefully, and you bring up Sun Qin? How disappointing. To me, Sun Qin is nothing but a crooked businessman. Didn't he pull that contaminated land deal last time? I refuse to believe it.
Mayman Real Estate is a publicly listed company in the property sector. A plot that cheap couldn't possibly be legitimate.
As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Besides, Sun Qin might even be a murderer. When the police investigated Lin Dong's murder case, didn't it trail off after leading to Sun Ming?
I think Sun Ming must be hiding something. Perhaps Sun Qin is the real mastermind behind it all. Hearing this, Shen Yiran sighed. In her sister's mind, Sun Qin was a thoroughly despicable villain.
A villain rotten to the core. Sis, doesn't Sun Qin have any redeeming qualities at all? Shen Yiran asked. Good points? Shen Shuero scratched her head, momentarily unable to think of any.
But when she looked at her sister, one good point about Sun Qin suddenly came to mind. Well, Sun Qin does have one good point, she said.
He gives you money to spend. Ha ha ha.
For a moment, Shen Yiran was at a loss for words. Taking a bite of her fried rice, she continued, actually, many people share the flaws you mentioned.
Sun Qin acted this way out of necessity. Which tycoon today didn't get their hands dirty when building their fortune? Where did that Lin Dong you like get his wealth? Isn't it mainly from inheriting the Bai family's assets? But where did the Bai family's wealth come from in the first place? Sun Qin is a first-generation tycoon. Any first-generation tycoon has to have cut some corners. It's all about making money.
We're all the same, all birds of a feather. As Shen Shuero ate her meal, she listened to her sister rant on and on.
Shen Shuero felt a surge of irritation. Could her sister not just let her eat in peace?
Unexpectedly, Shen Yiran pretended not to notice her sister's expression and continued speaking to herself. You grew up in Yanjing, a wealthy young lady in our Shen family. While our fortune may pale in comparison to some wealthy families, it's still immeasurably superior to the lives of ordinary commoners. Only when you've truly endured hardship will you understand how crucial money is to a person. It's precisely because you grew up so carefree, never worrying about what you'd eat next. That's why you could pursue your own love. When you're starving, how could you possibly have the leisure to care about love? Have you seen that film Zhang Yimou made about the famine years? When people are starving, they'll sell their own flesh and blood, even swap children to eat. Back then, love was pushed far to the sidelines. Listening to her sister's nagging, Shen Shuero realized she wouldn't be able to enjoy this meal. Her sister was always this chatty, there was no way she could enjoy this meal. Shen Shuero caught the subtext in her sister's words and asked, Sis, if you have something to say, just get it out. You've gone on and on about Sun Qin's virtues, always defending him with flimsy excuses. I know you've latched onto Sun Qin, that rich guy. But why are you telling me about him? We're complete strangers. Sister, you wouldn't be trying to set me up with Sun Qin, would you? Shen Yiran nodded. Yes. But Shen Shuero, overcome with emotion, spit out a mouthful of fried rice. Shen Shuero quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe the table, then used the back of her hand to check her sister's forehead temperature. Seriously? Sis, you don't have a fever, do you? Isn't Sun Qin your man? Why did you introduce him to me? If I ended up with Sun Qin, what would you do? Wouldn't that be stealing your man? To this, Shen Yiran replied. Actually, it's not impossible for both of us to hook up with one guy.
Look, back in ancient times, which man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines?
Sun Qin is so wealthy, a self-made tycoon at that.
Having us sisters as his wives would be perfectly normal, wouldn't it?
Plus, if we both end up with Sun Qin, we can keep an eye on each other and make sure no other women get involved with him.
Shen Yiran burst into loud laughter, rocking back and forth. She and her own sister, 2 women sharing one husband? What era is this, still practicing polygamy?
Shen Yiran instantly realized this idea probably didn't come from her sister, it must have been that scoundrel Sun Qin's scheme. Shen Yiran stuck her chopsticks into her rice bowl and muttered, "Rich guys like Sun Qin sure know how to play around. Sister, if you still care about me, your little sister, then listen to my advice, cut ties with Sun Qin from now on. Sun Qin is no good. He'll do anything for his own gain.
Do you remember what he made you do back then to get that toxic plot from Boss Su? He actually made you entertain Boss Su. There are still videos of it circulating online. If I'd followed your advice and gone with Sun Qin, you'd be my cautionary tale. Do you really want to see your sister's naked videos circulating online too?" Before this, no matter what Shen Yiran said, Shen Yiran never got angry. But now, Shen Yiran was truly furious. This was Heidileo restaurant. There were so many people around. Her own sister had just pointed at her and declared she was the woman in those online videos. Smack!
Shen Yiran slapped her sister across the face, then grabbed her backpack and stormed out. Shen Yiran watched her sister's retreating figure, realizing she'd said the wrong thing. She lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Sigh, when will my sister ever leave Sun Qin?
Chapter 237, Shen Yiran in danger. Shen Yiran understood that her sister following Sun Qin would surely lead to no good outcome.
In Shen Yiran's eyes, Sun Qin was a thoroughly unscrupulous individual. Anyone connected to him either ended up behind bars, lost everything they owned, or became social outcasts. At Sun Qin's insistence, Shen Yiran had accompanied Boss Su, and the video had gone viral online. Yet Shen Yiran remained utterly devoted to Sun Qin. Beyond money, Shen Yiran saw nothing else. Shen Yiran was deeply concerned about her sister. With her sister's single-minded obsession with money, she was highly susceptible to being swindled. Even if she avoids it today, she'll fall for it tomorrow, it's only a matter of time.
Shen Yiran no longer felt like eating here. Just then, Shen Yiran's phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was Lin Dong calling and quickly pressed to answer. "Lin Dong, why are you calling me? Don't you want to be cozying up with your girlfriend Xiao? Does Xiao know you're calling me?"
Lin Dong's voice came through the phone. "Xiao and I are downstairs at the Xie family headquarters. Also here are Lu Haojie, Wang Yongsheng, and Xiao Ming.
We're doing a live stream. Yiran, since you came to the capital from Yanjing, you haven't had any work, right? Well, I'm calling you now to arrange a job for you.
I can offer you 100,000 yuan a month, plus commissions and bonuses.
Social insurance and supplemental commercial insurance are all included. There's an e-commerce position available.
Both Yiran and I are pursuing an e-commerce transformation, and we're currently in need of a female host with excellent image and presence to co-host live stream sales with Xiao Ming.
What do you think? How does this job I'm offering sound to you?" Shen Yiran nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Are you kidding? 100,000 yuan a month? And that's just the base salary.
Add in bonuses, social insurance, and supplemental commercial insurance, and the total pre-tax income easily exceeded 200,000 yuan per month." While Beijing's base salaries were significantly higher than elsewhere, positions paying 100,000 yuan a month were still rare even in the capital. And now, such a high-paying position was right in front of her. How could Shen Yiran possibly refuse? She was actively job hunting. This opportunity was like a dream come true. "Alright, since you're willing to accept this position, would it be possible for you to come over right now? We're at the entrance of Xie Group's headquarters, where we're doing a live stream. If you have time, why not come over now? I'll help you get accustomed to the live streaming environment." "Alright, I'll be right over," Shen Yiran replied. Immediately after, Shen Yiran stuffed food into her mouth as fast as she could. On the table, many dishes remained untouched. There was no time to eat them now. Originally, they had ordered food for 2 people. Now, with only Shen Yiran left to eat, there was no way she could finish it all. After settling the bill at the Heidileo front desk, Shen Yiran immediately drove away. Xie family headquarters entrance. Lin Dong and Xiao spotted Xiao's car from a distance and waved in her direction. "Xiao, over here. Hurry up, come quickly." Xiao took the initiative to pull Shen Yiran into the live stream room. Shen Yiran stood beside Lin Dong, which made her feel rather awkward. She had never been this close to someone she liked before. Realizing the awkwardness, Xiao quickly positioned Shen Yiran to her left, placing herself between Lin Dong and Shen Yiran. The moment Shen Yiran entered the live stream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. "Where did this little cutie come from? She's way too gorgeous. She's several times prettier than Xiao. This new girl has the aura of a refined lady. Don't you all feel the same? You can tell at a glance she's a lady, the kind you admire from afar but wouldn't dare approach. This new girl, could she be Lin Dong's girlfriend?
I think she's prettier than Xia Qiao. Does everyone else feel the same? The livestream chat was flooded with praise for Shen Yiran. Shen Yiran was thoroughly flattered, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hesitated to look up. Shen Yiran was different from Xia Qiao. Back in Yanjing, Shen Yiran had always been well protected by the Shen family. She was a true young miss, never worrying about food or clothing, nor about inheriting the family business. It was simply impossible for her to take over the family enterprise. Xia Qiao, however, faced immense pressure. Deeply favored by old Master Xie, he had always intended for his granddaughter to inherit the family business. Yet many members of the Xie clan resisted the idea of a woman taking over the family enterprise. It could be said that during their childhood, Shen Yiran enjoyed a happier life than Xia Qiao. Xia Qiao carried the weight of expectations. Shen Yiran, however, felt no pressure whatsoever. It was precisely because of this that Shen Yiran lived life on her own terms. Virtually every admirable quality cherished in Chinese culture could be found in her. Though not the most conventionally beautiful, Shen Yiran possessed an enduring charm that drew people in. Lin Dong patted Shen Yiran on the shoulder and chuckled. "Yiran, it seems you've got quite the rapport with your audience. With your natural charisma, having you do live streams feels like a waste of your talent. How about we start positioning you as a major star? A superstar?" Hearing this, Shen Yiran waved her hands repeatedly. She had never once considered becoming a big star. Truthfully, the life Shen Yiran desired was simple, not one of luxury and fine dining, but one of feeding horses, chopping wood, and traveling the world. Money didn't need to be excessive, just enough to get by. Cars didn't need to be extravagant, just functional. Sometimes, people just want too much, which is why they end up with so many worries. A person without ambition should be a very happy person. When Shen Yiran shared her life philosophy with the live stream audience, they suddenly understood. Never before had a live streamer shared such heartfelt wisdom while promoting products. Shen Yiran's little essays made this live stream go viral. Combined with Shen Yiran's appearance, it seemed she wasn't even promoting products, yet the items in the display window sold out completely. Wow! Yiran, if I'd known this would happen, I should have brought you on board sooner. Honestly, even 100 grand base salary feels like a steal for her. Chapter 238, Shen Yiran takes Shen Yiran away. Even if I gave you $1,000,000 a month as base salary, I'd still think it's worth it. Yiran, keep up the great work. Together with Lin Dong and Qiao, let's grow stronger and achieve even greater success. Xia Liangwei declared. Shen Yiran's approach to live streaming sales differed significantly from other hosts. Before Shen Yiran joined, the live stream had hundreds of viewers, occasionally reaching over 1,000, a modest but steady following. But the moment Shen Yiran appeared on stream, the viewer count instantly skyrocketed to over 100,000. Over 100,000 viewers were online simultaneously. This was a level of attention reserved only for the biggest superstars. And now, such treatment was being bestowed upon a complete newcomer. This was Shen Yiran's very first live-streamed product promotion, and it had achieved such remarkable results. It was truly beyond belief. Lin Dong praised. "Yiran, it seems you're quite suited for this line of work after all. You're a lady of refinement, well read, nothing like us illiterates. Add to that your angelic face and your endless little essays, your whole attitude toward life has brought a wave of traffic to our livestream. Fans end up buying stuff from our product showcase while listening to your everyday chatter. A base salary of 100,000 yuan is really too little. I should give you $1 million. If this traffic keeps up, I'll give you shares in my company. Make you my partner." Shen Yiran was overwhelmed by such praise. The more others praised her, the more embarrassed Shen Yiran felt. When no one paid her any mind, she worried she must have done something wrong. But when all eyes were on her, Shen Yiran couldn't stand the praise and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She felt too embarrassed to show her face. So embarrassing. After 4 hours of live streaming, Shen Yiran, Lin Dong, and Xia Qiao's product promotion livestream was finally drawing to a close. "Brother Dong, please take Yiran home," Xia Qiao said. At that moment, outside the headquarters of Xie Group, a luxurious Rolls-Royce honked its horn once. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone turned to look in that direction. Who else could be sitting in that Rolls-Royce sedan? Shen Yiran rolled down the window and shouted toward her sister, "Sis, why did you let Lin Dong drive you home? No matter how much you trust Lin Dong, he's still a man. Alone together in the same car, who knows where he might take you? What if he takes you to some remote wilderness and assaults you? Come on, get in my car. As your sister, I'd never let you down. Come on, I'll drive you home." Shen Yiran had been waiting here all along, though no one knew when she'd arrived. It was only when Shen Yiran spoke that everyone realized she was there. Otherwise, in this pitch-black darkness, no one would have known she could appear here. Shen Yiran had intended to leave with Lin Dong. But since her sister had already spoken up, Shen Yiran couldn't very well refuse her sister's kindness. Besides, Xia Qiao was watching nearby. If she insisted on taking Lin Dong's car instead of her sister's, it might give Xia Qiao the wrong idea. Lin Dong was Xia Qiao's man, not hers. Regardless of the reasons, Shen Yiran had no grounds to decline her sister's invitation.
Shen Shuero turned around, a faint smile on her lips, a smile tinged with sadness, and waved to Xie Qiao and Lin Dong behind her.
See you tomorrow. Mr. Lin, Qiao, I'll be at work sharp at 8 tomorrow morning.
This high-paying job was hard won, and I won't let you down.
Well, bye, see you tomorrow. Xie Qiao replied in kind.
Lin Dong watched Shen Yiran and Shen Shuero intently.
For some reason,
when he saw Shen Yiran appear here, Lin Dong's eyelid twitched violently, as if something bad was about to happen.
As Shen Yiran's ex-husband, Lin Dong knew her personality inside out.
Just one look from her was enough for Lin Dong to know she was up to no good. Logically speaking, knowing Shen Shuero was with him, Shen Yiran shouldn't have been worried. There was certainly no need for her to drive over personally. What's more, the car she was driving wasn't even hers, it was Sun Qin's limited edition Rolls-Royce. Shen Yiran driving Sun Qin's car to pick up her sister, in the dead of night.
A troubling suspicion formed in Lin Dong's mind.
Xie Qiao, sitting beside him, shot him a jealous look. She's already gone, and you're still staring at her like that.
Did you want to go with them? Are you still hung up on your ex-wife? Or do you harbor ill intentions toward her sister?
They're blood sisters.
Shen Yiran driving Shen Shuero to and from places is perfectly normal, isn't it? But you?
You and Shen Shuero have no blood ties. If you were to pick her up, that would be surprising.
Stop thinking about it. Come on, let's go home.
Lin Dong nodded, took Xie Qiao's hand, and walked home together. Yet as they walked, the gloom in Lin Dong's heart refused to lift.
Xie Qiao's image kept flashing through his mind. Something's wrong. This is way off. Why did Shen Yiran pick up Shen Shuero in the middle of the night? And why was Shen Yiran driving Sun Qin's car?
The direction they headed wasn't Shen Shuero's rental apartment, but Sun Qin's mansion. Shen Yiran took her sister to Sun Qin's place. For a moment, Lin Dong felt a sudden clarity. Why would Shen Shuero be taken away by her sister like this?
Lin Dong shared his thoughts with his girlfriend, Xie Qiao, and asked, was Shen Shuero's rental apartment in the north?
But Shen Yiran headed south toward Sun Qin's mansion. And the car she drove belonged to Sun Qin.
Shen Yiran is taking her sister.
Lin Dong knew this theory was bold, but he couldn't help but connect the dots.
Shen Yiran was someone who would stop at nothing for profit.
Lin Dong recalled his encounter with Sun Qin. Sun Qin was absolutely capable of such a thing. The wealthy always indulge in these kinds of threesomes.
Shen Shuero is in trouble. Lin Dong shouted.
Quick, young Master Lin, we must find Shuero immediately. Xie Qiao urged Lin Dong to turn the car around and chase after the direction Shen Yiran had left.
This was an absolute emergency. If they were too late, Shen Shuero's innocence would be compromised. Chapter 239, Shen Shuero drugged.
At that moment, Shen Shuero sat in her sister's car, gazing at the direction they were heading. A sense of confusion crept into her heart. This should be heading toward her rented apartment, yet the car was clearly driving in a different direction.
Shen Shuero couldn't help but wonder.
She turned her head and asked her sister, "Sis, the direction this car is going seems a bit off, doesn't it?" "Sis, my rental place is north, but your car is heading south. What are you up to?"
"I vaguely recall that Sun Qin's mansion is in the south, right? Are you driving in that direction to take me to Sun Qin's mansion?" "Sis, I don't want to stay in a mansion. I just want to be in my own place. Staying anywhere else feels strange. Please just take me back."
Although Shen Shuero kept pleading with her sister to take her back, Shen Yiran, driven by her own interests, had already made up her mind. Her resolve wasn't so easily swayed. Shen Yiran glanced at her younger sister and said indifferently, "Little sister, I know what you want to do, but just help your sister this once.
Sun Qin likes you. He's taken a liking to you. As for that Lin Dong, you'll never have him. Why waste your time on someone you can never have?
Youth is fleeting, especially for girls.
You'll be 20 after graduating college. Once a woman hits 30, finding a husband becomes much harder. Why would men your age choose you over younger girls? Sun Qin seems like a decent guy. With bread on the table, who needs love? Love is just a momentary infatuation.
Once you pass this age, you won't need your sister to tell you you'll lose interest in so-called love yourself. Only money matters, and Sun Qin has precisely that."
Shen Yiran drove furiously towards Sun Qin's mansion, Shen Shuero in the passenger seat.
The car sped along, trees lining the road whizzing by like scenes rewinding in a movie, creating a peculiar beauty. Shen Shuero didn't want to go back with her sister, but she was powerless to resist after all, she'd already gotten into the wrong car.
Sun Qin's mansion. 2 beams of light illuminated the driveway.
Shen Yiran pulled the car to a stop at the entrance.
She opened the door. Shen Shuero turned and walked away. Shen Yiran called out to her younger sister, "It's the middle of the night, you're not going to walk back alone, are you? Isn't that dangerous?
It's pitch black out there, and you're such a delicate young lady.
What if you run into robbers on the road?
You've never walked home at night yourself. I don't believe you'd dare leave like this."
Shen Yiran was right. Shen Shuero took a few steps before halting.
Shen Yiran grabbed her sister's hand and led her towards Sun Qin's mansion.
Inside the mansion,
Sun Qin had prepared a candlelit dinner. With a creak, the front door swung open. Sun Qin smiled upon seeing Shen Yiran and Shen Shuero appear at the doorway.
He beckoned with a wave, saying, "Shuero, come sit down.
You've been helping Lin Dong sell goods all day, talking non-stop. You must be parched. Here, have some tea to soothe your throat. I've prepared an exquisite candlelit dinner for you. Here, Australian lobster, deep-sea cod, bluefin tuna sashimi, and a bottle of 1982 romantic country red wine.
Sit down. Since you're so eager to leave, I'll personally drive you back after dinner. You're already here. At least stay for dinner before leaving." Hearing this, Shen Shuero nodded. That made sense. Since I'm already here, might as well make the best of it.
Shen Shuero rubbed her stomach, feeling it growl loudly.
Hungry. Having something to eat would be perfect. Shen Shuero sat down across from Sun Qin.
The seat she chose was the one furthest from Sun Qin at the dining table. Shen Shuero looked down on Sun Qin from the core of her being, so she didn't want to be too close to this man. Sun Qin lifted a glass of 1982 red wine and gestured toward Shen Shuero.
Here, have a drink.
Cheers. Shen Shuero glanced at the red wine on the table, but her gaze settled on the tea water used for rinsing glasses. She picked up the water and gulped it down like a thirsty animal. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, her head suddenly felt heavy. She leaned back against the chair and slowly drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Sun Qin chuckled.
Did you put a sleeping potion in the tea used to rinse the glasses? Shen Yiran exclaimed in surprise. Not just the tea water for washing cups.
This Australian lobster, the bluefin tuna sashimi, the Beijing roast duck, even the rice. Everything you see on this table has been laced with a sleeping potion. As long as your sister eats anything on this table, no matter what it is, she will inevitably be drugged.
Shen Shuero, you can never escape the Buddha's grasp.
Sun Qin grinned wickedly as he scooped Shen Shuero up in his arms and carried her toward his bedroom.
Shen Yiran stared fixedly at her sister's retreating figure. What? You want to come too? Sun Qin chuckled. Why not join us? Shen Yiran waved her hands repeatedly. No, thank you. I'm going back to my room to sleep.
Shen Shuero, cradled in Sun Qin's arms, opened her drowsy eyes. Her eyelids fluttered open to find herself in Sun Qin's arms. Thud. Shen Shuero was placed onto the bed by Sun Qin. The bed was enormous, large enough for 5 or 6 people to sleep side by side.
Through hazy vision, Shen Shuero glimpsed Sun Qin undoing the buttons of his shirt before her. With great effort, Shen Shuero managed to speak. Sun Qin, you bastard. You'll die a horrible death. Young Master Lin will find out. He definitely won't let you get away with this. Stop. Stop it right now. Young Master Lin will never let you off the hook, never. Ha ha ha.
Sun Qin laughed wildly and unrestrainedly.
Young Master Lin? Lin Dong?
Sun Qin chuckled. Your lover is currently enjoying sweet dreams with his girlfriend.
He's got no time to bother with you. Little beauty, tonight, you're mine.
Come on, let this gentleman show you some real pleasure.
A single tear rolled down Shen Shuero's cheek.
Sun Qin stripped off his shirt, poised to take things further.
The glass window was illuminated once more by a bright light. Shen Yiran. You're messing with me, aren't you? Sun Qin roared in fury. Mr. Sun, the one messing with you, it's me. Chapter 240, Sun Qin plots a sinister scheme. The speaker was none other than Lin Dong.
When Lin Dong arrived at Sun Qin's mansion with Xiechouer, he happened to witness this scene. Unable to deal with him directly, he'd resorted to targeting those close to him. This Sun Qin truly has no limits. Such despicable deeds, he actually dared to do them. Without a word, Lin Dong drove his vehicle straight into the scene. Lin Dong was driving an SUV equipped with a reinforced front bumper. Boom! A car plowed in. It slammed straight into Sun Qin. After getting out, Lin Dong grabbed Sun Qin by the neck and beat him like a drowned rat, swinging his fists wildly. Shen Shuero lay in bed, watching Lin Dong appear as if sent by divine intervention, a delighted smile spreading across her face. The deafening noise also jolted Shen Yiran awake in the adjacent bedroom. Shen Yiran came over just in time to see Lin Dong driving the car through the floor-to-ceiling glass, crashing directly into Sun Qin. Lin Dong, what are you doing? If you hit Sun Qin again, I'll call the police. Get lost. Our family's business is none of your concern. Shen Yiran held her phone, clearly intending to call the police. Hearing this, Lin Dong laughed. Call the police? Go ahead, call them. Hitting Sun Qin is just disorderly conduct. I'll be out in a few days. But your dear big brother Sun Qin? What he's guilty of is aggravated assault. The police are here to take Sun Qin away. Your big shot Sun Qin isn't going to be locked up for a few days, it'll be years. Go ahead and call the cops. Go ahead and call them. Stop all this talk and no action. Lin Dong's words shattered Shen Yiran's last line of defense. Admittedly, if Shen Yiran called the police now, both Lin Dong and Sun Qin might end up getting arrested. But the treatment they would receive after being arrested would be entirely different. Lin Dong, for assault, would be released in a few days. Sun Qin's offense was more serious, he wouldn't be out for at least 2 or 3 years. Lin Dong turned to Qiao beside him and said, "Sure, since you won't call the police, you call them." "Sure, call the police. This time, we've got solid evidence against Sun Qin. Sun Qin, not long ago, your brother was arrested to protect you. Now, so soon, you're about to follow in his footsteps." Sun Qin never imagined Lin Dong would appear here at this moment. This left Sun Qin utterly stunned. Sun Qin immediately knelt before Lin Dong, pleading, "Don't call the police. I'll do whatever you ask. You can make demands. Name any conditions, whatever I can manage, I'll agree to it all. I have plenty of money. I can pay you. I'll give Shen Yiran 1,000,000 yuan to settle this, how about that? 2 million? 3 million? When money was involved, Lin Dong found it hard to speak up. Lin Dong shifted his gaze to Shen Yiran lying on the bed. Shen Yiran stammered, "Arrest him. Call the police. Take him away. This scum of society doesn't deserve to be my sister's boyfriend. Call the police, take him away. Lock him up. Let the world be rid of one less menace." Lin Dong and Qiao both laughed. At that moment, Shen Yiran had been drugged. The evidence was undeniable. As long as they called the police, Sun Qin would be sent to prison without a doubt. Qiao pulled out her phone and dialed 999. "Hello, is this the local police station? I need to file a report. Sun Qin's mansion. Yes, this location an attempted rape has occurred. We've already detained Sun Qin. Shen Yiran was drugged and is still lying on the bed. Please come over immediately." After Qiao finished her call, Sun Qin's rage toward Lin Dong erupted like a flood of pent-up fury, breaking through every dam. It was all because of this Lin Dong that her toxic land reclamation project had been utterly ruined. It was also because of Lin Dong that her younger brother had to take the fall and go to prison for her. Now, because of Lin Dong, he was about to be arrested by the police. Sun Qin's mind was already brewing a plan for revenge against Lin Dong. Sun Qin intended to forcefully confront Shen Yiran, then forcefully confront Qiao. He'd send the video to Lin Dong. He would make Lin Dong spend the rest of his life consumed by regret. But just as he was about to carry out his plan, before he could even remove Shen Yiran's clothes, his entire scheme fell apart. He died before achieving his goal. Sun Qin spat out angrily, "I won't go to jail. I'll never set foot in prison again. You can forget it." Beep beep beep. Outside the mansion, police sirens wailed. The police arrived swiftly. The nearest police station had dispatched officers who had rushed here through the night. Upon arrival, the officers surveyed the scene. They discovered Shen Yiran had been drugged, while Sun Qin was disheveled and half undressed. Shen Yiran stated clearly, it was Sun Qin. Click, click. Sun Qin was handcuffed. As he was led to the police car, Sun Qin shouted urgently at Shen Yiran, "Get me a lawyer. I want the best lawyer in the country. I only slipped a sedative into Shen Yiran's tea. That has absolutely no connection to whether I forced myself on Shen Yiran. I'm innocent. Yiran, get me a lawyer, I'm counting on you." Beep beep beep. The police car drove away with Sun Qin inside. Accompanied by Lin Dong, Shen Yiran finally began to recover from the effects of the sedative several hours later. Standing before her sister, Shen Yiran felt a whirlwind of emotions. She never imagined that the sister she trusted so deeply would betray her by sending her to another man's bed. Just now, she had come so close to losing her innocence. "Sister." Shen Yiran wanted to say so much. But when the words reached her lips, not a single syllable could escape. The bond between the sisters had been torn apart by what had just happened, leaving a wound that would be difficult to heal. "Little sister. I'm so sorry," Shen Yiran finally spoke. "You know you've wronged your sister. What kind of sister are you? Other sisters go out of their way to be kind to their little sisters, saving the best things for them. But you? You treated Sun Qin like an ATM for your own gain and actually sent your own sister to his bed. Yiran, you must never associate with your sister again. From now on, I am your godmother. If others fail to treat you well, I will." Qiao grabbed Shen Yiran's hand and pulled her toward the exit. Back in Yanjing, Qiao and Shen Yiran had already established their relationship as godmother and goddaughter. Shen Yiran let Qiao pull her hand as they walked out. Chapter 241. At the critical moment, Lin Dong arrives. Inside Sun Qin's mansion, only Shen Yiran remained, utterly alone. Shen Yiran stared at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the empty mansion, her heart filled with profound emptiness. The surroundings were too quiet, uncomfortably so. Shen Yiran recalled all the events since her release from prison. She also thought back to the time before her imprisonment, the experiences she shared with her younger sister and Lin Dong. Scenes from the past surfaced one after another in her mind. Did I really do something wrong? Shen Yiran couldn't help but ask herself. For money, Shen Yiran knew she had committed every conceivable evil. She was capable of any act that defied all humanity. Her innocence was long gone, her dignity long lost. For money, she'd sacrifice anything, even her only sister. But now, what had Shen Yiran come to? Nothing at all. Sun Qin is behind bars, and the wealthy patron she'd been clinging to has been imprisoned once more. The next day,
Shen Yiran cast yesterday's troubles behind her. In search of a high-net-worth man, she frequented Wangfujing Street daily. Dressed to the nines, she actively approached wealthy men whenever she spotted them. However, she soon discovered she had apparently already made a name for herself. The wealthy men whispered among themselves behind her back. "Oh, look, it's Shen Yiran. That girl's video is still circulating online. She's nothing but a whore. She doesn't deserve any sympathy. Anyone who gets involved with her is asking for trouble." The male lead in those online videos, Boss Su, didn't he get arrested and thrown in jail over that toxic land deal? And Sun Qin, Sun Ming, everyone connected to Shen Yiran has ended up ruined. She's nothing but a jinx. Get lost already. How dare you still show your face on Wangfujing Street? You're an eyesore. Get out. Get out. Get as far away as you can. We never want to see you again. The scathing remarks from the wealthy crowd around her felt like knives stabbing into Shen Yiran's heart. Was it a crime to crave recognition? Is there a single person in this world who isn't vain? She was merely revealing what lay within all of us. Shen Yiran felt she hadn't done anything wrong. If one must assign blame for every transgression, then that person is Lin Dong. It was all Lin Dong's fault. Without Lin Dong, how could she have become this person? Shen Yiran gritted her teeth and declared, "Lin Dong, I will never let you off the hook." Just as Shen Yiran was consumed by her desire for revenge against Lin Dong, several thugs surrounded her. Shen Yiran hurriedly took a few steps back, staring at them in terror. "What do you want?" The thugs rubbed their hands together, eyeing the ample curves before her. "Rich man's woman," they quipped. "Top-tier merchandise. None of us brothers have ever had a taste of this before. Why don't you join us for some fun? We'll make sure you have the time of your life." The thugs dragged Shen Yiran into a secluded corner and subjected her to their brutal assault. 15 minutes later, the thugs adjusted their clothes and pulled out a wad of cash from their pockets. "Here, 300 yuan. Take it." Shen Yiran stared at the 300 yuan notes on the ground, tears the size of beans falling from her eyes. Not because of the violence inflicted upon her, but because of this 300 yuan. A woman like her should be worth at least 3,000 yuan. Those thugs actually tried to get rid of her with just 300 yuan. 300 yuan wasn't even enough for a single taxi ride. In the capital, 300 yuan barely covered the cost of a single breakfast. Wah! Shen Yiran began to cry bitterly. At that moment, Shen Shuero was on her way to work at Xie Group. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she spotted a woman crouched in the corner who looked strikingly like her older sister. Unsure, Shen Shuero pulled over to the side of the road and got out to investigate. Shen Shuero stood before Shen Yiran, bending down to get a closer look. Wasn't this her own sister? "Sis, what happened? What just happened?" Shen Yiran stood before her, her clothes disheveled and her body covered in bruises. And on the ground lay a white, unidentifiable liquid. "Little sister." Shen Yiran collapsed into her sister's arms, her pain evident. However, Shen Yiran did not leave in Shen Shuero's car, firmly declining her sister's offer. At this moment, Shen Yiran felt she had no face to show her sister. She felt utterly ashamed. She just wanted to get out of her sister's sight as quickly as possible. Shen Yiran pressed herself against the corner, slowly shifting her body until she vanished from Shen Shuero's sight. After Shen Shuero left, Shen Yiran returned home, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the detention center to visit Sun Qin. The moment they met again, Sun Qin blurted out, "Shen Yiran, hire the most expensive lawyer immediately and get me out on bail. And remember, the key to proving forcible indecency is whether the woman consented. Go find your sister now and make her change her story. If your sister agrees to change her testimony, I'll give you 10 million yuan. 10 million. Enough to last a lifetime. You could even buy a decent apartment in Beijing." Hearing the figure of 10 million yuan, Shen Yiran's heart stirred. If her sister would just change her story, she could get that 10 million yuan. It would be as easy as lifting a finger. But Shen Yiran hesitated. She felt awkward facing her sister now. Last night, she had deceived her sister, nearly allowing Sun Qin to defile her. Now, asking her sister to change her testimony, those words felt impossible for Shen Yiran to utter. Sun Qin, separated only by a wall, urgently pressed, 10 million not enough? How about 20 million? 20 million yuan. You and your sister could each get 10 million yuan. Making money is so easy. All you need to do is get your sister to change her story. Tell them that last night, I didn't violate her will. The situation was mutual consent, there was no violation of a woman's will whatsoever. Just get your sister to say that, and the moment I'm out, 20 million yuan will be transferred to your account immediately. You've known me for some time now. You should understand what kind of person I am, Sun Qin. I'm a man who keeps his word. Shen Yiran nodded. 20 million yuan was indeed a substantial sum. Shen Yiran addressed Sun Qin through the iron bars. Alright, I'll speak to my sister. But I can't guarantee she'll change her testimony. I'll do my best. As for whether you get out, that's up to fate. Chapter 242, Sister, perjure yourself. After leaving the detention center, Shen Yiran called her sister.
Shen Shuero had assumed her sister had changed her mind and was ready to turn over a new leaf. She cancelled other plans and made a special trip to a cafe in Wangfujing to meet her sister. However, Shen Yiran's next words wiped the smile right off Shen Shuero's face. Sis, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help me, Shen Yiran began. Sister, whatever it is, just say it plainly. As long as it helps you start anew, I'm willing to do anything for you as your sister, Shen Shuero replied with a smile. Sister, promise me first. Sister, what is it? Shen Yiran paused briefly before revealing Sun Qin's request for Shen Shuero to change her stance. As long as Shen Shuero was willing to admit that last night's events hadn't been forced upon her. Although Sun Qin had drugged her, it was possible Shen Shuero had consented voluntarily. If Shen Shuero agreed to say so, then Sun Qin could be released from the detention center. Shen Yiran continued, Sis, if you're willing to change your story, Sun Qin said he'd give us sisters 20 million yuan. How many years would you have to work for Lin Dong and Xiechouer to earn 20 million yuan? Now, a chance to make quick money has come. If Shen Shuero is willing to change her testimony, she can get 20 million yuan immediately. Hearing this, Shen Shuero grabbed her purse and prepared to leave. Shen Yiran swiftly grabbed her sister's wrist, pinning Shen Shuero back into her seat. Shen Yiran pleaded earnestly with her sister, didn't you want your sister to turn over a new leaf? But I'm broke right now. How am I supposed to turn over a new leaf? Once I have money, I won't need to cling to rich men anymore. I'll finally be able to live as my true self. Don't you want your sister to start anew? I need money to start over. Without money, how can I even talk about starting over? Only with enough money can I stop caring about those rotten men. Isn't that what you want to see? Shen Yiran offered her own rehabilitation as a bargaining chip. Shen Yiran hoped her sister would change her mind and get Sun Qin released from detention. Shen Yiran told her sister, actually, Sun Qin isn't such a bad person. At the very least, he's been good to your sister. Ever since I got out of prison, I've relied on Sun Qin's support. Otherwise, with Beijing's high cost of living, how could I possibly make ends meet? Besides, you should give Sun Qin a chance to start anew. Didn't the Buddha say that even the wicked can become enlightened the moment they lay down their weapons? Hearing Shen Yiran's words, Shen Shuero felt her heart soften slightly. Shen Shuero had always hoped her sister could turn over a new leaf and start anew. Now, her sister had personally promised that if she was willing to change her testimony and get Sun Qin out of detention, everything could return to its normal course. Shen Shuero began to envision life after changing her testimony and securing Sun Qin's release. Her sister could open a small shop and run a modest business. With money in hand, she'd never have to deal with those rotten men again. Ultimately, her sister had become this way because she simply didn't have enough money. Shen Shuero believed Shen Yiran's entire life had been shackled by money. Now, an opportunity to free her sister from these financial shackles had presented itself. Shen Shuero pressed her repeatedly, Sis, are you truly convinced that having money will allow you to turn over a new leaf? Shen Yiran nodded vigorously. Would I ever lie to you? When have I ever deceived you since childhood? I might deceive anyone else, but I could never deceive my dear little sister. Shen Shuero muttered, Sis, and you say you haven't deceived me? Last night, it was you who nearly tricked me into bed with a scumbag. If it weren't for Lin Dong, I'd be contemplating suicide right now. Hearing this, Shen Yiran quickly apologized. Rest assured, from now on, I'll never do anything like that again. I promise you, last night was the very last time I'll ever deceive you. If I ever deceive you again, I'm not human, I'm a bastard. May I rot in hell. But Shen Shuero stuck out her tongue. If her sister was a bastard, then who raised her? She couldn't even swear properly. Little sister, you promised to help me get Sun Qin out, right? Then you have to promise me you'll never go after rich men again. None of those wealthy guys except for Lin Dong are any good. Stay as far away from them as you possibly can. Alright, sis. I promise you. Come on, let's go to the detention center right now and get Lin Dong out. Moments later, Shen Yiran arrived at the detention center entrance with Shen Shuero. After communicating with the police, Shen Yiran admitted that what happened last night was entirely voluntary on her part. Hearing this, the police officer expressed surprise, but that bastard Sun Qin drugged you, how can you say it wasn't forced? Shen Yiran interjected, Officer, is there a necessary connection between being drugged and whether it was voluntary? Young couples just enjoy that kind of twisted fun, you know? Last night, my sister was knocked out by a sedative, which is why she couldn't explain what happened. It's all a misunderstanding. Release Sun Qin. What happened between him and my sister was entirely consensual. I was there last night too. Do you really think I'd push my sister into a pit of fire? The police didn't take Shen Yiran's one-sided account at face value. Instead, they turned their attention to Shen Shuero. Shen Shuero slowly nodded and said, Yes. Everything my sister said is true. Last night, I was dazed and confused from the drugs, so I didn't have time to explain. I'm the kind of woman who enjoys twisted fun. Taking the drug was my choice, I'd never tried it before and wanted to experience what it felt like. No matter how certain the police were about classifying this as a rape case.
Now that the involved party, Shen Yiran, had personally come forward to clarify, the police couldn't really say anything more. After all, there's only one criterion for defining a forced encounter case, and Shen Yiran was the one involved. Are you absolutely certain that last night, Sun Qin didn't violate your wishes? Officer, I'm certain. Last night was entirely consensual. Shen Yiran glanced at Shen Yiran beside her. Shen Yiran hung her head in shame. Chapter 243, Sun Qin is bailed out. For the sake of her own wealth and status, she had actually done such a thing. This made Shen Yiran unable to face her younger sister for the time being. Gazing at her sister's delicate features, Shen Yiran felt her own face flush crimson with shame. When the police officers entered the detention center to escort Sun Qin out, Shen Yiran approached her sister and said, "Sis, I'm so sorry for what I did to you. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I'll do my utmost to fulfill it. Thank you for doing this for me. Rest assured, once Sun Qin is released, I will live properly. I will no longer crave wealth and prestige. I will be a normal woman. Sister, your immense kindness to me is etched in my heart. I will never forget your help today, and neither will Sun Qin." Before long, the detention center officers led Sun Qin out. Sun Qin's head was now completely shaved, leaving it bald and unattractive. Sun Qin glanced at Shen Yiran, then fixed his gaze on Shen Yiran. "Sis, thanks for everything today." Shen Yiran, seeing Sun Qin had been released, turned and walked away. "Oh ho, little sister's got some spunk." Sun Qin watched Shen Yiran's retreating figure and teased. The two looked at each other. Shen Yiran spoke up, "Brother Qin, let's head back. From now on, let's stop stirring up trouble for no reason. Just live our lives peacefully, that's better than anything else." Sun Qin glanced at Shen Yiran but paid her no mind, walking straight out. Shen Yiran called out after him, but Sun Qin paid her no mind once outside. Sun Qin walked over to his luxury car, slid into the driver's seat and said, "Don't worry. The 20 million yuan I promised you? I'll make sure you get every penny." With those words, Sun Qin made a hasty exit. Shen Yiran watched Sun Qin's figure vanish from her sight. "Brother Qin." Shen Yiran called out. Sun Qin couldn't hear her anymore. Shen Yiran told Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao about how she had bailed Sun Qin out of the detention center. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiao scolded, "Yiran, are you crazy? Your sister treats you like this, and you still help her? If I were you, I would have cut all ties with Shen Yiran long ago. What kind of sister is she? Shen Yiran doesn't deserve to be your sister. Last night, if not for Lin Dong and me stepping in, you would have been falsely accused by Sun Qin. And you actually bailed that scoundrel out of detention? What were you thinking? Did your brain short-circuit?" Zhao Qiao was deeply displeased with Shen Yiran's decision to bail Sun Qin out. In Zhao Qiao's eyes, Sun Qin was scum of society. Such a person should be locked up in prison for life, never to be released. Yet Shen Yiran had actually set Sun Qin free. Xia Liangwei shared Zhao Qiao's view. Though Xia Liangwei was also a spoiled rich kid, he looked down on Sun Qin's actions. Sun Qin had clearly been involved with Shen Yiran, yet he still harbored desires for his sister-in-law. Such behavior was nothing short of beastly. Xia Liangwei pleaded earnestly, "Yiran, do you realize that by bailing Sun Qin out, you're implicated in perjury? If this ever comes to light, not only will Sun Qin be arrested, but you'll also face corresponding legal consequences. What exactly are you trying to gain by doing this? You won't get anything out of it." Because Shen Yiran had bailed Sun Qin out, the scene erupted into chaos. Shen Yiran realized she might have made a mistake. But if she had to do it all over again, Shen Yiran would still choose the same path. After all, Shen Yiran was her sister. Who could resist Shen Yiran's earnest pleas? And because Shen Yiran had a kind heart and was easily persuaded. Never mind, never mind. Since it's already happened, blaming Yiran now serves no purpose. I hope my ex-wife can live a peaceful life after getting Sun Qin out of trouble. Yiran, come on. Let's get down to business today. Time to start the live stream shopping show. Lin Dong pulled out today's merchandise and announced. Everyone else also put their earlier arguments temporarily out of mind. After Shen Yiran's 20 million yuan hit her account, she immediately transferred 10 million yuan to her younger sister. This had been agreed upon earlier between Shen Yiran and her sister. Once Sun Qin was released from the detention center, he would transfer 20 million yuan to the sisters as their reward. Unexpectedly, Shen Yiran returned the 10 million yuan her sister had transferred. Along with the refund, Shen Yiran left a message, "Sis, you shouldn't always rely on men. Get a job. Stop being idle all day and stop hoping to depend on men. We women must live our own lives. The only ones we truly need to depend on are ourselves. Lean on a tree and it may fall. Lean on a man and he may fail. We must take responsibility for our own lives." Right now, I'm working as a live streaming host at Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao's company. My daily concurrent viewers can exceed 100,000. Just from commissions alone, I earn tens of thousands of yuan a day. 10 million yuan? I could earn that in a single year. So keep this money for yourself. I hope it helps you live an ordinary life from now on.
I look forward to seeing you remarry someday. Shen Yiran stared at her sister's message, her heart filled with mixed emotions. For a moment, Shen Yiran felt dazed. All these years, she had relied on men, yet in the end, she had gained nothing. Her sister, on the other hand, had never depended on men and had now landed a job as a live streaming host earning 2 or 3,000 yuan a day.
Maybe I should find a man to marry.
Ever since her divorce from Lin Dong, Shen Yiran had been searching for a wealthy man. But no matter how hard she searched, she always felt the next man would be better than the one she had now. Now, after taking her sister's advice, Shen Yiran decided it was time to marry herself off. For the first time in her life, Shen Yiran visited a marriage agency. After paying a 100,000 yuan membership fee, she finally secured a matchmaker's introduction. After some careful consideration, Shen Yiran set her sights on a male programmer. Before long, news of Shen Yiran's remarriage spread like wildfire. Chapter 244, Remarriage? Or Deception? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment before asking in return, Shuero, is your sister really getting remarried? Shen Shuero murmured, she told me herself. How could it be false? Lin Dong took a sip of tea, calming his complex emotions, and inquired, what's the background of the man marrying your sister? How did he manage to put her mind at ease? Shen Shuero replied, my future brother-in-law is a programmer working at a major tech company. I heard his annual salary is tens of millions. He must be a pretty senior programmer. Hearing this, Lin Dong nodded. This is the age of the internet. And at the core of the internet lies code. Even entry-level programmers command at least 300,000 yuan annually. For more senior developers, an annual salary of 10 million yuan isn't surprising. What's wrong? Your ex-wife is getting married, and you're upset about it? Young Master Lin, do you still harbor feelings for your ex-wife? Are you trying to keep a connection with her? Now that she's remarrying, you've lost your chance completely. Feeling a bit down about it? Xia Zhou teased from the side. Seeing his girlfriend starting to get jealous, Lin Dong quickly tried to reassure her. Not at all. I just find it a bit strange. Knowing my ex-wife, she's not the type to settle down quietly. Now she's actually getting married, and to someone other than Sun Qin. That strikes me as rather peculiar. I suspect there's some hidden truth I'm unaware of. I'm genuinely worried about that guy. Lin Dong frowned. After all, Lin Dong and Shen Yiran had been husband and wife, living together for many years. Shen Yiran could fart, and Lin Dong would know exactly what it smelled like. Now, Shen Yiran suddenly eloped with a stranger. It was impossible not to find it strange. Shen Shuero sighed, looks like my sister really took my advice finding a man and settling down properly. Thank goodness my sister didn't end up with Sun Qin. Otherwise, I don't know how I'd face that man who once bullied me. A programmer is fine. Programmers spend all day staring at computers, no complicated relationships. That's actually pretty good. Now, Shen Yiran had finally settled down. This finally lifted the heavy weight off Shen Shuero's heart. When did she get married? Where was the reception? Xia Lianwei inquired. I heard they've already had a reception, very low-key, Shen Shuero continued. My sister and brother-in-law got married secretly. You know how it is. There are still videos of my sister online. If they'd thrown a big, flashy wedding, it would have caused quite a scandal. But isn't that just fine? Keeping a low profile, living simply, not chasing fame or fortune, just enjoying their own little life. Shen Yiran married a programmer through a marriage agency. The whole affair was kept extremely low-key. They obtained their marriage certificate but held virtually no banquet. They simply gathered a small group of people for a big meal at a hotel to mark the occasion. The programmer husband also considered Shen Yiran a good woman who didn't waste money. A woman like this was worth spending a lifetime with. But the good times didn't last. A week later, Shen Yiran called her younger sister, Shuero. I divorced that programmer. Hearing this, Shen Shuero was taken aback. Sis, weren't you getting along just fine with that programmer? Didn't you just get married? How long has it even been? And now you're already divorced? What caused the divorce? Is there any chance you two might reconcile? Shen Shuero had hoped her sister would find a man and settle down for life. Yet here she was, divorced just days after tying the knot. This left Shen Shuero utterly stunned. That programmer is rich, Shen Yiran continued. I married him precisely because I saw he had money. I married him with divorce in mind. After going through the marriage and divorce, guess how much money I made? Just from the divorce settlement alone, I got 30 million yuan. I split half his fortune. Now your sister here is a little rich lady. If there's anything you want to buy, just tell your sister. Whatever I can do to help, I will. Hearing her sister's words, Shen Shuero was so embarrassed she couldn't speak. In Shen Shuero's heart, Shen Yiran was someone with absolutely no moral boundaries. She never imagined she'd treat her marriage like a game. Yet here she was, witnessing this utterly unbelievable turn of events unfold. Marriage, pursued with divorce in mind. The goal was to claim half of the other person's fortune? Sis! Shen Shuero exclaimed angrily, how could you deceive someone's feelings like this?
How is this deceiving someone's feelings? Shen Yiran retorted calmly. Did I marry him? Did I sleep with him? Since you married him and slept with him, how can you claim it's not deceiving someone's feelings? How dare you say such things? Besides, this is perfectly legal income. Where does it say you can't divorce just because you're married? The law clearly states that marriage requires splitting half the assets. I'm just following the law. Shen Shuero was utterly speechless at Shen Yiran's behavior. Her own sister had turned out to be such a person without any moral boundaries. Was marriage just a game to her? Was Shen Yiran treating marriage like a business transaction? Get a marriage certificate, then a divorce certificate, and split the other person's assets in half? Shen Shuero felt a surge of sympathy for that programmer guy. Not only had his feelings been deceived, but his money had been taken too. He just wanted an honest life, but instead encountered Shen Yiran, a woman who married for deception. Upon learning of this, Lin Dong, Xia Qiao, Xia Liangwei, Wang Yongsheng, Lu Haojie, and the others all smiled faintly. That's more like it. This was the Shen Yiran they knew. If Shen Yiran had settled down quietly to live a modest life, they would have found it hard to accept. Wang Yongsheng asked, does Shen Yiran's behavior count as marriage fraud? Lu Haojie replied, probably not. After all, Shen Yiran and the man did obtain a marriage certificate. The marriage scams we see on TV are the ones where the bride disappears after getting the dowry. Chapter 245, How many times can a woman marry? When Shen Yiran rushed into marriage with that programmer, she didn't demand any dowry at all. Moreover, both parties genuinely obtained a marriage certificate. Since they got the marriage certificate and she didn't run off, how can it be called marriage fraud? It can only be said that Shen Yiran is exploiting legal loopholes. Who could have imagined someone would treat marriage as a transaction, marrying solely to divorce and claim half the other party's assets afterward? Shen Yiran's actions shattered people's worldviews completely. In an instant, the low regard people held for Shen Yiran plummeted even further. In the days that followed, Wang Yongsheng and his mad gate brothers secretly tailed Shen Yiran, eager to see which hapless soul would fall for her trap next. Wang Yongsheng planned to expose Shen Yiran's scam, urging the men to stay as far away from her as possible. But what Wang Yongsheng discovered was that although Shen Yiran frequently frequented marriage agencies, the men there were all low-quality prospects. The wealthy didn't marry at all and certainly weren't lacking in female companionship. Only those without money or with demanding jobs would seek partners through marriage agencies. The one truly setting up new partners for Shen Yiran was Sun Qin. When Wang Yongsheng's subordinate saw Sun Qin introduce a friend to Shen Yiran, his jaw dropped in astonishment. What kind of relationship was this? For a moment, everyone was utterly baffled. Wasn't Shen Yiran Sun Qin's boyfriend? Going on a blind date with someone introduced by her own boyfriend? With Shen Yiran's thick skull, how could she possibly come up with the scheme of getting married and then divorced to split the assets? This must be Sun Qin's doing behind the scenes. Besides, Sun Qin is the chairman of a publicly listed company. He knows plenty of wealthy people. So it was only natural for Sun Qin to introduce high-caliber men to Shen Yiran. Otherwise, do you think wealthy people are as common as cabbages in the field, just lying around for anyone to pick up? After another round of surveillance by the crazy Door brothers, the full picture of the incident gradually came into focus. The men Sun Qin introduced to Shen Yiran for matchmaking were all his business rivals. They were either the single CEOs of listed companies or key executives from rival firms. By marrying and then divorcing these men, Shen Yiran would leave them emotionally shattered. Sun Qin could then seize the opportunity to capture market share. What a brilliant scheme! The brothers of the Madman gang immediately relayed the information they had gathered through surveillance to their leader, Wang Yongsheng. Upon learning the inside story, Wang Yongsheng wasted no time in relaying it to Lu Haojie and Lin Dong. Lu Haojie exclaimed in astonishment, I knew it! Shen Yiran alone couldn't possibly have concocted such a legal yet underhanded scheme to swindle money. So there was a mastermind behind it all. Shen Yiran's boyfriend, Sun Qin. Shen Shuero should never have bailed Sun Qin out of detention. Now look what's happened. I always knew Sun Qin was no good, and now he's caused a huge mess. Who knows how many honest people will fall victim to Sun Qin and Shen Yiran. They're too cunning. There's no way to fight back against them. Lin Dong sighed. He had thought Shen Yiran's divorce from that man she'd married in a whirlwind was just a coincidence. Turns out it was just a meticulously planned marriage scam orchestrated by the other party. And the whole thing was completely legal and above board, no loopholes to be found. After Sun Qin was released from detention, he'd grown shrewd, learning to use legal means to make money. Through this method, Shen Yiran secured half of the other party's assets. Sun Qin crushed his competitors and expanded his business empire. It must be said, Sun Qin and Shen Yiran, those two scoundrels, truly make a perfect match when they team up. Meanwhile, Sun Qin brought another wealthy tycoon to introduce him to Shen Yiran. Pointing at the tycoon, Sun Qin declared, this gentleman built his empire from scratch. He's far more accomplished than I am. This is Shen Yiran, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Shen Yiran is a returnee from overseas, graduated from a prestigious university, a young lady of 28, born into a wealthy family in Beijing. She's a well-bred young lady, cultured and refined, a flawless young woman. And she's still a virgin. Sun Qin used every positive adjective he could think of to describe Shen Yiran. Of course, every detail about her was fabricated, and there was no way for the other party to verify it. If the other party demanded her prestigious university diploma, he could simply forge one. And as for her virginity? That could easily be addressed through surgery. On one point, Sun Qin wasn't lying. Shen Yiran did indeed come from Beijing, and she wasn't from a poor family background. Her original family circumstances were actually quite decent. Shen Yiran nodded coyly. Yes. That's exactly my situation, as Brother Qin described. If you're satisfied with me, we can get married soon. I'm getting older now, and my family keeps pressuring me to marry. I'm anxious too. If I wait a few more years, I'm afraid I won't even be able to have children anymore. The self-made tycoon standing before Shen Yiran was thoroughly satisfied with her. He took a moment to observe her plump and delicate, with dignified manners and no tattoos. She was precisely the kind of wife he envisioned. After introducing the two, Sun Qin left alone. Sun Qin was confident that with Shen Yiran's capabilities, she could easily handle the situation. Moments later, Shen Yiran rushed to Sun Qin with the good news: he's agreed to marry me. Once I marry him and then divorce him, half of his billion-dollar fortune will be mine. Ha ha ha. Tell me, why are men in this world so foolish? Why must they insist on marriage? It's not like the old days. Can't you have children without a marriage certificate? Can't children attend school? Does that make you a criminal? Sun Qin smiled faintly. On this point, Shen Yiran and Sun Qin shared the same view. Sun Qin believed that with money, there would be plenty of women willing to bear his children. Getting a marriage certificate with a woman, however, was precisely a risk to himself. How many men had been ruined for life because of a single marriage certificate? When foreign billionaires divorced, it became major news, with breakup settlements reaching hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. In Sun Qin's view, times had changed. Within the value systems of the wealthy, marriage had lost its necessity. The purpose of marriage is simply for two people to live together, raise children, and grow old together. And all of that can be achieved without a marriage certificate. Sun Qin began scouting other wealthy bachelors for Shen Yiran. Chapter 246, Shen Yiran's money-making scheme. If Lin Dong were here, he would be furious at Sun Qin and Shen Yiran's shameless behavior. So honest people deserve to be bullied, huh? But Lin Dong chose to turn a blind eye to it. As long as Shen Yiran and Sun Qin didn't provoke him, Lin Dong pretended not to see anything. Over the past few days, the brothers from the Mad Gate had been tailing Sun Qin and Shen Yiran intermittently, relaying the latest developments about the pair. Through Sun Qin's connections, Shen Yiran had met numerous wealthy bachelors. Shen Yiran married and divorced a programmer, walking away with 30 million yuan. The man lost his drive to code, causing his company's website to crash. This allowed Sun Qin's subsidiary to seize a market advantage. Through Sun Qin's introduction, Shen Yiran met another self-made tycoon from Shanghai. When they divorced, Shen Yiran walked away with a Shanghai villa, and Sun Qin seized the opportunity to acquire the man's company. Shen Yiran then met the son of a publicly listed company owner. This bachelor fell head over heels for her at first sight. When his father objected, Shen Yiran and Sun Qin arranged for her to become pregnant. She married him, only to later terminate the pregnancy, causing the marriage to implode. Time and again. Leveraging his network, Sun Qin introduced Shen Yiran to numerous high-net-worth men. Through marriage and divorce, Shen Yiran steadily accumulated wealth. Meanwhile, Sun Qin exploited her marital struggles to undermine her business, gradually eroding her company's operations. Moreover, after each divorce, Shen Yiran received a share of the company's equity, which further intensified Sun Qin's pressure on the rival firm. Shen Yiran made a fortune, while Sun Qin acquired numerous companies. Both of them made a fortune. Shen Shuero had lost count of how many times she'd tried to persuade her sister. Shen Shuero hoped her sister would settle down and live a stable life, rather than treating marriage like a game as she did now. Shen Yiran reveled in the chaos, dismissing her sister's advice as trivial. Shen Yiran even boasted about her conquests to her sister. "I'm beautiful and skilled at manipulating men, that's my capital. Those wealthy men, if they weren't captivated by my beauty, why would they ever fall for me? Sis, stop saying I deceive people's feelings. We met through Sun Qin's introduction and married soon after. Where's the emotional attachment? How could there be deception? Besides, I didn't swindle money. Swindling money is fraud, punishable by jail time. What Sun Qin and I did was entirely within the law. It's protected by the law. Did I break the law? I didn't. Am I not allowed to marry a man? And after marrying a man, am I not allowed to divorce him? After divorce, according to the law, I can take half of his assets. It's like buying flight insurance. I predicted rain might cause delays, so I purchased delay coverage and claimed compensation. Even if the insurance company sued me, I wouldn't fear it. Everything I've done has been lawful. I've never done anything the law forbids." Hearing this, Shen Shuero sighed deeply. Her sister was always like this. Even when she was clearly in the wrong, she'd twist logic to justify herself. And for a moment, Shen Yiran's twisted logic left Shen Shuero speechless.
Indeed, the law placed no restrictions on how many times a woman could marry in her lifetime. Marriage was a matter of personal freedom. One could marry and then divorce. Moreover, the law stipulates that property must be legally divided after divorce. Shen Yiran no longer wanted to deal with her sister's mess. Whether she lived or died, it had nothing to do with her as the younger sister. Shen Yiran watched her sister's retreating figure and called out loudly, "Sis, I'm a little rich girl worth 100 million now. If there's anything you want to buy in the future, feel free to ask your sister. If I can afford it, I'll get it for you. Sis, don't take marriage too seriously. It's nothing but a childish game, just a contractual arrangement binding the poorest people together to endure their harsh lives. Now that we're rich, you don't have to marry at all. You can be completely yourself without worry, your big sister's got your back." The brothers of the madman gang, secretly tailing Shen Yiran, overheard her twisted logic. "Boss, I kinda think this girl has a point," one of the underlings piped up. "Bull. Keep your eyes on Shen Yiran. If she dares do anything to harm young Master Lin, report it to me immediately." Wang Yongsheng patted the younger brother on the head. As Wang Yongsheng sat in his car, Shen Yiran's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. For a moment, Wang Yongsheng felt as though his entire worldview was being overturned by Shen Yiran's twisted logic. How does a marital relationship form? From one person to two, from two to a family to a tribe, from a tribe to a nation. That makes sense. Marriage exists to withstand hardship. The high divorce rate in the capital and the low divorce rate in fifth-tier cities perfectly illustrate this point. To ward off risks, we have families, tribes, and nations. The tougher life gets, the tighter people bond together, and the more stable marriages become. Wang Yongsheng shook his head repeatedly, dismissing Shen Yiran's twisted logic. No wonder Shen Yiran can manipulate men like puppets. Even I nearly fell into her trap. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, Shen Yiran, and Zhao Qiao diligently managed the company's affairs. Under the new development strategy, Lin Dong had expanded the Xie family's assets several times over. Old Master Xie had also approached Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao, hoping to discuss their marriage. After being in a relationship for so long, this situation couldn't continue indefinitely. Both Lin Dong and Zhao Qiao felt that marriage, being such a significant life decision, couldn't be rushed into lightly. Lin Dong told grandfather Xia, "As long as Qiao and I are truly meant for each other, we will eventually be united." Zhao Qiao also told her grandfather, "Grandpa, young Master Lin and I are busy with our business right now. Things haven't stabilized yet. How can we talk about romantic matters?" Old Master Xia felt helpless. Since the parties involved had no immediate desire to marry, as their elder, Xia Leoi felt it was inappropriate for him to press the matter. Chapter 247, Shen Yiran's Online Harassment. Shen Yiran's pattern of repeatedly divorcing men to seize their assets, now exposed through public scrutiny, sparked widespread societal outrage. Upon seeing the related hot news, netizens' first thought was, could this possibly be fake news? After all, in traditional Chinese culture, marriage has always been a serious matter. Who in their right mind would marry and divorce day in and day out? Some people remain single their entire lives, never marrying even once. Even those who divorce repeatedly would never exceed 5 times. But how many times has Shen Yiran been divorced? If not 10 times, then surely at least 8. And what's infuriating is, each time Shen Yiran married, it was to someone wealthy. People can't help but wonder, are wealthy individuals nowadays as common as cabbages on the street? Are they really that easy to come by? At least in their own lives, people rarely encounter the wealthy. Even in a place like the capital city, where the wealthy gather, they're as rare as the Milky Way in the sky. You might think there are plenty of them, but actually finding one is incredibly difficult. And Shen Yiran's marriage and divorce cycles are far too rapid. Her last marriage and next divorce were practically back to back. How can a woman like that exist in this world? Doesn't she have any dignity left? A woman should value her reputation. In the old days, a woman could only marry once in her lifetime. Once she set her sights on a man, she'd follow him wherever he went. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Even if the man died, she'd follow her son if her father passed. In ancient times, there were even chastity arches erected to honor women who remained faithful to their husbands for life. Just look at Shen Yiran. If she lived in ancient times, would you believe that a woman like her would almost certainly be drowned in a pig cage? Exactly. A woman as fickle as that would definitely be drowned in a pig cage. How could she act like that? One divorce is bad enough, but she keeps divorcing over and over. Some women will sacrifice everything, their dignity, their principles, for money. Netizens sighed in unison. Times have truly changed. With the winds of capitalism blowing in from the United States, this wind swept away women's sense of propriety and shame. It has also swept away men's backbone. The reason netizens reacted with such outrage upon seeing Shen Yiran's news is largely because these netizens have experienced it firsthand in their own lives. Some men never find wives in their lifetime, while some women, out of pride, tell their suitors they only like ambitious men. Truthfully, any woman who speaks this way judges men by their wealth at their core. Money equals ambition, no money equals no ambition. The Shen Yiran incident is a textbook case.
We must act promptly to stamp out this perverse trend. Why can't China's birth rate rise? Isn't it because there are too many women like Shen Yiran?
They all cling to wealthy men, refusing to look down and consider men less fortunate than themselves.
That Sun Qin deserves severe punishment too.
Shen Yiran managed to meet so many wealthy men in such a short time I wouldn't believe for a second that Sun Qin wasn't involved.
Sun Qin and Shen Yiran are a perfect match.
They share one common trait: they'll stop at nothing for money.
They just use different methods, one through scheming and plotting, the other by selling her body.
After Shen Yiran's repeated marriages and divorces became a trending topic. One day, as Shen Yiran stepped outside, she discovered numerous funeral wreaths arranged at her doorstep. She glanced around but couldn't make out who had sent them. Besides the wreaths, numerous offerings lay scattered at the entrance: joss paper, yellow paper, paper effigies.
These were all items used for ancestral worship. Damn it, whoever put this stuff here better not let me find out.
If I do, I won't let them off easy. Shen Yiran tossed all the wreaths, joss paper, yellow paper, and paper effigies into the trash bin. As she turned to head home, Shen Yiran overheard people nearby discussing her.
Hey, isn't that the girl from the internet? Open Douyin, let's see if it's really Shen Yiran.
Whoa, she really looks like her.
Yep, it's definitely her. We actually ran into the real deal this time. That woman has no sense of decency whatsoever.
A gold digger like her deserves to die. She should die sooner rather than later, so she can stop preying on rich people.
She treats them like fools.
Hearing this, Shen Yiran approached the group of passers-by discussing her. Seeing Shen Yiran approaching, the passers-by scrambled to make room.
They might gossip behind her back, but discussing her to her face? These passers-by didn't have the guts for that.
Shen Yiran thrust out her ample chest and bellowed, "What are you staring at?
Never seen a beauty before?
I'll marry as many times as I want, and I'll divorce as many times as I want.
What business is it of yours? Even if I fancied a homeless man, I'd never look at any of you scumbags. Just look at yourselves. Get lost. Scram as far as you can." The passers-by shot Shen Yiran a glance before hurrying away.
As they departed, they spat in her direction.
Pfft, what a bunch of jerks. You're always flirting around with everyone. What, can't take people talking about it now?
If you're so tough, why did you get married and then divorced?
You did it, so why can't people talk?
Rich people are just suckers, huh?
Easy targets, right?
Mark my words, you and your mistress Sun Qin will both meet a miserable end someday. Don't push honest people too far, watch your backs. Shen Yiran shrugged it off, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the passers-by, criticizing her.
Get lost. Shen Yiran cursed. After the passers-by had all left, Shen Yiran returned to her home. Shen Yiran sat on the sofa, unlocked her phone, and opened WeChat.
There, she saw 99 plus unread messages. The private messages were all from victims who had been deceived by Shen Yiran. These victims had believed they could have a happy marriage with Shen Yiran, only to discover it was all a sinister scheme, nothing but a charade.